You, in a different world, are treated as an experimental subject. On the first day of being injected with the experimental drug, numerous boils appear on your body, and you can clearly feel worms wriggling inside you. By the 10th day of injection, you lose the ability to move, only sensing mechanical insects devouring your body one by one. On the 20th day, everything below your neck turns into white bones, and the flesh on your body is consumed entirely. On the 30th day, you are completely dead, yet not dead. You are a mechanical insect, and the mechanical insect is you. Each mechanical insect carries your consciousness. On the 45th day, you could control some mechanical insects to transform part of your body. On the 60th day, you could fully control all the mechanical insects, making them condense into a complete version of yourself. The experimental subject escaped, triggering alarms inside the airborne laboratory. You ran through the laboratory corridor, with 4 guards armed with guns chasing after you. A loud burst of gunfire erupted, and a barrage of bullets rained down on your chest. In the split second when the bullets hit you, your body began to gelatinize, allowing the bullets to easily pierce through you. Bullets exited through your back, hitting the glass walkway with a clattering sound. The thick glass shattered, and with a forceful push, your body plummeted out of the window, disappearing into the misty void. At this moment, the leading guard immediately said, "It's okay. We are hundreds of meters above the ground here. No one can survive a fall from here. Inform the ground guards to find his body and completely incinerate it. It's better that he's dead than escaped." On the surface of the street, you fell from the sky laboratory, your whole body shattered and mangled. At this moment, a team of up to 20 people arrived in the alley, dressed in biohazard suits and carrying flamethrowers. Upon finding you, they approached the body, confirmed the identity on the clothes, poured sticky liquid onto the body, and began to burn it with the flamethrowers. An hour later, the body was completely incinerated, and the remaining bone fragments were smashed into powder by the guard team. After completing these tasks, the guard team finally left. However, they did not notice that several meters above their heads, a section of steel reinforcement protruded from a house, and at the end of that steel reinforcement, a small piece of flesh was hanging there. Strangely, within that piece of flesh, there seemed to be some tiny mechanical insects slowly wriggling. After a moment, the piece of flesh and tissue became completely alive, transforming into a thumb-sized meatball. Soon, numerous mechanical tentacles sprouted from the surface of the meatball, resembling a lump of meat bristling with toothpicks from a distance. With its tentacles, the meatball rolled gently and immediately tumbled from the broken steel bar to the ground of the alley. At this moment, the alley has already returned to tranquility, with mice scurrying in and out of the corners in search of food. The appearance of the meatball immediately caught their attention. 2 mice quietly approached, circling around the meatball, sizing it up. However, the next moment, the meatball suddenly bounced up and pounced on one of the mice. After devouring the mouse, it had grown to the size of an egg, more than doubled in size. The mouse on the ground had already turned into a shriveled empty shell. Half an hour later, there were 30 to 40 dried-up rat corpses in this filthy alley. All the rats in the alley had been hunted and devoured. Then a cat's meow was heard, and a pure white Maine Coon appeared at the entrance of the alley, its blue vertical pupils fixed on the deepest part of the alley. With the appearance of the kitten, the meatball seemed to activate its hunting mode, its antennae on the body surface shaking violently, and in an instant, it transformed into a slightly larger gray mouse. The gray mouse emerged from the shadows, appearing in the kitten's field of vision, and provocatively glanced at the cat. The cat seemed to be stimulated by this. Its gaze sharpened, its fur bristling slightly, and it slowly walked towards the depths of the alley. When the distance between them was only half a meter, the cat suddenly leaped towards the gray mouse. Then, I saw dozens of mechanical antennae extending from the mouse's body, abruptly intercepting the white cat in midair. The cat, at this moment, also realized something was wrong, emitting a sharp and piercing cry from its mouth, echoing outside the alley. 1 or 2 minutes later, the ball of flesh detached from the cat's body, leaving behind a completely dried-up corpse of the once white cat. At the same time, dozens of meters away from the alley, a graceful figure was urgently searching for a cat in the rain, constantly calling out Dowdu. Yi Shurhan called out while scanning the surroundings, and soon she arrived at a dirty and abandoned alley. Dowdu, she tried calling twice, and a faint meow came from the alley. Hearing this sound, Yi Shurhan's face lit up with joy, and she couldn't help but take a few steps into the alley. In the next moment, she witnessed the scene of the flesh ball sucking the white cat, and Yi Shurhan let out a scream and fainted. Immediately, the tentacles twisted rapidly towards Yi Shurhan, but then retracted the next second. The flesh ball began to squirm rapidly and in an instant transformed into a young man of 1 meter 80. the long-haired teenager's eyes were endlessly tired. After his body was destroyed, he devoured dozens of rats and a white cat as well as 2 humans in one breath with only a little bit of flesh and skin tissue, which was already the limit of his limit. He glanced at Yi Qingju on the ground and said with a slight sense of pity, "If I devour her, I should barely be able to return to my normal form, but unfortunately, I really don't have the extra strength to complete the devouring." When he finished speaking, his face began to flesh out a bit uncontrollably. He gazed at Yi Qingju on the ground, thought briefly, then squatted down and raised his hand to point at the wound on Yi Qingju's forehead. Only a small piece of flesh and blood came off his finger and fell onto the wound on his forehead. In the next second, the piece of flesh and blood immediately followed Yi Qingju's wound into his body, and Yi Qingju's white and beautiful face immediately showed a writhing visible to the naked eye before disappearing. After doing so, he raised his eyes to look at the dried corpse of the white cat deep in the alley, and slowly walked over, crushing the white cat's corpse with one foot, and then, his body instantly collapsed into a mess of blood and flesh, but immediately, the flesh and blood wriggled and quickly transformed into a pure white maned cat. The white cat walked faithfully to Yi Qingju's front, then burrowed into her arms and closed her eyes to rest and recover her strength. Chapter 3 She kissed me? When Yi Qingju woke up again, it was already 4:30 a.m. the next morning. She was lying in a hospital bed with her dad and mom asleep on each side of the bed. Her mind remembered her previous experience, and she couldn't help but physically tremble as she instinctively checked herself. Her actions also immediately woke up her parents at her bedside. "Qingju, you're awake." Tang Wan looked at her daughter with surprise and joy. "The same goes for Yi Songtao." "Dad, Mom, Yi Qingju was in tears before she spoke. Tang Wan hurriedly embraced her and comforted her. "Good girl. It's alright. It's alright. You weren't violated. You're safe now." The two of them tried their best to calm her down, and only after she had stabilized did Tang Wan inquire, "Qingju, do you remember what happened?" Yi Qingju wiped away the tear droplets in the corner of her eyes, thought a little, and then replied, "I went out to look for Daodu. I looked for a long time but couldn't find it, and it was hard to find it in an alley, but it turned out to be tailed by 2 bad guys, who attacked me, and took me into the alley, just as they were about to." Speaking here, Yi Qingju's body began to tremble violently, and then shouted in a trembling voice, "There are monsters. There are monsters that eat human flesh and blood." Hearing this, Tang Wan and Yi Songtao glanced at each other, then once again pacified Yi Qingju, softly saying, All right, don't be afraid, those 2 bad guys are dead." Yi Qingju's emotions stabilized a little after hearing this, and then remembered something. Where's Bean? Tang Wan had guessed that she would be like this, and immediately turned around and walked to the corner, holding out a pure white maned cat from her pet bag. The kitten's eyes were closed and she seemed to be sleeping. When Yi Qingju saw the kitten, the fear and sadness in her eyes immediately subsided a lot. Reaching out to pick it up, cradling it into her arms, kissing it affectionately on its head, then cupping the cat's cheeks with both hands, she aimed a heavy kiss at the kitten's 3-petaled mouth, and then pouted. "Next time, you won't be allowed to run around." As the words fell, the cat slowly opened its eyes, a hint of doubt appearing in its clear, translucent blue eyes, before violently contracting its vertical pupils until they were the size of pinpoints. "She kissed me." Ling Yichen, who was disguised as a cat, was filled with shock. "Grass, my first kiss is gone just like that? Stupid woman." Ling Yichen was upset, because he didn't have much love for this world and the people in it. When he was 12 years old, he accidentally came to this world, and before he could feel the joy brought by crossing over, he was grabbed by a group of guys all wrapped up in biochemical suits and locked up in a glass room. One shutdown was 6 whole years. During those 6 years, he endured loneliness, hunger, bullying and countless inhumane experiments. They didn't treat him like a human being at all, so he hates the world, and the people in it, and right now, he's being kissed by a stupid woman from this world? Disgusting. However, without waiting for him to react more, Yi Qingju looked at him in surprise. "Ha, staring at me? Stare at me again and I'll eat you up." When she finished, she once again puckered her mouth and kissed the cat hard on the mouth. Ling Yichen's pupils trembled, his cat's eyes filled with astonishment, and he nearly undid his transformation. However, this time, instead of cursing Yi Qingju, he silently accepted the kiss and even subconsciously licked his cat lips. After silently chirping in his heart, he then directly closed his eyes and went back to sleep. After resting for a night, his physical strength was barely restored, but his origin power was too depleted and he still needed a lot of time to recover. Flesh body reconstruction, which was very depleting of origin power. His current power was still very weak. After all, his original physical body had been destroyed, and it was with a small piece of skin and flesh tissue that he had recreated this full body, and in order to return to his original state, he would need to devour more blood and flesh before he could do so. Yi Qingzhu saw Dao closing his eyes to sleep and didn't bother it. Instead he hugged it and laid down together, resting together. For the next few moments, the trio waited for the doctor to confirm that there was nothing else wrong with her and that she was ready to go home at any time. A law enforcement officer from the city's sheriff's department came by afterward to inquire about the incident. Yi Qingzhu did not hide anything and informed them of the details of the whole thing, especially the part about the monster. After hearing this, the magistrate just said, "The monster you are talking about. We can't rule out that it's some kind of awakened person. Awakened people have their own supernatural abilities. It's not something that we lowly citizens can comprehend. We'll report the situation to the Transcendent Management Association, and they will go and conduct a more detailed investigation." Hearing Awakened One, Yi Qingzhu's expression was a bit frightened. She was in awe and fear of the awakened. It's not a group she has access to. They are high and mighty and have the right to obliterate ordinary people. Since it's possible that it's an awakened, that makes sense. But she was also thankful that the awakened hadn't turned her into a dry corpse as well, for which she had a soft spot in her heart. When she was discharged from the hospital and returned home, she was still upset and hid in her room, not wanting to go out. The events of last night had cast a certain psychological shadow over her, and at all times there was a creepy feeling as if a great danger lurked around her. It wasn't a figment of her imagination, but a real feeling. The only time this feeling subsided much was when I was holding Bean. "Daodu, how can I live without you?" Yi Qingzhu stroked the fur on the cat's head, his eyes doting. The cat sniffed and opened her eyes to look at her with a complicated look before continuing to close her eyes and rest. Yi Qingzhu did not notice the abnormality and continued to stroke it. After stroking it for a while she laid it down on the bed with a sense of purpose and then began to remove her body's clothing until it completely revealed her perfect body, and her behavior immediately caused Ling Yichen, who had been faking sleep, to open his eyes. There was a lot of emotion in the azure eyes, curiosity, excitement, but more than anything else, desire. In the end, he was still an untouched beginner, so how could he clear his mind in the face of such top-notch temptation? It was good that Yi Qingzhu quickly changed into a clean set of clothes after removing his clothes. Only then did Ling Yichen close his eyes with intent. Yi Qingzhu, who had changed her clothes, came to his side, dotingly touched his head, and delicately said, "Be good today, oh, no going out and running around." After saying that she picked up her book bag and walked out of the bedroom, Tang Wan's voice immediately sounded outside the door. "Qingzhu, you're going to school. I've already given you leave. You can rest at home if you're not feeling well." "No, I'm fine. I can't waste time with a big test coming up." Chapter 4 Awakening. Walking out of the house, Yi Qingzhu stood still in the doorway and looked around. Even though she said she was fine, she was still very upset. The area she was in was the old part of Rainbow City, and the entire old part of the city was full of old houses, most of which were dilapidated and in poor condition, with poor environment, poor hygiene, and poor security. And most of the people who lived here were also low-class citizens living at the bottom of the ladder. It's fine during the day, but at night, it's a real crisis. Normally she was very careful and never went out after dark. Situations like yesterday's are purely accidental. Taking a deep breath and trying to suppress her inner turmoil, she strides toward the bus stop, got in the car and went to Rainbow Senior High School, 3 kilometers away. She was now in the 12th grade, only 2 months away from the big exam. It was also an exam that would decide her fate. Doing well on the exams gives her a chance to get a job as a clerk in a good company, or even a chance to become a teacher like her parents. But if she failed the exam, there was a high probability that she would be assigned to an underground mine to become a miner, doing the hardest work and receiving the most meager salary. Therefore, she paid extra attention to the big exam in 2 months. And even if she wasn't in a very good state right now, she still had to insist on going to school to study. By the time she got back to her class, she was a full hour late. There was a teacher in the classroom who was lecturing, or her least favorite math teacher. The math teacher was a middle-aged woman with an obese body and a mean face. As soon as he saw her appear in front of the classroom, he immediately picked up the whip and slapped it hard on the lecture table, and a wave of anger as well as disgust immediately erupted from his soybean-sized eyes. Angrily, he shouted, "Yi Qingzhu, look at what time it is. As class president, you take the lead in being late. No wonder the entire class can't raise their math scores. That's right, you're good-looking. Even if you don't do well in the exams, you can still find a nice family to marry and live a rich life with your good-looking face. But have you considered the situation of the other students? Everyone is looking forward to doing well in this big exam and getting a good job. If you don't want to take the test, Please don't hold others up. Yi Qingju's face was very ugly. When did she say she didn't want to take the test? And what does her being late have to do with anyone else? It's really just a matter of wanting to get away with it. For a moment, she was a bit anxious and angry. Her face flushed red and her pair of showy fists clenched tightly. It was not known whether it was an illusion or not. Yi Qingju suddenly felt a force explode out of his body at this instant. The power converged behind her from all her limbs, making her feel scorching hot behind her, as if something was about to break through her body. In the next second, the sizzle reached its extreme, which caused her to let out a low growl. Oh! Accompanying her low roar, the glass of the entire classroom burst violently, while at the same time, two blood-drenched bones stretched out from behind her below her butterfly bone, one on each side. This scene scared everyone, yet that's not the end of it, only to see that the two bones began to shake violently, and a bit smaller bone stretched out from behind the larger one, and began to slowly stretch out like a folded-up fan. It turned out to be a pair of bloodied, fleshy wings. What was even more bizarre was that as the fleshy wings stretched out, it actually grew fascia as well as skin tissue quickly as if by magic. Once the skin tissue had completely covered the entire fleshy wing, a single feather grew out from underneath the skin tissue and covered the entire wing in a matter of moments. Even more so, it evolved into a pair of holy, pure white feathers under the crowd's astonishment. This pair of feathered wings was 2 meters long, and the rooted white feathers bloomed with a faint divine aura, looking extremely divine. At that moment, I don't know who cried out, "Oh my god, she's awakened." The words also immediately reminded everyone. Yes, Yi Qingju has awakened. The singularity she had just displayed was precisely the process of her awakening. When the crowd understood Yi Qingju's situation, they cast endless envy as well as jealousy on her. The awakened, that's a supreme being. From this point on, she will outrank everyone in the room in the hierarchy of life. Her life will also undergo a radical change. Carp leaping over the dragon gate, completely reversing the fate of heaven. Even the math teacher looked at Yi Qingju in shock, and his eyes towards Yi Qingju completely changed, only to see her walk over coyly and say in a trembling voice, "Qingju, congratulations, you're now unawakened. You'll have a better life in the future. I didn't mean any harm with what I said just now. I hope you don't take it to heart." At this moment, Yi Qingju didn't have the heart to care about her. She had just completed her awakening and was still in a very strong state of shock, still trying to feel the marvelous sensation that the feathers on her back gave her. The pair of feathers were as smooth to control as her extra pair of arms. With a gentle flap, her wings immediately blew up a hurricane, directly blowing the math teacher in front of her backward by several meters, and ruthlessly hitting the classroom wall. The students closest to her along with their desks and chairs were blown back half a meter, and a few of them let out miserable howls as they were caught between the front and back desks. Yi Qingju covered her mouth in shock and apologized repeatedly, subconsciously taking a step back, intending to stay away from them. Then the step back caused her wings to hit the classroom doorframe and wall again. Rumble! The entire doorframe was broken by her wings, along with the classroom wall. The weird thing was, she didn't feel any pain. Apparently, her wings were not only able to fan out hurricanes, they were also hard as iron and could be used directly as weapons. Yi Qingju retreated to the corridor outside the classroom, bewildered, especially since the commotion from her side had also attracted people from other classes to come out and watch. When the crowd saw her holy feathers, they even cast countless gazes. There was envy, jealousy, and more than a few haters. Apparently, not everyone likes awakened people. Just when Yi Qingju was at a loss for words, a petite girl with a cute face walked up to her and softly said, "Qingju, don't panic, try to see if you can keep your wings back. This is Yi Qingju's best friend, Chang Huanhuan." Hearing Chang Huanhuan's words, Yi Qingju collected his mind and tried to retract his wings. The wings did immediately close up and gathered obediently behind her back. Not only that, the feathers had automatically retracted back into her body, leaving only 2 shallow vertical marks below the butterfly bones. The wings retracted. Yi Qingju immediately felt a coolness in his back. Reaching out to touch it, he immediately felt that all the clothes on his back were gone, and his entire back was naked and exposed. This caused her to let out a soft whimper and hurriedly crouch down, her back against the wall to prevent herself from getting naked. Seeing this, Chang Huanhuan immediately took off the school uniform she was wearing and draped it over Yi Qingju's body. Yi Qingju looked at her gratefully and softly said, "Huanhuan, thank you." Chang Huanhuan, on the other hand, flashed her a harmless and sweet smile and replied, "What are you talking about? We are good sisters." Chapter 5 Transcendence. The news that Yi Qingju had awakened quickly spread throughout Rainbow Middle School. It caused the entire school to be unable to resist running around to watch. After all, this was the first time an awakened had appeared in their Rainbow High School. and it was definitely a rarity. Moreover, usually people didn't have the opportunity to come into close contact with the awakened, so they naturally wouldn't miss this rare opportunity, and this led to Yi Qingzhu's class being surrounded, nearly resulting in a crush and stampede accident. Fortunately, the school management quickly stepped in to divert the students and also escorted Yi Qingzhu to the principal's office to isolate him. The school side also contacted the people from the Transcendent Management Association at the first opportunity. After all, awakened people all belong to the jurisdiction of the Transcendent Management Association. Half an hour later, the people from the Transcendent Management Association came. 3 people came in all, 1 woman and 2 men. The woman in the lead is very beautiful. Goose egg face, phoenix eyes, cherry lips. There is a beauty mole on the right side under the lips. Wearing a classical cheongsam, under the slit of the skirt, a pair of white legs are hidden. Extremely attractive. Holding a skeleton incense fan. Rhyme. After she saw Yi Qingzhu, her eyes couldn't help but light up, and she said in a playful voice, it's still a little beauty. Saying that, she walked to Yi Qingzhu's front, raised her hand and cupped Yi Qingzhu's chin, scrutinizing Yi Qingzhu's appearance. While looking at it, he appreciated. Well, not bad, a natural beauty. Those guys are going to go crazy again. When she finished, she glanced at the 2 men behind her. The 2 men immediately revealed mysterious smiles and looked at Yi Qingzhu with a hint of swagger in their gazes, and such a gaze caused Yi Qingzhu to shudder. This kind of look, she had seen it last night, and the 2 men in front of her were actually showing the same kind of lustful gaze as those 2 bad guys last night. It gave her an unending loathing for them in the first place, and her body instinctively shuddered. Whoa! The holy feather wings behind him were instantly released and bent to protect Yi Qingzhu's face. The 1 woman and 2 men could not help but see a flash of appreciation in their eyes when they saw this. Oh, light system, or a feather-type awakened person. Ha, looks like I picked up a treasure this time. The woman took a step forward and came in front of Yi Qingzhu. Her playful voice said, "Little girl, don't be nervous, no one dares to do anything to you here. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lu Mei. What's your name?" As a matter of fact, Lu Mei had already checked all of Yi Qingzhu's files on her way here and knew all about her, including her parents' ages and occupations, and even that she was attacked last night. The only reason she asked was to make Yi Qingzhu drop her guard. Yi Qingzhu sniffed and looked her up and down before saying in a deep voice, "My name is Yi Qingzhu." Upon hearing this, Lu Mei's pretty face revealed a pleasant smile and said in an almost pouty tone, "Sister Qingzhu, there's no need to be so wary of us. We're not bad people. We're just the ones who were doing a quest in the vicinity, and brought you to the association by the way. Now that you're an awakened, we'll be a family from now on. Rainbow City is just this big. There'll be many more chances to meet up in the future. It's better to have 1 more friend than 1 more enemy." With that, she held out her pale palm. Yi Qingzhu still maintained a strong wariness of them, but it was the case that he put his feathers back and reached out to shallowly shake Lu Mei's hand. "Alright, since we've all gotten to know each other, there's no need to waste any more time. Hurry up and report back to the association with us to register. We have other tasks to do." With that, Lu Mei turned around and walked towards the door, and the 2 men immediately followed. Although Yi Qingzhu didn't like them, he could only follow them out of the principal's office. Just as she stepped out of the office, she immediately received countless eye gazes. Of course, more of them were looking at the 3 Liu Meis. Compared to her, a newly awakened, these 3 veteran awakened attracted more attention. She even heard quite a few whispers. "Is this the awakened? It's nothing special. I thought they had 3 heads and 6 arms. There really are 3 heads and 6 arms. I saw it on TV last time. Wow, that sister is so pretty. Even prettier than our school flower Yi Qingzhu. Such a special thing. I wonder who is enjoying it." In the face of the crowd's whispers, Yi Qingzhu didn't have much of a reaction, but the 3 of them, Lu Mei, suddenly opened their mouths and said, "Hee, a bunch of ignorant bedbugs. If it weren't for the association's governing regulations, I'd really want to wring their heads off and build towers of human heads for viewing." The 2 men sniffed and laughed. Instead, these words made the scalp of Yi Qingzhu behind him tingle. The eyes that looked at them were filled with disgust. Mind you, most of the people here are her classmates and teachers. They were ordinary people who hadn't done anything wrong, and just looking at them out of curiosity almost got them killed. She wasn't sure if this was a problem with the 3 of them, or if ordinary people were just so inferior in the world of the awakened. As an awakened who had only just been awakened, she hadn't completely adapted to the identity of an awakened, and thought of herself more as an ordinary person. So at the moment, she ruthlessly became disgusted with the trio. Soon, the trio led Yi Qingzhu out of the school to a cool-looking car. The 3 of them took the lead and entered the car. then looked at Yi Qingju. Yi Qingju hesitated for a moment, but still obediently sat on it. The car immediately sped up. The speed was so fast that Yi Qingju felt that the whole person flew up. Apparently, the car driven by the awakened wasn't the same as an ordinary person's car. It had the ability to fly at low altitude. In just 10 minutes, the car had already blown out of the old town of Rainbow City and drove towards the center of Rainbow City. As we left the old town, the scenery outside the car window became brighter. The skyscrapers, the mountains and the sea of trees are all a world away from the old town. This caused Yi Qingju to not be deeply mesmerized into it. Seeing this, Lu Mei at the side let out an undisguised scoff. This caused Yi Qingju to instantly retract his gaze, his entire body embarrassed and flushed, because this was her first time outside of the old town. Rainbow City has a very strict hierarchy. Each area has an appropriate management system and may not leave the area in which it is located. Many people spend their entire lives just being born in their area, growing up, getting married, having children, aging, and then dying. People with no special abilities basically can't leave their circles for the rest of their lives. It is extremely difficult for people like her, who live in the old city center, to leave it. Like her parents, she was born in the old town, grew up in the old town, worked in the old town, and will eventually die of old age in the old town. Likewise, if she hadn't awakened, then she would have spent her entire life in Old Town, and it is precisely her condition that Willow May knows, which is why she unabashedly mocks her. Dirt, little girl, from today, your world will no longer be limited to the Old Town, but the entire Rainbow City, or even the Empty City. Chapter 6, Orientation of New Students. Regarding this point, Yi Qingju had also realized it, because he had seen the view outside the old town, and even though it was only from a distance, she had already developed a great curiosity and anticipation for the world outside the old town. Especially after hearing about the empty city, she couldn't help but look out the window at the sky. Only a shadow loomed in the middle of the white clouds, and that was the empty city. It was a city that even the awakened aspired to beyond measure. There lives the master of this world. It was the city of God that countless people dreamed of going to. There are many legends about the empty city. Some say that it is a city built by the gods, and only the heirs of the gods are qualified to live there. Others say it was a hub to the universe. All the legends can't be separated from how wonderful and amazing he is. Yi Qingju had also once dreamed of going to the city of the empty sky. That's just dreaming, too. She knew deep down that there was no way she could actually have a chance of getting in there. But now, Lu Mei told her that she had a chance to enter the empty city. It gave her a huge chessboard. What does an awakened person have to do to enter the empty city? Yi Qingju took the initiative to ask. When Lu Mei sniffed, she immediately pointed at a blurry, huge tower in the distance and said, "Awakened ones who want to enter the city of emptiness only need to climb from the surface of the ground to the topmost floor of the trial tower." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingju subconsciously returned, "It's that simple?" However, her answer made Lu Mei, as well as the rest of the two, burst out laughing. "Simple? You're telling me climbing the trial tower is easy? Ha ha, that's probably the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. There are 999 floors in the Tower of Trials. Let me tell you clearly, my current power level is D. My current highest record of climbing the tower is 20 floors. You're telling me that climbing the trial tower is easy?" Lu Mei used a kind of look at a little cutie expression as she looked at Yi Qingju. Yi Qingju, who had listened to the explanation, once again revealed a look of embarrassment. Before, it was because she didn't know the specifics of the trial tower and thought that she could enter the empty city by climbing one. Only now did he realize that the trial tower was so difficult to climb. Every awakened aspires to climb the trial tower, but every one of them knows exactly how terrifying the trial tower is. Trust me, soon you'll be one of the many tower climbers, and then you'll realize how funny what you're saying now is. Lu Mei finished, gazing off into the distance, falling into a rare silence. Seeing this, Yi Qingju no longer said anything, and likewise chose to remain silent, quietly watching all the things and objects outside the window that were all extremely new to her. Half an hour later, the car entered the center of Rainbow City. After entering the center, Yi Qingju was once again shocked. Is this the core area of Rainbow City? This is too amazing. Yi Qingju let out a gasp, for at this moment, what was presented before her eyes was a highly developed and civilized city. Aerial track, maglev cars, amphibious vehicles, anti-gravity skateboards. There was nothing here that she hadn't seen in the old town. It was like living in two civilizations. As they entered the central area of Rainbow City, the car's speed was immediately reduced to normal levels, because there were just too many cars around, not just on the ground, but even in the air. Yi Qingju was like a curious baby, staring at everything around him. Finally, as she was dazzled by what she was looking at, the car pulled up in front of a huge palace. Here we are. This is the headquarters of the Transcendent Management Association. Come down. Lu Mei was the first to get out of the car and stared at Yi Qingzhu with a burning gaze. Yi Qingzhu hurriedly got out of the car and followed closely behind Lu Mei, fearing that he might get lost, because she was really going to get lost if Lu Mei really left her here. Leaving the parking lot, there were more people around. Yi Qingzhu realized that there were all kinds of people here as well. There were people with human and animal heads, people with human heads and animal bodies, and even people with 3 heads and 6 arms. Apparently they were all awakened. But of course, there were many normal-looking people here as well. It would be difficult to distinguish whether they were ordinary people or awakened ones if you just looked at them from the outside. At that moment, Lu Mei suddenly opened her mouth and chided. Don't glance around. This isn't the old town, where even a single glance could get you killed. Yi Qingzhu was appalled in his heart. A single look could potentially get you killed? Are the people here so rude and unreasonable? Lu Mei obviously knew what was on Yi Qingzhu's mind and spoke again. How can the management system of your old city be compared to the most central center of the entire Rainbow City? The hierarchy in this place is 100 times 1,000 times stricter than what you have in the old city. In this place, strength determines your status level, and status level determines everything. It's not uncommon for those who are above you in status level to have the right to dominate those below them, even to the point of giving their lives for it. So remember, the first element of survival here is, don't look at what you shouldn't look at, don't meddle with what you shouldn't meddle with, and your own life is the most important thing. Looking at Lu Mei, who was so ear to ear, Yi Qingzhu could only nod her head obediently. In fact, she also found out, before in the old city side of the arrogant incomparable Lu Mei, 3 people, at this moment is like 3 good babies, all the way bowed their heads and silent forward. Good behavior is not the way, where there is still before half a bit of arrogance. The group of 4 walked forward in silence for a few minutes before they finally entered the huge palace building. The hall was very crowded, not the least of which was a lot of prying little white faces like hers. Apparently, these were newly awakened people brought back from all over. Lu Mei led Yi Qingzhu to a clerical window, only to see Lu Mei fumble out a badge from her body without warning and hand it over. Not long after, the badge was returned, and after Lu Mei got it, her face showed a delighted expression as she looked at the remaining 2. Great! There are 600 points. We can each share 200 points. The 2 men were also overjoyed to hear this. The expressions that looked at Yi Qingzhu were a few points kinder. Afterwards, Lu Mei carefully had to take a look at Yi Qingzhu again and said, "It seems that your awakened ability is even better than I imagined, and the association even granted such a high amount of points as a reward." Yi Qingzhu revealed a puzzled expression. Seeing this, Lu Mei explained, "Usually the task of leading a newcomer back to the association is only 500 points at most, and the worst ones are even 100 points, and you have a full 600 points. So it's clear that the association recognizes your awakened abilities. Perhaps, in the near future, we might even become partners, yo." After saying that, Lu Mei patted Yi Qingzhu's shoulder and came to her ear and whispered, "Be careful, especially those smelly men. I'm talking about all of them." Yi Qingzhu froze and glanced at her in surprise. Frankly speaking, Yi Qingzhu was really disgusted with her before and found her very vicious, but when she came here, she realized that it wasn't actually that Lu Mei was vicious by nature, but that it was because she had been living in such a vicious man-eating environment for a long period of time that she had naturally derived such a character and attitude. "Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks," Yi Qingzhu said sincerely. She now had some change of heart about Willowmead. Lu Mei sniffed and raised an eyebrow at her, then twisted her water snake waist and turned to leave. "Our job is to get you here. The rest is up to you." Yi Qingzhu sniffed and didn't say anything more, just watched them leave. He waited until they had left, then turned to look at the clerical window. The office window was very high. With her nearly 1.7 meter height, she could only show half of her head at the window, and could only see that a male staff member was sitting inside. "Hello, my name is Yi Qingzhu. I'm a newly awakened person who just awakened today, and I'm here to register my personal information," Yi Qingzhu said crisply, then handed over her residence identity card. The staff member sniffed and indifferently took the ID card and quickly registered her. After finishing, he said to Yi Qingzhu, "Registration of personal information is complete. Please move to the next blood collection window." Yi Qingzhu took back his ID card and raised his steps towards the blood collection window. Then she went through a blood collection, a demonstration of her powers and the signing of a whole bunch of paperwork before she was handed a paper-sealed bag. Yi Qingzhu opened it and there were only 3 things inside. One is a feathered badge, one is a black ring made of an unknown material, and one has embedded earbuds. Badge she knows, This is every awakened person will have the identity proof, also has the function of a bank card, such as points and so on, just inside the badge, daily under consumption and so on, directly take the badge to brush the points on the line. As for the ring, it was the first time Yi Qingzhu had seen it, but it was something. Storage ring. Willow may talk to her. Every newly awakened person would be given a storage ring by the association that needed to be recognized. Immediately, Yi Qingzhu picked up the ring and put it on his right index finger and gently turned it. She immediately felt something in the ring stab her, and the ring immediately blossomed with an imperceptible light. Immediately afterward, she felt her consciousness connect to a strange space. The space was small, 4 meters in length, width and height, probably just a little bit bigger than a room. It's empty and there's nothing in it. Embedded earbuds are contactors. It has call, location, virtual sensing and more. With these 3 things, she was now an officially recognized awakened. Yi Qingzhu put the things away and took a big step towards the outside. Arriving at the entrance of the association, she was overwhelmed with excitement as she looked out over the bustling city. From now on, she'll be free to come and go as she pleases. However, just as she was fantasizing with anticipation about the wonderful life ahead of her, 3 men suddenly appeared in front of her. Hey, little sister, is this your first time in the Central District? Do you need a tour? Yi Qingzhu was immediately alert and said, thank you, no need. Instead, however, the trio pressed a step closer and said with a smile on their faces, no, you need to. Chapter 7, Insect Devil. Yi Qingzhu's face changed and he immediately looked at the 3 people, only to see that the 3 were all in their 20s, very young, with brightly dyed hair colors on their heads, and tattoos on their necks and hands, and they didn't look like serious people at first glance. Who in their right mind would tattoo Peppa Pig on their neck? What are you doing? This is the entrance to the Transcendent Management Association. After saying that, she violently released her pure white feathers, forcing the 3 to quickly retreat. Ouch! It's even a rare feather type awakened person. Not bad, but it's just a little bit better looking. It doesn't really do anything. After saying that, light flashed out from each of the 3. Rolling flames surged out of one person's body. One person's body emitted endless coldness, and one person directly turned into an Iron Man. The 3 of them directly approached Yi Qingzhu. Yi Qingzhu was completely taken aback and instinctively swung his feathers to crash into them. However, neither the whirlwinds whipped out by the feathers nor the hardness of the feathers themselves were enough to pose any threat to the trio, hitting them without any effect. Instead, their flames as well as the cold ice gave her a great threat. Help! She instinctively called for help, but the people passing by around them just looked at them and then skipped over her with indifference. It made her fall like an abyss. The 3 instantly closed in on her side, and the 2 controlling ice and fire each grabbed one of her feathers, preventing her from moving. And the guy who transformed into an Iron Man came to her and laughed cheaply. Little sister, be brother's girlfriend. Brother is lacking a girlfriend as beautiful as you. As long as you're willing to be my girlfriend, I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you. Saying that, he slowly approached Yi Qingzhu, wanting to kiss her. Bah! Yi Qingzhu directly spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm onto his face. The guy who had been spat on instantly collected his cheap laugh, and after wiping off the thick phlegm with his clothes, he glared at Yi Qingzhu with a sinister face. Humph, shame on you, take her to the hotel. The 2 men on the side immediately restrained Yi Qingzhu and dragged her hard towards the distance. Yi Qingzhu completely panicked and also screamed louder. However, the people around her directly ignored her voice, as if everyone was deaf, and Yi Qingzhu's heart turned cold little by little, and his eyes became cold and fierce. At this moment, she finally understood what Lu Mei had said to her earlier. Willow May had warned her before to be careful of the men. It was just that she didn't expect that these few people would dare to take people captive right in front of the Transcendent Management Association. And the most outrageous thing was that one by one, everyone here ignored this behavior. Did they not have any females in their family? At this moment, however, it was not the time to think about these issues at all. She was defenseless under the trio's grip, and the 3 were fast, dragging her from the entrance of the Transcendental Management Association to the door of a hotel a block away in just a few minutes. The guy who could transform into Iron Man took out his badge and opened a room before leading her upstairs. Once the 3 threw her into a room, the 3 immediately heckled with lewd and impatient expressions. Yi Qingzhu, on the other hand, was very calm at this time, because this is the second time this has happened to her. The funny thing is that the first time was yesterday, encountering this kind of colorful demon 2 days in a row. I don't know what kind of blood luck she had. Yesterday she was an ordinary person, powerless to resist. Today she is an awakened, still defenseless. It made her extremely depressed and angry inside. Why do these things happen to me one after another? Why am I incapable of resisting them? It's really upsetting. Yi Qingju stared viciously at the three. A strong killing intent burst out from her. However, the trio laughed even more indulgently at the sight of her. The guy who could transform into an Iron Man laughed. Hey, I like the look in your eyes that you'd rather die than give in. The more you fight back fiercely, the more flavorful you'll be. With that, he walked towards Yi Qingju. Yi Qingju's eyes revealed despair, and the feathers behind his back quietly reached up to his neck. She already had a death wish. Yesterday she didn't even have the ability to commit suicide, but today she can decide whether she lives or dies. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry, there's no way to repay you for raising me. Just as she was about to finish herself off, she saw several small pouches bulge steeply on her face, with what appeared to be worms climbing inside. In the next second, only Yi Qingju's body began to tremble violently, as if he was having an epileptic seizure, and his eyeballs kept rolling upwards, and her behavior froze the trio for a moment. What's wrong with her? I don't know. It's like something's seizing up. Whatever. Go! The guy who could transform into an Iron Man lunged towards Yi Qingju regardless. It was also at this moment that a dark light suddenly sprang out of Yi Qingju's mouth and sprayed straight onto the man's face, then quickly pierced through his skin and drilled into his body. The man shrieked in fear and instantly backed away, and his reaction was extremely fast, instantly alienating his entire body, turning him into a complete Iron Man. What the hell? What's on my face? The man craned his head to look at the remaining two. The two shook their heads in a hurry and returned. There's nothing on your face. Only after hearing this did the guy whose entire body had turned into metal let out a long sigh of relief and turned to look at Yi Qingju, only to see that at this time Yi Qingju had stopped trembling, only that the whites of her eyes were completely upturned over, and the whole person was like being possessed. All three of them couldn't help but look into Yi Qingju's eyes. The next second they saw a tiny worm crawling over her eyeball. The scene scared the three of them into taking a step back in unison. At this time, only Yi Qingju's eyeballs slowly moved down, sort of returning to normal, but again, it felt like something was wrong. The three of them immediately noticed with horror upon closer inspection that at the center of Yi Qingju's pupils, there was a small worm crawling continuously in each of them. What is this? The three men were all in awe. Yi Qingju, however, revealed an extremely evil smile at this time, then lightly opened her red lips and said, "You dare to move my people. You really don't know what the King of Hell's surname is." Her voice was extremely bizarre, not simply one voice, but more like two voices combined, one of which was still male and sounded extremely raspy. The three of them couldn't help but get goosebumps when they heard it. This has never happened to them before. Who the hell are you? The guy who could manipulate flames asked. Yi Qingju sniffed. The corners of his lips rose slightly, gently spitting out two words, "Insect devil." The three of them frowned, saying they hadn't heard of it. Yi Qingju didn't care. He just gently moved his neck, then stood up straight and looked indifferently at the three people. I only heard her say indifferently, "Time's up, and it's time for you all to die." As the words fell, the guy who could transform into an Iron Man suddenly clutched his head and howled miserably before collapsing to the ground. Clutching his metal head, he rolled around on the ground, wailing, before tensing his body and stopping moving altogether. And then it was seen that his head was rapidly drying up, even if he was fully metallized at the moment. In an instant, his entire body dried up, leaving only a metallized shell. After a few seconds, his metallized powers lifted, revealing his normal human complexion. Click, click, click. A rustling sound emanated from his body, followed by a bizarre worm visible to the naked eye burrowing out from underneath his dried skin and climbing to the surface. Such a frightening scene made the remaining two men's scalps go numb, and in unison they ducked to the far wall, trembling. After Yi Qingju saw their reaction, he only let out a disdainful sound before gently pointing at them. Instantly, the worms instantly catapulted up and rushed towards the two. Chapter 8, Phagocytosis. The two were scared out of their wits and instinctively drove their powers to resist. Flames erupted, instantly obliterating many of the worms. The ice did the same, instantly freezing many of the worms, causing them to fall to the ground and turn into pieces. However, a small portion of the worms still touched their bodies. Almost instantly, those worms entered their bodies and then devoured their flesh and blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. These two people also immediately collapsed on the ground, letting out mournful wails, and their supernatural powers were even sprayed haphazardly, destroying the entire room and even the entire hotel beyond recognition in a matter of moments. Just tens of seconds later, the two men's bodies turned into two skeletons, not even their skin remaining. Their flesh and blood were turned into sustenance for the worms, thus prompting them to give birth to more worms. After all three were completely devoured, those worms quickly converged into a huge mass of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood quickly wriggled and quickly took the form of a human, eventually turning into an incredibly handsome teenage boy. It was clearly Lingy-chen, but this was not the real Lingy-chen. The real Lingy-chen was still in Yi Qingzhu's house, the very same white cat. Yesterday evening, he had parasitized Yi Qingzhu after devouring those two people who were intent on violating him. Yi Qingzhu's every move was under his surveillance. He also knew everything that happened to her today, and even Yi Qingzhu's awakening was related to him, because the bodies of those who have been parasitized by him are altered. Awakening is normal. At this moment, he was also the one who manipulated Yi Qingzhu's body and killed these three colorful demons in return. Lingy-chen felt the power of this body and couldn't help but sigh softly. The blood and flesh of an awakened person is indeed more powerful. With these worms, not only will they be able to repair my body, they should also be able to start condensing spirit worms. With that, his body instantly collapsed and turned back into a worm. And these worms quickly climbed towards Yi Qingzhu's body, eventually entering her body and disappearing. Immediately afterward, Yi Qingzhu's body shook, and the worms in his eyes were hidden and disappeared. Yi Qingzhu also fell straight down and didn't wake up until tens of seconds later. When she woke up and saw the three white bones in the room and the entire hotel, she was a little shocked and confused. What happened? How did I just lose consciousness? How did they die? Soon, though, she calmed down. At this point in time, she had made a great change in her state of mind. After 2 consecutive assaults and almost being bullied, she was no longer that simple little girl. Her transformation was especially exacerbated by feeling the indifference of those who had been there before. So at this moment, facing those 3 white bones, she didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. Instead, she felt very happy. Although there were also great doubts about the deaths of these people, now was not the time to think about them. At that moment, the door to the room was rushed open and the hotel owner rushed in with several men. When they saw the 3 white bones on the ground, they were also stunned. He knew these 3 men because they hadn't done this kind of thing without spoiling the girls. However, at the moment, all 3 were dead, and there was nothing he could accuse them of. It was just that there was something strange in the way he looked at Yi Qingzhu, because he clearly saw the 3 men escorting her up here, and now it turned out to be a situation like this. What the hell happened in between? The moment Yi Qingzhu saw the boss, his expression immediately turned cold. The owner was no slouch, clearly watching her being brought up but not stopping her. Instead, cheerfully providing the venue. Garbage 1. Humph. Yi Qingzhu snorted coldly and ignored him, lifting his steps towards the door. The boss didn't dare to stop them. If she could kill those 3, she could naturally clean him up as well, so how would he dare to stand in the way? Yi Qingzhu left the hotel with quick steps and walked out for a long distance before taking a long breath. In fact, she is now on the outside looking in. She was only an awakened who had just been awakened. Her strength was low, and she was no match for the hotel owner. After stabilizing her mind, she rushed towards the subway station in the central district. She just wanted to go home now. The people in this place were just too chilling. An hour later, she finally got off the train at the subway station in Old Town. Back in Old Town, her hanging heart eased back a bit. She immediately hoofed it towards home. About her awakening, her parents must have received the news a long time ago. Mom and Dad should be freaking out already. Sure enough, when she got home, her mom and dad were waiting anxiously and impatiently at home for her return. The 2 men asked eagerly immediately upon seeing her. Qingzhu, they say you've awakened? Is it true? Yi Qingzhu sniffed, but her tears flowed out uncontrollably as she hugged them. What's going on? What happened? Tang Wan softly inquired. Yi Qingzhu gently shook his head and replied, It's fine. I just miss you guys too much. Naturally, she wouldn't say anything about her being bullied before, lest they worry. After collecting her emotions for a moment, she then replaced it with a smile and said excitedly, Dad, Mom, I'm an awakened now. With that, she flashed her badge. From now on, I can protect you and give you a better life. Every month after becoming an awakened person you get 100 points issued by the Transcendent Management Association, and 1 point can be exchanged for 100 credits. In other words, she could have 10,000 credits a month on a fixed basis even if she did nothing. It was important to know that Tang Wan and Yi Songtao's salaries were very good as teachers, but the 2 together only had more than 6,000 credits a month, and an average minor is only 2,000 credits a month at best. This shows how well awakened people are treated. Dad, Mom, we're going to have better days ahead, Yi Qingzhu said with conviction. However, Tang Wan and Yi Songtao didn't care at all. They just looked at Yi Qingzhu worriedly and softly said, None of this matters. What matters is your safety. I've heard from other teachers that the world of the awakened is very chaotic, and as long as they are strong, they can bully others at will. especially girls. It's very unsafe. When Yi Qingzhu heard this, he couldn't help but think of what had happened earlier. His eyes changed slightly, but immediately returned to normal. She looked at her parents with a bright face and said, I know that, so I'll try to get stronger. So strong that no one can bully me. I promise. At this point, Yi Songtao and Tang Wan then smiled and looked at her with relief. At that moment, a crisp meow sounded. The white cat, also known as Ling Yichen, walked towards Yi Qingzhu with elegant cat steps. After Yi Qingzhu saw him, she immediately cheered. Ah, Daodu, I missed you. With that, she let go of her parents and greeted Ling Yichen, picking him up in a hug before nonchalantly kissing him on the lips. Ling Yichen gazed at her with a pair of good-looking blue eyes, before revealing an expression that looked like a smile. There's a lot of proland, and he doesn't care as much as he did before. He obediently let Yi Qingzhu take it into her arms, enjoying her caresses. Chapter 9, Spirit Worms. For the rest of the day, the family was immersed in the joy and excitement of Yi Qingzhu becoming an awakened. Then there were the surrounding neighbors who heard about it and came with gifts to congratulate them. Directly, Yi Qingzhu's home was stuffed to the brim. The family had to entertain, and that hospitality kept them busy until close to midnight when the last wave of guests was sent away. I'm going to die of exhaustion. Yi Qingzhu sat paralyzed in his chair, so tired that his lips were peeling. On this day, they received at least hundreds of people. The house was filled with gifts all over the entire living room, and there wasn't even room to get off the floor. I can't. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Mom and Dad, the rest is up to you. Yi Qingzhu finished rushing to her parents and immediately returned to her room, quickly washing up and then falling asleep. Just tens of seconds later, she let out an even breathing sound and was already asleep. Then, after seeing her asleep through the unlocked door, Tang Wan came in, covered her up, turned off the light, and quietly left. Not long after that, Tang Wan and Yi Songtao also rested. After the entire house had quieted down, Ling Yichen, who had been prostrate at the end of Yi Qingzhu's bed, slowly opened his eyes. He easily leapt off the bed and stood in front of the bed, shifted, and in an instant changed from a white cat to a handsome teenage boy. He walked slowly to the bedside and reached out to hold Yi Qingzhu's delicate little hand. In the next second, only Yi Qingzhu's body was seen to keep surging up with a big bulging bag, and then countless worms were seen drilling out of Yi Qingzhu's body, and then entering Ling Yichen's body. A few minutes later, the worm's channeling ended, and Ling Yichen immediately let go of her, turning to sit on the ground, quietly absorbing the power he had just gained, only to see that above his body, worms were constantly surging and swimming all over his body. After tens of minutes, a faint red light began to emerge from Ling Yichen's body. Upon closer inspection, it was a red bug the size of a baby silkworm. Feeling the birth of the red bug, Ling Yichen opened his eyes, his face filled with a smile. Very good. Not only has the damage to the body been repaired, the first spirit bug has also been born, he said happily. He then closed his eyes again and continued to mobilize the worms in his body for hominid devouring and then evolution. After a few more minutes, a second red spirit bug appeared, then a third, then a fourth, then a fifth. After the eighth spirit bug appeared, Ling Yichen slowly stood up. All the worms we got today have been consumed. Feeling the power of the 8 spirit insects, he revealed a satisfied smile. Evolving a spirit bug meant that he was now several times more powerful than he was in the lab. After all, in the lab, he was supervised at all times, and even his daily meals were not enough to satisfy him, let alone having the extra strength to evolve a spirit bug. Sure enough, choosing to escape the lab was really a wise choice, even if it almost cost me my life. Humph, those who imprisoned me. When I am strong enough, I will definitely make you worse than death. Ling Yichen's eyes erupted with intense hatred. 6 years of captivity had given him a taste of all kinds of inhuman treatment. They even turned them into the inhuman, unearthly form they are today. Of course, he had them to thank for that. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have the kind of power he had today, much less the ability to take revenge. Just wait, soon I'll be back for you guys. Ling Yichen gritted his teeth and finished, turning to look at Yi Qingzhu. He hadn't intended to keep her yesterday, and it was really because he didn't have any more power left to devour her that he chose to parasitize her. But from the looks of it, choosing to parasitize her was the right move. With her as a parasite, he would have access to more awakened, and he would have the opportunity to devour more awakened. Ordinary people's flesh and blood and the flesh and blood of an awakened person were not on the same level at all. The flesh and blood of more awakened could evolve more spirit worms, and even wise worms could be expected. At the same time, it gave him a nice inspiration. I should parasitize more people and then devour more of them, which will help me evolve more spirit worms faster. Ling Yichen revealed an excited smile. and immediately lay down on his side beside Yi Qingju, quietly gazing at her sleeping face. It had to be said that Yi Qingju was really pretty, worthy of being Rainbow High School schoolflower, especially after falling asleep. She was quiet and elegant, under the light moonlight, as if she was a harmless rabbit. After these 2 days of observation, Ling Yichen already had an intuitive understanding of Yi Qingju, realized she wasn't what she thought she was before, perhaps because she was so well protected by her parents. She was simple, kind, intelligent, and brave. Coupled with the close contact over the past 2 days, this made Ling Yichen feel very favorable towards her, only to see him gently move over and sloppily kiss her on the lips with a doting smile. Then with a thought, her body quickly changed into a white cat and curled up beside her. Nowadays, his body had completely recovered, and his strength had also increased dramatically. The physical form was completely unrestricted, and he could become anything he wanted. Turning into a white cat facilitates him to hide his identity and develop silently, so he decided to just stay in this state for the time being, to prevent people from noticing that he was still alive and causing unnecessary trouble. With a dreamless night, Yi Qingju slept comfortably. Immediately after getting up, she received a message from the Transcendental Management Association. She needs to go through the transfer process today as well as the move. This she had known yesterday and had spoken to her parents. Once an awakened person becomes officially on staff, the awakened person is required to move away from their original place and enter the awakened person's unified settlement area to live. Walking out of her room, she noticed her parents were already packing their things, looking at them loading up some of the old items, household goods as well. Yi Qingju could not help but smile bitterly. Dad, Mom, it's okay if we don't take these with us. There are better ones over in the Central District and we'll just buy new ones then. When Yi Songtao and Tang Wan heard this, they immediately replied, I heard that prices in the Central District are very high, so if you can save, you should save, lest you be stretched to the limit when the time comes, and there are some things that you are used to using, and you don't want to throw them away. Yi Qingju didn't retort. She actually wasn't a wasteful person. Well then, all at your service. Then she accompanied her parents and started packing. Until she was almost done packing, she directly waved her big hand and put everything into her storage ring. Mom and Dad, I need to go to the school to check in for a transfer. You guys wait for me at home, huh? Immediately, Yi Qingju walked out of the house and walked towards the bus stop. She continued to ride the bus back to Rainbow High School as normal. As soon as she entered the school, she immediately got everyone's attention. After all, the entire school already knew she had awakened. Facing the gazes of the crowd as if they were looking at abnormal creatures, Yi Qingju was slightly uncomfortable and couldn't help but speed up his pace towards the faculty office. Everything that followed went smoothly, and it didn't take long for her to get through the transfer process. The school she was about to head to was the Alien High School, which was exclusively for awakened people. Only, it was no longer culture that was being tested there, but psychic abilities. Chapter 10, Flip-Flopping. She still harbored great expectations for the Alien Energy School, which was exclusively for awakened people. She heard from Lu Mei that in the Alien Energy School, she could learn a lot of alien energy knowledge, and she could also participate in the activities organized by the school and enter some secret realms to obtain alien energy equipment. As she was thinking about this, a cute figure suddenly jumped out from behind a stone pillar, startling her. It's none other than Chang Huan. Huan, I was just about to go find you and say goodbye. Yi Qingju happily walked over and hugged her excitedly. Qingju, congratulations, you'll be able to live in the Central District from now on and make friends with powerful psychic abilities, Chang Huan said with a face full of envy. Yi Qingju heard this but smiled bitterly. Congratulations? A chill ran through her at the thought of the people and events she had encountered yesterday in the Central District. Though people in the world of ordinary people are also cold and dangerous, but at least it won't be blatant and it won't be in broad daylight just for the hell of it. But how cruel and heartless it was in the Central District. Qingju, can I ask you to do me a favor? At that moment, Chang Huan suddenly said very seriously. Yi Qingju immediately responded. What? I've heard that there is a special area in the Central District that provides genetic potions that can help ordinary people awaken. I'd like to beg you to buy one for me. Whatever the price is, I can accept it, and at the same time, I'll give you a payment. Yi Qingju froze and stared at Chang Huan with some surprise. You want to be awakened? Chang Huan immediately nodded excitedly. Aha, since I was a child, I have been especially envious of awakened people, and especially eager to become an awakened person, who not only can have powerful abilities, but can also become friends with other powerful aliens. Looking at such an excited Chang Huan, Yi Qingju felt, for the first time, that he somewhat did not recognize her. Cheerful, The world of the awakened may not be as good as you think they are. Without waiting for her to finish, Chang Huan suddenly shook off her hand, then looked at her with an extremely angry expression. Yi Qingzhu, are you afraid that I will become an awakened and steal your thunder? The moment these words came out, Yi Qingzhu's entire body was confused. She looked at Chang Huan in surprise and amazement. At this moment, Chang Huan's face was flushed red. Her expression was a little twisted due to her anger. She had never seen such a Chang Huan before, but immediately, she collected all her emotions and turned docile and gentle again. Taking a step forward and grasping Yi Qingzhu's hand, Qingzhu, please, as long as you are willing to help me this time, whatever you ask me to do in the future will be fine. Please, I really want to become an awakened. It's just that I've never had the channel to go to the central region to buy the gene potion. Now that you've become an awakened, you can help me to buy it. That would be nothing more than a show of hands for you. Don't worry, I won't let you make a trip for nothing. I'll give you 100,000 credits as payment. Hearing this number, Yi Qingzhu was once again surprised. 100,000 credits. That was not a small amount of money. Chang Huan's family was also just an ordinary family. 100,000 credits was also a huge fortune for their family. Not to mention, purchasing a genetic potion would require a large sum of money. Huan, where did you get so much money? Yi Qingzhu inquired seriously. Chang Huan, however, acted as if she hadn't heard it, and just stared at her eagerly, inquiring, may I, please? Yi Qingzhu saw how crazy she was and directly shook his head. Huan, wake up. The world of awakened people is not as beautiful as you think. They are very cold and crazy, treating human life like grass. However, Chang Huan once again showed a huffy expression after hearing this, and said in a sneering tone, Che, standing and talking doesn't hurt. Forget it, if you don't want to help, just pull back. After saying that, Chang Huan pushed Yi Qingzhu away and turned around. Yi Qingzhu's body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with incredulity. Was this the same Chang Huan she knew? Why is she like this? Or is she already like this, and her usual good behavior and meekness is just her disguise? Looking back on all the past events, the conclusion reached was that he probably didn't know Chang Huan that well. She still remembered that the first time she met Chang Huan was when she was being bullied by other girls and she couldn't see past it and stepped in to help her. They've been friends ever since, and she's followed her lead. Come to think of it, over the years, she also seems to be very good only to herself, not so friendly to other people, and sometimes because of a little thing and other people have conflicts. Every time, she will come to herself, hoping that he, in the capacity of the class president, to help her to resolve the situation. At this moment, Yi Qingzhu suddenly had a shuddering feeling, and she was in a bad mood all of a sudden. As she walked out of the campus a little lost, she nearly bumped into someone. Yo, if it isn't our little green bamboo, what's wrong? Absent-minded? Yi Qingzhu raised his eyes and immediately saw a beautiful and delicate face. Willow May. Yi Qingzhu looked at her and the two people by her side with some dismay. What brings you here? We're here to welcome the newcomer. Another one awakened in your school. Yi Qingzhu was shocked. Another person has awakened? Well, we're off to work. Talk to you soon. Saying that, Lu Mei led her two partners to stride towards the school grounds, leaving Yi Qingzhu with an enchanting back. Yi Qingzhu thought briefly and decided to wait for a moment as she wanted to see who that newly awakened classmate was in case she recognized him. 10 minutes later, Lu Mei came out. She was followed by a skinny girl who looked a bit malnourished and younger than her, presumably a schoolmate. There was a lot of panic on the schoolgirl's thin face, but more joy and excitement. Obviously, she was happy to be an awakened. Seeing her like this, Yi Qingzhu couldn't help but think of himself. Wasn't that the same look on your face yesterday? Soon enough, Lu Mei brought the girl to her side. Still smiling, Lu Mei looked at her and said in a whirlwind, although you only awakened one day earlier than her, I believe that you should have something to say to your schoolmate, right? When Yi Qingzhu heard that, she immediately looked at that schoolmate. The name on her school uniform name tag was Tian Yingying. Tian Yingying was also looking at her, with a clear light in her eyes, and took the initiative to speak. Sister Qingzhu, I'm also an awakened now. If you don't mind, we can team up together and become partners in the future. Yi Qingzhu sniffed. A trace of bitterness appeared on his face. Then he nodded. Okay. This was followed by a reminder. Stay safe and don't trust anyone, especially those in the central district. When Lu Mei heard this, a bright smile blossomed on her pretty face before she handed Yi Qingzhu a meaningful look. Well, we're in a hurry. Afterwards, Lu Mei then swept past Yi Qingzhu with Tian Yingying, heading towards their exclusive ride, and finally left in the dust, completely disappearing from Yi Qingzhu's field of vision. Watching them leave, Yi Qingju then gathered his mind and walked briskly towards the bus stop. Chapter 11 Identity. Immediately after returning home, she and her parents left their home in the old city and put the family on a train to the central district. In the car, Tang Wan and Yi Songtao stared out of the car window like curious babies, unable to stop letting out gasps. As ordinary people, they had never been to the central district either, and naturally they had never seen the scenery of the central district. Looking at his slightly excited parents, Yi Qingju couldn't help but think secretly in his heart, I'm powerless to protect others, but I must try my best to bless my mom and dad's safety. Thinking so, she couldn't help but tighten her arms around Daodu in her arms. Daodu, don't run around when you get there. The people over there are downright bad. Watch out, they'll arrest you and lock you up with 100 female cats. Ling Yichen, who had transformed into a white cat, glanced at her faintly with a strange expression. Yi Qingju also noticed his expression and promptly snorted a laugh. Apparently she was amused by her own sneer as well. The train was fast and an hour later they arrived at the train station in the central district. After hailing a cab at the exit, I went straight to the address of my new residence. The house in the new residence was also allocated by the Transcendent Management Association, but it was only rented, and it was only 5 points per month, which was still very cheap, and converted into credits it was only 500 credits a month. It was not long before they arrived at the address of their new residence. It was a neighborhood called Sunken Garden. The location belonged to the northern part of the central district, 20 minutes away from the Transcendental Management Association, but only 10 minutes away from her new school, which was still very convenient. Sunken Garden, the houses in the neighborhood are large high-rise with dozens of floors, completely different from the low-rise houses in the old city. It also gave Tang Wan and Yi Songtao quite a shock. They are like old people who have been living in the countryside suddenly coming to the big city, looking at the skyscrapers in front of them and feeling very strongly. Mom and Dad, our home is building B1, room 808. Yi Qingju led his parents towards building B1. After walking for a while, they immediately realized that they weren't the only ones who had come here for the first time. There were others, and quite a few of them. Tang Wan and Yi Songtao had planned to go up and greet people, but were immediately stopped by Yi Qingju. Dad, Mom, remember, the people over here are not like the people in the old town. They're more dangerous and cold, and you have to be on your toes at all times. Yi Qingju cautioned seriously and gravely. When Tang Wan and Yi Songtao heard this, they immediately exchanged glances and looked at Yi Qingju suspiciously. Obviously, they also realized that Yi Qingju must have encountered something, which was why he had such a bad impression of the people here. Yi Qingju also knew that his behavior had made his parents suspicious. Immediately, he said, Dad, Mom, there are a lot of awakened people here who have no reverence for the lives of ordinary people. Moreover, the hierarchy here is very strict, and we are currently only low-class citizens, so it's better to be careful. At the mention of civic rank, Tang Wan and Yi Songtao also looked stiff. The constraints of civic rank apply even in older cities. There are 3 broad categories of civic classes: stragglers, citizens and residents. Each major category has 3 levels: low, medium and high. Yi Qingju's current civic rank was a low-class citizen, and those who were able to live in the old city were those who had reached the civic rank. As for the stragglers, in fact Yi Qingju had never seen them before, because they were a group of people who lived in the underground city and spent their days dealing with the mines, rarely coming to the surface. At least Yi Qingju had never seen them. Tang Wan and Yi Songtao, who had been warned, immediately dismissed the idea of socializing and silently walked towards their residence. I found the B1 floor, got on the elevator, and came to the door of room 808. Yi Qingju immediately took out his own badge and unlocked the security system, then entered his as well as his parents' information into it. It even has Bean's information entered into it. In the future, you'll only need to access it by scanning your face. Wow, it's so big and beautiful. As soon as Tang Wan entered the house, she was immediately amazed by the facilities and furniture. The furniture is all solid wood and there are all kinds of state-of-the-art appliances that are countless times more upscale than the old town. Even Yi Songtao was happy. Seeing that his parents were so happy, Yi Qingju also had a smile on his face, and for the first time, he felt the benefits of becoming an awakened person. This will be our home from now on. Immediately, the 3 of them began to briefly organize the house, as well as grouping the things they had brought from the old town. After finishing up, Yi Qingju looked at the early time and decided to head to the school to report to the school, so that he could understand the world of awakened people a little bit earlier, and he could also recognize himself more clearly and take control of his own supernormal abilities. Dad, Mom, I'm going to check out the new school, so familiarize yourselves with the new surroundings. Haha. With that she went out the door. As soon as Yi Qingju left, Ling Yichen, who had been quietly lying on the windowsill, whirled around and stood up in a ghostly manner, easily leaping off the windowsill and elegantly walking to the door, sweeping his own face and opening the door to go out. After exiting the door, walking around the corner, and avoiding the view of the surveillance camera, he was seen shifting and immediately transforming into a handsome teenager. The teenager sighed softly as he looked at his unarmored form. It seems that you can't keep living as a white cat either. You still need to have an identity of your own. Whirling around, he reverted back to a cat and quickly disappeared into the hallway. 20 minutes later, the headquarters of the Central District Transcendent Management Association. There was a steady stream of people coming and going in the large headquarters, but everyone was so focused on their own business that no one would care why a white cat was here. The white cat was seen gracefully walking into the association's headquarters, and towards an empty clerical window. With a gentle leap, it leapt up to the clerical window, a pair of blue eyes staring at the staff member. It was a young girl in her early 20s, with average looks, average temperament, and a name tag that read, Shuchi. Chucky saw the cat and was surprised at why a cat was here. Just as she was about to repel it, she saw a red aura appear on the cat's body, which quickly scurried up to her face and disappeared. Shuchi immediately shook in her chair, but after only tens of seconds, Shuchi returned to normal. Just by quickly operating on the computer, she quickly fabricated a reasonable and valid identity for Ling Yichen. Without delay, Ling Yichen turned around and jumped off the clerical window, striding out of the Transcendent Management Association and heading straight towards the mall not far away. Entering the mall, it went straight into a men's clothing store with 4 shoppers and a store manager. Ling Yichen's cool eyes flashed, and 5 streaks of light sprang out from his body, and after the 5 streaks of light hit their targets, the 5 immediately trembled in place, and all 5 were parasitized. Chapter 12, Arrogant to the Core. After 10 seconds or so, the parasitization was completed, and the 5 immediately picked out some suitable clothes and came to Ling Yichen, who also shifted and changed directly from a white cat to a handsome teenager. He quickly put on one of the sets and packed the rest of his clothes and dashed out of the store. 2 of the clerks followed close behind him, carrying his packed clothes for him. Ling Yichen closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting out a soothing sigh. Ah, finally I can enjoy life freely. Although he had been in this world for 6 whole years, he had been locked up in an experimental room without any freedom, or even self-respect, and was being monitored for food, drink, and transportation. It was only today that he was truly out of the hands of others and could live as a free man. The smell of freedom, it's so good, he laughed out loud. However, right at this moment, a rough voice suddenly rang out from behind Ling Yichen. Asterisk 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 asterisk, get out of my way. This caused Ling Yichen, who was full of smiles, to fiercely tighten his smile and turn around in a ghostly manner to look behind him. Only 4 men and 1 woman stood behind them. 4 men in custody of a small, delicate girl, to be exact. Seeing this daughter, Ling Yichen's eyes narrowed slightly. It was because he had seen this girl, through Yi Qingzhu's perspective to be precise, because this girl is none other than Tian Yingying. At this moment, Tian Yingying's face was as gray as death. Her eyes were dull as if she was a walking corpse. Her thin face had bright red slap marks, and the corners of her mouth had traces of blood flowing. It's obvious that he's been severely beaten up. Are you talking to me? Ling Yichen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked askance at the 4. All 4 were in their 30s or 40s and looked extremely vicious. The eyes of the 4 looking at Ling Yichen were full of disdain and cruelty. Go away, little Yakuza. You're in my way. The man at the head of the group growled rudely. However, in the next second, he only saw a light flare up from Ling Yichen's body without any warning, and quickly scurried towards the person in the lead. The man was an awakened and immediately became alert at the sight. However, even though he was an awakened, his strength was completely worthless in front of Ling Yichen. Almost instantly, the man was parasitized by the worms. Ah, the moment he was parasitized, the man immediately covered his throat and let out an ah-ah sound, but it immediately turned into a low growl of extreme pain. But at that very moment, his body fell straight down, turning into a skeleton after tens of seconds. Seeing such a horrifying scene, the remaining 3 were terrified beyond belief, dropping Tian Yingying and running. But how could Ling Yichen let them escape? The 3 were all awakened, and awakened people were all good nutrients for him, and at this stage, he still needed to rely on the blood and flesh of the awakened people to cultivate a large number of spirit insects, so he didn't hesitate to release 3 copies of the worm. The 3 portions of worms immediately flew towards the 3, instantly parasitizing them, and then began to devour them. In less than a minute, all 3 were devoured of their flesh and blood, and turned into 3 sets of ghastly white bones. After devouring the 4, he raised his eyes to Tian Yingying, who had fallen to the ground. At this moment, Tianying had already slowed down, but it's in worse shape than it was before. She looked at Ling-Chen as if she was looking at a devil, her eyes filled with fear. Her entire body sat paralyzed on the floor shivering, and she even appeared to be incontinent of urine. Seeing her like this, Ling-Chen frowned slightly, and after lifting his hand to strike a copy of the worms to parasitize her body, he turned straight away. He didn't like the people of this world, but he didn't kill them on sight. Tianying was currently not showing any malice towards him, so he naturally wouldn't kill her. Choosing to parasitize her, on the other hand, was due to the fact that he needed to develop his downline and obtain more awakened flesh and blood to cultivate spirit bugs. At this moment, Tianying did not know what Ling-Chen was thinking. At the moment, she was filled with fear and her consciousness was near collapse. She had only just awakened today, and had been filled with joy, thinking that her suffering would be over and that she could make a better life for herself and her family. However, he didn't want to encounter 4 burly men when he went out just after he finished checking in at the Transcendent Association. They beat themselves up without explanation and brought them here. She had already anticipated how miserable her next encounter would be. Instead, he suddenly encounters a bogeyman who was even more vicious than the 4 men. The 4 were wiped out in a split second. She had thought that it would be hard for her to escape death as well, but it turned out that the other party had spared her, only leaving something on her body. But what exactly she didn't know. She sat on the floor for almost 5 minutes before slowly recognizing reality. After first giving a spiteful glance at the several white bones on the ground, she whirled up and stomped on them fiercely, crying out in pain as she did so. After crushing the skulls of all 4 of them, she then quickly and furiously ran in one direction. Though it was after a robbery, she wasn't in any happy mood. What happened today will be an indelible shadow that will haunt her for eternity. The Central District is a really good place. Even if you kill someone, not too many people will ask questions. This is simply my paradise. Ling-Chen, who was walking along the road, let out a joyful exclamation. After yesterday's incident, he had realized that even if he obliterated some awakened, the law enforcement department here didn't seem to care. At least his devouring of 3 awakened yesterday by the hand of Yi Qingzhu didn't cause any serious consequences. No one even came to interrogate Yi Qingzhu. After all, the hotel owner had met Yi Qingzhu before. If someone would really investigate, then Yi Qingzhu wouldn't be safe and sound at this moment. It can thus be seen that the law enforcement authorities in the Central District have allowed such things to happen. Of course, when you think about it, that's true. If such things were not allowed to happen, then Yi Qingzhu and Tianying would not have been able to encounter that kind of thing. Good, great, just great. Ling-Chen couldn't help but marvel freely. The more this environment, the better for him. If he hadn't had the certainty of being able to cultivate the wisdom worms before, he now had a certain certainty of being able to. Once he cultivated the wise worms, then he would be considered primed for vengeance. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but look up into the sky, only to see a hidden city tucked away amongst the layers of clouds. That was the City of Air, and the place that had imprisoned him for 6 long years. Hollow City scumbags, it won't be long before I kill my way up there, and I'll use your flesh and blood to wash away all the hatred I've felt these past 6 years. Chapter 13 Neighbors. Leaving the store, Ling-Chen went to the administration department and applied for an ID card. In just 10 minutes, a thin card was distributed. Name Ling-Chen. Age, 18. Current address, 19, Genria Street, Old Town. Identity ID, 052436321988. Ling-Chen, who had gotten his ID card, had a smile on his face once again. With this ID card, he was considered a legal citizen of Rainbow City, albeit a lowly one. But at least it was a status that allowed him to move around freely. Moreover, he had set himself up as an awakened person. After getting his ID card, he once again went to the Transcendent Management Association building and went to Chu-Chi's window, where she registered himself as a newly awakened person. After completing his registration, he went to the blood collection window, allowed the staff to take a blood sample from him. Only the next second, the staff member was parasitized. His blood is completely different from ordinary people. His body tissues, including his blood, contained worms, and a single drop of blood could harbor several worms. Once his blood samples were tested and reported, then they would surely attract the attention of the Rainbow City administrators. In case it was reported to the empty city, then the people of the empty city would know that he wasn't dead. This will cause him no end of trouble. Before he had cultivated the wise worms, he didn't intend to have a head-on collision with the people of the empty city, otherwise his hard-won freedom would be lost. So, his blood sample should never be leaked. By parasitizing the staff, his blood won't leak out and he'll get a reasonable blood report. Once everything was done, he walked towards the alien testing hall. This is the final link in the process of completing the awakening registration. When he came to the alien ability testing hall, he walked up to a middle-aged man, only to hear the middle-aged man say to him, "Please show your alien ability." When Ling Yichen heard this, he immediately stretched out his hand and pretended to be using his strength, and in the next second, he only saw a few rats rustling out of a dark corner and coming in front of him, before slowly standing upright and acting beyond what rats should be able to do. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately nodded his head gently, indicating that it was okay. Ling Yichen immediately withdrew his hand, and the rat immediately returned to normal, quickly fleeing into the dark corner, and the middle-aged man immediately put a check mark on the alien ability, animal manipulation, column on one of the electronic files. This was a supernatural ability that Ling Yichen had filled in himself. At this point, the entire reporting process is considered complete. It didn't take him long to get a sealed bag. Just inside the sealed bag was a ring, an animal badge and an embedded headset. With 3 things, he was considered a legitimate newly awakened person. Putting the ring on, dropping the blood, and putting the headset on as well as the badge away, he immediately received a message from the Transcendent Administrators Association. He was also given an allotment of a new residence as well as a notice of admission to a new school. The new house and the new school were the same as Yi Qingzhu's, which he had purposely arranged using Chu Chi's identity as a staff member. At this point, the identity piece is completely done. He walked out of the Association of Transcendental Managers satisfied. However, as soon as he stepped out of the gate, 2 burly women whose bodies were so tall that they did not lose to men at all immediately walked up to him, blocking his path. Seeing these 2 women, Ling Yichen was slightly flabbergasted, because he thought of what happened to Yi Qingzhu and Tian Yingying. His heart could not help but be surprised. Holy, does it? Sure enough, the next second, only to see these 2 extremely burly fierce women carefully sizing him up before saying in a voice that was as rough as a man's, "Little brother, just became an awakened, right? Do you want to form a team with your sister and become your sister's partner?" Ling Yichen's expression was a bit ugly at this moment, but he still held back from getting angry and calmly asked, "Oh, become your partner? What do you need me to do?" The 2 women saw that Ling Yichen was so up to the task, and immediately smiled with joy. Only the smile immediately revealed a mouthful of big yellow teeth, and a foul-smelling breath smoked Ling Yichen almost didn't chew out. "Ha! At a glance brother is the one who understands. Wanting to be your sister's partner is actually very simple. You don't need to charge into battle or work hard. You just need to let your sisters relax and have fun when they are physically and mentally exhausted." When Ling Yichen heard this, he cast a sidelong glance at the girls, especially the figure that was as indistinguishable from the waist and hips as the silkworm chrysalis, and his expression grew cold. Instead, her mouth said, "Yeah, so where are the sisters going to go now?" After the 2 women heard this, the smiles on their faces became even brighter, and they even went straight up and rubbed their hands on Ling Yichen's butt. "We just came back from a mission. Now we are a bit tired. We are going to go to the hotel to take a rest. Why don't you be the one to relax your sisters, brother?" With that said, the 2 of them were like humming 2 generals clamping down on Ling Yichen with one left and one right, setting him up to walk towards the hotel in the distance. Ling Yichen didn't resist and allowed them to drag him towards the hotel in the distance. Just moments before they touched themselves, the worms had entered their bodies and lurked. By the time they were a little farther away where there was nothing, the 2 men's bodies shook, and then they collapsed with a thud like pylons. Only countless fine worms could be seen wriggling under their skin tissue, devouring the 2 of them cleanly in a matter of moments, leaving only 2 white bones. The worm that finished devouring also immediately returned to his body, transforming into a part of his body. At that moment, he snapped his fingers, and the 2 clerks who had carried his clothes came out from the corner, and after respectfully handing him the clothes in their hands, they turned around and returned to where they were working. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, was humming a little tune as he walked towards the sunken garden. When he returned to the sunken garden, Yi Qingzhu hadn't returned home yet. Through the worms in her body, he was able to sense what she was going through, and he was also able to manipulate her through the worms anytime, anywhere, so he wasn't worried at all. With his badge in hand, he opened the door to room 809 in building B1 and walked straight in. As soon as he entered the house, he immediately sat cross-legged on the bed and couch and began to cultivate the spirit insects. He had devoured 6 awakenings today, and he had enough energy in his body to be able to cultivate so many spirit insects. 2 hours later, Ling Yichen slowly opened his eyes. There was a clear look of joy in his eyes. After 2 hours of hard work, he managed to cultivate the extra worms in his body into spirit worms, totaling 16 more, adding to the previous 8. Then he now had a total of 24 spirit worms. Each spirit bug would bring him a huge increase in strength. In 1 day's time today, his strength had tripled from yesterday, which made him very happy. There are also greater expectations. It was also at this time that he sensed that Yi Qingzhu had returned. The corners of his lips lifted slightly. Then he stretched out the fingers of his right hand, only to see a wave of worms immediately gushing out from his fingertips, which separated from his fingers, then quickly wriggled, and in an instant, it turned into the appearance of a white cat. The real white cat is dead, and before that he was the one who changed into a white cat, and now that he has his own identity, he doesn't need to become a white cat anymore. So he used the worm to turn back into a white cat to accompany Yi Qingzhu so that she wouldn't go around looking for cats again. Meow. Listening to the white cat make a meowing sound, Ling Yichen smiled faintly and picked it up, walking straight towards the front door. He intended to use this to have a real encounter with Yi Qingzhu. Estimating the time when Yi Qingzhu walked to the front door, Ling Yichen also opened the door of his room in synchronization. The white cat also let out a meow as he maneuvered. Yi Qingzhu instinctively turned around and instantly saw the white cat, as well as Ling Yichen who was holding it. Chapter 14, The White-Haired Girl. Beans. Yi Qingzhu let out a soft cry and subconsciously reached out to hug. Ling Yichen also immediately handed over the white cat. However, the moment Yi Qingzhu touched Ling Yichen, her body shook violently, and a feeling like an electric shock instantly galvanized. She violently withdrew her hand and looked seriously at Ling Yichen. At that look, her face instantly reddened. So handsome. Handsome is a feeling. Although Ling Yichen had long hair that looked a bit messy, the features hidden under the messy hair were so stunning, and because he hadn't been exposed to the sun for so long, his complexion was white as if it were a piece of sheep's white jade, but his eyes were so soulful. Yi Qingzhu immediately felt his heart beating rapidly, and his face was on fire. Sorry, my cat isn't bothering you, is it? Yi Qingzhu said somewhat nervously. No, he's good, Ling Yichen said with a smile. At this moment, he was able to clearly feel what Yi Qingzhu was feeling, and knowing all the feelings she had after coming into contact with herself. Naturally, he also knew that she had a tremendous crush on him, especially after feeling her heartbeat. The smile on his face grew wider. Hello, my name is Ling Yichen. I'm also newly moved here. We'll be neighbors from now on. Yi Qingzhu's eyes lit up. You are also a newly awakened? Aha, just reported today, Ling Yichen replied. Excitement immediately surged on Yi Qingzhu's face. Yeah, that's a real coincidence. I just reported yesterday and we live in the same neighborhood. So are you going to school in the 7th grade as well? Ling Yichen nodded his head gently. The joy on Yi Qingzhu's face became even more intense. Wow, then not only are we neighbors, but we'll be classmates from now on. Yi Qingzhu almost stomped his feet in excitement. In this moment, she had forgotten to be wary of others. And at that moment, the elevator at the end of the building suddenly dinged with a crunching sound, and then 2 large and 3 small people stepped out of the elevator. Yi Qingzhu fixed his eyes on it, and then his eyes widened and his entire body froze for a moment, because the person who came was no other than Tian Yingying whom she had just met in the morning. Tian Yingying? She let out a soft whimper, then immediately walked over. Ling Yichen wasn't surprised to see Tian Yingying appear here, as she had already sensed it through the worm. At this time, when Tian Yingying saw Yi Qingzhu, her complexion first stiffened, and then her eyes reddened in aggravation. After all, she'd had that horrible encounter only 2 hours ago, and she hadn't actually gotten over it completely. Even when she told her parents everything and they gave her great comfort, she did not completely recover from that fear. At this moment, when she saw Yi Qingzhu, who was about the same age, she instantly felt like she had found a confidant, and all her emotions came pouring out. Hokage! She hugged Yi Qingzhu as tears gushed out uncontrollably. Yi Qingzhu was inexplicably distressed when she saw her like this, and she had probably guessed something. It's okay, it's all going to be okay, she whispered softly in reassurance. At this time, Tian Yingying, who was leaning on Yi Qingzhu's shoulder, suddenly saw Ling Yichen at the end of the corridor, and she first stiffened, then trembled violently as if she had seen a ghost. Seeing this, Ling Yichen just flashed her an expression that seemed to be a smile, and this made Tian Yingying scared half to death, fiercely shrinking into Yi Qingzhu's arms, not daring to look at Ling Yichen. What's wrong? Yi Qingzhu also noticed her abnormality and whirled around to look back at Ling Yichen, then said, Don't be afraid, he's our neighbor. His name is Ling Yichen. He's not a bad person. Well, it shouldn't be a bad guy. A guy who likes cats is definitely not a bad guy. When Ling Yichen heard this, he almost didn't laugh out loud, then shook his head helplessly. It's true that she's still a little girl who hasn't experienced the dangers of the human heart. At that moment, He didn't stand still anymore and walked step by step behind Yi Qingzhu with the cat in his arms, then rushed to Tian Yingying as well as her parents and said, "Hello uncle and auntie, from now on, we'll be neighbors. This student, don't be afraid. From now on we're not only neighbors but also classmates. Please take care of us." Listening to him speak so gently, Tian Yingying quietly revealed her head to take a look at Ling Yichen, and immediately thought of the fact that he had easily exterminated 4 powerful awakened. She still shrank back her head in fear. Seeing this, Ling Yichen laughed lightly, placed the cat in his hand on the ground, and softly said, "I won't bother you guys then. I'll go out and buy some food. See you later." Immediately, he swept past a few people and headed towards the elevator. Only after Ling Yichen left did Tian Yingying come out of Yi Qingzhu's arms and looked at her with red eyes. "Are you familiar with that person just now? Senior sister?" Tian Yingying said in a sticky voice. Yi Qingzhu smiled lightly and shook her head. "Not familiar. First time I've seen it. What's wrong?" Tian Yingying immediately returned after hearing this. "If you don't know him well, senior sister, try to stay away from him. Tian Yingying stammered, not knowing how to express how she felt about Ling Yichen. Call him a bad guy, but then again, he really saved her. Call him a good guy. He also killed 4 powerful awakened in an instant. Moreover, she sensed an extremely terrifying killing chance from his body. It was a terrifying killing intent that would exterminate anyone it faced without hesitation. So she's scared, intimidated, terrified. Yi Qingzhu, as her schoolmate, and had kindly given her tips before, so she was just trying to warn Yi Qingzhu at the moment. Seeing this, Yi Qingzhu smiled heartily and tenderly stroked Tian Yingying's head, replying, "I know, I won't easily trust strangers now, and neither will you." Tian Yingying nodded heavily. After that incident, she was now also extremely wary of people in the central district. "Well, it's okay, from now on, we're not only neighbors, but also classmates. We can go to and from school together. We can be companions together, and we can share things together." "Aha!" Tian Yingying nodded again. Yingying Tian's family then moved into room 807. Yi Qingzhu also returned home and told his parents about the new school. At this time, Ling Yichen was in the department store supermarket at the entrance of the neighborhood to buy daily necessities. He was still quite excited about the new life that was about to begin. 6 years as a prisoner had left him desperately craving an ordinary life. Now that he finally had the opportunity to enjoy a peaceful life, he of course cherished it extraordinarily. The house allocated by the Transcendental Management Association is fully furnished with furniture and electrical appliances. The only thing missing is a few household items. After Ling Yichen bought all of them one by one, he couldn't wait to come to the vegetable section. And when he saw that there were chili peppers for sale, his eyes instantly lit up. During those 6 years of incarceration, he was rarely able to eat normal food, so now he has a big obsession with food as well, especially chili peppers. All he wanted to eat right now was a chili pepper stir-fry and skinny eggs with a ring of chili. As a Jiangxi native, I've been spicy-free since I was a kid, and in the past 6 years, he hadn't tasted a single thing with a spicy flavor, and now he just wanted to show off a painful meal of chili. The peppers were sold at 5 credits a pound, and Ling Yichen bought 5 pounds in one go. Then came the purchase of meat, and instead of ordinary pork, the department store supermarket sold a type of meat called spiny pig for 15 credits a pound, and he bought 2 pounds of it. Then after buying a whole bunch more spices, he was content to head for home. Waiting for him to walk to the first floor of building B1 and prepare to take the elevator, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted from behind him. He couldn't help but look back and immediately saw a figure that made his eyes light up. It was a stunningly beautiful exotic girl who was close to 1 meter 8 in height, with an extremely good figure, deep features, and a look that was indistinguishable from that of Yi Qingzhu. Most of all, she had extremely striking long pure white hair and a pair of turquoise blue eyes. Chapter 15, Dabbling. Ling Yichen gave her a quick glance, then withdrew his gaze and pressed the elevator. The white-haired girl stood quietly behind him, waiting for the elevator. After the elevator door opened, Ling Yichen entered first and pressed the 8th floor. Seeing this, the white-haired girl who entered the elevator right after her, her gaze couldn't help but fall on Ling Yichen's body, and didn't bother to press the elevator floor. The elevator quickly reached the 8th floor, and Ling Yichen walked straight out of the elevator towards room 809. The white-haired girl also immediately stepped out of the elevator and came to stand in front of room 806, then turned her eyes to look at Ling Yichen and suddenly spoke. "Hello, my name is Dabu Nyo, and from now on we will be neighbors." When Ling Yichen heard this, he immediately stood still, his brows slightly furrowed. "W? Dabu Nu is pronounced with just a W. Hello?" Ling Yichen simply replied back and continued to lift his steps, walking towards his home. However, after just a few steps, The white-haired woman named W spoke once more. What's your name on that? Ling Yichen stood still again, and his brows furrowed a little deeper. However, he still didn't turn around and just said calmly, Ling Yichen. After saying that, he took a step to the door of his house, swiped his card to enter, and slammed the door of his room heavily shut with a bang. This caused W's expression to stiffen slightly, somewhat puzzled. She thought she hadn't been rude in any way, so why was this neighbor named Ling Yichen like this? Never mind, maybe that's just his personality. W shrugged and also pulled out a badge from the ring on his hand, which had a pair of feathered wings printed on it, exactly the same as Yichengju's. After swiping his card and entering, the hallway fell silent. At the same time, Ling Yichen's home, with his hands full of his belongings, he stood fixedly behind the door, his eyes closed as he listened for movement in the hallway outside the house, confirming that W had entered the house before he exhaled softly. It should just be a coincidence. The people from the Heavenly God Laboratory shouldn't have realized that I faked my death to get out of it yet. It's unlikely that they would come to my door so soon. If it's really someone from the Heavenly God Laboratory, then she should just do it directly. Yes, it's just a coincidence that she's not from Sky God Labs. Ling Yichen thought silently, his inner turmoil relaxing a little. It wasn't surprising that he was so nervous, because he clearly remembered that the person who had locked him in the lab 6 years ago was the white-haired, blue-eyed Fae. At the same time, he had seen several white-haired, blue-eyed people visiting him during his 6 years of captivity. He still remembers how the staff in the lab treated them with respect. Apparently, those white-haired, blue-eyed Fae were the real owners of the lab. Thus, at this moment, seeing such a person again, Ling Yichen could not help but feel some abnormal emotions. Phew, he took a deep breath and then let it out slowly, calming himself before putting the contents of his hand into the fridge and then starting to cook. Learn to cook, to be precise. He was only 12 years old when he came into this world, a child. It was only possible to replicate the steps of my mom's cooking by using the memories in my head. The vegetables were washed and then cut, and because they hadn't been cut, the knife was very rough, and what should have been thin slices of meat came out as chops with a touching thickness. It took no small amount of effort to cut up the meat and then begin to stir-fry it. This part was kind of simple and easy to do, but the problem was that after he had fried a slightly rough chili pepper stir-fry, there was a knock on the door of his room. Ling Yichen had to interrupt his cooking and opened the door to his room. The door to the room opened, only to see 7 or 8 people standing outside. Yi Qingju's family of 3, Tian Yingying's parents as well as Tian Yingying, who was standing far away, and that white-haired woman W were also there. The 7 men covered their noses and mouths in unison, coughing every now and then and looking at him with pained faces. Seeing such a formation, Ling Yichen vaguely knew why everyone was standing here. It's the chili. Although the chili pepper smell from stir-frying is sucked up by the hood, the chili pepper smell that is discharged out of the house will be affected by airflow and drift to several other households. For those who love chili, that little bit of spice is nothing, but for people who can't eat chili peppers, that's tantamount to poisoning. It could choke them half to death. Sure enough, the next second, Yi Qingju's mom, Tang Wan, spoke up, "Son, you're cooking?" Ling Yichen pursed his lips and nodded gently. "Fried pork with chili peppers?" Tang Wan continued to ask. Ling Yichen nodded again. "That, Auntie is not blaming you, huh? It's just that the spicy smell is really heavy. It floated into our house. We were all spiced out of our eyes." Ling Yichen raised his eyes to look, and saw that the eyes of several people were teary. Ling Yichen raised his eyebrows slightly and did not squeak. He wanted chili right now, and he'd be upset if even that desire was denied. Tang Wan smiled awkwardly when she saw that his expression was a bit unattractive. Strictly speaking, there was nothing wrong with Ling Yichen. After all, people were cooking in their own houses and doing whatever they wanted. Why don't you come to my house to eat later? You like chili? I can make something with chili, but it won't be as spicy as what you make. But there's a meal fee, a meal of 10 credits. When Ling Yichen heard this, he looked at her with some surprise. The next second, he readily agreed. "Good, thanks Auntie." A smile appeared on Ling Yichen's face. Before, he thought that cooking wasn't difficult, but after actually making a meal, he felt how hard it was to cook. Now that Tang Wan had made such an interesting proposal, he was of course happy to do so. "Even if you can't eat chili all the time, it's acceptable. Then I'll eat at your house from tonight onwards, haha." After speaking, Ling Yichen nodded at Tang Wan before turning around and heading back to the house. Outside the door, everyone looked at Tang Wan in unison. Everyone originally wanted Ling Yichen to slightly stop paying attention and not make it so spicy, but they didn't expect things to develop into having him come to the house for dinner. Ahem, he's alone anyway. One more person is just a matter of one more pair of chopsticks. saving him from choking everyone by making such spicy dishes every day. Tian Yingying's family was naturally happy to do so, so they didn't say anything and went back to their own homes. At this time, a white-haired Dabu Nu arrived slowly in front of Tang Wan and said slightly shyly, "Auntie, can I go to your house for dinner too? I don't know how to cook." "Of course, I'll pay for food too." Tang Wan froze for a moment and twisted her head to look at Yi Songtao and Yi Qingzhu. The two were also at a loss. After a little thought, Tang Wan gently nodded in agreement. One more person is still eating, two more people are still eating, and since they're all neighbors and they're all half-grown kids, there's still nothing wrong with having a meal. Chapter 16 The Sun and Moonlock. At this time, Ling Yichen, who had already returned to the house, through Yi Qingzhu, also knew that W was going to go to Yi Qingzhu's house to rub it in. He sighed softly, because he didn't really want to have too much contact with W. Although she wasn't necessarily from the Celestial God Laboratory, she must be related to those people. After all, they all had the same hair color and pupil color and were of the same race. However, he had no right to interfere with Tang Wan's decision, and for the moment, he could only take his time and observe W's situation. Thinking so, he sat down at the table and picked up his chopsticks to take a bite of the chili pepper stir-fry he had fried. As soon as the dish entered his mouth, Ling Yichen immediately spat it out with a pained expression. "Hiss, it's so salty." He hurriedly took out a bottle of water from the refrigerator and gulped it down. At this moment, he felt more and more that his decision to dine at Yi Qingzhu's house was extremely wise. Next, he filled a bowl with half a bowl of water and then ran the meat and chili he had chucked up through the water, barely eating some of it before dumping all the rest of the meal. After this experience, he won't even think about burning rice in the future. After briefly tidying up the house, the time came to 2 o'clock in the late afternoon. He stood quietly on the balcony, squinting at the sky. The sky was cloudless at this time, and the sun was scorching the sky. However, in Ling Yichen's eyes, above that round of hot sun, there were two purple halos interlaced horizontally and vertically. It looked as if the sun was locked up by these two purple halos. This was something that Ling Yichen had noticed since he first descended into this world 6 years ago. Not only the sun, but even the moon was bound by two interlocking purple halos, as if it was locked up. For the past 6 years, he had been thinking about the world, and what kind of world it was. Before, he was imprisoned in a cage with no way to understand. But now, he finally had a chance to go deeper. Only by understanding this world can I find my way home, Ling Yichen said to himself. Yes, he wants to go home. He misses his mom and dad and his sister. He originally lived in a happy and fulfilling family. His mom and dad ran a good company. His sister was very cute, and he was also a good student, having successfully graduated from elementary school and about to enter junior high school. But on a graduation excursion organized by the school, their car was struck by lightning on a hill, and the car went out of control and ran out of the driveway, plunging into the abyss, and he passed out when the car fell into the abyss. The person wakes up in the world and is quickly discovered and then arrested. He was locked up without even a single power of explanation or defense, locked in a laboratory cage. One off is 6 years. During these 6 years, he slowly learned the words and language of this world, and profoundly realized that this world was different from the one he had perceived. It's a powerful world with magic and powers. Humans are clearly divided into classes. Those who live in the underground are stragglers. Those who live on the surface are citizens, and those who live in the city of emptiness are residents. Although he hadn't met many people, he knew that the power of the world was in the hands of the people of the empty city. The stragglers of the earth and the citizens of the surface are captive dolls. Yes, that's right, dolls. He had once seen the staff there in the lab, randomly using some of the surface people for experiments, and the dead people were pulled away by carloads. Extremely cruel. That's when he learned to hold back. He could endure even the greatest pain because he wanted to live, and only by living could he have hope. Just as he was thinking about this, there was another knock on the door of his room. He quickly collected his thoughts and walked slowly to the door. Opening the door, outside the door stood Yi Qingzhu as well as the white-haired female W, while Tian Yingying stood at a distance, wary and not daring to come forward. I'm going to take them to familiarize themselves with the new school. Do you want to come along? Ling Yichen sniffed and nodded without hesitation, doing a full set of theater. Since his current identity was a newly awakened person, he naturally had to be a qualified rookie awakened person. I've actually been there this morning, but you guys haven't been there, so I can just show you the way. Let's go then. Immediately, Yi Qingzhu took the lead and walked in front, then took Tian Yingying, who was leaning against the wall and didn't dare to look directly at Ling Yichen, by the hand. And at this moment, the white-haired female W shot a glance at Ling Yichen. Classmate Ling Yichen, it seems that we'll have many more chances to meet in the future. so please teach us more. With that, she stretched out her small, white, delicate hand. Ling Yichen, however, glanced at her indifferently and stepped to skim over her, ignoring her. At this moment, W's eyes were filled with doubt, looking fixedly at Ling Yichen's back and whispering, "Strange, what exactly did I offend him?" Then she hurriedly followed, jogging to Ling Yichen's side and directly inquired, "Classmate Ling Yichen, did I offend you in some way? You seem to dislike me a lot." Ling Yichen choked slightly. He didn't know if this guy was obtuse or really nervous. Normal people who encounter ones that don't like them usually choose to ignore the other person instead of putting a hot face on their cold ass. But W didn't have any self-consciousness at all, clearly sensing Ling Yichen's dislike still frantically sticking upwards. "Isn't that asking for trouble? Is she a jitterbug? Well, I don't like you, especially with your white hair and blue eyes." Ling Yichen was not spoiled and said directly. W sniffed, revealing a look of realization. "Ah, so that's it. That's good. I can dye it green, and the pupils can wear contacts." When Ling Yichen heard this, he squinted at her as if he was looking at a mentally retarded child, then quickened his pace and walked forward a short distance in an attempt to separate himself from her. Unexpectedly, W immediately caught up and inquired, "What color hair and pupil color do you like? Black, green, or pink?" Ling Yichen rolled his eyes and chose to ignore it. However, W wasn't going to let Ling Yichen off the hook and continued to talk. Even if Ling Yichen didn't answer her, she was able to chat with herself, completely a chatterbox. In response, Ling Yichen felt a double headache. He likes quiet and doesn't like having people chattering in his ear. So, he opted for the most direct approach, fingers curling up and flicking a few worms at her. He was going to parasitize her so he could shut her up. However, when those worms were about to come into contact with W, a bright golden light suddenly bloomed on W's body surface, which instantly formed a protective shield and incinerated those worms into soot. This made Ling Yichen startled and stare at her in surprise. It was the first time he had been unable to parasitize someone else. To be precise, for the first time since coming to the surface, he was unable to parasitize another person. "She's really from Hollow City." Ling Yichen's pupils contracted violently. Chapter 17, The People of God. Ling Yichen clearly remembered that 3 years ago, after he had gone through countless ravages and passed countless tests, the lab researcher gave him a rare full meal, and even gave him a bath so that he could sleep comfortably. Then on the next day, a lot of people came from outside the lab, including several guys with white hair and blue eyes. It was as the group watched that the lab researcher brought in a potion and injected it into his body. He had expected it to be the same as the usual injections, and that it would only make him feel bad for a while. Without wanting to, his nightmare officially began when that potion was injected into his body. On the first day of injecting the potion, numerous pustules appeared on the surface of his body, itching and hurting. The scariest thing was that he could clearly see worms wriggling inside those pustules. On the 10th day of the injection, he was completely incapacitated and could only lie there and watch as a worm crawled out of the abscess and ate away at his body. On the 20th day after the injection of the potion, his body below the neck was completely turned into white bones. The flesh and blood on his body was eaten clean by the worms, and only one eye and a little bit of skin and flesh were left on his head. The most terrifying thing was that his consciousness hadn't dissipated, and he could even see and sense all the conditions of his body. The first month after the injection, he was completely dead, but it's not exactly dead, because he turned into a worm. He is the worm and the worm is him. It was as if his consciousness had been split into countless parts. Each worm has his own consciousness. It's a very eerie feeling. On the 45th day of injecting the potion, he was able to manipulate some of the worms and congeal into part of his body. On the 60th day of injecting the potion, he was able to manipulate all the worms in their entirety, allowing them to congeal into a complete version of himself. He clearly remembered how shocked and excited those outside the lab had been when he had managed to manipulate the worm into his full self. He also felt shocked by what he had accomplished. Just when he thought he had the strength to fight back against his enemies, he attempted to attack the lab researcher with the worm, only to find that the researcher's body generated a golden shield, one that easily obliterated the worm. He had thought that was an exclusive ability of this researcher, but he next realized in despair that every researcher in the lab was capable of generating such shields. He couldn't hurt them at all. It was only over the next long period of time that he realized that every resident of the empty city possessed this shield, that it wasn't some kind of power brought about by a device, but originated from their bodies that could generate this energy shield on their own. In other words, anyone who possessed such a shield was bound to be a resident from the city of air, and the W in front of him was clearly from the city of emptiness. That's why at this moment, Ling Yichen looked at W with such a look in his eyes, and at that moment, W's face changed slightly when he saw the shield appear. She then, however, yanked Ling-Chen over, shielding him behind her, and said vigilantly, "Be careful, there's an enemy attack. I'm under attack." Seeing her like this, Ling-Chen froze instead. First he glanced at her, then his eyes burned into the shield she was wearing. He reached out and touched it, and the shield only flickered slightly and showed no other reaction. This surprised him even more. Technically, his body is made of worms, and he and the worms are one. That shield would sear the worms that were trying to parasitize her, but it wouldn't harm him. What's going on here? Could it be that this shield can sense hostility? It only intercepts on its own when something with malicious intent toward its owner approaches? Thinking of this, he slammed down on the ground, and immediately several worms fell to the ground, rapidly approaching towards W. In the next second, only green smoke was violently breathing around W's feet. Once again, the shield wiped out the worms. Indeed, the worms are trying to parasitize her, so they'll be intercepted and killed by the shield. I was only trying to test the shield when I touched her. I wasn't trying to parasitize her, so the shield didn't hurt me. This shield can really detect malice from the outside world. Amazing. At this moment, Ling-Chen was filled with curiosity about this shield, and at this moment, when W saw smoke rising from his feet, he immediately took 2 steps back to the side, while not forgetting to grab Ling-Chen's hand. Ling-Chen immediately broke away from her hand and said softly, "It's some small bugs, no need to make a fuss," then stride toward the elevator. W sniffed, then breathed a long sigh of relief before rushing to follow. "Hey, I was afraid someone would hurt you. By the way, what are your powers?" Once again, W began to ask long questions, and Ling-Chen chose to ignore them, quickly coming to Yi Qingzhu and Tian Yingying's side. After the 4 of them came together, W then let go of Ling-Chen and started chatting with the remaining 2 girls. Girl friendships always come a little faster, and it didn't take long for the 3 girls to become such good friends that they were close to making a blood oath in the peach orchard. On the contrary, it was Ling-Chen, a boy, who was following them, who seemed a bit redundant. The 4 of them came to the entrance of the Sunken Garden neighborhood, took a cab, and spent only 5 minutes to the school they were about to enroll in. Standing at the entrance of the school, he looked at the plaque of the Central District's 4th Advanced Alien School, and fell into silence. Yi Qingzhu said, "The Central region has a large population base, with a full 60 million people, of which only 20% are ordinary people. The rest are all awakened, and among those 80% of awakened people, another 30% are teenage awakened people and 20% are newly awakened people. So, the number of alien schools in the Central District is a full 16, and the one in front of us is just one of those 16. Ranking is strength, which means that the strength of the awakened in this school is ranked 4th. Yi Qingzhu spoke at length. It was as if she was an old student of this school, but in reality, she had only been here at noon. Wow, sister is so powerful, worthy of being the academic schoolgirl of our Rainbow Middle School, Tian Yingying said with a face full of adoration. When Yi Qingzhu heard her say that, her small face suddenly blushed. Why, talk about a schoolgirl, that's just in a small place like the old town. There's a frightening amount of pretty girls here. Just look at W, she's better looking than me. Apart from that, I've heard that there are a lot of beautiful foreign girls here, and it's rumored that there are godfolk here." Godfolk? Tian Yingying and W including Ling-Chen shouted in unison. Yi Qingzhu quickly nodded his head and said gruffly, "Well, that's right, it's the godfolk, the so-called godfolk. I've heard that they're a higher level of existence than the residents inside the empty city. I've also heard that the godfolk are those who possess the bloodline of a god and are born with powerful psychic abilities, and their looks, each one of them, are extremely impressive. Of course, I'm just hearing about it, huh? We still have to wait until we enter the school to really find out the details." Chapter 18, Male Favorite? Ling-Chen really didn't know much about the so-called godfolk. Tian Yingying and Yi Qingzhu had lived in the old city since they were young, and had never even seen many awakened people, much less would they know about the divine folk. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at W, only to see W's clear eyes and curious face, as if he really didn't know what was going on. This caused Ling-Chen to raise his eyebrows slightly. He was unaware of what was going on outside the empty city because he had been locked up in the lab for 6 years. But she was a resident from Hollow City, so she should have known something. But looking at her expression, it wasn't like she was pretending. At this time, Yi Qingzhu rushed at the several people and said, "All right, the school is huge. We have to hurry before we can finish strolling around. Let's go." With that she led the trio like a guide as they stepped onto the campus. Although Ling-Chen hadn't been here before, he barely had a preliminary grasp of this school's zoning through the worm inside Yi Qingzhu. The entire school is very large and is divided into a cultural area and an alien area. The cultural area is naturally a place for studying cultural subjects, with cultural classrooms, a library, a sports hall and a cafeteria. The alien zone, on the other hand, is where you learn about your abilities, with alien classrooms, alien testing rooms, an athletic hall, and a dueling arena. Although the four of them were of different ages, Ling Yichen and Yi Qingzhu were 18, W was 17, and Tian Yingying was 16, yet they were all placed in the freshman year. Anyone under the age of 20 who had awakened their psychic abilities would be sent to the school for unified learning, and those over the age of 20 who have awakened their psychic abilities are sent to the military department for study. However, the four were not in the same class. Ling Yichen was in class 1, Yi Qingzhu was in class 2, W was in class 4, and Tian Yingying was in class 10. I've heard that classes are divided according to the strength of their powers. In other words, Ling Yichen's alien energy strength was by default the most powerful of the four. Therefore, when the three of them learned that Ling Yichen was assigned to the first class, they couldn't help but cast a curious look at him. Student Ling Yichen, what is your special ability? I know it's personal, but I'll trade you. My power is flight, W said, only to hear her clothes violently propped up and split. A pair of golden feathered wings stretched out from behind her, with a wingspan of 3 meters long, very domineering. The three of them were astonished at the sight, especially Yi Qingzhu, because her powers were the same. The difference was that her wings were colored one black and one white. Yeah, my powers are the same as yours, but my wings are black and white in color. Yi Qingzhu looked at W with a face full of excitement. She didn't show the wings though. After all, every time you stretch your wings, you have to break a piece of clothing and risk getting naked. W sniffed and also looked at Yi Qingzhu excitedly. Really? Then your powers should be stronger than mine. And if the wings are black and white, it's possible that you have two different powers, W said as he retracted his wings. Then, she was only seen ripping off the tattered clothes on her body, unapologetically displaying her upper body and showing off her proud capital. When Ling Yichen saw this, although he was surprised in his heart, he didn't hold back in any way. Instead, he appreciated it greatly. Are you kidding? People aren't afraid. I'm afraid of nothing. On the contrary, when Yi Qingzhu and Tian Yingying saw this, their expressions were a bit shy, and at the same time, they were shocked by W's audacity. She also stole a glance at Ling Yichen on the side. Seeing Ling Yichen staring straight at W, a strange look could not help but rise in his eyes, especially when he saw that Ling Yichen was looking at that spot. He couldn't help but glance down at himself, his expression having some slight loss. Hers isn't really small, but it's a slight step down from W. Ahem, let's hurry up, or we may not be able to finish shopping before dark, Yi Qingzhu said softly. The four of them immediately ended the topic and walked together towards the interior of the campus. The campus at this time of the day was not yet dismissed and there were quite a few trainees walking around. The arrival of the four didn't cause too much of an impact, but there were quite a few trainees who would cast some curious gazes when they saw them. Among them, the ones they looked at the most were surprisingly all Ling Yichen. Only, most of their gazes were tinged with playfulness and contempt, although Ling Yichen didn't particularly care about it, but after seeing it so much, there was something in his heart that wasn't happy about it, so the expression on his face gradually cooled down. Of course, he wasn't the only one who noticed the situation. The remaining three girls vaguely sensed it as well. What's going on? Why are they all looking at Ling Yichen so strangely? The attentive Yi Qingzhu glanced at Ling Yichen suspiciously. Tian Yingying also quietly glanced at Ling Yichen. Although after a while she had gradually become less afraid of Ling Yichen, she also didn't quite dare to talk to him yet. On the contrary, W snorted out a laugh when he heard it. Immediately, the three of them looked at her in unison, their eyes filled with inquiries, and it was obvious that she seemed to know the reason, because they think he's our pet. Pets? The three shouted in unison. What do you mean? Yi Qingzhu pursued. W immediately explained. I'm sure you've all experienced harassment by the opposite sex when you reported to the Transcendent Management Association, right? This is actually an unwritten rule in the awakening industry and the first subject that every awakening needs to deal with. Awakened people usually carry out missions in small teams. The least number of them are 3 or 5. The normal ones are 10-member teams, and the most number of them is 30. And teams beyond 30 people aren't squads, they're teams. The reason why so many people are needed is because the tasks that the awakened need to accomplish are difficult. It's for this reason that almost no squad wants to take a newcomer. As a result, the Transcendent Management Association has issued a rule that any team that has not reached full strength must bring in a newcomer. Originally it was a positive rule, but over time it developed into a bizarre direction. When squad members select new members, They choose to pick the opposite sex and violate that opposite sex as a way of corralling and suppressing the other person and subsequently captive. Anyway, you're a newcomer. You don't need to contribute to doing the mission. You just need to follow around and take care of the older team members' food and physical needs. So, over time, the term pet came about. Newcomers are pets. Teams that don't have a full complement are waiting for the right pet for them at the entrance of the Transcendental Management Association. Out of the four of us, only student Lingy-chen is male, so the others might have misunderstood and thought that Lingy-chen was the male favorite of the three of us. Chapter 19, Punching the Goddess. Hearing this, Yi Qingju and Tian Yingying both looked abnormal. Despite their previous encounters, they resisted and loathed them from the bottom of their hearts. What a crap ethos this is all about. Yi Qingju couldn't help but curse lowly. W sniffed and burst out laughing softly. Well, there is indeed a problem with the ethos, but it's all a matter of the circle, and the Transcendent Management Association doesn't meddle in regulating this. So, if it's countered by a newcomer, there won't be anyone to care. Yi Qingju and Tian Yingying's complexion changed once again after hearing this. Yi Qingju was fine. After all, she was manipulated by Lingy-chen at that time, and her memory was faulted. Even if she had doubts in her heart, she couldn't find any traces. Only, in the back of her mind, she also knew that this whole thing was unusual. She also realized that ever since that night when she went out to look for Daodu and met the bandits, unusual things had been happening to her on a regular basis. She also has in constant attention to everything around her. Unfortunately, she didn't find any evidence. As for Tian Yingying, she had seen Lingy-chen devour 4 senior awakened with her own eyes. At this moment, she couldn't help but look at Lingy-chen as well, and happened to meet his gaze towards her. This caused her figure to tremble, and she couldn't help but move to Yi Qingju's side, using Yi Qingju's body to circumvent Lingy-chen's gaze. When Lingy-chen saw this, his expression was wooden because he didn't care. Tian Yingying had already been parasitized by him. Her life and death were manipulated in his hands, and he was not worried at all that she would reveal her secret. If she dared to speak, the worms inside her would sense it. What's more, what's the point of saying it? People in general are sustenance to him. It could be said that the average person was no threat to him. The ones who could really be a threat to him were those from the empty city like W. Thinking about that, he couldn't help but look to W. Worms don't work on her. I don't know if spirit worms will work. We'll have to find a chance to try. Just as he was thinking about this, Yi Qingju on the side suddenly said, "Why don't the four of us form a squad, so we can go to the association's mission hall to pick up some missions and earn points? Points are very important to the awakened. Equipment exchange and entering the secret realm all require points. Most of all, the family needs points for their lives too." Speaking of this, Yi Qingju couldn't help but look at Lingy-chen and W. Both of them are now going to be dabbling in her house from today onwards, and dabbling requires credits, which are also traded for points. Tian Yingying was the first to agree, because she was also like Yi Qingju. She needed to take care of her family's expenses. Her parents were both ordinary people who were not very good at finding a job in the central district, and they all needed to rely on her to support the family for the time being. Lingy-chen didn't have any comments. W also readily agreed. It's possible. However, the four of us are all newcomers and the team is weak, so we might not be able to take on a high-ranked quest. So it's best to also look for a senior awakened who is a bit stronger to do so. There are also level requirements for taking quests. It has to do with the strength of the awakened person themselves. The strength levels of the awakened are, from lowest to highest, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. The four of us are all newly awakened. Our strengths are all at the lowest level of F. We can only take on F-ranked quests. It's best to find another E-ranked or D-ranked strength so that we can take on higher quests and be paid a bit more. After saying that, W swept a glance at the three Lingy-chen and asked, "Do you have a suitable candidate?" The three shook their heads in unison. "Okay, I'll look back then." W was self-conscious enough to wrap this up, and that's settled. The four of them walked through the school, chatting as they went, but they quickly wandered through a large portion of it. Just as the four of them were about to stroll through the rest of the section, a large group of people, 24 or so, suddenly appeared on their face, only to see a dozen or so people surround the 7 people in the center like stars, and among the 7, another small circle formed, 6 of whom were obviously complimenting the one in the very center. The 4 of them just looked at it from afar and immediately felt their eyes light up. "It's beautiful," the 4 said in almost unison. That's right, the person who was surrounded by the stars of the crowd at the very center was a girl, extremely beautiful, even more exquisite than Yi Qing's by a few points. She had hair like gold, long hair that hung down her back like a waterfall, A face that was exquisite as if it had been carved by the best sculptor. And most of all, she had golden pink eyes. It was an extremely rare pupil color that made people not dare to look directly at it. In addition to this, she had an aura of cleanliness and purity like a god, as if she was surrounded by countless divine lights. It even gave people an illusion as if she had a shield made of a halo around her. The moment they saw her, the first word that popped into the crowd's minds was, Godfolk. That's right, the Godfolk with the divine bloodline that Yi Qingju had mentioned before should be her. Just as the four were still mesmerized by this young girl's stunning beauty and temperament, 5 or 6 people in school uniforms suddenly came in front of them and chided. What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry back and kneel down to greet the goddess? Several people then realized that the surrounding students had backed up to the curb and were kneeling respectfully. Yi Qingju hurriedly pulled Tian Yingying and W back. Ling Yichen was originally standing behind them and could only be forced to move back. When the few people retreated to the far side of the road, Yi Qingju, Tian Yingying as well as W all naturally knelt down, ready to greet the goddess. Only Ling Yichen stood as straight as a pine and cypress, his eyes looking at those few people in an unkind manner. Let him back off even if you want him to kneel. Want to eat? People in this world had long ago gotten used to the strict hierarchy and the use of kneeling to show respect to the higher-ups, but he couldn't accept it, trying to get him on his knees. No way. When several people saw Ling Yichen standing straight up, they immediately showed a ferocious light on their faces and fiercely rebuked. Dog, you're looking for death? How dare you not kneel down? Wait in case you offend the goddess. Your entire family will be exterminated. Hearing this, killing intent instantly erupted in Ling Yichen's eyes as well. Just as he was about to parasitize them with worms, a few of them fell to their knees as if they had seen a ghost, terrified and devout, because that so-called goddess had already walked slowly over under the arch of 6 people. 20 or so people came stepping forward in great numbers, and when they came in front of Ling Yichen, everyone couldn't help but look towards him, simply because the rest of the people had knelt, and he was the only one who hadn't. It seemed very abrupt. Even that goddess looked at him, and Ling Yichen couldn't help but place his gaze on the goddess. When his gaze came into contact with the goddess's gaze, he instantly felt his heart tremble, and his mind felt more like it was being hammered with a hammer, causing turbulence in all of his consciousness, and everything in front of his eyes became unreal, with all of the objects appearing to have overlapping shadows. No good. It's mental interference. Chapter 20, The 6 Families. This kind of mental interference was not actively exerted by the other party, but was passive. In other words, anyone who comes into contact with her eyes is subject to this mental interference. Only, what Ling Yichen didn't know was that the others weren't as strong as him. After he felt a violent shock to his spirit, he hurriedly turned his head, staggering to meet her gaze. It was only then that he felt better. However, the goddess standing across from him raised her eyebrows slightly. Because she had also sensed Ling Yichen's mental anomaly, she couldn't help but be secretly surprised in her heart. How could that be? This person was able to trigger my divine sense fluctuations. Could it be that he is also from one of the 6 great families, possessing a divine bloodline? At this moment, she became extremely curious about Ling Yichen and couldn't help but measure him up. And after the 6 teenage boys and girls beside her sensed the goddess's gaze resting on Ling Yichen, they couldn't help but furrow their brows and look at Ling Yichen with a touch more sinister in their eyes. Why is the goddess looking at that lowly pauper? Could it be that the goddess has taken a liking to him? The hearts of the 6 people were in turmoil in unison, and some of them even had murderous intent towards Ling Yichen. Immediately, someone broke away from the group and walked from the divine maiden's side to Ling Yichen, scrutinizing him with a condescending gaze. This was a tall and handsome teenager, with black hair in his ears, deep features, and a small mole on his nose. Not very old, probably a year or 2 younger than Ling Yichen. He frowned and gazed at Ling Yichen, questioning, as an ordinary citizen, to see a goddess and not even kneel. What a big dog's guts. Someone, break his dog's legs and throw him out. As this teenager opened his mouth, the few people who were already repelling Ling Yichen immediately stood up, directly preparing to make a move on Ling Yichen. At this moment, the 3 girls, Yi Qingju, who were kneeling on the ground, violently scurried up, stopping Ling Yichen behind them, and looked at these people warily. It's revolting. How dare you openly defy me? Execute all 4 of them on the spot. That teenager opened his mouth once again, unexpectedly wanting to exterminate the 4 on the spot. When the 3 girls heard this, their faces became incomparably ugly, and W and Yi Qingju almost subconsciously released their feathers, displaying a defensive stance, ready to meet the enemy at any time. Tian Yingying, on the other hand, was trembling with fear, and tears were already welling up in her eyes. At this moment, she forgot about her fear of Ling Yichen due to her excessive fear instead, and instead leaned tightly against his side, her small hands grasping the corners of Ling Yichen's coat. At this moment, Ling Yichen had completely recovered from the goddess's mental interference. His eyes looked indifferently at the condescending teenager, killing intent surging in his eyes, while the corner of his eyes looked at the goddess. He didn't mind turning the condescending young man in front of him into a withered bone, but in doing so, he was bound to attract the attention of this goddess. If the other party used the power behind him to probe his identity, then his identity might be exposed, and that was his only worry. Of course, if the other party really wanted to make a move against them, then he would have no choice but to exterminate everyone present. With the intention of exterminating him in his heart, the fury in Ling Yichen's body instantly skyrocketed. This also caused the goddess not far away to once again look at him sideways. An ordinary person might not be able to feel the killing intent and fury on Ling Yichen's body, but as a member of the Heaven's Eye family, they specialized in willpower, and she had even cultivated divine sense, which made her most sensitive to this kind of aura. She glanced at Ling Yichen in surprise once more, and then she said to one of the girls beside her, "Hui Hui, tell Lin Song to come back." The girl named Hui Hui had a pair of soulful eyes and wore a long ponytail as she playfully asked, "Does Miss Irina have her eye on that brat? Do you want Hui Hui to help you spy on him?" Irina sniffed and raised her eyes to look at Hui Hui with a hint of sternness in her eyes. Hui Hui immediately lowered her head like a frightened rabbit, not daring to meet her eyes, and respectfully said, "Hui Hui knows she's wrong. Hui Hui shouldn't have guessed at Miss Ileana's mind. I'll punish myself." With that, she actually raised her hand and slapped herself hard across the face. The slap was so solid that even Ling Yichen and the others heard it. As the slap fell, 5 bright red fingerprints immediately appeared on Hui Hui's face. At the same time, a strand of blood slowly spilled from the corner of her mouth. But even so, she didn't complain at all. Instead, revealing a smile on her face, she turned her head and shouted at the teenager who was confronting Ling Yichen, "Lin Song, Miss Ileana wants you to come back." When Lin Song heard this, he couldn't help but look at Hui Hui, and when he saw Hui Hui's state, his complexion couldn't help but change, and with a flash of fear in his eyes, he hurriedly abandoned Ling Yichen and trotted back to the group. From the beginning to the end, they did not look at Ling Yichen again, and even the first few guys followed Lin Song back to the team, and the 20 or so people marched off into the distance, and eventually disappeared. Only after they had completely disappeared into thin air did those kneeling trainees by the roadside get up. Then, everyone's gazes turned towards Ling Yichen and the 4 of them, and they were pointing at him, and some people even whispered, "Humph, brats who don't know the heights of heaven and dared to mess with the 6 great families. They're dead." That's right, Lin Song is a ruthless character. Messing with him will definitely not end well. Lin Song is ruthless? Su Hui is the one who's ruthless, alright. I heard that last time a trainee messed with her, and as a result, the next day, that trainee died on his way out on a mission, and then his family inexplicably disappeared as well. In short, it's better to mess with the king of Hades than to mess with the people of the 6 great families. One is more ruthless than the other, and one is more perverted than the other. Shu, keep your voice down. In case someone from the 6 great families hears you, you'll be in for a treat. Although the murmur was not loud, Ling Yichen's few people heard it. Aside from Ling Yichen, the 3 girls all turned pale in unison, especially Yi Qingzhu. She said with some horror, "So they are the 6 great families." Several people looked at her in unison, and she immediately explained, "I read from the school history yesterday that the awakened schools in the entire Rainbow City are funded by the 6 great families behind the scenes, so it can be said that the 6 great families are the true power holders of Rainbow City. In addition to that, the people from the 6 great families are also in charge of some of the rights of the Transcendent Management Association, so it can be said that the 6 great families are equivalent to the existence of an emperor in Rainbow City, and no one is able to counteract them." Speaking of this, Yi Qingzhu looked at Ling Yichen with a face full of worry. Ling Yichen had just come close to having a head-on conflict with Lin Song, the son of the Lin family of the 6 great families, and if the other party was going to take him to task, then Ling Yichen would be in trouble. However, Ling Yichen didn't react at all after hearing this. The 6 families? What a load of! They're not from the empty city, and without body shields. They're a bunch of dirtbags. If you piss him off, kill them all and use them to condense the spirit worms. Chapter 21, The Army of 26 Characters. When Yi Qingzhu saw Ling Yichen's bashful face, more worry rose in his eyes. She thought that Ling Yichen didn't know how powerful the 6 great families were and immediately advised, "The 6 great families are really strong. You'd better be careful, and don't be so tough in nature. You have to bow down when it's time to bow down. This isn't the old city center. There are a lot of strong people here. If you don't pay attention a little bit, you'll be in danger of losing your life." Looking at her so worried, Ling Yichen smiled lightly and said blandly, "It's okay, they won't do anything to me. If they're going to come after me just because of this small matter, then these 6 great families aren't any good, and there will be stronger people who will destroy them." Yi Qingzhu froze for a moment and wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say, and could only look at Tian Yingying and W helplessly. It turned out that both Tian Yingying and W were at a loss, as they also had little knowledge of the 6 great families and had no sense of their might. "Never mind, you'll find out later," Yi Qingzhu sighed. After such a small episode, a few people didn't have much heart to continue shopping. Yi Qingzhu led the 3 of them to the faculty office to report for a while, received their school-issued uniforms and went home. "It was only 3 or 4 o'clock when I got home." Yi Qingzhu inquired about what W and Ling Yichen wanted to eat for dinner before going back to their respective houses. Ling Yichen was just about to lie down and rest for a while when the door to his room was knocked on. Turning to open the door, he saw W standing in the doorway with a serious face. "Convenient? Want to talk to you about the goddess." At the mention of the goddess, Ling Yichen was instantly interested. In fact, he was quite curious about that goddess. From what he knew, the people of the empty city would not come down to the surface easily. And the people of the empty city have a natural class superiority over the surface. To put it bluntly, the people of the empty city regard the people of the surface as pariahs. It's as if the people on the surface of the earth see the stragglers on the bottom of the earth as pariahs in the same way. They despise the people of the surface from the bottom of their hearts, let alone getting together with them. Therefore, a situation like today's can be described as a very strange phenomenon. "Come in." Ling Yichen invited W in. W wasn't polite after entering the house. He directly sat down on the sofa and stared at Ling Yichen with a gleaming gaze. Ling Yichen didn't mind and sat down beside her, asking, "What do you want to talk about?" When W heard this, a smirk rose on her absolutely beautiful face and returned, "Before we talk about the goddess, I think we shouldn't announce ourselves first. After all, we all came down from the city of emptiness, didn't we?" Hearing this, Ling Yichen's face changed slightly, but immediately returned to normal. Looking earnestly at W saw Ling Yichen's reaction, and the smile on his face grew even wider. "It seems that I was right. You really did come down from the empty city. In fact, I had my suspicions before, but now I'm certain, since I'm the one who came to find you. Let me introduce myself first. I'm W from the 26th Word Army of the Empty City, ordered to come down to investigate the death of Experiment No. 9 in the Celestial God Laboratory. The reason I appeared here was to get close to Yi Qingzhu, who, according to my investigation, had appeared at the site of Experiment Number 9's death, and with the awakening taking place the next day, I needed to make sure she wasn't tainted in any way with Experiment Number 9. What about you? What is your identity? And why did you approach Yi Qingzhu? Don't deny it, haha. I can tell you have different feelings for her." W's eyes were playful, and at this moment, Ling Yichen was calm on the surface, but inside, he was already turning on a brainstorming session. ********* The 26-letter army? What the hell is that? Never heard of it. Also, if she's here to investigate me, then why is it that I'm sitting right in front of her and she doesn't recognize me? Is it possible that she's ghosting me? If she's really here to investigate me, then she's at least had a look at my file. Although I don't have any really useful information on my profile other than the basics like height and age, at least the looks are easily recognizable. Humph, she almost fooled me. After analyzing it once, Ling Yichen had regained his inner peace. He didn't take W words though, just sat calmly. It wasn't until W couldn't help himself that he opened his mouth and asked, I've already introduced myself. Shouldn't you say something? Ling Yichen sniffed and said blandly, I have nothing to say. W suddenly stared at Ling Yichen with wide eyes, surprised, and said, but I've introduced myself. As a courtesy, shouldn't you introduce yourself as well? Ling Yichen immediately revealed a look at a little cutie. Look, you said it of your own free will. It's not like I forced you or made a deal with you. This, W stumbled over his words and stared at him with dismay. After several seconds, she sighed and said with a helpless face, all right, I was careless. I didn't expect you to be so treacherous. I really looked away. However, if you don't reveal something to me, then there's no way for me to trust you. And naturally, there's no way for me to share the information about the goddess with you. With that, she got straight up from the couch and headed straight for the door. Seeing this, Ling Yichen didn't stop him until W had walked to the door and placed his hand on the doorknob. Won't you detain me for a while? Aren't you interested in the goddess Irina? W looked back at Ling Yichen with a puzzled expression. Ling Yichen raised his eyebrows and said, interested, but I won't force you to definitely say it. You can say it if you want to, and pull back if you don't. After hearing this, W immediately revealed a defeated expression, released the door handle, and once again walked over to Ling Yichen's side, sitting back on the sofa with a grimace. "You guy, you're really inscrutable," she sighed again before saying, "Irina, the direct line of the Sky Eyes family. When she says she's a goddess, it's relative to the families on the surface. Her status is honored, but in the city of emptiness, she's just an ordinary family member. She's on the surface because she made a mistake in Hollow City and was relegated to a mission. Her task is to select some outstanding talents from among the 6 great families on the surface of the earth and bring them to the city of emptiness to be cultivated." W said all about Irina in one breath. Ling Yichen nodded thoughtfully as he listened. This information was quite important to him. It would give him some idea of the power of the empty city, as well as a primer on Irina. For some reason, he always felt like he would meet this woman again. To be honest, he didn't really want to see her again, mainly because of those eyes of hers, which were able to automatically release mental interference, which made him very uncomfortable. That one stare down in the afternoon had left him with the eerie feeling that his consciousness was about to be shattered. Just as he was about to inquire about the mental interference, there was another knock on his room door. Ling Yichen and W immediately glanced at each other. Ling Yichen leisurely got up and opened the door to the room, only to see that the person standing outside the door was clearly Yi Qingzhu. Yi Qingzhu saw W sitting on the sofa at a glance, and his expression froze. "You guys, excuse me." After saying that, Yi Qingzhu unexpectedly ran back to his house, leaving behind a bewildered Ling Yichen. Chapter 22 Reserves. "What the hell?" Ling Yichen muttered and turned back to look at W on the sofa, and at this look, he too froze. Only see the original sitting on the sofa. W at this moment even lie down, posture ambiguous, a head of long blonde hair scattered. The neckline of the blouse is also deliberately unlocked most of the way, revealing the snow-white shoulders. Shoulders under the scenery is also hidden. At first glance, it seems as if they just now are on the sofa. For what wonderful things. Ling Yichen was also speechless. He finally realized why Yi Qingzhu reacted that way. Anyone who sees W like this should get the wrong idea. This guy was deliberately making Yi Qingzhu misunderstand. W seeing Ling Yichen's speechless expression, a smug look appeared on his good-looking face. "Humph, I'll let you fool me just now." Just now, during the self-introduction session, she had suffered a mute loss, so now it was considered a small revenge on Ling Yichen. She knew that Ling Yichen had some unusual feelings for Yi Qingzhu, so she intentionally made Yi Qingzhu misunderstand so that Ling Yichen would be defeated. After Ling Yichen gained insight into her mind, he blandly said, "Boring," then closed the door to the room and walked straight to the W. W saw Ling Yichen walking towards him, but still didn't get up from the sofa, instead making his posture even more ambiguous. His eyes were full of provocation as he looked at Ling Yichen. Seeing this, Ling Yichen raised his eyebrows lightly and took a few steps to the sofa, then took a step across the sofa, gazing at her with a magnificent posture. "Are you hooking me up?" W sniffed. A light smile appeared on her absolutely beautiful face. A touch of cunning flashed under her eyes, and she softly said, "So what if it is?" The words had just fallen, but Ling Yichen suddenly pounced on him. "Yes, that's right." His whole body pounced straight up like a tiger and crushed W underneath him. In an instant, the distance between the two became almost zero. The tip of Ling Yichen's nose had touched the tip of her nose, and she could clearly feel Ling Yichen's breath as well as the male scent emanating from him. Don't see her acting so wild, but in reality she had never been this close to any male. This caused a hint of surprise as well as panic to flash through her eyes, which also happened to be captured by Ling Yichen, who could not help but be secretly pleased in his heart. "Che, little man, you think I'll be afraid of you? Well, at least I've been hugged and kissed by Yi Qingzhu many times." Ling Yichen stared straight at her and said in a deep voice, "Or, I'll do as you wish." With that, he didn't forget to raise his leg and set half of her body up in an offensive stance. This time, W really panicked. The panic in her eyes could no longer be tensed, and her small face instantly turned red. I'm kidding, just kidding." She gave a fake smile, trying to ease the ambiguity and awkwardness of the moment. Ling Yichen sniffed, but did not get up immediately. His eyes looked straight at her, but his hand was a flash of red. A spirit worm quietly wriggled in his hand. Taking advantage of this so intimate move, he placed the spirit bug on W. This time, the shield on her body did not appear, and the spirit bugs quickly hid themselves. Certainly, no parasitization took place, because Ling Yi knew that the shield on W would definitely turn on when he finished parasitizing at this moment. They were the only two people in the room at the moment, and if the shield activated, then he would be a suspect. He wouldn't be so stupid as to wait for a time when he wasn't there, even if he had to parasitize. He did all of this solely for the purpose of putting the spirit bug on W. Now that his purpose was achieved, he also immediately moved away from W's body and straightened his clothes. W was also quick to sit up and turn on his side to straighten the clothes on his body. Immediately after finishing organizing, she said, "I'm going back first. See you later." After saying that, he ran away as if he were running away. Watching her leave, Ling-Yichen then sat back down on the sofa, the corners of his lips lifting into a smile. At the same time, Yi Qingzhu's home. At this moment, Yi Qingzhu was lying on his bed, gazing at the ceiling. Do they like each other already? Can't be. It seems like they just met too. How can they get together so quickly? That's not true either. In case people fall in love at first sight. Yi Qingzhu bitterly covered her head with a pillow and let out a small scream, and all of her behavior was seen by the white cat crouching in the corner. And naturally, it was also seen clearly by Ling-Yichen. "Oh, simpleton," Ling-Yichen scolded with a light smile. At this time, W was also lying on the bed in her room, also staring at the ceiling just like Yi Qingzhu, her mind constantly reverberating with the scene that had just happened on the sofa, and her cheeks were once again slightly flushed. She is at the beginning of her love life and is easily curious and attracted to the opposite sex. And since Ling-Yichen was clearly an outstanding member of the opposite sex in all aspects, he was naturally attracted to her. Even though she knew that Ling-Yichen had a different interest in Yi Qingzhu, she didn't care. It wasn't like they were actually together. And judging from Yi Qingzhu's state, she didn't know that Ling-Yichen had a crush on her, so she'd still have a chance. Looks like I'm going to have to be a little more proactive. Well, initiative. Go for it. W clenched his fists darkly as if he had made up his mind about something. Of course, everything that happened in the W family Ling-Yichen also knew exactly through the vision of the spirit bug. He couldn't help but give a bitter smile. He didn't realize that just because of one of his actions, he made W feel good about himself. To be honest, there was a little bit of snickering inside of him. Anyone who wants to be liked, and a pretty girl like W. However, her identity was in doubt, which made Ling-Yichen slightly wary. The 26-letter army? What the hell kind of army is that? Ling-Yichen had never heard of such a power. Immediately, he multitasked and placed part of his consciousness on Chu Chi in the Transcendent Association's office hall. He used Chu Chi's identity as a staff member of the Transcendent Management Association and used the internal network to search up information on the 26-character army. Soon enough, he had an idea. It's amazing that the Transcendental Association's intranet actually has information about the 26-word army. Intelligence shows that the 26-word army is a force that exclusively belongs to the City Lord of Empty City. There are only 26 people in total. Each of them has at least A rank or above, and their identity is very secretive. No one knows exactly what they are. They only know that they are members who use the 26 letters as their code names. A rank strength or higher? W is definitely not that strong, so she shouldn't be a member of the 26-word army. This guy, what the hell is he? Thinking so, Ling-Yichen immediately inquired about W's information file. Info, Da Bunyo, 17 years old. Superpower is feathered flight ability. Talent level rating of F. Note, feathers are marked with a suspected W. Suspected reserve member of the 26th Word Army. After reading W's information, Ling-Yichen fell into deep thought. So she's not actually lying. She's still really a member of the 26th Word Army. Just in the reserves? Chapter 23, Camouflage. After figuring out W's identity, Ling-Yichen's heart was slightly more settled. The threat to him was lifted if he was only a reserve member. Anyway, she hadn't read about herself and wasn't very strong, so as long as the spirit worm was able to parasitize her, then not only would she not be a threat, but on the contrary, she could be an aid to him. Once she returned to the 26-character army, it would be the same as him breaking into the 26-character army as well. And wouldn't that provide him with the opportunity to take control of the 26-character army? As long as he was able to parasitize the entire 26-character army, then he would be in control of a shadowy power that only the Empty City Lord had. But, for the moment, that's all you can think about for now. His worm class is so low that worms can't even get close to W's body, and it's only the spirit worms that can, and it's up to the follow-up to see if they can parasitize. As for the leader of the 26-character army, that was someone who possessed a rank strength or above, and even the spirit bugs definitely couldn't do the parasitizing. Not even a wise worm is necessarily possible. It may require a king worm or even a sacred worm to be able to do so. He couldn't help but sigh at the thought. Nowadays, he only had about 20 spirit insects, and he didn't even know when he would be able to cultivate the wisdom insects, let alone the king insects or sacred insects. A long way to go. Ling-Yichen let out a light sigh, and then he withdrew his mind. lying on the sofa and looking at the ceiling, quietly pondering the question. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. If the people of the empty city could come down at will, it wouldn't be so easy to hide his identity. As soon as someone who had read his profile saw himself, then his fake death was exposed. At that thought, he suddenly got up and walked into the bathroom, looking at himself in the mirror. Should I do a little disguise or camouflage? Transfiguration shouldn't work. The neighbors have already seen themselves, so it's just a disguise. As his mind wandered, a mask capable of covering half of his face immediately appeared on his face. The mask is made up of worms that can change to other shapes or colors at will. After covering half of his face, his original appearance could not be seen. Well, not bad. Even if someone who has read my file sees me like this, they may not recognize me. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. Without waiting for him to open the door, Yi Qingju's voice rang out from outside the door. It's time to eat. He then heard Yi Qingju run a little farther away and shout, it's time to eat. Apparently, she's gone to call W. When Ling Yichen opened the door, he happened to encounter her walking back to her door. The two of them met face to face, and Yi Qingju could not help but be stunned in place when she saw the masked Ling Yichen. What are you doing? Disguise. Ling Yichen simply said two words. Yi Qingju's eyes lit up, remembering her previous encounter, and thought to herself, if I also covered up my appearance, wouldn't I have encountered so many hooligans? She had had her share of anxiety about her appearance after what happened in the alley in the hotel. Being good-looking was no longer something to be happy about. It had become a burden. Seeing Ling Yichen covering half of her face right now, she immediately inquired with great interest. The mask is so cool. Where did you buy it? You want it? Ling Yichen inquired. Yi Qingju nodded gently. Ling Yichen thought for a moment and returned. I bought a few more. I can give you one. Wait. With that, he turned around and went back to the house. And after he returned to the house, he immediately raised his right hand, only to see that his right hand immediately began to wriggle, and in a matter of moments, it coalesced into a mask that looked just like his, only that the color was a light green, and it looked much more refreshing. Turning around and exiting the house, he handed the mask to Yi Qingju. Yi Qingju's eyes instantly lit up and she lightly exclaimed, wow, it's so beautiful. She happily took the mask and then wore it straight away. It had to be said that Ling Yichen's aesthetics were very good. The green color was too compatible with Yi Qingju, and wearing the mask directly turned her into a mysterious and unusual little fairy. Ha, what's with the mask? W, who had just gone out, also saw the masks of the two men and was curious. Ling Yichen smiled bitterly, and without hesitation turned around and went back to the house, then coalesced another golden one. Thinking about it, there were only 4 of them in total. If all 3 of them wore it and the remaining one, Tian Yingying, didn't wear it, it made it look as if they had isolated her. Instantly he coalesced another pink one. Walking out the door, he handed the golden mask to W before handing the pink one to Yi Qingju, saying, for Tian Yingying. The two immediately took the mask. W also put it on the spot, while Yi Qingju went and knocked on Tian Yingying's door, then gave the pink mask to Tian Yingying. All 4 had masks on in unison, looking like members of some mysterious organization. There was no need to worry about drawing attention to the mask. In fact, there were many people in the central district who had carried out disguises. Because of the awakened powers, some people don't look like normal humans. For example, those who have awakened the underwater breathing power will grow long parotid glands behind their ears, which will seriously affect their appearance. In order not to be gazed upon as monsters, they would then choose to cover their appearance with a mask or gauze. Then there are those with hairy faces, noses that turn into beasts, and so on. In short, such behavior is common in the central district. Wow, we're so cool like this now. W also loved the mask, admiring over and over again how he looked when he put it on. Tian Yingying was the same. When she realized that it was from Ling Yichen, she also let go of her defenses in fear of Ling Yichen in a rare way, and timidly said, thank you. Ling Yichen just laughed before entering Yi Qingju's house for dinner. Seeing this, Yi Qingju immediately warmly invited Tian Yingying. Yingying, anyway, your family's meal isn't ready yet. Why don't you come to my house to eat? Consider it as our squad's first get-together. Tian Yingying had wanted to refuse, but after hearing about the said squad get-together, she hesitated a bit and hesitated for a few seconds before making up her mind. Alright, then I'll pay for the meal as well. Yi Qingju sniffed and waved his hand. No need. Since it's a squad gathering, it's exempt. Of course, Ling Yichen and W don't have to pay for this meal either. After she finished speaking, she suddenly thievishly came up to Tian Yingying and W and said, however, you have to let me be the squad leader. As long as you guys agree, then we'll have 3 votes. and Ling Yichen won't have much to say. W and Tian Ying smiled at the words, and W said even more boldly, "Ha ha, no problem. I'm just not captain material with this personality. Neither is Koda. It's best if you're willing to be captain." When Yi Qingzhu heard this, he immediately returned with excitement. "Then it's a deal. From today onwards, I'm the captain of our squad, and even if Ling Yichen opposes it, it's null and void." After she finished speaking, but then she suddenly squirmed, thinking for a few seconds before she said, "Actually, I have my own selfish reasons for wanting to become a squad leader. You guys may not know that the captain of the squad is rewarded with an extra 1 point every time he completes a mission, and I actually want to earn that extra point." After saying that, Yi Qingzhu's small face was slightly red and somewhat embarrassed. When W and Tian Ying heard this, they were slightly surprised, but immediately relieved. "Why? What's wrong with that? Captains are supposed to be tougher." When they say captain, they're actually the role of a nurse. Not only do they have to be responsible for running around picking up quests, but they also have to be responsible for managing their team members, which is very tiring. "Don't say 1 point. Even if you give 10 more points I won't blink." Tian Ying also immediately nodded in agreement after hearing this. It's better to have a capable person for a position like captain. They did not have any objections to Yi Qingzhu being the captain. Yi Qingzhu heard their feedback, immediately grateful. "Thank you. I will definitely not let down everyone's trust. I will take good care of everyone. Other may not be able to do much better, but my mom's burnt meals are absolutely delicious. Go to my house to eat. Try my mom's craft." Immediately, she took W and Tian Ying on her right and left hands respectively and led them through the door to eat. Chapter 24, The Essential Compulsion. At Yi Qingzhu's house, a small, modest square table was filled with dishes. It's all home-cooked, but it's in excellent condition, very flavorful, and most of all, very homey. Especially looking at the scene of Tang Wan and Yi Songtao both busy in the kitchen while a few of them were waiting for their meals in the living room made him miss his parents extraordinarily. It's been 6 years, and I wonder how they are doing? Ling Yichen couldn't help but feel a little sad. "What's wrong, Yatsen? What's wrong? Don't stand. Hurry up and sit down. Dinner will be ready soon." Tang Wan, who came out of the kitchen with the dishes, saw Ling Yichen standing in front of the dining table in a daze, and gently patted him, her face filled with a loving smile. "Oh yes, hard work auntie," Ling Yichen responded, and with a thought, several worms but quietly jumped onto Tang Wan's body, quickly drilling into her ears and entering her body. Ling Yichen parasitized her. Of course, Ling Yichen did not intend to harm her. On the contrary, he intended to protect her. The worms were parasitizing her body, and without Ling Yichen's orders, the worms wouldn't harm her. Each worm contains his tissue cells, which are extremely special. Worms have a wide range of roles. Not only can they devour the flesh and blood of others, but they can also remain parasitic in others' bodies, growing and evolving along the way. It can become something like an instinctive compulsion. When the host gets sick, like a tumor or something, the worm can also help the host devour the tumor. In addition to this, the worms can help the host absorb away impurities from the body and purify the bloodline. That was why Yi Qingzhu had awakened quickly after being parasitized, because the worms had helped her purify her bloodline, allowing her to reach the threshold of awakening, thus releasing her bloodline power. Of course, Ling Yichen hadn't fully grasped more about the worm's role. Over the years, the people in the Celestial God's laboratory had experimented on him a lot, and the abilities known so far were parasitism, devouring, morphing, regeneration, and evolution. In addition to this, Ling Yichen had also gotten one of the most important pieces of information from the side of the Heavenly God's laboratory, and that was, as of now, he was the only test subject that had survived. He had once pondered what kind of biogene the Celestial God laboratory had injected into him, causing him to change into what he was today. The only thing he could confirm was that he had been injected with insect genes, but the exact kind of insect needed to be further examined. This is one of those things that needs to be figured out later. Just as he was thinking about this, Yi Songtao came out with the last dish. 8 dishes and 2 soups filled the table. Yichen, come sit with me. Let's have a drink. Yi Songtao warmly greeted Ling Yichen as he went over to sit with him. After all, the two of them were the only men on the scene, and it was natural for Yi Songtao to be more cordial to him. When Ling Yichen heard this, he hurriedly got up and sat beside Yi Songtao. The moment they sat down, several worms immediately jumped onto Yi Songtao's body and completed the parasitization. But immediately, Ling Yichen's brows furrowed as he turned his head to look at Yi Songtao. It was because he found a little abnormality in Yi Songtao's body. It should be a tumor, medium-sized, not too bad. Of course, this wasn't a difficult task for him. so he didn't particularly take it to heart. "Come, have a drink with uncle." Yi Songtao poured Ling Yichen's glass full of beer, and Ling Yichen hurriedly lifted it with both hands and clinked it with Yi Songtao. Tang Wan on the side heard the sound of clinking glasses and gently said, "Drink less, look to Yi Songtao." Yi Songtao immediately showed a naive smile and held up the bottle of beer in his hand and said, "Why? One person, one bottle. Never greedy." Tang Wan then ignored them and was busy greeting the three girls. The not-so-large house was full of life and good cheer. Ling Yichen and Yi Songtao each drank a glass of wine, and Ling Yichen took the initiative to pick up the bottle and fill it up for Yi Songtao. Yi Songtao, on the other hand, took the opportunity to pour the wine and took the initiative to inquire, "Yichen, is there anyone else in your family?" Ling Yichen gently nodded and returned, "Yes, there is a mom, dad and sister, but I haven't seen them for many years, and I got separated from them." "Yeah, separated and now in a different world." Ling Yichen was silently sentimental in his heart. Seeing this, Yi Songtao raised his hand and gently patted him on the shoulder as a sign of comfort. "Your parents would be so happy to see you growing up healthy and looking so handsome." Ling Yichen gave a shallow smile. "I suppose, but they should think I'm dead." After all these years, he was insta-crossed all the way over, and the odds are that the family members thought they were dead. But that's good. It saves them from having to worry about it. Thinking about this, Ling Yichen picked up his wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Yi Songtao didn't say anything, just silently sat by his side and drank with him. One thing led to another, and 2 bottles of wine were gone in a flash. Yi Songtao glanced at Tang Wan and realized that she hadn't noticed their side, and immediately opened 2 more bottles quietly. Ling Yichen glanced at him, and he immediately made a silent gesture and quietly poured Ling Yichen a full glass. "Yichen, even though it's only today that we've met, I don't know how, but I just feel that you're a dependable person. I speak straight, don't mind me, haha. You're alone now anyway, and you and Xingju will still be classmates and teammates in the future. If you're willing, you can come to my house more often to walk around, and if there's anything you want to eat, just let me know. I don't have any other skills, but I have no problem cooking. Of course, if I'm not home for anything, you can help out and help the girls if you want." When Yi Songtao said this, his tone seemed to be flat, but there was a lot of helplessness and heaviness inside. Ling Yichen instantly captured this emotion. At the same time, he also thought of what he had just sensed within Yi Songtao's body. It seems that he knows that he has a tumor in his body and is paving the way in advance, wanting to be able to take care of Yi Qingzhu's mother and daughter a little bit. He nodded softly and didn't do much to respond. At this time, Tang Wan, who was sitting across the table, finally realized that they had opened the wine again, and she immediately glared at Yi Songtao. Yi Songtao was like a mouse seeing a cat. He smiled awkwardly and stopped drinking, and put a chopstick of vegetables into Ling Yichen's bowl. "Come on, hurry up and eat some or they'll eat it all." It was a very enjoyable dinner. It's just a regular home-cooked meal, but the sense of ambience is excellent. A large group of people came together in a lively manner, making Ling Yichen feel the feeling of a long-lost home. Several people stayed until the evening before breaking up and going home. Returning home, Ling Yichen entered the bathroom and after a quick wash lay on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. He wasn't trying to sleep, but he was sensing W's state at the moment through the spirit bug. He plans to parasitize W tonight. However, when he sensed W's state through the spirit bug, his expression suddenly turned strange, because, at this moment in time W is taking a shower. Chapter 25, Divine Blood. Worms do not have vision without parasitizing someone else. Only after completing the parasitization, what was seen through the host's vision could be fed back to Ling Yichen, but a spirit bug was different. After evolving into a spirit bug, it had an independent vision. So at the moment, the spirit insect was only attached to W's body. Ling Yichen still clearly saw through the spirit insect's vision that W was cleaning himself in the bathroom. It made him a little embarrassed, but curious. At the same time, he immediately realized that something was wrong with his own state. Although it was only a glimpse through the vision of the spirit bug, W's body was still deeply etched into his mind. This made him instantly feel a dryness rise from the small of his back and keep on rushing. And in just an instant, he saw tiny dust uneasily climbed up, and then stood tall like a pine. Awkward. It's embarrassing. Luckily it was in my own home and there was no one else in the house. He hurriedly got up and moved around for a while, diverting his attention, which quieted tiny dust. However, he also focused on W's side of the situation again, and instead put his attention on Yi Qingzhu's house, or to be precise, on Yi Songtao's body. At this moment, Yi Songtao, sitting quietly alone on the toilet smoking, one after another, seems to have a great deal of trouble. Ling Yichen knew what was bothering him, because in his other hand, he was holding a checkup report, and the date on this checkup report was, surprisingly, 3 months ago. Apparently, he found out 3 months ago. All these days, he had been suffering this pain alone and in silence. He was afraid to tell his wife and daughter, because he has a malignant tumor. He needs surgery, and the cost of surgery is not something an ordinary family like theirs can afford, so he never dared to tell his family. At the same time, his heart was afraid and uncertain, and in this state of two-tiered torment, he could hardly bear it. That's why I'm hiding in the restroom at the moment and smoking non-stop. And just at that moment, there was a knock on the restroom door. Old Yi, why have you been on for so long? Constipated again? Do you want me to get you a corkscrew? When Yi Songtao heard his wife Tang Wan's voice, he immediately jumped up in fear and hurriedly opened the window and kept fanning out, trying to fan out the smoke from the toilet. Oh, it's okay, I'm almost done. I'll be right out, he said as he fanned himself, waiting for the floor to be fanned almost to the ground before he hurried out. But he'd forgotten that he just left the report card on the shelf while he was manually fanning himself. 10 minutes later, Tang Wan walked to the restroom, and the first thing she noticed was the smell of smoke in the restroom. She didn't say anything, though, just sighed softly and flipped the air change switch. However, as she sat on the toilet bowl of convenience, her eyes immediately swept over the report card on the shelf. When she brought it over and got a good look at the diagnosis on it, she snapped her mouth shut and her eyes instantly reddened. At this time, Yi Songtao appeared at the door of the restroom, but he didn't knock on the door, he just walked back and forth in front of the restroom. When Tang Wan in the restroom saw his figure, she immediately cleaned herself up, then walked out of the restroom with the report card. The couple stood face to face, and Yi Songtao already saw the tears in Tang Wan's eyes and the report card in her hand. He sighed, then glanced at Yi Qingju's room and softly said, "Go back to the house and talk." Immediately, the couple headed back and forth to the house. However, when the couple returned to their room, they were silent instead, both sitting on the bed in unison, neither one speaking first. After a full 2 minutes, Tang Wan turned around, a hug Yi Songtao, choked, "It's okay, this is still the first stage. As long as the timely operation can be good, do not worry about the operating costs, there will be a way to do it. Really cannot I go back to the old city to borrow? I will certainly be able to get together enough surgical fees. Tomorrow we go to the hospital to review, to see if there is no further deterioration." Yi Songtao was silent for a long time after hearing this, but his eyes had also been reddened long ago. After a few moments, he nodded heavily and said, "Well, go ahead and review it." Lying in his bed at home, Ling Yichen caved in on all of it. The corners of his lips lifted, and then his mind moved. The worms in Yi Songtao's body are already working, even, just to be on the safe side. He had the white cat that Yi Qingju kept go to their room as well. If the number of worms in Yi Songtao's body was not enough, the white cat would provide more worms to devour that tumor. After arranging everything, Ling Yichen began to quietly wait for the movement on W's side. He waited, however, until late at night. It wasn't until about 2 a.m. that W fell asleep. After confirming that W had entered deep sleep, Ling Yichen then maneuvered the spirit bug attached to her body to move. Only a very tiny red bug slowly crawled out of W's clothes. It was the spirit worms, which traveled down W's neck and all the way to W's face. Few no hostility, no thoughts of harming W, Ling Yichen silently chanted in his heart. W has a body shield, which forms on its own in the event of hostility towards her or thoughts of harming her, and the parasitism may fail. After repeating self-hypnosis in this manner for a few times, Ling Yichen then took a deep breath before maneuvering the spirit insect towards W's ear. The moment the spirit bug entered W's ear, golden streaks blossomed steeply beneath W's skin, and in the next second, a golden shield instantly formed. However, the golden shield did not budge, because the spirit worms have successfully entered W's body and completed the parasitization. Ha! It worked! Ling Yichen jumped up violently from the bed, happy beyond measure, because successfully parasitizing W. It meant that he had found a way to deal with the people of the empty city. As long as there is no hostility towards the target prior to parasitization, even if the shield is created the moment it enters the body, it won't wipe out the spirit bug. But, ordinary worms were too low level to parasitize the people of the empty city. They needed to be at least spirit worm level to be able to do so. And he still had a small number of spirit insects. He still needed to cultivate more spirit insects before he could do so. Just as he was thinking so, Ling Yichen's pupils suddenly trembled, revealing a stunned expression. Bloodline of God. W unexpectedly possesses the bloodline of a god. As the spirit worms entered W's body, the spirit worms were rapidly probing her torso, and the first thing it probed was W's body, which possessed the bloodline of a god. At this moment, Ling Yichen was a bit agitated as he tried to suppress his thoughts of devouring W completely. After all, from the information fed back by the spirit worms, if the spirit worms devoured W's body, the ones reproduced from her flesh and blood would not be worms, but spirit worms. In other words, once he devoured W's flesh and blood, he would have at least hundreds if not thousands of spirit insects. It's a great temptation. So tempting. Chapter 26, Wise Worms. It has been confirmed that W is a reserve of the 26th Word Army, and although it is not showing clear hostile intent now, it is not yet known whether it will be a foe or a friend in the future. It can weaken her without jeopardizing her life. Ling Yichen made a decision after a little thought. Immediately, he began to manipulate the spirit worms and devour W's divine blood. The spirit worms that received the order immediately began to roam W's body, and at each place, the spirit worms would devour some flesh and blood and then give birth to eggs. The eggs would hatch into worms in an instantaneous transient, and the worms would devour the divine blood and reproduce more worms again. In just a few seconds, W had tens of thousands of worms inside him, and among these worms, a portion of the worms rapidly evolved into spirit worms after absorbing enough divine blood. 10, 20, 30, 40, 100. Ling Yichen silently counted the spirit insects that had evolved, a smile spreading across his face. 100 spirit insects, nearly 4 times more than the spirit insects in his body. If all 100 of these spirit worms were used by W's strength would instantly skyrocket several times. Of course, there was no way Ling Yichen would let that happen. With a thought, these 100 spirit worms immediately drilled out of W's body, then slipped out through the gap in the door of the room, running all the way towards Ling Yichen. Dozens of seconds later, Ling Yichen saw a strand of red silk around 5 centimeters long and short quickly wriggle into his room. He rushed down to the ground and reached out to meet them. The moment both sides touched, these spirit insects immediately merged into his body, and Ling Yichen let out a shallow moan. Then a red light was seen flashing continuously in his body. The 100 spirit insects split into 100 red points of light that traveled all over his body and merged with him completely. A few seconds later, the fusion was complete. Ling Yichen also immediately opened his eyes filled with excitement and thrill. After obtaining these 100 spirit insects, his strength had increased a lot more. However, right at this moment, his body trembled slightly, and his pupils trembled even more violently as a flash of ecstasy surged from the depths of his eyes. Wisdom bugs. His voice was shaking, because he sensed that the spirit bug that first entered W body, after absorbing enough divine blood, directly completed a qualitative metamorphosis, changing from a spirit bug to a wisdom bug. The moment the wise worm was born, he sensed a brand new mind and a voice of innocence. Who am I? Where am I? Of course, the sound was echoing directly into his mind, and could only be formed within his mind, not outside his body as a normal sound. Shocker! Incredibly intense shock. So shocked was he that he forgot to respond, until the voice crunchily shouted, "Daddy!" It was then that Ling Yichen gave a cold shiver of excitement. He didn't even think about it, and rushed straight out the door to W's doorstep. A few seconds later, a white bug the size of an ant slowly crawled out of the crack under the door. It first stood in the distance and gazed at Ling Yichen, spending a few seconds confirming his identity and aura before it swiftly and unerringly ran towards Ling Yichen. "Dad!" This voice once again resounded in Ling Yichen's mind, and Ling Yichen attached himself at the same time, reaching out to meet it. It quickly climbed onto Ling Yichen's fingertips, and as Ling Yichen looked closely, he realized that it was extremely tiny in size. The whole of it appeared to be white. The head was round with 2 small black dots on it. The abdomen was born with 4 feet, and the tail was also rounded, and it looked as strange as if 4 limbs had been born on a small section of chalk. "Little guy," Ling Yichen murmured, then lifted his steps towards his house. Returning to his room, Ling Yichen sat cross-legged on the bed, looking down and scrutinizing the wisdom worm on his finger, his eyes deep. Wise worms turned out to mean worms with intelligence, which was the first time he knew about it. Though when he had successfully fused the potion and could transform into a bug, there was an extra piece of information in his head about the bug class, but he didn't know the specific abilities of each class. So it was also the first time he knew that the original worms would be born with intelligence and become intelligent creatures after they evolved into wise worms. He could sense that the intelligence of this wise insect wasn't very high, probably on the level of a human child. At the moment, it was curious about the world and was probing and scanning the room. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, was pondering whether to take it into his body and fuse it with himself to enhance his strength, or, at this moment, he actually had a bold idea in his head. That is, to use this wise bug and create another alter ego. With multiple doppelgangers, he had an additional means of preserving his life. Ordinary awakened people are almost no threat to me. Rather, there is no rush to use it to enhance my strength. It's still more secure to create a doppelganger. After a little thought, he made up his mind. Immediately, he was seen raising his left hand, which immediately wriggled and then transformed into countless worms. The worms fell to the ground like sand, and in a moment they converged into a ball on the ground. The mass of worms, on the other hand, quickly began to coalesce and wriggle, and in a matter of moments, it condensed into a 5 or 6-year-old boy, who looked exactly like Ling-Yi-Chen. Creating a diversion would require splitting off many worms, which would weaken Ling-Yi-Chen's strength, so he didn't think about creating an adult, just create a small child. However, when he saw the little boy's face, his mind couldn't help but flash back to his sister's, because when he crossed over to this world, his sister was this size and looked quite similar to him. At least as soon as people saw them, they knew they were brother and sister. With a thought, the little boy's body quickly squirmed, and in a matter of moments, it turned into a little girl that looked 8 points like him. When he saw the little girl's face, his eyes flickered, a vague mist creeping in, but immediately he was hidden. He took a deep breath and made the final changes. 2 minutes later, a cute little girl of 6 or 7 was born. Only, the little girl looked mute and her eyes were terribly empty. Ling-Yi-Chen, on the other hand, glanced at the wise worm on his finger and murmured, "Go!" As the words fell, the tiny wisdom worm popped its legs and leaped, jumping directly onto the little girl's body before merging into it. In the next second, the little girl's body trembled slightly and her eyes flickered gently. In half a minute or so the trembling ended, and the little girl's eyes lit up at once. She first looked at her hands, then looked down to examine her entire body, and finally turned her gaze to Ling-Yi-Chen. "Dad, Dad!" She opened her mouth and let out a childish girl's voice, but it was extremely raw and would take a little time to get used to. When Ling-Yi-Chen heard the call, he raised his eyebrows slightly, then said seriously, "Don't call daddy, call brother." Even, he very gently repeated in a teaching tone, "Brother, brother." The little girl sniffed, opened her mouth, and slightly laboriously learned, "Brother, brother." Hearing this call, Ling-Yi-Chen finally revealed a sweet and doting smile. It was the first time he'd laughed so hard in the last 6 years. Chapter 27, Second Awakening. Early the next morning, Ling-Yi-Chen was woken up by the alarm clock at his bedside. He opened his eyes and it was 7 a.m. Sharp. This was the alarm clock he had originally set to come to school, as he was to be officially admitted today. Turning off the alarm clock, he raised his eyes to the foot of the bed, only to see a little girl wrapped in a blanket sleeping soundly on her back at the end of the bed. Looking at her, the corners of Ling-Yi-Chen's lips unconsciously rose. He carefully lifted the covers and went into the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, he walked to the door and knocked on Yi Qingzhu's door. However, after knocking for a while, the door didn't open. Ling-Yi-Chen frowned slightly. His mind sensed and realized that at that moment, Yi Qingzhu was sobbing in a low voice in her room, while Yi Songtao and Tang Wan were not in the house, but on the bus to the hospital. Ling-Yi-Chen immediately knew what had happened. It turned out to be Tang Wan who found out about Yi Songtao's condition last night and didn't sleep well for a night, so she dragged Yi Songtao to the hospital for a review early in the morning. After waking up, Yi Qingzhu realizes that her parents are not at home, and after some searching, she accidentally finds the report card forgotten on the table. That's why Yi Qingzhu was sobbing in her room. At this, Ling-Yi-Chen didn't react too much because last night, he had already let the worms in Yi Songtao's body devour the tumor cleanly. Even for safety's sake, he let the worm do a little cleansing to help Yi Songtao purify a little bit of the impurities in his body. So Yi Songtao's current body not only did not become worse, but even better than before. And it's only a matter of time before we find out after he's had his physical. Therefore, Ling-Yi-Chen knocked on the door of the room once more. This time, Yi Qingzhu heard the sound and ran to open the door while wiping her tears. When she saw Ling-Yi-Chen outside the door, she was a little surprised that he came knocking so early. "Anything?" Yi Qingzhu inquired with red eyes, though she had tried her best to hide her emotions. When she saw Ling-Yi-Chen gazing into her eyes, she hurriedly sidestepped and panicked, explaining, "I accidentally got face wash in when I washed my face just now." Ling-Yi-Chen nodded gently, then replied, "I'm not going to school today." Yi Qingzhu froze. It's the first day of school, and what kind of person doesn't go to the first day of class? "Do you have any urgent matters?" Yi Qingzhu pursued. Ling-Yi-Chen let out a but did not reply. Seeing this, Yi Qingzhu was not in a position to inquire deeply. After all, their relationship was not good enough to get to the bottom of it. "Okay, then I'll take your vacation," Yi Qingzhu said enthusiastically. Ling-Yi-Chen nodded gently. It didn't really matter if he took a vacation or not. The only reason he went to school was just to make himself seem more normal. It wasn't like he had to go to school. it was just a way to hide his identity. At that moment, the door of the next room suddenly opened, and W came out wearing a set of cute pajamas with a head of fluffy blonde hair, except that she didn't look very good, full of fatigue, and her eyes were blackened, as if she had been sucked out of her young energy. When Ling Yichen saw her like that, he couldn't help but clear his throat sheepishly. The reason for this was naturally because last night he manipulated the worms to absorb her divine blood, weakening a large portion of her strength. With the divine blood being sucked away, her body would naturally be affected, which was why she looked so tired and bad. Of course, this weakening is only temporary. Over time, her divine blood would still recover, only that would take a lot of time, or some special items, and when Yi Qingzhu saw W's appearance, she covered her small mouth in shock and softly exclaimed, "Goodness, why are you like this? Did you go and become a thief last night?" Yi Qingzhu was obviously joking. After last night's dinner, it was obvious that the girls were closer than they were with Ling Yichen, and they were able to joke around a bit. W sniffed and rolled her eyes, muttering, "Well, what about stealing someone?" When she finished, she turned and headed for the house, reaching out to scratch her, but as she went, she had come out when she heard a knock on the door, and because of her proximity, she thought it was her door that was being knocked on. Now that it's confirmed that it's not her door that's being knocked on, she's going back to sleep some more. Ling Yichen looked at her so, natural action, bitterly smiled and also turned to go back to the room. However, just as he entered the house, before the door closed, he couldn't help but pause for a moment, and then his eyes lit up and a soft eek escaped his lips. Ha! Awakened! And it's still a thin divine bloodline. He then looked sideways with the corner of his eye at Yi Qingzhu, who was turning around to go back to the house, because the one who awakened was no other than Yi Qingzhu's father, Yi Songtao. It was probably because the worms had helped him purify his body impurities last night, causing the bloodline power in his body to be released and awakened directly on the bus. The moment he awakened, Ling Yichen sensed it through the worm. However, what surprised him was that Yi Songtao's body actually had a thin bloodline of God. The concentration was not comparable to that of W's, but at least it was also a bloodline of God, which was still stronger than ordinary people by more than a little bit. If Yi Songtao possesses a divine bloodline in his body, then Yi Qingzhu, as his daughter, must have inherited his bloodline as well. But the power that Yi Qingzhu has awakened now is a feather-type ability. Could it be that this is from her mother's side of the bloodline? In that case, Yi Qingzhu might have the probability of being able to undergo a second awakening. The probability of a second awakening was actually very low, and it depended on many factors, the most direct factor naturally being because of the bloodline. Everyone's body contains multiple bloodlines, especially for ordinary people. Take Yi Qingzhu, who has blood from her parents in her body, while her mom has blood from her grandparents, and her dad has blood from her grandparents, all the way up. Under normal circumstances, everyone had at least hundreds of bloodlines in their bodies, and among these blood veins, generally only one blood vein would manifest a characteristic, and once this characteristic reached a certain threshold, then there would be an awakening, transforming the power of the blood vein into actual battle power. Yi Qingzhu was the first to awaken the power of the feather-type bloodline, which meant that this bloodline was the dominant one in her body. But now, Yi Songtao had awakened, and it was still a divine bloodline. There was no doubt that the divine bloodline was powerful. As for Yi Qingzhu, who possessed this bloodline within her body, as long as she continued to purify it, the divine bloodline within her body would also reach a critical value and thus undergo an awakening. In this way, Yi Qingzhu would undergo a secondary awakening, and the secondary awakening was still of the divine bloodline. Wait! Suddenly, Ling Yichen thought of a problem. There's no doubt about the power of the god's bloodline. Even a thin god's bloodline isn't something that can be suppressed by an ordinary bloodline. But Yi Qingzhu awakened another bloodline first. Could it be that the bloodline she's awakened now is even more powerful than the god's bloodline? At this moment, Ling Yichen thought of the color of Yi Qingzhu's feathers. One black and one white. One black and one white? Ling Yichen's pupils contracted slightly. Could it be that the bloodline power that Yi Qingzhu awakened first was on the same level as the god's bloodline, devil's bloodline? Chapter 28 Barbarian Divine Power is so exciting? Ling Yichen was shocked. If the divine and demonic bloodlines were awakened together, it would undoubtedly be extremely powerful. If Yi Qingzhu has really awakened the divine demon bloodline, then her body will possess divine demon essence blood. Then the worms that I placed in her body will evolve by sucking on the divine demon essence blood, and at that time, not to mention being a wisdom worm, it's entirely possible to evolve a king worm as well. Thinking of this, Ling Yichen was inexplicably excited. Once the king worm appeared, then even someone like W who possessed a thick divine bloodline could be easily parasitized. At that time, he should be able to ignore that kind of shield and kill his way back to the City of Emptiness, looking for the people of the Celestial God's laboratory to clear everything up. Ling Yichen couldn't help but clench his fists. Although he had escaped the Heavenly God's laboratory with 9 deaths, he did not intend to hide for the rest of his life. When he himself had a power that could match theirs, he was definitely going to kill back and liquidate everything. 6 years of captivity and abuse, and he was going to make them pay, just as he was imagining his revenge in the future. Yi Qingju's communicator rang, and a few seconds later Yi Qingju rushed out of the house and said to Ling Yichen, who hadn't even closed the door yet, my dad seems to have awakened. Can you accompany me on a trip? They're on the bus right now. When Ling Yichen heard this, he naturally agreed readily and went inside to change into a set of clothes before following Yi Qingju out. The entrance to the Central District Central Hospital. Tang Wan and Yi Songtao are here at the moment. They were isolated in a corner by the hospital guards to prevent Yi Songtao from having bad control of his newly awakened power and injuring ordinary people. At this moment, Yi Songtao was crouching on the ground, bewildered and at a loss, and so was Tang Wan on the side. Awakening in his 40s was a bit bizarre. With Yi Qingju's awakening, they moved to the Central District, and also had a preliminary cognition of awakened people, knowing that the average person awakens before the age of 20, and a small portion of people will awaken between the ages of 20 and 30, but awakening in the age of 40 or so, that is really the existence of a phoenix feather. After all, as one grows older, one's qi and blood are gradually going downhill, and the older one gets, the harder it may be to awaken. So Yi Songtao was confused at this moment. How did he awaken? Of course, it was not only Yi Songtao who was baffled, but also the guards at the entrance of the hospital. These guards were also awakened, only their strength levels were low and they were too old to have much room for growth, which was why they chose to serve in the hospital to obtain a stable income to support their families. It was the first time they had seen someone of their age awakening, and it felt very new. Older brother, what kind of psychic ability have you awakened? One of the guards asked curiously, and finished by handing over a cigarette. Yi Songtao sniffed, raised his eyes to look at him, reached out and took the cigarettes, just wanted to light them, but Tang Wan took them away. Bad health. Don't smoke, Tang Wan said quietly. Yi Songtao didn't mind and nodded his head gently, then answered the guard's question. I don't know, it just feels like there's an inexhaustible amount of strength in my body. When the several guards heard this, they glanced at each other, and finally the one who asked the question said, it is possible to feel this way after awakening when your body strength is several times stronger than an ordinary person. Yi Songtao nodded blankly after hearing this. He didn't know much about the physical qualities of awakened people, and he didn't know what other people's physical strength was probably like, but he really had a burst of power right now, like he had just gone to the gym and was eager to show off his muscles to others. He'd also like to grab something or throw something now. In the next second, his eyes went to those stone piers in front of the hospital. Those stone piers were all made of lapis lazuli, extremely heavy, one at least 1,000 pounds. Can I go move that? Yi Songtao pointed at the stone piers and said. Several guards looked at the stone pier in unison, and the one asking the question immediately responded. Yes. The next second, he added, never mind, don't go over there, I'll move over. With that he walked over to the stone pier, took a deep breath, then leaned over and clasped his hands around the round head of the pier and lifted it violently. The stone cairn immediately hangs on the ground, but the man's face is also red as blood all of a sudden. His strength was only at the lowest level of F grade, and his physical quality was only about 3 or 4 times stronger than normal, and it was still a struggle to hold this kind of 1,000-pound stone pier with both hands. The remaining few guards immediately laughed out loud when they saw this. Old Chen, you can't, let me help you. Immediately, another man walked over and helped him along by holding the stone pier. The two men hugged the stone cairn and immediately relaxed. When the stone pier was placed at Yi Songtao's feet, both of them were exhausted. The other person's strength was also similar to the one named Old Chen. Thanks. Yi Songtao gave a thank you, then took a deep breath and leaned down to hug the stone pier, and hugged it hard upwards. The expected heaviness did not occur. On the contrary, so light, and ridiculously light. This scene also made the two men moving the stone pier stare blankly, wondering, isn't it heavy? Yi Songtao gently shook his head. It's not heavy. With that, he set the stone pier down, then held the top of it with only one hand and gently lifted it. A horrible scene appeared. This stone pier that weighed 1,000 pounds was easily lifted up by just one of his hands. At this moment, the mouths of everyone present were so wide open that they could have stuffed an egg. This power, it was definitely not something that a newly awakened person should possess, unless he was awakened to this aspect of strength's supernatural ability. You may have awakened the strength aspect of your powers, I just don't know what your limit power is. Seeing as how you're so relaxed, with a one-handed strength of at least 2,000 pounds, this is already considered close to D-rank strength. Strength-based awakened. The basis of the strength level is to test one-handed strength. 1. 000 pounds in one hand is an F. 2. 000 pounds in one hand is an E. 3. 000 pounds in one hand is a D. 5. 000 pounds in one hand is a C grade. 10. 000 pounds in one hand is a B grade. 50. 000 pounds in one hand would be grade A. 100. 000 pounds in one hand reaches the legendary S rank. As for the SS and SSS classes, there is no data to suggest such a thing exists, at least not on the surface. Although the awakened of the strength department has a single means of attack, it is superior in that it uses force to break tricks, and it is relatively simple and rough to promote, and it is easy to advance. Although big brother, you're already in your 40s and your chi and blood are not as good as when you were younger, but with your current state, once you're rated on a D, it's enough for you to provide for a large family. Old Chen said, his eyes filled with envy. The point allowance for an F-rank awakened person is 100 points a month, and for an E-ranked awakened person is 300 points a month. The points allowance for a D-rank awakened person had 500 points a month, which when converted into credibility points was 50,000 a month, enough for a family of 5 to eat and drink without worrying. It's a treatment they can't hope for. A few people were chatting when Ling Yichen and Yi Qingju finally arrived. Dad, are you okay? Yi Qingju eagerly greeted him, his eyes filled with worry. It's okay, I'm fine. Yi Songtao, on the other hand, was happy, because the guard said that he could be an E or even D ranked awakened person. The point allowance for a month was at least 300 points. With that kind of money for a month, then he wouldn't need to worry about the cost of the surgery. Even if he went to borrow it, he had the strength to pay it back, and the reimbursement rate for awakened people was higher, so how could he not be happy? Uncle, I just saw that you seem to be able to lift a stone pier with one hand. Are you awakening a strength-based psychic ability? Ling Yichen asked in a warm voice. They got off across the road just in time to see Yi Songtao single-handedly carrying the pier. Yi Songtao immediately nodded his head. Well then, it should be a strength system. I can lift a pier with one hand and it doesn't feel like a lot of effort. Yi Songtao was excited. Congratulations uncle for becoming an awakened. Wait a moment and follow the people from the Transcendent Administrators Association to get tested to know your exact strength. As the words fell, a cool car appeared in front of the hospital, and 3 people, a woman and 2 men, walked down from the car. When Yi Qingju saw the trio, he could not help but stare, for the visitors were none other than Lu Mei and her 2 companions. Why, what a coincidence, meeting again. Naturally, Lu Mei saw them as well, and she was as elegant and cold as ever, looking the hospital guards in the eye, and after the 2 guards beside her sensed their gazes, they immediately chided. Get lost, a bunch of useless wastrels. If you dare to look around again, beware I'll gouge your eyes out. A few guards immediately withdrew their gazes resentfully, and made way. To them, Lu Mei and her companions were a towering presence, because their strength is there and they have no chance of advancing anymore. In the highly hierarchical Central District, being powerful was a master-like existence, and one bad move could lead to trouble. And they obviously don't want any trouble, since the adults from the Transcendent Administrators Association are here. We'll withdraw. The guard named Lao Chen finished speaking and immediately led a few of his brethren to quickly withdraw. Lu Mei didn't care about them either. She just quietly stared at Yi Qingju while not forgetting to sweep a few times back and forth over Ling Yichen's body. Her eyes were quite indulgent, several times locking her gaze on Ling Yichen's key areas. Neither wore a mask because they had come in a hurry. This is your father, right? Congratulations, another awakened in the family, Lu Mei said warmly, before glancing at Ling Yichen and asking, your boyfriend? She was naturally asking Yi Qingju. Yi Qingju instantly blushed with a small face and shook her head violently. No, just a neighbor. Oh, Lu Mei revealed a bright smile, then moved to Ling Yichen's side, and as she took his arm, she softly asked, little brother, do you want to join sister's team? Although sister's strength isn't considered to be top-notch, but it should be no problem to protect you. When these words came out, Yi Qingju's expression froze. Thinking of what W said yesterday, his expression suddenly tensed as he looked at Ling Yichen. Lu Mei invited Ling Yichen to join her team, which is a disguised declaration that she has her eyes on Ling Yichen and wants to make Ling Yichen her pet. Though judging by the configuration of the team, it was likely that Willowmere was the pet of these 2 boys, but it was really hard to tell the specifics. After all, Lu Mei seemed to be stronger than the rest of the 2, and they seemed to have been acting on Liu Mei's instructions. Does it mean that Lu Mei is raising them all by herself? At this moment, Yi Qingzhu's mind suddenly erupted with some bizarre scenes. 1 woman, 2 men. This. Yi Qingzhu's little face immediately turned red like pig's blood, but immediately she realized that she had thought too far ahead. That. Sister Lu Mei. He's already teamed up with me. He's on my team. Yi Qingzhu puffed up his chest and said very seriously to Lu Mei, looking like a fighting chicken protecting his territory. Chapter 29, Young and Unaware of Sister's Goodness. Oh, you two newbies teamed up together? Lu Mei sniffed and gave them a surprised look. Yi Qingzhu didn't hide anything and hurriedly said, it's 4. We have 2 other newcomers who are also our neighbors. This time, Lu Mei's face showed complete surprise. You want 4 newbies to team up together? Her expression seemed to say, are you guys serious? Sure you're not playing house? Yi Qingzhu, however, returned with a sincere face, well, 4 newcomers, but we're planning to find another more senior one to make up a team of 5. After Lu Mei received this answer, she strangely tightened all her expressions and her eyes became cold all of a sudden, looking at Yi Qingzhu and Ling Yichen with an expression filled with indifference, as if she was looking at 2 rookies who were about to die. Well, it's good that you guys are happy. After saying that, she stopped saying anything more and instead went to look at Yi Songtao. Come with us, we will be guiding you to report to the Transcendent Management Association. I can't fit so many people in my car, so take a taxi and follow us yourselves. With that, he walked himself back to his car. The crowd sniffed and immediately followed. Ling Yichen and Yi Qingzhu hailed a cab and followed Lu Mei's car. In the car, Yi Qingzhu was still reminiscing about the change in Lu Mei's attitude and couldn't help but ask Ling Yichen, what do you think? What does she mean by that? Why would she have that expression after hearing that the 4 of us newcomers are teamed up? Ling Yichen thought for a moment and returned. My guess is that the missions that should be released by the Transcendent Management Association are all extremely dangerous, and if they are all newcomers, the mortality rate is extremely high. Yi Qingzhu was a bit surprised. She didn't actually know exactly what the mission issued by the Association of Transcendental Managers was. She had thought it would be a simple task like picking up newly awakened people. After all, wasn't that what Lu Mei was doing? Ling Yichen, however, shook his head. The simpler the task, the less it is the turn of newcomers like us to take it. This Lu Mei, it's definitely not as simple as what you see. During the lull in speaking, Ling Yichen had already looked up Lu Mei's information through Chu Chi's side of the authority. Lu Mei, 30 years old, D rank awakened. At the age of 14, he awakened his beast tamer ability and puppeteer ability, making him a rare dual ability awakened person. Seeing her profile, Ling Yichen raised his eyebrows slightly. It's really not simple. It's actually a dual ability awakened person. Previously, he had also said that people who could awaken twice were extremely rare, but he hadn't thought that this Lu Mei was actually one of them. At the same time, he also wanted to inquire about what quests were released by the Transcendent Management Association. It turned out that Chu Chi didn't have the authority to do so, because she wasn't responsible for that type of work. Occupational authority couldn't cover it. This made Ling Yichen even more curious about this. As he was thinking, the car had stopped. The central hospital was not far from the Transcendental Management Association, and several people got out of the car one after another. Coming to this place again, Yi Qingzhu's expression was a bit ugly. Thinking back to the encounter a few days ago, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart, and her gaze became grim all of a sudden. A ray of murderous intent erupted especially when she saw those who looked like they had nothing better to do at the entrance of the association. These are not people with nothing to do, but people who are waiting here specifically, looking for pets. As soon as they find the right target, they go into action, sending an innocent newcomer from there into the depths of hell for at least as long as a few years or more before they have a chance to escape the nightmare. Just as her killing intent was biting, Ling Yichen at the side suddenly patted her back. It's okay, take it easy, I'm here. Ling Yichen's warm voice comforted, and these words caused Yi Qingzhu to look at Ling Yichen dumbfounded. Although Ling Yichen had simply said this, it gave her a great sense of security. Thanks. She gathered all her emotions and followed the crowd earnestly. At this time, Lu Mei, who was walking at the front, couldn't help but glance back at Ling Yichen, with a mysterious smile on her stunningly beautiful face, and her mouth even snickered. Young and unaware of my sister's goodness, I mistakenly regarded the school flower as a treasure. Alas! Yi Qingzhu instantly reddened and stole a glance at Ling Yichen at the side. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, was quiet and calm from the beginning, giving off a feeling of emotional stability and an inexplicable sense of security. In the next few moments, Yi Songtao, accompanied by Ling Yichen and Yi Qingzhu, processed the newcomer check-in and managed to get a badge. After testing, it was found out that Yi Songtao had indeed awakened a talent and strength, and the talent was so high that it was only just awakened that he was rated at level D strength, and his one-handed strength reached a terrifying 3,500 pounds. Even the staff member in charge of the test complimented him on being a genius, though he also sighed a bit. After all, Yi Songtao was not young. If he was awakened before the age of 20, then it was possible that he might even be able to reach the powerful B rank, or even have a tiny probability of advancing to the A rank. Of course, Yi Songtao did not feel sorry for this. He was happy now, happy that he had not only awakened, but had also become a D-ranked powerhouse all of a sudden. Not only do you have the strength to protect your family, but you are also able to receive a generous points allowance. However, in addition to that, he also had a bigger headache in that he needed to report to the military and learn about it and its capabilities. After all, the Transcendent Management Association had a clear rule that those who awakened before the age of 20 would enter the School of Alien Energy to study, and those who awakened after the age of 20 would enter the army to study. And according to Liu Mei's story, the troops were required to participate directly in the battle. This left a few people confused, because they had never heard that there was any war in Rainbow City. At least, as ordinary people, they were the ones who had never heard of a war going on anywhere. It also cast a cloud over the minds of several people. After all, it's a war, and when there's a war, there are casualties, and that's not a good place to be. It's okay, they're not going to throw a newbie into the fray, are they? Yi Qingzhu comforted her parents, although her heart had no bottom either. Immediately after exiting the Transcendent Management Association, several pairs of eyes swept back and forth over them. The main targets were Ling Yichen and Yi Qingzhu. Soon enough, some people couldn't hold back because Ling Yichen and Yi Qingzhu's looks were just too outstanding. So at the same time 3 groups appeared before them. The 3 groups of people all numbered 4 in their teams, and one of the groups was all female, and their target was naturally Ling Yichen. This brother, do you want to join the sisters team? The sisters will take good care of you and provide you with very favorable conditions for cultivation. Several women stared straight at Ling Yichen, their eyes constantly sweeping over his important parts, very bold and wanton. However, Ling Yichen swept them calmly before replying, "You have 5 seconds to leave, or else, die." A few women heard this, but instead of being afraid, they were happy, only to see them step forward and surround Ling Yichen. "Egu, the younger brother is so crazy. I just don't know if the younger brother has that strength anymore," one of the women said as she reached out to Ling Yichen's body. "Seek death." Ling Yichen gulped lightly and grabbed the woman's wrist with a swift twist. Click, 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 click. The sound of an arm bone breaking was crisp and pleasant, but the next moment it was this woman's wailing, because Ling Yichen didn't just twist her arm, but tore her entire arm from her shoulder. Brutal to the core, the woman whose arm had been torn off let out a miserable howl, falling to the ground and letting out a pig-killing wail. This also instantly attracted pedestrians around the area. They looked at Ling Yichen in unison, their eyes filled with vigilance, but they didn't intervene in this side of things. They just glanced at them, and then went about their own business. As for the remaining 3 women, when they saw Ling Yichen's surprisingly hot hand and such cruel methods, they were shocked, and a few of them said in succession, "This friend, we're wrong, let us go." Several people said with a pleading tone, because they knew that Ling Yichen was not an ordinary newcomer, or at least they were not Ling Yichen's opponents. To be reasonable, everything still comes down to strength. As long as you're strong enough, even if you're a newcomer, you can still over your seniors. Ling Yichen swept a glance at a few people and said in a low voice, "Get lost." "Yes, yes, yes, we're rolling." Several people immediately fled quickly, dragging the woman who was missing an arm. At this moment, Ling Yichen twisted his head to look at the remaining 2 groups of people who were preparing to harass Yi Qingzhu. The 2 groups of people immediately took a step back in unison as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes filled with shock. "That interrupts. We're just passing through." The 2 groups of people backed away in unison, not daring to show any more covetousness towards Yi Qingzhu. At this time, Yi Qingzhu Tangwan as well as Yi Songtao had also long been dumbfounded, especially when they saw that Ling Yichen was still holding the arm of a living person in his hand. Their eyes were filled with horror. Tangwan couldn't help but feel like she was going to vomit even more as her stomach churned. Seeing this, Ling Yichen hurriedly dropped the broken hand in his hand, then lightly said, "Let's talk about it at home." Then he walked forward on his own. Yi Qingzhu looked at his back. Her eyes were full of gravity. This was the first time she realized that the person in front of her was so dangerous, but inexplicably, she felt a safety she had never felt before. It was as if by standing behind this man, nothing in the world would be able to harm them. Chapter 30 Grazing Patterns. Instead of going straight home, Ling Yichen first went to the mall and purchased some children's household items as well as children's clothing. This also made Yi Qingzhu's trio incomparably curious, and even faded away their previous frightening emotions by quite a bit. What did you buy these for? Yi Qingzhu went up to ask. For my sister, Ling Yichen replied indifferently. Yi Qingzhu's eyes instantly widened and he softly exclaimed, Sister? But she didn't ask anything more. After all, at this moment, Ling Yichen's aura was powerful and had a look that made him unapproachable. After shopping, the group of 4 took a taxi back home. Ling Yichen directly carried his things and went back to his house. Not long after he led a little girl in a princess dress to knock on Yi Qingzhu's door. When Yi Qingzhu's family saw the little girl, they exclaimed, What a cute little girl! This is my sister Ling Yixuan, 6 years old. Ling Yichen briefly introduced his sister's situation. He didn't go into much depth about how she came to be, though, of course, when he created Ling Yixuan last night, he synchronized and manipulated Chu Qi to perfect Ling Yixuan's profile. If one were to just check from the information, one could find out that Ling Yixuan grew up in an orphanage and was only recently recognized by Ling Yichen. There are some bugs in this profile, but they are unlikely to be found out as long as they are not pursued in depth. Uncle, Auntie, if it's possible, I'd like Xian to come over and eat with us as well. Of course, I'll pay double for the food, Ling Yichen said seriously. Yi Songtao and Tang Wan sniffed and immediately responded. That's definitely eating together. It's not just one more pair of chopsticks and one more bowl. The food cost is even. Before, it was because Qingzhu was the only one in the family who had an income. But it's different now. Your Uncle Yi is a D-ranked awakened, and he can get 500 points a month. That's 50,000 credits. The more Tang Wan talked, the happier she became, and her joy was overflowing. And this was also attributed to Yi Songtao's discovery that the tumor had disappeared when he had his body tested at the Transcendent Management Association. It put her in an incredibly happy mood. In response, Ling Yichen only smiled lightly and did not explain too much. At that moment, a fluffy blonde woman in cute pajamas slowly appeared at Yi Qingzhu's doorstep. Ha! Where did that little girl come from? So cute! W still had dark circles under his eyes and a tired look on his face. Yi Qingzhu was startled and lightly exclaimed, You didn't go to school either? Immediately, she glanced at Ling Yichen. They were delayed because of Yi Songtao's business, but W didn't seem to have anything going on to be right. Well, didn't go. Too sleepy to go, W said with a bashful face, and then he whirled around and walked over to Ling Yixuan, sizing up this little girl who exquisitely seemed like a doll. Then in that case, Ying is the only one going to school? I wonder if she'll be scared alone. At the same time, in the Central District's 4th Advanced Alien School, at this time, Tian Ying was suffering great pain. She was tied to a post and beaten with bamboo knuckles. With each hit, the skin would split open and blood would flow. Yet she had long since lost the ability to cry out, and the person was teetering on the edge of half-death. Today she came to school early in the morning, and as soon as the person stepped into the campus, she bumped into a tall boy head-on. The next moment, she was being taken for education in the name of disrespecting her seniors, and the way to be educated is to be tied to a post and whipped with bamboo knuckles, and she didn't even have a chance to open her mouth to explain. Senior Lin Hao, she's dying. The boy with the bamboo joints in his hand looked at Tian Ying's breathless appearance and rushed to a taller boy and said respectfully, the senior Lin Hao he was talking about was from the 4th year strength department, and his strength was only F grade, not very outstanding, and could even be described as trash. But he was a sideline of the 6 great families, the Lin family, and although it was only a sideline, it was not something that ordinary people could mess with, so he also had a group of followers at school. The reason why he took a shot at Tian Ying today wasn't because he really had any resentment towards her. It was simply because Lin Song from the direct family line released a mission in the family group. The mission requirement was to take a shot at teaching a lesson to the team led by Ling Yichen, which included Yi Qingzhu and W as well as Tian Ying. That's why Lin Hao came to the school early this morning, ready to intercept Ling Yichen and the others. But Ling Yichen, Yi Qingzhu and W didn't come to school today. He only blocked Tian Ying. And so there was the scene before us. When Lin Hao heard his men's report, he immediately raised his eyes and glanced at Tian Ying, who was tied to a pillar, and let out a light snort. Humph, isn't this still alive? As long as she's not dead it doesn't matter. Give her some treatment and continue. As the words fell, a ponytailed girl in a school uniform immediately walked up to Tian Ying, only to see a green glow blossom on her hand. After those green rays of light came into contact with Tian Ying, they automatically covered towards the wounds on her body. In an instant, the wounds on Tian Ying's body disappeared, and the originally breathless Tian Ying immediately regained her vigor, only that her eyes were filled with pain and grief. She, who had always been soft and weak, was staring viciously at Lin Hao at the moment, not a single word of pleading for mercy coming out of her mouth. Lin Hao was stared at by her like this. A flash of coldness appeared on his white, shadowy face, and he bellowed lowly, "Keep fighting, heal when you're almost dead, and keep fighting when you're healed." Yes, those who surrounded him answered in unison, then once again unleashed their merciless bullying on Tianying, and the area where they are not closed, surrounded by occasional pedestrians passing by to see the scene, but no one dared to head out. Everyone just looked at a glance, and then uniformly fast pace away, for fear of their own staying with trouble. Pa! Pa! A crunching sound rang out, and Tianying was once again beaten. At the same time, Ling Yichen, who was at Yi Qingzhu's house, finally discovered Tianying's abnormality, only to see his brows wrinkled. A fierce aura instantly erupted from his body, and this also startled Yi Qingzhu at the side. "What's with the look like you're about to kill someone all of a sudden? For good reason?" Yi Qingzhu looked at Ling Yichen suspiciously, pondering in his heart, "I'm going home to get something." With that, he got up and headed for his house. Only after he had returned to his home and closed the door to his room did Ling Yichen place more of his mind on Tianying's side, carefully sensing the situation on her side. As he parasitized more and more characters, he found that he was no longer able to monitor everyone's situation at the same time. Many times as an afterthought, his main targets for surveillance now were Ling Yixuan and Yi Qingzhu's family of 3, followed by W, Shu Qi, Tianying, and lastly, some insignificant people, such as the few salespersons in the mall. People like this, he wouldn't even care about them if he didn't have to, and sometimes it would take a few days before he would even slightly sense their proximity. Like Tianying, if he wasn't monitoring the situation all the time, he would wait for something to happen before sensing it. With his attention pouring in, he soon clearly perceived what had happened to Tianying. It also made his face turn ironic. Although Tianying wasn't a very important person, but at least she was the object of his parasitism, and to a certain extent, she was also considered his person. But now, these scumbags were bullying her. In an instant, Ling Yichen had the desire to devour all of these people, but on second thought, they are now in school. If they show up rashly, it will definitely make Tianying the object of everyone's attention, and it might bring unnecessary trouble at that time. Thinking of this, Ling Yichen controlled his impulsive desire and took a deep breath, quickly calming himself down. As soon as he calmed down, Ling Yichen's brain immediately thought quickly. In fact, to clean up a bunch of such scum, there's no need for me to take action myself. Each worm can become an independently developed unit. Since that's the case, then I might as well give these worms some special commands, such as, when the host is in danger of losing its life, they can act freely and devour those targets that threaten the host. In this way, not only would one not need to monitor their safety at all times, one could even quickly breed more worms and spirit worms in this way. Thinking about this point, Ling Yichen's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, one's spiritual power is always limited. One can't manage to monitor each and every person being parasitized at the same time. Right now it's still only parasitizing so many people. In the future when there are more targets to be parasitized, do we still have to manage them one by one? However, the worms are still slightly underrated. It's best to use spirit worms. Put a spirit worm in the body of each host, or just let them evolve a spirit worm of their own, with the spirit worm as the head, and then all I need to do is give instructions to the head, who in turn manipulates all of the worms in that host's body. It's similar to herding, using one head sheep to lead the herd. The more Ling Yichen thought about it, the clearer it became, and a large and complete control system quickly took shape in his mind. A few minutes later, he was out of his house. He didn't deal with Tianying's matter immediately, but he also constantly monitored her state to prevent her life from being in danger. He once again came to Yi Qingzhu's house and sat on the sofa of Yi Qingzhu's house as if nothing had happened, watching Yi Qingzhu tease Ling Yixuan, until Yi Qingzhu sat down next to him after he got tired, and he silently placed a spirit insect into Yi Qingzhu's body. Then, he also went to the kitchen and placed the spirit worms into Yi Songtao's and Tang Wan's bodies respectively. He then gave instructions to the spirit worms inside the 3, so that once the hosts were in danger, they could temporarily manipulate the hosts, exterminate the targets and devour each other to strengthen themselves. Chapter 31, Humanoid Incubator. Not long after Ling Yichen finished placing the spirit worms, W came smelling the aroma of rice. She still had the shriveled look of having her yang energy sucked out of her. Even after a morning's sleep and a cold shower, she couldn't really recover from her weakness by sleeping, and the reason she was sleepy was because her body was overly weak, giving signals for her to cut down on her activity. Looking at her like this, Ling Yichen couldn't help but secretly ponder, am I being a bit too hard on her? but when he sensed the number of spirit worms in W body, his heart was filled with joy again. Last night he had taken 100 spirit worms from W. In this morning's time, another 50 had evolved out, which made Ling Yichen overjoyed. W saw Ling Yichen, walked directly towards him, then sat beside him, yawning as he said, "Where did this sister of yours come from? Why haven't I heard you say anything about it before?" Ling Yichen glanced at her lightly and said blandly, "I have been separated from my parents and relatives since I was young, but I have never given up on searching for them. It's also my luck that I finally matched the same genes in the past 2 days. I didn't find my parents, but I did find my sister who was fostered in an orphanage." W sniffed, and gave an O and didn't ask any more questions. She had just asked casually, not thinking too much about it. On the contrary, Yi Qingju on the side revealed a dazed expression after hearing this. She also wanted to ask before, but she was not as thick nerves as W and worried that she would touch Ling Yichen's privacy, so she didn't have the heart to ask. Now that she heard the ins and outs, she couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken for Ling Yichen. It should be hard to live alone. She gazed at Ling Yichen, looking deeper and deeper, even forgetting to withdraw her gaze. "Hey, Yi Chick, if you keep staring, he's going to have 2 holes in his face from you." Wi saw Yi Qingju's gradually sinking gaze and could not help but open his mouth to remind him. Only then did Yi Qingju wake up after being reminded. Her small face instantly reddened and her eyes filled with shyness. I'll go see if the food is ready." She hurriedly made an excuse to run to the kitchen, while at this moment, Ling Yichen didn't care about such trivial matters, as his concentration was on W, busy collecting spirit insects from her. He managed to collect the 49 spirit worms back, leaving one of them in W's body as an insta-compassion, putting it in charge of all the worms in W's body. As the 49 spirit insects entered his body, Ling Yichen immediately let out a murmur of comfort, and his eyes became unclean as he looked towards W. At this moment, he was very glad he hadn't devoured W last night. Although he would gain more spirit worms by devouring her outright, he now thought it would make the most sense to keep W as a long-term incubation tank. Although W was now very weak and not suitable to cultivate more spirit insects, but with the passage of time, her lost essence blood would recover, and she would be able to cultivate a new batch of spirit insects at that time. As long as it lasted for 3 to 5 years, he was confident that he could make all the worms in his body turn into spirit worms, and at that time, he would be so powerful that he would be unrivaled, or at least be able to walk horizontally on the surface. "Well, the food is ready. Go wash your hands and eat." Tangwan came out of the kitchen with a plate of food in each of her right and left hands, calling out to Ling Yichen and W to go wash their hands for dinner as they walked. Yi Qingju also walked out with 2 plates of dishes. Only the blush on her face had not yet faded, so shy that she did not dare to raise her eyes to look at Ling Yichen. After all, her behavior just now was too humiliating, properly a nymphomaniac behavior. How can you stare at someone until you're mesmerized? How humiliating. Yi Qingju deliberately kept her distance from Ling Yichen, her heart turbulent as if she was fighting a war. Just as everyone was happily eating lunch, Tian Yingying dragged herself home. Her body wasn't half bruised, but her eyes were hollow as if her soul had been drained from her, and occasionally burst with endless hatred. When she got home she didn't even eat. She went straight into her room, locked the door, and silently lay down on her bed. And her acting so erratically is what immediately attracted the attention of her parents. They knocked on the door for a while with no answer, which worried them. The couple had no choice but to run to Yi Qingju's house. "Sorry to interrupt your meal. Do you know what's going on with Yingying?" At the mention of Tian Yingying, Yi Qingju immediately came into the spirit, because she was already quite worried about her. After all, she was the only one who went to school today. "What happened to her?" Yi Qingju inquired. "I don't know. As soon as he came back he hid in his room. He wouldn't open the door no matter how much he shouted. I don't know if he suffered from something at school." Zhongli, Tian Yingying's mother, replied. Upon hearing this, everyone put down their chopsticks in unison and got up to walk towards Tian Yingying's house. Arriving at the door of Tian Yingying's room, Yi Qingju knocked on the door. "Yingying, are you okay? You can talk to me if you've encountered anything. We can figure it out together." As Yi Qingju's words fell, the door to the room immediately opened, and Tian Yingying appeared in the doorway. At this moment, her eyes were bloodshot, and her tears had long since wet her clothes, only to see her hugging Yi Qingju and sobbing uncontrollably. The crowd saw this and their faces were distressed. How much has this child suffered to cry so hard? Only Ling Yichen stood at the very back of the crowd, his face as heavy as water, because apart from Tian Yingying herself, Ling Yichen was the only one who knew what had happened. This one noon, she was whipped 288 times by the bamboo and treated 8 times. That means she was beaten to the point where she was on the verge of death 8 times. This is no longer the kind of abuse that regular people can take. The average person who has suffered so much whipping and has been saved from near death over and over again is likely to have a breakdown of will and mental problems. But Tian Yingying was able to carry it off, which also reflected that she had extremely strong endurance. This was something that Ling Yichen was very satisfied with. It reminded him of his days in the cages of Celestial God's laboratory. How could he not have suffered abuse over and over again and survived after being on the verge of death, which gave him the opportunity to be injected with that potion? Again, it was because he survived the corrosion of the potion and managed to survive that he had the chance to escape the Sky God laboratory and the empty city. Recalling the past, Ling Yichen was also overwhelmed with emotion. The way he looked at Tian Yingying also became different. After she survives this one, she'll definitely become stronger. This, he firmly believed. Let's leave and let them little girls have a little chat by themselves, Yi Santao said to Tian Yingying's parents. The two men looked at each other and nodded their heads in a whirlwind. The 4 adults exited the house, and Ling Yichen followed. Yi Qingzhu, on the other hand, stayed with W in Tian Yingying's room to calm her down, and in the meantime, knew what was going on. Soon, Yi Qingzhu and W learned from Tian Yingying's mouth what had happened to Tian Yingying. At this moment, Yi Qingzhu and W both looked like they had eaten dynamite. Their eyes were red and full of murderous aura. Chapter 32, Playing the Big Game. It's abominable. These bastards. I'm going to kill them. Yi Qingzhu's absolutely beautiful face was filled with anger and ferocity. After hearing the full story of what happened to Tian Yingying, she was really going to explode with anger. She sympathized with Tian Yingying a million times over. Don't feel bad. This matter won't be left alone. We will definitely avenge you, Yi Qingzhu said very firmly, and that gave Tian Yingying great comfort. At least it didn't make her feel like she was alone, that she could still rely on her teammates. Thanks. However, for the time being, it's better not to mess with them. I've inquired about that Lin Hao's background. He's from one of the 6 great families. The Lin family, although it's a collateral lineage, the family is rich and powerful, and he's followed around by a lot of attendants. We still work hard to improve our strength, and when our strength is strong, we will find a chance to chop him up. Tian Yingying's beautiful little face had a ferocity that didn't fit her. At this moment, she was like a young wolf. Although she had a low birth and low strength, she was extremely tough and ruthless. She may not be able to get her revenge immediately now, but she never forgets her hatred. She would choose to hibernate, slowly get stronger, and then wait for an opportunity to finish off her opponent. The Lin family? Could it be because of that Lin song? Yi Qingzhu was very intelligent and immediately associated it with yesterday's Lin song. W also nodded approvingly. Mostly he ordered it. This guy has a small heart. Just because of such a small thing yesterday he's looking for someone to retaliate against us. Scumbag, W raged viciously. Since it's coming against us, it won't just be looking for Ying alone. In the morning it was because we didn't go because we had something to do and Ying was the only one who went. So we only found Ying. Why don't all of us go together this afternoon and see what they plan to do? Yi Qingzhu quickly analyzed. Then we have to talk to Ling Yichen about this, so that he can be mentally prepared. W hurriedly added. As soon as Tian Yingying heard Ling Yichen, her eyes lit up. Regarding Ling Yichen, she had her own unique understanding, as she was the one who had seen Ling Yichen exterminate several senior awakened with his hands. The strength of those few senior awakened had reached at least E rank. Ling Yichen was powerful in a way that Yi Qingzhu and W did not understand, and she had always kept the secret for Ling Yichen, which, in her opinion, was a secret that belonged solely to them. That's why at this moment, when she mentioned Ling Yichen, her heart was also inexplicably throbbing, and she couldn't help but think in her mind, will he be willing to step in and help me? Would he be willing to kill for me? Even though Ling Yichen also killed someone last time, but she wasn't sure if Ling Yichen had intended to or was just going along for the ride. Well, we're a squad. We should find him to discuss this together. After Yi Qingzhu finished speaking, she went straight out the door, probing at Ling Yichen who was standing in the corridor outside the house. Playfully hooked her finger at him and lightly called out, Ling Yichen, you come. Although Ling Yichen already knew everything, he still blandly walked over and followed Yi Qingzhu into Tian Yingying's room, listening to the 3 of them recapitulate the matter in a 7-word conversation. Ling Yichen looked indifferent after hearing this, calmly looking at the 3 girls. The 3 girls were not calm when they saw how calm he was. Is there nothing you want to say? Don't you feel angry? Don't you have an itchy tooth? Don't you want to crush them all in one breath? Yi Qingzhu issued a soul torture. Ling Yichen heard it but remained calm and replied, angry. So this is how you act when you're angry. Yi Qingzhu looked at Ling Yichen oddly. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, looked back at her and said, everyone expresses their emotions in the same way. Of course, it doesn't matter. What matters is Lin Hao. Lin Hao must die. The only question that needs to be considered is how to die. And how to die so that no one will be suspicious. We're all ordinary people. And the Lin family is a top family in this central district. No, even the entire Rainbow City. Even if Lin Hao is just a collateral lineage, it's not something a family like ours can mess with. It doesn't matter to me. If something happens, I can take my sister and hide and live somewhere else. But can you? Ling Yichen looked towards Yi Qingzhu and Tian Yingying. The two men were speechless. I can. I only have one, W said proudly. Ling Yichen glanced at her as if to say, is this something to be proud of? W turned his head at once, not looking at Ling Yichen. Seeing this, Ling Yichen said, this matter can't be rushed. Right now what you guys need is to raise your strength as soon as possible, and try to raise yourselves to rank E or D, or even C. In the world of the awakened, strength reigns supreme, and it is only with strength that one has the right to speak. When you are strong to a certain extent, even the 6 great families will have to look at you differently. You should aim for longer-term things, like the Trial Tower. I've heard that those who complete the Tower of Trials can enter the Empty City. Don't you guys want to visit the Empty City? Don't you want to bring your family into the Empty City to live? After Ling Yichen said this, Yi Qingzhu and Tian Yingying both had a divine light in their eyes at the same time, and their hearts yearned for it. Only W quietly glanced at Ling Yichen and muttered, it's a shame you didn't go to be a distribution head. Your little mouth is blazingly articulate. She was originally from the Empty City, and if the Empty City was really that good, then why would she have run out? Of course, she didn't say any of this and had no intention of telling anyone else. It's her own secret. As for Lin Hao and Lin Song, leave them alone. I'll handle it. This was originally caused by me as well. Lin Song is just relenting his anger towards you guys. I'll take care of it, Ling Yichen said seriously. But Yi Qingzhu was not happy after hearing this. Che, we're a squad. We're a whole. What's one person's business is everyone's business. Yi Qingzhu retorted with the same seriousness, but Ling Yichen pursed his lips and smiled after hearing this, echoing, aha, then for the time being, let's eat first. We'll rest together in the afternoon after eating, and then we'll go to school together tomorrow to see if that Lin Hao or Lin Song will come to trouble us. At the moment they didn't have any good countermeasures. They mainly had to let Tian Yingying calm down. After all, after suffering so much, it wasn't a wise decision to let her go to school alone again in the afternoon. The crowd didn't have any objections and nodded in unison. So, several people returned to Yi Qingzhu's house together. Even Tian Yingying was pulled alone. When Tian Yingying saw Ling Yixuan, she also praised her, and her person looked a bit brighter. After everyone finished eating together, the 3 girls took Ling Yixuan back to Yi Qingzhu's room to play. The 3 of them seemed to treat Ling Yixuan like a doll, helping her dress up, changing different hair accessories and getting different hairstyles. In response, Ling Yichen was happy to do so. Alone, he returned to his room and silently pondered his next plan. As he said, Lin Hao had to die, and Lin Song couldn't escape, and it's very easy for him to kill them. He shifted his concentration to Chu Qi, maneuvering her to do some probing of Lin Hao's profile, and after reading his basic information, he immediately proceeded to take action. His actions were also very simple. All he had to do was manipulate a parasitized person to appear next to Lin Hao, giving the worms a chance to enter his body. Once Lin Hao was parasitized, then his life and death would be in Ling Yichen's hands. The same goes for Lin Song. Therefore, he instantly manipulated a parasite and headed to the entrance of the 4th Advanced Alien School to squat on Lin Hao. About an hour later, a luxury car pulled up in front of the school, and Lin Hao arrogantly got out of the car. As he got off the bus, there were a few students came over, and gave him an umbrella to shade the sun, and gave him a protective path, full of faction. Do Not Know also thought it was a leader to visit the school, only he didn't realize that it was because he was surrounded by so many people, some of whom had already passed the worm to him. As Ling Yichen's command was given, the worms immediately began to parasitize. Only Lin Hao's body trembled as if he had been bitten by something. He didn't have much of a reaction to this, still arrogantly walking towards the school surrounded by the crowd. As the parasitization was completed, the corners of Ling Yichen's lips slowly rose, and a cold smile rippled up with it. He didn't choose to immediately devour Lin Hao because he planned to play a big game. He wanted to completely parasitize the entire Lin family with Lin Hao at the center, making the Lin family his slaves. In this way, he will manipulate a powerful family for his use. What money, power, are as simple as a bag. Chapter 33, Black Tentacles. Of course, this plan will take some time if it is implemented. Ordinary people parasitize very simple. As long as stained with worms on the line, But the parasitism of worms also has an upper limit. The strength of the overly powerful awakened person is afraid that it is not good to easily parasitize. Just like W itself is not very powerful, but it comes with a body shield. Ordinary worms can't get close at all, and it takes a more advanced spirit worm to complete the parasitism. Similarly, some powerful awakened would sense when a foreign object was close to them, and when ordinary worms could not complete the parasitization, they would need to rely on spirit worms to do so. Ling Chen didn't intend to use the existing spirit insects to parasitize the Lin family. He wanted Lin how to cultivate spirit insects or even wisdom insects on his own, and that was the most interesting aspect of his plan. He wanted Lin how to think that these worms were his chances, his cards on the path to power, and thus take the initiative to cultivate more spirit worms, even wise worms, on his own. Then, when the time is right, he collects the vegetables, take away all of his so-called chances, his cards. Ling Chen had already thought about how desperate Lin Hao should be by then. Ha ha ha. Ling Chen couldn't help but smile, but the next second he immediately curtailed all his smiles as he sensed that Tian Yingying had appeared in front of his house. Sure enough, there was an instant knock on the door of his room. He immediately got up and went to open the door, only to see Tian Yingying standing in the doorway with an apprehensive look on her face, seemingly hesitating about something. When she saw Ling Chen, she even instinctively took a step backward. What's wrong? Ling Chen calmly inquired. Tian Yingying raised her eyes to look at him, then said, "Can we go to your house to talk?" Ling Chen nodded and turned around to enter the house, while Tian Yingying immediately followed. Entering Ling Chen's home, Tian Yingying was immediately constrained like an ant on a hot pan, her small hands unconsciously clasping her fingernails, her eyes flickering, not daring to look directly at Ling Chen at all. Ling Chen, on the other hand, sat down on the sofa in a big way, and patted the side, saying, "Don't be nervous, sit down and talk about what's going on." Tian Yingying nodded, then slowly walked over to his side and gently sat down, but after sitting down she didn't say anything for a long time, causing the whole room to be terribly quiet, so quiet that they could hear each other breathing. Seeing her like this, Ling Chen was not in a hurry to open his mouth first. He wanted to wait for Tian Yingying to break the barriers in her heart first, only then would she dare to talk to herself normally in the future. He also knew that the reason why Tian Yingying was like this was entirely caused by the fact that on the day she reported to the Transcendent Management Association, she witnessed herself devouring several awakened. To a certain extent, it's also psychological. It's only up to her to come out of this shadow. After roughly 3 full minutes, Tian Yingying finally realized that if she didn't open her mouth and say something, she was going to be so nervous that she wouldn't be able to breathe. I know you're actually very powerful. So powerful that you can easily kill senior awakened ones, although I don't know why you're hiding. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret and definitely won't reveal your strength. Tian Yingying finally opened her mouth to say what she had been wanting to say. After she finished speaking, she immediately felt incomparably relieved, as if the big stone weighing down her heart was finally unloaded. One must know that ever since that day when she witnessed Ling Chen kill those senior awakened, and then ran into him at home and learned that he was her neighbor, she had been terrified and scared every day. She was afraid that Ling Chen would kill her to silence her, and she was also afraid that Ling Chen would hurt her parents, so she lived in fear every single day. And even though she slowly came into contact with Ling Chen later on, knowing that he might not be as bad as she thought, she was still afraid. Just seeing him made her instinctively nervous. And now, when she said what she wanted to say, it was as if she had crossed mountains and rivers, and there was an indescribable relief in her heart. After hearing this, Ling Chen gently nodded his head, raised his eyes to look at her, and softly said, "Well, I know. Is that all you want to say?" Tian Yingying immediately shook her head. Of course not. She had come to find Ling Chen this time to say more than that, only to see her stand up in a mischievous manner before bowing respectfully and incomparably to Ling Chen. "Please accept me as your disciple and let me become strong. I'm willing to pay any price for that." Ling Chen watched as she bent herself into a 90-degree humanoid ruler, and there was a hint of laughter in his eyes. "Take an apprentice? It's not like this is a metaphysical world and there are clans that accept disciples to worship and such." So he immediately waved his hand and softly said, "Forget about accepting an apprentice. We're almost as big as each other. There's no need for this." At these words, Tian Yingying's delicate body trembled, but she still bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Ling Chen took the initiative to reach out and patted her shoulder, continuing, "Get up. I don't take on disciples, but I will give you powerful up the bottom, provided you believe me." Tian Yingying slowly lifted her head and looked at Ling Chen, looking at him with an incomparably determined look before saying, "I believe." Ling Chen nodded gently, the smile on his face slowly enlarging, but in the next second, he could only be seen stretching his fist out in front of Tian Ying before slowly opening his palm. Only a tiny red bug was seen in his palm. At first glance, I thought it was a red millet. When Tian Ying saw what it was clearly, her expression shifted slightly. Girls are naturally afraid of things like bugs. However, Ling Yichen said, "Since you believe in me, then swallow it." Tian Ying's pupils shrunk slightly, but in the next second, she didn't hesitate to take the spirit worm from Ling Yichen's palm and put it into her mouth. Even though it was such a small bug and she didn't feel anything, she was brave enough to put it in her mouth. And this behavior was appreciated by Ling Yichen. "Very well, from today onwards, you'll have to take the initiative to get close to it and feed it. This is a spirit insect. You take the initiative to get close to it and feed it, and after a long time, it will recognize you as its master. You can understand it as a kind of compulsion, and when it recognizes you as its master, it can become your native compulsion, and the stronger it is, the stronger you will become. If the conditions allow it, you try to buy as many gene potions that can strengthen your body to swallow, and it will grow faster after absorbing your essence blood." After hearing this, Tian Ying's eyes blossomed with divine light and her face was filled with excitement. Thank you, thank you." Tian Ying bowed again, sincerely thanking. Ling Yichen waved his hand and softly said, "Go out if there's nothing else, and Lin Hao's matter doesn't need to be taken to heart. I'll take care of it." "Aha!" Tian Ying nodded heavily, and her gaze towards Ling Yichen changed completely, shining brightly. Ling Yichen watched her go out, then helplessly shook his head with a bitter smile. After all, she was still a young and tender little girl with a happy face. Of course, he wasn't too old, but he had gone through so much suffering that it caused his mental age to be much more mature than his actual age now. Facing a peer like Tian Ying, his mind was almost completely crushed. After dealing with Tian Ying's matter, Ling Yichen immediately turned his attention to Lin Hao. He only smiled evilly and muttered to himself, "It's time to let the guy feel the power of worms." At the same time, the 4th Advanced Alien School, the 8th class of the 4th grade. At the moment, Lin Hao was sitting in his seat, surrounded by a circle of followers. A distinguished-looking girl was squeezing his shoulders, while one was carefully peeling the white silk off the orange petals and feeding them to him. "Boss, that doesn't seem to be here this afternoon." Someone reported to Lin Hao about Tian Ying's whereabouts. Of course, they were just staking out Tian Ying's class and made sure that she didn't come to school. If she comes, then the nightmare of noon will continue. If she didn't come, then she didn't come. She's not an important person anyway. What's important is that Ling Yichen. Did he come? Lin Hao said while spitting the orange seeds in his mouth onto the face of the opposite follower. The follower sniffed and immediately shook his head. He didn't come either. That Yi Qingzhu and De Bun Yo didn't come either. All 4 of them didn't come in the afternoon. Lin Hao couldn't help but snort when he heard that. "Humph, better never come, or I'll make them look good." As he was speaking, his face suddenly changed. Then he stood up in a mischievous manner. His actions also startled the group of followers around him, and as they were about to go up and ask what had happened, they only saw Lin Hao's face become painful and his body was trembling violently. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" The faces of the group of followers went white with fear. Their parents worked in the Lin family's industry, so if something happened to Lin Hao, then they would be implicated, along with their parents' families. At this moment, Lin Hao's face was extremely ugly, and he was in so much pain that tears were flowing out of his eyes. He only saw his hands grabbing the shirt on his chest and pulling hard. Hiss! The buttons of his blouse were all taut, exposing his white chest, only to see that above his chest, there was a black flesh writhing and squeezing his sternum, causing him pain. "Ah, that hurts!" He let out a shocking wail, and his entire body fell to the ground, rolling over and over, like an earthworm that had just been dug out of the earth. His movement also immediately attracted the attention of the whole class, and immediately someone went to the teacher as well. Soon the teacher arrived in a hurry. "Get out of the way, all of you." As soon as the teacher arrived, he immediately asked the onlookers to disperse a bit, and when they did, he finally saw the condition of Lin Hao's chest. At this moment, the black meatballs on Lin Hao's chest were a little bigger and a little more protruding, showing signs of bursting Lin Hao's chest at any moment. The teacher was shocked to see this scene. He wasn't sure what it was. Just as he was thinking about what to do with Lin Hao, he only heard Lin Hao let out a miserable wail, and along with that wail, Lin Hao's chest hissed. A ball of black flesh finally burst through his sternum, extending out from it and slowly lengthening, eventually evolving into a black tentacle that was about 2 meters long. The black tentacles were flung around like straw in the wind. Very frightening. That teacher looked at this black tentacle with a face full of surprise and doubt, but then revealed a look of delight. only to hear him say to the faceless Lin Hao on the ground, "Lin Hao, you seem to have awakened for the second time. This is your second supernatural ability." Everyone in the classroom was stunned at that statement. A second awakening? Really? Isn't that something only legendary geniuses can do? The crowd was talking. And when Lin Hao, who was lying on the ground, heard about the second awakening, he instantly also felt that the sharp pain in his chest didn't hurt as much. He laboriously stood up with the help of the crowd, looking at this ugly tentacle on his chest with some shock, and hesitantly said, "Is this really my second psychic ability?" To be honest, he himself didn't know what was going on. At this moment he only felt that his body hurt so much, and it was as if the bones in his body were being taken apart and put back together one by one. His head was also buzzing, completely unable to understand what was going on. This was not at all the same thing as his last awakening. At this point, the teacher continued, "Try to manipulate it with your mind. You can do it. Try to see if you can retrieve it." Hearing this, Lin Hao was a bit baffled, woodenly following his teacher's words and silently thinking in his heart, "Collect." With a thought in his mind, he only saw the black tentacle immediately tremble, and then, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, it quickly retracted, shrinking back into Lin Hao's chest in a matter of moments. At this moment, everyone was stunned, and at the same time, countless people threw envious looks at Lin Hao. Could it be that he really is a genius? He's actually awakened for the second time. God, this is so unfair. Lin Hao has a good family, he's handsome, and now he's completed his second awakening. This is going against the heavens. Listening to the vocal praise from his classmates, Lin Hao suddenly felt that the pain in his chest was nothing. He drifted off and shouted at everyone, "Ha ha ha, old me has awakened for the second time. Old me is a genius." Chapter 34, The Carp Leaps the Dragon Gate. Second awakening, even in the entire Rainbow City, was an extremely rare existence. This sudden appearance of Lin Hao's black tentacles was very much in line with the second awakening of his supernatural ability. It was a bit ugly and detracted from the aesthetics, but if it was a second awakening of his powers, then he could accept it. At this moment, Lin Hao only felt a wave of unprecedented excitement. His first awakened psychic ability was a slightly cockamamie one called turning waste into treasure. It's just taking something old and making it new. Nothing special. Because of this, he was once laughed at by the people in the family for a long time, and his strength has not progressed at all in the past 4 years, still staying at F class. But now, he had awakened a second psychic ability, and this one possessed the ability to fight at first glance. This made him incredibly excited. He could finally get rid of the label of waste and could raise his eyebrows. To celebrate Lao Zi's second awakening, the students at the scene will each be given 10,000 credits, and the teacher will be given 100,000. Lin Hao said hoarsely, "I shouted too hard just now because it hurt too much, and now my voice is splitting." The words were met with cheers from the students in the audience. An F-rank awakened person also only has a 100 points a month subsidy, which translates into exactly 10,000 credits. So 10,000 credits wasn't a lot, and the students present couldn't help but shout loudly, "Young Lin is mighty. Young Lin is domineering." In an instant, the entire 4th grade 8 class shouted to the heavens, and the shout startled the rest of the class. When the others inquired, they immediately knew about Lin Hao's second awakening. Instantly, the matter about Lin Hao's second awakening spread quickly throughout the entire 4th Advanced Alien School as if it had grown wings. At the same time, in an extremely luxurious exclusive lounge in the rest area, Goddess Elena was lying on the sofa, enjoying a hydrotherapy spa from a trainee who possessed a water-based psychic ability, and suddenly, her communicator rang, and after a slight check, the information about Lin Hao's second awakening was immediately clear. Only a hint of surprise and curiosity could be seen on her stunningly beautiful face before she turned her eyes to look at Lin Song, who was not far away. At this moment, Lin Song was also lying on a soft sofa, enjoying a massage from a stunningly beautiful young woman. "Lin Song, Lin Hao seems to be a member of your family, right?" When Lin Song, who was in the middle of a massage, heard this, he immediately opened his eyes and looked at Ileana. "Yes, he's a collateral member of my family, and by generation, he's my clan brother. What's wrong? How does Goddess Irina know about him?" Lin Song's eyes were filled with curiosity. Lin Hao was just an unassuming presence in their family. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that he took the initiative to come to himself today and tell himself that he helped teach Tian Ying a lesson, he might have forgotten that there was such a person. However, when he inquired about Lin Hao and learned that he had only awakened a scrappy psychic ability, he paid little attention to this clan brother. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he was able to hear his name from the mouth of the noble Goddess Irina. When Ileana heard Lin Song's words, there was a mystery on her stunningly beautiful face, only to hear her softly reply, "I've just gotten word that he has completed his second awakening a black tentacle, and is currently preparing to undergo the Transcendent Management Association's testing to assess the strength level of the second psychic ability." Hearing this, Lin Song violently shook off the young woman's hand and directly sat up from the sofa. "What? He completed his second awakening?" After saying that, he hurriedly picked up his own communicator to consult it, and there was indeed this intelligence in the communicator. His face changed abruptly at this moment. The second awakening, which is really significant, because the people who can be awakened twice are really rare. As long as the second awakening of the supernormal ability is not too much trash, will become the family focus on cultivating the object. So Lin Song also came to spirit. He hurriedly got up and dressed, then saluted at Irina and said, "Goddess Irina, I need to see this clan brother of mine right now, so I'll leave for a while. My apologies." With that he was going towards the door. "Wait!" Irina suddenly spoke up and called out to him. Lin Song immediately stopped and tried to maintain the appearance of a humble gentleman. "What are the orders of the goddess Irina? I want to meet him too," Irina said calmly. But when Lin Song heard that, his pupils contracted rapidly, and only after hesitating for 2 seconds did he return. "Okay, then you wait a little bit. When he finishes his appraisal I'll bring him over to see you," before hurrying out of the restroom. And at this moment, Lin Hao was undergoing testing by the Transcendent Management Association. Of course, he didn't go to the Transcendental Management Association, but was tested directly at the school's exclusive department. Every advanced alien school had this department, which was directly under the Transcendent Management Association, and was just a convenient way to test the school's students. Soon the test results came back. Upper E-class psychic ability, close to D-class. As soon as this talent level came out, it instantly made again, of which the happiest was naturally Lin Hao. Upper E grade, close to D grade. That means that I am able to reach a C rank awakened person, or even B rank, if I cultivate hard. His eyes filled with excitement at the thought. It was because the Lin family's head of the family was now a B rank strength. Normally, the strength level cultivated from the latter would be one level greater than the awakened talent level, with a guaranteed bottom. That is to say, if the awakened talent level was F rank, then the strength level that was subsequently cultivated would be at least E rank. If the awakened talent level was E rank, then the strength level that was subsequently cultivated would be at least D rank. Like Lin Hao's current detected upper E grade, close to D grade, any subsequent cultivation would be at least a C grade, and as to whether he could reach a B grade, it would depend on his own level of effort as well as the supply of resources. People with good family backgrounds and enough resources to pile up, then it is also possible to pile up a rank hard. Lin Hao's family was powerful. As long as the family was willing, it was completely possible for Lin Hao to reach B rank strength. Once I have B rank strength, then I will have the strength to compete with the direct line for the position of family head. Thinking about this, Lin Hao's heart couldn't help but tremble. Master of the house. That was a position that countless sons of the Lin family could only dream of. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now, he was solidly grasping the possibility. It certainly gave him a huge boost. He couldn't help but reach out and touch the fleshy ball on his chest, and instead of resisting it at the moment, he became incredibly precious about it, because it was his hope, the chance to change his destiny. Congratulations Lin Hao, upper E grade, close to D grade talent level. The future is unlimited. Teacher is optimistic about you. Lin Hao's teacher looked at him full of relief. Lin Hao also immediately replied back, "Thank you, teacher. I'll definitely work hard on my cultivation." However, in his heart, he spat, "Humph, you snob. Before Lao Zi didn't have a second awakening, you all treated Lao Zi like air. Although you didn't dare to control me much, you definitely didn't treat Lao Zi as a person. And now as soon as you heard that I had awakened close to a D-rank talented ESP, you immediately changed your face. Hypocritical." Just as Lin Hao was thinking this, the door to the testing room was pushed open. A stout-looking handsome teenager walked in slowly. He had a striking little mole on his nose. It was Lin Song. As soon as Lin Song came in, everyone present changed their faces, including the staff member responsible for the test. "Young Master Lin Song, why have you come over in person? I was all set to send someone to tell you the test results," the staff member said respectfully. Lin Song was a direct descendant of the Lin family, and was also of the contemporary family head's line. His status was definitely not comparable to a collateral line like Lin Hao, and Lin Song's own strength is also very strong. Awakening of the talent level of D class, under normal circumstances are able to reach the peak of the C class, coupled with more resources, is bound to be able to enter the B class. If the family then pour enough resources, even the powerful A class can also look forward to. Timing and people were all on Lin Song's side. To put it mildly, as long as Lin Song didn't die young, he would definitely be one of the candidates to become the Lin family's head in the future. Even if he didn't become the Lin family head in the future, his status would definitely not be low. No one would not respect such a dragon among men, even those in the Association of Transcendental Managers. Kidding aside, the entire Rainbow City was spoken for by the 6 great families, and after so many years, the Transcendent Management Association had long since had many sons and daughters of the Lin family in charge of important positions. It would be foolish to offend Lin Song. Chapter 35, The Gift of the Goddess. Mr. Lin Song, you're here. Even that teacher showed strong fawning intentions towards Lin Song. Lin Hao was the only one present who was still calm, but he was also a little surprised when he watched Lin Song appear here. Brother Song, what brings you here? Lin Hao opened his mouth to inquire. Lin Song heard him call himself Brother Song and raised his eyebrows lightly. Although it was true that he was his own clan brother, Lin Hao's family was just an unremarkable side clan, and normally, he should be called Young Master. However, he was also a smart person and guessed that Lin Hao dared to call himself that, so it must be that his second awakening had awakened a good natural ability. So he also gave a light and then asked, I heard that you've awakened for the second time, so I came over to take a look. What is the rank of the second awakening's natural supernormal ability? Hearing the question, Lin Hao had a joy on his face and in his eyes that he couldn't hide, and proudly replied, Upper grade E, close to grade D. There's a hope to reach grade B in the latter days cultivation. Lin Hao was indeed a bit overjoyed, and even said that there was a hope of reaching grade B in the latter days cultivation. It wasn't until after he said it that he realized he shouldn't have said it, because this was a rule that all the children of the Lin family knew. All Lin family descendants whose strength reaches rank B are eligible to compete for the position of family head, regardless of whether you're in the direct or collateral line. This is an important element in maintaining the balance of the entire family. It was tantamount to giving all the Lin family's children a hope. As such, all Lin family children had set reaching B rank strength as a lifelong goal. And right now, when Lin Hao said this, he was undoubtedly telling Lin Song, I will be able to compete for the position of family head in the future. But who was Lin Song? That was the direct descendant of the current Lin family head, and the person who had the best chance of inheriting the family head position in this generation. So Lin Hao's words could, to a certain extent, be seen as a declaration of war against Lin Song. Sure enough, after Lin Song heard these words, his already cold eyes violently blossomed with a ray of cold light, and a murderous intent was unabashedly released. Lin Hao sensed this killing intent and immediately broke out into a cold sweat all over his body in fear. He violently knelt down on both knees, his entire body prostrate at Lin Song's feet, and said with a trembling voice, Young Master, I have no intention of competing with you for the position of family head. I absolutely did not. Lin Song, however, looked at him with cold eyes, and his voice was also ghostly cold. Humph, whether you have that heart or not, as long as you can reach B-level strength, you can come and compete, provided you can reach B-level. Lin Hao remained prostrate on the ground and respectfully said, I'm just a sidekick. I definitely won't be able to arrive. At this moment, how could Lin Hao dare to take the slightest offense? The Lin family's hierarchy was extremely strict. In the eyes of outsiders, it might not be apparent, but within the Lin family, there was a world of difference in the treatment of the direct and collateral lineages. If the immediate family and the collateral family are to dine together in the same place, the collateral family is not eligible to be served at the table, or even to wait until the immediate family has finished eating before the collateral family can go and eat. If the direct line and the collateral line are on the same battlefield, and the direct line is in danger, the collateral line must unconditionally go to the defense of the direct line, even if it means paying for it with their lives. Once the immediate family is dead and the collateral family is still alive, not only will the collateral family have to die, but even their family members will be implicated. And the main factor that led to this was the bloodline. The bloodline of the direct line is pure, the bloodline of the collateral line is mixed, and the priority in any case is to ensure that the pure bloodline can continue. The Lin family was a family that extremely valued its bloodline. In fact, it wasn't just the Lin family, the entire 6 great families extremely valued this. There are also all divisions between direct and collateral lines, so at this moment, Lin Song heartily accepted Lin Hao's kneeling. He glanced at Lin Hao faintly and said in a cold voice, Get up, come with me, Goddess Irina wants to see you. After saying this, Lin Song directly turned around and walked outside. It wasn't until Lin Song left the room that Lin Hao dared to get up, and at the moment, His face was covered in beads of sweat, and his eyes were filled with panic, because he also knew that his words just now had offended Lin Song, and if Lin Song was willing to do so, he could even directly execute himself, and the Lin family would not feel that there was anything wrong with that. Who made Lin Song a direct descendant of the Lin family's contemporary family head? As he watched Lin Song walk away, he hurriedly let out a long breath and wiped away the beads of sweat on his face before quickly following. However, his heart was also wondering, the Irina goddess wanted to see herself? Could it also be because of the second awakening? When he thought of the Irina goddess, his heart couldn't help but be on fire. Just kidding, that's a goddess. The goddess who came down from the city of emptiness. It takes 10 years to see a goddess or a godson come down. Each one of them is the pride of heaven, a sacrosanct existence. And the descent of the divine son and divine daughter meant that the 6 great families were going to have a general election. Thinking about the general election, Lin Hao's eyes were filled with excitement. If we can come out on top in the general election, why would it not be a chance to get out of the way? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but quicken his pace a bit. Soon, Lin Hao followed Lin Song outside that luxurious restroom. However, Lin Song did not go in directly, but stood outside the door and straightened his clothes, confirming that he was in the best condition before looking at Lin Hao and reminding him in a low voice, "Be careful with what you say when you go in later, and definitely don't disgrace our Lin family in front of the goddess Irina, or else I'll exterminate your lineage." As soon as these words came out, Lin Hao's face changed wildly, and then he hurriedly scrutinized himself, fearing that he might have made some mistake. Lin Song on the side was in no hurry, letting him scrutinize himself until after he thought there was nothing wrong with him. Lin Song then pushed open the door of the room. Lin Hao followed closely behind and entered the room. The restroom was extremely luxurious, but Lin Hao didn't dare to look at it more than once, only silently keeping his head down and following Lin Song. Soon Lin Song led him to the Irina goddess. At this moment, Irina was still lying on the couch, but the water awakening who had given her a spa treatment was gone. "Goddess Irina, Lin Hao is here." Lin Hao also hurriedly bowed and saluted. Lin Hao greets the goddess. Only then did Ileana slowly open her eyes and look at Lin Song before she swept over to Lin Hao beside him. Lin Hao had a weightless feeling like falling into the stars when he looked at him, and his head was dizzy, with everything around him appearing to be reimagined. In the next second, Elena's voice echoed directly into his mind. "Tell me, do you want to be the Lin family head?" When Lin Hao heard these words, his scalp tingled in shock, and his entire being snapped out of it. He looked around and realized that nothing had changed around him. Everything was the same as before, and the Irina goddess hadn't spoken at all. At that moment, only a smile slowly raised on Ileana's face. Then she looked at Lin Song and said, "Not bad, let's give him a spot in the 6 clan election." When Lin Song heard this, he immediately nodded respectfully and said, "Yes." After saying that, Lin Song turned back to look at Lin Hao. Those eyes were like 9 secluded cold pools, looking at Lin Hao with fear. "You heard me. This is the opportunity given to you by the goddess Irina. You must cherish it." Although Lin Hao was afraid of Lin Song's eyes, he always kept in mind what Lin Song had said outside. He hurriedly bowed at Irina and said, "Thank you, goddess, for your gift." When Lin Song saw this, he then waved his hand at him, signaling him to leave. Only then did Lin Hao lower his body slightly and slowly exit the room. Chapter 36, Night Meeting with the Goddess, Up. After leaving the room, Lin Hao let out a long, violent breath. "It's too depressing." One Lin Song was enough for him to suffer, and then another Irina goddess. He almost peed in fear. However, when he thought of the words of goddess Irina, a look of excitement appeared on his face. "Great! I'll be able to participate in the 6 clans election. As long as I can get a better ranking, the clan will tilt more resources to me, so maybe I'll actually have the possibility of advancing to B rank. If I can really advance to B class strength, then there may not be no place for me, Lin Hao, in the upper echelons of this Lin family." Thinking about this, his hands couldn't help but clench into fists. "No, I have to step up my cultivation time. There's only 6 months left until the 6 clans election. After 6 months, I need to be at least at rank D in order to get a good ranking amongst the many geniuses." At this moment, Lin Hao had a sense of urgency. Immediately, he headed out of the school in a fiery hurry. He had to go home immediately and tell his mom and dad about these things, so that they could prepare some more cultivation resources for him. At the same time, in the Sunken Garden neighborhood, inside room B1807, Ling Yichen slowly opened his eyes. Only a smile slowly swept across his face as he whispered, 6 clan election? Interesting. It wasn't surprising that he would know about the 6 clans election, because everything that happened to Lin Hao was caused by him. The tentacles on Lin Hao's chest were worms that had evolved. Moreover, In order to make Lin Hao suffer more, he had purposely made the worm tentacles squeeze and break his sternum. Think of it as a way to avenge Tian Yingying. Of course, the real fun is yet to come. Lin Hao, I'm looking forward to you. Oh, don't let me down. Ling Yichen whispered once more before withdrawing his attention from Lin Hao's body. Lin Hao, the pawn, had already been laid, and even if he didn't need to manipulate him, Lin Hao would still be able to play his proper role. He got up and stretched, and then he whirled towards Yi Qingzhu's house, and before he could go in, he heard the sound of a few girls playing around ringing out from inside the house. Ling Yichen hesitated slightly, but still chose not to go in. The girls were playing quite well, and there was no way for him, a guy, to fit in, so it was better to let them play on their own. Immediately, he folded back into his house, turned on the TV, and casually watched the TV news. Soon, a TV news story caught his attention. It's almost time for the annual Mid-Autumn Festival, and families will be holding moon festivals again, so I wonder who will be lucky enough to receive the purple moon's blessing this year. Looking at the news, Ling Yichen's brows slowly furrowed, couldn't help but raise his eyes to the sun outside the window. At this time is still 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky hanging should be hot and dazzling to unseeable sun, but Ling Yichen saw the sun as a sun emitting a light white halo, and in the periphery of the sun, there are 2 purple halos surrounded. Not only was it the sun, but the moon in this world was also similar to the sun, emitting a faint white light and also had 2 purple auras surrounding it. It's not even comparable to Earth's blazing sun and silver moon. The sun and moon in this world were already abnormal, and as a result, there's now some kind of purple moon? Ling Yichen only felt weird. He had a gut feeling that this purple moon was not a good thing. Never mind, it's already August 13th today, and there are 2 more days until Mid-Autumn Festival, so we'll know what's going on by then. Ling Yichen didn't think much of it and changed the channel to continue watching TV. All this afternoon, Ling Yichen lay around the house with nothing to do, and it made him feel happy, because this is the life he once desperately wanted. During the 6 years of his captivity, he had missed the days of doing nothing, eating and sleeping, and right now, he's finally living it. He wasn't bored at all, he just felt good. After having dinner at Yi Qingzhu's house and staying at her house for a while, he returned alone. Ling Yixuan was left behind by Yi Qingzhu, staying at her place for the night. According to Tang Wan, Yi Qingzhu had wanted a sister since she was a little girl, but unfortunately Yi Songtao and Tang Wan had no intention of having a second child, so her wish had always fallen through, and Ling Yixuan's appearance fulfilled all the conditions for her to be a sister, so she was now even more rare than Ling Yichen, and couldn't wait for her parents to adopt her directly. The good thing is that Ling Yichen originally lived in the opposite door. The 2 families are just separated by a 2-meter wide corridor. Sleeping in his own home or Yi Qingzhu's home is not a problem, so Ling Yichen also agreed to let Ling Yixuan stay. And this made Yi Qingzhu praise Ling Yichen fiercely, praising him for being a reasonable person and a very complimentary brother. In response, Ling Yichen smiled without saying anything. After returning to his home, Ling Yichen laid down on his bed and turned his head to look out the window. It was 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, and his window could just about see the moon surrounded by a purple halo. Thinking about the news he heard in the afternoon, he couldn't help but look at the moon a few more times, especially the 2 purple halos, which seemed to have some kind of magical power, attracting his gaze. But as he watched, he was suddenly a little sleepy, and his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he slowly closed his eyes uncontrollably. But the next second, he opened it again. He yawned and rolled over, intending to sleep in a different comfortable position. However, just as he rolled over, he inadvertently caught sight of the alarm clock on the nightstand. 1:20. He froze, thinking for a moment that he had misread the situation. Isn't it just after 8 o'clock? He wiped his eyes and looked closely, and it was indeed 1:20. He frowned furiously and got up and walked over to the window to look at the occupants of the other buildings in the neighborhood, only to find that the lights were basically out for the night, with only a smattering of 1 or 2 homes still lit. Did I really fall asleep and sleep for almost 4 or 5 hours? Why don't I feel anything at all? Ling Yichen was filled with doubt and was about to turn around and go back to bed. It was also at this time that a figure appeared in his field of vision. To be precise, it was he who saw a figure appear on the roof of a tall building in the distance, and Ling Yichen could see who it was. Is she? How did she end up on the roof at this hour? With these doubts, Ling Yichen couldn't help but stand in front of the window, quietly gazing at the figure. Only under the white moonlight, a slender and absolutely beautiful figure was standing at the edge of the top of the tall building, facing the moon, with her hands spread out like the meat silk on the Titanic. It was because she was facing the moon, and because the moon's light wasn't exactly faint, that Ling Yichen saw clearly who she was. It was the goddess Irina. What is she doing? Ling Yichen was somewhat unable to understand her behavior. Standing on the roof of a building in the middle of the night, making such a strange move. If it was an ordinary person standing there, Ling Yichen would have thought that she couldn't think straight and was ready to jump off the building. But that was Irina, a goddess from the empty city. There was absolutely no way she would jump to her death. And, even if she did jump, she might not die. Forget it, what do you care? Ling Yichen yawned again and was ready to go back to sleep. However, right at this moment, Ling Yichen suddenly saw a bizarre scene, only to see that in the void, strands of purple light were falling from the heights and descending onto her body. This time, Ling Yichen was completely interested. He took a step forward and pressed himself against the window glass to see, trying to see what the purple glow was and where it came from. Soon he had an answer. That purple glow was none other than the purple aura from the moon's periphery. Chapter 37, Night Meeting with the Goddess. Next, is she absorbing the power of that purple ring? Ling Yichen was astonished. Even though he had seen it, it still seemed unbelievable. After all, the moon is in the distant stars, while the man is on the surface of the earth. What kind of ability does one have to be able to do something so treacherous? At this moment, Ling Yichen became extremely curious about this goddess. Suddenly, not half asleep, he unconsciously headed for the door, then took the elevator to the top floor and made his way to the rooftop above. Looking at Ileana from her position on the rooftop, the view was much wider, and Ling Yichen was able to visualize Ileana's state more intuitively. He could clearly see a shadow of light in the center of Ileana's brow, and it was that shadow of light that was constantly absorbing those ethereal purple mists in the void. As those purple mists entered that light shadow became brighter and brighter and had a tendency to grow, as if it was a portal that was about to open. Seeing such a treacherous scene, Ling Yichen narrowed his eyes slightly. It was also at this moment that Irina suddenly opened her eyes and jerked her head towards him. At that moment, the two of them were looking at each other with four eyes in the air. Ileana's eyes were haunted by a purple aura that was very treacherous, and she frowned when she saw that Ling Yichen was also looking at her. It's him! She recognized Ling Yichen at a glance. It was because she was still quite impressed with Ling Yichen. Ever since she had come down from the City of Air, those who were able to resist her divine sense probes, aside from the 6 great family heads and some few powerful people, Ling Yichen was one of them. When they met at the school yesterday, she also tried to probe Ling Yichen with her divine sense, but Ling Yichen's spiritual sea of consciousness was as strong as a fortress, and she was unable to break into it at all. Those who were able to resist her divine sense probes were either extremely strong and had initially mastered some abilities in this area, either their willpower was super strong, so strong that they could resist the invasion of divine sense, and once such a person grasped the way to cultivate divine sense, their growth rate would be extremely terrifying. Obviously, Ling Yichen was the latter. That's why she was very impressed with Ling Yichen. Unexpectedly, she had met it again tonight, and it was at an important moment when she was practicing her secret art. How dare you spy on my secret cultivation techniques? Believe it or not, I will execute your entire clan. Irina's tone was calm, but the words that came out were appalling, especially since she always took a condescending stance. If an ordinary person were to face her, they might be instantly subdued by her. However, Ling Yichen was not an ordinary person, only to see him raise his eyebrows slightly, followed by a snort. Peeping Tom, are you talking about me? I didn't. I just thought the moonlight tonight was stunning, so I came out to enjoy it. It's you. Why are you standing on someone's roof for no reason? Be careful. If you fall off and die, you'll have to blackmail others for money. Ling Yichen wasn't a mouthy person. He doesn't talk much on weekdays, and that's only because he doesn't want to. Right now, when he encountered a goddess who was so fond of posing, he couldn't help but want to flirt a bit. You, Irina said with a flash of fury in her eyes, but it immediately tightened up again. There are only a few days in a year when it is the best time to cultivate the heavenly eyes, and one can definitely not break up with him here. It is purely a waste of time. Since you bumped into it unintentionally, I won't blame you. Quickly retreat and don't disturb my cultivation. Ileana stopped paying attention to Ling Yichen after she finished speaking, and continued to close her eyes to cultivate, the light shadow in the center of her eyebrows relighting up. Afterward, the faint purple mist floating in the void immediately formed a strand of purple silk threads that surged into the light shadow in her brow. The more purple mist that the light shadow absorbed, the brighter it became, and its shape slowly appeared a slight change. From a thread-like mold, it gradually turned into the shape of a wee dawn, with both ends pointed and rounded in the middle, and there was a black dot being revealed from the middle of the circle, which looked like an eye that was gradually opening up. Yes, that's right, one eye. Ling Yichen, who saw what it was clearly, was also shocked. A mythological character, Yang Jian, instantly came to mind. In Chinese mythology, There is a person who was born with 3 eyes, and the Irina at the moment seems to be cultivating a 3rd eye with the help of the moon, which is really weird. He didn't want to leave at this moment, but instead found a place to sit down and quietly watch Ileana cultivate. He would like to see if she was able to cultivate that complete eye in the end. A little bit of time passed, and he was looking at this for a full 3 hours. During the 3 hours, Ileana absorbed those purple mists uninterruptedly, and the vertical eye on her brow had also changed quite a bit, expanding from the original open 1 millimeter to about 2 millimeters, and the black dot in the center had gradually taken on the outline of the pupil of the eye. It wasn't until around 4:30 in the morning that Ileana stopped practicing, and Lingi-chan also planned to go back and catch up on some sleep. He had just turned to leave when he didn't realize Irina's voice came from behind him. "Stop!" Without thinking, Lingi-chan immediately turned around. It was also the moment he turned around that he felt a dark light appear in front of his eyes, and in the next second he felt a sharp pain in his head as if he had been hammered hard. Without waiting for more of a reaction, he blew up. Yeah, that's right, he blew up. His body looked like it had been hit by a bomb, and it directly exploded, turning into a puddle of blood and mud that scattered and splattered in all directions. At this moment, when Ileana, who was standing at the edge of the roof, saw Lingi-chen transformed into a splatter of blood and mud, her stunningly beautiful face didn't have too much of a reaction, but deep within her eyes was a look of satisfaction. The power of the heavenly eye is truly extraordinary when it is first completed. If I can obtain the purple moon's presence on the 15th of August, then I can hopefully cultivate the heavenly eye to the point where it is fully open, and even the 6 great family heads may not be my opponent at that time. The thought of the general election in 6 months' time caused a wave of murderous intent to flood her pupils. The so-called Great Election was indeed a selection of the most outstanding geniuses from the 6 great families, but that's not what she cares about. What she really cares about is the contest after the election, because that will determine which family she marries into, and she didn't want to marry any of the family, because in her heart of hearts, she doesn't like these dirty pariahs on the surface, and she only wants to return to the Hollow City, where she belongs. Her eyes filled with fight just thinking about it. She definitely didn't want to spend her life in a place with few resources and full of ignorant pariahs. Collecting her mind and taking another look at the place where Lingi-chen had exploded, she turned around with a calm mind and leapt up, quickly disappearing into the pre-dawn darkness. She wasn't going to have any mood swings over the death of a pariah. Naturally, she also didn't notice that the blood and mud that was scattered all over the place was converging towards the center area at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and roughly half an hour later, a complete Lingi-chen re-stood at the location where he had exploded before. Chapter 38, almost exploded again. Grass. Lingi-chen, who had regrouped his body, cursed angrily. He actually didn't expect Ileana to be able to instantly second herself, and the most terrifying thing was that he didn't even see clearly how he was seconded. The only thing I can say for sure is that Irina used that newly appeared vertical eye to launch her attack. This vertical eye is so perverted that it crushed my body in an instant. What kind of power is this? Lingi-chen became even more curious about Ileana's vertical eye. There was also a strong curiosity about Irina's condition. According to the information given by W earlier, this so-called goddess was just a mediocre person in the empty city who was relegated down because of a mistake. However, it was such an ordinary person who was relegated down that had such bizarre and powerful attacks, and she was able to absorb the power of that purple ring on the moon. That doesn't seem like an ordinary person in any way, does it? Or do people in the empty city have this ability? If that was the case, then one needed to rethink one's vengeance. At the very least, one needed to wield more power to go back. He couldn't help but frown at the thought. It seems that one's knowledge of this world is still too scanty, and in the recent period of time, one needs to make up for it. With this in mind, Lingi-chen descended the rooftop and returned to the top floor elevator, pressing the button for the 8th floor. Instead, he leaned against the very back of the elevator, his mind trying to recall what happened before he exploded. He and Irina would see each other again, and after this experience, he and Irina would hardly be friends. Since they are enemies, there will definitely be a battle in the future. If she unleashed another attack like that, how would one evade it, or restrain it? Her attack is fast and vicious. It seems to be an energy attack. My body strength is not strong enough at the moment, with only 100 or so spirit insects as my core. If it's all made up of spirit insects, is there any chance of resisting this strike? As he was thinking about this, the elevator dinged and stopped. Instinctively, he lifted his step to the elevator entrance and waited for the doors to open. However, the moment the elevator door opened a little gap, a touch of gold leaked out through the elevator's doorway, and Lingi-chen even saw, through the elevator doorway, a golden figure in the corridor outside the elevator. which was spreading out a pair of pure golden feathers. The feathered wings were emitting an extremely terrifying might, a might that was the most powerful Ling Yichen had encountered so far. Ling Yichen's pupils shrank and he instinctively chose to retreat, but in an instant he was blocked by the wall due to the limitations of the elevator. His face suddenly changed, and a low curse, asterisk, escaped his lips before he raised his eyes to look above the elevator. Without thinking, he leapt straight up towards the top of the elevator. Just 0.1 seconds after he leapt up, a brilliant and dazzling golden light rushed from right in front of the elevator door. Boom! A terrifyingly loud sound resounded throughout the entire sunken garden, and even the floors shook slightly. And at this moment, Ling Yichen was hanging on the steel cable in the elevator shaft, his eyes filled with shock. Damn! If I hadn't dodged fast, I almost exploded again. He looked down at the elevator room below with a palpitating heart, making sure that the golden glow had completely dissipated before he gently jumped down and went back inside the elevator, only to see that at this moment, the back of the elevator had been completely punched through, along with the building behind the elevator. Yes, starting with him, the back wall of the elevator, and running through all the buildings in the row. Luckily, the entire building of the sinker was built with the same drawings, and all the elevators were set in the same location, so what pierced through was just the elevator room of the row of buildings, and no one was harmed. But even so, it was still very scary, because this goes right through all 8 floors of the row of buildings. At first glance, all of them are overhanging. Unfortunately, the load-bearing wall was not damaged, otherwise, all the buildings in this row will collapse. It's scary to think about. While at this moment, Ling Yichen raised his eyes to look right in front of the elevator. Just in front of the front door of room 806, there was a young girl in cute pajamas lying in front of the door. It was W. Yes, the one who delivered this horrific blow was none other than W. Only at this time, she had already fainted. And as for why she had launched this strike, only when she woke up would she know. Ling Yichen shrugged helplessly before lifting his steps towards her, directly picking her up and walking towards his house. Returning to his room, he put W on his own bed. Before getting up and walking out of the house again, he happened to meet Yi Santao's family, who opened the door, and at the same time, Tian Yingying's family also walked out. When they saw the situation on the other side of the elevator room, they were surprised. Luckily, everyone assumed that he had just left the house as well, so they didn't look for him to ask anything, but just went to check out the situation over at the elevator with great understanding. It wasn't until Yi Qingzhu saw that no one walked out of W's house that he felt the abnormality. With such a big commotion, even a vegetable would almost wake up, not to mention being asleep. However, W was late, which made Yi Qingzhu feel that something was wrong, and the first time he went to knock on the door. Seeing this, Ling Yichen quietly walked over and whispered, "Don't knock, she's in my house." When Yi Qingzhu heard this, she turned around violently to look at him, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Ling Yichen instantly realized that she was thinking the wrong way. After all, it did seem a bit easy to get people to think the wrong way when it was late at night and they said W were in their house. And don't take it personally, she passed out and her door was locked, so I had to take it back to my house. Saying that, he took Yi Qingzhu's arm and walked towards his house, whispering about what had just happened as he walked. Of course, it was limited to the fact that he saw W suddenly turn into a golden saint, and then released a terrifying golden plume of light that directly pierced through the elevator, and then W fell unconscious, and one had to bring her back. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhu was once again surprised with his eyes rounded. "You're telling me that the horrible sight over the elevator was W done? Why?" Yi Qingzhu stared at Ling Yichen with curious eyes. Ling Yichen smiled bitterly and replied, "How am I supposed to know that? I'll have to ask her when she wakes up." While the two were talking, Tian Yingying knocked on the door. Ling Yichen immediately brought Tian Yingying back in and once again repeated what had just happened. As expected, Tian Yingying's expression also mirrored Yi Qingzhu's. So, like curious babies, the three of them gathered around Ling Yichen's bedside in unison, gazing W. All three were curious why they were doing this. Of course, Ling Yichen was more curious about how she had erupted such a powerful energy. Other than that, could it be that everyone who comes out of the empty city has a big trick up their sleeve? Ling Yichen secretly pondered. Chapter 39, Sister fell in love with you at first sight. While the three were silently waiting for W to awaken, the neighborhood management of the sunken garden had already reported the situation. Not long after, the Transcendent Management Association sent someone over to investigate, and this investigation immediately revealed that the originator of this matter was none other than W. At the same time, they also found out that Ling Yichen had taken W, so the three investigators showed up and knocked on Ling Yichen's door. When Ling Yichen opened it, he immediately saw three familiar faces, only to see the investigator at the head of the group, wearing a sexy, high-cut cheongsam, and her hair was coiled up with hairpins, while in her hand, she held an antique folding fan. It was Lu Mei and her two companions. What a coincidence! Meeting again. Lu Mei smiled when she saw Ling Yichen and Yi Qingzhu and the others. Ling Yichen and Yi Qingzhu, on the other hand, were slightly stunned. The frequency of meeting with Lu Mei lately was just too much, so frequent that it made Ling Yichen feel that there was a hint of something wrong. Are you three the only ones who can work in the Transcendent Management Association? Why do I feel like I can run into you guys everywhere, and you guys are in charge of a little too many businesses? Right, picking up newcomers and managing neighborhoods. Ling Yichen bluntly stated his doubts, and that directly angered the two burly men behind Lu Mei. What do you mean, kid? You think we want to meet you? They were already upset because Lu Mei was extraordinarily interested in Ling Yichen last time, and now that they heard Ling Yichen's words, they were naturally enraged. However, Ling Yichen faintly swept a glance at them and did not reply, instead looking at Lu Mei. Lu Mei happened to be looking at him as well. She still had that smiling look on her face, after hearing Ling Yichen's words, but she took a step forward, close to Ling Yichen, and softly said, "Brother, this is to dislike sister? Don't want to see me?" Ling Yichen immediately took a step back to keep his distance from her, and calmly replied, "That's not true. I just feel that it's a bit abnormal to meet you guys everywhere. Oh, my brother is a prudent person. Normally, this kind of thing really doesn't belong to us. It's not due to the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching. The war surge. The military side of the manpower is tight. So from the Transcendent Management Association side of the draw part of the people over there, which led to today's situation. There are more things and fewer people. What we have to do is become much more. And some of the things that should not be managed by us on a regular basis also have to manage." Listening to these words, Ling Yichen's brows furrowed slightly. This was the second time he'd heard Liuma mention the war, but he had no knowledge of it. In fact, not only him, even Yi Qingzhu and Tian Yingying also have no clue about this. That makes it very strange. Where exactly is the war? And with whom? Since he was from a different world and had been imprisoned for 6 long years, it would be fine if he didn't know anything about this world. But Yi Qingzhu and Tian Yingying were native locals, so if even they didn't know about it, then it would be suspicious. When Lu Mei saw that Ling Yichen and Yi Qingzhu's trio were all looking puzzled, she froze for a moment, then asked, "Have you not officially gone to school yet?" The three men froze for a moment. Indeed, none of them had yet attended school. Ling Yichen also created Ling Yixuan, so she didn't go. Yi Qingzhu, on the other hand, didn't go because of Yi Santao's awakening. Tian Yingying did go, but just after entering the school, she was grabbed by Lin Hao and ruthlessly abused for a noon, and she didn't go in the afternoon. But what does war have to do with school? Lu Mei suddenly laughed out loud when she saw the trio's reaction. Interesting, normally you would have had your first official day of school yesterday, right? And it turns out none of you guys were there? Are all the newcomers nowadays so interesting? Daring not to go on your first day of school. Are you really not afraid that the school will discipline you and just throw you into the battlefield? A higher alien school is not the kind of school you stayed in before. The alien school cultivates warriors who can go to war. Every alien school in Rainbow City is way subordinate to the military. Violating the school's regulations is tantamount to violating the military's rules, and is punishable by direct execution. You guys dared not to go on your first day of class. You're really bold. The three of them froze in their tracks at the words. None of them realized it was that serious. When Lu Mei saw their reaction, the smile on her good-looking face became even more intense. She tilted her head to look at Ling Yichen and suddenly whispered, "Well, isn't it true that you know you've made a very serious mistake? I believe that when you go to school today, you will definitely get a not-so-light punishment, and although you won't necessarily go to the battlefield, it's definitely not something that can be easily escaped." Ling Yichen stared. This was a bit out of his expectation. He was fine with that, but if he couldn't, he'd let Chu Qi erase his profile and move on with his life under a different identity. But Yi Qingzhu and Tian Yingying couldn't. Just as he was thinking about all this, he only heard Lu Mei speak once more. "Actually, it is not difficult to solve this trouble. As long as you are willing to beg me, I can help you solve it easily." When the three of them heard this, they looked at her eagerly. Yi Qingzhu stepped forward and took Lu Mei's hand, begging, "Sister Lu Mei, help us, please." Lu Mei cast a sidelong glance at her and didn't respond, instead looking at Ling Yichen. The expression was as if to say, "What are you waiting for, kid? Why don't you hurry up and beg me?" Ling Yichen had no choice but to speak. "Please," Lu Mei then said with a smile on her brow, "just moving your lips like this won't work. I want you to pay a little bit of practical action before you can do it." The trio hurriedly pursued the question. What do you want? Willow May pursed her lips and looked over at them as she replied. Your team only has 4 newcomers at the moment, right? The 3 nodded gently. Lu Mei's eyes flickered and she said solemnly, I'm going to join you and become your 5th teammate. So that just about completes your team. At these words, the 3 of them were surprised in unison. Lu Mei had D-rank strength and was a senior awakened. Having her on board was naturally excellent. It was just that the 3 of them were puzzled. With her strength, if she really wanted to find a team, she could definitely go and find a stronger one. So why did she have to join them? A team made up of all newcomers? Especially Ling Yichen. He knew that Lu Mei was a dual talent awakened. If she wanted to, even joining some teams with C-rank powerhouses would be a breeze. Why must you join their team of all rookies? Unintelligible. Greatly unintelligible. Lu Mei also knew what they were thinking, only to see a flash of light in her good-looking eyes. But a lightly provocative expression appeared on her face, and she came over to Ling Yichen's side, saying ambiguously, I actually fell in love with you at first sight from the very first time I saw you, and believe it or not, I want to join your team just to get in touch with you more often. Ling Yichen nearly rolled his eyes when he heard this. Yi Qingzhu and Tian Yingying also had odd expressions on their faces, because the reason is just ridiculous. What kind of person abandons their old team and joins a weaker one just because they have a crush on someone? However, the 2 girls thought about it for a moment, but suddenly understood Willow Brow. If it were up to them, they seemed to make the same choices. Who doesn't want to be with their favorite person? In this moment, they actually felt a little bit of empathy. Although I'm not sure if what you're saying is true or if you're joking, but if you're really willing to join our team, then naturally that's excellent. I have no problem with that. Yi Qingzhu was the first to take a stand. Tian Yingying also followed closely behind, saying in a delicate voice, I'm fine with it too. Afterwards, the 2 of them looked at Ling Yichen in unison, including Willow Brow who was staring at him. Ling Yichen sighed and then nodded gently in agreement. Oh yeah. Yi Qingzhu and Tian Yingying cheered in unison, and Lu Mei's face blossomed into a smile. Then it's a deal. I'll be your teammate from now on. As for the problem of you skipping classes, I'll give my teacher a call later and let him help you out. My teacher is a vice principal level figure. His status is very high. Dealing with this small matter is a piece of cake. When the crowd heard this, they were staggered and secretly sighed that Lu Mei even had such a backer. It was also at this time that 2 of Liu Mei's teammates made different noises, only to see the 2 of them shout in unison, Sister Mei, you've left. What about us? Lu Mei raised her eyebrows and said lightly, you guys? The team is disbanded. You guys can go wherever you like. What's it got to do with me? The 2 of them sniffed and immediately showed their dissatisfaction, and Lu Mei also blackened her face in an instant, releasing a strong aura from her body as she stared at them coldly and ghostly. What? What are your opinions? The 2 men collected their displeasure at once and shook their heads noisily. Only then did Lu Mei collect her breath and resume her smiling expression. Only she didn't notice that these 2 teammates of hers glanced at Ling Yichen in unison, the depths of their eyes filled with resentment. Chapter 40, Physical Exclusion Zones. The truancy thing was resolved, but the W thing was just beginning. Lu Mei looked at the 3 with a grave expression and said, W thing? I need to take her away and hand her over to the higher-ups to deal with. What exactly will be the result? I don't know. Yi Qingzhu just wanted to say something, but Lu Mei immediately interrupted her and said seriously, it's best that you guys don't have any involvement in this matter. Just pretend that you don't know anything. After saying that, Lu Mei looked at Ling Yichen. From the building surveillance, W was aiming at the target in the elevator room, while the elevator room is only Ling Yichen alone. If this was an ordinary assault, then she could still maneuver around and say that W and Ling Yichen were fooling around. However, all that changed when W's identity took a turn for the worse. W was a reservist in the 26th Word Army. She was supposed to be in the empty city and not on the surface. If she wasn't on a mission, then there was only one outcome, desertion. Once W is ruled a deserter, it's a serious matter. Not to mention her, even if the heads of the 6 great families came, it would be useless. So, to be safe, it's best not to get anyone involved. Of course, those words didn't come out of Willow Brow's mouth, because she wasn't sure if Ling Yichen and the others knew W's true identity. Even if she knew, she'd pretend she didn't know. She'd just take the W. When Ling Yichen saw that Lu Mei had such a grave expression, he also knew that this matter was not simple, so he didn't say anything else. On the contrary, Yi Qingzhu worriedly said, W is in a coma now. Can we wait until she wakes up? Willow Mei shook her head. I need to get her out of here right away. Right now. To the Transcendent Management Association. With that, she stepped straight into Ling Yichen's home, walked into the room, and had 2 of her team members take W away. W won't be alright? Yi Qingzhu worriedly inquired. It shouldn't be, but after breaking so many things, paying for it is definitely necessary. Tian Yingying returned quietly. Only Ling Yichen frowned. He knew that W was a 26-letter army, but not knowing the specifics, he didn't think about it in detail in that direction. He was thinking about the power that W erupted. Even before Lu Mei had arrived, he had had the opportunity to learn about the situation through the spirit worms in W's body, and had come to the conclusion that W's body seemed to harbor a physical forbidden zone. That forbidden area was located in the brain area of the W. Normally, there was no difference between there and the general area. The only difference was that the spirit worms couldn't get close to there either. There were once spirit insects that tried to invade that area, but even the spirit insects couldn't do it. As long as they tried to invade, that area would erupt with golden light, instantly strangling the spirit insects that came close, and it was that area that released the power when W attacked the elevator room. But what made Ling Yichen feel shocked was that according to the results of the feedback from the spirit bugs, the power that W had used at that time was just a tiny bit of the power that had been released from that forbidden area. It was just a tiny bit of power, but it caused such powerful destruction. Ling Yichen had no doubt that if he had reacted that much slower, he would have been directly blown away. This level of attack was not as powerful as the one unleashed by Irina's vertical eye, but it wouldn't be much weaker either. That was what Ling Yichen cared about. He couldn't help but marvel once again at the fact that the people who came down from the empty city had big tricks up their sleeves. With the W taken away, there was nothing left for everyone to do, so they went their separate ways. Ling Yichen hadn't slept all night, sleepy or a little sleepy, but he wasn't going to go to bed. There were still about 2 hours to get ready to go to school, and after Lu Mei's reminder, he didn't dare to skip class rashly now. He was going to practice while he still had 2 or 3 hours to spare. After experiencing what happened with Irina and W, he fully realized how weak he was. Although the worm's characteristics were powerful, allowing him to parasitize and devour, his own strength was too low, and his strength was directly proportional to the level of worms inside him. The reason why he was weak right now was because 99% of the worms in his body were ordinary worms, and if all of them had evolved into spirit worms, then he definitely wouldn't have been instantly secured by Ileana today. So he immediately sat down on the bed with his knees crossed and began to condense the worms. He had to replace the worms in his body, all of them, with spirit worms as quickly as possible. Thus, he began to enter a state of cultivation. 2 hours later, the time came to 7 o'clock. The door to the room was knocked on, and Yi Qingju's voice rang out from outside the door. Ling Yichen, get up and have breakfast. You have to go to school today. Ling Yichen slowly opened his eyes, and the spirit worms in his pupils slowly disappeared, returning to their normal appearance. 2 hours and only 18 spirit insects have been condensed. So slow, Ling Yichen sighed. In other words, if it was normal, he would feel not bad, even happy, after condensing 18 spirit worms in 2 hours. But now, he felt so slow. How long will it take to replace the full body worms with spirit worms? The thought of this moved him. W's condition is unknown at this point, and it's doubtful that she'll be able to return. And if she can't, then I've lost a humanoid incubator. Pity. It's still necessary to find someone with a divine bloodline to cultivate spirit insects the fastest. Thinking of this, Yi Songtao's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Yi Songtao also possessed a divine bloodline, and although it was thin, if his essence blood was used to cultivate spirit worms, the speed would definitely be faster than using the flesh and blood of an average person. But immediately, he discarded the idea. Yi Songtao and Tang Wan were still very good to him, and although they had only been together for such a small amount of time, they were already taking care of him as if he were a family member. As much as he wanted to quickly improve his strength, he couldn't die out of his humanity and take Yi Songtao. In the next second, he immediately thought of Irina. Although it was uncertain if she possessed a divine bloodline, as far as her being able to absorb the power of the purple ring to cultivate, her physique was more than likely special. Well, if I get another chance to meet her, I'll be sure to try and see if I can parasitize her. He walked to Yi Qingju's house while thinking about it. At this moment, Tang Wan and Yi Songtao had already prepared a pot of thin rice and a few small dishes. Yi Qingju and Ling Yixuan had already sat down and started eating. He also sat down nonchalantly and served a bowl of thin rice to start. Just after picking up a bite, I only heard Tang Wan immediately say, "Yichen, you have to go to school during the day, so it's not safe to let Yixuan stay home alone. So why don't you let her stay at my place during the day? I don't have a job anyway, so I can take care of it for you." Ling Yichen glanced at Ling Yixuan. In fact, she didn't need anyone to take special care of her, but since Tang Wan had said so, he wouldn't refuse, and that's fine. It's more in keeping with the setting of a 6-year-old, so he didn't hesitate to reply. That would be troublesome, auntie. how about this? You can help me take care of Ishwan at home from now on, and save yourself the trouble of going out to look for a job, and I'll give you all the points I get every month. Tangwan sniffed and immediately waved her hand. No need. No need. I'm idle. Wait until your Uncle Yi goes to the army. I'll be the only one in the house. I just happen to have a companion. Saying that, she favored Ling Yixuan with a glance, and it could be seen that she really quite liked Ling Yixuan. Ling Yichen also argued with her. Anyway, when the time came to have points, he would just give them to her directly. Thinking of the points, Ling Yichen couldn't help but check his badge. 12 o'clock. It made him flinch. Is that all that's left? And then I thought about how I don't have much restraint in my buying these days. I just buy what I like, and I let it go. Looks like there's still some points or credits to get back. The first thing he thought of was naturally Lin Hao. As a son of the Lin family, Lin Hao's family was naturally very privileged, and he didn't necessarily have a lot of points, but he definitely had fewer credits. Well, we'll scratch a little from him as soon as we get to school. With that in mind, he was looking forward to going to school a bit, and he was eating much faster. Chapter 41. This newcomer is so bossy. After breakfast, Ling Yichen and Yi Qingzhu went out together, while Tian Yingying was already waiting outside the house, because she had had the experience of being abused by Lin Hao. At the moment, although she was acting calmly, she was still a little uneasy inside. Her parents were also standing at the side to accompany her, and as they watched Ling Yichen and Yi Qingzhu come over, the two of them immediately said, Yingying is a bit younger, so I'll trouble you guys to take care of her more. We will. Yi Qingzhu replied warmly. Tian Yingying's parents don't know what happened to Tian Yingying yesterday. They only know that she was aggrieved. However, they were just ordinary people who didn't even have the qualifications to go to the school and inquire, so they could only ask Ling Yichen and Yi Qingzhu, who were also awakened. Looking at this pair of parents being so worried, Ling Yichen felt a hint of intolerance in his heart, and immediately said, Don't worry Uncle and Auntie, Yingying is very strong, she can protect herself, and we'll always be on her side. No matter what she encounters, we'll always be there to support her. Hearing the response from the two, Tian Yingying's parents looked grateful and said repeatedly, Thank you so much. Tian Yingying saw that her parents were so worried about her. A mist could not help but appear in her eyes, but more than that, she was strong. Only to see her step forward, gently embraced her parents and softly said, Dad, Mom, I did suffer a little bit of aggravation at school, but it's okay. I can deal with it, so you guys don't have to worry about that. Not only can I protect myself, but in the future, I can also protect you all. Tian Yingying's expression was very determined at this moment, and after she finished speaking she couldn't help but glance at Ling Yichen. Ling Yichen had given her the instinctive compulsion, giving her a bottom line, so she wasn't as desperate at the moment as she had been yesterday. Aha, we believe you. Tian Xingliang and Lu Yu gazed at their daughter. Immediately, the three of them bid farewell to their parents and walked out of the sunken garden, heading towards the 4th Advanced Alien School. 10 minutes later, the three arrived at the 4th Advanced Alien School. Looking at the school close at hand, Tian Yingying couldn't help but stop her pace and look not far away. Ling Yichen and Yi Qingzhu followed her gaze and immediately saw a group of people standing not far away, all of whom looked to be seniors, 8 of them. Those 7 or 8 people didn't react much when they saw Ling Yichen and Yi Qingzhu, until after they saw Tian Yingying. These 8 people suddenly showed a fierce smile on their faces, and then took big steps towards Tian Yingying. Tian Yingying, on the other hand, instinctively took a step back, wanting to escape, but once she thought that Ling Yichen was also here, she instantly gained a sense of confidence. Ling Yichen raised his eyes to look at her and softly inquired, Were they the ones who beat you up yesterday? Tian Yingying nodded quickly. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, nodded silently, the light in his eyes gradually freezing. Soon, those 8 people arrived in front of Ling Yichen's trio. I thought you didn't even dare to come to school anymore, but I didn't think you'd still dare to come today. Since you're here, come with us. With that, 2 people were about to go forward to grab Tian Yingying. It was also at this moment that Ling Yichen took a step across and stopped in front of Tian Yingying. Those 8 people immediately looked at Ling Yichen, their gazes extremely unfavorable. Someone soon recognized Ling Yichen and shouted, Brother Liang. He seems to be Ling Yichen. And the other one is Yi Qingzhu, both of whom Senior Lin Hao was going to deal with. When these words came out, the eyes of the teenager named Liang brightened up. Aha, so you're Ling Yichen. You didn't come yesterday, but you've caught up today. And you, Yi Qingzhu, right? Yo, the length is quite watery. You can bring it back to serve Senior Lin Hao. Senior Lin Hao will surely like it. As soon as these words came out, a fierce aura instantly erupted from both Yi Qingzhu and Ling Yichen at the same time. and it was as if the temperature around them became several degrees lower all of a sudden. Seek death, Yi Qingzhu angrily rebuked, his eyes filled with anger and killing aura. Ling Yichen also had an icy expression as he glanced coldly and furtively at the talking Liang. Lifting his hand and flicking it, a ball of worms instantly flew towards him, eventually hiding into his body. In the next second, he violently stiffened his body, then trembled all over, and his eyes gradually became crimson. And when his eyes completely turned red, only to see him violently twist his head to look at the follower beside him, and then as soon as he pounced over, he opened his mouth and bit towards the follower's face. Hiss! A large chunk of flesh was torn off raw by him, blood bursting everywhere, and the one who was bitten instantly let out a pig-killing squeal and wail, his entire face a bloody mess. But it didn't stop there. The teenager named Liang was like crazy. After biting his face, he started biting his ear. Hissing, another wail rang out. That follower's entire ear was torn off, and along with it, some of the blood and flesh of his face was also brought down, and all of a sudden, half of the follower's face turned into a white bone, bloody and blurry. Such a cruel and bloody scene also scared everyone around. Even Yi Qingzhu's eyelids were jumping and his body was trembling slightly. She turned her head to look at Ling Yichen, only to find that Ling Yichen still had an icy expression, without much change in his emotions towards what was happening in front of him. It made her feel both shocked and scared. But soon that emotion changed to a strong sense of groundedness and security. For a moment she wondered if she was crazy. Not only did she not feel that Ling Yichen had done wrong, but she even felt good about it, that the wicked deserved to be punished like this. If she had encountered Ling Yichen in the past, she would have avoided him from afar. But now, after seeing how cruel and indifferent the world of the awakened was, she understood one thing, that to be merciful to one's enemies was to be cruel to oneself. So she didn't feel that Ling Yichen was doing a bad job at all now. On the contrary, she was happy and glad that she was standing by Ling Yichen's side, becoming his partner, his teammate. While she was secretly thinking about all this, the teenager named Liang had already gnawed that follower to the bone, out of breath and out of breath, seeing that he was not going to live. However, he did not terminate, but immediately chose his next target and directly pounced on it for a tear. In the face of this situation, the people who were originally following Liang had already been scared out of their wits and fled in all directions. At this time, Ling Yichen, however, spoke quietly. What are you running for? Isn't there an awakened who can heal? If you don't let her heal him, do you want to watch him die? Ling Yichen indifferently glanced at the guy not far away who was out of breath and out of breath. Hearing his words, the only girl among those 8 dodged Rios chasing and tearing while looking at the guy on the ground with a hesitant face. She was given the opportunity to come over and heal, but she hesitated for 2 seconds before decisively giving up. I only heard her say in horror, "Are you kidding me? If I'm caught by Liang while I'm being treated, then I'll be dead as well. I'm not going to do it." Hearing her words, everyone in the room gave her a quick glance. Some thought she was selfish, others thought she was right. People are selfish. As long as they are fine, what does it matter to them if they die or live? It was also at this stall that the man lying on the ground completely stopped moving and died. The onlookers of the passers-by saw this and immediately cried out, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk, it's really dead." Others immediately chimed in and shouted, "The school is dead. Hurry and call the teacher." And then someone actually went and yelled for the teacher. When Yi Qingzhu saw that someone actually ran to call the teacher, he was a little worried. She gently tugged on the corner of Ling Yichen's coat and asked in a low voice, "Someone has gone to call the teacher. What do we do next?" Ling Yichen didn't even return his head. His expression calmly returned, screaming, "What does it have to do with us? We're just watching the show like everyone else. Did anyone see that I was the one who made the move?" Yi Qingzhu stiffened. Ling Yichen's action of lifting his hand and popping out the worm wasn't a big one, and it seemed like she was the only one who actually saw him make the move. And even Tian Yingying, who was traveling with him, might not have seen it, not to mention passers-by or anyone else. So as long as she didn't say anything, then no one would really know that it was Ling Yichen who made the move. Moreover, even if she knew, she hadn't seen what Ling Yichen had actually done. All she saw was Ling Yichen lifting his hand, and that Liang was suddenly like this. If we really want to go into details, who dares to say that this is definitely related to Ling Yichen? Thinking so, Yi Qingzhu suddenly did not panic. Anyway, with Ling Yichen around, he would solve all the problems. Chapter 42, You're Not Dead? A few minutes later, 2 teachers arrived, led by the trainees. Only, by the time they arrived at the scene, none of the remaining 7 people at the scene could be considered complete anymore. Except for that Liang. Many bite marks appeared on each of them, and many parts of their bodies were torn off with bloody flesh in a gruesome manner. 5 of them had already completely died. and the remaining 2 were already on their deathbeds, and there was no way back even if they wanted to save them. They were all bitten alive by that Rio, and at the moment, Rio was on his knees on the ground, vomiting continuously. When the 2 teachers saw such a bloody scene, their stomachs couldn't help but churn, but they still have to deal with the problem as teachers. The 2 teachers were the first to walk over to Rio's side, showering him with a handful of anger. "You bastard, why did you do that?" Liang wailed. "No, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. It was him. It must have been him." Vomit. Liang pointed at Ling-Yichen with a pained expression. Ling-Yichen instantly looked confused and bemused, and with a harmless look on his human face, he hurriedly explained, "What are you talking about? What does this have to do with me? You're the one who bit them all to death. Everyone saw it. Do you think everyone is blind? It's all this situation and you're still thinking of planting evidence on others." As soon as Ling-Yichen said this, many people immediately agreed. "That's right, this bites so many people to death, and even wants to falsely accuse others. I can testify that those are the ones he bit and had nothing to do with that classmate." Although they did have a verbal altercation earlier, when the 2 teachers heard this, they looked at Ling-Yichen suspiciously, and one of them, a dry, thin, middle-aged teacher, even glared at Ling-Yichen with a fierce face as he chided. "You had a verbal altercation with them?" Ling-Yichen immediately explained. "It's not exactly a verbal argument. We're here at school on our first day today, and I don't know why they're blocking our way. We don't even know them." The other round-faced teacher frowned lightly after hearing this. "First day at school? That shouldn't have anything to do with them. Forget it. It's better to bring him to the faculty office first and let the faculty office take care of it." However, that dry and skinny middle-aged teacher was coldly snorting. "So many people he didn't talk about, but just you. You may not be innocent. Bring it back first." With that, the dry and thin middle-aged teacher walked towards Ling-Yichen. When Yi Qingzhu saw this, he panicked. Ling-Yichen hurriedly relieved. "Don't be afraid. You guys do what you need to do. I'll just go with them." As the words fell, the dry and skinny teacher had already arrived in front of Ling-Yichen and raised his hand to grab Ling-Yichen's neck. Ling-Yichen looked flabbergasted as he quickly took a step back to avoid his hand, and said in a low voice under his breath, "What are you doing?" When that dry and thin teacher saw that Ling-Yichen easily dodged his hand, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, but immediately his eyes showed a fierce light. "Humph, what are you hiding for? Can I still get you killed?" Ling-Yichen heard, also not spoiled, asked rhetorically, "I'm good hands and feet, can walk on their own. You out of the hand towards my vitals grabbed, know that you are a teacher, do not know that you thought you were the killer, to plot against my life." The moment these words came out, they also attracted the attention of countless students, each one of them looking at that dry and thin teacher with curious faces. Someone immediately let out a soft whine. "Ha, isn't that Susan evil? Why is he still in school? Yeah, it's unconscionable that he can still stay in school when he's beating cadets to death. Shoo, keep your voice down. He is a person from the 6 big family Su family. His background is hard." Listening to his classmates' comments, Ling-Yichen had an initial impression of this dry and thin teacher named Su Sanxiao, and thought in his heart, so it's someone from the Su family. No wonder he's so arrogant. The heart is so, mouth but said quietly, "Oh, so is the Su family worthy of the 6 families of people. Background is good. Kill students can also be safe and sound. Unlike our little people, nothing to do. Just stand here to see a farce to be suspected by the teacher, but also by the teacher lock neck take away. Which if a bad, the loss of a small life is also nowhere to if this is not good. If you lose your life, you will have no place to redress the grievances." It had to be said that Ling-Yichen's eloquence was also formidable, not the least bit afraid of Su Sanxian. His little mouth looked like it was quenched with poison, constantly provoking class conflicts. Sure enough, as his words fell, there was an onlooker who immediately said in a righteous manner, "Teacher Su, you can take it easy. Don't get your students killed again. If the Su family can protect you once, can they still protect you a second time?" When Su San Evil heard this, he immediately stared at the cadet who spoke with a fierce light in his eyes, and that cadet was not afraid of him either, and directly met him with a glaring gaze. At that moment, the round-faced teacher walked over and pulled Su San Evil away. "Su Lao San, don't mess around. You go over there and bring Wen Liang to the faculty office. Leave this side to me." After hearing this, Su San Evil still stared viciously at Ling-Yichen, and then he walked over to Wen Liang, grabbed him by the back of the neck, and directly lifted his entire body, carrying him away like a small chicken. "This student, since Wen Liang identified you, then I have to trouble you to come with me. Being upright is not afraid of a crooked shadow. As long as you are innocent, then I will definitely help you clear your name." Ling-Yichen instantly smiled and said back, "Thank you, Teacher. Okay, let's go then. With that, he lifted his step and was about to move forward. Ling Yichen, however, spoke again. Teacher, if we just leave, what about them? It's school time now, and the students coming to class will be frightened when they see them, right? The round-faced teacher was laughing after hearing this. Frightened? Not so much. The school is supposed to be a staging area for sending talents to the battlefield. Every cadet here is a reserve army, and the first day a cadet enters the school he learns to face death head-on, so there's no need to worry about them. If you can't even withstand this scene, how can you go to war and destroy evil demonic beasts when you go into battle? Hearing this, Ling Yichen raised an eyebrow. Evil demonic beasts? Could it be that the war that Lu Mei was talking about was a war between humans and evil demonic beasts? At this moment, Ling Yichen was inexplicably curious, as if he had come into contact with some new knowledge of this world. He couldn't help but speed up his steps and walk to the side of that round-faced teacher and inquired. Teacher, it's my first day in class today. Are we going to kill evil demonic beasts in the future? The round-faced teacher was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, Right-o, you're the first day of school today, so it's normal that you don't know about all this. Let me tell you. The round-faced teacher was about to tell Ling Yichen about this aspect, but he only heard a surprised voice suddenly ringing out from the side. Ha, you didn't die? The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the round-faced teacher and Ling Yichen. The two of them glanced sideways in unison, and instantly saw the goddess Irina standing a few meters away from them, surrounded in the center by a few teenage girls with unimpressive looks and extraordinary temperaments. At this moment, Ileana, however, was staring at Ling Yichen with a face full of surprise. Chapter 43 Executions. In an instant, everyone's gazes were locked onto Ling Yichen's body, and there were those who were watching Ileana as well. After they confirmed that the look of surprise on Ileana's face was not a disguise, they looked at Ling Yichen again in unison. The first thought in everyone's mind was, the goddess knew him? Then it was time to start thinking about what the goddess meant when she said, You're not dead. It's him again. Sister Irina, you really do know him, Su Hui said with a beaming smile, and her words immediately caused the four teenagers present to be displeased. These four looked at Ling Yichen in unison with varying degrees of displeasure, sulkiness as well as resentment in their eyes. Among them, the most serious is Lin Song. His eyes were dripping blood as he looked at Ling Yichen. It was because of him that he had caused himself to lose face in front of the goddess Irina the previous afternoon. That's why he'd given the task in the family group, hoping someone would go and dispose of him. Unexpectedly, this guy had managed to appear on campus alive and had once again attracted the attention of the goddess Irina. This was something he could never tolerate. At this moment, other than him, the remaining teenagers from the three big families were thinking pretty much the same thing. They had all been ordered by the family head to stay by the side of the goddess Irina and not allow her to put her attention on other men. The goddess Irina had to choose one of the four of them to be her future husband. The goddess Irina should never be allowed to be interested in a male outside of the six families. This was an order from the six family heads themselves. Once anything went wrong, even they would definitely not be able to get any favors. As for why they did it, that's not something they should get into right now. The family head had said that as long as any of them could marry the goddess Ileana, then they would directly skip the competition within the family and directly become the contemporary family head. At that time, they will know the secret of the whole family. That was why the few of them stayed by the side of the goddess Irina at all times. But as it turned out, it still allowed the unexpected to occur. To this day, they didn't know how the goddess Irina recognized the obnoxious guy in front of her. Yes, Ling Yichen was infuriating in their eyes. He was obviously a commoner, but he was born with the appearance and temperament of a noble son. Even when compared to them, the few young masters from the six great families, they were not at all inferior, and even slightly superior, and this was what infuriated them. At this moment, these four teenagers from the six great clans all secretly had a plan in their hearts, and that was to get rid of Ling Yichen. He absolutely could not be allowed to continue to confuse the divine feminine's heart, the divine feminine's heart, the divine feminine's gaze, which could only focus on them. Anyone who was not from outside of the six great families could never enter the goddess's field of vision. Immediately, the four of them glanced at each other, and each of them realized what was going on. And at this moment, the goddess Irina naturally didn't know that these few teenagers around her had such complicated thoughts. She was simply surprised. In the early hours of this morning she had clearly used her heaven's eye pupil to obliterate Ling Yichen, and had watched with her own eyes as Ling Yichen was reduced to a streak of bloody mud. But now, this guy had appeared in front of her eyes intact, which was simply an unbelievable thing. At this moment, she couldn't wait to immediately go up and check if the guy not far away was really the one she met last night. It's not his twin brother or anything, is it? But she can't. The matter of her cultivating the Heaven's Eye avatar was a secret in itself. If she came forward at this moment, how would she explain what happened last night? So she just narrowed her eyes and glanced at Ling Chen. Then she collected all her thoughts and returned to that state of lightness and nobility. She lightly swept a glance at Su Hui before saying, "If you like this nonsense anymore, you don't have to accompany me. You can let Suing be my companion." As soon as these words came out, Su Hui's expression changed violently and drastically, hurriedly lowering her head before gently slapping her own mouth. "Sister Ileana, don't be angry. I'll have Qin Han buy us delicious food at noon." With that, she glanced at the most handsome-looking of the 4 teenagers. He was none other than the Qin family from the 6 great families, named Qin Han, and although he was only 18 years old, he already had C-grade medium strength, and other than that, his looks were also the most outstanding among the 4. It was because of this that Su Hui was secretly in love with him early on. If Goddess Ileana hadn't descended, then she would have asked her parents to seek out the Qin family for a betrothal, and she could have become Qin Han's fiancée. However, everything was changed by the arrival of the goddess Irina. Qin Han had to stay by the side of the goddess Irina, and to make the goddess Irina take a liking to him, and preferably to be able to marry the goddess Irina. It made her jealous as hell, which was why she would say something shady from time to time. Even if it made Irina unhappy, she couldn't care less. Women are always prone to lose their minds in front of love. Seeing her like this, Irina didn't bother with her and gave a faint hum before lifting her steps towards the campus. As they passed by Ling Chen's side, Goddess Ileana didn't even look at Ling Chen. Ling Chen, on the other hand, was looking at her with interest at the moment, and there was even a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. He just wanted to see the look on Irina's face when she saw herself again, and he's got what he wants. Ileana's surprise when she saw herself just now gave him a secret kick in the pants. In his heart, he even secretly whispered, "Don't worry, old me won't die so easily. Old me will keep hanging around in front of you, disgusting you to death." Regarding the matter of being instantly blown away by her this morning, Ling Chen's heart also quietly held a grudge. That's why he's okay, because he has the ability to regenerate tissue. If it were an ordinary person, I'm only afraid that he would have hung up long ago. This revenge of exploding the body can never be easily settled. "You know Her Divine Highness?" At that moment, the round-faced teacher threw him a surprised look. Ling Chen hurriedly shook his head and said with a smile, "No, how could I be capable of recognizing the noble goddess, Your Highness?" The round-faced teacher sniffed and nodded silently before admonishing, "It's best if you don't know her. Based on the experience of previous years, anyone who gets involved with Her Highness the Divine Maiden doesn't have a good ending, including the children of the 6 great families." After saying that, the round-faced teacher smiled helplessly and bitterly. Why am I talking to you about this? The existence of Her Highness the Divine Maiden is a curse rather than a blessing for the entire Rainbow City. Every time a divine son or divine maiden descended, the entire Rainbow City would have to be made to suffer a bloodbath. Everyone is squeezing their heads to get to that empty city. But is the empty city really as wonderful as everyone imagines it to be? The round-faced teacher exclaimed. And that made Ling Chen impressed with him. It was rare to find someone so sober. At this moment, Ling Chen was quite fond of this round-faced teacher. Just as Ling Chen was planning to talk to him about something else, 2 tall and burly middle-aged men blocked their way. Ling Chen didn't recognize them, but the round-faced teacher changed his face as soon as he saw them. "Director Lin, Assistant Director Qin, what brings you here?" The 2 of them sniffed, but they didn't even look at him, instead staring straight at Ling Chen. "You're Ling Chen?" Ling Chen was secretly wary in his heart, but he still nodded his head gently. "All right, you're coming with us." After the 2 finished, they looked at the round-faced teacher. "Long Dowie, there's nothing more for you here. Ling Chen will take away from the precepts hall." When the round-faced teacher heard this, he once again turned pale, but immediately said with a smile on his face, "Director Lin, Assistant Director Qin, this discipline hall is a place to execute trainees who have made great mistakes within the school. But this student Ling Chen has only just come here today, and even if what happened just now really had something to do with him, it wouldn't be so bad as to go to the discipline hall, would it? Are you guys planning to execute him?" When Ling Chen heard this, his pupils shrunk slightly. "Execute me? In school? I'm going to be executed on my first day of class today? Ha! Are you kidding me? Has this school gotten this dark?" Chapter 44 Giving. Ling Chen wasn't actually very worried about his situation. Even if that so-called preceptor church really wanted to execute himself, he could guarantee that he wouldn't die. Even if the other party was really going to be right and wrong, he could give them a little surprise. In his current state, once he chose to disintegrate himself, it was possible to release tens of thousands of worms in an instant. Once these tens of thousands of worms erupted into the open, he was confident that more than 90% of the people in this school would be turned into worm nutrients. Even total annihilation. Of course, he wouldn't resort to such extreme means until it was absolutely necessary. While he was thinking about this, the two preceptor hall directors were the ones who moved to anger because of the round-faced teacher's words. Only one person said as he looked at Long Dowie condescendingly, "Long Dowie, who do you think you are? Just with you want to meddle in our preceptor hall's affairs? Or is it that you, Long Dowie, are already powerful enough to put your hands on our precepts hall?" The two of them did not give Long Dowie any semblance of face, and directly scolded Lingy Chen right in front of him. This caused Long Dowie's face to instantly turn red with shame and annoyance. Just when he was about to say something, the man jumped ahead and said, "Long Dowie, you're still a D rank now, right? TSK, we at least entered the school in the same batch. Do the math. It's been 20 years, right, boy? 20 years, you've managed to stay put for 20 years. What a superb thing. Even your current position is because the school saw your pity and transferred you to the teaching office. Or else you are, now, still clearing that piece of barren grassland behind the school, right?" This sentence came out. Each sentence was a knife in Long Dowie's heart. Long Dowie had originally shown some emotion, but when he spoke, he directly lowered his head and didn't say a word, because he has low self-esteem. Even though the other side said it was hard to hear, it was true. He, Ruduichi, entered the school in the same batch as these two in front of him. Even all three of them had the same talent rating of D at the time. However, 20 years had passed, and these two had already cultivated to upper C rank, only one step away from B rank. But what about him? It was still D rank, although it had been cultivated from lower D rank to medium. But such a meager achievement, which still took 20 years of cultivation to achieve, is simply impossible to mention, and mentioning it would be laughed at. The two of them sneered when they saw him bowing his head and not speaking. The director with the surname Lin sneered even more and said, "Che, it seems like you know you're trash too. Since you know that you're a waste, why do you still want to meddle in our preceptor hall's affairs without any self-consciousness? Wouldn't it be nice to settle down and be your little faculty clerk?" Saying that, he even went so far as to go up and nod a few times on Long Dowie's head. In that state, he didn't take Long Dowie as a classmate or colleague at all. It was also at this time that Lingy Chen suddenly struck out. He only saw him take a step forward and grab that director Lin's hand, preventing him from going to point Long Dowie's head again. The reason why Long Dowie had been humiliated so much was entirely also because he had angered these two by trying to speak for himself. How could he possibly stand by and allow someone to bully this first time but very favorable teacher? "Directors, aren't you going a little overboard?" Lingy Chen looked at them coldly, not the least bit intimidated. "Little pussy, you're looking for death. How dare you provoke the majesty of the precepts hall?" That director Su, seeing that Lingy Chen had made a move to stop him, instantly became enraged. A peerless might erupted from his body, and he raised his hand to slap at Lingy Chen's face. He was trying to slap Lingy Chen and extinguish his anger. At this moment, Lingy Chen's pupils shrunk slightly, and the figure of the spirit bug in his pupils had already loomed large. Lingy Chen didn't know exactly which level his current strength was considered, but if he had to fight someone, then he naturally poured out all his strength, releasing all the power of those 100 or so spirit insects in his body. However, just as he was about to let go and spar with these two unreasonable and unjustifiably humiliating directors in front of him, he only felt a heat at his waist, and when he looked down, he immediately saw a rounded arm encircling him, and then he felt a force pulling him away. But in the next second, the sound of an extremely crisp slap also sounded in his ears at the same time. He jerked his head up to look and immediately saw that Director Su's palm viciously smacked Long Dowie's round face. Long Dowie's body directly flew out diagonally, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out right in midair, splattering all the way. At this moment, Lingy Chen only felt a nameless fire rise from the soles of his feet and go straight to the sky. Q. He couldn't even help but burst out. Watching someone else get beat up to save his life was worse than beating him up himself. He instantly narrowed his eyes as dozens of spirit worms surged in his palms, raising his hands to fling them at the two. Don't do it. Ahem. He's still a kid. Something to talk about. Long Dowie's voice came out sticky, which made him stiffen. The hand that was about to fling out also paused in place. He slowly turned his eyes to Long Dowie, who was lying on the ground, his eyes inexplicably sour. The word, child, hammered hard into the depths of his heart. It's been 6 years. It's been 6 whole years, and no one has treated him like a child since he crossed over into this world. The people of the Heavenly God Laboratory didn't even treat him as a person, and all sorts of cruel to the extreme means were used on him. He's carried it all alone and hard. even if he was only 12 years old at the time. Gradually, he also forgot that he was a child. No matter what you face, you carry what you can and cannot bear. But now, a teacher he had never met was standing up for him, enduring oppression that even he himself could not bear, and that meant a lot to him. At this moment, he felt his heart trembling. The next second, though, he laughed. He withdrew his hand that was ready to fight those two and turned towards Long Daoyi. Leaning down to help him up, he softly asked, "Mr. Long, are you alright?" The first thing Ryudo did as soon as he got up was to pull him behind him, then turned around and gave him a big smile. Even though half of his face was now swollen and his features were squeezed together as a result, he looked miserable and comical. "Don't worry, you won't die." Long Daoyi grinned, only to have one of his incisors fall out, dropping to the ground and bouncing twice. At this moment, Ling-Chen didn't even know if he should be heartbroken or laugh first, because it's just too funny. Can you imagine a man whose face is swollen like a pig's head and who has lost an incisor grinning at you? Who can resist this? In the end, he couldn't help it and burst out laughing, but as he laughed, his eyes reddened uncontrollably, and moisture coalesced in the corners of his eyes. He lifted his head to keep the tears from falling and muttered, "It's nice to have someone to love." Then he took a deep breath and glanced at the red spirit worms that were writhing on his palm, and then looked at Long Daoyi's not-so-solid back. I only heard him say aloud, "Mr. Long, thank you, you're a good person. Good people deserve good things. Though your strength is low, you have a heart that is willing to guard the weak, and someone like you shouldn't be so unknown, so I have decided to grant you a path to invincibility." As the words fell, he was seen heavily slapping at Long Daoyi's back. In an instant, the dozens of spirit worms on Ling-Chen's palm surged towards Long Daoyi's body as much as they could, entering his body in an instant. Chapter 45, Do I have your family's ancestors' graves on my face? After Yi Songtao and a few of their experiments, Ling-Chen had confirmed another powerful use of the worm, which was purification. Purify the bloodline. Worms alone had the effect of awakening ordinary people, let alone spirit worms. Ling-Chen was convinced that as long as he injected these worms into Long Daoyi's body, in time, Long Daoyi would be able to improve tremendously. Even if the bloodline in Long Daoyi's body was extremely trashy, that would still be enough to raise his strength to C rank. Even once the spirit insect broke through to the wisdom insect, there was still a possibility that Long Daoyi's strength would go to the next level. If he reached B rank strength, he would be considered a major powerhouse on the surface. After all, the current heads of the 6 great families were only at B rank. In an instant, the spirit worms all entered Long Daoyi's body and quickly swam all over his body before hibernating and starting to help Long Daoyi purify his bloodline power. At this moment, Long Daoyi also felt a slight difference in his body, but with his strength, he was unable to detect exactly what changes had occurred in his body, and could only look at Ling-Chen in a daze, and was just about to open his mouth to inquire about something when he heard the 2 major directors of the Precepts Hall snort and laugh. Grant you a path to invincibility? Ha ha, laugh your ass off. Long Daoyi, you're really out of your league. You're already in your 40s, but you're still so middle-aged. Accompanying a trainee in a middle-aged hot-blooded drama here? The scorn and mockery in the eyes of the 2 men was on display. Ling-Chen didn't say anything. He just firmly grabbed Long Daoyi and pulled him back. He's not going to let Ridoiki take the beating for him anymore. 2 directors, if you want to take me to the precepts, just hurry up. You think Mr. Long is ridiculous, but if you're messing around with us here, why aren't you becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of the others? As soon as these words came out, the 2 immediately curtailed their mockery and ridicule and turned their eyes to look around. Sure enough, they found many of the trainees and some of the teachers gazing and pointing their way. They instantly narrowed their eyes as a cold and stern might erupted, then roared at the surrounding trainees and teachers. What are you looking at? Why are you hanging around here if you don't roll to class? With this roar, everyone immediately dared not linger. After all, that's the preceptor. The existence of the Precepts Hall was equivalent to the ancient Ministry of Punishment. Once it was confirmed that some students or teachers possessed big mistakes to the extent that they could be decapitated, the Precepts Hall would not hesitate to execute them. This is also intended to have a cautionary effect on current students. After all, it wasn't just a school either, but a staging area for sending people to the battlefield. If they didn't learn the rules and learn to follow military orders before entering the battlefield, then they would only get other people killed when they arrived at the battlefield. So it would be better to execute them before the battlefield, so as to save them from wreaking havoc on others. Therefore, the majesty of the Precepts Hall was extremely strong, and ordinary people easily did not dare to provoke the people of the Precepts Hall. Only after scolding the trainees and teachers who had gathered around them did the 2 directors withdraw their eyes and look at Ling-Chen. A cold light flashed deep within their eyes. It's not actually a coincidence that they would show up here. Just a moment ago, they had received an order from within the family, asking them to apprehend a cadet named Ling-Chen at the school gate. The order given within the family was that even if they couldn't get him killed, they had to make sure that he couldn't continue to appear in front of the goddess. So, the first moment they received the order, they rushed over. When they saw Ling-Chen and Long Dawi walking together, they immediately thought of some of the little games they played on Long Dawi during their cadet days. Instinctively, he decided to take away Ling-Chen while properly humiliating Long Dawi. What are you looking at? Do I have your family's ancestors' graves on my face? Or do I look like your ancestors? When Ling-Chen saw the cold light in the eyes of the two men, he knew that they were coming from a bad place, and his little mouth was instantly quenched as if it was poisoned. The two of them were instantly furious and wanted to strike Ling-Chen dead on the spot, but Long Dawi stared at them with a burning gaze. It made them tighten up a bit. It's true that killing people here isn't very good, but it's not so good when you get to the preceptor's hall. With their strength, it wouldn't be easy to deal with a kid who just joined the school. They dared to guarantee that as long as they brought someone into the hall of discipline, Ling-Chen would never want to walk out. Immediately, the two of them didn't dawdle, and came to Ling-Chen's side with one on the left and one on the right, sandwiching him as they walked forward. Long Dawi, on the other hand, followed nervously, all the way to the north side of the school in front of a building. The two of them immediately stood still, and glanced back to condense a glance at Long Dawi. And follow? Do you want to go in and sit down too? These words were like triggering some horrifying memories for Long Dawi. His body couldn't help but tremble lightly, instinctively taking a step back, his eyes gazing at the building in front of him in horror. The building had 6 floors. The outside was plastered with red tiles, colorful like blood, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. The front of the building was a tall black iron door, giving people a heavy and depressing feeling. When the two saw Long Daoyi's reaction, they once again revealed a disdainful sneer before leading Ling-Chen towards the black gate. It wasn't until he was about to approach the gate that Long Daoyi on the side shouted, "Student Ling-Chen, you have to hold on. I'll find a way to bring you out." When Ling-Chen heard this, a smile appeared on his handsome face as he glanced back at Long Dao, and instantly saw that he had tripped over his own feet because he was running too fast, and fell on his face. This caused Ling-Chen to sigh in his heart. Alas, naive, clumsy, and weak, yet on the other hand, rich in a sense of justice and compassion. It's no wonder they're bullying you. Ling-Chen sighed and withdrew his mind, twisting his head to look at the building directly in front of him, a touch of ghostly coldness flashing under his eyes. As long as they dare to touch me today, I'll wash this place in blood. Ling-Chen's killing heart rose. He wasn't the same weak child who had been imprisoned in a cage. At this moment, he had already mastered powerful killing techniques. As long as anyone dared to mess with him, he would definitely strike back to kill the other party. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If people offend me, I'll wash them in blood for 1,000 miles. Just as Ling-Chen was secretly thinking, the two had already brought him to the iron gate. Only seeing that Director Lin push hard, the black iron door suddenly made a muffled sound and slowly opened a gap. Although it was only a gap, Ling-Chen, who was standing in front of the gate, could already see a bit of the interior. His pupils instantly contracted a lot, and there was no longer any semblance of emotion on his already icy face. Buzz. Soon, the iron door opened completely in a dull sound, only to see that behind the iron door was a large courtyard, and on both sides of the courtyard were erected a dozen gallows. And at this moment, 7 or 8 bloody corpses were hanging on these gallows. There were also a dozen or so living people, but they all had horrible wounds on their bodies, and they were all dying. In addition to this, there were faint sounds of heart-rending wailing coming from inside the building. Oddly enough, before opening the black door, you couldn't hear half the noise inside, but as soon as the black door was opened, it was like a sure hell inside, with ghosts crying and wolves howling continuously. Chapter 46, Explosive Killing. While looking at the shocking scene in the courtyard, the two directors were revealing a smug sardonic smile. They couldn't help but look at Ling-Chen, the sardonic smiles on their faces even more unrestrained. One of them, Director Lin, even narrowed his eyes and put his hand on Ling-Chen's shoulder, saying sorrowfully, "Kid, after coming here, even if you're the king of the heavens, you won't be able to walk out of here without shedding a layer of skin." With that, he escorted Ling-Chen inside. When the three of them had just stepped into the middle of the courtyard, a clattering sound of chains rang out. Then a dozen black Dobermans as strong as calves were seen rushing out. Each Doberman's height reached a terrifying 1 meter 3 or 4. The muscles on its limbs bulged, the hair on its body was smooth and watery, and a chain a few points thicker than a thumb hung around its neck. As soon as these dozen Dobermans rushed out, they directly surrounded Ling Yichen's trio. They don't scream either. They just stare at you with a pair of cold, ghostly eyes, and their mouths are constantly drooling with their eerie fangs exposed. This is undoubtedly to give a person an extremely strong sense of oppression. The general cowardly people see this dozen strong as calves Doberman Pinscher has long been scared out of their wits. Even Ling Yichen's heart thumped when he coldly saw them rushing out, but right away he was back to normal. Trying to scare him, he's seen crueler images. The two directors at that moment were shocked to see Ling Yichen facing such a bloody scene without any fear, and seeing the dozen or so Dobermans without any trepidation. Who is this kid? How can he be so calm? Under normal circumstances, the average person seeing these scenes would have already been trembling and shivering in fear. Some even just pissed their pants, but the teenager in front of him was indifferent, and even surveyed the corpses and the Dublin with interest. This made them stagger in their hearts. This kid is not simple, but even so, they wouldn't just feel like letting Ling Yichen go. The family's orders were impossible for them to disobey, even if they would violate some school regulations as a result. But so what? It's not like they haven't been violating it all along. The school was being run by the military and the 6 families together, and as long as their families didn't fall, it wasn't a big deal for them to break even some of the rules. Go! Director Lin pushed Ling Yichen and headed for the building at the back of the courtyard. Ling Yichen wasn't in a hurry and leisurely walked forward. Only, everyone failed to notice that with every step Ling Yichen took, a few worms were left behind under his feet. The worms, on the other hand, crawled swiftly towards those Dobermans, touching their bodies in an instant and then stealing into them. In addition to this, there were worms that crawled towards the bodies on the gallows. Although they had become corpses, it was obvious that they had all just died not long ago, and blood was still dripping from many of them. The worms quickly came into contact with the corpse, entered its interior and began to multiply silently. These corpses are all awakened. Don't waste them. Sensing that the worms had spread throughout the entire courtyard, the corners of Ling Yichen's lips rose slightly, and a cold smile emerged. Director Su, who was standing beside him, saw him laughing unexpectedly, and immediately frowned and said in a low voice, "What are you laughing at?" Ling Yichen glanced at him faintly, as if he was looking at a dead man. "I'm laughing at the fact that you're not far from death, and you're going to die in the most painful way in the world." The two of them froze and looked at Ling Yichen in confusion, but immediately burst out laughing. "You're afraid you're crazy, that we're going to die? Or die in the most painful way in this world? Believe it or not, I'll have those Dobermans rush up right now and rip you to shreds." Director Lin raised his hand to grab Ling Yichen's chin and growled with a fierce glare. Ling Yichen narrowed his eyes, not the least bit afraid, and asked softly, "So, you guys were planning on bringing me back to abuse me from the start, right? Who put you up to this? School executives? Or the family behind you?" Upon hearing this, the pupils of the two men shrunk slightly. Ling Yichen was also instantly enlightened and laughed. It seems like it's really the family behind you. Your last name is Lin, so you're from the Lin family? Unsurprisingly, it was Lin Song who asked you to capture me? As for you, Ling Yichen narrowed his eyes and looked at the deputy director surnamed Su. To be honest, he hadn't messed with any of the Su family, but the Su family even wanted to die themselves too. You should be from the Su family, only I'm curious. I didn't mess with your Su family, and I've never even met anyone from your Su family. Why do you want my life too? Without waiting for Director Su to reply, the one surnamed Lin spoke up first. "Humph, what do you know as an ignorant kid from the lowest level? The 6 great families are originally one, regardless of whether it's the Lin family or the Su family. As long as the 6 great families want you dead, then you must die." At this moment, they weren't hiding anything. Anyway, the person had already been brought into the preceptor's hall, so he would never want to walk out. What do they have to hide from someone who was bound to die? However, after hearing this, Ling Yichen revealed a dazed look. "Oh, so that's how it is. The 6 great families are one and the same. So if you want your Lin family to perish, then you have to destroy the other 5 families as well? Is that right?" When these words came out, the two men changed color in unison, and then angrily rebuked. "You little, more than likely crazy, want to destroy the Lin family. Which onion do you count?" Director Lin said, raising his hand and grabbing at Ling Yichen's neck. He had already moved to kill at this moment, wanting to strangle Ling Yichen alive. But just as his hand was about to touch Ling Yichen's neck, the meat on his hand was like a boiled pig's hoof, automatically completing the separation of bone and flesh. Yes, the flesh and blood of his palms came off his hands almost instantly, falling to the ground before quickly turning into a mass of worms that crawled towards Director Lin's feet. Such a shocking scene, but it left the man frozen on the spot. He looked at his palms and then at the worms on the ground that had crawled up his paws, unsure of what reaction to make. After several seconds he let out a low growl. Ah! Not only him, but the other director surnamed Su also let out a terrified yelp before quickly retreating a dozen steps or so, completely separating himself from the director surnamed Lin. What have you done? What the hell did you do to me? Director Lin stomped and bounced around while roaring angrily, all the while not forgetting to grab the palm that had turned into white bone. It's an extremely bizarre state of affairs. Although the worms had devoured his right hand, they had shielded him from pain, so at the moment he didn't have any pain. All he had was an invisible fear. That's right, fear. Anyone else who suddenly saw their palms separated from their flesh and bones, but they didn't have the slightest bit of consciousness. Even if he was a C-ranked powerhouse, he was scared out of his wits at the moment. Not bad. Worthy of being a C-class powerhouse. The bloodline power contained in the flesh and blood is extremely powerful. It should be able to give birth to quite a number of spirit insects very soon. At this time, Ling Yichen was leisurely taking a few steps back, muttering to himself. In order to parasitize these two people, the worms he used were not ordinary worms, but spirit worms. Everything was just as he thought it would be. The people of the surface were not the same as the people of the empty city. The people of the empty city, even the ones who aren't very strong like ordinary worms won't do. You need at least spirit worms. But people on the surface, D level and below, can be parasitized at will by ordinary worms. As for C-ranked powerhouses, the spirit worms were enough to do so and parasitize them senselessly. He had yet to come across a strong person further up the ladder. Just as he was secretly pondering, that director Lin suddenly appeared mad and lunged towards Ling Yichen once again, his mouth roaring, "I'll kill you." While roaring angrily, red aura flashed above his left hand like a red-hot branding iron. Seeing this, Ling Yichen's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With just a bark, the dozen or so Dobermans in the courtyard stood up collectively as if they had been given an order, before flinging their hooves around and charging towards Director Lin. In an instant, he was in front of him, pouncing on him and opening his mouth. Director Lin let out a wail, but it didn't change anything. A dozen or so Dobermans tore at his body like crazy, completely tearing him apart in a matter of moments, and the wailing from his mouth came to an abrupt end. Poor him, a C-ranked powerhouse. If he fought head-on, not to mention a dozen or so Dobermans, even another dozen or so would not be enough for him to kill. Unfortunately, he was parasitized by the spirit worms and his body was no longer under his own control. So in the end, he could only be eaten by a dozen or so Dobermans. The remnants of the flesh and blood, on the other hand, quickly turned into a mass of worms, which then surged into each of the dozen or so Dobermans. The remaining director Su had long since fallen into an endless state of fear when he saw this scene. Everything he saw at the moment was a bizarre phenomenon he had not seen before. Good people are suddenly separated from their bones. A good dog is suddenly at someone else's beck and call. The most terrifying thing was that those bugs that appeared out of nowhere could easily eat away at other people's flesh and blood. This is terrible, and it all seemed to have something to do with the handsome, long-haired teenager in front of him. At this moment, the way he looked at Ling Yichen completely changed, only to see him plop down and kneel down towards Ling Yichen, his mouth constantly shouting, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! It's not that I want to kill you, I'm just following orders." This director Su obviously wasn't a man with a backbone either, alternating snot and tears as he spoke, abashed to the core. Seeing this, Ling Yichen did not intend to keep him much longer. Again, he snapped his fingers, and the dozen or so Dobermans instantly lunged toward him. The director Su, who had already been scared out of his wits, even forgot that he was a C-ranked powerhouse and forgot to fight back, and could only die a horrible death amidst a loud wail. In the end, he was also divided up by a dozen or so Dobermans just like that director Lin, and the remaining flesh and blood turned into worms, once again surging into each of the dozen or so Dobermans' bodies. Chapter 47, The Comedian. The Dobermans that were empowered by these worms looked like they were a few points stronger in an instant, and there seemed to be something wriggling in their round eyes, and when they looked closely, they could only see that there was a red filament wriggling in the pupil of each Doberman, which was precisely the spirit worm. Well, the harvest is good this time. It's worthy of being a C-class powerhouse. Whether it's the strength of the flesh or the power of the essence and blood, it's stronger than the average awakened. And it's easier for the worms to evolve into spirit worms after devouring all this flesh and blood. Ling Yichen secretly pondered, his eyes filled with joy, because in just this moment's effort, he had over 200 more spirit insects. Among them, the two directors of the Preceptors' Hall contributed about 150 bars, and the rest were contributed by the bodies of those awakened on the gallows. Ling Yichen snapped his fingers, and instantly, the dozen or so Dobermans all came to his side. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, raised his hand and pressed it on the head of one of the Dobermans. In an instant, a wave pattern was seen emerging from this Doberman's glowing fur, surging towards its head in unison and eventually converging on top of Ling Yichen's palm. A small mass of red spirit worms tumbled over Ling Yichen's palm for a moment before directly stealing into his body. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, withdrew his hand and pressed it on the head of the other Doberman. After repeating this for a dozen times, the spirit worms on the Doberman were all recovered by him. At this moment, the aura on Ling Yichen's body was all vaguely enhanced, with more than 200 spirit worms entering his body. Ling Yichen instantly felt much stronger. Without delay, he directly sat down cross-legged and began to thoroughly integrate these spirit worms into his flesh and blood, becoming one with them. Seeing this, the dozen or so Dobermans immediately dispersed and surrounded Ling Yichen in a circle, shielding him. About 10 minutes later, Ling Yichen opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the red spirit worms were very striking in his pupils, as if 2 red lightning bolts were flashing, but it was quickly reined in by Ling Yichen. Not bad, the strength has increased by at least 30%. Ling Yichen was very happy. If he continued at this rate, it probably wouldn't take long for him to replace all the worms in his body with spirit worms, and at that time, his strength would be raised by several notches, not to mention C-ranked powerhouses, even B-ranked or even A-ranked. He could touch them. After this time, he vaguely felt powerful. Both of these 2 directors of the Preceptor's Hall had C-rank strength, which wasn't exactly weak when looking at the entire central region, but they were able to die easily by their own hands. Although most of this was attributed to the fact that the spirit worm parasites' methods were too stealthy and swift, and that they had never seen this type of attack before, and were caught off guard by his Een. But that's how he attacks, uniquely. No one else can emulate it or defend it. At the very least, the humans on the surface don't have effective defenses, and only the people of the empty city, with their own body shields, are bad at parasitism. Of course, by the time his spirit worm evolved into a wisdom worm again, even the people of the empty city would be dirt cheap. This he has verified from W. Collecting his thoughts, Ling Yichen stood up from the ground and snapped his fingers towards these Dobermans, which immediately gathered around him. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, glanced at the building in front of him. Now that you're here, don't miss it. There's definitely more than just 2 of them. After all, the building was at the moment filled with the sounds of wailing, and it was clear that someone was being mistreated. He didn't want to miss this good opportunity. If he could hunt down a few more C-rank powerhouses like Director Lin and Deputy Director Su, he would have quite a few more spirit insects. With this in mind, he couldn't help but raise his steps and prepare to walk towards the interior of the building. However, he had just taken 2 steps when his expression couldn't help but stiffen slightly as he glanced back behind him, only to see that not far behind him, outside the large black iron gate, Long Daoyi, whose face was swollen as if he were a pig's head, was pulling an old grandfather with white hair and hair to rush this way, saying as he did so, "Teacher, you walk faster. If you walk so slowly, by the time you get to the Precept's Hall, that child might be cold." And that old grandpa who was dragged by him was suddenly furious with his beard fluttering up as he angrily cursed. "Long Daoyi, you ungrateful disciple, my old man is already more than 100 years old, and I still have to be dragged by you to sell my old face to save people. Tell me frankly, is that boy your bastard? Why else would you care so much about him? There are many people taken away by the Preceptor's Hall on weekdays. Why don't I see you so intent on saving them?" Long Daoyi immediately revealed a bitter smile that was even more comical than a clown's, and condescendingly said, "Teacher, it's not the same, the feeling that this child gives me. It's really different. Believe me, this child deserves to be saved, and absolutely cannot let those scumbags from the Precept's Hall ruin it." As soon as Long Dao finished speaking, his pace couldn't help but speed up a few points, but because of this, he was careless and tripped over his own feet, only to see his slightly rounded body fall straight forward towards the front. But the most outrageous thing was that because of the force of inertia, he directly threw out the old man he was dragging in his hand. Although Long Daoyi wasn't strong, he was at least a D rank. The old man was already skinny and bony, and with this fling, the old man was directly thrown into midair by him, slamming straight towards that black door. Ling Yichen sensed that scene and immediately revealed a crying and laughing expression. This Ruduichi-sensei is quite the comedian. After sighing, Ling Yichen also immediately moved. Anyhow, he had come to save himself, but he couldn't let this old man fall to his death in front of him. He was seen rushing quickly toward the gate, then spreading his arms wide to meet the descending old man. Pust! Ling Yichen was still able to arrive in time and managed to catch the falling old man, only to hear the old man in his arms let out a shriek. "Egu! Long Daoyi, you sinful disciple! Are you trying to kill my old man and then inherit my legacy? Although the old man was old, his mouth was truly unforgiving at all. From the time he appeared until now, Ling-Chen had never heard a single good word from his mouth. It was all cursing Long Daoyi. However, Ling-Chen didn't feel that this was anything. On the contrary, he felt that this master and disciple must have a very good relationship. Only people with good feelings do this, and those with bad feelings can't get it together, or it's hard to live together either. One always has to die. When the old man realized that he was safe and sound, he couldn't help but raise his eyes towards Ling-Chen. After taking a good look at Ling-Chen's face, he immediately complimented. "Aya, what a handsome melon child." Ling-Chen smiled faintly before putting him down and said, "Good day, old sir." Ling-Chen acted modestly and calmly. The old man, on the other hand, looked Ling-Chen up and down and once again complimented him. "Aieee, you're a good little waif, good looking and polite, 100 times better than my sinful disciple." The old man is flattered. Ling-Chen smiled, then looked at Long Daoyi outside the door. Rudoichi had already gotten up from the ground and was limping inside. Ling-Chen couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart as he looked at his wretched appearance. When Long Daoyi entered the large iron gate, Ling-Chen said softly, "Teacher Long, it's been hard on you," and it was only then that Long Daoyi stared at Ling-Chen in a daze. "Are you okay?" Ling-Chen smiled and nodded. "Well, I'm fine." Long Daoyi, on the other hand, raised his eyes to look around, and when he realized those ghastly white bones on the gallows, he couldn't help but shiver. Of course, he also saw the 2 white bones in the middle of the courtyard as well as the dozen or so Dobermans. The mask was immediately fearful, and he could not help but take 2 steps back. He wasn't so much afraid of the 2 white bones as he was of the dog. "Where are they?" Ryudo glanced around with a grunt and was looking for the 2 directors. Ling-Chen smiled coldly and pointed to the 2 white bones not far away and said, "Lying there." As soon as these words came out, Long Daoyi instantly looked at the 2 white bones with a horrified expression on his face, his mouth exclaiming, "These are the 2 of them? What's going on?" He just couldn't believe it. How could it be that after only 20 minutes or so of not seeing each other, those 2 living, breathing people had turned into 2 white bones? When Ling-Chen heard this, he asked in return, "What? Does Teacher Long have a heartache for them and doesn't want them to die?" Rudoichi froze. "Don't want them to die? How is that possible?" The one who wanted them dead the most would be himself. They had constantly bullied themselves since their cadet days, and he had rehearsed within himself countless times wanting to kill them. Unfortunately, the strength was not enough, so they chose to hold back. Putting up with it, he got used to it, as he realized he might not be able to kill them in his lifetime. As time passed, the difference in strength between them became more and more disparate. Gradually he acquiesced to this fact, but right now, they were dead, which made him a little disbelieving. But soon, a big smile bloomed on his face. Dead is good, ah. These 2 should have died a long time ago. I don't know how many innocent children are buried in their hands. For so many years now, with the 6 great families behind them, they have been doing wrong in the school, bullying boys and girls, but no one dares to resist. This time it's finally planted. But in the next second, he suddenly looked nervously at Ling-Chen. "How did they die? You didn't kill them, did you?" When Ling-Chen heard this, he smiled faintly. "It counts and it doesn't count." Long Daoyi immediately frowned and asked eagerly, "What do you mean by counting or not counting?" Ling-Chen turned around and pointed at the Dobermans. "My awakened psychic ability is to manipulate beasts. Those 2 guys were ready to get me but didn't notice that I had manipulated these dozen or so Dobermans, who were bitten and eaten by the Dobermans." Of course he couldn't tell the truth. The existence of worms had to be kept somewhat hidden for good. When these words came out, Long Daoyi was shocked. Even the old man's expression changed slightly. Then he waved his hand and said, "You're a beast master? And it's your first day at school?" Rudoichi nodded. The old man immediately grabbed Ling-Chen's hand as if he had discovered a treasure. Go now immediately. Come back to the institute with me. You killed them. When the preceptor of the preceptor hall finds out, even I may not be able to protect you. While they haven't found out yet, you go to my institute. There, even if the principal himself comes, he won't be able to take you with him." With that, the old man actually dragged Ling-Chen away. And Ling-Chen was also surprised to find that this dry-looking old man, but the strength in his hands was earth-shattering. He was almost lifted alive by the old man. Chapter 48, Otherworldly. The 3 of them quickly left the preceptor hall, and Ling-Chen didn't forget about the dozen or so Dobermans. Reaching out and snapping his fingers, the dozen or so Dobermans instantly followed. The old man and Long Daoyi both saw it and didn't say anything. The 3 of them hurried along for a while and soon came to a small 4-story building. The small building was surrounded entirely by flower gardens. While there were some strange creatures running around in the middle of the flower gardens, For example, rabbits with 2 heads, chickens with 4 feet and ducks with long horns. This was the first time Ling-Yi-Chen had seen a small animal in this world. So weird and ugly. But without waiting for him to think more, the old man in Long Dowie had already brought him into the courtyard and entered the small house. It was only at this point that the two of them were breathing a long sigh of relief. Mom, yeah, finally back. Ruduichi sat paralyzed on the ground, his swollen face full of heartbreak. The old man saw this and kicked straight through. Hurry up and get the hell out of there and turn on the shield, or else the people from the preceptor's hall are going to come and arrest people later. Long Dowie jumped up when he heard this and hurriedly walked towards one of the rooms. Soon, Ling-Yi-Chen only felt a light tremor, and then he saw that outside the courtyard of the small building, a semi-transparent cover slowly rose, which extended upwards from the surface of the ground, and soon wrapped the entire small building along with the flower garden all together. At first glance, it looked like a giant bubble had wrapped them in it. It was the first time Ling-Yi-Chen had seen a shield, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Long Dowie, however, did not understand what the point of Ling-Yi-Chen's curiosity was. A shield? Haven't you ever seen one? Ling-Yi-Chen had never really seen it before. Since the beginning of his arrival in this world, he had been imprisoned in a glass cage and had seen extremely limited things. Seeing that Ling-Yi-Chen really seemed to be seeing a shield for the first time, Long Dowie frowned slightly before explaining. This is a small shield. You can exchange it for one with 5,000 points. It's very cheap. Don't look at it as cheap, but it can withstand the attacks of anyone below C rank. However, it will only be able to withstand those below C rank. If AB rank powerhouse comes over, then this shield will be completely useless. Saying that, Long Dowie immediately looked at the old man with dissatisfaction and said, Teacher, I've already told you that we need to change a medium-sized shield. You old man didn't change it. This in case it's the master of the precepts hall coming. This broken shield isn't enough for someone to slap it. When this was said, the old man was not happy, only to see the dry and skinny one jump up and huff a slap to Ruduichi's head. You sinful disciple. If you want to change, you won't change it yourself, and you're asking me to change it. I'm going to be in my coffin and I still have to worry about this kind of thing? Long Dowie immediately rubbed the back of his head in aggravation and muttered, I would like to change it, but the medium-sized shield costs 50,000 points apiece. How can I have that much money? When the old man heard this, he became even more furious, his beard crooked with anger, and raised his hand to slap Long Dowie's head again. If you don't have it, do I? You've oohed and awed over all my points, haven't you? The smile on Ling-Yi-Chen's face never came down as he watched this interesting pair of master and disciple. It's just too much fun. But he didn't bother the two. Instead, he silently watched the small building. The small building was quite large, with 4 rooms and a hall on the first floor, but it was just very cluttered and messy. What with all the seeds, scraps, and fodder sitting everywhere, it seems very crowded, and if you clean it up a bit, it's still very spacious. And in the flower garden outside the small building, all kinds of flowers were planted, as well as fruits and vegetables, and those ugly little animals were in there, but they didn't destroy things randomly, like they had a spirit, and that made Ling-Yi-Chen extraordinarily curious. Why do rabbits have 2 heads and chickens have 4 feet? Do ducks have horns? The moment Ling-Yi-Chen's words came out, the old man and Long Dowie were the ones who looked at him strangely. I only heard Long Dowie ask rhetorically, don't all rabbits have 2 heads? Don't chickens have 4 feet or 2? How do ducks burrow if they don't have horns? Ha! Ling-Yi-Chen was instantly petrified. At this moment, Ling-Yi-Chen's cognition created confusion, but soon, he figured it out. This was an alien world after all, and although the civilization was similar to Earth, it was only similar, and it was normal for the species to be different. He just hadn't understood it before. Then what do they eat on a daily basis? Ling-Yi-Chen inquired. Long Dowie immediately replied, meat, but we can't afford that much meat, so we switched to feeding it with feed. Okay, chickens, ducks and rabbits are eating meat? Ling-Yi-Chen's 3 views were shattered. Then can they be eaten? Ling-Yi-Chen asked again. At this question, Long Dowie's pupils quaked. No, absolutely not. Chickens, ducks and rabbits are so cute. How can you eat them? Ling-Yi-Chen nearly rolled his eyes when he saw Long Dowie's serious appearance. If you don't eat chickens, ducks and rabbits, why do you keep them? So you keep them, just to use as pets? Ruduichi nodded at first, but then shook his head. Not exactly. They are raised to provide experimental material for the teacher. And normally, if they are placed in the flower garden, they can also get rid of pests and whatnot. At the mention of experimental materials, Ling-Yi-Chen then remembered that the old man had called this place a research institute, so he naturally had a research goal. What is the project the old gentleman is researching? Ling Yichen kept asking questions like a curious baby. This time the one who answered was the old master, only to see him sitting on a tie-shirt chair, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea that had long since cooled down, and slowly saying, "Parasites." When these words came out, Ling Yichen froze. He stared at the old man with some consternation and inquired again, "Parasites?" For his part, the old man nodded indifferently. "Well, parasites. I suspect that there exists a parasite in this world that can alter the strength of the human bloodline. Once I find it, then the entire human race will become awakened, and at that time, all of us will have the power to fight, and there will no longer be a need to live at a snail's pace within this tiny rainbow city." As soon as these words came out, Ling Yichen's heart set off waves of shock. "This needs to be researched? I'm a living example of this right in front of you." "No, even Long Dao-yi is already." Ling Yichenji went to Long Daoi's body and injected dozens of spirit worms into it. Those spirit worms were purifying Long Daoi's bloodline at the moment, and with a little more time, Long Daoi's body would change. Thinking of this, Ling Yichen suddenly changed his face. "Wait a minute, we can't let Long Daoi's body change so quickly. He has been stagnant for so many years, and if he suddenly has a great advancement in strength, he will definitely arouse the suspicion of the old master. When the time comes, the old man will probably find out something when he looks into it." Though, the old man and Ruduichi both seem like people with no bad intentions, but you can't do harm without defense. Wait a little longer, until I can observe what exactly is going on with the old man and Long Daoi. Thinking of this, Ling Yichen immediately gave an order with the spirit insect in Long Daoi's body to suspend the purification of his bloodline. Those spirit insects also immediately hibernated after receiving the order. At that moment, Ling Yichen also thought of Lin Hao. At the moment, Lin Hao's body also had worms in it, and he had already completed his second awakening in full view of everyone. That tentacle could be made of worms. However, Lin Hao was a member of the Lin family, and the old man shouldn't be able to reach Lin Hao, so the probability of finding worms in Lin Hao's body was relatively small, so it was a relief. At this moment, Ling Yichen's mind raced as he quickly pondered over everything. He really didn't think that the old man was actually studying this. He couldn't help but look at the old man one more time, and then he asked, "So, has the old gentleman done any research yet?" The old man froze when he heard that. Instead, Long Daoi snorted out a laugh, then heartlessly harumphed. "No!" The old man was instantly furious. The person directly jumped up from the eunuch's chair, and horizontally kicked at Long Daoi. Rodoichi's entire body flew out diagonally like a sandbag and fell into the pile of seeds and feed. However, he seemed to be used to this situation, and still smiled heatedly as he climbed up from the pile of fodder and seeds, and unknowingly continued, "Teacher, we have to admit our own shortcomings. No means no." The old man glared at him once more, then said angrily, "Humph, I don't have it, do you? You study these flowers and plants day in and day out, saying that plants also have souls, so have you found the souls of the plants?" When these words came out, Long Daoi also froze in place, his expression somewhat embarrassed. When Ling Yichen heard this, he immediately became interested and asked, "Mr. Long, you also do research? Your research is in plants?" After Long Daoi heard this, he nodded slightly shyly and returned, "Well then, I study plants, and I suspect that plants also have minds and even souls." After hearing this, Ling Yichen pursed his lips and tried to keep himself from laughing out loud. "Plants have souls? Do you want to hear what you're saying?" Chapter 49, Da. Long Daoi seemed to have sensed Ling Yichen's thoughts, and his expression was slightly embarrassed. Ling Yichen immediately collected all his emotions. It was wrong to mock others. Just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean he doesn't exist. It's like an otherworldly existence. If someone had told him that the other world was real before he crossed over, he wouldn't have believed it. But now, others are in other worlds. In the same way, maybe plants really do have souls? People just haven't realized it yet. Thinking of this, Ling Yichen raised his hand and patted Long Daoi's shoulder, saying solemnly, "Teacher Long, cheer up, you'll definitely be able to succeed." At the same time, he also turned his head to look at the old man and said, "Old sir, you can definitely succeed as well." But the old man shook his head and laughed lightly. "Who knows? I'm so old. I hope I can accomplish something in my lifetime." Ling Yichen didn't say anything else. Just at this time, the whole small building suddenly trembled violently, and dust kept falling down from the small building. Without waiting for Ling Yichen to speak, Long Daoi and the old man immediately changed their faces and looked out in unison, only to see that outside the small building, there were several tall people in the youth and launching an attack on the shield. When Long Daoi saw this, he immediately exclaimed, "Not good, the people from the precepts hall are looking for them." The old man also had an unpleasant look on his face, and directly rushed out, angrily cursing at those youths. Where did the little pussy brats come from? How dare they spread their wildness on my territory? With that, he bent down and picked up a few stones from the flower garden and smashed them on the youths. The shield was surprisingly one way, unable to attack the inside from the outside, but the inside could attack the outside. The old man didn't know what kind of strength he had, and the stones he threw out even vaguely emitted an air-breaking sound before accurately hitting the several youths. A few youths immediately let out ouchie, ouchie screams, but they didn't stop there, roaring while attacking the shield. Zen Yiming, you old piker, hurry up and release the people, or I'll blast this broken shield of yours to pieces. Only then did Lingy-chan realize that the old man's name was Zen Yiming. The old man didn't care if he was scolded. He just smashed the stone while saying back, "Che, just with you few little pussies still want to break my shield. Go back to your mom's arms and eat milk for a few years before saying it again." In terms of fighting, the old man was really not at all disadvantaged. Obviously, there was no shortage of people to lip-sync with when they were younger. However, Long Daoyi was a bit worried. "Teacher, although several of them are only at the lower end of the C grade, and cannot break through our defense shield for a while, our defense shield is also a bit old, so I'm afraid it won't last long." The old master immediately raised his beard and glared back at Long Dao angrily. "Doesn't Lousy know? You still need to say it. Isn't Lousy trying to figure it out?" Seeing this, Lingy-chan sighed lightly. This matter started because of him, and he couldn't involve the two of them, and immediately opened his mouth. "Old sir, why don't you just let me go out?" The old man swept a glance back at him and shook his head firmly. "It's fine, don't worry. So what if they break through the shield? Could it be that they still dare to take a shot at my old bones? Although I don't have much ability, I'm at least an honorary patriarch of the school. If they dare to take a shot at me as an honorary patriarch, then even if they have 9 lives, it's not enough to die." At the mention of this, Long Daoi's expression was also slightly better, and he also comforted Lingy-chan. "Well then, don't worry, teacher can still save you if he puts his old life on the line." Lingy-chan smiled awkwardly. The way he said it, did it reassure him or not? To let such an old man fight for his life, how could he bear to do so? However, he didn't say anything more, but quietly watched. If the old man was really in danger, then he wouldn't stay his hand, and directly rushed out to eliminate the people of the preceptor hall. The old man cursed the youths as he smashed the stones, and although it was a pair of a few, he did not lose the wind in the slightest. The youths had also been unable to break through the shield for a long time, and had instead been hit by the stone with severe pain all over their bodies. After attacking for a while they chose to give up, except that they didn't leave either, but rather backed up some distance so that the stone couldn't hit them anymore. "Humph, Zen Yiming, you old piker, when the vice hall master comes, let's see if you can still hide in that turtle shell." A few people cursed, then waited silently for someone. A few moments later, there was indeed a slightly fat middle-aged man who slowly appeared in the crowd's field of vision. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, Long Daoyi's expression instantly became extremely ugly. Su Tianshang is here. There was also gravity on the old man's face. "Who is Su Tianshang? Is he strong?" Lingy-chan inquired. Long Daoyi immediately explained. "Su Tianshang is a member of the Su family, and the deputy head of the precepts hall. His strength has reached medium B grade. Very strong." As soon as Long Daoyi's words left his mouth, he saw the slightly chubby middle-aged man named Su Tianshan walk up to the protective shield and gently raised his hand to place it on the shield. In the next second, only a crunching sound like glass breaking was seen from the shield. Click, 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 click. Then the entire shield began to disintegrate inch by inch, eventually dissipating into the void. By now, the small building's only protection was gone. In the next second, only Su Tianshang lifted his foot forward. A residual shadow appeared instantly, and then this Su Tianshang arrived in front of the old man, only half a step away from him. Hiss so fast, Lingy-chan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as well, his entire body exploding in sweat, because it's just too fast. Su Tianshang's position just now had to be 100 or so meters away from the old man anyways. However, he merely took a step forward, and the person had already arrived in front of the old man. Teleportation? Shrinking? It's scary. Lingy-chan also felt an extremely strong threat at this moment. If such a person fought with himself, he would only be afraid that before he could react, the person would already be blown away. Worthy of being a B-class powerhouse, the current self is no match at all. Lingy-chan silently marveled in his heart, though he might not die on the spot. After all, he was considered immortal, but he also had the disadvantage of needing time to fuse his body after it was broken. He would still be dead once someone collected all of his flesh and blood in that time. not even a single cell, and destroyed it. Therefore, he was also extraordinarily vigilant right now, wary that this Su Tianshang would make a move against himself. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his move of creating an out-of-body incarnation was extremely wise. It also felt extremely wise to inject worms and spirit worms into other people. As long as one worm survives, then he won't die. Only, he'd have to start practicing again. Just as he was thinking about this, the slightly chubby middle-aged Su Tianshang opened his mouth. Elder Zen, you've overstepped the mark this time. A simple sentence, but it gave the scene an extremely terrifying pressure. Even Ling Yichen felt his breathing become heavy, especially when Su Tianshang swept a faint glance at him after he finished speaking. He instantly felt a tightness in his chest, as if there was a huge boulder pressing down on his chest as hard as it was. Fortunately, at this time, the old man took a step across the room and blocked in front of him. Ling Yichen immediately felt that the pressure had shrunk a lot, and the whole person was also much better. He couldn't help but look at the old man gratefully. Humph, overstepping the rules? Su Tianshang, is it me who has transgressed the rules, or is your precepts hall too unscrupulous? This kid just came to school today, and you preceptors are targeting people and trying to put them to death. Is this the rule of your preceptor hall? Su Tianshang was not in a hurry when he heard this. He naturally knew about Ling Yichen's matter and knew that Ling Yichen really didn't commit much of a crime. But, if the 6 great families wanted him to die, then he had to die. There was no turning back. Who let this kid seduce the goddess and attract her attention as soon as he arrived? I only heard him continue. It's not your turn to be in charge of the affairs of the precept hall. Elder Zen, if you have any opinions or dissatisfaction, you can report it to the council. But the two of you, master and disciple, trespassed into my precept hall, and even killed 2 of the directors of our precept hall, so this account has to be settled. I won't make things difficult for you. Take that kid away from me, and then let your punk disciple cut off his own hands and feet, and I'll be able to forget about this matter. When Ling Yichen heard this, a cold light bloomed under his eyes. To take themselves away even if, but also want to let the dragon Rhoda self-chopped hands and feet, but also care about this is called not difficult. I go to your mother. At this moment, his heart was also bursting with endless anger. This Su Tianshang was aggressive based on his strength. It was simply too much. Of course, he was not the only one who was angry. Long Dao-yi and the old man were also furious. Long Dao-yi's strength was low and he didn't dare to stiffen Su Tianshang, but he didn't say anything and just stood back and sulked. And the old man was cursing. Put your mother's bull *********. You Preceptor Hall are a group of inverted heavenly deities who died that is to take the place of heaven, but also dare to come to me here to talk big. Old me today even if you stay here, but also impossible to let you take the people away. Saying that, as if he had made up his mind, the old man let out a roar, and in an instant, the ground surrounding the small building for a week suddenly exploded, blowing up a vapor, and then in the midst of this vapor, all sorts of bugs rushed out from within. There are frogs with grass on their backs, scorpions with tails that split to form axe blades, vipers with feet on their bellies, and ants with wings on their backs. All of them were various kinds of poisonous insects, and their numbers were extremely large. As soon as these poisonous insects came out, they instantly swept through the flower garden outside the small building, covering it in an instant and forming a sea of poisonous insects. Chapter 50, Star Yuan Guidance Technique. It was as if these poisonous insects had a spirit, and instead of attacking Ling Yichen and the 3 of them, they all surged towards Su Tianshang. When Su Tianshang saw the densely packed poisonous insects, his brows were also slightly furrowed. With his strength today, he was not afraid of these poisonous insects, but if he was tainted with some toxins, he wouldn't feel good either, especially since these poisonous insects had all been pounded by Zhen Yiming, and hell if he knew what he had done in the bodies of these poisonous insects. So at this moment, he was also a little numb. It was also at this time that a voice suddenly floated in from the void. Enough! The voice was old, but full of majesty. As soon as this voice appeared, the old man immediately wilted like a frosted eggplant. Su Tianshang also changed his attitude drastically, becoming respectful, and his person became low-browed and obedient. Unlike his previous arrogance and aggressiveness, the 2 of you, one of you is the honorary patriarch of the school and the other is the deputy head of the precepts hall, going toe-to-toe and fighting here. What is the decency of it? And what will the cadets think if they see it? All of you, stop it. Xiao Su, take your men away and don't go near the institute again. When Su Tianshang heard this, he bowed respectfully. Then without saying anything, he turned around and left the flower garden, returning to the people of the preceptor hall and leading them away. Then, that voice sounded again, only it no longer had the same majesty as before. Instead, It carried some helplessness and depression. Yiming, you're at least an honorary patriarch of the school, and you're not too young. Why are you still so impulsive that you can't move without fighting someone? The old man sniffed and was also embarrassed. He didn't say anything though, just listened in silence. Alas, forget it, let's leave this matter as it is. They won't bother you anymore. But you should also restrain yourselves a bit, and don't leave the institute for this month. As the words fell, Ling-Chen immediately sensed that the seeming aura in the void had disappeared. The old man, on the other hand, sat down on his butt with a distraught look on his face. Ouch, mama, scared the old man to death, almost dying at the hands of this little brat. Su Tianshang. After saying that, he twisted his head in dissatisfaction and glanced at Ruduichi. Opening his mouth, he scolded, look at you, and then look at others. You two are about the same age, right? They are already B-rank medium, but what about you? If you were as strong as others, why would you let an old man like me come out to take the fall, or get a lecture from that old man? When the old man said this, he suddenly looked bitter. Damn, not being able to leave the institute for a month is suffocating me. With that, he rolled over and climbed up from the ground, looking around at the densely packed poisonous insects. Then on tiptoe, picking a spot with fewer venomous insects, he walked toward the place where the explosion had just occurred, where one vat after another was inhabited by venomous insects, only to see the old man bite his finger with his teeth and then drop a few drops of blood inside each vat respectively. Those poisonous insects smelled the scent of blood and immediately surged towards the vat, then retreated back into the vat in unison. Seeing this, the old man hurriedly folded back to the house, and carried out one cylinder cover from inside and covered it. Long Dowie also immediately got up to help. He didn't feel any emotion at all from being scolded by the old man. After more than 20 years, he'd gotten used to it. Instead, it was Ling-Chen who looked at these two, his mind reeling for a long time. There is no doubt that the old man and Long Dowie are both kind-hearted and righteous people. Only, because their own strength is limited. Many things are limited everywhere. This, coupled with the novelty of the research project and the fact that nothing spectacular has come out of it for the time being, has led to their precarious position in the school. According to his understanding, how could an honorary patriarch of the school be more senior than a vice donor of the preceptor hall? But that Su Tianshang was able to openly call the old man's bluff, and in the end, it was still a matter of strength. Thinking of this, Ling-Chen couldn't help but secretly make up his mind. We must raise our strength as soon as possible, or at least replace all the worms in our bodies with spirit worms. The next time something like this happens, maybe you won't need someone else to stand up for you. Just as he was thinking about this, Long Dowie came to him holding a jar lid, elbowed him and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and come help. Put the lid on. Don't let them run away. These are all teacher's heart and soul." Only then did Ling-Chen react and began to help cover the cylinder. "Teacher Long, are all these poisonous insects pets raised by the old master?" Ling-Chen had just counted in detail. There were 32 vats around the small building, and each vat was filled with worms, numbering in the thousands. After Long Dowie heard this, he thought for a little while and replied, "Pets? No, I should say contracted beasts. These are actually teacher's contracted beasts." Ling-Chen froze, then slowly opened his eyes wide. "Contracted beasts? Old master is a beast master? These poisonous insects, all of them are old master's contracted beasts?" Long Dowie immediately nodded his head, and then said with a proud face, "Teacher is very powerful, right? Normal people's contracted beasts are usually just one, and those with stronger talent only have two. But look at my teacher. He alone contracted so many poisonous insects, although the strength is all weak, but the number is super high, more than 3,000 in total." When these words came out, Ling-Chen couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. More than 3,000. Ling-Chen had also learned a little bit about beast masters from Lu Mei in the past 2 days, and knew that the most crucial thing for beast masters was their spiritual power. The strength of your spiritual power is related to the strength of the contracted beasts you can contract. The stronger the spirit power, the stronger the monsters that can be contracted. Normal people would usually only contract one monster as a contracted beast. This was to avoid their spiritual power not being able to support and control the extra monsters. But now, Long Dowie told him that the old master had contracted over 3,000 poisonous insects. Even if the strength of the poisonous insects was low and required less mental energy, but more than 3,000 of them, that added up to an extremely terrifying mental energy consumption. It's horrible as hell. At this moment, his gaze toward the old man was filled with admiration. After the old man felt Ling-Chen's gaze, he skimmed his mouth and said, "Don't look at me like that. If I can do it all over again, I definitely won't do such things anymore." He put the lid on the last vat, then sat down on his butt on the vat inside. When I was young, I didn't know what I was talking about, thinking that I was a supreme genius, able to blaze a path that would make all of mankind strong, feeling that it was worth it to sacrifice a little, contracting one type of poisonous insect after another, but as a result, half a lifetime has passed. The research is fruitless, not to mention that the strength cannot be refined. I've been stuck at C rank for 40 whole years. The old man's words were filled with depression. 40 years without progress is a great pain for anyone. Ling Yichen also finally understood that the old man's frequent scolding of Long Daoi's weak strength and lack of progress for over 20 years was actually scolding himself, not to mention his own inability to progress for 40 years. But even the students he taught, it was harder for him than anyone else. Ling Yichen was silent. He would have a way to make Long Dao progress. Even the old man could, but he couldn't, at least not right now. Just wait a little longer. When one's own strength is strong enough and powerful enough to not fear anyone's investigations, I will definitely let you all break the existing shackles and arrive at a completely new realm. With this in mind, Ling Yichen suddenly looked at the old master, then walked up to him and said with incomparable seriousness, "Old sir, I'm also a beast master. Would you like to take me on as a student?" Ling Yichen's profile was filled out as a beast master. Although his means to control beasts relied on worm parasitism, and was not in the same path as an orthodox beast master, but there is also one similarity, and that is spiritual power. Previously, Ling Yichen had discovered that due to his lack of mental power, he was unable to monitor multiple parasitic targets at the same time. And now, he happened to learn that the old master had actually contracted more than 3,000 poisonous insects, which was definitely more than simply a powerful talent. On the old master's body, there was definitely a superb secret method of spiritual power cultivation, or else he would not be able to contract so many poisonous insects. If he was able to learn this secret method himself, it would be of great benefit to him as well. The old man heard Ling Yichen's words, but he wasn't too surprised. In fact, the moment he realized that Ling Yichen was a beast master and had manipulated a dozen Dobermans to bite the director of the discipline hall to death, he was moved to accept Ling Yichen as a student. Otherwise he wouldn't have worked so hard to protect him. There was a high probability that Long Dao would be wasted, and since his talent wasn't the imperial beast, it would be a waste to pass on his own secret method to him. But Ling Yichen was different. Ling Yichen's talent was definitely not weak. After all, the fact that he was able to manipulate a dozen or so Dobermans in one breath on his first day at the school already showed that his talent was extremely impressive. If the secret method was passed on to him, it definitely wouldn't dishonor the secret method. Only, he also had some misgivings about Ling Yichen, because Ling Yichen is too capable of causing trouble. This kid just enrolled in school and got 2 directors of the preceptor church killed. It might make a lot of noise in the future. He's worried if he can cover this kid. Ling Yichen looked at the old master, did not say anything, thought that he did not want to accept himself, but also embarrassed to say it explicitly, immediately said, "Old mister, cannot see me is also okay, it is my own is not good enough." As the words fell, the old master immediately reached out and pressed his hand on his shoulder, saying with a grudging expression, "Well, your qualifications are indeed a bit poor, but seeing as you were so sincere, then I'll reluctantly accept you, and from today onwards, you'll be my Zen Yiming student." With that, the old man's hand on Ling Yichen's shoulder pressed hard, signaling Ling Yichen to squat down. Ling Yichen also immediately crouched down obediently, only to see the old man raise his hand and press his palm onto Ling Yichen's head with a gentle press. Ling Yichen only felt a slight tingling coming from his head, and in the next second, his eyes widened violently as he looked at the old man in dismay. This was because at this moment, there was an additional cultivation secret method in his mind. A cultivation secret method called the Star Elemental Guidance Technique. Chapter 51, The Demon Man. The Stardust Elemental Guidance Technique had a total of 9 levels, channeling the power of the stars to open up the spiritual sea of consciousness and grow spiritual power. Ling Yichen instantly thought of Ileana. Last night, it seemed like Ileana was just absorbing the power of the purple ring to cultivate the brow vertical eye. There seems to be a similarity between the two, but for the moment, he didn't think too much about it, and instead bowed gratefully at the old man. "Thank you, master, for the gift of teaching." He was quick to change his words, causing even the old man to faintly freeze for a moment, and then his face was joyful. Teacher and student, master and apprentice, the relationship is not the same. The bond between a master and an apprentice was much deeper, and Ling Yichen's change of name to master meant that he wished to have a closer connection with each other. The old man was naturally happy to do so. "Ha ha, from now on we'll be senior brothers, even though I'm a bit old and rookie as a senior brother." Long Dao also came over, his face full of smiles. Only his face hadn't yet lost its swelling, plus he had lost an incisor. And with this smile, he was comical as hell again. Ling Yichen could only hold back his laughter and respectfully shouted, "Senior brother." Long Dawi smiled even more cheerfully when he heard this senior brother, a mouthful of large white teeth making a full appearance. And then he was seen fumbling out a box from his storage ring and handing it over to Ling Yichen's face. "Elder brother is down and out, and there's nothing good to give you as a meet and greet gift. In here is a 10,000-year-old level blood ginseng. It can be used to make medicine or soak in water to drink. It has the effect of strengthening the body and benefiting the brain." Ling Yichen didn't know much about herbs, but when he heard that it was at the 10,000 year level, he knew that it wasn't cheap. "Senior brother, this is too valuable. I can't accept it." Long Dawi seemed to know what he was thinking, still smilingly said, "It's fine. It's actually not expensive. It's not naturally grown, but artificially catalyzed and cultivated, and the value is much cheaper than naturally grown. So just take it." Ling Yichen was slightly stunned. Artificially catalyzed cultivation? Is it a plant-based talent for catalyzing? Ling Yichen instantly thought of Tian Yingying, who had awakened what seemed to be an ability in this area. Long Dawi instantly nodded in surprise and hurriedly said, "Oh, does senior brother have research on this as well?" Ling Yichen hurriedly shook his head and replied, "That's not true, but there's a little girl in my neighborhood who has awakened what seems to be an ability in this area." As soon as Long Dawi heard this, he became even happier and grabbed Ling Yichen and said, "Really? Then can you introduce her to me?" Ling Yichen tilted his head slightly and looked at him suspiciously. Long Dawi immediately understood that Ling Yichen was thinking the wrong way. He. "Senior brother, you're overthinking it. I'm not trying to do anything to people. I just need a helper. To be honest, there aren't many cadets who awaken a talent in this area, and I need a helper who can look after the flower gardens for me. After all, I still have a position in the faculty office and can't look after them all the time. So if I have a helper to help me out, I'll be able to do both." Ling Yichen instantly understood. "I can introduce her, but does have a treat? We can't call people here for nothing, can we? There must be an hour 1 point of points or 100 credits, as she chooses, and meals are also included. If you live, forget it, although we have enough rooms here, but she's a girl, it's not appropriate to live here." Ling Yichen nodded his head and whirled back. "Alright, then I'll turn around and discuss it with her to see if she's willing to come." Yes. Long Dawi was filled with joy. He needed a favor so badly. Although the flower garden looked small, but in fact there are several acres of land, planting quite a variety of plants. Each kind of plant needs different moisture, light, need to be carefully cared for, cannot be missing people. Alright, it's getting late. It's time for Yichen to report to class." The old man interrupted the two and urged. Long Dawi then remembered this, hurriedly agreed. "Oh right. You have to hurry up and go to the classroom, lest your homeroom teacher deal with you as absenteeism. Absenteeism is subject to disciplinary action. More disciplinary action for absenteeism. The precepts hall should be looking for you again." With that, he pulled Ling Yichen towards the outside of the flower garden. At this moment, Ling Yichen suddenly said quietly, "Elder brother, I've actually missed a day of class. Yesterday was the day we were enrolled, but I was delayed by something, so I didn't come." Long Dawi stiffened, then looked at him with a dull gaze for a long time before sighing helplessly. "Alright, I'll go to the academic affairs office later to see if there's any record of your disciplinary action. If there is, I'll help you write it off. Even though I'm just an ordinary staff member in the academic affairs office, but I should be able to sell some face." Rodoichi smiled nervously. Upon hearing this, Ling Yichen explained, "There isn't necessarily a record of the disciplinary action, as I've already asked the squad members to help with it." Long Dawi glanced at him in surprise and then inquired, "Team members? You've already found the team?" Ling Yichen nodded gently, his mind recalling Liu Mei's appearance still reeked of suspicion and weirdness, and he still maintained a certain amount of wariness of her. At that moment, I only heard Long Dawi say, "Since you already have a team, I'll also tell you some basic common sense. If your team takes on a mission to go out of Rainbow City, then you must take a leave of absence. Don't go. With your current strength, the probability of death is extremely high when you go out of Rainbow City. It's best to only take on quests that are within Rainbow City." At the mention of this, Ling Yichen suddenly became interested and asked busily, "Senior brother, can you tell me specifically why?" Long Dawi sighed and explained, "It's also true that you're still a newcomer and don't understand anything, so I'll carefully talk to you once again about the true state of this world. In fact, the Rainbow City we are now living in is just a part of the whole world, and we can't even say it's a part. we can only say it's a projectile place, so small that it's less than 1/10,000,000th of the whole world. The reason why they are cowering inside Rainbow City is because the outside of Rainbow City is filled with evil demonic beasts. Demonic beasts are countless times more powerful than humans. They are born with D rank strength and have C rank strength when they become adults, and that's just ordinary demonic beasts. If it's an elite grade demonic beast, it has C grade strength as a juvenile, and as an adult it's B grade. The Lord class is even more terrifying, with B class strength as a juvenile and A class strength as an adult. As for the legendary immortal beasts or magical beasts as well as divine beasts, they are invincible existences, and rumor has it that they have the strength of an A class when they are young, and once they reach adulthood, they will be able to arrive at the legendary S class, or even the SS class as well as the SSS class. Of course, as of now, I haven't heard of anyone having encountered one, because there's no need for immortal and demonic beasts, and it's enough for a normal team to be wiped out as a group just by encountering a couple of elite level monsters. After all, monsters live in packs. Think about it, if your team encounters a few adult B-rank elite monsters, would you have the ability to resist? There's definitely only a group annihilation. Ling Yichen's heart was already turning over at this time. It turned out that the world was actually like this, and humans had been reduced to becoming the weakest existence. Looking at the earth, human beings are at the top of the food chain. No matter what you are, as long as you dare to appear in front of human beings in groups, you will certainly not change the fate of becoming steamed, fried and deep-fried, even if it is the locusts, bats, snakes, rats and ants that many people fear immensely. There are people who are eating only what you can't think of, nothing you can't do, and it has even evolved into a local specialty snack with special channels for breeding and cultivating. Senior brother, so it's also monsters that the military is fighting against right now? Ling Yichen began to ask about the war aspect. However, Long Dawi shook his head and stared. It's not simply monsters, there are also demons from the underground. A demon? Ling Yichen heard another term that he had never heard before. Long Dawi immediately explained. The so-called devils are actually humans, only they are variants of humans. Some of them are exactly the same as humans, while some of them have fused some of the characteristics of monsters. The best way to recognize devils is blood. The blood of devils is blue. Demons are crazy, and in huge numbers. They not only hunt monsters, but also humans, treating them as delicacies, and their methods are extremely cruel. If you encounter a demon in the future, you must exterminate it quickly, without any hesitation, or you will become food for the demon in the next second. There have been squads that have gone out on missions and encountered demons that look exactly like humans, pretending to be weak and innocent humans to lure the awakened closer and then capture them in one fell swoop, and then the rest could be known to Ling Yichen without Long Dawi explaining it, naturally becoming someone else's dish, food in the belly. Alas, it seems that the humans in this world are truly miserable. Not only are they threatened from monsters, but they are also coveted by demons. Ling Yichen sighed. After understanding these basics, he had a rough idea of the overall layout of this world. However, he immediately raised his head to the sky, looking at the city that loomed amongst the clouds, and inquired, "Senior brother, what about the city of emptiness? What kind of place is it there?" When Long Dawi heard this, he also raised his eyes to look at the sky, and there was endless yearning in his eyes. The empty city, that's where everyone on the surface aspires to be. It's the key to guaranteeing the survival of our Rainbow City, and it's the last garden in the entire world. Only by entering there can you be free from all worries and live truly carefree. Ling Yichen could see that Long Dao had an endless longing for the empty city, but he didn't see it that way. Although he hadn't specifically learned about the empty city either, he had always felt that that place was not a good place for anything. It's a hunch. Chapter 52, The Humanoid Incubator returns. During the gap between the two chatting, they had already arrived from the institute to the teaching area. For fear that the homeroom teacher would make things difficult for Ling Yichen, Long Dawi personally sent him to his class. Ling Yichen's class is the first-year class. When the two came to the class was in class, is a charm of the middle-aged woman. Face pretty, body to maintain also okay, wearing a professional outfit, looks quite dedicated. With the arrival of the two, all eyes were focused on them. As soon as Long Dao saw the female teacher on the podium, he immediately walked over with a smiling face and said familiarly, "What a coincidence, it's Ms. Yuan who's in class, which saves me from having to look for you again." With that, he waved at Ling Yichen. "Senior brother, come, teacher Yuan, this is my senior brother." Ling Yichen, a student in your class, was supposed to enter the school yesterday, but was taken away by my teacher's eyes, so he didn't come to class yesterday. And just now, because of cooperating with the precepts hall to investigate a little thing, so he came late. With that, he pushed Ling Yichen in front of this female teacher. Ling Yichen was also well behaved and humbly shouted, "Hello teacher." This female teacher was slightly impatient when she first saw Ling Yichen, but after Long Daoyi called him senior brother. This teacher Yuan's expression appeared to change slightly, from impatience to surprise, and then from surprise to a smile. After she heard Long Daoyi's complaint, she hurriedly said, "Since Elder Zen took it away, it's naturally fine." With that, she looked over at Ling Yichen, smiled, reached out and patted Ling Yichen's arm, pointed to an empty table at the very back of the classroom and said, "Sit there." Ling Yichen didn't say anything more, and immediately walked to the very back of the classroom and sat on the empty desk. "Mr. Yuan, then I won't bother you with your lesson. See you later." After saying that, Long Daoyi passed a glance at Ling Yichen before turning around and leaving. As Rudoichi left, every moment of the entire classroom focused on him. Quite a few people started talking at once. "Wow, just entered the school and a teacher looked at it and took it as a disciple. What a good life. Indeed, life is good. I heard that Zen old man is still the honorary patriarch of the school. It's good to have a big tree at your back. With such a backer, it's convenient to do anything in the future." "Not necessarily. I've heard that the honorary patriarch is someone who isn't well liked by the school's administration, and isn't very strong. He's a fringe figure. Who cares if he's a fringe figure? Even if he's fringe, he's still a patriarch. Who in general would dare to touch his students? As long as he doesn't mess with the 6 great families, he can definitely walk sideways." "That's true." Envy. Listening to the people talking, Ling Yichen couldn't help but feel that having a backer was indeed different. At that moment, I saw the female teacher on the podium take the whip and knock heavily on the desk a few times, shouting, "Quiet." The crowd fell silent and stopped staring at Ling Yichen, instead looking at the teacher. "Listen carefully to the lesson. What you are learning now will be useful in the future when you enter the battlefield or go out on a mission. People have backstage, they don't necessarily need to go to the army or go on missions. But you guys don't have to. You still need to study hard, lest you die when the time comes." Hearing this teacher's words, Ling Yichen frowned slightly. This teacher still seems to be a little dissatisfied with herself. Fortunately, she has already parasitized the worms into her body just now. Ling Yichen secretly pursed his lips and smiled. That's right. Right when this female teacher had just patted herself, Ling Yichen had parasitized a spirit insect into her body. Although this female teacher's strength wasn't weak, there was an upper middle C-rank strength, but it wasn't difficult for a spirit bug to parasitize. He then glanced at the class again, his brain racing. Should I parasitize the rest of the class? After a little thought, he immediately made a decision, only to see that he gently shook the legs under the table, and immediately there were countless worms dispersed into dozens of filaments of a few centimeters surging towards the surroundings. A few moments later, all 47 people in the class, all 46 except Ling Yichen, were parasitized. Only after doing so did Ling Yichen reveal a shallow smile. Harming people is not allowed. Preventing people is not allowed. The future period of time one has to live with these people day and night. Who knows which day they will have bad intentions towards themselves and want to harm themselves. It is better to parasitize them earlier. Parasitism would not harm them in any way. Without Ling Yichen's order, the parasitic worms would not devour their flesh and blood. They would only absorb a little bit of blood from their bodies every day to maintain their consumption. Completing his parasitism, Ling Yichen immediately collected his mind and began to listen carefully, because he realized that the teacher was now talking about wilderness, survival, techniques. For example, if you are on a mission in the field, once you are scattered with your teammates, you can do nothing and wait to die in place. Another example is that if you encounter a demonic beast that is even higher than your team's level, you can consider throwing the weakest teammate in your team out to attract the demonic beast's attention, and then grabbing the time to escape. Full of all dry. At this moment, Ling Yichen truly felt how real the humanity of this world was. You can use any means necessary to stay alive, even if it means betraying your teammates. Ling Yichen only listened for a moment, and his heart was so hot that he almost made the spirit worms in this female teacher's body unleash and devour her cleanly. He gave the female teacher a fixed look and whirled around, not wanting to waste any more time. He stood up from his chair in a mischievous manner, then said, "Teacher, I want to go to the restroom." This female teacher gave him a fixed look, with some annoyance and disgust in her eyes, but quickly suppressed it and waved her hand at him. "Go." Ling Yichen didn't care and got up to leave. Walking out of the classroom, he didn't go in the direction of the restrooms, but directly in the direction of the institute. Just after walking for a while, Ling Yichen saw 2 luxury cars drive directly into the main road of the school from outside the school gates, eventually stopping in front of the school building. Soon, Several black-clothed men with serious expressions came down from a car in front of them, and the aura on each of them was extremely powerful. However, these people immediately separated into two rows after getting out of the car and stood respectfully outside the door of the rear car, followed by a handsome middle-aged man in fancy clothes getting out of the front seat of the rear car. Instead, he got out of the car and then respectfully and humbly opened the backseat door and was all smiles as he said something to the people in the car. It was then that a stunningly beautiful young girl with long white hair and turquoise blue eyes slowly walked down from the back seat of the car. Ling Chen was slightly taken aback, and then he quickly walked to a corner and hid his figure, silently peeking at W's side of the situation. Wasn't she taken away? How come she's back so soon? Those people, they seem to be from the 6 great families. Ling Chen thought briefly and then closed his eyes, sensing the spirit worms within W's body. Upon this probing, he was instantly shocked, because he sensed that W's body had nearly 300 spirit worms in it. Other than that, W's body surprisingly recovered completely. Previously, because he had siphoned off nearly half of his essence blood to cultivate spirit worms and evolved a wisdom worm, W had been in a weakened state. But now, after only being taken away for a few hours, W's body had fully recovered, and there were nearly 300 extra spirit worms. This was too shocking to Ling Chen. Immediately, he began to use the spirit bug in W's body to trace back and see what happened after W was taken away. After about 10 minutes or so, Ling Chen understood the general process. Subsequently, he couldn't help but let out a gasp. Worthy of being as 6 great families, the bottom line is just rich, even possessing a medicinal pool that can recreate blood and flesh. Yes, the reason why W had recovered so quickly was because she had been put into a medicinal pool that possessed countless superb medicinal herbs soaking in it by the Lin family of the 6 great families, and this medicinal pool's properties were such that it could aid in the cultivation of the fleshly body, as well as treating injuries, and it had even reached the legendary blood and flesh reconstruction point, which was extremely exaggerated. Because of this, W not only made up for the previous essence and blood deficit, but even allowed the worms in W's body to evolve, evolving nearly 300 spirit worms. Oh, an unexpected pleasure. Not only did my humanoid incubator come back, but it gave me such a great surprise. 300 spirit worms, more than the spirit worms in my body combined. Ling Chen's eyes were filled with joy. Immediately, though, he gathered his joy. Through the sensing of the spirit bug, he also knew another thing, which was W's identity. She was indeed in the 26th Word Army Reserves, but a deserter. The exact reason why he fled Ling Chen did not know, but he knew that W had been reported by the Transcendental Association to the 26th Word Army Reserve Battalion in the Empty City. While the decision given by the Reserve Battalion Ling Chen did not know, W seemed to have received a secret order which was shielded by a powerful force, and the spirit worm could not get it. Anyway, after W got this secret order, the Transcendent Management Association very respectfully sent W to the Lin family of the 6 great families, put her into the medicine pool, helped her recover from her body deficit, and sent her to school. After understanding everything, Ling Chen gently sighed and whispered, "I hope that the secret order you received isn't related to me. Otherwise, I really can't bear to kill you. After all, you're my humanoid nurturing tank." Chapter 53. Ending with a light sigh, Ling Chen watched W walk slowly towards her class. Ling Chen didn't stay much longer and quietly groped his way out of the teaching area, preparing to return to the institute. This class he really didn't want to take. He was going to go back to the old man to think of a way to see if he could get him to stop taking classes and just let him cultivate on his own. Just after walking not too far, he bumped into a group of people head-on, and when he raised his eyes, Ling Chen smiled. There were 9 people in that group, and the person at the head was handsome and well-dressed, and the 8 people on the side were all juniors. It was clearly Lin Hao who had completed his second awakening. At this moment, Lin Hao was even more arrogant than before, his sharpness exuding. It couldn't be helped. Who let him complete his second awakening now? And after he returned home yesterday, even the people in the family paid extra attention to it, and even the direct line side heard the news and summoned the family urgently. Not only did he greatly praise his talent, he also bestowed him with quite a few cultivation resources. It even elevated his dad's status in the family. It could be said that his family was now a hot figure in the family, and even the direct Lin family descendants looked at them more than once, and these also gave Lin Hao a great bottom line. His vanity was greatly satisfied, which created his sharp outward appearance at the moment. Only, Ling Chen sensed another strong anger from his sharpness. A little thought and he probably guessed why. No doubt it must be about Wen Liang. Wen Liang was one of his many followers, but was considered one of the smoother of the land. Only early this morning, When Liang was planning to find trouble with Tian Ying, he was parasitized by Ling Chen, who then bit the other companions alive. Lin Hao, as the master, was of course furious when he heard about this, so he was planning to go to Wen Liang at the moment. He didn't want to run into Ling Chen on the way. The two met directly face to face. Ling Chen looked at him and he looked at Ling Chen. In fact, this was the first time they had ever met. Lin Hao was first stunned, then his eyes widened and he lightly exclaimed, "You're Ling Chen." He had seen Ling Chen's picture before, only this steep meeting made him not react for a moment. When the minions around Lin Hao heard Ling Chen's name, they all surged up and surrounded him. In response, Ling Chen didn't care. In fact, he was planning to take the initiative to find Lin Hao, because he was short of money. He wanted to find Lin Hao to get some. Lin Hao, first time meeting, there's no need to be so nervous. We don't really have any deep grudges. We're not even in conflict. Ling Chen looked at him with good humor. However, Lin Hao narrowed his eyes and had a sulky look on his face. He didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly said to his 8 little brothers, "Waste him." When the 8 juniors heard this, they immediately rushed up, intending to surround Ling Chen. These 8 people are all senior. Although the talent is average, the strength is average, but at least there are enough 8 people. Even if Ling Chen is more capable, he can't be surrounded by so many people. "Kid, be a good boy and let us give you a beating, or you'll have a good time." One of the 8 grinned sardonically. Seeing this, Ling Chen's eyes turned cold and he lightly drank. "Laugh your ass off." In the next second, there was no sign of Ling Chen making any movements, only to see the grinning teenager suddenly stiffen, his mouth immediately letting out a click, and his entire jaw falling downwards, dislocated. "Ah, my mouth." The teenager stopped laughing and had a pained look on his face, looking helpfully at his friend beside him. "The jaw is dislocated. He won't recover." When the remaining people saw this, they suddenly had odd faces. "Why did you dislocate it when you were fine?" Of course, everyone didn't immediately pay attention to him, but instead continued to surround Ling Chen. To round him up, the 7 gradually narrowed the encirclement, attempting to surround Ling Chen. Ling Chen sneered and snapped his fingers. In an instant, only 7 people were seen like 7 puppets on strings, their body limbs twisted in a bizarre position. There were all sorts of teeth-crunching, bone-crunching noises, and these 7 people let out wails of pain in unison. "Ah, my foot! Ah, my hand!" The 7 men burst into tears and cried out in pain. They had no idea what was happening, only that their bodies were out of control and their arms and legs were being twisted alive. At this moment, on the contrary, it was the man with the dislocated jaw who was hurt the least. However, it's the fear within that grinds the most compared to the physical pain. At this moment, they were chilled all over and looked around with some fear, because they felt like they were possessed by a ghost somehow, until someone shouted in horror, "Ling Chen, is it you? Did you do it?" The man looked at Ling Chen, his eyes trembling, and there was an unknown liquid coming out of his pants leg. Ling Chen smiled shallowly and didn't answer, instead staring straight at Lin Hao. And at the moment, Lin Hao was shocked. He had watched with his own eyes as his 8 followers were crippled in a matter of moments. The scariest part was that even he didn't know exactly how he was crippled. It wasn't until someone shouted out that Ling Chen had done it that he looked at Ling Chen in fear. If all of this was really done by Ling Chen, then he would be too terrifying, because he hadn't even seen how Ling Chen had struck. At this moment, he was scared. He was afraid. Even if he had completed his second awakening, he was no longer the waste Lin Hao of old, and had initial strength. But in the face of this bizarre power, he instinctively felt fear. Therefore, he didn't even think about it and turned his head to escape. However, at that very moment, he only felt a sharp pain coming from his chest. Then there was a clattering sound as the tentacles on his chest sprang out of his chest cavity on their own, before dragging him back to turn his body around to face Ling Chen. What the hell is going on here? Lin Hao was still in extreme shock. However, what happened next made his scalp numb with fear. Only the end of the tentacles on his chest suddenly trembled and twisted violently before splitting into 8, transforming into 8 somewhat smaller tentacles. Immediately after that, a huge force hit him, dragging his body forward until it came to the 8 followers. Whoa! Only the 8 small tentacles at the end of the tentacles were seen sweeping towards each of the 8 people, curling them up in an instant, and then wrapping them all up under his extremely frightened gaze. Lin Hao was so scared he was crying, his tears bubbling out uncontrollably. His body was out of control, his tentacles were out of control, and it seemed that he was doing something horrible to those 8 followers, and at this moment, the fear within him was at an extreme. However, in the next second, those 8 tentacles suddenly lifted their control over those 8 people in unison. only 8 bones clattered out of the tentacles and fell to the ground, piling up and forming a small pile of bones. Ah ha ha ha. Lin Hao let out a startled scream. His eyes kept rolling upwards, nearly fainting. At this point, Ling Yichen, however, walked towards him step by step, coming straight to his front, the distance between the two of them being no more than 10 centimeters, only to hear Ling Yichen smiled and came to his ear, whispered, "Kid, this is a gift for you. You can make good use of it. Work hard to climb up. The best to climb to the position of the Lin family's head. Otherwise, I will be disappointed, yo. Of course, as payment, you have to pay something too. Like, for example, the dog you're going to be for the rest of your life. If I tell you to live, you live. If I tell you to die, you die. And if I tell you to kill anyone, you kill them." With that, he glanced at the storage ring on Lin Hao's finger. Lin Hao's body instantly trembled before he uncontrollably took out the badge from his storage ring on his own. Ling Yichen also immediately brought his own badge over, only to see both of their badges glowing slightly at the same time. Ling Yichen whirled around and revealed a joyful smile, because he had already manipulated Lin Hao's body to complete the transfer. There were a full 10,000 points as well as 1,000,000 credits yet. It was a lot of money, enough to last him a long time. After doing so, Ling Yichen looked mysteriously at Lin Hao again and continued, "Oh yeah, all of these things must be kept secret, yo. If you dare to leak them out, then I'll let you transform into a demon, a public enemy of mankind. I'm looking forward to seeing the scene where all of you spit on you and surround you." With that said, Ling Yichen slowly took a few steps back before his expression suddenly changed drastically and his entire body flew backwards. While flying, he shouted, "Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me." He was then seen falling to the ground with a plop, and a shallow mouthful of blood was spat out. He's acting, because with Lin Hao as well as those few fundamental shouts, someone had already come over from the side of the teaching area and saw the situation over here. Ling Yichen naturally had to put on a good show to clear his suspicions and present himself as a victim. As he fell to the ground, Lin Hao moved at the moment, only to see him rushing towards Ling Yichen in large strides. The tentacles on his chest were even waving 8 small tentacles that swept towards him. Of course, this was also manipulated by Ling Yichen himself, to make the play seem a little more real. It was at this moment that only a delicate scolding could be heard, and then a charming figure was seen standing horizontally in front of Ling Yichen. It was the class teacher of Class 1, Yuan Chang, the female teacher who had a grievance against Ling Yichen. The female teacher appeared in time to stop the tentacles from harming Ling Yichen. "Lin Hao, what are you doing?" Yuan Chang angrily rebuked. And at this moment, Lin Hao, his eyes full of fear, his body trembling slightly, looking at Ling Yichen for a moment, and then looking at the tentacles in front of his chest, cried out repeatedly, I don't know. It's not controlled by me." After speaking, he suddenly rolled his eyes upwards and completely fainted. As he fainted, the tentacles on his chest immediately retracted back inside his chest. Chapter 54a. Only after Yuan Cheng saw Lin Hao pass out did he turn around quietly and look at Ling Yichen, who had collapsed on the ground, his eyes full of doubt and suspicion. "Didn't you go to the bathroom? How come you're here?" Ling Yichen revealed an expression of shocked horror and said in a trembling voice, "Teacher, I just finished going to the restroom and was planning to go back to the classroom, but then I encountered Lin Hao, who had his followers surround me and want to beat me. I have to say, the Oscars owe Ling Yichen a small gold medal. This acting, even if it is placed in the entertainment industry, is also hanging a bunch of flow students." The 3 points of shock, 3 points of fear as well as 4 points of weakness really didn't look like an act. When Yuan Chang heard this, her eyebrows furrowed and she still looked at him with a skeptical gaze before pointing at the pile of white bones and asking, "Then what's going on with these?" After hearing this, Ling Yichen glanced at the pile of white bones, and immediately his body trembled, revealing an extremely fearful expression as he continued to tremble. Lin Hao lost control. He killed them. No, it was him who ate those people. While saying that, Ling Yichen even made a dry heaving motion, indicating that he couldn't see such a cruel and bloody picture. This set of sayings and acting is perfect. If it were anyone else, they would only be convinced. Unfortunately, the person in front of Ling Yichen was Yuan Chang. "Humph, if I didn't know that you had just exterminated the 2 major directors of the Preceptor Hall an hour ago, I would have almost believed it." Yuan Chang thought darkly. She had actually gotten to know Ling Yichen before she met him, and this understanding came from the information given from the Preceptor's side. Of course, she also knew that the Preceptor Hall intended to get Ling Yichen killed. She still had some huffing and puffing at the time, thinking that the Preceptor's Hall was becoming more and more lawless now. However, after she realized that not only had Ling Yichen not been killed by the Preceptor Hall, but had instead killed the 2 directors of the Preceptor Hall in return. She was filled with curiosity about Ling Yichen, until she met Ling Yichen and saw the murderous and evil aura that filled his body. She wouldn't have much of a crush on the teenager. So right now, Ling Yichen was acting like a harmless human being, and she didn't believe it for a second. Out of such a big thing, the Preceptor Hall side must be involved in the investigation. You are the only witness at the scene. The Preceptor Hall will inevitably take you back for questioning, and you and the Preceptor Hall. Speaking here, Yuan Qing glanced at Ling Yichen. Forget it, you'd better hurry back to Zhen Lao's institute and seek refuge. With that, she didn't bother with Ling Yichen, but instead went up to scrutinize the bones. Upon hearing this, Ling Yichen could not help but fix a glance at Yuan Cheng, his eyebrows lightly raised. He could clearly feel Yuan Cheng's dissatisfaction with himself in her eyes. But at this moment, he again sensed from Yuan Cheng's eyes that she was worried about herself. What complicated emotions. She doesn't like herself, and she's afraid she'll die. What kind of person is she? At this moment, Ling Yichen also had some curiosity about Yuan Cheng. Soon, though, he was up off the ground. There would be time to slowly find out more about Yuan Cheng's curiosity later, but right now he really had to hurry back to the institute. He was afraid that he would meet Su Tianshang of the Preceptor Hall later. He wasn't afraid of other people, but Su Tianshang was simply too strong. With his current strength, he couldn't deal with it at all. Since he couldn't deal with it, he should just slip away and wait until he was strong in the future to clean him up. At that moment, he quickly got up, then shouted at Yuan Cheng, "Thank you, teacher, I'll be going then." With that he ran towards the direction of the institute at a fast pace, not looking injured at all. Yuan Qing glanced back at Ling Yichen, who was running faster than a rabbit, and let out a soft "che" before continuing to inspect the condition of these bones. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became. Her brow furrowed. What a powerful thing. The flesh and blood of these people were stripped from their bones in an instant. Not a single bit of residue left. And the most terrifying thing is that even the bone marrow was sucked clean. The tentacle Lin Hao awakened. What exactly is it? As she was secretly thinking, she only saw a slightly fat middle-aged man arrive behind her in an instant. It was none other than Su Tianshang who had hurriedly arrived. "Xinger, what happened?" Su Tianshang opened his mouth to inquire. Yuan Cheng naturally sensed Su Tianshang's arrival, and without turning her head back, she said, "I don't know. See for yourself." She doesn't seem to like Su Tianshang much either. With that, she got up and scolded the students who were spectating. "What are you looking at? Get back to your classroom and get to class." The onlookers then reluctantly retreated as they watched and returned to their classrooms. After the cadets had all left for good, only a small group of 6 came trotting by. It was none other than the law enforcement members of the Precepts Hall, who did not have Su Tianshang's speed, so they came slightly slower. However, after they saw the ground full of corpses and bones, each one of them had a shocked expression. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who did this? So ruthless? Tougher than any of us in the Preceptor's Hall. At least we don't bone people. Only after saying this did he realize that there were other people at the scene, and immediately shut his mouth urgently, looking at Yuan Cheng with some embarrassment. Yuan Cheng didn't care. She hadn't been in this school for a day or two and had long known about the Preceptor Hall. She didn't make too much of a comment about it. She just gave them a cold look and said, "Since you guys are here, I'll leave it up to you." With that, she pointed at Lin Hao on the ground. "This kid is a suspect." It is suspected that his second awakening of his natural psychic ability went out of control and devoured the flesh and blood of his companions. Yuan Qing intended to leave after he finished speaking, but Su Tianshang immediately shouted, "Any witnesses?" Yuan Qing paused and was silent for a few seconds before saying quietly, "Yes, it's a trainee in my class called Ling Yichen." The moment the name, Ling Yidwan, appeared, Su Tianshang's eyes changed slightly. The rest of the people immediately roared. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's related to this little brat again. Maybe the people were killed by him. No, we have to bring him back for torture immediately. Yuan Cheng ignored them and walked straight towards the first class. Su Tianshang looked at Yuan Cheng's back and remained speechless for a long time, waiting until Yuan Cheng had completely disappeared from view before he said, "Take Lin Hao and these bones back with you. I'll go look for Ling Yichen." With that, he headed towards Zen Yiming's institute, Zen Ikimoku Institute. Ling Yichen jogged all the way to the entrance of the flower garden. He was genuinely afraid of being caught by Su Tianshang, so he used running. As soon as he returned to the institute, the dozen or so Dobermans immediately greeted him, each wagging their heads and tails around him. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, happily stroked their heads. At that moment, Long Daoyi happened to come out of the small building. and was stunned when he saw Ling Yichen, who appeared at the door. "I didn't just drop you off at class. Why are you back?" Ling Yichen instantly looked embarrassed, somewhat unsure of what to say. Should I tell him that I had gotten into trouble again and was afraid of being caught by Su Tianshang, so I came back to seek shelter from the old man? However, without waiting for him to open his mouth, he only heard the old man's voice immediately coming from the room. "Humph, there's no need to ask. It must have gotten into trouble." As soon as the words fell, only a residual shadow instantly appeared outside the flower garden. The residual shadow slowly solidified, and it was clearly Su Tianshang, and at that moment, the old man also walked out of the house with a pipe in his mouth, and at a glance, he saw Su Tianshang and immediately pointed at his nose and scolded, "Get lost, you're not welcome here." Su Tianshang wasn't annoyed at being scolded, but looked towards Ling Yichen. "Follow me." When Ling Yichen heard this, he instead walked quickly behind the old man. "Going with you? Am I crazy?" The old master also grabbed Ling Yichen's hand and led him towards the house. Seeing this, Long Daoyi also rushed into the house, and smoothly also closed the door. Su Tianshang just stood outside the flower garden and watched the three people enter the house one after another. He had a mind to come in and make an arrest, and then hesitantly glanced at the tallest of the school's quaint towers. He hesitated for a moment before he sighed softly and then turned to leave. Seeing this scene, Ling Yichen was slightly taken aback and immediately inquired, "Master, is there something powerful in our place? Why doesn't he dare to come in and arrest someone?" The old master sniffed and immediately glared at him, saying in a bad mood, "There's a fart. It's not like he's afraid of me. He's afraid of that old man." Ling Yichen raised an eyebrow and looked at Long Daoyi suspiciously. Long Daoyi seemed to know the doubts in his mind and explained, "Master is talking about the Grand Elder and one of the founders of the school, the one who transmitted his voice in the void earlier." It immediately dawned on Ling Yichen that it was him, the Grand Elder, one of the founders of the school. "Is he strong?" Long Daoyi hurriedly nodded his head. "Aha, it's very strong. I heard that it's long since entered the A rank. Class A?" Ling Yichen was also slightly surprised. This was the first time he had ever heard of someone reaching A rank strength. Even the strength of the 6 family heads was only B rank. Class A, how strong is that? Ling Yichen was filled with curiosity. The old master immediately bristled upon hearing this. How strong can it be? At most, it's to the extent of slapping Su Tianshang into a meat pie. Ling Yichen was stunned. Su Tianshang was strong alright, well at least he was B rank. However, the old man said that an A rank could slap Su Tianshang, who was a B rank, into a meat pie, which was only also too exaggerated. Is it really that strong? Ling Yichen marveled. There should be. After all, that's an A rank. In the entire Rainbow City, there are only a few A ranks, Long Daoyi said, and this managed to arouse Ling Yichen's curiosity. Who are the people who have reached the A level? Long Daoyi immediately returned. The exact number is anyone's guess, but it can be roughly estimated. You see, the Transcendent Management Association must have A-class bigwigs sitting around. At least one. The 6 great families must also have A-class sitting in their ranks. After all, every family head didn't abdicate at the end of his life, but rather, he abdicated after there was a suitable candidate. And after abdicating, the old family heads went into the secret sanctuaries of their respective families to go into seclusion. After so many years, we haven't heard of any family having an old family head passing away. So it's safe to assume that every one of the 6 great families has at least 1 or 2 A-ranked bigwigs. Then there's the military, which must have A-class bigwigs sitting at the top, and the number is no less than the 6 great families. I have heard, however, that the military frontline once encountered an unprecedented crisis in the midst of a beast tide, and then a humanoid lightning bolt appeared, destroying tens of thousands of demonic beasts in just one strike, including some powerful elite-level adult demonic beasts. Chapter 55, Calamity. Hiss, Ling Yichen was completely shocked. In one strike, tens of thousands of demonic beasts were killed in seconds, including some adult elite-level demonic beasts. No wonder the old man would say that the Grand Elder could slap Su Tianshang into a meatloaf with a single slap. Being of the same A rank, the strength should be vastly different, or at least it must be crushing when facing a B rank powerhouse. At this moment, he once again felt his weakness, though he could now parasitize C rank powerhouses and killing them wouldn't be much of a problem. But the B class is helpless, not to mention the A class. Just as he was thinking about this, the old man suddenly took his pipe and gently knocked it on Ling Yichen's head, saying in a bad mood, "You kid got into trouble again? Speak up, what happened?" The old man and Long Daoyi hadn't received any news from the side of the school building yet. Ling Yichen immediately condescended, "How could I? At least it doesn't have much to do with me. It was the tentacle that Lin Hao had just awakened that went out of control and killed a few of his companions, and I just happened to be at the scene and became the only eyewitness, so that's why Su Tianshang came to arrest me. That guy, though, definitely didn't have good intentions, and was definitely trying to bring me back to get killed. The old master sniffed, his snow-white eyebrows gently furrowed as he looked at Ling Yichen suspiciously. How come you brats die wherever you go? You're not the reincarnation of a calamity, are you? Ling Yichen was speechless, because he realized that what the old man said seemed to be right. Ever since he had escaped from the celestial god's laboratory, he really had to die wherever he went. But it's not really his fault. As long as those people don't have the intention of harming others, then they definitely can't die. But all those who die have been stored up to do harm, and none of those who die have clean hands. They are all damned. So Ling Yichen didn't feel any loss of heart and didn't feel soft at all when he killed. Master, I'm not. Don't talk nonsense, Ling Yichen quickly retorted. He'll never admit there's a calamity component. By the looks of this, you're on a collision course with the Preceptor's Hall, but you can't stay here all the time, can you? Still have to go back to class. Long Daoyi looked at Ling Yichen with concern. At the mention of this, Ling Yichen's eyes lit up and he immediately looked at the old man. Master, can I not go to class? The lectures in class seem to be all crooked. Ling Yichen intuitively expressed his thoughts. The old man and Long Daoyi were all caught up in his words. Oh, how is that crooked? The old man asked with interest. Ling Yichen immediately responded. Look, teacher said that if you encounter a demonic beast stronger than yourself in the wild, you can throw out the weakest person in the group to be the bait to buy everyone time to escape. Isn't that crooked reasoning? Wouldn't the right thing to do be for the powerful to step forward to fend off the demonic beasts and fight for the weaker ones to live? If say the three of us went to the battlefield together and encountered a powerful demonic beast, would master and senior brother have to lead me to the demonic beast and then you guys run away by yourselves? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Aren't you afraid that I'll turn into a stern ghost to knock on your door when you sleep at night? Also, the teacher also said that if you get separated from your teammates on a mission, you can just stay put and die? What kind of words are these? Human potential is infinite, as long as there is enough desire to survive. Even one person can create infinite possibilities. How can one just wait for death? This is not teaching students. This is misleading them, alright. Ling Yichen's small mouth blathered as he listened to the old man and Long Daoyi with furrowed brows. When Ling Yichen finished speaking, the old man once again took his pipe and lightly knocked on Ling Yichen's brain. I think you're the one who has a bunch of crooked reasoning. In the end, you just don't want to go to class, right? How intelligent was the old man? How could he not see Ling Yichen's small mind? It's fine if you don't go to class. Then you have to practice your astral yuan guidance art with me for 4 hours every day. When Ling Yichen heard this, he was overjoyed. Cultivation he can do. Classes are a real no-no. The old man immediately sighed helplessly when he saw him so joyful, but he didn't say anything else, but quietly half reclined in his eunuch chair and smoked a cigarette. Seeing this, Long Daoyi immediately pulled Ling Yichen to the other side. Don't disturb master. I actually practiced the Star Yuan guidance technique, so I'll teach you the opening chapter first to open up the sea of consciousness. Everyone has a spiritual sea of consciousness, but in varying degrees of size. The spiritual sea of consciousness is a confined space, and the first step we need to take is to make a gap in this confined space, and then enter it to open up and expand the sea of consciousness, so that it can hold more spiritual energy. So the first step we have to take is to first sense the existence of the sea of sense. And only when we sense its existence can we begin to open it up. Here, be still, focus your mind, and sense its presence. With that, Long Daoyi sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Ling Yichen also sat down with his legs crossed in a decent manner, closing his eyes and sensing the presence of the sea of spiritual consciousness. Strangely enough, as he sat down on his knees and stilled his breath, he soon felt that he had entered a very peaceful state. All the sounds around him were slowly receding. And without realizing it, it was as if he had entered another space. A breeze came up and blew him, feeling a little ghostly cold. He couldn't help but open his eyes, and in the next second, he was shocked to realize that he was floating on top of a lake. But the lake was surrounded by endless desolation, as well as a darkness that couldn't be seen to the end. Is this my spiritual sea of consciousness? Are those my psychic powers? Ling Yichen looked curiously at the still wide lake below. Only, it felt too desolate to him. The lake was surrounded by weeds and rocks and nothing else. Looks like there's a reason I don't like to read. Empty head, wow. Ling Yichen secretly sighed. And at that moment, Long Daoyi's voice suddenly echoed in his spiritual sea of consciousness. Senior brother, there's no rush, huh? It really isn't too easy to find the spiritual sea of consciousness the first time you cultivate. It took me a whole month to sense the location of the Sea of Sense back then. When Ling Yichen heard this, he was dumbfounded. 1 month. That's too slow. But he found it in a flash. In the next second, Long Daoyi's voice sounded again. After finding the Sea of Consciousness, it is to open up the gap into the Sea of Consciousness. This level is more difficult. I spent almost 3 months at that time. Ling Yichen froze. Opening the gap in the Sea of Consciousness? Where is the gap? Ling Yichen looked around in bewilderment. It seemed like he had skipped this step and directly entered the Sea of Consciousness. After searching for a while, he couldn't find the so-called gap in his Sea of Consciousness. Gee, it doesn't matter. As long as we get in, Ling Yichen thought darkly. Then his consciousness returned and he opened his eyes to ask Long Daoyi, "Senior brother, what about after entering the Sea of Consciousness?" Long Daoyi also immediately opened his eyes and looked at Ling Yichen in surprise. After entering the Sea of Consciousness? Naturally, it's time to officially start practicing the Star Yuan guidance technique, drawing the power of the stars into the Sea of Consciousness, constantly opening up the Sea of Consciousness barriers, making the Sea of Consciousness bigger and bigger so that the more spiritual power it can hold. Of course, that's something you'll need to do only later. Right now you have to find the Sea of Sense and then open the entrance to it. However, Ling Yichen replied back indifferently, I've already found the Sea of Consciousness." Long Daoyi froze slightly and said with some doubt, "Did you really find it?" Ling Yichen nodded seriously and replied, "Found it." Long Daoyi's expression instantly became wonderful, only to see his eyes gradually become bigger and widen a little bit before he softly exclaimed, "Wow, senior brother, you might be a genius. You actually found the Sea of Consciousness in such a short period of time. It's too powerful." He began to get a little excited and continued, "Since you have found the Sea of Consciousness, you should have realized that the Sea of Consciousness is actually a small, closed world, and you need to condense your intention into a chiseling tool to chisel through the Sea of Consciousness barriers and open a gap." Ling Yichen immediately replied back, "Senior brother, I might need to skip this step because I'm already inside the Sea of Consciousness." When those words came out, Long Daoyi directly froze. He looked at Ling Yichen with some disbelief, and only after a long time did he say, "Really? You're already in the Sea of Consciousness?" Ling Yichen nodded solemnly. "Senior brother, I have no need to lie to you." While Long Dao jumped up from the ground with a swish upon hearing this, rubbing his cheeks with both hands and sizing up Ling Yichen once more from head to tail. "Senior brother, you're definitely a genius. Are you sure you haven't cultivated spiritual power before?" Ling Yichen seriously replied back, "There really isn't." Long Daoyi saw this, but immediately ran to the old master's side, only to hear him shout, "Master, senior brother is a genius. He hasn't cultivated spiritual power, but he immediately sensed the location of the spiritual Sea of Consciousness, and he didn't need to excavate a gap. He was directly inside the spiritual Sea of Consciousness." Soon, the old master walked over to Ling Yichen with his pipe in hand, only to see that the old master was also looking at Ling Yichen with a serious face, inquiring, "Have you really found the Sea of Consciousness and are already in the Sea of Consciousness?" "Aha!" Ling Yichen replied calmly. The old master's eyes had a color of joy that was visible to the naked eye, but it was relatively restrained, only to hear him ask again, "Since you're already in the Sea of Consciousness, tell me, how big is your Sea of Consciousness? Is it as big as a house?" Ling Yichen frowned slightly. "The house? How big is the house?" A normal house was at most 1 or 200 square meters, but his own spiritual Sea of Consciousness, exactly how big it was, he didn't know, because he didn't even see where the Sea of Consciousness barrier was. At this moment, he suddenly realized that his spiritual Sea of Consciousness was indeed different from others, so he immediately inquired, "Master, how big is an average person's Sea of Consciousness?" The size of an unopened Sea of Consciousness varies from person to person, but a normal person's Sea of Consciousness is almost the size of a room, or about 20 square feet. The slightly more talented ones are as big as 2 rooms, or about 40 square feet, and to be called a genius, it has to be at least as big as 4 rooms, or 80 square feet. After saying that, the old man looked at Ling Yichen with some fire. "I think you're probably stronger than the average genius. That's why I'm asking you if your Sea of Consciousness is as big as a house. That's about 150 square feet. Chapter 56, Refining the Stars. Ling Yichen froze. 80 square meters is a genius. 150 square meters is the genius of geniuses. What am I? The area I can see now must be a few thousand square meters at any rate. At this glance, you can't see the border at all. Why is my spiritual Sea of Consciousness so big?" At this moment, Ling Yichen fell into deep thought. He was a little afraid to tell the old man the truth, because it's just too weird. May not be 150 square feet, but it's not far off, Ling Yichen said, choosing a relatively safe value. However, even so, the old man's eyes instantly shone as he said excitedly, "Your sea of consciousness is really close to the size of a house?" "Yes," Lingy-chan replied firmly. "Good, good, good." The old master said 3 good things in a row, then looked at Lingy-chan eagerly and continued to ask, "Then how much of a spiritual ocean do you have? Is there as much as a tank of water?" Lingy-chan sniffed and glanced at the lake below his sea of consciousness. He was suddenly a little tired. The lake wasn't very big, but it was as big as 2 basketball courts, and the liquid in it definitely wasn't something that could be held in a water tank. "A water tank? Who are you looking down on?" "Still," he asked, "does the average person have as much spiritual ocean as a tank of water?" Upon hearing this, the old man immediately assumed that Lingy-chan's spiritual ocean didn't have as much as a vat of water, and the eagerness in his eyes faded a little, but he remained happy, patiently explaining, "The amount of spiritual ocean varies from person to person as well, but those who can reach as much as a tank of water are able to be called geniuses. Normal people don't have much of a spiritual ocean to begin with. It's nice to have a scoop of water. Like your senior brother, his spiritual sea of consciousness was initially only as big as a cup of water, and after 20 years of practicing the astral yuan guidance technique, it should now be as big as a 10 by 10 meter swimming pool. This has been considered one of the more remarkable spiritual oceans." Saying that, the old man stared at Lingy-chan with a burning gaze, expecting Lingy-chan's answer, and at this moment, Lingy-chan's heart had long since turned over. A normal person's spiritual ocean is only as small as a dipper of water? Then I have this. He looked at the whole lake for a long time. My spiritual ocean isn't as large as a tank of water, at least not enough to fill it, but it's not far off. Lingy-chan gave an amount that met the old man's expectations. Sure enough, the old man immediately laughed, "Ha ha 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 ha. Very well, I was right about you. Ever since I learned that you were able to manipulate a dozen Dobermans in one breath, I knew that you had a great talent for spirituality." The old master looked at Lingy-chan as if he was looking at a precious lump, and Lingy-chan finally understood why the old man valued himself so much. The feelings were premeditated, but he didn't care. It wasn't a bad thing to be valued by the old man. Although the old man had a somewhat eccentric personality and liked to curse, he was by nature a good old man who valued love and justice, and he had also passed on his astral yuan guidance technique. To be able to pass over his secret techniques without reservation, that alone was worthy of Lingy-chan's gratitude. After all, this was the first secret cultivation method in his life. "Master, then can I cultivate the star yuan guidance art now?" Lingy-chan inquired. The old master immediately nodded his head and replied, "Of course, I'll personally guide you in your cultivation. There are a total of 9 weights in the star yuan guidance art, 1 weight in 1 star. After cultivating 9 stars, it will be considered a great success, and after reaching a great success the star yuan guidance art will undergo a qualitative change. When the 9 stars are linked together to form the star yuan guidance array, with the star yuan guide formation in operation, it can stimulate your spiritual sea of consciousness on its own to produce more spiritual power, while it can also absorb the spiritual power that is straying between heaven and earth." Speaking of this, the old man was full of pride. "Master, did you create this astral yuan guidance art?" The old man listened, but he let out an inexplicable sigh. "No, I created it as a joint effort with a few important friends. It's just a shame most of them are gone." When Lingy-chan saw the old master's eyes suddenly had a strong sadness in them, he immediately realized that he might have said something wrong and guided the old master to think of some bad memories. So he immediately rushed to say, "Master, then let's start coming to cultivate immediately now. I can't wait to cultivate." Upon hearing this, the old man smiled and glanced at Lingy-chan as he replied, "All right, follow me." Immediately, the old man lifted his steps towards one of the 4 rooms. Lingy-chan and Long Dawi hurriedly followed. When the 3 of them arrived at the center of this room, they only heard a soft rumbling sound, and then Lingy-chan was surprised to find that 4 cracks appeared in the ground beneath his feet, and then the entire room began to sink downwards. Seeing Lingy-chan's surprised gaze, Long Dawi explained with a beaming smile, "This is the elevator that leads to the underground cultivation room. The cultivation room has a protective array arranged by the teacher, which prevents other people from disturbing it, and in addition to the cultivation room, there is also an artifact refining room and a small medicinal pool underground. I made the medicinal pool. It's all herbs that I cultivated myself. Although it's not as good as some of the intermediate and advanced medicinal pools of some of the big families, the effect is still much better than that kind of operating bathhouse." A bathhouse? Lingy-chan seems to have entered the misguided area of life knowledge. What he didn't know is that there are a number of operating bathhouses, commonly known as public bathhouses, in the central district. Those public bathrooms were charged, and the baths inside had some herbs added to them. which could have some effects to aid in cultivation and strengthen the body. Only since Ling Yichen had never been there, he didn't know. Not only did he not know, even Yi Qingju and Tian Yingying and the others did not know, because this is a place that only exclusively belongs to the area where the awakened reside. Ordinary people who are not awakened cannot come into contact with this kind of area. Of course, all of this was covered in the classroom. In order to popularize the common sense of life in the central district for newly awakened people like them. Soon, the elevator descended close to 30 meters, and an underground space was then presented in front of Ling Yichen's eyes. It was an underground space several times larger than the overall size of the small building. There are 10 cultivation rooms alone, 5 weapon refining rooms, 5 medicine pool rooms, and the central area is a public rest area, which is still luxuriously decorated, with TVs, refrigerators and other electrical appliances, and sofas, bars and billiard tables. Looking at these various things, Ling Yichen was truly stunned. Seeing Ling Yichen's shocked expression, Long Daoyi immediately explained, "This place was built by Master's own hands in order to provide us with a better cultivation environment." Back then, Master was ambitious and intended to collect a wide range of disciples. As a result, 20 of the past 20 years, the Master has also accepted me as a disciple. Fortunately now there is another one you. Otherwise I am a little afraid of being alone down there, empty like a haunted house. As soon as Long Daoyi finished speaking, the old man took his pipe and just heavily knocked him on the brain. "You're very talkative, aren't you? When you were bullied outside, why didn't you scold them? If you can't beat them, why don't you scold them?" Ruduichi immediately drew in a breath of cold air and sat on the couch with a pained face rubbing the place where he was knocked. Ling Yichen immediately revealed a look of sympathy. The old master then pulled him towards one of the cultivation rooms. "Ignore him, it's not that I can't accept disciples, it's that I can't look at them. They're all a bunch of wastes. Their basic spiritual power isn't even a jar of water. I'm too lazy to teach that kind of waste." Ling Yichen smiled without saying anything. "Yeah, you're too lazy to teach a loser who doesn't even have a tank of water. But you end up taking in a senior brother who only has a cup of water?" Of course, he wouldn't really say it, just secretly crickets in his mind. Soon, Ling Yichen was brought into a cultivation room by the old man. The space of the cultivation room was still very large. There was at least 40 square meters. It was empty and nothing was there, but the central area of the room was inscribed with a circular formation. The old master immediately pointed at the circular spell formation and said, "You go inside, and I'll guide you from outside." Ling Yichen immediately walked into the spell formation and sat down on his knees. As he sat down, he only saw the spell formation on the ground immediately light up, and when it was fully activated, a semicircular shroud slowly condensed above his head, covering his entire being. As soon as the spell formation was activated, Ling Yichen immediately felt all the sounds around him dissipate, and at the same time, he also felt that there was some mist around him that was visible to the naked eye. At that moment, the old man's voice rang in his ears. "You should have noticed those mists, right? Those are actually the spiritual energy that wanders between heaven and earth. The origin of most of this spiritual energy comes from dead awakened, but your senior brother once told me that he had seen a wisp of spiritual energy wafting out of a plant, and that's why he believes that plants have souls as well." At this moment, Long Daoyi's voice rang out from behind the old man. "If a plant doesn't have a soul, then how could it release spiritual energy? So plants must have souls. It's just that I haven't found a way to communicate with them yet." In this regard, Ling Yichen also felt extremely novel. Right now, however, he was more focused on cultivation. He sat down with his knees crossed, quieted his breath, and soon entered inside the spiritual sea of consciousness once again. He floated above the spiritual ocean and sat down on his knees just like he did in the outside world. At that moment, the old man's voice also immediately echoed in his sea of consciousness. "Quiet your chi and gaze at your mind. View the brain with your heart. View the stars with your brain. Draw the power of the sea of consciousness. Absorb the starlight into the sea of consciousness, and gather it to form Xingxuan." The old master's voice seemed to have some sort of magical power. As his words fell, Ling Yichen was instantly plunged into a divine state, only to see the dark space above his head, suddenly flashing with a star, and as these stars appeared, a ray of starlight descended from the firmament, slowly converging in front of him, condensing into a ball of starlight the size of a thumb. "This is the star Xian fledgling. What you need to do now is to slowly absorb more starlight and inject it into it, so that he can become a star. When the stars are formed, you have reached the first level of the Star Yuan Guidance Art. By the time you've condensed 9 stars, your Star Yuan Guidance Art will be considered a great success." The old master's voice slowly exited Ling Yichen's mental sea of consciousness, while at this moment, Ling Yichen entered into a state of cultivation. continuing to absorb more starlight and injecting it into the star Xian in front of him. Chapter 57 Bloodline Divine Power. Outside, the old man looked at Ling Yichen, who had already settled down, and instantly beamed. A genius is a genius. I only used a little bit of my spiritual power to guide him to condense the star Xian, and he grasped the essentials on his own, being able to quickly draw stars into his body and grow the star Xian. After saying that, he glanced at Long Dawi beside him, thinking that when he guided him to cultivate, it was a lot of effort. After searching for the Sensi for a month and opening the Sensi channel for 3 months, it was so hard to be able to cultivate the Star Yuan guidance technique and condense the Star Xian for him. But it turned out that not to mention cultivation, he couldn't even maintain the Star Xian state, and it collapsed when it arrived in his hands, and this went on for another whole month. It wasn't until a month later that Long Dawi was able to maintain the Star Xian from dissipating, slowly absorbing starlight into the Star Xian. There was no harm without comparison, and at the moment, looking at Long Dawi, who had been by his side for 20 years, he couldn't wait to kick him over. It was because of this stupid disciple of his that caused everyone to think that his secret techniques were garbage and that they wouldn't get ahead by following him, which was why it was so difficult for him to accept disciples. The thought of that made him so angry that he still couldn't hold back and raised his foot to kick it. Scram! Scram! Don't disturb your senior brother's cultivation. With that, he carried Long Dawi and exited the cultivation room. Senior brother is worthy of being a genius. He started cultivating so quickly. According to his progress, I feel that it won't take long for him to condense his first star. 3 or 5 months at the most, Long Dawi said with a face full of envy. Thinking about it, it took him a whole year to condense his first star. 3 to 5 months? That's too slow. With his talent, he'll be able to cultivate the first star in 2 months at the most. More than 2 months, then it only means he's lazy. With that, the two men got back on the elevator and went back to the surface to go about their business. And at this moment, Ling Yichen was still practicing in the cultivation room. Within his spiritual sea of consciousness, he sensed the situation of his senior brother and the old man as he sucked in starlight and injected it into the star Xian in front of him. After confirming that they had left the underground base, he suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a mysterious smile. Finally gone. I can boldly release my full strength to cultivate. Subsequently, he moved his mind, only to see the entire spiritual ocean suddenly vibrate, and the originally calm sea surface suddenly overturned, drumming up a burst of waves. In the next second, a huge suction force rose up from the ocean below and went straight to the endless starry sky overhead. A shocking scene ensued, only to see that in the boundless starry sky, countless amounts of starlight were suddenly sucked and ripped down, so much so that it could be seen with the naked eye, as if a thin layer of silver gauze had fallen from the sky, and then converged to form a silver torrent that was injected into the starry Xian in front of Ling Yichen. And that star Xian, in an instant, filled up from a tiny ball to the size of a futon, directly blocking half of Ling Yichen's body and becoming more and more substantial. Looking at Xing Xian, who was growing at such an astonishing rate, Ling Yichen revealed a satisfied smile. He had actually discovered the true way of cultivation just now. The old master said to draw the power of the sea of consciousness to absorb the stars and inject them into Xingxuan. He instantly understood that his cultivation of this astral yuan guidance technique would be incomparably fast, because his spiritual sea of consciousness was extremely large. Such a huge spiritual sea of consciousness, if all of its power was utilized, how much suction force would be generated? How much starlight would be sucked and ripped off? Right in front of me is the answer. Under full release, the suction force generated by his spiritual sea of consciousness was extremely terrifying, and almost instantly, his Xingxuan grew to its limit. Looking at the star Xian, which was already larger than a round table, Ling Yichen began to compress and condense it according to the description on the secret method. Soon, the star Xian, which was larger than a round table, shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, but it was also getting clearer and clearer. Half an hour later, only to see the star Xian, which had already been compressed to only the size of a soccer ball, let out a light tremor, and then dinged with a crunching sound. The entire star Xian suddenly blossomed with endless starburst light. It shone like a sun illuminating all the darkness around Ling Yichen, and it completely stabilized, no longer sucking in any more starlight or any more changes. It was only glittering all over, like a huge diamond. It's done! Ling Yichen was also filled with joy. He'd managed to cultivate his first star. It was less than an hour before and after. It also includes boot time for the old man. If he really had to count, he could have done it in about 40 minutes tops. Absorbing the starlight hardly took much time. What took time was the compression and condensation. To compress star Xian into materialization, with his current power, it would take half an hour. Still, at this rate, he was also satisfied. Okay, the first one is done. Continue. He no longer looked at the condensed star, but began to condense the second one, just by moving his mind. Countless starlight instantly converged in front of him and condensed into a starshien, which was rapidly infused with endless starlight, turning from a tiny mass into something as huge as a round table in the blink of an eye. And Ling-Yichen immediately began to compress and condense. At this moment, just as Ling-Yichen finished condensing the first star, the old man who was lying in the eunuch's chair smoking suddenly frowned. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel the spiritual energy around me shaking? But it was just a shock, and then there was no other reaction. That's why he didn't think much of it and continued to smoke his cigarette. Little by little, time passed, and soon 5 hours had passed. The time had also come to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was still half an hour to go before school ended. The old man looked at the time and couldn't help but look joyful. A genius is a genius. To be able to cultivate uninterruptedly for 5 hours on the first day of cultivation is too powerful. But, counting the time, it should be coming out as well. Condensing a star required the expenditure of spiritual energy to invoke the sea of spiritual consciousness to absorb the starlight. The stronger the mental power, the longer they can continue to cultivate. On the contrary, people with weak spiritual power would have a short time to maintain their cultivation, and would be extremely tired afterward, needing a good rest to recover their spiritual power. Thinking that Ling-Yichen had already cultivated for 5 hours and should have reached his limit, the old man immediately got up and headed for the elevator room. At this time, Long Dawi also rushed in from outside covered in dust. Senior brother is so powerful. He managed to last 5 hours on his first day of cultivation. You know, I was only able to maintain it for less than an hour before I became dizzy and couldn't walk, and had to soak in the medicinal pool for an hour to recover some. Ruduichi said naively. For his part, the old man couldn't help but roll his eyes. Even if the dish, but also so heartless, do not know the shame of the person is not rare. Excellent. Afterwards, the two of them took the elevator to the underground cultivation room. When they arrived, they happened to see Ling-Yichen walk out of the cultivation room. The old man and Long Dawi instantly showed surprise on their faces. Are you alright, senior brother? Long Dawi inquired. Ling-Yichen was puzzled and asked rhetorically, should I have something to do? You cultivated for 5 hours. Aren't you dizzy? After exhausting your spiritual energy, you should be tired. Only then did Ling-Yichen's face light up. Yes. Cultivation consumes spiritual energy. He told the old man that his spiritual energy was only as much as a tank of water. Cultivating for 5 hours, although it wouldn't exhaust his spiritual energy, he should at least feel tired. Understanding this, Ling-Yichen immediately stumbled, rubbing his temples with his hands and said, my head is a bit dizzy. It's time to spell acting again. Long Dawi was relatively innocent and immediately came forward to assist him. Come on, sit on the couch for a while and rest. He helped Ling-Yichen to sit down on the sofa before getting up and walking towards the medicine pool room. When you run out of spiritual energy, it's most comfortable to go to the medicinal pool and take a dip. Although the medicinal pool is for needle flesh strengthening, I can also add some medicinal herbs that have the effect of condensing the spirit into it. I'll go and dispense the medicine for you now. Seeing this, Ling-Yichen immediately said, Elder brother, it doesn't have to count. I'll just take a rest. After all, school will be over soon. I have to go home first. My sister is still alone at home. Long Dawi sniffed and couldn't help but look at the old man. The old master was looking at Ling-Yichen with narrowed eyes at the moment. He always felt that there was something wrong with this kid, but he couldn't detect exactly where it was wrong. Of course, he could more or less see some of Ling-Yichen's acting skills. The kid wasn't even dizzy. He was just fooling the simple and stupid older apprentice. Forget it. If he says he doesn't need it, he doesn't need it. The old man spoke faintly, then turned around and walked back. Long Dawi, on the other hand, looked at Ling-Yichen seriously. Are you really not going to soak? It'll be a lot more comfortable to soak. Ling-Yichen smiled gratefully and replied, thank you, senior brother. Next time, I have to go home early today. Long Dawi also stopped insisting when he heard this. Then I'll get you a little bit of medicinal tea to brew and drink at home. It will also provide some relief. With that, he ran towards a cabinet in the lounge area and took out a few packets of tea bags with a strong medicinal scent from it. Ling-Yichen didn't think much of it and took it, thanking him again. Thank you, senior brother. Why, my own brother, what's the use of being polite? It's not like it's a good thing. Long Dawi revealed a rustic and naive smile. Ling-Yichen, on the other hand, glanced at his face, which had been slapped by Director Lin earlier, and although the swelling had subsided a lot, it was still bruised, and one of his incisors was missing, and his speech was leaking. Elder brother, you should also step up your cultivation and improve your strength so that you won't be bullied again. Long Daoyi, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders indifferently. I'll forget about it. Tinkering with cultivation is actually no worse. The body is wasted, and the spiritual power is no longer powerful. Ling Yichen immediately frowned at his words, quickly capturing the keyword. The body's ruined? What do you mean? However, he didn't ask too many questions. There were dozens of spirit insects inside his senior brother's body, so he only needed to let the spirit insects probe a bit to find out. With a thought, all the spirit insects in Long Daoi's body came out and swam all over his body, probing Long Daoi's body. Soon, Ling Yichen frowned. Where's senior brother's Dantian Qi? Ling Yichen was surprised to find that Long Daoi didn't even have a Dantian Qi. The spiritual sea of consciousness was where spiritual power was stored, while the Dantian sea of Qi was where bloodline divine power was stored. What the awakened was bloodline power, and bloodline power would produce bloodline divine power after cultivation. However, there was no Dantian Qi in Long Daoi's body. At this moment, Ling Yichen finally realized why Long Daoi hadn't made any progress in 20 years. Without the Dantian Qi, there was no way to store his bloodline divine power, and he'd be damned if his strength could progress. Chapter 58, I'll take care of you. Senior brother, your Dantian Qi. Ling Yichen looked at him seriously. As soon as Long Dao heard the word Dantian Qi, he immediately changed his face. His naive and rustic eyes contained a touch of resentment, and his round face couldn't help but twitch. But immediately, all emotions were collected from him. He gave a naive smile and said, "Oops, it's fine. It broke because of a little accident. Broken is broken. It's not a big deal. It's not a bad day to grow grass and flowers like now." With that, he lightly patted Ling Yichen's shoulder before walking towards the elevator room on his own. Ling Yichen looked at his rounded back, but he tasted a flavor of depression and helplessness. It seems that elder brother is just like yourself. Burying a huge grudge. Ling Yichen sighed secretly. Long Daoi couldn't hide it from him at all because he was the same person as Long Daoi. It seemed fine, but the grudge in his heart was always corrupting his mind. The tamer the surface, the more seething the hatred. Of course, if he wasn't willing to say, Ling Yichen wouldn't ask much. He took a deep breath, then followed slowly. Returning to the surface, Ling Yichen immediately smiled at the old man and Long Daoi. Master, senior brother, I'll go home first then. The two nodded in unison and watched him leave the institute. However, he had just left the institute with his front foot when he immediately felt a powerful aura locking onto him, sending chills down his back. Who is it? Could it be Su Tiansheng? This guy has been waiting for me outside the institute? Ling Yichen was secretly shocked. In the next second, a breeze steeply blew behind him, and Ling Yichen glanced back and immediately saw a remnant shadow appear not far behind him. The residual shadow then slowly solidified and turned into a middle-aged man, which was clearly Su Tiansheng. Seeing Su Tiansheng really appear, Ling Yichen couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly, but he didn't run anymore because he knew that in front of Su Tiansheng's bizarre speed, it was simply too late to run now. But he had no intention of tying his hands, and the spirit worms in his body were already surging, ready to fight for his life at any time. However, it was also at this moment that Su Tiansheng spoke. You don't have to put up a fight with me, although I do want to exterminate you as well. Since the Grand Elder is going to protect you, then I won't do anything to you for now. Of course, it's limited to the school. Out of this school, even the Great Elder can't protect you, so you'd better be careful. When Ling Yichen heard this, his eyes condensed, but in his heart, he was secretly surprised. That Great Elder is actually going to bail me out. Even though it's only limited to the school, it's a heavenly favor. Ling Yichen was a person who made a clear distinction between grudges, repaying kindness with kindness and taking revenge with revenge. It was just that he didn't know why this Grand Elder, whom he had never met before, wanted to protect himself. Could it be that the old man has approached the Grand Elder? Or, Ling Yichen's mind instantly thought of someone. Lu Mei. Lu Mei had said that her teacher was at the level of vice principal. She just didn't know if the vice principal and the Great Elder she was talking about were the same person anymore. If so, then one would owe Lu Mei a big favor. Thoughts flipped rapidly, but Ling Yichen still didn't let his guard down. So what are you following me for? Planning to kill me when I leave school? Ling Yichen coldly asked back. Su Tiansheng gave a shallow smile, revealing a disdain. I need to track to kill you? Then what are you following me for? Ling Yichen pursued. Su Tiansheng didn't play dumb and said directly, I'm just here to confirm that the Black Tentacle Lin Hao Awakened is related to you. Ling Yichen heard this and shook his head without hesitation. I don't know what you're talking about. Su Tiansheng frowned, staring carefully at Ling Yichen. Only after a moment did he relent and said quietly, Forget it, I guess it wasn't you. If you had that kind of power, you would have gotten Lin Hao killed a long time ago. With that, he walked straight towards the location of the institute. Ling Yichen looked at his departing back and pondered for a moment, then turned around and walked quickly towards the school entrance. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the school and saw Yi Qingzhu, who had already gathered together, as well as Tian Yingying, and of course, W was there. The three girls had gotten together and were chattering about something. It was only when Ling Yichen came closer that they realized. Yichen is here. The three girls looked at Ling Yichen in unison. You're back? Is everything alright? Ling Yichen was the first to ask W, although he already knew most of what was going on. W nodded gently and smiled mysteriously. It's fine. However, she immediately took a closer look at Ling Yichen and snapped. I heard them say that the person who was in the elevator at that time was you? Ling Yichen nodded with a bland expression. Well, it was me. So who did you think was in there at the time that you went so far as to go straight for the kill? And you almost took me out. W smiled awkwardly and explained. Sorry, I really didn't know it was you in there at that time. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't have been able to activate the sealing power. At that time, I was sensing a powerful destructive force that was strong enough to obliterate all of us, so I was forced to release the sealing power. After hearing this, Ling Yichen directly frowned. A powerful destructive force? How can that be? I was alone in the elevator. Suddenly, he thought of Irina. Could it be because Irina's eyebrow vertical eye attack on me destroyed my body, causing part of that power to remain in my body after I recovered, causing W to misunderstand? This is the only explanation that makes the most sense. However, he didn't say much, just sighing. He said, luckily, I was quick-witted and saw a little golden plume of light through the crack of the elevator door, and jumped above the elevator shaft at the first opportunity, barely dodging a bullet. W listened with a guilty expression. I'm sorry. I really didn't know that was you, and it's a good thing you're okay, or I wouldn't know how to face Xian. To express my apologies, I'll pay for you and Xian's living expenses for this half year. Hearing this, Ling Yichen was surprised for a moment. Half a year of living expenses was not much, but it was quite a lot, and with just her F-grade points allowance, it didn't seem to be quite enough. W obviously knew what Ling Yichen was thinking, only to see her smugly smile. In fact, because I unleashed the power of the seal, it caused the Transcendent Management Association to make adjustments to my ratings. I've now been adjusted to a C-ranked medium rating, and I should be able to have a 1,500 point subsidy per month, which is more than enough to support you guys. Moreover, I'm now transferred to the school's gifted cadet class, which can be filled with C-rank gifted cadets. W was full of dejection. Yi Qingzhu and Tian Yingying, on the other hand, immediately revealed envy. Wow, genius cadet class. That's awesome. I heard that students in the Genius Cadet class can have a spot to enter the medicine pool to take a bath every month. In addition to that, they can also enter the school's cultivation secret realm to accelerate their cultivation. All of these need to be purchased with points. Yi Qingzhu had obviously done his homework and had a certain understanding of both the pill pool and the secret realm. Some of this Ling Yichen had also already heard from Long Dawi. However, he wasn't envious because Long Dawi had a medicinal pool right there. As for the cultivation secret realm, he hadn't obtained the corresponding cultivation secret art yet and couldn't cultivate it, and most importantly, he didn't necessarily cultivate it either, because he actually didn't have an awakened bloodline. His current abilities are all derived from the power of the worm. As the four were talking, Ling Yichen suddenly realized that there were some people watching them, which immediately put them on alert, and after a slight sift, he immediately understood that it was the people from the 6 great clans. Let's go home first, we'll talk when we get home, Ling Yichen greeted. The 3 girls immediately noticed those people as well, and Yi Qingzhu and Tian Yingying instantly changed their faces. It was also at this moment that W stood up, only to see her coldly gazing at those people from the 6 great families, chiding, you, and you, immediately get the hell away from my mother. If you offend me, I'll make you all suffer. Those who don't know who my mother is, can roll back home and ask your head of the family, they'll tell you about the identity of my mother, and if you mess with me, even if it's one of your 6 great families won't necessarily be able to hold it. At these words, the people in front of the school looked at her in unison, with a mixture of disbelief, confusion, and derision. Of course, W ignored them and instead said to Ling Yichen and the 3 of them in a domineering manner, it's fine, they won't dare to mess with me. When they know my identity, they won't dare to come to our trouble easily in the future. Even people from the 6 great families have to weigh their weight. Yi Qingzhu and Tian Yingying instantly showed a stunned as well as shocked expression. Only Ling Yichen understood the reason for this. She was a reservist of the 26th Word Army, and if she really counted, her status might be a bit higher than the goddess Irina, whose identity was afraid to be made public before because she had escaped from the reserve camp, and now that she had gone back, she could naturally and graciously move that identity out. Faced with the two girls' doubts, he immediately put his arm around them and said, "I'll tell you the specifics when I get home." She then looked at Lingy Chen again and blinked at him. "Don't worry about it in the future. Sis covers you." Lingy Chen laughed instead, so the four of them lifted their steps together and headed for home. On the way, also told Ji Qingzhu and Tian Yingying about his identity as a reservist of the 26-character army. The two simple girls obviously didn't know what the 26-word army was, and didn't go into detail, just telling them that the 26-word army was a secret organization affiliated with the empty city. Lingy Chen originally wanted to probe what the purpose of staying on the surface was, but on second thought, it was better not to ask, lest he startle her and make her suspicious. It was so hard to find a humanoid cultivation tank, but we can't let her run away. We have to keep her around to constantly cultivate spirit worms. The four of them quickly returned home. Tian Yingying happily went back to her house. Also went back to her house. And Lingy Chen went back to Yi Qingzhu's house with Yi Qingzhu. "Auntie, was Xian good today?" Lingy Chen looked at his sister favorably. "Very well behaved and very serious in his studies." Tang Wan also replied with a face full of favor. Tang Wan, a teacher herself, left her job after coming to the central district. When she realized that Ling Yixuan hadn't been to school, she immediately chose to tutor her in some elementary knowledge. "That's good. Then I'll go home and take a shower and come back later." Ling Yichen said hello, then went back to his house. When he got home, he filled the tub with water, then stripped off his clothes and got into the bath to soak. Lying comfortably in the tub, the corners of his lips slowly rose as he slowly closed his eyes. Within the sea of spiritual consciousness, he floated in the middle of the spiritual ocean, and with a movement of his mind, he only saw the spiritual ocean below him suddenly tumble. Soon, a star shining with endless light slowly rose up from the seawater. Then the second, third, and fourth, 9 stars in a row slowly rose up and came to his side, like 9 suns shining with a white halo. The 9 stars have been refined. Now it's just a matter of forming them into a star yuan guidance formation. Chapter 59, Puppets. Ling Yichen rushed back home just for the formation. He didn't want to form a formation at the cultivation base because he was afraid that the old man would find out. It wasn't that he didn't trust the old man, he just didn't feel the need to tell him everything. One had cultivated the Star Yuan guidance art to the 9th level in less than 6 hours. No matter who knew about it, they would be shocked beyond measure. And he didn't want anyone to know that he was cultivating at such a terrifying speed. Even, in order to conceal the energy fluctuations of the 9 stars, he had deliberately hidden them into the sea of spiritual awareness, using his own spiritual power to conceal them. At this moment, looking at the 9 stars coming to his side, Ling Yichen immediately maneuvered them so that they formed a circle. When the 9th star was placed into the circle, only a slight spatial tremor appeared within Ling Yichen's spiritual sea of consciousness, and in the next second the 9 stars shone in unison before blossoming into an even more powerful light. At the same time, the 9 stars began to operate on their own, and a not-so-small tugging force came out from above. Then Ling Yichen felt a moment of clarity in his brain, and the little bit of fatigue that he had felt earlier due to his cultivation disappeared. This was because the Star Yuan guidance formation was absorbing the spiritual energy that was free in the void on its own, and that spiritual energy would slowly be transformed and purified to become part of the spiritual ocean. Growing his spiritual energy, feeling the effects of the Star Yuan guidance formation, Ling Yichen had a joyful look on his face. This Star Yuan guidance formation is indeed not bad. With such a formation absorbing stray spiritual energy all the time, the growth of spiritual energy will definitely not be slow over time. But that's not enough for me. He looked at the vastness of this space and then looked at the lake below that wasn't particularly wide. The contrast was too stark. It's like a huge swimming pool with only 1 drop of pool water. It's so little. I need more spiritual energy to fill it, to turn the lake into an ocean, into an infinite ocean, until it fills the entire sea of spiritual consciousness. With this thought, he glanced at the Star Yuan guidance formation floating in front of him, and his eyes lit up. 1 Star Yuan guide array is not enough. Then 2 is not enough, then 3, or 10, 100. The thought of that suddenly excited him. With a wave of his large hand towards the Star Yuan guidance formation, the Star Yuan guidance formation that was functioning on its own immediately drifted into the sky. While he moved his mind, the entire sea of consciousness began to vibrate, and a huge suction immediately surged forth and began to absorb the power of the stars to converge into the sea of consciousness and coalesce in front of him. Almost instantly, a star Xian appeared. Then in just a few moments, this star Xian expanded to the size of a round table. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, began to compress and refine it. These are processes that he has become very skilled at. Meanwhile, W, who was also at home preparing to take a bath, changed her expression as she sensed a massive energy wave turbulence in the space near her. Feeling it carefully, she was immediately surprised. It's this guy again. Is he practicing spiritual power? What a powerful fluctuation. It seems that he has an extremely strong talent in spiritual power cultivation. But it's also true. 6 years of imprisonment and abuse. An ordinary person would have long since gone insane with a mental breakdown. But he held on. It would be strange for someone with this kind of willpower not to be mentally strong. Thinking so, a smile appeared on W's face before he stripped off his clothes and went into the bathroom. At the same moment, in the old man's institute, the old man was still sitting on the eunuch chair smoking a cigarette, and outside the institute's flower garden, Su Tianshang was saying, "Elder Zen, I would like to ask you to make a trip to the precepts hall." When the old man heard this, he was instantly happy. "What? You're so powerful now that you're planning to take my old man? Elder Zen, you are joking. You are the honorary patriarch of the academy. How could I dare to show disrespect to you? And I was only fulfilling my duties in what happened before. I asked you to come over this time because I want you to help me look at the body of a cadet who I suspect is being parasitized by some unknown creature. And you're an expert on parasites, so I'd like you to put aside your preconceived notions about me and go see what's going on with this trainee." When the old man heard about the parasites, he became interested. However, he didn't immediately agree, but lazily said, "I'll go if you ask me to." No time. Su Tianshang didn't give up on this either, and continued to persuade, "Elder Zen, this could be a matter of the safety and security of the human race. If there is a risk of contagion from this parasite, then all of us are at risk. I hope you can consider this carefully." When the old man heard this, his brows wrinkled slightly. "It's fine if you want me to go. You have to promise me one condition. You may speak." Su Tianshang hurriedly returned. "From today onwards, you shall not trouble Ling Yichen again, whether on or off campus." Su Tianshang was stunned for a moment, then immediately replied, "Yes, however, I can only represent myself, not the Su family, and if the rest of the Su family wants to make a move, then I won't stop it." The old man immediately grunted and said, "I'm talking about the preceptor hall." Su Tianshang instantly understood and immediately returned, "Yes, I will restrain the people of the preceptor hall." Having received this answer, the old man was finally satisfied. He was seen holding a pipe, slowly walking out of the small building and coming to Su Tianshang's heel. "Elder Zen, please." Su Tianshang also expressed enough respect and sincerity to the old man. The old master swept him a faint glance before lifting his steps toward the preceptor hall. It didn't take long for the old man and Su Tianshang to arrive at the preceptor hall, through the black gates, across the courtyard, and into the preceptor's building. The first floor of the precepts hall was an interrogation room divided into a dozen or so of the same size, and in the midst of one of these interrogation rooms, there was a teenager being bound to a torture rack, none other than Lin Hao. At this time, Lin Hao was already awakened, only the state he presented at the moment was one of extreme shock and horror. I don't know if it was because of the previous encounter, or because I woke up and found myself bound in the preceptor's hall. With the arrival of the old man, Su Tianshang immediately explained, "His current mental state is unstable, a bit shocked, and with a very strong sense of resistance, so I tied him up so that it's also convenient for you to examine him." The old man immediately nodded approvingly. Su Tianshang was still very good in all aspects of himself, except for the fact that his position was different from his, only to see the old man take a step forward, lifting Lin Hao's blouse and looking at his chest. He had sensed the presence of a force far more powerful than his own in Lin Hao's chest. As the blouse lifted, the old man instantly saw a black ball of flesh writhing in the middle of Lin Hao's chest cavity. There was very little writhing, but you could clearly see something moving around in there. Seeing that ball of flesh, the old man's expression instantly became serious. He only raised his hand close to the ball of flesh, wanting to feel it up close, but in the next second, he only saw the black ball of flesh in Lin Hao's chest cavity instantly burst through Lin Hao's sternum and skin, stretching out for several meters and turning into a black tentacle. At this moment, the black tentacles, which seemed to be in a state of extreme exuberance, were twisting. This tentacle has just devoured the flesh and blood of 8 people, and it seems to be in a state of digestion at the moment, so it's very sensitive and active, Su Tianshang said to the old man. When the old man heard this, he immediately opened his eyes wide and said with some disbelief, "Devoured the flesh and blood of 8 people?" In the next second, I only heard him say excitedly, "You're stronger." Find a way to take some tissue down from that tentacle for me to see. When Su Tiansheng heard this, he quickly struck out, only to see that he fished out a small knife from his storage ring, and his entire body transformed into a residual shadow, and in the next second, his figure solidified, only to see that the small knife in his hand suddenly had a small mass of black flesh and blood on it. That flesh and blood was twisting and writhing at the moment, looking extremely terrifying. However, the old man was unusually excited after seeing this mass of flesh and blood. It is indeed a parasite, and one that even I have never seen before. I need to take it back to the institute and study it properly. When Su Tiansheng heard this, he immediately handed over the small knife in his hand. The old man, on the other hand, quickly fished out a glass container from his storage ring and filled it with the clump of blood and flesh from the knife. I'll let you know as soon as I have the results. After the old master finished speaking, he immediately hurriedly walked out of the preceptor hall and headed in the direction of the institute. As the old man left, Su Tiansheng then glanced at Lin Hao, who was tied to a torture device, and said in a cold voice, "You're very lucky. If you weren't a member of the Lin family, I probably would have already exterminated you to put an end to future troubles. Since you're a member of the Lin family, it's not like I can just dispose of you. But, if you want to live, then you'll make an effort to control it for me instead of letting it manipulate you." After saying these words, Su Tiansheng instantly transformed into a residual shadow and disappeared. When Su Tiansheng left, Lin Hao, who was tied to the torture device, but suddenly shed silent tears. At this moment, he was truly afraid. He had watched the tentacles on his chest extinguish and devour the flesh and blood of those 8 men, and he feared that he would be devoured for his own flesh and blood as well. Most notably, he had witnessed Ling Yichen manipulate his own body and scratch away the family rewards that had just arrived yesterday from his badge. He was afraid of that feeling of despair of being unable to resist Ling Yichen. "Ling Yichen, you bastard, what have you done to me?" he roared low in anger. However, it was at this moment that the black tentacle suddenly retracted into his chest cavity, and at the same time, a powerful force surged from the tentacle and spread throughout his body. The feeling, extremely comfortable and warm, was like soaking in a hot spring. Immediately afterward, this warm feeling began to retracting from all the limbs and bones towards the Dantian Shi, and in an instant, it coalesced into a point that surged into the Dantian Shi, and he shuddered so violently that he couldn't help but let out a low growl, and then he revealed a look of ecstasy. Jin, I reached sea level?" At this moment, he was both shocked and delighted, and the fear within him was mostly shocked away by the increase in strength. He looked down at his chest, and his gaze became eerie. After this tentacle devours the flesh and blood, it can quickly absorb the power and then feed back to me, allowing my strength to increase as well. What a powerful function. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what Ling Yichen had said to him. "Kid, this is a gift to you, so you should make good use of it and work your way up the ladder, preferably to the position of the Lin family head." At this moment, he suddenly somewhat understood Ling Yichen's purpose. That guy, could it be that he wants to use me as his puppet and support me to become the Lin family's head? Chapter 60, damn it, I'm such a pervert. Lin Hao wasn't actually stupid. Before, he had acted like a not-so-smart dude because his strength wasn't working. At this moment, he was the one who instantly figured out Ling Yichen's true purpose. It shocked him a little, but excited him a little. Previously, he hadn't cared much about Ling Yichen's words, but at this moment, after truly feeling the power of this black tentacle, he suddenly resonated strongly with Ling Yichen's words. If this tentacle can devour other people's flesh and blood without any limitations and gain power, and then feed back to me, allowing me to rapidly increase my strength, it's not like the position of the family head can't be snatched. The fear inside him dissipated at the thought. Compared to fear, the desire brought about by the increase in strength drove him crazier. All fear comes from the weakness of one's own strength. But if you can get strong fast, what is there to fear? Except for Ling Yichen, of course, but he can accept 1 man, 10,000 men. That's his greatest strength, knowing what's going on. Thinking about all this in a flash, he immediately became quiet. He only saw his hands and feet simultaneously struggling hard, and the ropes binding him on the torture rack collapsed inch by inch, and he got down from the torture rack, moving his muscles with satisfaction. With the strength raised to C rank, the entire person's state was different. Although he had already been at the upper D rank before as well, D rank was D rank, and it was not at all the same concept as C rank, and even a small realm increase was definitely a huge increase. After regaining his freedom, he stomped towards the outside of the preceptor hall. At that moment, a few law enforcement members of the precepts hall saw him and immediately surrounded him. Lin Hao instantly looked at them with a cold face and asked, "Are you sure you want to stop me?" After saying that, he violently unleashed his C-class strength, instantly startling the few law enforcement members to retreat back and forth, their eyes filled with shock. C rank? He's actually reached C rank. So strong. Those who have reached C rank at this age belong to the genius level and are the ones who can enter the genius cadet class. Several people whispered, looking at Lin Hao with incomparably envious eyes. They were all from the 6th grade clans, and were very aware of how much of a change it would bring to their lives after their strength reached C rank. When your strength reaches rank C, the family will truly classify you as a genius to cultivate, with so many resources that you will marvel at yourself, and your status will also increase tremendously. This Lin Hao really seems to be flying high. The smile on Lin Hao's face grew wider as he listened to their discussion, and at the same time, it also strengthened his resolve to talk to Ling Yichen. He needed to approach him head-on to ask for clarification on something. At this time, Ling Yichen was still practicing his spiritual power in the bathtub, completely unaware of Lin Hao's side of the situation, as all of his attention was on practicing. In this moment of effort, he condensed another star, the 10th. Watching the 10th star take shape, his heart was incomparably happy. It seems that it really is possible to condense a second star Yuan guidance formation, which should have something to do with the fact that my spiritual sea of consciousness is extremely large. I wonder how many star Yuan guidance arrays my spiritual sea of consciousness can hold at the same time. The molding of each star would put pressure on the spiritual sense sea, and if the spiritual sense sea wasn't big enough, it couldn't withstand so many stars. Once the load was exceeded, the spiritual sea of consciousness would be in danger of bursting. In light cases, it would be seriously injured, and in serious cases, the spirit would collapse and become completely brain-dead, becoming a vegetable. Ling Yichen's spiritual sea of consciousness was large enough, so he didn't need to worry about this at all. The key was how many star Yuan guidance arrays he was able to condense. Just as he was concentrating on his cultivation, Yi Qingju had already appeared outside his door. Ling Yichen, it's time to eat. Yi Qingju gently knocked on the door and shouted. However, after knocking several times, Ling Yichen did not respond. Yi Qingju stood in the doorway, pursed her lips and thought for a moment, then quickly entered the room's door code. After these 2 days together, they had exchanged room door passwords. This was to make it easier for Tang Wan to take care of Ling Yixuan, and for Ling Yixuan to come in and out. So Yi Qingju came in so blatantly at the moment. Ling Yichen, I'm coming in. Oh, Yi Qingju said as he walked, then his eyes quickly scanned the various locations in the house. Since the entire floor had the same floor plan, she quickly found Ling Yichen's bedroom. She didn't go in, though, just stood in the doorway and peeked in. With just a glance, she saw Ling Yichen's personal clothes placed on the bed, and with her sharp eyes, she even saw Ling Yichen's bitter tea at a glance. Her little face instantly reddened, but she couldn't help but look twice, because it wasn't the same as her dad's, which was the kind of loose-fitting four-cornered that was instantly recognizable as being reserved for middle-aged people, and Ling Yichen's is a black tie 3. She didn't know what was going on, but the moment she saw it, her brain began to uncontrollably visualize it being worn on her body by Ling Yichen. The more she thought about it, the more she blushed, and the more she blushed, the more she couldn't help thinking about it. It was also at this time that Ling Yichen's voice suddenly came from behind her. What are you looking at? Yi Qingju instantly jumped up in fear, like a frightened cat, instinctively taking a step backward, and his head involuntarily turned to look at the source of the sound. And with this move, she managed to instantly press herself against Ling Yichen's chest. At this moment, Ling Yichen had just come out of the bathroom, and there were still wet droplets of water on his chest as well as a faint aroma of shower gel. Such an ambiguous atmosphere and posture, coupled with the fact that she was already fantasizing about something that was there, she just felt like her whole body was burning up. She, who had always been a smooth talker, stammered. Oh, Ling Yi's tone was filled with disbelief. His eyes flicked towards the room and immediately saw the clothes he had placed on the bed, instantly knowing what Yi Qingju was looking at. Only a bad smile immediately rose on his face. Curious? Want me to give you one? Yi Qingju instantly felt like his skull was being lifted, flustered and ridiculous but with a sense of shame of being told the truth. You are spouting some kind of rant and eating. Eat. Yi Qingju's face turned red as he stammered, and after finishing with difficulty, he ran out as if he was fleeing. Ha ha ha. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, let out a cheerful laugh. As a matter of fact, he had heard it as early as the first time Yi Qingju called out to him. He was practicing his mental powers, which were themselves focused, and the situation outside the house was within his control. But he purposely didn't open the door just to see if Yi Qingju would come in. He had intended for Yi Qingju to see him in the bathroom, but I didn't think that she would be so attracted to her clothes that she wouldn't be able to walk. He had no choice but to come out of the bathroom to find her. And he was also completely teasing Yi Qingju just now, purely to tease her. It's so much fun, so much fun. A few minutes later, Ling Yichen appeared fully dressed at Yi Qingju's house. When Yi Qingju, who was arranging the dishes, saw Ling Yichen, the fiery redness that had just subsided on her face instantly crept back up, especially when she saw the waist of Ling Yichen's pants exposed at the waist when he raised his hand to ruffle his wet hair. Her whole body went bad. Thinking into it, she hurriedly put down her dishes, rushed back to her room and slammed the door behind her. She leaned against the door of her room, slapped her cheek lightly, and cursed under her breath. Damn! I can't believe I'm a horny bastard. It took her a full 10 minutes in her room to barely calm herself. When they re-emerged, everyone was already sitting around the table. What's the point of dawdling? Hurry over and eat, Tang Wan chanted. Yi Qingju let out an "oh," hurriedly sat down, picked up the bowl and buried his head to eat. Just after taking 2 bites, I heard Tang Wan say, "Tonight is the last night your father will stay at home, and tomorrow your father will report to the army." After Tang Wan finished speaking, everyone except Ling Yixuan couldn't help but look at Yi Songtao at the same time. Yi Songtao saw this, immediately laughed. Why? Don't look at me like that. Although it is to report to the army, but it will not immediately go to the frontline battlefield. There is also a learning and adaptation process. Don't worry, ha. At this time, Yi Qingju immediately said, cannot wait until after the Mid-Autumn Festival to go. The day after tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Although Yi Qingju tried his best to restrain himself, there was still an intense worry in his eyes. Sensing his daughter's emotions, Yi Songtao smiled even more amiably. There's discipline in the army, and I'm not the only one reporting for duty, so it's okay. The crowd didn't say anything else, but it was Yi Songtao who looked seriously at Ling Yichen and said, after I leave home, you'll be the only man in our family, even though you're not my son, but since you're eating rice cooked in a pot, you're also considered half of a family member, and you'll have to take care of your aunts and Qingju a bit more. I know. Ling Yichen didn't push back. After all, it wasn't the first time Yi Songtao had spoken to him about this. It was accounted for once before because I was worried about the tumor in my body. When he awakened later, he knew he was going to the army and explained it again. This time it's the 3rd time. Uncle, don't worry. I'll take good care of Auntie and Qingju. You don't need to worry at all. Uncle, there's still me. I'm at least a C-rank powerhouse now. I'll protect everyone. Yi Songtao smiled gratefully and continued eating. However, the meal was eaten in extraordinary silence. Perhaps it was because of the impending separation, so everyone had a little bit of emotion in their hearts. Only Ling Yixuan, who didn't know what separation meant, smiled and ate the meal and then dragged W to play. Ling Yichen also finished his meal in silence, then sat with Yi Songtao for a while before going home to cultivate. He was not particularly worried about Yi Songtao's upcoming trip to the battlefield. After all, he had placed spirit insects in Yi Songtao's body, so if he really encountered a life-threatening matter, the spirit insects would take over Yi Songtao's body and protect him. After returning home, he began to sit on his knees and continued to cultivate. There was nothing more important than cultivation at the moment. His eyes glazed over at the thought of being second-guessed by Irina last night. Tonight, she'll definitely come out to practice again, or she might just come to herself. Thinking so, he began to cultivate while waiting. Time flew by and hours very much passed. When a silver moon wrapped in a purple ring slowly rose into the sky, a slender silhouette indeed appeared on top of the roof outside Ling Yichen's bedroom window. Chapter 61, The Purple Mist. Immediately after Ileana appeared, Ling Yichen opened his eyes and faintly swept a glance at her. He didn't take the initiative to look for her but continued to cultivate. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He wasn't sure exactly what level of strength Irina had reached at the moment, and he didn't have the means to be able to defuse that strike, so for the time being, as long as she didn't take the initiative to provoke herself, then he wouldn't be foolish enough to come along and get himself killed. And immediately after Ileana appeared, she looked around the room as she too searched for Ling Yichen's figure. What the hell is going on with this guy? I've obviously blown him away, so why did he show up at school today unharmed? Irina's expression was a bit grave, because she's never been in this situation before. At this moment, she actually regretted her recklessness last night. If Ling Yichen had died through last night, then she wouldn't have half a regret. But not only was Ling Yichen not dead, he was still alive and well, which made her a little uneasy. Inviting an unkillable enemy to yourself is definitely not wise behavior. I hope that he only survived by virtue of some secret treasure or a divine secret technique that can only be used once. Otherwise, he would be too terrifying. It's better to hurry up and cultivate. As long as my Heaven's Eyes avatar reaches the small completion stage, then even if he comes to find his own trouble, he'll be fearless. Irina thought darkly. At the same time a little sense of urgency came over her. The Avatar secret art was divided into 3 stages, which were Avatar Beginning, Avatar Minor, and Avatar Major. Her heaven's eye had only reached the incipient stage, and she was not yet able to utilize its true capabilities. As long as she was able to reach the small completion stage, what was a small Lingichen? Even if it was the 6 great family heads, she had no fear. Thinking of this, she immediately gathered her mind and began to absorb the power of the purple ring and cultivate the heavenly eyes. Time passed bit by bit, her cultivation went smoothly. Lingichen didn't appear again and no one interfered with her. She practiced until 4 in the morning before getting up to go back. Before going back, she didn't forget to glance back at the place where she had previously busted Lingichen. While waiting for Ileana to leave and disappear into the pre-dawn darkness, Lingichen opened his eyes. He also cultivated for the whole night, and the effect of his cultivation was remarkable. From the time he got out of school until now, excluding the hour he spent eating, he had cultivated for a total of 8 hours. In 8 hours, he had cultivated a total of 12 stars. By now, 2 complete star Yuan Guide arrays as well as 4 stars had appeared in his spiritual sea of consciousness. With the absorbing power of the 2-star Yuan guidance arrays, Lingichen was able to clearly feel that he was constantly absorbing the scattered spiritual energy that was wandering around. Although this little bit of spiritual energy was a drop in the bucket for his huge spiritual sea of consciousness, he still felt the spiritual energy he had lost during his cultivation process immediately replenished. In other words, even though he had cultivated for 8 hours, he didn't feel tired. If he willed it, he could have kept on practicing forever, something that no one else could do at all. At least Rudoichi couldn't do it. Long Daoi could now last up to 3 days of uninterrupted cultivation, and he wouldn't be able to hold out for more. As for the old master, even Long Daoi wasn't sure exactly what his spiritual sea of consciousness was like, but being able to contract thousands of poisonous insects at the same time, his spiritual sea of consciousness must not be small. Cultivation over, he slowly got up and walked straight towards the roof of the building. He had to go up on foot because the elevator was damaged. It took about 10 minutes before he finally reached the top floor. It was 4:10 a.m. The moon had come to the edge of the western sky, and it wouldn't be long before it sank completely into the horizon. Looking at the moon that was almost close to being full, Lingichen's eyes flickered. What exactly are those 2 purple auras? Why can Ileana absorb its energy to cultivate her heavenly eyes? Why don't I try that too? Lingichen suddenly gave birth to a very bold idea, and he's a practiced man who does what he wants to do. Immediately, he followed Ileana's example and stood at the edge of the penthouse, his eyes slowly closing, quieting his breath and sensing the power of that purple ring. The result really let him sense it, which made him both surprised and happy. Strange, why do I feel like this moon is very close to me? Lingichen frowned and thought. As he understood it, the moon was a star, in the middle of distant space, and couldn't possibly be that close to him. But now, through the perception of his spiritual power, he realized that this moon was yet not very far away from him, at least not so far that it was untouchable. This is so weird. Lingichen couldn't help but gently open his eyes, looking at the moon that was getting fuller by the day, and fell into doubt. Is this really the moon? It was because he realized that the moon had an extremely strong energy fluctuation in addition to being very close to the surface of the earth, and he felt an inexplicable affinity for this energy fluctuation. Yes, his graciousness, it was like the affection he felt for Lingixuan. At the same time, he developed an extremely strong sense of disgust as well as repulsion towards those 2 purple auras. This was because the energy fluctuations of those 2 purple rings were even stronger and more domineering, seeming like 2 shackles that locked the moon, preventing it from releasing its energy. At this moment, Lingichen was really messed up. He couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. A little annoyed, he raised his eyes to look at the 2 purple rings, and a crazy idea suddenly came to him. Since Irina can suck the power out of the purple ring, I should be able to do the same. If I suck the power out of the purple ring, will the moon be liberated? Thinking of this, Lingichen suddenly became serious and grave. He took 2 steps back and left the edge of the rooftop, then sat down on his knees, quieting his breath and sinking his will into the sea of spiritual consciousness. I only heard him give a low, open. In an instant, those 2-star elemental guidance arrays in the sea of spiritual consciousness opened at once. Previously, they were in a state of functioning on their own, but now Lingichen decided to take the initiative to turn them on. As he took the initiative to turn on the Star Yuan guidance array, the 2-star Yuan guidance arrays immediately erupted with brilliant light, as if 2 brilliant wheels of light were spinning. At the same time, a super strong suction force erupted from the Star Yuan guidance formation, and that suction force had a clear target, pointing directly at the 2 purple rings on the moon. For a moment, it was as if the 2 had formed some sort of fixed channel. Only a wisp of purple mist began to escape from above the 2 purple rings. To be precise, it was a wisp of purple mist being sucked out by the star Yuan-gai formation. Those mists followed the suction orbit of the star Yuan-gai formation and slowly came towards Ling Yichen. And when these purple mists arrived in front of Ling Yichen's body, Ling Yichen had a tingling sensation like pins and needles all over his body. But even so, he continued to try and absorb them. Since Ileana could absorb them and use them to cultivate her heavenly eyes, he should be able to as well. It was only that he didn't know Ileana's secret technique and couldn't use it to cultivate the heavenly eyes. But what the heck? Let's absorb it first. The spiritual sea of consciousness is so big, can't it still contain a little bit of the purple ring's energy? Thinking so, he didn't care about the tingling sensations and began to forcefully inhale the purple mist. At this moment, if there were any bystanders here, they would be able to see that at this moment, Ling Yichen's entire body was haunted by a purple mist, and a strand of purple mist was rapidly entering his spiritual sea of consciousness through the top of his head. As soon as the purple mist entered his spiritual sea of consciousness, his spiritual ocean instantly boiled and rolled out wave after wave, like an animal whose territory had been invaded. It reacted extremely strongly and instantly went into battle mode, only to see the waves in the lake violently rolled up a wave and swept those purple mist into the lake. Ling Yichen immediately realized with horror that he had lost a large portion of his spiritual energy, but he immediately realized that as those mists were swept into the lake of the spiritual ocean, the original purple mist disappeared, and in its place, a golden point of light that looked like a firefly rose up from the lake, and those golden points of light were no longer ostracized by the spiritual sea of consciousness. It became docile and peaceful, floating freely above the spiritual ocean. Ha! Refined? Ling Yichen was inwardly surprised. Although he wasn't sure what those golden dots of light were, they certainly couldn't be ordinary things. Very well, since it can be refined, I'll be polite. After discovering that the purple mist could be refined into golden points of light, Ling Yichen was instantly energized. The Star Yuan guidance formation was turned on to its maximum limit to absorb more purple mist. Even if his entire body felt like it was being stabbed by hedgehogs as a result, he didn't care. Time passed bit by bit, and Ling Yichen absorbed quite a lot of purple mist into the sea of spiritual consciousness, and all of those purple mists were refined by his spiritual ocean, but he paid a heavy price for it. The price was a significant loss of mental energy. The most visual manifestation of this is that the lakes are nearly half full of water. Yes, close to half the lake is gone. This is horrible. However, Ling Yichen didn't care very much, because depleted mental energy can be restored. Just rest for a few days or use medication that restores mental energy. The loss is great, but the gain is just as great. At this moment, there were many more golden points of light in his spiritual sea of consciousness. These golden points of light converged together to form a golden cloud that was the size of a round table. Ling Yichen looked at the golden cloud and was very happy. He could clearly sense a powerful energy fluctuation in that golden cloud, and these energy fluctuations are unconscious and harmless. Once he knew exactly what they were and their proper use, he could just absorb them and use them. Of course, the most important thing was that he also sensed that the moon's energy fluctuations had indeed increased as he absorbed the power of the purple ring. Between the moon and the purple ring, there is indeed a state of this and that. It made him happy. Sooner or later, the moon will be able to get rid of the purple ring's control as long as I suck out its power. Ling Yichen thought firmly. Chapter 62, Playing with the Earth's Flowers When You're Ugly. Unfortunately, he only absorbed and refined it for a while before the moon set on the horizon and he was unable to continue absorbing the power of the purple ring. He slowly opened his eyes, his face showing exhaustion. This time, he was really feeling tired, and there was even a small amount of dizziness. After all, he had lost nearly half of his spiritual energy in one go, which was still very alarming. Returning home with tired steps, he didn't go to rest, but continued to cultivate the star elemental guidance technique. After tonight's verification, he truly felt the power of the astral Yuan guidance technique. This was definitely a top secret art. Without the star Yuan guidance formation, he probably wouldn't have been able to forcefully absorb the power of the purple ring or refine so much purple mist, because when the star Yuan guidance formation was in operation, it didn't just absorb the purple mist, but it also sucked in a lot of stray spiritual energy, filling in the spiritual energy that was consumed when he was refining the purple mist. Otherwise, he would definitely be more than just losing only half of his spiritual energy, at least up to 2/3, if not more. Therefore, he now had to seize the time to cultivate more stars and condense more star Yuan guidance formations. 2 hours later, the time came to about 6:50. the distant sky suddenly blossomed with a brilliant golden light, and within that golden light, a shallow purple shadow appeared. The golden light accompanied by the purple shallow shadow entered Ling Yichen's room together, and Ling Yichen slowly opened his eyes and looked towards the eastern sky. The sun is out. Just the surface of the sun also had two purple auras lingering around it. Even, these two purple halos were more dazzling than the two purple halos on the moon. It's only because the sun itself shines brighter than the moon, so it masks some of the purple ring's brilliance. Since it is possible to absorb power from the purple ring outside the moon and refine it, is it possible to do the same with the purple ring on the sun? With this in mind, Ling Yichen once again operated the star elemental conduction formation and began to sense and try to absorb it. But the next second, Ling Yichen's eyes widened in shock like a frightened rabbit, and immediately afterward, his mental state instantly withered a lot, and his face was as white as paper, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. What the hell is this? My spiritual sea of consciousness, almost burned up. Ling Yichen was inwardly shocked beyond measure. This was because just a moment ago, when he tried to absorb the violet ring energy from the sun, a little bit of energy from the sun was also sucked off by his star Yuan-Gai formation. But it was because of this little bit of solar energy that caused his spiritual sea of consciousness to almost burn. It even traumatized his spiritual sea of consciousness to a certain extent as a result. More than half of the spiritual ocean that was still left was vaporized almost instantly. If he hadn't interrupted the absorption process in time, I'm afraid that his spiritual ocean would already be completely dry at this moment. Once the spiritual ocean dried up completely, then he would also be in danger of fainting. At that point, it would be really dangerous. Careless, Ling Yichen secretly sighed. He was a little overconfident in the face of this mysterious and unknown power, thinking that being able to absorb the power of the purple ring on the moon would allow him to absorb the one on the sun. Unbeknownst to him, these were two completely different kinds of power. The moon was gentle, the sun extremely dominant, and just a little bit of energy nearly vaporized his spiritual ocean. But at the same time, it was a sideways reflection of how powerful those two purple rings on the sun were. After all, they were able to lock the overbearing sun in place. Thinking so, he had no desire to cultivate, and watched in a daze as the sun rose little by little from the horizon and eventually hung high in the sky. It wasn't long before the alarm clock on his nightstand went off. It was already time to get up and wash for school. Without further delay, he got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. 10 minutes later, he washed up and also changed into his school uniform, ready to go to Yi Qingzhu's house. Just as he went out, he saw the door to Yi Qingzhu's house open, and a family of 3 along with Ling Yixuan walked out slowly. It was only then that Ling Yichen remembered that today was the day Yi Songtao reported to the army. Why? I've said there's no need to send. The troops' car will come downstairs later to pick it up, Yi Songtao said with a smile. Ling Yichen smiled and didn't say anything. Only Tang Wan exhorted from the side, after you go to the army, don't be too adventurous. You are no longer a young lad in your 20s. Listen to the organization's arrangements for everything. Don't rush to the forefront of everything. Gee, I know. You've said it 100 times. While talking, everyone arrived at the door of W and Tian Yingying's house, only to see W and Tian Yingying's family open the door at the same time. A few people glanced at Yi Songtao. Tian Xingliang smiled faintly and said, Old Yi, we've come to see you off as well. After the last few days, all 4 families on this floor get along well. Yi Songtao and Tang Wan as well as Tian Xingliang and Lu Yu are the only adults in the 4 households and get along much more closely. Thanks. Yi Songtao was not polite. So, the entire 8th floor of Building B1 was out in full force. Spent a little time downstairs, just out of the sunken garden. Yi Songtao was going to say something, but saw a large bus parked at the entrance of the district. The car down 4 young and middle-aged people wearing military uniforms. The 4 stood on both sides of the entrance to the car, which the middle-aged man shouted loudly, awakened who will soon be ahead of the military to report for duty. Please get on the car immediately. The car will leave in 10 minutes later. The car will depart in 10 minutes. Anyone who misses or fails to get on the bus for any other reason will be penalized. Once these words came out, Yi Songtao's words that were just about to come out were also swallowed back alive. He raised his eyes to look at the crowd and smiled. Then I'll go up first. You all go about your business. The rest didn't say anything. Only Yi Qingzhu and Tang Wan reddened in unison. Dad, take care of your health and protect yourself, huh? Yi Qingzhu admonished as she wiped her tears. Well, I will. And you have to be obedient at home, huh? If there's anything you need to discuss with Yichen. After saying that, Yi Songtao gave Ling Yichen a serious look. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, was not in a very good state of mind at this time due to the fact that he had used up too much of his mental energy. But he barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said, Don't worry Uncle Yi, I'll take care of everyone. Old Yi, call back immediately if anything happens. Tang Wan also choked and urged. Aha, good. Yi Songtao was also affected by his wife and daughter's emotions, and his eyes were slightly red, but he immediately turned with determination, got into the car, and found a seat. A few people didn't leave immediately either, but waited quietly for a while. 10 minutes later, the car restarted and completely left the entrance of the sunken garden before the crowd parted. The adults led Ling Yixuan home, while the four of them headed towards the school on foot. Ling Yichen looked at everyone who was a bit listless because of the separation, and then he turned to Tian Yingying and said, Yingying, will you come to the institute today? Ling Yichen had already told Tian Yingying about Long Daoi's need for help yesterday, and had also explained the relevant treatment. Yingying Tian said she needed to think about it. At this moment when Ling Yichen brought it back up, Tian Yingying immediately nodded her head and said, yes, but the timing needs to be adjusted. After all, I still have to focus on classes. Ling Yichen nodded and replied with a smile. Well, you can just discuss this with my senior brother. My senior brother is still very good at talking. Within a short time, the four of them arrived at the entrance of the school, and before they could enter the school, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Yo, if it isn't our Yi big schoolgirl. The four of them looked towards the source of the sound in unison, and immediately saw 4 men and 1 woman appear behind them. The 4 boys all looked like seniors, except for the girl, who was born very petite and had a decent look. However, when Yi Qingzhu took a good look at her appearance, he instantly changed his face. Huan? That's right, the person in front of her was the same Chang Huan who had begged Yi Qingzhu to buy her a gene potion and flipped out after being rejected by Yi Qingzhu. Yi Qingzhu was very surprised to see her here. You, awakened? Became an awakened? Yi Qingzhu stared with wide eyes, his face full of incredulity. However, Chang Huan, who heard this, smiled coldly and said back in a conspiratorial tone, what? You seem to be surprised? It's also true that when I begged you to help me buy a gene potion, you refused. You definitely don't want me to become awakened. But the Emperor's heaven doesn't disappoint. What you're not willing to do, my family's dear did it for me. With that, she looked at the 4 boys around her with that flirty look in her eyes. It was only until this moment that Yi Qingzhu realized that today's Chang Huan was actually a bit different. In the past, Chang Huan had a petite figure and a cute appearance, the appearance of an innocent little loli, but now she was heavily made up and dressed in revealing clothes. Although she was wearing a school uniform top over it, her chest was wide open, and with the height of the 4 boys around her, she could clearly see the light inside, and the skirt underneath her was so short you could see her ass cheeks. And even more outrageously, 2 of the 4 boys were putting their hands on it at the moment. Such a bizarre scene. Looking at Yi Qingzhu, several people had strange expressions. One word came to them in unison, pet. Every newly awakened person encounters this hurdle. There was no doubt that Chang Huan had become the pet of the team as these 4 boys teamed up. The most outrageous thing was that Chang Huan was willing to do so, and seemed to be enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by 4 boys very much. This is very counterintuitive. Cheerful. Yi Qingzhu was dumbfounded. She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Everyone's choices were different and she had no right to interfere. It was just a lot less emotional all of a sudden. It was more or less hard for her to watch her former, good friend, fall into becoming someone else's plaything. But that's about it. Good luck. Yi Qingzhu finally relieved himself and said with a smile. However, Chang Huan's face suddenly changed after seeing her smiling face. All her features were a bit twisted, and she chided. Are you looking at me for a joke? Are you thinking that I'm flirty with them, right? Yi Qingzhu was stunned for a moment, then calmly said, that's your choice. I don't have the right to judge or evaluate, as long as you're happy. But Chang Huan became more aggressive after hearing this. You are just mocking me. You think you are more noble than me? Didn't you also find a little white boy? With that, Chang Huan looked at Ling Yichen. Ling Yichen originally had no intention of paying attention to her. Because of the great loss of mental energy, his brain was buzzing at the moment and he only wanted to go to the research institute earlier to find his senior brother to get some medicinal herbs to ease his mind. But when he heard her suddenly say this, his eyes narrowed slightly and he said impatiently, what kind of goods are you that you deserve to be compared to me? Do you think everyone is like you? You're so ugly and still play around so much, just like a cackling wild koan. Chapter 63 Mrs. Ruthless and talks a lot. At these words, there was silence. Everyone looked at Ling Yichen dumbfounded. No one expected him to say something like that. At this moment, even the few people who were companions, Yi Qingzhu, had a clear perception of Ling Yichen's viper. The cursing was so hard it didn't even come with a dirty word. And when Chang Huan, who was on the opposite side of the room, heard this, her entire body directly exploded. "Ah, what did you say? Don't you dare call me a wild." At this moment, her eyes began to glow red. Then she looked at the 4 senior boys around her and roared, "He's insulting me and you guys. Help me kill him." Chang Huanhuan had gone a little crazy, and even threatened to kill Ling Yichen. And when Ling Yichen heard this, a cold aura was revealed in his already narrowed eyes. "Kill me? Good. Then you can all go to hell." Ling Yichen spoke in a low voice, and in the next second, Ling Yichen's lips moved slightly, and a loud and clear whistle sounded. The sound of the whistle carried out like a blue wave, and the next moment a galloping sound came from the school grounds. Yi Qingzhu. Several people looked towards the school in unison, and immediately saw a dozen or so Doberman pinschers as strong as calves galloping from the distance, each one baring its white teeth and full of ferocity. At this moment, the 4 senior boys beside Chang Huanhuan came right in front of Ling Yichen, intending to strike at him. In the next second, a dozen Dobermans were seen darting in, and they divided themselves very disciplined into 4 small teams, which rushed at each of the 4 boys. The 4 of them had been focused on Ling Yichen, and hadn't been very concerned about the situation behind them. By the time they reacted, several strong Azanox Dobermans had already pounced on them and began to tear mercilessly, gnawing off large chunks of flesh and blood almost instantaneously. Suffering such a heavy blow, they instantly panicked and messed up their minds, forgetting to use their supernatural abilities to suppress it, and could only passively choose to defend. However, their defense was useless to these giant dogs. You reach out to block and you bite your hand. You reach out to kick and you bite your foot. In just 10 seconds or so, these 4 people were gnawed bloody and splattered, and even one person's internal organs were torn out. The whole scene was extremely bloody. At this time, Chang Huanhuan had long been stunned by the scene in front of her. After all, she was only a newly awakened, and today was also her first day at school. She had yet to receive formal learning, not to mention having seen such a bloody scene. He was screaming in terror, his face as white as paper, his stomach churning as he retched again and again. In response, Ling Yichen was looking at her with a cold smile. "You're next." Ling Yichen pressured her with a cold face. Chang Huanhuan instantly collapsed psychologically, turned around and ran, shouting, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I know I'm wrong, don't kill me!" At this moment, she could no longer care about those 4 people. She only thought of leaving this place quickly. It was too scary. Ling Yichen was just about to go after him when a cheeky laugh suddenly rang in Ling Yichen's ears. He, little brother is so murderous." In the next second, Ling Yichen saw a silhouette walking slowly towards him not far away. It was said that she was walking slowly, but in reality, Ling Yichen was surprised to find that with every step she took forward, a residual shadow would appear on her body, and the distance under her feet would be shortened by a dozen meters. She was originally hundreds of meters away from Ling Yichen, but as she took a few steps down, the person had already reached a distance of about 10 meters in front of Ling Yichen. This is so weird. For some reason, seeing her, Ling Yichen's mind instantly thought of Su Tianshang, because the girl in front of her, the way she walked was extremely similar to Su Tianshang, only she wasn't as swift as Su Tianshang, who was almost able to cross dozens of meters in a single step and was far more powerful than her. This girl couldn't help but giggle when she saw Ling Yichen gazing at her, then ruffled her short, ear-to-ear hair and said delicately, "Little brother, my name is Su Hui, and one of the people that your dog is biting is a child of my Su family. If I were you, I would leave him alive, or the Su family will come after you." Hearing this, Ling Yichen instantly frowned. The Su family? Su Hui? Su Tianshang? It's really a family. However, Ling Yichen didn't care at all about Su Hui's suggestion, because he had killed the Su family a long time ago. The grudge had already been made. Of the 2 major directors of the Preceptor Hall that he had counter-killed earlier, one of them was from the Su family. It didn't hold back then, and it's even less likely now. So he just looked at Su Hui coldly and didn't make any extra words or movements. And when Su Hui saw that Ling Yichen wasn't going to stop, she giggled once again. TSK, I told you that my little brother is murderous, but I did my best to persuade him, and I don't care about the rest." With that, she directly took a step several meters out and walked towards the campus, paying no more attention to Ling Yichen. But when she passed by the fleeing Chang Huanhuan, she suddenly stomped on Chang Huanhuan. In the next second, only a crisp but toothache-inducing sound of bones breaking rang out. Chang Huanhuan's legs were directly stomped off by her alive. Chang Huanhuan instantly let out a pig-killing howl. Shut up, you're disturbing me early in the morning. Scream again and I'll pull your tongue out." As soon as these words came out, even Chang Huanhuan, who was in so much pain that her 5 senses were distorted, didn't dare to make half a sound again, and could only cover her mouth with both hands, reddening her face and letting the tears roll down from her eyes. Well, it's not bad. It understands human language, and it just so happens that I'm short of someone I can use, so you're the one to choose. Saying that, she bent down and grabbed Chang Huanhuan's hair, directly dragging Chang Huanhuan away like a dead dog. Seeing such a situation, the faces of Yi Qingju's few people were extremely ugly. This Su Hui looks harmless and speaks softly, but her behavior is unusually vicious. Too scary. Yi Qingju couldn't help but shiver. Tian Yingying on the side immediately nodded her head in agreement. She was also a little afraid of this Su Hui. Only W snorted coldly and said, "It's good to get used to it." Most of the people from the 6 great families are good-natured and used to taking what they want from the people under them, not putting human lives in their eyes. When you meet them, it's best to have an extra 180, or you don't even know when you've offended them. But we don't need to be afraid of them. Sis will cover you. Hearing this, Yi Qingju and Tian Yingying instantly laughed, then very doggedly came to W's left and right sides respectively, one person wrapping an arm around them. In response, W was very proud, with a look of enjoyment on his face, even not forgetting to look at Ling Yichen, lifting his foot and saying, "Come on, hug your thighs. I don't mind if you're my leg hair." Ling Yichen gave her a blank look and ignored her. He looked to the 4 senior boys on the ground and snapped his fingers with a cold expression. The dozen or so Dobermans immediately let go of them, and obediently came to Ling Yichen's side, crouching and sitting on the ground around it. He hadn't chosen to use the worm to exterminate the 4 because Lin Hao had devoured the flesh and blood of 8 people with his tentacles earlier, and the Preceptor Hall was already suspecting him, so if he were to kill someone in the same way at this moment, he would undoubtedly be causing trouble for himself, and might expose the matter of the worm. That's why he chose to use a Doberman, and he would choose to do so in the future, at least on the surface. He was a beast master and he had to rely on his pets to fight. Wow, what a big dog. It looks mean. Yi Qingju looked at these Dobermans with some trepidation. Indeed, these 12 Doberman pinchers were too large, far beyond the average Doberman pinscher. They should have been specially bred and were now parasitized by worms, making them even stronger, and they just looked even more ferocious. With these 12 Doberman pinchers guarding the line, the average person would look at them with a straight face. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, stroked their heads dotingly and snapped his fingers, and they all of a sudden ran towards the school, in the direction of the institute. Because he was parasitized by the worms, Ling Yichen could manipulate them at will. Whistling and snapping his fingers were just a more reasonable cover. It was also at that moment that a squad of 6 rushed out of the school, all from the Preceptor's Hall. As soon as they arrived, they surrounded Ling Yichen's people, but immediately, a voice came through. "Just take them to therapy." It was Su Tiansheng's voice. The 6-man squad from the discipline hall glanced at Ling Yichen and the others suspiciously, but didn't say anything more, instead coming to the side of the 4 men and carrying away the 4 senior boys who only had one breath left in their mouths. It quickly disappeared in front of Ling Yichen's eyes. "Ha, they're not bothering me anymore." Just as he was thinking this, Su Tiansheng's voice rang out once again. "Ling Yichen, even though I promised your master that I wouldn't look for trouble from you, I also hope that you'll be more peaceful and not cause trouble for me." After that, the voice completely dissipated. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, was a bit dazed. The old man has approached him? In the next second, Ling Yichen revealed a smile and didn't say anything else. This side of things is over. The 4 of them quickly entered the school. Yi Qingju and W both headed towards their classes respectively, while Ling Yichen took Tian Yingying towards the direction of the institute. It wasn't long before the 2 arrived at the institute. Long Dawi happened to be watering the flower garden, and when he saw Long Dawi appear with a girl, his eyes lit up and he greeted him. "Senior brother, this is the Tian Yingying I told you about yesterday." Elder brother instantly revealed a naive smile. Only with this smile, the incisors that had fallen out were on display, and it looked a bit comical. It was the first time that Tian Yingying saw Long Dawi in this state, so she directly did not hold back and snorted out a laugh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, just..." Tian Yingying apologized while stifling her laughter. Long Dawi didn't care. Instead, he was hemming and hawing. "It's okay, laugh if you want to, I don't mind." Seeing this, Ling Yichen also pursed his lips and smiled lightly before saying, "Senior brother, then Yingying will be in your hands. You guys talk amongst yourselves." "Oh yeah, can you get me some herbs that refresh my mind or help restore my mental energy?" Long Dawi sniffed, and only then did he notice Ling Yichen's poor mental state. "What? You practiced again last night?" Ling Yichen nodded with a bitter smile. Why so desperate? Wait, I'll get your medicine. By the way, Master is waiting for you in the underground cultivation room." so hurry up and go find him. He seems to have something important to look for you. Ling Yichen sniffed and raised his eyebrows slightly. Something important? Without delay, he walked straight towards the elevator and headed straight for the underground cultivation room. Chapter 64, The Strongest Parasite. Arriving at the basement, Ling Yichen however did not see the old master. Seeing that the door in one of the cultivation rooms was closed, guessing that the old master should be inside, he did not disturb but sat on the sofa and closed his eyes. Soon, Long Dawi brought down some herbs and handed them to Ling Yichen. This is the Ninjin flower, which has the effect of slowly restoring mental power. This is the 3-leaf lotus heart, which also has the effect of slowly restoring mental power. Unfortunately, I only have these low-grade herbs here. Herbs that can restore mental power have always been priced out of the market, and are usually monopolized by the big families. But I have been trying to cultivate the 5-leaf lotus, which is much more advanced than the 3-leaf lotus and has a stronger recovery effect. Before, it was me alone, and the cultivation was slow, but now with Ying Ying on board, it should be much faster, and it won't take long for it to bear fruit. Ling Yichen said gratefully, "Thank you, senior brother." Ling Yichen took the herb and stuffed it into his mouth in one gulp before meditating and regulating to restore his mental strength. As Long Dawi said, the recovery speed of all these herbs was slow, but it was better than nothing, right? After continuing to wait for a while for the old man, seeing that the old man had no intention of coming out yet, Ling Yichen simply stopped waiting and directly chose a cultivation room and began to cultivate. 8 hours later, Ling Yichen finished his cultivation and walked out of the cultivation room. At the moment, he was in much better spirits than he had been in the morning. This was because he had slowed down the speed of his star condensation today and was restoring his spiritual power more. According to his speed, 8 hours was enough to condense 12 stars, but today he had only condensed 5 stars, and after putting together the 3rd star Yuan guidance formation, it was all absorbing free spiritual energy to replenish the loss of the spiritual ocean. It still hadn't recovered to its peak, but it was good to have recovered a large portion of it. When he came out of the cultivation room, he happened to meet the old master who walked out of the cultivation room. The two of them glanced at each other, and Ling Yichen immediately saw that there were quite a few red blood filaments in the old man's eyes, and it seemed as if he was suffering from a great loss of mental energy. Not only mental energy, but even the qi and blood in his body were in such a deficit. At the moment, he had the dying feeling of being on the verge of death. This caused Ling Yichen's heart to be startled, and he rushed over to assist him. "Master, you fought a life and death battle with someone, and lost?" The old man's current state was really like the vestigial feeling of having engaged in a life and death struggle with someone and still losing. The old man blankly glanced at him and said in a hoarse voice, "Nope, just feeding the parasites with his essence blood. A little weak right now." After the old man finished speaking, he raised his eyes to look at Ling Yichen and said, "You don't look any better than me. Did you cultivate all night last night?" Ling Yichen smiled and didn't say anything, but the old man suddenly fished out a delicate jade box from his storage ring and handed it over. Ling Yichen took it suspiciously and opened it immediately. He immediately smelled a refreshing fragrance, which entered his nose and immediately refreshed him. Only 10 light golden-colored lotus seeds were placed in the jade box. Ling Yichen was immediately surprised. "A 3-leafed lotus heart? No, the 3-leafed lotus heart is green. Is this 5-leafed?" Upon hearing this, the old man replied lightly, "It's from 7 leaves. The 3 leaves of the lotus heart are cyan. The 5 leaves are purple. The 7 leaves are light gold. The 9 leaves are reddish gold. And as for the legendary 12 leaves, they are said to be 7-colored. Only after reaching 7 leaves is the recovery effect of the lotus heart considered superior. But this stuff is ridiculously expensive. A box of 10 like this costs 2,000 points. And my monthly allowance is only enough to buy 1 box, the old man said, also with a face of flesh. When Ling Yichen heard this, he was secretly shocked and said, "So the old man is at the upper C class, because C rank upper strength is 2,000 points a month. Keep such an expensive thing for yourself. It just so happens that you're using the floor right now." Ling Yichen refused. The old man immediately pushed it back in a domineering manner. "Take it if you're given it. I have another box here." As he said that, he only saw him take out a box from his storage ring once again, then took out a light golden lotus seed from it and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing this, Ling Yichen no longer excused himself and followed the old man's example, taking out a lotus seed from the jade box and stuffing it into his mouth. As the lotus seed entered his mouth, Ling Yichen instantly felt a cool sensation escaping from the lotus seed, as if what he had swallowed wasn't a lotus seed but a mouthful of source, a steady stream of spiritual energy escaping from the lotus seed, rapidly restoring his depleted spiritual energy. Catch up on your cultivation. Cultivate the Star Yuan Guide formation earlier. and grow your spiritual sea of consciousness, and then I'll pass on all my poisonous insects to you." The old man barked seriously. Ling Yichen's eyes flickered for a moment as he heard this. In that instant, he nearly told the old man the truth about himself. Not only had he cultivated the Star Yuan guidance formation, he had also cultivated 3 of them, but he eventually relented. It was just a soft then asked, "In the morning, elder brother told me you were looking for me. Is there something you want me to do?" Hearing this, the old man's eyes suddenly changed, and then his entire body turned serious and earnest. Then he was seen getting up and walking towards one of the cultivation rooms. Seeing this, Ling Yichen immediately followed. As they entered the cultivation room, they only saw that old man's big hand wave, and the protective array in the cultivation room immediately activated. He took the lead and walked into it, then beckoned to Ling Yichen, signaling for him to come in as well. Ling Yichen hurriedly drilled into the formation and sat cross-legged in front of the old man. It was only then that the old man touched an extremely delicate jade box from his storage ring, only to see him look at the jade box and say, "This contraption is the most powerful parasite I've ever seen, and it took me a great deal of effort to condense it into its current form. I'm going to give it to you as your native spirit bug. Of course, you're willing to accept?" The old master stared at Ling Yichen very seriously, causing Ling Yichen to feel a considerable oppressive force. Of course he knew that the old master was not just asking if he was willing to accept this parasite, he was asking, in fact, if he was willing to accept his inherited mantle. Frankly speaking, Ling Yichen didn't need any other parasites, nor did he need the old man's thousands of poisonous insects. Of course, the old man's poisonous insects were indeed powerful, or at least extremely terrifying to the average person. But, he's in a unique situation, and there's no parasite that can compete with himself anymore. But the old man had been really good to him, so good that he didn't even resent the world that much. Right now the old man was asking him so seriously, so of course he couldn't refuse. So he also answered very seriously and earnestly, "I do." When the old man heard this, he was immediately happy and beaming with joy. His old face was full of wrinkles, like an old pine bark. Then he was seen opening the exquisite jade box in his hand. As the jade box opened, the contents were immediately presented to Ling Yichen. Ling Yichen instantly froze, and his entire body felt as if he had been petrified. Hey, it's shocking and spectacular, isn't it?" The old man smiled smugly and looked to the contents of the box, only to see that inside the exquisite jade box, there is a white worm of the size of a grain of rice lying on the ground, which is a wise worm. That's right, it's a wise worm. That was why Ling Yichen was so shocked when he saw it. He looked at the old man in dismay and inquired, "Where did this come from?" Ling Yichen realized that his connection with this intelligent insect was extremely weak, and it was obvious that it had undergone special refinement. That was precisely why he hadn't sensed its presence. The old man was very happy to see Ling Yichen's reaction, proudly said, "This was intercepted from the body of a kid from the Lin family. They didn't know that I found an extremely special parasitic worm from it. Then I refined this worm and fed it with a large amount of essence blood, but I didn't expect it to evolving from a worm to a more advanced form, turning into a red worm. Then I used a large amount of essence blood to feed it, and as a result, it evolved again and became what it is now. I suspect that this parasite can keep evolving, and the key to evolution is essence blood feeding. Unfortunately, I've smashed all the essence blood I could use in my hand into it, and I've only managed to feed it to this stage. But that's good. If it becomes too strong, there's no way for it to become your native spirit insect. This level is just right, not too strong and not too weak, just right to become your native spirit insect. With it, your foundation will be very solid, and in the future, when you pass on my thousands of poisonous insects, you will have a most powerful leader who will be very convenient to command." Listening to the old man's words, Ling Yichen was once again shocked. The feeling was that the old master was planning to use this wise insect to become the leader of those poisonous insects, so that it would be in charge of all of them, making it easier for him to manage them in the future. It's a crying shame. At this moment, Ling Yichen really wanted to tell him, "Master, you're thinking of this wise worm too simply." He couldn't really explain anything though, but he was really admiring the old man's wisdom at the moment. He had already grasped so many of the characteristics of the parasitic worm in just his first encounter with it, and had also bred it from a worm to a wise worm. The loss of resources involved must be staggering. At this moment, he also finally understood why the old man was so weak. He must have added his own essence blood to feed and refine it to condense the wisdom worm to such a level. "Thank you." 1,000 words that ultimately amounted to nothing more than a thank you, because Ling Yichen really didn't know what to say. He reached out and took the exquisite jade box. and his eyes turned hot as he looked at the wiseworms in the exquisite jade box. There was no doubt that obtaining a wiseworm also had a huge increase in his strength enhancement, so he didn't think much about it and directly put his hand into the delicate jade box, allowing the wisdom worms to crawl onto his fingers and then enter his body. As the wisdom worm entered his body, the old man immediately cried out in excitement, "Quickly, find its location and drive it into your heart to confine it inside. Happy mid-autumn, babies." Chapter 65, 10,000 Insects Casting the Body. Ling Yichen frowned slightly, not understanding why the old master wanted him to do this, but he still followed the old master's words. With a thought, the wise worm entered his heart obediently and did not move a muscle. "It's already done," Ling Yichen said to the old man. The old man was stunned, then surprised. "You really are a genius in practicing this Tao. I know you're wondering. Don't worry, I'll tell you. In fact, the poisonous insects together is not from me. Strictly speaking, I am already the 5th generation. My master's ancestor's ancestor was originally an awakened person with superb spiritual power. However, in the middle of one of his missions, he accidentally obtained a secret method from outside of the human race called the 10,000 Insects Casting Body Method. The so-called 10,000 Insects Body Casting Method is actually using various poisonous insects to condense one's 5 viscera, limbs, orifices as well as the sea of consciousness. The 10,000 Insects Body Casting technique is divided into 4 major realms: the 5 viscera realm, the 4 limbs realm, the orifices realm, and the sea of sense realm. The 5 viscera realm is to let the poisonous insects parasitize your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, and to fuse the poisonous insects with your 5 major organs, to live and die together. Once one cultivates into the 5 viscera realm, one can almost reach the legendary immortality. Although it's a bit of an exaggeration, the general degree of destruction of the physical body can be fully recovered and extremely powerful. The limb realm is the same. That is, let the poisonous insects into your body limbs, so that it is connected to the flesh and blood, so that you can play a variety of insect characteristics, such as toxins, skin color change, hardening and other means. The first 2 major realms are considered not difficult. Once you reach the orifice realm, then it starts to become different. You need to condense the poisonous insects into the orifices around your body, and there are 361 known orifices in the human body, which means you need to condense them 361 times. Finally, it is the most mysterious sea of consciousness realm. As we all know, the sea of consciousness is the most mysterious area of the human body. Unfortunately, the sea of consciousness realm of this 10,000 insects casting body law is crippled. Saying that, the old man's face showed endless regret. Immediately, however, he collected his thoughts and took out an extremely ancient scripture scroll from his storage ring, handing it over to Ling Yichen. Ling Yichen received the scripture with eyes full of amazement. The material of the scripture was very peculiar. It was not leather or paper, and there was a faint sense of coolness in his hands. This scripture scroll has existed for an unknown number of years, and it has managed to remain intact, and it doesn't look like it can be easily destroyed, which is extremely extraordinary in itself. Not to mention the realms and secret cultivation methods described above. This thing is of inestimable value. At this moment, Ling Yichen was also shocked inside. Although the so-called 10,000 insects casting body technique was similar to his current situation, there were some essential differences. It could be said that there was no one in the world who was more suitable to cultivate this secret method than him. "Do you really want to pass on such an important secret technique to me?" Ling Yichen inquired gruffly. The old man immediately nodded. "Well, from the very beginning I had great expectations for you. I'm old and have been cultivating for decades, but I've only managed to cultivate to the perfection of the 5 viscera realm. There are 2 points that are the most crucial in practicing this 10,000 insects casting body technique. One is spiritual power, and the other is poisonous insects. If you want to condense the 5 viscera and limbs, you have to contract enough poisonous insects, and if you don't have enough spiritual power, you don't have enough poisonous insects to condense the 5 viscera and limbs. Then there are the poisonous insects. The higher the grade of the poisonous insects that condense the 5 viscera and limbs, the stronger the effect will be when they are cultivated. I've been running around all my life, and the highest grade of poisonous insects I was able to cultivate were only elite grade. Elite level poisonous insects aren't particularly strong, but they're enough. What I lack the most is still spiritual power. With my spiritual power today, the most poisonous insects I can contract is 3,600, and these 3,600 poisonous insects are only enough for me to cultivate the 5 viscera realm until it is complete. If I want to cultivate the 4 limb realm, I need to go even further with my spiritual power and contract more poisonous insects before I can do so. Saying that, the old man's face showed endless regret. He really wanted to see what the 10,000 insects body casting technique looked like when it was cultivated to the later stages. However, he immediately looked at Ling-Chen with a hopeful face. You and I are different. Your talent is far superior to mine. My spiritual talent back then was actually just a little bit better than Dowie's, and being able to cultivate to this day is already my limit. And your mental power talent is several times that of mine. You were able to manipulate over a dozen Dobermans without even practicing mental power. You can definitely cultivate the 10,000 insect casting technique to the limbs realm or even the orifices realm. As for the Sea of Sense realm, when you have enough strength in the future, you can look for the places where your late master ancestor used to practice, and see if you can have the chance to make up for it. I suspect that once the realm of the Sea of Consciousness is replenished and cultivated successfully, it is possible to reach the legendary realm of immortality. I'm talking about immortality of the flesh, immortality of the will, immortality. Hearing this, Ling-Chen was also slightly stunned. Does this kind of person really exist in this world? Ling-Chen was also in deep thought, but soon he collected himself. It's too early to think about that. He took a serious look at the scripture before putting it into his storage ring. Then he rose respectfully and bowed to the old man. The old man gave so much. Star Yuan guidance technique aside, this 10,000 insects casting body technique was definitely a rare treasure. And once it was leaked out, there would definitely be countless people breaking their heads to grab it. After all, it involves the secret method of eternal life and immortality. Anyone who looks at it will be moved, especially the rich and powerful family magnates. Qin Shi Huang wanted to live forever when he became emperor, let alone anyone else who is willing to lay down the power and wealth in their hands. Thank you. Ling-Chen respectfully thanked him. Whether it was the Astral Yuan guidance technique or the 10,000 insect casting body technique, they were both extremely precious. Before that, he only knew the one way to increase his strength by leveling up the worms. But now, with these two secret methods, he could cultivate systematically and raise his strength in a more systematic way, and with remarkable results, too. Although he had only been practicing the Astral Yuan guidance technique for a day, he had already condensed 3 Astral Yuan guidance arrays, and the speed of raising his spiritual power had accelerated a lot. Alright, I'm tired. I'm going to rest. If you're alright, go back. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Go back early to reunite with your family. The old man waved his hand at Ling-Chen. Ling-Chen also stopped interrupting and said, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, before turning towards the elevator. After returning to the surface, Ling-Chen immediately saw Long Daoi and Tian Yingying. Senior brother, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Here's a little gift. Take it back to your family. Saying that, Long Daoi handed over a gift bag. Ling-Chen looked at Tian Yingying, who also had one in her hand, and immediately took it. I just saw a box of mooncakes inside, and some candies and such. Thank you, senior brother. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Senior brother, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Long Daoi responded with a smile. Immediately, Ling-Chen and Tian Yingying walked out of the institute together, heading towards the outside of the school. Walking outside the school, Yi Qingzhu and W were already waiting there. What surprised Ling-Chen was that the two had a large pile of gifts in their hands. So many gifts. Where did they come from? Tian Yingying inquired curiously. Yi Qingzhu immediately looked at W and said, It's all hers. W shrugged his shoulders, somewhat depressed. It can't be helped. My identity has been made public, and the people of the 6 great clans are now starting to browbeat me to death. It's annoying. I could tell she was really a little annoyed, because among these gifts are some of the more expensive luxury items. Ling-Chen smiled and didn't say anything. He had foreseen this situation. This 26-letter army reserve status still works well. After all, it was a secret organization that directly belonged to the Empty City Lord, so it was still quite a bluff to say. It was normal for all 6 families to flatter her. Just look at Irina's situation. As long as W is willing to go and sit in the 6 families, maybe the 6 families will treat her even better than they treated Irina. Gee, whatever. They better not go too far or... W squeezed his fists and immediately distributed some of the gifts to Ling-Chen and Tian Yingying. There's too much. Let's all share some to take back with us. Ling-Chen didn't have an opinion and took it silently. It was Tian Yingying who was a bit embarrassed. So many things of great value, all the kind her family couldn't afford. Of the 4, only her family is in a slightly worse situation, needing one person to feed the whole family. Take it, it's okay, we're the ones who are going to give our backs to each other, and our lives are going to be yours to guard. So what's this stuff? Hearing this, Tian Yingying didn't say anything more, only that the light in her eyes became stronger all of a sudden, and her whole person also became a little bit different, growing up a lot. So the 4 of them headed for home happily. After arriving home, The four of them were about to go back to their respective homes, but they only saw Tian Xingliang and Lu Yu walk out from Yiqingzhu's home and shouted at the four of them. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. We plan to get together at night and celebrate the festival. Hearing this, Tian Yingying was the first to cheer. Oh yeah, great. We can enjoy the moon together at night. With that, she rushed into Yiqingzhu's house with W on her arm. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, returned to his house alone. He had swallowed a 7-leaf lotus heart before leaving the institute, and the 7-leaf lotus heart was taking effect, rapidly restoring his mental power. So he planned to cultivate for a while to recover his mental power early. So as soon as he arrived home, he immediately entered his room, sat down on his knees, and began to cultivate. The 7-leaf lotus heart was worthy of being a superb holy pill worth 200 points apiece, and after swallowing it for just about 20 minutes, Ling Yichen was shocked to find that his spiritual energy had recovered by as much as 30%. At this time, his spiritual power had already recovered to 80%. Ling Yichen began to chip away at the distractions and worked hard to refine the lotus heart, recovering the last 20% of his depleted spiritual energy. After about 10 or so minutes, only the corners of Ling Yichen's lips were slightly raised as he slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, a brilliant light appeared and he was radiant, obviously having fully recovered. It's worthy of being the 7-leaf lotus heart. The recovery effect is amazing. My mental power has completely recovered and even increased slightly. This day and night of frantic cultivation had caused his mental power to be extremely depleted, but he had also gained a certain degree of growth as a result. His current mental power was about 1% stronger than it was yesterday, which wasn't much, but in terms of overall, the growth was still very pleasing. Spiritual power has been completely restored. I guess it will take a while before I can eat. How about trying to practice the 10,000 insects casting method? He was still very interested in the 10,000 insects casting body technique, and at this moment, he couldn't wait to start to cultivate it. Chapter 66, Moon Sacrifice. The 5 Viscera Realm, with the heart as the main array, the liver, kidney, spleen and lungs as the auxiliary array. The main array only needs a bug beast of the highest grade to sit in the town, and the auxiliary array is condensed on the basis of 360 weeks of days, and this number can be changed due to the high grade of the main array of bug beasts. The higher the grade of the main array of bug beasts, the number of auxiliary array condensation can be increased accordingly. The description of the 5 organ realms is very simple, and with the illustrations available, it is not difficult to understand. It means that the 5 organs of the human body, with the heart as the main eye of the formation, only need to condense a bug of a higher grade to be the mastermind. The liver, kidneys, spleen, and lungs were the secondary formation bases, and they needed to condense a minimum of 360 worms into them. Of course, this number can be raised, and the amount of the raise depends on the grade of the main array of bugs. In other words, as long as the bugs condensed in the heart were of a higher grade, the more bugs could be condensed in the other 4 organs. In the case of the old man, he should have condensed a poisonous insect of a good grade in his heart, so that his other 4 organs could condense 600 poisonous insects into it. My situation is fundamentally different from the old master's. The old master is the one who needs to expend a lot of mental energy to contract poisonous insects to condense his 5 viscera, whereas I don't need to. As long as the bugs I condense in my heart are of a high enough grade, I can use an unlimited number of them to condense the other 4 organs. Thinking of this, Ling Yichen's mind immediately opened his eyes and stretched out his palm, only to see a white worm immediately appear in his palm. He looked at the bug, and the bug looked at him quietly, like a curious baby. This is a Homo sapiens, a life form with rudimentary intelligence. Looking at this intelligent insect, Ling Yichen was also overwhelmed with emotion. This was something that the old man had spent countless hours of effort to cultivate, only to give it to himself. Little fellow, since you were painstakingly cultivated by the old master, I won't condense you into a body, and you'll be my heart master. With that, he put the wise worm back, and at his drive, the wise worm went straight into his heart. With a thought, this wisdom worm located at the heart position immediately trembled for a moment, and then a formation pattern was added to its body. The formation pattern was engraved on the top of its head, as if it was a red silk thread that stretched from its head to its tail, and it looked quite chic. At this point, the heart main formation of the 5 viscera realm was practiced, and it was fast and incomparable. That's the difference between him and the old man. He didn't need to condense it in particular, as he and this wisdom worm were one in themselves. If the old man knew that he had cultivated the heart main formation so quickly, he would only die of anger. This was because it had taken him a full 3 years to cultivate the heart main formation in the first place. As for Ling Yichen, it was just a matter of a thought. People are more angry than people. the main formation generals returned to their positions, and then it was time to start cultivating the remaining 4 organs. With a thought, countless worms immediately appeared inside his body, but immediately, he dispersed the worms again and hundreds of red spirit worms appeared instead. Grass. Not enough for 360 only. Ling Yichen was a bit embarrassed. There were countless numbers of worms, but he didn't want to use such low-grade worms to condense the 4 viscera. He planned to use spirit worms, which were 1 level lower than the wisdom worms, and it turned out that there were only 200 or so in his body, which was completely insufficient. The number of bugs needed to condense the 4 organs needs to match the number of weeks, which means a minimum of 360 is needed, but he immediately broke into a smile. Luckily, W still have almost 300 of them there. Getting those spirit worms in her body will be enough. Awesome, not bad for my humanoid incubator. Thinking of this, he immediately terminated his cultivation and got up to walk towards Yi Qingzhu's house. Just after opening the door, he met Yi Qingzhu who was ready to knock on the door, and the two of them bumped into each other again. Ah, dinner, Yi Qingzhu said with a slight blush on her small face before raising her eyes to look at Ling Yichen. Okay, let's go. Ling Yichen didn't have the heart to tease her at the moment. All he wanted to do at this moment was to get close to W quickly and transfer the spirit worms in her body. The two of them entered Yi Qingzhu's house in unison, and immediately smelled a strong fragrance. I only saw that the dining table in the living room had been opened and spread out into a large round table, on top of which were dishes of various colors. In the kitchen, the 3 adults were doing the final finishing touches, and in front of the TV, W was watching it with great interest, while Tian Yingying was playing around with Ling Yixuan. Looking at such a cozy scene, Ling Yichen couldn't help but be a little stunned. What a cozy atmosphere. Perhaps he had been away from home for too long, and he was extremely sensitive to the cozy atmosphere. Only a slow smile lifted the corners of his lips, and he swirled to join in, sitting down on his butt next to W, pressing close to her. W but didn't care at all, as if it wasn't a big deal. It really wasn't that big of a deal. After all, they had acted more intimately on the couch in Ling Yichen's house. Just sit next to each other for a while. What can it be? What she didn't know was that at this moment, Ling Yichen was quietly transferring the spirit insects in her body. In just an instant, nearly 300 spirit worms had all returned to Ling Yichen's body. Of course, Ling Yichen did not rush to condense the remaining 4 organs. Cultivation was important, but such a beautiful mid-autumn dinner was still worth his time to savor. So he got up leisurely and headed for the kitchen to help serve the food. It didn't take long for the meal to be ready. A table full of dishes was very generous. Today is a special day, and I'm going to allow everyone to have a little drink. Tang Wan, who was the master, suddenly let out a bold statement, and this directly caused everyone present to let out a cheer. Immediately, Yi Qingzhu and Tian Yingying joyfully carried down the drinks on the table, and turned to run to the refrigerator, carrying out bottles of beer and fruit wines. Other than Ling Yixuan, everyone was given a bottle of wine. Within a short time, a resounding toast as well as the crisp clinking of glasses echoed through the room. The dinner, which was immensely enjoyable and took longer, was eaten from the darkness of the day until the lights came on. When the sky outside the window suddenly burst into a cloud of bright fireworks, everyone left the table in unison and ran to the window to see the fireworks. For them, ordinary people from the old city, fireworks were a luxury. There were only a handful of times they were able to see it, so even Tang Wan and Tian Xingliang, the husband and wife, were attracted to it and stood in unison by the window to watch, their eyes filled with joy. Shoo! Boo! The fireworks continued to emit a crunching sound and then flashed into one extremely beautiful point of light after another, mesmerizing people. Ling Yichen was also a bit mesmerized as he looked at the scenery. It was also at this time that Ling Yichen suddenly saw that the moon in the sky seemed to be different from yesterday's, only to see that above the moon, those 2 purple halos had turned a little blurry at some point. It's like a water-stained colored pencil line that fizzes out. The 2 purple auras turned hazy and illusory, and a cloud of purple plates colored away half of the position of the big and round moon. Therefore, from Ling Yichen's perspective, the moon at this moment was appearing as a half-purple color. The moon festival is about to begin. W, who was standing on the side, suddenly spoke up. Yi Qingzhu immediately chimed in. Yes, I wonder which of the lucky ones will be able to obtain the purple moon's enchantment in this year's sacrificial moon. Ling Yichen raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't know much about the sacrificial moon they were talking about. After all, he had only just escaped the lab a short time ago and really didn't know much about any of this. At this time, I only heard Tang Wan say to everyone, "Children, all go and get ready. Go out and offer the moon festival. I hope you will all have a good luck. In case you can get the purple moon enhancement." Hearing these words, everyone at the scene except Ling Yichen was cheering and running towards their homes. Even Ling Yixuan was pulled into her room by Yi Qingzhu. A few moments later, Yi Qingzhu was seen coming out in a long purple dress, her face still wearing the worm mask that Ling Yichen had given him, and so was Ling Yixuan on her side, wearing an extremely cute purple dress. Even the ribbon that tied her hair was purple. Soon, Tang Wan also came out. She was also wearing a purple dress and holding a couple of purple Kongming lanterns. Ling Yichen vaguely understood something. By preparation, do you mean changing into a purple dress? Sure enough, the next second, Tian Yingying's family as well as W all came over. All of them were wearing purple coats and pants, or long purple dresses. Tian Yingying and W also wore the worm mask given by Ling Yichen just like Yi Qingzhu. Why haven't you gone to change? Yi Qingzhu looked at Ling Yichen standing frozen in the living room with a puzzled expression. I'll pass. You guys go ahead. Ling Yichen expressed his refusal, because he wasn't prepared for purple. And of course, the main thing was that he didn't want to go out in all purple. Each one is as ugly as an eggplant. That's okay, just go. And remember to come back and share some of my good luck. Ling Yichen interrupted their attempts to persuade themselves. The crowd saw that he really didn't want to go, so they didn't force him any further, and one by one, they went outside with laughter. Watching the crowd leave, Ling Yichen turned around and went back to his room. A moon festival? Meh, with that kind of effort I might as well be at home practicing. Ling Yichen secretly pondered. He was not interested in the moon sacrifice at all. Just as he was about to carry out his cultivation, the remaining light from the corner of his eye happened to see a purple silhouette silently appearing out of the darkness from a distant roof outside the window. Seeing this figure, Ling Yichen couldn't help but spit out. I'll go. The entire central district is so big. Why does it have to be cultivated on the tall building outside my window? Can't you go somewhere else? There was no doubt that the person who appeared on the roof of the building was naturally the goddess Irina. Irina came in earlier tonight than she had the previous 2 nights. The previous 2 days she had come in the early hours of the morning, and now she was out just before 9, and wearing a long purple dress as well. Forget it, just ignore her and get a grip on your cultivation. Ling Yichen closed his eyes, intending to hurry up and cultivate the rest of the 4 viscera. After cultivating the 4 viscera he was still planning to refine some of the power of the purple ring. Immediately, he began to guide the spirit worms in his body into the 4 organs of the liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. 90 spirit worms per organ. Exactly 360 weeks of days. As the spirit bugs took their positions, Ling Yichen's mind moved, and the 360 spirit bugs trembled in unison. And then a formation pattern was seen to appear on the heads of the spirit bugs that belonged to the forces of the 4 great vessel organs. When the formation patterns were all condensed, only the 5 viscera within Ling Yichen's body suddenly bloomed with different colors of light. In the next second, Ling Yichen's entire body bloomed with 5-colored divine light. 5 viscera realm. Great success. Chapter 67. The moon moved. The moment the 5 viscera realm became a great success, Ling Yichen felt a strange power being born in his body. He immediately looked into his own body internally, observing the reactions of his 5 viscera. One could only see that the 5 viscera took on different colors, faintly emanating the power of the 5 elements. Ling Yichen instantly thought of how on Earth's Chinese medicine healing arts, it was customary to correspond the 5 organs with the 5 elements. Could it even be true? Ling Yichen was a bit surprised. However, he was soon surprised to find that as the 5 viscera emanated the power of the 5 elements, they vaguely echoed with the void of heaven and earth in some way, and the two seemed to be searching for a certain frequency. About 30 seconds later, Ling Yichen's body trembled, and a multicolored divine light blossomed in his eyes. Same frequency now. At this moment, he felt that the 5 viscera in his body were at the same frequency as the heavens and earth, and the 5 elemental forces of the heavens and earth created a close link with the 5 elemental forces emanating from the 5 viscera. An extremely vast power began to surge towards the 5 viscera within his body, constantly flushing them and washing the spirit worms within them. The state of each spirit bug had changed as a result, only to see the wise worm in the heart. The array pattern on the top of its head began to become clearer and clearer, and a faint golden color vaguely appeared on its originally white body. This scene shocked Ling Yichen beyond measure. King Bug, this is going to evolve towards King Bug. And he also noticed that the spirit worms within the remaining 4 viscera were also rapidly changing color. The red color of their entire body was slowly fading and evolving towards white. This is amazing. At this moment, Ling Yichen's heart was filled with surprise and shock. He had always thought that worms evolved only by devouring flesh and blood. Unexpectedly, at this moment, without devouring blood and flesh, they could also evolve, and the speed of evolution was not slow. At this rate of evolution, in 2 months at the most, the wisdom worm would have evolved into a king worm. It sounds long, but it's not very long. As the worm's grade increases, so does the time it takes to evolve. If it only took 2 months to evolve a wisdom worm into a king worm, that's pretty fast. I never imagined that this 10,000 insects body casting technique would have this kind of benefit, being able to raise the level of the spirit insects within the 5 viscera. At this moment, Ling Yichen was happy from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he also felt that as the 5 viscera were on the same frequency as the heaven and earth, the power of the 5 elements emanating from within the 5 viscera was traveling throughout his body, washing every cell in his body, and all of his cells were made up of worms. So at this moment, all of these worms were in a state of extreme excitement, and even in this state, 10 or so worms suddenly evolving from worms to spirit worms. How this 10,000 insects casting body technique is simply too divine. From now on, the worm's evolution would no longer be a single reliance on devouring flesh and blood. It could also evolve through cultivation, which would greatly increase efficiency. After all, he couldn't possibly let the worm devour it 24 hours a day, and after devouring it, it had to be digested and absorbed, which would also take time. And now, with another channel to evolve, he believed that it wouldn't be long before the number of spirit insects within his body would skyrocket, and even the number of wisdom insects would skyrocket as well. Understanding this, Ling Yichen took a deep breath and retreated from his cultivation. The cultivation of the 10,000 insects casting body technique is considered to have come to an end. Although the 5 viscera realm has reached great success, it's still not the topmost state. The old master's 5 viscera were cast with 600 poisonous insects, while I only have 360, so how can I say that I can't fall below the old master's number? Unfortunately, I have a limited number of spirit insects right now, so I need to wait until I've gathered another 360 of them before doing another round of casting. Ling Yichen secretly pondered. He then raised his eyes to the window. Only Irina, who was on a high building in the distance, had already entered a state of cultivation. Moreover, today's her was different from the past days. In the past she could only absorb strands of purple mist, but today, it was as if she was surrounded by a layer of purple gauze, with countless purple mist lingering around her for her to absorb. Ling Yichen immediately turned his eyes to the sky, only to see that the moon in the sky had changed dramatically again. The 2 purple rings became even more blurred and haloed, turning almost 2/3 of the moon purple. Looking at this sight, Ling Yichen couldn't help but guess that in a little while, the purple mist around the 2 purple rings would completely halo the moon in purple. Looking at Irina's state, it seems to be that tonight's practice is a bit easier than usual, and the amount of purple mist is too much. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and prepared to start refining the purple mist. He was seen closing his eyes and gazing at the scene, quickly getting into a state. Open. With a soft gulp, the 3-star Yuan guidance arrays within the sea of spiritual consciousness immediately activated and rapidly rotated to reach their maximum peak. Immediately, countless purple mists were attracted to Ling Yichen, only instead of the purple mist on the moon, it attracted the one around Irina, because Irina was closer to him. Ling Yichen, who realized this, was slightly surprised for a moment, but then revealed a bad smile. Sucking ground is good. Better yet, suck all the purple mist from her side of the room so you can blow me up, Ling Yichen thought secretly. At the same time, Irina, who was on a high building in the distance, also noticed the situation. The moment the purple mist was sucked away, her eyes widened in surprise as she looked in the direction of Ling Yichen's house. Damn it, who's making trouble? In the next second, she immediately released her divine sense and scoped out everyone within that direction. At this check, she changed her face. It's him, Ling Yichen. There was a touch of surprise and anger on Ileana's stunningly beautiful face, but it was more of a shock. Impossible. How is this fellow able to absorb the essence of God? Could it be that he is also of the God race? At the thought, Irina's pupils contracted sharply before she quickly shook her head. Impossible. If she's from the divine race, my divine sense must be able to detect 1 or 2. It's impossible that there's no reaction at all. At the first opportunity, she vetoed the idea. However, she still remained extremely shocked and skeptical of Ling Yichen's ability to absorb the essence of God. It was just that the situation at the moment was special, and she was not at liberty to make more detailed guesses and speculations. Cultivate first, and when we turn around, we'll check this fellow out and see what he's really about. Thinking so, she closed her eyes once again and began to absorb the essence of God to quench her heavenly eyes. Only, she had just absorbed some of the essence of God down, and it was immediately snatched away by Ling Yichen's side, leaving only a small portion behind, which infuriated her. Damn thing! There was intense anger on her face, while her eyes were filled with killing intent. Destroying her cultivation is a crime that deserves death. In the next second, she was seen taking out a crystal ball from her storage ring, which she threw into the void. That crystal ball immediately transformed into a translucent giant shield, which enveloped her in it, and when it attracted the essence of God down again, Ling Yichen's side couldn't suck it away. It was only at this point that she was able to continue cultivating in peace. At the same time, at Ling Yichen's house, he watched as Elena pulled out her treasure and blocked him from grabbing that purple mist. Yo, it's worthy of coming down from the empty city. There are so many treasures. Seeing that he couldn't snatch Eliana's purple mist anymore, he didn't care, but continued to concentrate on his cultivation, because he also found out that the purple ring tonight was very weird. Not only did absorbing its power become simpler, even refining it was simpler. The amount of spiritual energy needed to be consumed was almost half less. In other words, by refining the purple mist tonight, the harvest would be doubled. So he didn't waste any time, and grabbed the time to absorb and refine it. Time passed slowly, and after about an hour, the moon high in the sky was completely shrouded in purple mist. The entire moon took on a purple color, and at the same time, the neighborhood outside of the sunken garden suddenly burst into firecrackers. Fireworks shook the sky, and countless people began to light the Kongming lanterns in their hands, releasing them into the air. Not only the sunken garden, the entire Rainbow City seemed to be sacrificing the moon, only to see countless Kongming lanterns rising up in the sky in great numbers, so many that they covered the sky, and naturally, the purple moon as well. It was at this moment that Ling Yichen suddenly opened his eyes filled with shock. How come? Am I feeling wrong? Just a moment ago, when he was absorbing the power of the purple ring, he accidentally discovered that the purple moon in the void shook a little. Yes, it's just shaking. This made his scalp go numb in an instant, and he had to terminate the termination of his cultivation. No, it must be a mistake in my perception. How could the moon be shaking? Could it be because I've been drinking tonight and I'm having an illusion? At this moment, Ling Yichen would rather believe that he was drunk than that the moon was shaking. If it really was the moon shaking, that would be scary. Taking a deep breath, he once again entered his state and reopened the Star Yuan Guide formation, absorbing the purple mist for refining. At the same time, Ling Yichen's concentration doubled, all of it focused on the violet moon. He had to stare at the moon carefully to see if he was misperceiving it or if it was really shaking. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed, half an hour passed, and there was nothing unusual about purple moon. Phew, it's okay, I'm sure it's just my drunken perception that's wrong. How could the moon possibly be shaking? Ling Yichen thought darkly, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but show a relieved smile. However, it was also at this moment that the purple moon in the void was seen to suddenly tremble violently. Even Ling Yichen clearly perceived that the moon's power had reached its extreme at that moment, so strong that it almost shook away the purple mist. Crap! Ling Yichen's eyes snapped open, and his entire body jumped up from the bed, his eyes terrified beyond measure as he looked at the violet moon high in the sky. This time he caught it clearly and unmistakably. And yes, the moon really did move. Not only did it move, but he literally sensed the energy of the moon impacting the confines of the purple ring. At this moment, the sweaty hairs on the surface of Ling Yichen's body stood upright, and a chill went straight to the sky. This kind of shock, unprecedented, but more than that, it was fear. Even after the countless abuses he had suffered in the lab, he was not as scared as he was at this moment. Chapter 68, Punch him in the face. Jesus Christ, what the is wrong with the world? I saw the moon move. Isn't the moon an astral body? Why is it moving? Ling Yichen paced back and forth in the room, his entire body showing great uneasiness, so uneasy that he could only gnaw on his thumbnail. At this moment, his worldview was collapsing. The moon moved, a condition he had never envisioned. Why is the moon moving? It seems to be breaking through the purple ring, and what the hell is that purple ring? If the moon can move, can't the sun move too? After all, it also has two purple rings on its body? At this moment, Ling Yichen's brain was engaged in a brainstorming session, with countless conjectures constantly surfacing. But the more he thought about it, the more horrible he felt. He had even forgotten to cultivate and just walked back and forth across the room, because the shock of everything that happened tonight was too great for him. At this moment, he couldn't even look straight at the moon, because he suddenly empathized with the moon. He thought about the 6 years he'd been imprisoned in the lab. There is no way to go to heaven, no way to hide, but to let those bastards abuse themselves inhumanely, and no one knows about it. And the moon, which had likewise been imprisoned by that purple ring for an unknown number of years. That kind of desperation, only he can understand. But what can understand? What role can one play? The strength was too weak. although he was able to absorb some of the power of the purple ring, but if he wanted to completely absorb all of the power of the purple ring, it was simply a fool's errand. A fish trying to drink all the water in the Pacific Ocean? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. So, he's a little unable to look at the moon straight on. It would have been fine if he didn't know it was imprisoned, but now that he knew, he really felt bad. At that moment, he raised his eyes to Irina, who was not far away. I wonder if she sensed the moon's abnormality just now? Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he immediately rushed out of the house and ran towards the roof. In no time at all, he was on the roof, facing away from Irina. Hey! Lingy Chen took the initiative to open his mouth and shouted, the opposite side of the room. Irina, however, was unmoved and continued to cultivate. Lingy Chen knew that she could hear her, but just didn't want to care about herself. If you ignore me, I'm going to call someone. You don't want people to find out we're secretly dating on the rooftop, do you? As soon as these words came out, Ileana, who was cultivating in the shield, swished her eyes open, and with intense anger in her eyes, she angrily rebuked, you seek death. But when Lingy Chen saw that it worked, he was instantly happy. Aha! Finally bothering me? Ileana really had the heart to kill Lingy Chen at this moment. This bastard, obstructing his cultivation 3 times and even trying to pour dirty water on himself, was simply abominable to the core. What the hell do you want? Irina questioned in a hushed voice. When Lingy Chen heard this, he didn't continue to flirt and reached out to point at the moon, saying, did you perceive anything just now? Ileana instantly furrowed her eyebrows, gazing at the purple moon in the middle of the high sky, and said angrily, what do you mean? Lingy Chen looked at Ileana, and after making sure that she wasn't playing dumb, a look of disappointment appeared in her eyes. It seems that she doesn't perceive the dynamics of the moon. Why is that? Both are also absorbing and refining the power of the purple ring, so why hasn't she noticed that the moon is shivering? Does that mean I'm special? Lingy Chen fell into deep thought, and with his behavior, he managed to make Irina angry again. This asshole, pulling himself out of cultivation, only to end up dawdling there by himself again. I want to kill him. Irina was really getting pissed off. There was only one Mid-Autumn festival a year, and just a few days were the best time to practice the Heavenly Eye's divine power, and it turned out to be a lot of wasted time for this asshole kid. It's a wonder she's not angry. If there's nothing wrong with you, get the hell out of here, and if you disturb my cultivation again, I'll definitely kill you. Irina finished with an exasperated sigh, then resumed her practice. When Lingy Chen heard this, he raised his eyes to look at her and didn't say much, but he didn't leave either. Instead, he quietly stood still and watched as Ileana re-entered her cultivation. He quickly realized that Ileana's power to absorb the purple mist was surprisingly inferior to his own. Obviously there was a lot of purple mist around her, but she wasn't absorbing it fast enough at all, or else she wouldn't have let the excess purple mist form a foggy mass around her. Lingy Chen looked at her, and then at the violet moon high in the sky. Suddenly it felt tasteless, although she was the goddess who was held in the palm of the hand, high above, but in reality, she was also ultimately the inconspicuous existence in the multitude of people. The moon was clearly signaling right in front of her eyes, but she couldn't feel it. Blind with his eyes open. Oh, my god. Lingy Chen sighed lightly, then stopped paying attention, collected all his thoughts and sat down on his knees. Open. With a low gulp, the 3 great star Yuan guidance arrays in his spiritual sea of consciousness reached extreme speed, and in an instant, a massive suction force blossomed from within his body, and a huge awe of violet mist was instantly drawn down from the void, and was quickly sucked into Lingy Chen's spiritual sea of consciousness to be refined. At the same time, the opposite side of the room, Ileana, however, snapped her eyes open and looked at Lingy Chen with incomparable shock. How did he absorb it so fast? Isn't he afraid of bursting his body? Ileana was genuinely shocked, because she found that Lingy Chen's speed of absorbing and refining the essence of God was about 5 times that of hers, and this speed was too terrifying. But she also didn't understand why Lingy Chen was able to absorb the essence of God so quickly. If she could also possess this kind of speed, then her Heaven's Eye's divine ability would quickly reach the minor accomplishment realm. Her eyes suddenly turned feverish at the thought. She longed for Lingy Chen's cultivation method. This is so important to her. When tonight is over, we must talk to him once, no matter what the cost. We must get that cultivation method. With this in mind, she re-entered her cultivation state, absorbing and refining the essence of God alongside Lingy Chen. On the other side, Lingy Chen was also carefully absorbing and refining the purple mist, while he was also carefully observing the state of the moon. He wanted to help if the moon showed that kind of anomaly again, even if the power was tiny. He had to try. At least one tried. instead of looking on with a cold shoulder. However, little by little, time passed, and as the crowds of moon worshippers dispersed, all going home to wash up and rest, Ling Yichen still didn't wait for the moon to tremble once more. On the contrary, the purple ring above the moon surprisingly began to continuously contract power. The original blurred purple ring is a little bit of a return to clarity. The purple fog shrouding the moon is also a little bit of a contraction into the purple ring. Is that it? Is it over? Have you given up the struggle? Ling Yichen thought darkly. The result is the next second. The moon shuddered again without warning. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, looked as if he had been shocked and gave a jolt of life. Then also at that very moment, his heart snapped, and his entire spiritual sea of consciousness shook in its entirety. Open! He even opened his mouth to cry out involuntarily. Immediately afterward, the three major star yuan guidance arrays in his spiritual sea of consciousness violently collided together, only to hear a rumbling sound. The three major elemental guide arrays disintegrated, and the 27 stars flew in all directions. However, in the next second, those 27 stars immediately returned to their positions one by one in a clockwise direction under Ling Yichen's control. The 27 stars instantly formed a megastar metaguide formation. The oversized star yuan guidance art rumbled and began to rotate, erupting with a suction force that was several times more powerful than before. Only the clothes on Ling Yichen's body were windless and columnar. At the same time, not far away, Ileana's eyes snapped open. Her eyes filled with shock as she looked over to Ling Yichen's side in horror. How is it possible? This level of suction is too terrifying. Irina was truly shocked. She was the closest to Ling Yichen, so she could more intuitively feel how powerful the suction force erupting from Ling Yichen's body was at the moment. It was so powerful that even the essence of God that she had encircled with her shield scurried uncontrollably towards Ling Yichen. But this is not the end. At this moment, Ling Yichen muttered under his breath in his heart, "Not enough, far from enough." In the next second, he fumed again and turned his eyes to the spiritual ocean below. With a thought, one could only see the seawater in that spiritual ocean shaking violently before forming a vortex that rose up from the lake and poured towards the oversized star yuan guidance array composed of 27 stars. He was going to use his spiritual energy as a source of power to catalyze the oversized star yuan guidance formation to make it more efficient. As expected, with the addition of spiritual power, the selection speed of the oversized star yuan guidance formation was once again raised by a stage, and an even more massive suction force erupted from his body. And this time, the suction even drew a reaction from the outside world, only to see a tornado storm quietly forming with Ling Yichen at the center. Some of the metal sticks on the rooftop were instantly plucked up and rolled into the void. Not far away, Irina was also affected, only to see that the shield outside of her was shaking violently, threatening to shatter at any moment. As for Ileana at this moment, her eyes were filled with disbelief when she looked at Ling Yichen. Is he crazy? To explode such a large suction force and absorb so much divine essence, can he refine it? Isn't he afraid of exploding his body? She really didn't understand. Of course, Ling Yichen didn't need her to understand. At this moment, he was frantically absorbing the power of the purple ring, and almost instantly, a torrent like purple mist descended from the sky, wrapping him up in an instant. From a distance, it looked as if a vision had fallen from the sky, a pillar of purple light descending straight down and enveloping him. And he's in a bad place at this point because of it. The purple mist poured into his spiritual sea of consciousness like a dike-breaking flood, pounding away in all directions, which gave him a headache. But he didn't stop and still maintained the operation of the oversized yuan guidance formation. Even more, he felt it wasn't enough. Although he did affect the power of the purple ring, not much, just a little bit, but it made him happy enough. This was because as he exerted his influence on the purple ring, he clearly sensed that the moon was also erupting into a more intense energy fluctuation. It excites him. Yes, that's it. Don't give up. Charge me. As long as you don't give up, there's hope to rush out. He empathized deeply with himself. For even one moment in those 6 years he was giving up hope, and that's where he died. It was because in 6 years he had never given up hope of escape that he was able to stand here. Come on, punch me, punch him. At this moment, Ling Yichen was a little crazy and irrational. Not only did he inject all of his spiritual energy into the oversized yuan guidance array, he even put also his eyes into those golden clouds. The sight did not give any traffic. Now is kind of a bit for the love of power. Back to everyone's support. Everyone has the money to hold a money field. No money to hold a personal field. Do not spend money for the love of power can be voted on a vote. Hyped up can be a point, which is quite important to me. At least let me know that you guys in. Chapter 69, The Lustful W. The golden cloud was refined from his absorption of the purple mist yesterday. the exact role is unknown, and it has been hovering above the spirit ocean. And at this moment, there wasn't much seawater left in Ling Yichen's spiritual ocean, which meant that his spiritual power was about to dry up. He didn't have any extra power left to make the oversized star metaguide array rotate faster, so he put his eyes on this cloud. He didn't know what this cloud was or what it did, but right now, they were the only ones he could use, so without even thinking about it, he immediately maneuvered these clouds and surged towards the oversized Yuan guidance array composed of 27 stars. In an instant, the small golden cloud was seen to move, transforming into 27 small misty masses that poured towards each of the 27 stars. After the 27 stars absorbed these golden clouds, only the entire oversized star elemental guidance array suddenly blossomed with golden aura. The speed of the supersized star Yuan guidance array had steeply increased by more than several times. Rumble. At this moment, above Ling Yichen's forehead, a pillar of materialized golden light shot up into the sky, rushing straight into the clouds towards Ziyu. This scene, in this late night, is so bright and dazzling. Good thing at this moment Ling Yichen has been completely wrapped up by the purple mist. From the outside cannot see his real appearance. Only Irina, who had been staying nearby, knew who it was. Her entire body went numb as she watched Ling Yichen's forehead erupt in a pillar of golden light. God consciousness, materialized? She didn't know what to say anymore. Her mouth opened wide enough to stuff a ham. Shocked beyond words. However, without waiting for her to react more, she only saw that the purple moon in the void was rushed by that golden pillar of light, and it actually created turbulence. Yes, at this moment, the violet moon was actually in turmoil because of the golden pillar of light that Ling Yichen had erupted. But the next second, the moon gave a precise retort as well, only to see the moon that created the turbulence instantly shoot out a purple and white beam of light down, precisely hitting Ling Yichen below. Rumble. The purple mist around Ling Yichen instantly collapsed, and the golden pillar of light also instantly collapsed, while at that moment, Ling Yichen held his head and let out a mournful wail, and then he overflowed with blood from his 7 orifices and fell unconscious. Ileana's mind was shaken. She doesn't know what's going on. It was because she was still shocked by the fact that Ling Yichen's divine sense was able to materialize. She only saw Ling Yichen's divine sense materialize and then charge straight up into the sky, impacting Ziyu, who then gave a retaliation. A purple-white beam of light hit Ling Yichen, and then he was heavily injured. Looking at the unconscious Ling Yichen who had fallen to the ground, Ileana instantly withdrew her protective shield and leapt forward to go to Ling Yichen's side to check on the situation. But the next second, only to see a group of people rushing out behind Ling Yichen, and at the head of the group was a little girl whose appearance was 7 or 8% similar to Ling Yichen's. At this moment, her face was filled with panic and worry as she quickly rushed towards Ling Yichen, and behind her were 3 girls and 3 adults. Ileana squinted and immediately realized that they were the 3 girls who had been following Ling Yichen around, and behind them should be the 3 parents. Seeing that someone else had appeared, it was not a good idea for her to go over there. She gave Ling Yichen a fixed look and murmured, "I hope you don't die. I still want your secret cultivation method." But in the next second, she gently shook her head again. "No, it's better for you to die. I don't know why, but I always feel that it's not a good thing for you to be alive. And if you don't die after suffering such a heavy blow, then you're just too scary." Irina's thoughts were conflicted at the moment. However, she did not linger too long, leaping into the darkness and quickly disappearing. On the other side, after Ling Yixuan arrived at the rooftop, she rushed to Ling Yichen's side with precision, and a few people behind her shouted, "What's wrong? What happened?" When they came to Ling Yixuan's side and saw Ling Yichen, who was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices, each of them screamed out in shock, "What's going on? What happened to him?" A few people were shocked and scared. They finished the moon festival and were planning to get a snack to eat. Unexpectedly, the always well-behaved Ling Yixuan suddenly let out a scream before jumping from the sofa, exploding with amazing speed and rushing towards the rooftop. The crowd had no idea what was going on. They were just worried about her, so they all followed. Instead, he ended up finding the severely injured Ling Yichen. Of those present, all but W were at a loss for words in fear. Only W quickly stepped forward and checked Ling Yichen's condition for him, then said with an ugly expression, "His spiritual sea of consciousness has suffered a serious injury. Let's go home first." With that, she picked up Ling Yichen in her arms and walked quickly towards her home. Back home, W put Ling Yichen on the bed, then backhandedly pulled out a jade box from his storage ring, and as soon as the jade box came out, the aroma was all over the place. Opening the jade box, he only saw that there were 6 or 7 light golden colored lotus seeds inside. Tian Yingying on the side immediately exclaimed, 7-leaf lotus heart, 200 points apiece and priceless 7-leaf lotus heart. She had now gone to the institute to help Long Dao-yi take care of the flower garden, and had gained a preliminary understanding of the various medicinal herbs, so she is aware of the 7-leaf lotus heart. W nodded gently and returned. I found this among the afternoon gifts, and ate a few of them during the moon festival. It has a very good effect on the recovery of spiritual power. His spiritual sea of consciousness has taken a heavy blow, and his spiritual sea of consciousness is close to depletion. We have to help him recover his spiritual power first. With that, she took 2 7-leaf lotus hearts from the jade box and stuffed them into Ling Yichen's mouth. Alright, everyone go back and rest. His situation is rather special. Outsiders can't help. We can only rely on him to recover on his own, W said to the crowd. The spiritual sea of consciousness was one of the most mysterious areas of the human body, and other than using medication to help him recover his spiritual power, there really wasn't much else that could be done to help him. The 3 adults sniffed, and although they didn't understand what W meant by that, they didn't ask much. Yi Qingju and Tian Yingying had worried faces and hesitantly wanted to stay. As a result, W said, "You guys also go back to rest. I'll stay and keep watch at night." According to his condition, he may not wake up for a day or two. If he still has to keep watch tomorrow, it'll be you guys instead. When Yi Qingju and Tian Yingying heard this, they immediately glanced at each other without saying anything else and turned around to go home. Ling Yixuan was also brought back home by Yi Qingju. When everyone had left, W then sighed, muttering, "You kid is afraid that you're crazy. How dare you burn your energy and use the essence of God to harden the purple moon? Even Lord City Lord may not dare to do that. What a crazy kid." After saying that, she began to skulk around, checking out Ling Yichen's bedroom. First opened the desk drawer to see, found nothing, and then slipped to Ling Yichen's closet. After opening it, suddenly eyes bright. Then he reached inside and took out Ling Yichen's daily change of clothes, felt the feel of them, and then gently took them out. After 2 seconds of hesitation, this was slowly put to his nose and sniffed, followed by a silly smile. The smell of men. After she whispered, she put the clothes back, and only then did she come to the bed, looking at Ling Yichen, who was lying unconscious on the bed, with a hint of a bad smile at the corner of her mouth, only to see her climb onto the bed and start posing with Ling Yichen's body before letting out a demented laugh. If anyone else had seen her in these behaviors, they would have given her the affectionate name of pervert. After tinkering around for a while, she felt bored, and only then did she lie straight beside Ling Yichen, quietly gazing at his face. By now, the purple moon outside the window had faded, and the purple ring became clear again, encircling the moon. Faint moonlight spilled in through the window, lightly illuminating Ling Yichen's features, making his silhouette look even more profound and mysterious. W couldn't help but reach out with her index finger to tweak the lines of his features, and when her finger touched Ling Yichen's lips, she paused slightly before repeatedly rubbing the line of his lips back and forth. In the end, she suddenly moved her head over and gave a shallow lick on Ling Yichen's lips, then with a puzzled look on his face, he said, "It doesn't taste like anything. Why do people in TV shows like to lick it around so much?" To her, the so-called kissing was just licking each other around. It wasn't her fault. She had grown up in a reserve battalion of the 26th Word Army since she was a child, and there were no boys in it, so her knowledge of boys was extremely limited. And after slipping out and meeting Ling Yichen, it was the first time she had ever taken such a keen interest in a boy. She even watched a lot of TV shows and books to learn about guys. Results: what is depicted in TV shows and books is not the same as what really happens. All that talk about kissing being sweet is a lie. It's not sweet at all, okay? W said to himself. Suddenly, her gaze slowly moved down to Ling Yichen's lower body. She suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up. Immediately afterward, she was about to reach for it. It was also at this time that he only heard a clear cat purr from behind him. Meow. The crisp catcall scared W winced, and somewhat as a thief, he twisted his head to look at the source of the sound. The white cat from Yi Qingju's house was seen standing in the shadows of the corner, giving off a mysterious and terrifying feeling. But W wasn't afraid. Instead he smiled with an embarrassed face. Ahem, that. I didn't want to do anything to him, la. Just a little curious. Really, just a little curious. With that, she rolled over on her back and headed towards the white cat. However, the white cat took a long leap and jumped directly onto the bed, coming to Ling Yichen's side, and laying obediently prostrate underneath Ling Yichen's body, just enough to block Ling Yichen's important parts. When W saw this, he narrowed his eyes and said viciously, "I said I'm just curious. What are you so nervous about? I can still eat him." With that, she made an exasperated neck-wiping gesture at the white cat before walking out of the room and going to sleep in the next room. Chapter 70 TEL. The night was silent, and by the time dawn broke, the entire 8th floor was up. and everyone reappeared at Ling Yichen's house to check on his status. Ling Yichen was still in a coma, but it wasn't that bad anymore. The blood was cleaned off his face and his breath was stable. W fed him 2 more 7-leaf lotus hearts before he went to school with the 3 I Chingju. Ling Yichen was left in the care of the 3 adults. The time came to around 10 in the morning, and Ling Yichen, who was lying on his bed, suddenly had his eyelashes flutter lightly before slowly opening a slit. Immediately afterward, he drew in a breath of cool air and let out a low cry from his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Head hurts. He woke up, and the first thing he did when he woke up was to keep banging his head to try and relieve the headache. At this moment he really felt like his head was going to explode with pain. The first time he did so, he took out the jade box containing the 7-leaf lotus heart from his storage ring and ate 2 of them consecutively before entering a state of cultivation, willing himself to enter the sea of spiritual consciousness. He was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. Grass, where's old me's megastar metaguide array? Where's my old spiritual sea? At this moment, inside his spiritual sense sea, it was empty and as desolate as the first time he entered it. The megastar metaguide array of 27 stars disappeared. The large spiritual lake had also dried up to the bottom, and there was only a little bit of water at the bottom of the lake, which was extremely pitiful. Other than that, there was only a thick purple mist lingering throughout the space. No, this lake seems to be much bigger. Soon, Ling Yichen realized that something was wrong. He was surprised to find that the shoreline of his already dried-up spiritual ocean expanded, visually expanding at least more than double in scope. And most importantly, there was a huge pit deep in the bottom of the lake, which alone was large enough to rival his previous spiritual ocean. Could it be that purple and white light? Before he lost consciousness, he clearly saw a purple-white beam of light hit him in the middle of the moon, and it entered his spiritual sea of consciousness with precision. A simple guess would give him the result. It must have been the purple-white beam of light that hit his spiritual ocean after entering the spiritual sea of consciousness with the intention of destroying it. But his spiritual ocean was so huge that he took that blow raw, and not only did he not die, but instead had the area of his spiritual ocean expanded. Now that he was able to fill it up, his spiritual power would skyrocket to more than twice what it was before. It's true that there will be a blessing after a great disaster. Spiritual power surged so much at once. Ling Yichen was still happy. Other than that, he raised his eyes to the purple mists. At this moment, the amount of purple mist floating in his spiritual sea of consciousness was extremely huge, and if he absorbed and refined them all, he would be able to harvest a lot of golden clouds, definitely much more than the golden clouds before. That's also a gain. There seems to be something over there. Ling Yichen suddenly realized that there was something else in his spiritual sea of consciousness. Immediately, he flew towards that thing at great speed. And it was only after this flight that he was shocked to realize how vast his spiritual sea of consciousness was. He had never examined how vast his spiritual sea of consciousness was before, and now when he flew for 20 minutes before he reached the edge of the spiritual sea of consciousness and saw a huge black barrier. Of course that wasn't his main concern at the moment. His concern was still a cloud emitting a faint white glow huddled in a corner at the very edge of the barrier. They seemed to have been driven and blocked in by the surrounding purple mist. If this wasn't Ling Yichen's spiritual sea of consciousness, he almost didn't realize that there was such a small white cloud in his sea of consciousness. What's this? Ling Yichen became curious about this white cloud, though he had a vague answer in mind. In that beam of light before, it wasn't just purple, it was purple and white. Obviously, the large amount of purple mist originated precisely from that beam of light. And similarly, this white cloud, too, originated from that beam of light. Could this be the true power of the moon? Ling Yichen's eyes were wide with curiosity. He slowly approached the white cloud, and reached out to touch it. The white cloud had a faintly cool sensation when it entered the hand and did not react in any other way. But, when the purple mist approached, the white cloud would emit a faint glow to ward off the purple mist's approach. Seeing this, Ling Yichen immediately said, "It seems like you don't want to be with them, so let me take you away from here." After saying that, he reached out and grabbed the white cloud. The white cloud did not resist in the slightest, allowing him to compress the cloud and take it into his hands. Then, his will detached itself from the sea of spiritual consciousness and looked inward at his own body. He was thinking about where to put this white cloud. However, without waiting for him to decide, he only saw the white cloud in its hand detach itself from his palm and began to wander towards his circumference. Its speed was extremely fast, and in a matter of moments, it traveled all over his body, and eventually, it arrived at Ling Yichen's bimanual orifices. Immediately afterward, it drilled into Ling Yichen's left eye orifice without hesitation and disappeared. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, felt a slight stinging pain coming from his left eye and subconsciously covered it with his hand. The tingling sensation quickly disappeared, and Ling Yichen immediately loosened his grip, but a bizarre scene appeared, only to see some changes in his immediate field of vision. The vision on the right is normal, but the vision on the left is illusory. The wall in front of him turned into a void, vaguely able to reveal objects behind it. Perspective? Ling Yichen instantly discovered the secret. He immediately covered his right eye, and sure enough, the entirety of his vision became illusory, and he was even able to penetrate through his own walls as well as those of Yi Qingzhu's house to see Tang Wan teaching Ling Yixuan to read. Tian Xingliang and Lu Yu can also be seen cleaning their home. Good lord, that's some perspective. Ling Yichen was slightly surprised. He didn't realize that the white cloud had affected his eyes, giving them supernatural powers. It's not really too special of an ability, I guess, but it's kind of useful. At least you can see through some of the illusions. Among the awakened, there are some whose awakened psychic ability is illusion. And now, with this eye's psychic ability, the illusion was basically ineffective against him. I just don't know if I can develop other abilities in the future. Ling Yichen thought secretly. That's kind of a surprise. It was also at this moment that Ling Yixuan next door seemed to sense his awakening and immediately jumped down from the sofa, shouting, "Brother, brother is awake," then ran quickly toward him. Hearing this, Tang Wan also rushed to follow. Soon, Ling Yichen saw Ling Yichen and Tang Wan. "You awake? Are you okay? Is there anything wrong?" Don Wan's concern was heartfelt. Ling Yichen's heart instantly warmed and he shook his head. "It's fine. Last night's cultivation went a bit awry, and I'm already better after a good night's sleep," he casually lied. And at that moment, Tian Xingliang and Lu Yu next door also received the news and hurriedly came. The two were also rather worried about him, so Ling Yichen had to explain once again. "Auntie, I'm a bit hungry. Can I eat earlier at noon so I can go to school afterward?" When the three of them heard this, they immediately replied, "We're going to get food. We'll be able to eat soon." Immediately, the three of them went to get dinner together. Ling Yixuan didn't leave. She sat obediently at the head of the bed, looking at Ling Yichen with a hint of worry in her eyes. She was able to sense Ling Yichen's physical condition, and knew that there was a lot of purple mist in his spiritual sea, and that those purple mists were very dangerous to her. "You go play too. I need to practice for a while. This is a set of body casting techniques that you can also cultivate." Immediately, Ling Yichen passed the 10,000 insect casting body technique to Ling Yixuan, allowing her to master the cultivation method as well. Ling Yixuan immediately left in a well-behaved manner. He was the only one left in the room, and Ling Yichen immediately sat down on his knees and began to refine the seven-leaf lotus heart. His spiritual sea of consciousness was now opened up in a big way, requiring a lot of spiritual energy to fill it. Soon, a seven-leaf lotus heart was refined cleanly, and a lot more spiritual energy was added to his spiritual sea of consciousness. But it's still a drop in the bucket, and it hasn't even filled the bottom of the lake yet. Ling Yichen smiled bitterly and continued to swallow the seven-leaf lotus heart, continuing to refine it. About half an hour later, Ling Yichen had refined a full 4 seven-leaf lotus hearts. By now, the bottom of the lake of his spiritual ocean was finally filling up, and that made Ling Yichen feel shocked. He had already sensed from the worms inside him that W had fed him 4 seven-leaf lotus hearts. In other words, he had taken a full 8 seven-leaf lotus hearts to fill up the bottom of the lake, and that was just the bottom of the lake. And the bottom of this lake is not even a tenth of the entire lake. It's outrageous. According to this recovery progress, he would still need at least 70 more seven-leaf lotus hearts to fully recover his mental strength, and he only had 4 left in his hand. Damn, at least 66 more seven-leaf lotus hearts are needed. 200 points for one. That's 13. 200 points. It seems that having strong spiritual power may not be a good thing. It's cool to use it, but it's a lot of work to recover it. At this moment, Ling Yichen felt deeply helpless. It's a good thing that I scratched 10,000 points in 1,000,000 credits from Lin Hao's hand earlier. So I have the money, but where am I going to buy it? I've heard that the seven-leaf lotus heart is priced to sell. Ling Yichen thought of Chu Qi. As a staff member of the Transcendental Management Association, she should know which channels can be purchased. Looks like it's time to get straight with her. Before, every time he needed Chu Qi to do something, he had directly manipulated her, forcing her to do it, and then shielded her memory so that she would forget what she had done. But this kind of behavior, in fact, is not absolutely safe. The slightest inattention, the accused will find traces. Of course, Ling Yichen wasn't afraid of her finding out, so he had always used forced manipulation to get her to carry out her tasks. Not anymore. He needs a transit line that can help him buy supplies for a long time. It would have been a pain in the ass to do it by means of forced manipulation all the time, not to mention that he didn't have that much energy to get it. Instead of that, it would be better to talk to her straight once and take her under her wing. Therefore, with a thought, he immediately created a strong connection with the worms in Chu-Chi's body, and he wanted to rely on the worms to directly communicate with Chu-Chi. Chapter 71, Miss Black Silk. At this time, Chu-Chi was sitting at the window of the Transcendent Management Association's hall. There weren't many people who came to check in today, and this moment was in a gap, so he could laze around. She wore a black-rimmed glasses, a ponytail, and a professional suit, a suit with black silk, dry and sexy. At the moment, she was crossing her legs and looking at the new thin heels on her feet, which were slightly worn because they were new. She was about to take it off and relax. It was also at this time that a voice suddenly came to her mind. Ahem, can you hear me? As soon as this voice appeared, Chu-Chi immediately trembled in fear and almost fell off her chair. She looked around in horror and bewilderment, yet all around her, her co-workers were in their places, either working or deserting, and no one paid any attention to her at all. Don't look, I'm not any of them, I only exist in your mind. As soon as those words came out, Chu-Chi's body directly stiffened, her eyes trembling. You're a mind manipulator? Among the awakened, there were people who were capable of long-distance mental manipulation, but there were not many of these people, and none of them were powerful. Ling Yichen immediately snorted and returned. Don't compare me to that kind of trash. Frankly speaking, I believe you've already noticed the traces I left on you. After all, it's not the first time I've come to you. Hearing these words, Chu-Chi's eyes suffocated, and she already had an answer in her heart. In fact, from time to time these days, she felt like she had done something important, but couldn't remember. After a couple of such experiences, she began to be extra cautious with herself, but the first thing she did after a situation like that was to retrieve her computer records, and that led her to a startling discovery. She found herself creating several false profiles and retrieving information on people she didn't even recognize. The discovery horrified her to no end, but she didn't dare to report it to the leaders because she had no evidence. As long as she dared to report it, the leaders would definitely think that she had done it, and once she was found responsible, then it would be very difficult for her to continue to stay in her job, and she might even lose her head. As a result, she had an extremely torturous time for the first while. It wasn't until recently that it got a little better, as she realized she hadn't done anything like that again for quite a while. She had thought it was all over until now. You are Ling Yichen? Chu-Chi immediately spoke Ling Yichen's name. This startled Ling Yichen for a moment, but on second thought, it was a relief. He had manipulated Chu-Chi to get fake information for himself, and he had also manipulated her to get fake information for Ling Yixuan. If she was careful enough, she would still be able to discover this. However, without waiting for him to open his mouth, Chu-Chi suddenly changed his words. Honorable Lord, you must be a very powerful and great man. If you are willing, I am willing to become your servant as long as you are willing to take in and shelter me. Ling Yichen slightly failed to react. Is this a voluntary surrender? That easy? But he soon realized. This is the Central District, and more than anywhere else, it obeys the law of the jungle, where the strongest man is king. A lot of people have a mu-strong mentality. Anyone who meets a powerful person is willing to become the follower of the other person as a way to gain some shelter, even if they will lose some freedom as a result. But staying alive is the most important thing. It's hard to survive here without the shelter of a strong person. A person who could remotely manipulate another person's behavior definitely belonged to an extremely rare and powerful group. It would be nice to have the favor and shelter of the other side. Therefore, Ling Yichen understood Chu-Chi's thoughts in an instant, and that made him very happy. At least it saved him a lot of talking. Very well, you are intelligent, and I do need an entourage that will do my work for me. Since you intend to follow, then I am willing to take you in, but only if you have the courage to not fear life and death and the loyalty to never betray. Of course, I'm not afraid to tell you that if I want to kill you, no matter where you escape to, I can easily obliterate you with a single thought. Chu-Chi sniffed, but was not surprised at all. That was something she'd realized a long time ago. The other party was able to control herself without a sound, so it wasn't easy to kill herself. As long as she manipulated herself to jump upstairs, her life would be over. That's why she immediately and respectfully returned. I will swear to serve your excellency to the death and never betray. Ling Yichen smiled and replied, right now I have one thing for you to do. Tell me, where in the Central District can I buy the cheapest price and best quality 7-leaf lotus heart? Chu-Chi was flabbergasted, but immediately returned. There are many places in the Central District where you can purchase the 7-leaf lotus heart. All the major VIP pharmacies under the 6 major families sell it, but the price is inflated, and the cheapest price belongs to the Transcendent Management Association and the Military Quartermaster's Department, where the Military Quartermaster's Department's price is the cheapest. However, they need military merit, so the best channel to purchase it is the Transcendent Management Association. Of course, there's another place where you can purchase the 7-leaf lotus heart. That's the black market. Only the black market is an illegal area, and the price can't be determined. There's high and low, so if you're in dire need of it, the Transcendent Management Association is your first choice. When Ling Yichen heard this, he was instantly enlightened. How much is a Transcendental Management Association purchase? Back to your excellency. The external selling price of the Transcendent Management Association is 200 points apiece. The internal ordinary member price is 180 points apiece. The internal senior member price is 160 points apiece. And the internal top member price is 140 points apiece. And I have an ordinary member, so I can buy it at a relatively favorable price of 180 points apiece. When Ling Yichen heard this, he was delighted. 180 points, that's not bad. At least it's 20 points cheaper than 200 points. Don't underestimate the 20 points. You can still save a lot if you buy more land. With the amount he consumed, he would need more and more 7-leaf lotus hearts in the future. And the amount was frighteningly large. So being able to get 20 points off is still extremely nice. At the same time, he immediately thought, it seems like we have to find a chance to elevate Chu Chi's status in the Transcendent Management Association, so that she reaches the level of a senior staff member or a top staff member, so that she'll be able to buy a more favorable deal on the 7-leaf lotus heart. Thinking so, he immediately replied, very well, then you can go and purchase 5 boxes for me when you get off work later, and you can deduct the points directly from my account. Yes, my lord, do you need me to make a delivery? When these words came out, Ling Yichen was slightly silent. Chu Chi also suddenly froze. Her face flushed a little, but it was more of a fear. There was ambiguity in her words, and if the other person was a person with evil intentions, they might just go along with it and would have her. If the other person didn't have that in mind, or even resented it, either point was enough to put her in danger. I'm sorry, my lord. Chu Chi hurriedly apologized, her tone full of panic. Ling Yichen sighed softly. It's not easy for people to live in general. Even talking has to be well thought out before answering. So he said lightly, no matter, I don't mind. I don't need you to deliver it. Let me know when you've bought it. I'll get someone to pick it up. Let's do it this time. After saying that, Ling Yichen directly broke the connection. He also breathed a long sigh of relief. It exposes itself to a certain extent, but it's not a big problem. In Chucky's mind, she thought she was someone who was capable of far superior mental manipulation, but in reality, he wasn't. Regardless, it was still good to harvest someone who could buy herbs for him in the long run. I'll have to contact Lin Hao later. As a member of the Lin family, he must also have channels to purchase the 7-leaf lotus heart, and the price might be even more favorable. Thinking of this, Ling Yichen but frowned slightly. This kid does not know if he has figured it out. If he has figured it out and intends to fight with Lin Song for the position of the head of this Lin family, then he can still look at him highly and cultivate him more. If it is just a waste, so timid that he doesn't even have the courage to fight for it, then he will just abandon it, and treat it as if he had looked for a humanoid nurturing tank, and then turn back to look for a more suitable candidate. And the Su family. The shadows of Su Tianshang and Su Hui instantly flashed through Ling Yichen's mind. Su Tianshang was not to be messed with, and that Su Hui didn't look like a good person either. However, the Su family had also already exposed their killing intent towards themselves. In that case, he can't be blamed. People have exposed their killing intent. How can they be indifferent? They have to take some action to protect themselves, right? Thinking of this, a cold aura flickered in his eyes. At this time, Ling Yixuan's voice came from Yi Qingzhu's house. Brother, it's time to eat. Ling Yichen immediately collected his thoughts and got up to head towards Yi Qingzhu's house. After a quick lunch, Ling Yichen went back to his room to wash up. Immediately after washing up, I received a message from Chu Chi, my lord. Everything has been done. Seeing the message, Ling Yichen immediately snapped his fingers. Only the white cat from Yi Qingzhu's house immediately appeared at the door. Both parties exchanged eye contact, and Ling Yichen had already given the order to it. It immediately turned and ran outside. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, quickly changed his clothes, said a word to Tang Wan and headed for school. 20 minutes later, Ling Yichen arrived at the school and made his way to the institute. When Long Daoyi and Tian Yinging saw him, both of them were surprised. Are you okay? Why are you working so hard? You're still so young. There's plenty of time. Is it because your teacher has given you too heavy a task to cultivate? Long Daoi said with great concern. When he heard that Ling Yichen had passed out due to overcultivation, he directly found the old man and counted his blessings for a while. The old man also frowned inside upon hearing this, then gave the jade box containing the 7-leaf lotus heart to Long Daoi, requesting Long Daoi to have Tian Yingying take it back and pass it on to Ling Yichen. Master was scolded by me. I don't know where he went. This is the 7-leaf lotus heart he asked me to give you. Take it and use it to properly recover your spiritual power. Listening to Long Daoi's words, Ling Yichen cried and laughed. No, give it back to master. I'm fine. Ling Yichen refused. The 7-leaf lotus heart was not cheap, and the teacher's points allowance was only enough to buy a box, which was what he himself lacked the most. However, Ruduichi shoved it over. Let you take it and you take it. Master actually doesn't need to use such a good thing. Turn around and I'll get him some 5-leaf lotus heart and that's enough. The Long Daoi at this moment was domineering and confident. Apparently he had made considerable progress in cultivating the 5-leaf lotus heart. When Ling Yichen heard this, he didn't excuse himself any longer, but just silently kept this sentiment in his heart. Chapter 72, New Track. Instead of rushing to the underground cultivation room to cultivate, Ling Yichen skipped around the small building for a while, waiting for the white cat to return from fetching the medicine, and in the meantime, checking out how Long Daoi and Tian Yingying were tending to the flower garden. They only saw Long Daoi and Tian Yingying digging a small pit in an open space, then put a herb seedling in it, filled it with soil and buried it, and watered it. Immediately afterward, the two stood on either side of these seedlings, opened their hands in unison, and began to perform their supernatural abilities, only to see that above the palms of the two men, a green energy appeared in unison, and these energies were wrapped towards each seedling, and then quickly absorbed by the seedling. After the seedlings absorbed these green energies, it was only that all of them seemed to come to life, and began to twist their bodies, stretch their branches and leaves, and quickly grew taller and bigger, growing from a seedling to knee-high in a matter of moments, exuding infinite vitality. Ling Yichen's eyes rounded in surprise as he watched this scene. It was the first time he had seen the use of the hypnotic ability, and he had never expected it to be so magical. Suddenly, his eyes flickered and he thought of a question that he immediately asked Long Daoi. Senior brother, may I ask a question? Is this hypnosis ability only able to act on plants? Can it act on other species, such as animals? Long Daoi immediately smiled at his words and returned. You want the animals to accelerate their growth as well, quickly passing through the juvenile stage and entering into adulthood, right? Ling Yichen immediately nodded his head. He did think so. If the animal could quickly pass through the juvenile stage and enter the adult stage, it would also be a great enhancement for the beast master. It is important to realize that the difference in strength between a young pet and an adult animal is very vast, and the higher the grade, the longer the growth cycle of the animal. If this growth cycle could be shortened quickly, it would be a great boon for the beast master. However, Long Daoi said with a regretful face, regarding this point, master has long thought of it, but unfortunately, it cannot be done at the moment, possibly because our strength is too low. When Ling Yichen heard this, he was not too disappointed. He was just mentioning it casually. It would be best if it worked, and it wouldn't matter to him if it didn't. Again, the strength of his pet does not depend on whether it is a juvenile or an adult. However, he immediately thought of one more thing, and then said to Long Daoi with great interest, Senior brother, it suddenly occurred to me that this kind of supernormal ability of yours can actually be useful in combat, and it has a notable combat ability. For example, if you carry a lot of seeds or seedlings with you, as long as you are able to attach the seeds to your enemy's body, and then activate your supernatural ability, the seeds can instantly grow, entangle your enemy, or even directly the other party to death is possible. Plants all have the ability to entangle, which is a very powerful support skill that can be useful even if you team up with others. Long Daoyi's eyes lit up after hearing this. Yeah, oh, like that's actually possible. He was instantly energized as if he had discovered a new world. Moreover, some plants have bloodthirsty properties, so if you can collect their seeds and attach them to your enemy, it is possible to enter their body and directly suck their blood dry until they die. Hiss. Think about it. Long Daoi suddenly turned agitated and hyperactive and slapped Ling Yichen fiercely. Senior brother, you are truly a genius. Too smart. He quipped happily. Why? No, it's just that you guys don't go deep enough to make the connection. Plants and animals actually have a lot in common. Plants and parasites, for example, can parasitize others. Some of the plants are also like parasites. They can suck blood and so on. You go back and do some research, and you might be able to start a new track, so that even if you're... Ling Yichen almost blurted out. even if your Dantian Shi Si is shattered, you can still have the same strong fighting power. But he stopped immediately and stared at Ruduichi in a daze. Long Daoi, on the other hand, looked at him nervously and asked, even if how? Ling Yichen smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. Anyway, if you turn around and study it, it's definitely a skill that can be developed in depth. Afterward, Ling Yichen glanced at Tian Yingying, who was not far away, and said, you too, help my senior brother to study it properly. It will be of great benefit to you as well. Tian Yingying immediately nodded her head obediently. Aha, I will. Speaking of which, a clear cat voice rang out. Ling Yichen instantly knew that Daodu, the cat from Yiqingzhu's house, had fetched his 7-leaf lotus heart, so he stopped chatting with Long Daoi and the others, greeted them, and went straight into the small building. Sure enough, it was only a table inside the small building where Daodu was standing with narrowed eyes. Ling Yichen glanced at it and gently tapped the table, only to see Daodu immediately open its mouth. And then in a bizarre way, from its mouth spit out a jade box, 2 jade boxes, 5 entire jade boxes spat out of its mouth and were neatly placed on the table. Ling Yichen opened one of the boxes and immediately saw a light golden lotus emitting a strange fragrance. Well done. Ling Yichen stroked Daodu's head dotingly. Daodu, on the other hand, immediately let out a soft meow and rubbed against Ling Yichen's hand before turning around and drilling through the window, disappearing. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, immediately put all of the jade boxes into his storage ring and walked towards the elevator that led to the underground cultivation room. The 7-leaf lotus heart arrived, and although the number was only 50, plus the box given by his teacher was only 60, not enough for him to fully recover his spiritual power, but it was barely enough. Soon, Ling Yichen appeared in the underground base. He chose one of the cultivation rooms and entered it, turning on the array, then took out a 7-leaf lotus heart and began to refine it to restore his spiritual power. 2 hours later, the close to 67-leaf lotus hearts in Ling Yichen's hand were all refined by him, and his spiritual power had recovered to nearly 90%. At this moment, within Ling Yichen's spiritual sea of consciousness, an immense and incomparable spiritual ocean was flooding with ripples, its width much larger than before. Ling Yichen also truly felt that his spiritual power was very thick. At this moment, he raised his eyes and glanced at the purple mist floating throughout the entire spiritual sea of consciousness, and with a movement of his mind, those purple mist immediately surged towards the spiritual ocean below, and the spiritual ocean immediately rolled over in waves, as if the entire ocean was boiling. Half an hour later, all the purple mist entered inside the spiritual ocean. The entire spiritual sea of consciousness became empty and desolate again, but in the next second, only to see a single golden point of light begin to emerge from the spiritual ocean below, as if they were fireflies. Those golden points of light quickly gathered together and turned into a golden cloud in a matter of moments. This golden cloud was more than 3 times bigger than the previous one, and most importantly, this cloud was fundamentally different from the last one. Last time, the cloud clusters Ling Yichen didn't know what they were and what utility they had, and now, Ling Yichen understood. It was divine sense, a fragment of divine sense to be exact. By the time these divine sense fragments coalesced into clouds that turned into raindrops, Ling Yichen would be considered to have truly possessed his own divine sense. However, Ling Yichen didn't rush to refine these divine sense fragments, but instead began to cultivate the Star Yuan guiding art. He had originally cultivated 27 stars, but they blew up due to overloading the moon when he aided it last night. Luckily, his spiritual sea of consciousness was large enough to withstand the power of a blown star, or else he would have hung up last night. Nonetheless, he did not regret going to the aid of the moon, because it's something his heart desperately wants to do. It didn't do anything really effective, but at least he was no longer torn up inside. This was beneficial to his cultivation. If he had done nothing last night, then he would have developed a demon in his mind. He would have been obsessed with this matter, and over time, he would have been ruined. And now, he was going to start condensing the stars again, forming the Star Yuan guidance formation. With a thought, the spiritual sea of consciousness shook, and a suction force rose up to the sky as strands of star power were absorbed by him, quickly condensing into Star Xian. Star Xian continued to absorb the power of the stars, gradually growing until it was full and complete. Ling Yichen then began to compress and condense again. The entire process was extremely skillful for Ling Yichen. In about half an hour or so, a star emitting a bright light was condensed, and at this time, Ling Yichen was also very happy. The drastic increase in my spiritual power has caused my speed of compressing and condensing stars to increase quite a bit. Before it took 40 minutes to condense one, now it only takes half an hour to complete it. A star shortened by 10 minutes was considered a huge boost, and he was able to condense more stars quickly, so he began to condense the second. Time flew by, and 4 hours passed in an instant. It was already time for school to end, and Ling Yichen's spiritual sea of consciousness had 9 stars. With a thought, the 9 stars were immediately normalized into a circle in a clockwise manner. The moment the circle appeared, the star ring trembled and a massive suction force appeared, but it was immediately suppressed by Ling Yichen, who immediately terminated his cultivation. After last night's events, he suddenly realized that the Star Yuan guidance array wasn't actually limited to 9, it could be 18 or 27. Moreover, as the number of stars increased, the power of the Star Elemental Guidance Array's outbursts also geometrically increased. Take the Mega Metaguide formation made up of 27 stars. It was far more powerful than 3-star Metaguide formations made up of 9 stars. So this time when he recultivated the Star Yuan guidance art, he would improve his cultivation method and combine the Star Yuan guidance array into a number of 27 or more. And he wanted to try out how many Star Yuan guidance arrays the limit of the Star Yuan guidance array was. Chapter 73, Problems with the Bloodline. Coming out of the cultivation room, Ling Yichen and Tian Yingying walked out of the institute together and met the old master who had returned from the preceptor hall head-on. When the old man saw Ling Yichen, he was instantly delighted and concerned as he asked, "Kid, are you alright?" Ling Yichen smiled and said, "Thank you master for your concern. I'm fine, it's just that my spiritual power is overly depleted." The old man was doubly appreciative when he heard it. "Well, not bad, young people just need to be driven, but don't be like your senior brother, 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunshine. I was expecting you to condense your first star within 2 months." When Ling Yichen heard this, he was dumbfounded. What the hell? Condensing the first star in 2 months? Do you despise me that much? But he didn't say anything on the surface, just humbly said, I try my best ha. The old master sniffed and once again appreciated. "I also know that having you condense your first star within 2 months is indeed a bit of an imposition, but I will assist you. Starting today, I will give you a 7-leaf lotus heart every day to restore your spiritual power, so you can feel free to cultivate without worry." Hearing this, Ling Yichen was slightly stunned. 1 7-leaf lotus heart per day, that's 30 a month, that's 6,000 points, quite a lot, though it was far from enough for him, but he was still grateful. "Master, the 7-leaf lotus heart is too expensive, and this is not a small burden for you. I will find a way on my own." Ling Yichen refused, but the old man glared and raised his hand to knock the pipe in his hand. Ling Yichen was able to dodge, but in the end, he obediently stood still, allowing the old man to knock on the back of his head, but it didn't hurt, it was just a light touch. "What do you mean? Looking down on me? Take it if you're given it, and don't worry about me, I'll naturally find a way to get it." Hearing how tough the old man's attitude was, Ling Yichen had no choice but to gladly accept it. "Thank you master," he said from the bottom of his heart. Only then did the old man nod his head in satisfaction, but immediately, his gaze shifted to Tian Yingying's body, then looked Tian Yingying up and down and said appreciatively, "Well, this little girl is quite good, hard-working and down-to-earth and able to endure hardship, more than enough to match your brat, but don't have an ex-life too early, it won't help your cultivation." Ling Yichen was instantly embarrassed. Tian Yingying was even more instantly wide-eyed, her small face reddening into a lantern. "Master, what are you talking about? We're just neighbors, friends, it's not what you think." The old man laughed, then waved his hand and said, "Okay, I don't understand you young people. Today it may be neighbors and teammates, tomorrow it may be brothers and sisters, the day after tomorrow it may be fathers and daughters. Alas, can't keep up with the times." Ling Yichen and Tian Yingying were instantly petrified. The old man also ignored them, smoking his pipe and walking leisurely towards the institute. He was gone, but Ling Yichen and Tian Yingying, who were left behind, were unusually embarrassed, and both of them were too embarrassed to look at each other. It was only after a long time that Tian Yingying took the initiative to say, "My lord, can I ask a question?" Ling Yichen immediately replied, "Speak, brother and sister I get. That's a little term of endearment between couples, but what does dad and daughter mean?" This. Ling Yichen wanted to dig a hole and burrow into it. "Ahem, nothing, it's best not to understand." He cleared his throat before striding forward, not caring if Tian Yingying followed. However, within a few steps, the way was blocked by a senior cadet, only to see him somewhat nervously handing over a note to Ling Yichen. "That, Senior Lin Hao gave you." When Ling Yichen heard this, he immediately took it, only to see a string of numbers written on it, and behind the numbers were 2 words, "Chat." He immediately understood that this was Lin Hao's communication exclusive ID, and after adding it, they could contact each other, similar to a social account. Ling Yichen nodded gently and didn't say anything, while that senior took a long breath before walking quickly towards the far corner. Ling Yichen looked at his back, first closing his eyes, then opening them again. All of a sudden, all of the walls and construction around the corner were vaporized in his left field of vision, only to see that Lin Hao was standing in the corner of the wall with his hands clasped to his chest watching his side. Ling Yichen smiled slightly and withdrew his gaze. At this time, Tian Yingying followed and inquired, "Who is that? What's the matter?" Ling Yichen shook his head and didn't explain too much. He just led her out of the school at a quick pace, meeting up with Yi Qingzhu and W, and then went home together. Returning home, Ling Yichen still went back to his house first and cultivated while waiting for his meal. In an hour or so, the meal was ready. A few people immediately sat down to eat dinner in a nice atmosphere. Although Yi Songtao is gone, not much has changed overall. Thinking of Yi Songtao, Ling Yichen couldn't help but mention, "Has Uncle Yi already arrived at the army?" Tang Wan sniffed and immediately stiffened for a moment, then gently shook her head. "I don't know. No contact for now." Ling Yichen immediately frowned. Yi Songtao left yesterday morning. This is already almost 40 hours. Normally, it should not be out of contact. Of course, this was not difficult for Ling Yichen at all, because he had placed spirit worms inside Yi Songtao's body. Immediately, while he ate, he silently began to complete the connection with the spirit insect in Yi Songtao's body. Soon he had the picture. He could clearly perceive the perspective Yi Songtao was experiencing at the moment. He was surprised to find that Yi Songtao was still in the car, surrounded by young men in their early 20s. Only these young men's faces are full of fatigue and anxiety. Suddenly, a heart-rending beast roar rang out, frightening the crowd in the car shivered in unison, and a few timid ones couldn't help but hug the people around them, shouting, "I want to go home! I want to go home!" But immediately, a muffled, angry voice rang out, "Shut up and I'll shoot you if you speak again." Bunch of goons. The few who had cried out to go home were suddenly afraid to say anything else, but the fear in their eyes became more obvious. Ling Yichen could also clearly feel Yi Songtao's state at the moment. He was also scared and shivering softly. After all, they had been in the car for almost 40 hours, with a bumpy ride not to mention bad food, bad sleep, and every now and then a hiss of a wild animal. There was even a stop halfway through and a struggle took place in which they did not participate, but were simply ordered to hide in the darkened compartment. But after the battle was over, they smelled the strong odor of blood, and while there were originally 10 soldiers accompanying them in their car, only 2 came back. It also made them realize the seriousness of the matter. The army seems to be not in the city, but outside it. They could die at any time and may not even reach the army base camp. Therefore, fear is in the heart of every one of them. Fear of the unknown of his own life and death. Fear of the unknown of his next fate. Ling Yichen silently cut off the connection and said indifferently, "Don't worry too much. He's probably still on the road, so there's no way to contact him." Tang Wan sighed. "Probably. Auntie, don't worry. Uncle is very strong. Ordinary people can't hurt him," Ling Yichen said in relief. At this time, W spoke up, "Auntie, you really don't need to worry. I've already found someone to take care of Uncle Yi. As long as he arrives safely at the barracks, the people I've asked will take good care of him, and definitely won't let him go to any dangerous places." Upon hearing this, Tang Wan then looked pleased. "Really? That's a big thank you." Yi Qingzhu also looked at her with eyes full of gratitude and softly said, "Thank you. Why? We're all family. What's the point of being polite? I like Uncle Yi a lot too. I definitely don't want anything to happen to him." Only then did the atmosphere return. Ling Yichen smiled and quickly finished the rice in his bowl before he said to the crowd, "I'm done eating. I'm going back to the house to cultivate." Seeing this, W also immediately put down his chopsticks and said, "I'm also going back to the house to cultivate." Yi Qingzhu looked at the two of them so eager to go cultivate. A touch of sorrow slowly coalesced between his brows. With a master and a secret cultivation method, Ling Yichen was now cultivating almost every day. W's own background was hard, entering the talented cadet class, and also had his own secret cultivation method. Tian Yingying was also taken to the research institute by Ling Yichen and had her own things to do. She was the only one who spent her days in the middle of her classes, learning a whole lot of theory. She was actually eager to cultivate, eager to increase her strength. Tang Wan looked at her daughter's furrowed brow and gently patted her back. "It's okay, there's no need to rush. It's also important to build a solid foundation. When you've built a solid foundation, I'll accompany you to choose a set of secret techniques to cultivate. Your father left most of the points behind before he left, enough for you to choose a set of beginner's cultivation secret techniques." It was only when he heard this that Yi Qingzhu's eyes took on a divine light. "Mom, why don't we go shopping this weekend? I don't want to be left behind by everyone, let alone be a drag." Tang Wan sniffed and immediately nodded her head in agreement. "Good. The conversation between mother and daughter was naturally heard by Ling Yichen. He also stared at his brows and thought before muttering to himself, "It seems that it's time for her to undergo a second awakening." These days, Ling Yichen had actually been letting the spirit worms in Yi Qingzhu's body help her purify her bloodline, and the results were remarkable, and had also reached a critical mass. Just pick the right time for a second awakening. After a little thought, Ling Yichen decided that he would immediately let Yi Qingzhu awaken for the second time. With a thought, the spirit insects in Yi Qingzhu's body immediately accelerated and became active, while Yi Qingzhu, who was eating, suddenly stiffened, and the bowl in her hand was instantly pinched and burst by her. She immediately looked at Tang Wan and softly exclaimed, "Mom, I feel not quite right." As the words fell, the black and white wings behind her were instantly released, and then she directly rushed towards the window, leaping straight out and soaring high into the sky. At that moment, Ling Yichen heard Tang Wan's cries, "Yichen, come quickly, something has happened to Qingzhu." Ling Yichen heard this, but he pursed his lips and smiled, then raised his steps and walked outside. Just 2 steps, his smile came to an abrupt end, his expression instantly became grave, and his mouth even exclaimed in a low voice, "No, there is something wrong with her bloodline." Chapter 74, Return to the Ancestors. In the next second, Ling Yichen rushed out with a single stride, directly taking Tang Wan and Ling Yixuan with him as he ran wildly towards the rooftop. Hearing the sound, W and Tian Yingying's family also went out to check, only to hear Ling Yichen yell lowly, "Go to the rooftop." Ling Yichen was very fast, but they lived on the 8th floor, and several minutes had passed by the time they reached the top floor. As for Yi Qingzhu at this moment, only to see her spreading her wings and standing still in the void, she seemed to be in extreme pain, her body constantly trembling. Should have been a red sunset sky evening, but hard to appear a large mass of dark clouds suspended above her head. Dark clouds and the lightning and thunder. Seems to have some horrible ferocious things hidden inside. Rumble. A muffled thunder exploded in the cloud mass, and in the next second, a miraculous scene occurred, only to see Yi Qingzhu's body jerking violently with the sound of thunder, and then an arc of electricity was seen silently surging above her body. On the other hand, Ling Yichen's pupils contracted as he sensed that in this very instant, the worms he had placed in Yi Qingzhu's body became extinct as much as they could, leaving only a few spirit worms alive. The factor that caused this result was the fact that within Yi Qingzhu's body, there was a pure lightning bolt. In Ling Yichen's perception, every cell in Yi Qingzhu's entire body contained not-so-weak lightning, and at this moment, she had already turned into a lightning body, and that was what Ling Yichen was puzzled about. According to his reasoning, the bloodline power that Yi Qingzhu had awakened before was the bloodline power from the mother's lineage. So what awakened this time should be the bloodline power from the paternal lineage. That is, the brute god power that Yi Songtao possessed. But it didn't turn out to be. Instead it turned out to be this weird thunderbolt. That's why he said that Yi Qingzhu's bloodline was problematic. And she was awakening powers right now that even he wasn't sure exactly what they were. At that moment, Tang Wan at his side let out an anxious soft call. "Qingzhu." Ling Yichen and W looked at her in unison, only to see that she had tears in her eyes and was filled with anxiety and worry. "Auntie, don't worry, Qingzhu seems to be undergoing a second awakening," W couldn't help but say in relief. Tang Wan immediately pursued, "Then will she be in danger?" W had wanted to say that it was not dangerous, but when she saw the lightning erupting from Yi Qingzhu's body getting thicker and thicker, and the thunderclouds above her head were getting more and more intense, she wasn't sure anymore. Even with her insight, she had never seen an awakening in this manner. It wasn't unheard of for people to awaken lightning powers. Some were instantly empowered with the ability to manipulate them. Some have awakened the power to generate their own lightning. Yi Qingzhu looked like the latter. But, this amplitude was not exaggerated, and even attracted thunderclouds to converge on her head. This was, to a certain extent, considered a heaven and earth anomaly. "Auntie, don't worry, Qingzhu will be fine." It was Ling Yichen who gave Tang Wan an affirmative answer, though at the moment, there was some uncertainty within him. After all, the worms placed inside her had already been destroyed by the lightning generated by herself, leaving only a few worms left, and those few spirit worms were somewhat precarious under the constant wash of lightning. However, they sucked up the essence blood in Yi Qingzhu's body in time, replenishing their strength, and were not struck to death by lightning for the time being. Let's hope those few spirit insects can hold out, Ling Yichen secretly pondered. Rumble. Dozens of seconds later, the sky suddenly exploded with thunder and a lightning bolt directly struck Yi Qingzhu's body. Yi Qingzhu's body immediately trembled gently, but something bizarre happened, only to see Yi Qingzhu's physical state, but instead, it was a bit more stable than before, only that on her exposed skin, she began to flash with a faint purple light. That purple light circled around and around. It looked surprisingly like a piece of scale armor. Such a bizarre scene. Watching the ground, W and Ling-Chen changed their faces in unison. The two cried out almost in unison. Return. The so-called rejuvenation was when the bloodline within the body of a certain organism, after a long period of dormancy, suddenly rose out of nowhere in a certain generation, becoming capable of rivaling the strength of its predecessors or even the first generation. The human body contains a variety of bloodline powers, most of which have been dormant, and only a few bloodlines are able to manifest themselves. And when this bloodline power reaches a certain threshold, it will awaken. And a bloodline awakening that is more advanced than an awakening is called a homecoming. The Yi Qingzhu in front of him, with scales appearing on the surface of his body, was the phenomenon of returning to his ancestors. Being able to reach the phenomenon of returning to her ancestors was enough to show that the power she had awakened this time was very powerful and advanced. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation now. Boom! Another thunderbolt fell, precisely hitting Yi Qingzhu. Yi Qingzhu's body trembled slightly once again, but with that came an even stronger aura surging out, and at the same time, more scales manifested above her body surface, and they were also clearer than before. Rumble, rumble, one after another. The thunderbolts fell, and each time they struck Yi Qingzhu, they made him even more powerful. By the time the seventh thunderbolt fell, Yi Qingzhu's body erupted with a superb aura, and then a crackling sound of cracking bones could be heard. Only a pair of greenish-purple feathered wings slowly stretched out behind her, not the least bit weaker than the first pair of black and white feathered wings. As the greenish-purple feathered wings stretched out, behind Yi Qingzhu, an arm-thick green tail slowly stretched out, and at the end of the tail, a purple ball of thunder shone, bursting out with an extremely lurid aura. This is a deep level of ancestor return for her, and if she takes it a step further, she will be able to awaken the ancient ancestral body. W was thrilled beyond words. The crowd looked at her in unison, puzzled, obviously not fully understanding her words. The so-called ancient ancestral body is that after returning to a certain level, one can briefly change one's form and use the strongest power of this bloodline. The crowd instantly understood and all looked at Yi Qingzhu hopefully. Rumble. As the eighth thunderbolt fell, the scales on Yi Qingzhu's body surface were already clearly visible. Rumble. As the ninth thunder fell, the scales on Yi Qingzhu's body surface fully manifested, and his hands grew black sharp claws, and an extremely terrifying ancient ferocious beast aura erupted around him. Swish! She suddenly opened her eyes, and radiant thunderons suddenly blossomed in her eyes, which escaped and instantly transformed into dozens of thunder daggers, strangling towards a building in the distance, only to see that the building was twisted into several segments in a matter of moments and collapsed with a loud bang, causing a huge stir. Of course, this was not something Yi Qingzhu did intentionally. At this moment she was in an unconscious state. All her actions were just out of instinct. Well, in the next second, she closed her eyes. All the aura on her body was introverted, and the greenish-purple scales on her body surface disappeared in an instant. Only the two pairs of feathered wings behind her were extremely eye-catching and open. Seeing this, W lamented. It's a pity that there are only 9 channels of thunder quenching the body. If one can trigger 12 channels of thunder quenching the body, one might be able to awaken the ancient ancestral body. After saying that, she suddenly tore open the shirt on her back and stretched out the pair of golden feathered wings, flying towards Yi Qingzhu and carrying her down. At this point, this second awakening is considered to be over. Ling-Chen also looked at Yi Qingzhu, who had fallen into unconsciousness, with palpitations before looking around again. The vision over here had already attracted the attention of countless people. General awakened people were not even a problem. He was vaguely worried that this awakening would attract the attention of the 6 great families as well as the Transcendent Management Association. But it was only a little worrying. Yi Qingzhu's second awakening, and it was still such a raw second awakening. Without any surprises, she would immediately be sent to the genius trainee class, and it was even possible that she would receive a solicitation from the 6 great families to become their peripheral descendant, and receive good resources to cultivate. As for the building that was destroyed by Yi Qingzhu, even if it did cause casualties, the 6 great families or the Transcendent Association would take care of it. Getting a genius is more important than that casualty, so there's no need to worry at all. The only thing he was worried about right now was just the spirit worms within Yi Qingzhu's body. The spirit insects were certainly powerful, but after suffering so many lightning strikes, they were in a very bad state, and several of them were all in a dying condition, with the possibility of being destroyed at any time. That was, after all, heaven and earth thunder. Enough to destroy all living beings. Even spirit insects could not withstand it. He didn't care if the worms died, but he was still heartbroken when the spirit worms died. After all, The birth of every spirit bug was not easy and required a lot of effort. However, just as he was worried about whether or not these spirit insects would be able to hold out, a strange change appeared. Ling Yichen sensed that the spirit worms suddenly began to blossom with infinite vitality within their bodies, and their aura began to climb upwards, quickly recovering to an intact state, and even showing signs of evolving towards wisdom worms. In addition to this, he was shocked to find that a little bit of thunder on appeared on the bodies of these spirit insects. Immediately after that, the thunder ons gradually strengthened, and finally, every spirit bug's body surface was haunted with dao-electric arcs. Ling Yichen was stunned. Not only did the spirit bug show signs of evolution on the brink of life and death, it had unexpectedly fused the power of lightning. This is amazing. What an unexpected pleasure. He immediately compared the spirit insects with lightning with ordinary spirit insects and immediately realized that those spirit insects with lightning had a much more powerful life aura and were already infinitely close to wisdom insects. It reminded him a lot. If the other spirit insects also experience the tempering of thunder, I wonder if they can do the same. If I can really succeed, then will I be able to master the power of thunder as well? At this moment, Ling Yichen's gaze towards Yi Qingzhu became hot. Well, I'll have to look into that later. He made up his mind, then collected his thoughts and returned home with Yi Qingzhu along with the crowd. A few people returned home and everyone was still worried about Yi Qingzhu. Ling Yichen, however, knew that there was nothing wrong with Yi Qingzhu. It's just that she still needs a little time to adapt to her awakened body, and her will has temporarily gone into hibernation, so she'll be fine after a nap. Everyone go back and rest. Someone should almost be coming from the Transcendent Management Association side, Ling Yichen said blandly. However, just as the words fell, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Open the door and all come out and cooperate with me in this investigation. It was Willow May's voice. Chapter 75, Puppetry. Ling Yichen had long guessed that it would be her who would come over. However, when he opened the door, he was surprised to find that in addition to her and her two teammates, there was also a middle-aged man outside the door. The middle-aged man was wearing a straight suit and black-framed glasses. His hair was a little gray, but the whole man looked elegant and handsome. From Lu Mei's respectful attitude, it was easy to tell that he should belong to the higher echelons of the Transcendent Management Association. Seeing Ling Yichen coming out of Yi Qingzhu's house, Lu Mei was not surprised at all. Only a little bit of jealousy showed in her eyes, but she didn't snap out of it, and was even tempered, not as relaxed and mischievous as she had been the first two times she had seen it. It should be the middle-aged man she was traveling with who was causing her a lot of stress. Seeing that the atmosphere was different from the past, Ling Yichen also became serious. Something wrong? He asked lightly. As the words fell, W had also walked over from the house and stood at Ling Yichen's side. W wasn't as calm as Ling Yichen. When she saw this middle-aged man, she immediately frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" There was a note of mischief in her tone, and even some caution. Obviously, she knew this middle-aged man. The middle-aged man pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and revealed a smile. "Miss W, excuse me, please cooperate with us in conducting some questioning about the visions that happened just now. Don't worry, we already know that the person who triggered those visions just now is one of the masters of this house named Yi Qingzhu, currently a first-year student of the 4th Advanced School of Alien Abilities. Our questioning is also just routine. We won't make things difficult for you. It's just to give an explanation to the top." Listening to the middle-aged man's still sincere words, W's expression looked better, but she still didn't let her guard down. "There's nothing to ask. With your association's capabilities, you know absolutely nothing less about what's going on here than those of us who were there." W expressed a strong attitude, but the middle-aged man remained unruffled and did not express any emotion, but just calmly told, "Okay, I know." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he twisted his head and glanced at Lu Mei on the side. "You can stay." When he finished speaking, he turned away without hesitation. Seeing the middle-aged man just walk away, Ling Yichen was a bit surprised to see W. "This chick is awesome." The middle-aged man was obviously a high-ranking person in the association, but W was able to dislike him so much and he wasn't offended in any way, which was enough to show how powerful W's status was, worthy of being the personal guard of the Empty City Lord. Even if it's just a reserve, the status is still very useful. Ling Yichen muttered darkly and turned his eyes to Lu Mei, and Lu Mei breathed a long sigh of relief after seeing the middle-aged man leave, but immediately the ground W a thumbs up. "You're a cow. How dare you be so arrogant to the association's group leader, worthy of the 26-character army." When Lu Mei finished speaking, she realized that she seemed to have exposed W's identity and slightly changed her face, but after seeing that Ling Yichen didn't react in any way, he then returned to normal. "Looks like you already know." Lu Mei looked at Ling Yichen. the jealousy in her eyes becoming more obvious. And this time, with the middle-aged man out of the picture, she's no longer restrained. Taking a step forward directly, he arrived in front of Ling Yichen, the distance between him and Ling Yichen instantly closing to less than 5 centimeters. Ling Yichen instinctively wanted to retreat, but in the next second, he suddenly felt his body stiffen, unable to move, and could only allow Lu Mei to approach. Puppetry. Ling Yichen was secretly shocked in his heart. He was aware of Lu Mei's details, knowing that she was not as simple as she appeared to be, but a powerful second awakening. Little brother, really envy you guys. Can eat together, live together. How about I also move here to live? Lu Mei said in an ambiguous tone to Ling Yichen, and after she finished, she didn't forget to lean her head on Ling Yichen's chest, making a bird-like appearance. However, without waiting for Ling Yichen to respond, the W on his side was not happy first. That's about right. Believe it or not, I'll have that guy just now send you to the battlefield. When Lu Mei heard this, her complexion changed slightly, and she immediately came out of Ling Yichen's arms and took a step back, releasing her control over Ling Yichen. Oh, I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Lu Mei smiled cheekily, but by the looks of her, she wasn't really afraid of W. She was just giving her a face. And at the moment, Ling Yichen was still amazed by Lu Mei's puppet technique, because he had just tried to break free of Liu Mei's control, but he realized he couldn't. Unless it undergoes disintegration and turns into a worm state. Only then he would be completely exposed. That's why his opinion of Lu Mei at the moment skyrocketed. It was also at this time that Ling Yichen's gaze fell on the two teammates behind Lu Mei. Those two, why are they extra quiet today? Fixing his eyes, Ling Yichen suddenly realized that something was wrong. These two teammates at the moment had stiff bodies, dull gazes, and no facial expressions, and they didn't look like they had autonomous consciousness. A bold conjecture began to grow in Ling Yichen's heart. In order to verify this, he moved his mind and several worms silently crawled towards the two men before quickly entering their bodies. After a quick inspection, Ling Yichen was shocked. Sure enough, they are dead. To be precise, they are now in the state of the living dead, also commonly known as a vegetable. And the fact that they're still able to walk around like a living person and even talk is all thanks to Willow Mei. Puppetry. Terrifying as hell. At this moment, he really didn't dare to underestimate Lu Mei at all. How dare he manipulate his teammates and make them into puppets in front of that middle-aged man? Either she's being tactful or... Suddenly, an even bolder idea popped into his head. Could that middle-aged man also be controlled by puppetry? I don't think. What? Ling Yichen was suddenly a little creeped out. If that middle-aged man had been manipulated by Lu Mei as well, it would have been nothing short of a horror story. Ling Yichen had a numbing feeling in his scalp, and the more he looked at Lu Mei, the more dangerous he felt. It was even more dangerous than facing Su Tianshang. Su Tianshang's power came from the oppression of strength. Willow Mei, on the other hand, gave him a sense of pervasive terror. You don't even know when she's going to turn on you and make you into a puppet. That is, he still has the bottom card that can disintegrate into a worm. Otherwise, he really has to stay away from Lu Mei. This time, the matter got a bit big. Not only did the people from the Transcendent Management Association know about it, but the people from the 6 great families also knew about it. I'll make another trip tomorrow. I need to bring Yi Qingzhu to the association for a reassessment, and by then, the information about her will be updated. Unsurprisingly, the 6 great clans should rush for her, and once she enters any of them, they give her a lot of resources to cultivate. It's a good thing, but the 6 families are not a good place. The waters are deep, and I wouldn't advise her to enter any of them if it's really for her own good. It's just that there's a big threat if she doesn't choose one of them. The 6 great families won't let a genius with such a high level of awakening be out there. Either use it for me or eliminate it. That's how the 6 great families act. So, once it comes to the point where a family must be chosen to be stationed, my personal preference is the Yen family, and I won't explain too much about the specifics. Lu Mei suddenly turned serious and recounted the current situation and the problems she would encounter next. Although there were some inconsistencies, overall he was still thinking about Yi Qingzhu. That's when W spoke up. I can bail her out from joining any of the clans, W said confidently. However, Lu Mei laughed, a somewhat meaningful laugh. Yes, with your status, the 6 great families really don't want to offend you, and can keep Yi Qingzhu from joining the 6 great families. But, forget it, the final decision still depends on how she makes her own choices. We're just bystanders who can't decide for her. Lu Mei sighed helplessly. W sniffed and agreed with her. That's for sure. Ultimately it's up to her. If she wants to join any of the 6 great clans, we're all for it. And likewise, if she really doesn't want to join, then I'll make sure she's safe. Alright then, That's it, nothing else, remember to let me know when she wakes up yo. Saying that, Lu Mei reached out and touched Ling Yichen's chest before smilingly twisting her little waist and leaving. Her two teammates, on the other hand, followed her woodenly, as if they were two dead guards, waiting for Lu Mei to leave. However, suddenly let out a long breath before saying to Ling Yichen, have you noticed? Lu Mei's teammate isn't quite right. Ling Yichen glanced at her in surprise, not expecting her to have noticed it as well. Aha! He didn't do much explaining, just a soft Everyone has their own secrets. It seems that this Lu Mei, too, is not a simple character. In the future, if you go out on a mission with her, you still need to be more careful. After saying that, she sized up Ling Yichen and finally locked her gaze onto Ling Yichen's chest, the place where Lu Mei had just touched. Then very dryly, he reached out his hand and touched it as well. Then said, if others can touch it, so can I. There was a final squeeze, which led to humming a little tune as he headed for his house. Ling Yichen that's speechless. He's not a male model in a club. Why do they all love to eat his tofu so much? However, he didn't say anything and turned around to go back to the house to explain some precautions to Tang Wan before going back to the house to wash up. After washing up, the time had come to more than 9 o'clock in the evening, and when he returned to his bedroom to prepare for cultivation, he suddenly saw the note that was placed on the table, and it was only then that he remembered that he had an appointment with Lin Hao when he got out of school. Immediately, he took out his communicator from his storage ring, added Lin Hao's ID, and took the initiative to send a message over. Chapter 76, that kid seems to have been played by me. A few moments later, Lin Hao replied with a simple greeting. Ling Yichen immediately smiled and inquired, what do you want to talk about? But the other man took a minute to reply. Tentacles. Ling Yichen pursed his lips and asked knowingly, what happened to the tentacles? Lin Hao immediately replied back, my tentacles, are they really related to you? Ling Yichen had explicitly told him before at school that this was a bestowal, but Lin Hao couldn't fully understand it. After all, it was too bizarre. Ling Yichen didn't intend to talk nonsense with him. He directly closed his eyes and transferred most of his thoughts to Lin Hao's side. At the same time, in a private luxury villa within the central district belonging to the Lin family's industry, Lin Hao was sitting in his room, nervously holding his communicator. In the next second, only the tentacles on his chest stretched out without warning, and the tentacles shook violently as countless worms detached themselves from the tentacles and landed on the surface of the ground, while these worms quickly wriggled and transformed into a human form in a matter of moments. After a few more seconds, this humanoid figure piled up by worms completely manifested into Ling Yichen's appearance. At this moment, Lin Hao was so frightened that his entire body fell to the ground, rolling and crawling as he shrank to the corner of the wall, looking at Ling Yichen in horror. Communicator chat is too much trouble, just talk face to face. Ling Yichen slowly walked over, took a stool, and leisurely sat in front of Lin Hao, and at the moment, Lin Hao's entire body was shaking. It's too scary, too creepy. The scene in front of him was completely beyond his understanding. The gaze he looked at Ling Yichen had an endless amount of fear. Are you a human or a ghost? Lin Hao was a bit incoherent. Ling Yichen squinted at him, satisfied with his awe and fear of himself, only to hear him faintly said, you do not need to know what I am. You only need to remember that your life, your everything is controlled in my hands. You had better honestly listen to my arrangements. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. As the words fell, only Ling Yichen's body split into countless worms, which quickly spread out towards the entire villa, parasitizing everyone in the villa in a matter of moments. This villa was Lin Hao's private villa, and apart from some servants there were only a few guards, and as the strongest of these guards was only C rank, it was extremely simple for Ling Yichen to parasitize them. When Ling Yichen finished parasitizing, his massive spiritual power spread out and directly manipulated everyone, causing everyone to come into Lin Hao's room and stand neatly behind Ling Yichen. The appearance of this scene once again shocked Lin Hao and deeply left a shadow in his heart. He violently crawled to Ling Yichen's side and prostrated himself on the ground. My lord, you are a god. You are a great god. I am willing to become your servant. Whatever you command, I will do it with all my might. At this moment, he really didn't have the slightest bit of resistance towards Ling Yichen. If anything, before tonight, he still had some misgivings about Ling Yichen's strength and identity. And now, the strength and means that Ling Yichen had displayed were far beyond what he could have imagined, because he knew that even their Lin family's family head might not have this kind of means. Therefore, he had raised Ling Yichen's strength to the point where he was even more powerful than the family head. At the same time, because this ability of Ling Yichen's was too bizarre and mysterious, he also thought of Ling Yichen as the existence of some kind of mysterious power, because according to some of the Lin family's texts, This world was one with many unknown mysterious powers, and the power displayed by Ling Yichen fit right in. Ling Yichen looked at Lin Hao's demeanor and nodded in satisfaction. Kid, if I can't scare you to death, it's not in vain that I've spent so much energy and made such a big row to bluff you. Indeed, the reason why Ling Yichen had made such a big deal was that he wanted to eat Lin Hao to death in one bite, so that he would die and become his pawn. What I want from you is simple. I want you to become the Lin family head. As soon as these words came out, Lin Hao was stunned, his expression somewhat uncertain, but immediately this uncertainty disappeared, and was replaced by a kind of excitement and fervor. With your support, I will surely ascend to the Lin family's throne. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without pardon. Ling Yichen raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at Lin Hao, who was in a somewhat strange state, and secretly pondered. This guy, why does he have the feeling of being in a cult? Godly? Yes, at this moment, Lin Hao did have an abnormal state of insanity. Of course, Ling Yichen didn't bother with him. His aim was to make Lin Hao mess up the Lin family from the inside. It would naturally be good if he could become the Lin family's family head, and if he really couldn't, that was fine. As long as he could spread worms to everyone in the Lin family and cultivate enough spirit worms or wisdom worms for himself. That's all. As for the rest, he didn't care. However, he immediately thought of something else, and immediately said, in addition to this, from today onward, you must pay tribute to me, and every day, 10 boxes of 7-leaf lotus hearts. 10 boxes shouldn't be too much, should it? After all, the Lin family is one of the 6 great families, even if Lin Hao is just a collateral line, but he has now at least completed the second awakening, deeply valued by the Lin family. This thing should be taken out of it. Ling Yichen thought to himself secretly, he was really too short of 7-leaf lotus hearts right now. His spiritual power was indeed very thick, and his spiritual ocean was huge to use, but it was also really troublesome to recover. If he didn't rely on medication to aid in his recovery, and only relied on cultivation to recover on his own, he estimated that after using up his spiritual power once, it would take 10 days to fully recover. It's too slow, and the 7-leaf lotus heart was too expensive. With 2,000 points per box, he would need 8 boxes at a time to fully recover his mental power. If he didn't pull others' wool, where would he get so many points for himself to buy the 7-leaf lotus heart? Lin Hao heard this, but he was unconcerned and respectfully replied, then how am I to offer it to you? Ling Yichen's eyes flickered and he immediately pointed to the incense tablets in the villa's hall, where some of the Lin family's ancestor tablets were enshrined. Every day before midnight, place the tribute on the incense burner and just call out to me with devotion in your heart. Lin Hao instantly realized and humbly said, yes, sir. Ling Yichen couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart. If I can really get 10 boxes of 7-leaf lotus hearts every day, then I no longer need to worry about the depletion of my spiritual energy, and I can let go of my cultivation. Thinking of this, his eyes looked at Lin Hao a little gentler. He only stood up leisurely from his chair and came to Lin Hao's side, stroking Lin Hao's head like a pet and said, your tentacle is a chance I've bestowed upon you. All you need to do is to feed it enough strong blood and flesh and it will bring you a huge increase in strength. Your strength will increase to be rank without any pressure, and a rank will be just around the corner. You have to work hard. Don't let me down. After Ling Yichen finished speaking, his body instantly disintegrated, turning into countless worms before crawling back towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao was a bit startled at first, but immediately, he closed his eyes and revealed a look of enjoyment. At the same time, in Ling Yichen's home, Ling Yichen opened his eyes in a ghostly manner, his expression somewhat odd. It was because Lin Hao's state made him feel a little weird. That boy seems to have gotten the better of me. With a bit of a pagan streak, he shook his head and gathered his thoughts, not thinking about him. Time is precious, so it's better to hurry up and start practicing. Instantly, he glanced out the window. Only Irina's figure had not yet appeared on the tall building outside the window. Glancing at the time, at the moment it was just after 9 o'clock. It was indeed still early. However, Ling Yichen didn't think too much about it and lifted his steps towards the rooftop. He already had a preliminary plan for the direction of his cultivation, cultivating the star yuan guidance technique during the day, condensing more stars, and creating more and bigger star yuan guidance arrays. At night, he absorbed the power of the purple ring and quenched more fragments of divine sense, striving to cultivate divine sense as soon as possible. Arriving at the rooftop and looking at the round moon above his head, Ling Yichen was overcome with emotion. I'm sorry, I've tried my best, but I can't help you because of my low strength. If you can sense my thoughts, then wait patiently. When my strength improves, then I'll come back to help you out. With that, he sat down on his knees and catalyzed the star yuan guidance formation, absorbing the power of the purple ring to refine it. However, When he managed to acquire the first strand of violet mist, he was surprised to find that within these violet mists, there was also a trace of white mist. It shocked him so much that he couldn't help but open his eyes and look at the moon. Could this be the energy of the moon? With this in mind, he began to guide this strand of purple mist and white mist to surge into the spiritual ocean respectively, washing and refining them. Soon, the purple mist turned into golden points of light, converging towards the golden cloud. The wisp of white mist, however, remained a white mist, and then disappeared from the sea of spiritual consciousness without being restrained, heading towards Ling Yichen's left eye orifice. It doesn't need to be refined. It can even be directly absorbed by the left eye orifice. How amazing! Ling Yichen was inwardly very surprised, but he was also happy. It definitely helped him find a way to cultivate his left eye, though he wasn't sure what would be the point of practicing like this, but it's always nice to be able to practice. Immediately, he didn't waste any more time and began to absorb the power of the purple ring and the energy of the moon. 2 hours later, the time came to about 0 in the morning, only to see a slender silhouette suddenly walk out of the darkness and arrive at a tall building only 100 meters away from Ling Yichen. It was the goddess Irina. As soon as Ileana arrived, she saw Ling Yichen, who was in the middle of practicing, and her pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. This guy really didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he also drastically increased the speed at which he absorbed the essence of God. Wait, what's that? At this moment, Ileana also saw that what Ling Yichen had absorbed wasn't simply the essence of God. There were also wisps of white mist mixed in. Could this be the essence of the moon? He can absorb the essence of the moon? Elena was completely shocked, so shocked that she directly let out a soft cry, showing how great the shock was within her. Chapter 77, Looking at each other, no loss. At this moment, the eyes she looked at Ling Yichen with were shocked, complicated as well as hot. Someone who can absorb the essence of the moon is right in front of my eyes. If I can take him under my wing and hand him over to the family will surely forgive me for my transgressions and recall me back to the empty city. Ileana couldn't help but think about many things, and in the end, she directly raised her steps towards Ling Yichen. However, she had just taken no more than 2 steps when Ling Yichen's voice came over. Only his voice was cold and serious as he said, "Stop. One more step forward and I will consider that you are going to declare war on me, and I don't mind sparring with you." His tone contained a strong murderous aura, because she had unleashed an attack on himself without warning and destroyed his physical body just before. He was in a state of hostility towards Irina, and that made Irina look puzzled, and she remembered what she had done before. "I'm sorry for being rash before, but I didn't mean to take a shot at you," she spoke quietly, trying to salvage a little leeway, while he had really wanted to finish him off before. It was different now. Those who could absorb the essence of the moon did not even exist in the empty city. She had to take Ling Yichen under her wing, even if she had to put down her dignity and sacrifice her color for it, because it was about her future. Sure, this was also based on the premise that she didn't have enough certainty to take Ling Yichen down right now. If she had the strength to completely crush Ling Yichen right now, then she wouldn't have wasted any words. She would have just knocked Ling Yichen down and imprisoned him, and reported him to the family. Unfortunately, last time, she failed to take down Ling Yichen even after using her heavenly eyes, and she really wasn't sure at all now. "I think there's been some misunderstanding between us, and I don't think of you as an enemy," Elena spoke again to explain. It wasn't until then that Ling Yichen slowly opened his eyes and raised them to look at her. Only when he opened his eyes this time, a layer of white light immediately flashed over the pupil of his left eye. Immediately after that, the Irina in front of her instantly changed. Originally very beautiful Ileana, her features changed again, becoming more stunning, more bright and dynamic, like an angel. But when Ling Yichen's gaze looked downward, he couldn't help but slightly open his mouth, because in his field of vision, it was like Irina's clothes had turned into transparent tulle, which couldn't block his vision at all, and he could see every inch of Irina's body clearly and incomparably. Ling Yichen didn't expect it to be the same situation. He froze at first, then glanced more toward Irina's vital spot. It was also because of this action of his that Irina's suspicions were aroused. She only frowned gently, vaguely feeling that Ling Yichen's gaze was out of place. Heaven's eye, open! She immediately cast a divine secret technique and opened the vertical eye at the center of her brow. In an instant, the surrounding space shook as a ripple swung towards Ling Yichen's side. When that ripple swept over Ling Yichen's body, only a faint glow was emanating from Ling Yichen's left eye. Ileana's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, "Heaven's eye? How does he also have heaven's eyes?" But immediately she thought of something. Her face suddenly changed. Her flowery face lost color. Her face turned from white to red, and then from red to green. and she was so angry that her breasts trembled and her body trembled. Ling Yichen, you're lowly, she let out a furious rebuke, then immediately crouched down and roared once again, close your heavenly eyes, if you dare to spy on me again, I won't rest in death with you. Ling Yichen sniffed, but suddenly smiled. Not only did he not close his eyes, but instead took 2 steps forward and looked more seriously. Oh, didn't you just say that there was a misunderstanding between us? I now suddenly also feel that we do have some misunderstandings. Why don't you come over? Let's face to face, have a good chat and explore why this moon is so white? Ling Yichen was talking about the moon, but his finger was pointing at Ileana. Irina was really getting pissed off. You lowlife. After saying that, she directly leapt into the darkness and quickly fled the place. She couldn't let Ling Yichen continue to look at her body. Ling Yichen couldn't help but reveal a soothing laugh as he watched Ileana flee on the back of the wolf. But immediately, a thought struck him. She only realized that my left eye had the ability to see through when she opened her brow vertical eye just now. So in that case, her brow vertical eye should have a similar ability. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Does that mean that the previous times, I was light in her eyes? Saying that, Ling Yichen couldn't help but look down. A hefty bad smile followed. Since we've seen each other, no one loses. Ling Yichen instantly lost all semblance of psychological burden. Once Irina left, he had no other distractions and continued to start cultivating. At this moment, within his spiritual sea of consciousness, the golden cloud had become much larger, and he could sense that as long as he cultivated for a little while longer, this golden cloud would produce changes, so he didn't hesitate and continued to absorb and refine the power of the purple ring. An hour later, when Ling Yichen had refined some more violet mist and countless golden points of light converged towards the golden cloud, only to see the golden cloud gently quiver, like a fruitful and overburdened fruit tree, only to see that in the midst of the cloud, a golden droplet slowly coalesced before dripping down from the top of the cloud and dropping into the spiritual ocean, only to see that the golden droplets quickly sank to the bottom of the lake, just like a golden bean falling into the water. At the same time, Ling Yichen opened his eyes, his insides filled with joy, because it was divine sense liquid, the divine sense liquid that belonged to him. From today onwards, he was a person with divine sense. There were many functions of divine sense, such as the most basic one of transmitting voice across the air, although this one was rather ribald for him as he could rely on the worm's link to talk to anyone, and was even able to manifest directly in front of the other party, although this needed to be based on the premise that he had parasitized the other party. But divine sense also had many characteristics that worms didn't have, such as directly using divine sense as a weapon to carry out divine sense attacks. It is also possible to contain a divine weapon with divine sense. Probing is also available. Either way, it's extremely powerful. But in the next second, Ling Yichen's expression immediately became grave as he raised his eyes to the moon in the sky. Previously, he hadn't possessed divine sense, so he didn't know how powerful it was, but now that he had it, he realized what a terrifying power it was. However, his divine sense was refined by absorbing the power of the purple ring. In other words, the 2 purple rings that surrounded the periphery of the moon were most likely also divine consciousness. Substantialized divine consciousness. Just thinking about this, Ling Yichen felt his heart sink. If this hypothesis is valid, it's horrible. What kind of person's divine sense could be so powerful that it could imprison the moon and the sun? And why did he ban the moon and the sun? All sorts of questions lingered in Ling Yichen's mind like a maze. In this world, there really are too many fans. Forget it, my strength is low now. It's useless to think about this. It's better to raise my strength as soon as possible. Ling Yichen took a deep breath, closed his eyes and concentrated, once again entering a state of cultivation. Time passed quickly, and as the sky showed a streak of fish belly white, the moon disappeared into the horizon of the sky. Ling Yichen exhaled lightly, ending the night's cultivation. He rose ghostly and stretched his entire body. The night's cultivation had given him a great deal of profit, and at this moment, there was already a small streak of golden liquid within his spiritual ocean. That was condensed from 5 drops of divine sense liquid. Although the number was still sparse, it could already carry him to launch a divine sense attack. He was also able to do preliminary divine sense scanning, although the scanning range was only 5 meters, but that was great. At least he could identify what state the people within 5 meters were in. After moving his muscles around a bit, he was content to head towards the stairs. When he returned home, he first washed up as usual and was planning to go to Yichengzhu's house to check the situation when he suddenly noticed that on the table in his bedroom, there were 10 exquisite jade boxes. He couldn't help but see a bright light in front of his eyes as he walked over and picked it up, and sure enough, there were 10 boxes of 7-leaf lotus hearts. Ha! This kid is pious. He paid me 10 boxes of 7-leaf lotus hearts in tribute overnight. When he finished, he snapped his fingers. At that instant, Yi Qingzhu's white cat Daodu appeared at the door of the room. Ling Yichen waved at it, and Daodu immediately came to his feet, rubbing them obediently. Well done. I'll give you a reward and allow you to hunt an awakened alone to boost your strength. As the words fell, Daodu immediately let out a more high-pitched yelp before slipping out of the bedroom with his tail wagging. Last night, he was probably too engrossed in cultivation and didn't notice that Lin Hao had paid himself tribute, and Daodu, as the only complete body besides him and Ling Yixuan, probably sensed Lin Hao's call, so he went over by himself and brought the tribute back to his room. It gave him great satisfaction. It also inspired him. Looks like I'm going to have to create a few more worm creatures, so I can still run errands or gather intelligence for myself, so I don't have to run everything myself. Thinking so, he raised his hand, and his palm turned into a gelatinous state in a matter of moments, as countless worms separated from his palm and fell to the ground, before quickly condensing into a brand new black cat. Then came the second, third, fourth and fifth. He had created a total of 5 cats, all of which were made up of ordinary worms that had little effect on his own strength. Looking at the 5 cats, Ling Yichen smiled faintly and waved his hand at them, and the 5 cats immediately walked out of the bedroom and disappeared from Ling Yichen's view. Ling Yichen also immediately raised his steps and walked towards Yi Qingzhu's house. Since it was still early, Ling Yichen was afraid of waking up Tang Wan, so he entered Yi Qingzhu's house on tiptoe. Coming to Yi Qingzhu's room, looking at Yi Qingzhu who was in a state of unconsciousness, Ling Yichen sat on the edge of the bed and reached out to hold her hand. But in the next second, a wisp of electric arc instantly erupted from her hand, electrocuting Ling Yichen. Ling Yichen frowned and didn't care, holding Yi Qingzhu's hand tightly before transferring a spirit insect from his own body into Yi Qingzhu's body. The spirit insect had just touched Yi Qingzhu's body and instantly triggered a lightning attack. The spirit insect instantly shriveled up. Its breath weakened to the extreme and it looked like it was about to die. Ling Yichen hurriedly channeled a little bit of power to it to help it hold on. Sure enough, with Ling Yichen's help, the spirit insect held up. Then it was also like those spirit insects before it. The vexation was great, and in its originally extremely weak body, it suddenly blossomed with endless vitality, and strands of arcs of electricity erupted from their bodies. Seeing such a sight, Ling Yichen couldn't help but rejoice as his heart's suspicions were verified. Ha ha, sure enough, other spirit bugs can also obtain lightning power. At this moment, Ling Yichen's gaze towards Yi Qingzhu became extremely hot. Chapter 78, Don't Lie Under a Girl's Bed. Yi Qingzhu completed her second awakening and gained the power of thunder and lightning, causing the spirit bug in her body to also possess the power of thunder and lightning. Ling Yichen had been speculating before whether it was possible to place other spirit insects into Yi Qingzhu's body for a transformation, so that the other spirit insects could also obtain the power of lightning. That's why the experiment just now came about, and the results it yielded made him rejoice. It was a feasible thing to do, and it made him wonder, if there are enough spirit insects that possess the power of lightning, and if I transfer these spirit insects into my body, I should be able to possess the power of lightning as well. After all, these spirit worms were originally part of me. Thinking so, he began to transfer all the remaining spirit insects in his body into Yi Qingzhu's body. In an instant, Yi Qingzhu's body was like a power bar that had been turned on, and the surface of his body constantly flashed with tears. It took a few minutes for this to subside and return to normal. Ling Yichen probed Yi Qingzhu's physical condition and showed regret. The transformation process was pretty smooth, and he was still heartbroken when a dozen or so spirit insects didn't hold out and hung up, because the spirit insects that he transferred into Yi Qingzhu's body totaled only about 100, and a dozen of them died all at once. The loss reached 1/10, but it couldn't be helped. Batch conversions were just that, too fast for him to take care of them all. Overall it was still good, and Ling Yichen immediately collected the 90 or so surviving Thunderbolt spirit insects, but it did not take away those few spirit insects that accompanied Yi Qingzhu through the lightning strike, because these spirit insects had sucked a large amount of Yi Qingzhu's essence blood, and had also completed the second awakening with her, and had been baptized by thunder. They had already become Yi Qingzhu's native spirit insects, and drawing them away as well would cause a certain impact on Yi Qingzhu, and Ling Yichen wouldn't take them back until there were special circumstances. As the lightning spirit insect returned to his body, Ling Yichen immediately felt a tingling sensation in his body. Almost instantly, tens of thousands of worms died immediately, but all the same, those remaining worms withstood this baptism and instead became more vibrant, their vitality becoming stronger. This change caused Ling Yichen to steeply widen his eyes. At this stage, his body is still largely made up of worms. The strength of the worm determines his downside. Wisdom bugs determine his ceiling. The stronger the worm was, the stronger his physical strength would be, and the faster he would recover from injuries and trauma. I seem to have found a good way to harden my body. Ling Yichan revealed a smile. It's better to say it's a way to harden the body than a way to harden the worms. He hadn't really thought about it in that way before, because worms are so plentiful and extremely easy to breed. Dead is dead. Devouring a bit of flesh and blood immediately replenishes them. There is no need to do any special reinforcement on them. He had previously only focused on raising the ceiling, thinking that if he could breed high-grade worms, his own strength would also rise. And now that he was so electrified, he suddenly realized that he should actually do both. Raise the upper limit while also raising the lower limit, and make up that shortest board higher. And worms are his downfall. After realizing this, he looked at Yi Qingzhu with a scorching gaze, then directly lay down beside Yi Qingzhu, grasping her hand and guiding the lightning in her body to surge into his body. In an instant, Yi Qingzhu's body once again erupted with thunderous light. Only, these thunderous lights were continuously deflecting towards Ling Yichen's side. Soon, the lightning wrapped all of the two men's bodies. Only Ling Yichen's body trembled slightly, and wisps of black smoke floated up from his body, accompanied by layers of black material falling off his body surface. That's the gelatinous and black smoke formed by the electrocuted worms. Half an hour later, Ling Yichen sat up from Yi Qingzhu's side. At this moment, he had turned into a black man. His entire body was covered in black gelatin, and his overall appearance was thinner, but his aura was stronger. It's great. The results are remarkable. At this moment, Ling Yichen was extremely happy inside. After this half hour of lightning and electric shock, the worms in his body died by the millions, but the millions that survived were strengthened and became stronger and more tenacious than normal worms. Ling Yichen could conclude that if his body was broken again, he might not need to spend another half an hour to recover. It would only take 20 minutes at most, or even less. This boost is, without a doubt, extremely pleasing. Immediately, though, his joy was gone, because he heard Tang Wan get up and walk towards Yi Qingzhu's room. It startled him. If Tang Wan found out that he was in Yi Qingzhu's room and on her bed, it would be really hard to explain. Therefore, almost as a reflex, he directly jumped up from Yi Qingzhu's bed and rolled into the bottom of the bed the moment he landed. Seconds later, the door to Yi Qingzhu's room was pushed open, and Tang Wan walked in, checking Yi Qingzhu's condition before softly calling out, "Qingzhu, Qingzhu." After being shouted at by Tang Wan a few times, Yi Qingzhu, who was lying on the bed, leisurely opened her eyes and looked at Tang Wan with some confusion. "Mom, what's wrong with me?" When Tang Wan saw that Yi Qingzhu wasn't in any trouble, she was instantly at ease, and then told her about her second awakening in general. Yi Qingzhu was naturally shocked, but after the shock she was overjoyed, because she felt that she was different. At this moment, she felt that there was an extremely powerful force in her body that could destroy everything with the lift of her hand. "Great! My strength has increased several times." Yi Qingzhu was happy from the bottom of his heart. Looking at her daughter so happy, Tang Wan followed suit. However, she immediately said, "I'll go get you guys breakfast. You go wash up and then go get Ye Chen and W to come over," Tang Wan said, getting up and heading out. When she reached the door, she suddenly paused and looked back, but this glance almost shocked Ling Yichen's soul out of his body. "She saw me." This was Ling Yichen's first thought, because if he looked at it from Tang Wan's perspective, he was able to see Ling Yichen lying on the bottom of the bed. Even, for a moment, he thought he had locked eyes with Don Wan, but Don Wan left the room expressionless, saying nothing. As soon as Tang Wan left, Yi Qingzhu also immediately got down from the bed. Then she was horrified to realize that her bed was so dirty, with so much black gunk. Why is it so dirty? Yi Qingzhu hurriedly got up and removed the bedsheet, then went to the bathroom to wash up. Only then did Ling Yichen let out a long sigh of relief as he hurriedly climbed out from under the bed, then carefully walked to the door and looked at the situation outside. It was only when he realized that Tang Wan was concentrating on making breakfast that he quickly slipped out of the room and quietly left Yi Qingzhu's house, going back to his own house to wash up. Phew! Never just go into a girl's room, let alone just plop down at the bottom of a girl's bed. Ling Yichen secretly had a warning message in his heart. After washing up, he went to Yi Qingzhu's house to have breakfast, and then it was time to wait for Lu Mei's arrival. It wasn't long before Lu Mei arrived with his two puppet teammates. After a brief conversation, W accompanied Yi Qingzhu and Lu Mei to the Transcendent Management Association. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, went to school with Tian Yingying. On the way, Tian Yingying suddenly said to Ling Yichen, "My lord, I've actually given serious thought to the proposal you gave yesterday, and I think it's feasible. I'd like to try fusing the spirit insects and the seeds. Is that okay?" Ling Yichen was slightly stunned. A fusion of spirit worms and seeds? Is that feasible? It should be okay. After having the birth of the Thunderbolt spirit bug, Ling Yichen now carried a curious mentality towards any ways and means. He didn't mind the attempt, and if it did work, it would be another new ability. Yes, but be careful not to hurt yourself, Ling Yichen warmly admonished. Tian Yingying was instantly filled with joy and excitedly said, "Thank you, Your Excellency. I will definitely not fail Your Excellency's expectations." Ling Yichen smiled and didn't say anything. Soon, the two arrived at the school, only to coincidentally run into the goddess Irina and her gang of followers again. Ling Yichen and Elena weren't exactly strangers now. After all, they've all seen each other, and are considered frank acquaintances. Except, Ileana doesn't think so. The moment she saw Ling Yichen, her face immediately changed, white at one time, red at another. The originally noble and elegant goddess instantly turned into a gnashing, little gasbag. When had the few people around her ever seen the goddess like this? One by one, they followed her gaze and immediately saw Ling Yichen, who was with Tian Yingying. At once, several people reacted in different ways. Su Hui of the Su family revealed a mysterious and unpredictable smile. Lin Songtsong of the Lin family was full of gloom. Qin Han of the Qin family looked cold. Gu Ziang of the Gu family frowned slightly. Lei Qiandao of the Lei family showed surprise. Only Yen Ruyu of the Yen family was calm as usual. She didn't even look at Ling Yichen. She just focused on the book in her hand. These 6 people were the ones who were more hopeful of inheriting the position of family head among the new generation of the 6 great families. Ling Yichen naturally noticed the reaction of the 6, but he didn't care too much about it. He just looked at Ileana with a smile on his face before pointing to his left eye. It seemed to be sending some kind of message to Irina, and Irina instantly exploded when she saw him do this. She thought of her embarrassment last night, and when she thought of Ling Yichen's nastiness, she exploded with anger, only to see her viciously say to the 6 people around her, "Listen up, no matter who amongst you, if you can gouge out that brat's left eye and bring him to me, there's no need to choose in the 6 clan election. I'll directly marry that family's future family head." As soon as these words came out, the 6 people on the scene changed their faces in unison and looked at Ileana with disbelieving eyes. "Sister Irina, is that true?" Su Hui inquired with an unparalleled gravity, while the others pretty much had the same expression as her. Irina's pupils shrunk as she gritted her teeth and said, "I swear by the gods of the heavens that if I break my promise, then I will be called to fall into the devil's cave for eternity and be reduced to a supremely evil heavenly demon." Chapter 79 1 in a billion. Everyone in the room turned pale, for the oath Irina had sworn was still a serious one, but it made everyone go berserk. As long as one captured that brat who came out of nowhere and gouged out his left eye, one would be able to have the goddess married off to one's own clan, which would definitely make the entire 6 great clans go crazy. At this moment, everyone looked in Ling Yichen's direction. Even that Yen Ruyu who had been reading for the first time raised her head and looked at Ling Yichen, frowning slightly, because this promise given by the goddess Irina was, to a certain extent, considered to be a mandatory death order for Ling Yichen. However, the only thing to be thankful for was that the goddess didn't really want to kill him, but rather, she wanted to capture him and gouge out his left eye only. Of course, those in the room didn't know what Irina was really thinking. As long as this kid is captured and reported to the family, it will be a great honor, and then the family will recall themselves, and marry down? That's impossible. Ileana never wanted to marry down to the 6 families from the beginning. The only reason why she said that was because she wanted the people of the 6 great families to help her catch Ling Yichen. This was because she knew that it seemed difficult to deal with Ling Yichen with just her personal strength. That immortality ability alone was enough to give her a headache. At this moment, Ling Yichen didn't realize that Ileana had already moved that much against him. He and Tian Yingying were still talking about the combination of spirit worms and seeds. After a brief discussion, both he and Tian Yingying agreed that the spirit worms could carry the growth of the seeds and provide the seeds with the energy to take root and germinate, while the seeds could also grow rapidly after being catalyzed, and then absorb the enemy's essence and flesh and blood and feed it back to the spirit worms as a way to achieve a mutually complementary purpose. Chatting away, they had arrived at the institute. Immediately, the two of them told Long Daoyi about this idea. After all, Long Daoyi had immersed himself in plant cultivation for many years and had a better understanding of plants. Only, Ling Yichen and Tian Yingying hid the matter of the spirit insects, only saying that they wanted to fuse the plants with insects in general, and the idea was immediately applauded by Rudoichi and quickly joined in. Ling Yichen looked at the two of them exploring and researching so actively, and also revealed a smile before turning around and walking towards the cultivation room. The old man's voice, however, came from the side. "How's that parasite fusion coming along?" Ling Yichen followed the voice and instantly saw the old man lying on the eunuch chair, quietly smoking a cigarette, his breath still shriveled. Obviously, he had consumed too much in order to cultivate that intelligent insect. When Ling Yichen saw this, he couldn't help but look worried. Master, are you okay? The old man smiled. It's fine, just recuperate for a few days. With that, he suddenly took out a delicate jade box from his storage ring and handed it to Ling Yichen. Ling Yichen didn't need to look to know what it was. 7-leaf lotus heart. He still had a dozen boxes in his storage ring right now. Some of them were from last night's tribute from Lin Hao, and some of them were bought from Chu Chi herself, so he immediately refused. Master, no need. Keep it for yourself and recover earlier. Otherwise, if we encounter any danger, no one will be able to protect us. The old man was stunned and said angrily, Who bullied you? Ling Yichen immediately shook his head with a bitter smile. No, it's just an analogy. You're our backer. If you can't return to your full strength, then our safety isn't guaranteed. Although Su Tiansheng promised not to look for trouble again, no one can guarantee that there won't be a Su Disheng or Su Xiansheng to look for trouble from me. Can they? After hearing this, the old man knew that Ling Yichen was just looking for an excuse to refuse his help, but it gave him a wake-up call. Yes, if someone else from the 6 great clans came looking for trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable if one was unable to deal with it. As he said that, the old man couldn't help but glance at Long Daoi, who was not far away, and his pupils shrunk slightly. Alright, I'll keep these 7-leaf lotus hearts. I'll recover my strength as soon as possible, and I'll give them to you after I've recovered, the old master said seriously. This time, Ling Yichen did not refuse. Let's let the old man regain his strength first. However, the old master's glance just now, he had also seen it, especially with the addition of divine sense. He clearly perceived that the old master was not worried about him just now. But Long Daoi, it made him think a little bit more too. Could it be that senior brother still has any enemies? Suddenly, he thought of Long Daoyi's Dantian Shi. His brows furrowed furiously as a bold guess surfaced in his mind, and the fury in his body suddenly thickened by a few points. If senior brother really has enemies, and it's still those enemies who blew up his Dantian Shi, then Ling Yichen's eyes instantly turned cold to the extreme, and he turned around and walked towards the elevator. The old man, on the other hand, looked at Ling Yichen's back and was slightly surprised. This kid, just now a good big killing intent. This is who messed with him well. Not only did he not feel bad about this, on the contrary he felt good about it. He just needed a disciple with a killing nature, because Long Daoi had landed in such a situation because he was too kind. Thinking about what happened to Long Daoi, his heart was also surging with murderous intent, but it was immediately suppressed by him. In the underground base, Ling Yichen chose a cultivation room, turned on the spell formation, and entered a state of cultivation, starting to condense Star Xian. At the same time, the Transcendental Management Association. At this moment, Yi Qingzhu was undergoing the second evaluation from the Transcendent Management Association. Inside a lavishly decorated lounge, W and Yi Qingzhu were waiting for the results. A staff member had already approached her earlier to take a blood sample to be analyzed and for her to demonstrate her second psychic ability. Her second ability is currently only 2 dominant, one being those greenish-purple feathered wings, and the other being her body's ability to generate powerful lightning power. About half an hour later, there was a knock on the door of the room. Immediately afterward, the door of the room was pushed open, and a crowd group of people suddenly entered the lounge. Standing at the front were 8 men and women of varying ages. These 8 people came to Yi Qingzhu and W in unison, and first gave a respectful half-bow to W, because W was from the 26-character army, and the 26-character army was the private guard of the Empty City's city lord. To a certain extent, the 26-character army was outside, representing the face of the Empty City. So even if the Rainbow City's top leaders saw the 26-character army's people, they had to be courteous. W saw these 8 people appear in unison, and his face changed slightly. She hurriedly looked at Yi Qingzhu with a touch of surprise in her eyes. Yi Qingzhu's second awakening was very powerful. This she knew, and had anticipated that the 6 great families would come to draw her in. But she didn't expect that not only were the 6 great families coming, but even the military was coming. This was because among these 8 people, there was clearly a high-ranking one who was wearing an army uniform, and looking at the insignia on his shoulder, he was actually a regimental chief level, and a 5-star chief at that. The rank hierarchy of the military is in the order of group, team, battalion, regiment, and corps. 10 men in a group, 10 groups in a squad, 10 squads in a brigade, 10 squads in a battalion, 10 battalions in a regiment, and 10 regiments in a corps. Each group leader, captain, battalion commander and regimental commander is further divided into star ratings, with 1 star being minor and 5 stars being major. At this moment, to have a 5-star leader appear in this room was enough to show that Yi Qingju's power awakened this time was extraordinary. Yi Qingju at this moment was also startled by such a big battle. She instinctively leaned against W's side and looked at these people with some uneasiness. At this moment, only Lu Mei walked out from the back of the crowd and came in front of W and Yi Qingju. Her expression is also very grave, especially the eyes that look at Yi Qingju are full of complexity. What are the test results? W was the first to ask. Lu Mei sniffed and handed over a document. The moment he saw the document, W changed his face, because this document had a logo printed on it. Yes, this document is marked with an extremely bold red S. She gave Lu Mei a startled glance, then looked back at Yi Qingju and softly exclaimed, "No way, rated as S grade?" Lu Mei gently nodded and softly said, "Yes, her comprehensive talent level is rated as a rare S-class because her blood sample contains an extremely rare strand of immortal bloodline." Hiss. Fairy blood? W cried out directly, his tone sharp and full of disbelief. The immortal bloodline only comes out 1 in a billion. W couldn't wait to open the document and check the relevant description, and finally took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled before looking at Yi Qingju. And at this moment, Yi Qingju was also stunned. She had been taking theory classes for a while and had learned quite a bit, so she naturally knew what the immortal bloodline meant, so she was extremely shocked as well. "I have awakened the immortal bloodline? How is that possible?" Trembling, she took the document and read it carefully once, twice, 3 times. She looked at the document over and over again, her body shaking more and more as she did so, her eyes going from shock to horror, and finally to intense unease. At this time, only that 5-star head of the 8 people stepped forward and said in a thick voice, "Miss Yi Qingju, according to the highest regulations of the human realm, but anyone who has awakened the immortal bloodline must choose one of the 8 camps to join. You have 3 months to make your choice, and after 3 months, if you haven't made your choice yet, then we, the 8 camps, will conduct a lottery to decide where you will go." When Yi Qingju heard this, her body trembled even more severely, and her eyes contained hidden tears. In this moment, she didn't know what to say, because she knew there was no use in her saying anything at the moment, because the human realm does have such regulations. Once someone awakens the immortal bloodline, no matter who you are and what kind of status and position you have, you must choose one of the 8 camps to join, and then, inherit the bloodline. Chapter 80, Developed. In other words, get married and have children. The immortal bloodline was extremely rare, and once someone awakened this bloodline, they would all be arranged to marry some of the Heaven's Pride sons or Heaven's Joy daughters, and then give birth to heirs, in the hope that the heir will be able to pass on this extremely rare bloodline. So by letting her pick one of the 8 camps, she was actually picking a husband for herself. If she couldn't make a decision on her own, then the 8 clans would draw their own lots to decide, and whoever drew it, then she would have to marry into whichever clan. But she didn't want to marry into any power. At this moment, what surfaced in her mind was surprisingly Ling Yichen's figure. At this moment, she clearly captured her innermost thoughts and finally realized what she wanted. Surprisingly, she had already developed a deep affection for Ling Yichen without even realizing it. But the more she realized what she wanted, the more unlikely it was that she would choose any of these 8 camps. But if you don't choose, at this time, Yi Qingju's heart was in turmoil, completely disorganized, and could only look at W nervously and confusedly. After W sensed Yi Qingju's emotions, he took a deep breath and then said to that 5-star headmaster as well as the rest of the few people, "Everyone, this is a matter of her life. It's not good to make a decision easily, so please give her a little time to think about it." When the 8 people heard this, they naturally nodded their heads in agreement. At this moment, Yi Qingju had become a meat and potatoes in their eyes. Not only would they not force her, but they would also try to please her in every possible way as a way to gain favor and make her make a choice. So, I only saw that 5-star army chief looking at Yi Qingju and said in a gentle tone, "Miss Yi, I'm Luo Feng, a 5-star army chief from the military. Although the army is a place of strict discipline, the army's youths are all good, young and handsome with a sense of responsibility, and I've heard that your father has just become a part of the army, so if you chose us in the future, then we'll be close to each other, and we'll definitely be very harmonious and friendly." This 5-star army chief showed a rare smiling face before handing over a storage ring. "There's a little gift from our military in here. It's some living supplies and cultivation materials that can slightly improve your current conditions." Yi Qingju glanced at that storage ring and had no intention of taking it, but in the next second, W took it with one hand and said blandly, "Thank you, Luo leader. Our family Qingju will seriously consider it." 5-star army chief Luo Feng sniffed and said nothing more as he turned around and led his people away. As soon as Luo Feng left, the pressure in the lounge suddenly became much less. At this moment, only a pale old man walked up to Yi Qingju and said smilingly, "Miss Yi, my name is Lu Bo. I'm a patriarch from the Transcendent Management Association. This is a token of our gratitude to Miss Yi. We also hope that you won't reject it." With that, he also handed over a storage ring. Yi Qingju likewise didn't pick it up, while W was quick to take the ring over and said with a smile on her face, "Thank you, Elder Lu, for your kindness." Uncle Lu sniffed, still smiling, and did not say anything more. Waving towards the side of Lu Mei immediately went over to assist him, leisurely left. Immediately after that, the 6 great clans also came forward one by one and sent up a storage ring, expressing their attitude towards their respective clans towards Yi Qingju, and then retreated one by one. After everyone had left, W and Yi Qingju were left in the lounge. W shoved all 8 storage rings into her hand and said softly, "I know you don't want to pick any of them, nor do you want their stuff. But you have to understand that you don't want to choose and you don't choose are not the same thing. It's okay if you don't want to choose. At least the initiative is still in your hands. But if you don't, when the time comes, they'll draw their own lots to decide. And then it won't matter whether you choose or not. So these things, whether you take them or not, won't change the end result. Instead of that, it's a waste not to take it. At least you can still take advantage of these 3 months to cultivate and improve your strength. You still have the ability to defend yourself once the moment of last resort really comes." After hearing W's words, Yi Qingju's expression became more and more ugly, but his eyes were no longer confused. "Yes, if you don't want to have your fate dictated to you, the only way is to improve your strength and work hard to become stronger. When you're strong enough, you can control your own destiny." Thinking of this, her eyes gradually became firm, and a desire for strength became incomparably strong. "Yes, we need to step up our cultivation. I've now awakened the immortal bloodline. It's a rare bloodline that only appears once in a billion. Once I've cultivated it, I'll definitely be more powerful than the average person." Her talent evaluation grade was rated as S rank, meaning that she was capable of becoming a rare S rank if she cultivated to a later stage. Once it reached S rank, then even the 6 great families or the military would have to weigh whether or not they had the ability to force themselves to marry. It's just that 3 months would be a bit short of time, wouldn't it? Well, don't think too much. Take a step and go home first, W said as he gently soothed her. Yi Qingju nodded, then walked out of the lounge with W. However, having just stepped out of the lounge, he immediately saw a squad of 10 standing outside the door, each one of them not weak in strength. W sighed with a light laugh. "Alas, you've become the meat and potatoes now. The military is afraid that you'll encounter any danger in the central region, so they've asked these people to escort your safety." Yi Qingju frowned slightly and muttered, "I don't need it." Immediately, she walked up to the group of 10 and said aloud, "You don't need to follow me. I don't need your protection, and I don't want any changes in my current life, so I hope you'll tell your officers truthfully. If you have to push me, then your military will be out of my consideration." The 10-man squad sniffed and immediately reported Yi Qingju's words. Soon, the squad of 10 was given their orders and left quietly, waiting for the 10-member squad to leave. W immediately gave an appreciative thumbs up and complimented. "Ouch, not bad. You still know how to utilize this to turn them back. That's how it has to be. They all want to flatter you right now. No matter what demands you make, they will only obey. So you have to take advantage of this stage to squeeze the benefits out of them. Cultivate quickly, and it's best if you can raise your strength within these 3 months to a point where even they won't dare to force you to marry into them." Yi Qingju gently nodded his head to show that he understood. Immediately, the two left the Transcendent Management Association and headed for the sunken garden. It wasn't long before the two were back at the house. When Tangwan saw her daughter return, she immediately and eagerly inquired, "Qingju, how was the result?" When Yi Qingju heard this, he immediately went forward and hugged Tangwan before pulling her along and sitting on the sofa before saying, "Mom, I've awakened the immortal bloodline, and my talent level has been graded as S, but my current strength level is only upper C." Tangwan was completely stunned as she slowly opened her mouth wide and looked at Yi Qingju with a face full of disbelief. Feeling the shock inside his mom, Yi Qingju immediately embraced her. "Mom, don't worry, even though something may happen to me in the future, I promise that our lives won't be affected too much." After a brief shock, Tangwan also immediately hugged her back and whispered, "Well, I believe you. Mothers and daughters don't need many words to feel each other's state of mind." At this time, I only heard W interject from the side and said, I think there is still some influence. The 6 great families and the Transcendent Management Association as well as the military have all given you storage rings. I believe that what they give won't be too shabby. I can conclude that you are definitely more affluent than more than 80% of the families in the central district. Mentioning this, Yi Qingju immediately let go of Tangwan, then took out all 8 of those storage rings and began to count them. The first thing she probed was the storage ring sent by the military, and when she did so, she was directly confused. W looked at her expression and instantly knew that what the military had given was top-notch, and she didn't ask questions, instead picking up the storage ring given by the Transcendent Management Association to probe. This check, she immediately exclaimed, developed. Inside the storage rings given by the Transcendent Management Association, all of them were some cultivation materials, such as the 7-leaf lotus heart that restored mental strength, such as the earth dragon blood that strengthened the body, as well as a number of body-refining secret methods, numbering as many as 100, with a total value of over 150,000 points. In the end, when Yi Qingju finished counting all the storage rings, he got an astronomical figure. The total value of the supplies given by the military amounted to 200,000 points. The total value of the supplies given by the Transcendental Management Association amounted to 150,000 points. 100,000 points for the Lin family, one of the 6 great families. The Su family had 80,000 points. The Qin family also had around 80,000. The Lei family and the Gu family had around 70,000. And only the Yin family had the least, but they also had 50,000 points. The 8 powers combined had accumulated 800,000 points, or 80 million credits when converted into credits. After getting this data, all 3 of them drew in a breath of cold air. This time it's really developed. W looked at the storage rings and his eyes went straight. Yi Qingju sniffed, but spread out the 8 storage rings and placed them in the palm of his hand and said, "Which one do you want? Take your pick." W heard, but froze in place. "Are you serious?" Yi Qingju, on the other hand, nodded her head seriously. "Although we haven't known each other for a very long time, but over these days, I've already treated you as my sister." W pursed her lips and smiled. Feelings were mutual. She was actually the same to Yi Qingju. Therefore, after a little thought, she didn't say anything more, but reached out and took away the Lin family's storage ring. "Thanks." After getting the ring, a smile bloomed on W's face. This was because most of the things in this storage ring were beneficial to her cultivation, and with these things, her strength would also be increased in a short period of time. Chapter 81, Mythical Frog Seeds? Most of the Lin family's storage rings contain some body-refining supplies and secret cultivation methods, which fit her cultivation perfectly, as she also focused on cultivating her physical body. "You've also been pushed into the gifted trainee class now, so don't go to school today, we'll go together tomorrow." As Yi Qingju's assessed rank came out, her class at the school also got changed, and she was gotten by the school to the gifted trainee class. Yi Qingju sniffed and nodded lightly. She really wasn't in much of a mood to go to school today either, and just wanted to be home to think things through. "Alright then, that's it for now. I'm going home to go cultivate. If something happens you guys yell at me." With that, W hurried toward home. Yi Qingju watched W leave and immediately said, "Mom, I'm also going to cultivate." She then went back to her room and went straight to bed. In fact, her insides were still a little rippled at the moment. One was because the changes brought about by the awakening made her uneasy, and the other was because she suddenly recognized her feelings for Lingichen. She only had 3 months left now, and she didn't know if she should confess her feelings to Lingichen. If you don't talk about it, it's hard to hold it in your heart. Say it, but you're afraid that you'll get Lingichen involved, so she's annoyed now too. At that moment, all that was heard was a meow, and Bean suddenly appeared outside her window. More meows followed. Yi Qingju fixed his eyes and immediately saw that behind Daodu, there were 5 other cute cats of different colors. "Yeah, Daodu, where did you hook up with this cutie from?" With that she opened the window and let Bean lead the 5 cats and kittens into the room. Yi Qingju immediately got out of bed and sat among the cats, and picked up Daodu, dotingly kissed it several times and pampered it, saying, "Ah, Daodu, what should I do? Should I tell Lingichen that I like him?" As Daodu sniffed, her turquoise blue eyes flashed with a flash of color before regaining their composure. It obediently rubbed against Yi Qingju's cheek before burrowing into her arms. The remaining few cats also immediately came to Yi Qingju's side, then lay down around her in a well-behaved manner. At the same time, within the underground cultivation room of the institute, Lingichen, who was practicing the Star Yuan guidance art, opened his eyes violently, and the spirit worms in the depths of his pupils squirmed gently before completely dissipating. Only a slow smile was seen, his eyes filled with favor. because he had already learned of Yi Qingzhu's confession just now through Dodo. It was a confession of sorts, at least he, the rightful owner, knew, but immediately, he also gently gazed at his eyebrows and murmured, "Immortal bloodline? Rare indeed. Does the immortal race still exist in this world? Humph, who cares if you're an immortal race or whatever race? It's best if you don't mess with my head, or else." A flash of ruthlessness flashed across Ling Yichen's eyes, and then he continued to whisper, 3 months' time. It seems like I have to step up my parasitization efforts, whether it's the military or the Transcendent Management Association. I've already brought the worms in, and it's only a matter of time before I parasitize them. The Transcendent Management Association had Chu Qi, and the military had Yi Songtao, both of whom had already penetrated into the inner circle of their respective camps. As long as he found the right time, he could easily spread his parasitic range, and if he really had to clash with these two forces at that time, then he would definitely give them a big surprise. Thinking of this, Ling Yichen closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. Nothing is as important as improving your own strength. Only when his own strength went up could he control more worms. Wanting to control the entire power of the Earth's surface was still a struggle with his current strength. At the same time, inside room 806 of building B1 of the Sunken Garden, W sat at his living room table, staring at the storage ring in his hand in a daze. She was also thinking a lot about it. For example, who she is and what she stands for. Her life has changed forever since she came down to the realm. Not only was she now living the human life of her dreams, but she had even made such close friends. It was something she hadn't dared to hope for before, but all the same, she hadn't forgotten her mission. Thinking of her mission, her expression turned odd, and after a moment, she could only be heard murmuring in a low voice, "No, 9, no, 9. Do you have the same feelings for Qingzhu? And what choice will you make in the face of the 8 camps?" In this moment, her eyes were filled with anticipation. Small building of the school institute. "Mr. Long, do you think this is okay?" At this moment, Tian Yingying was getting together with Long Daoi, studying something, and even the old man was observing from the side, his eyes filled with curiosity. Only Tian Yingying's hands were holding a seed and a frog respectively. Both the seed and the frog have connected but not identical formations. The formation pattern looked very delicate, but the energy aura was not stable, because the two were not the same size. The formations carved out and the energy given to them were not the same. "I don't know if it's going to work, just try it." Long Daoi looked at the two items in Tian Yingying's hand with the same anticipation. Ever since they got a tip from Ling Yichen yesterday, both of them had become extremely interested in the combination of plants and animals. No, the two of them had been experimenting with fusion since morning. The steps of the experiment were also very simple, which was to carve out formations that could be fused on the body of the seed and the animal to make them merge into a whole. Once successful, it is possible to catalyze both the seed and the animal's traits to bring out their unique abilities. However, the theory is very simple, but the actual operation is very difficult. The first difficulty was array pattern engraving. Animals are large, easy to inscribe formations, and require more formation energy. Plants were small, difficult to inscribe formations, and required less formation energy. Although it was carved successfully in front of him now, the fusion of two unequal energy bodies was almost difficult to reach a balance, and once the balance could not be reached, the end result would either be one side destroying the other, or destroying them together. Of course, this is still only a theory, and the specifics have yet to be proven, and at this moment, Tian Yingying was planning to conduct this experiment. It had taken her a great deal of effort to successfully inscribe the array pattern on the seed and the frog, and to try to make the seed and the frog possess similar array energies. She couldn't do both exactly the same, only similar, and that's already very impressive. Only to see all three of them holding their breath at the same time. Then they saw Tian Yingying stuffing the seed engraved with the formation pattern into the frog's mouth, allowing it to swallow it. After completing this step, Long Daoi immediately began to catalyze the array pattern. In a flash, only two formation patterns were seen manifesting on the frog's body at the same time. One at the bottom, one at the top. That formation underneath is for the seeds in the frog's stomach. That formation on top is from a frog. Only Long Daoi with a serious expression could be seen slowly compressing the two formations, causing them to converge. As the two formations gradually approached, the expressions of the three of them became more and more tense. In the end, when the two formations completely collided together, Tian Yingying only felt her heart jumping out of her throat. Zip, 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 zip. Only a slight strange sound was heard coming from the formation, and in the next second, the two formations were completely fused together, forming a brand new formation. Successful? Tian Yingying looked at the scene in front of her with surprise. So did Long Daoi, and the old man was even more incredulous. Just into it? He was also a little skeptical. It's incredible that the fusion worked on the first try. The next second only heard Long Daoi and Tian Yingying let out a cheer in unison. Ah! It worked! It worked! It really worked! The two were dancing around excitedly, like children who had gotten candy. At this time, the old man hurriedly said, "Quickly go and test it to see what kind of power it can exert." Upon hearing this, the two stopped cheering and converged in unison in front of the frog that shone with strange formation patterns. Under Rudoichi's control, the frog jumped out of the small building and into the flower garden. Seeing this, the old man waved his hand, only to see a poisonous snake burrowing out from the corner and crawling towards the frog. Sensing the proximity of the natural enemy, the formation patterns on the frog's body suddenly flickered, and a pair of large bulging eyes blinked continuously, seemingly very nervous. In the next second, only the frog's body shook violently for a moment, and then it was seen that its back split open, and blood immediately gushed out from the mouth. Immediately after that, a green-colored stem immediately stretched out from the opening on the frog's back, and that stem grew rapidly, pulling up much taller in no time, stretching out a few leaves and a few strands of vine whiskers, and turning into a 20-centimeter vine. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were glazed over as they watched the changes in the arena attentively. Soon, the viper came near the frog, with close to half a meter of distance between them. Only the frog and the vines moved at the same time. The frog opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of green-colored slime, hitting the viper's head, while the vines stretched out two tiny vines and twisted them towards the snake's head. The moment they touched the snake's head, the two tiny vines instantly completed their entanglement and gently twisted. The entire head of the snake was instantly strung off the snake, silky smooth. The viper's body, on the other hand, continued to spurt blood before rolling on the ground, and after a few moments, it was silent. At this moment, the three onlookers at the scene were stunned. It was only after a few seconds that they glanced at each other before their faces revealed ecstasy. Awesome! Long Daoyi's eyes were filled with awe. Frogs are just normal frogs with average attacks. The seeds are also very generic seeds that just have the ability to haunt with bloodlust. That viper, on the other hand, was a contracted beast that the old man had contracted, and its strength absolutely crushed the frogs and seeds. But after the frog and the seed fused, it unexpectedly produced such a powerful effect, one mastering control and the other mastering killing, easily strangling the poisonous snake without even the slightest bit of resistance. Good, great. At this moment, the old man was also ecstatic. The fusion of the seeds and the poisonous insects was also an extreme boost for him. No, it could even be argued that he was the biggest beneficiary, because he had thousands of poisonous insects. If all the vipers could fuse with such a seed, then his combat power would more than double. Chapter 82, The Strongest of the Human Race. Master, we did it! Long Daoi looked at the old man excitedly. The old master also praised in a rare manner. Well done. With this fusion technique, you don't need any Dantian Chi. You can also become a powerful beast master. Long Daoyi's awakening was not a beast master, and neither was Tian Yingying, but with this fusion technology, both of them can also wear pets, because they can manipulate the seeds in their pets' bodies and thus indirectly manipulate them. The old man, on the other hand, can manipulate pets and thus indirectly manipulate seeds. The fusion of animals and plants breaks down the barriers between the two professions and completes the crossover operation. It's still senior brother who's smart enough to think of such a powerful method all of a sudden. The two of us have been drilling together for so many years, but we've never thought of fusion. It's just too stupid. Rudoichi sighed. This, the old man had to admit. All these years down the line, he had been drilling hard into his field, feeling that he didn't have enough mental power to contract more poisonous insects. And Rudoichi has been drilling in his own field, thinking only of how he can discover the souls of plants. It never occurred to me that the two could be fused. I can't wait to tell this good news to senior brother now. Rudoichi glanced excitedly in the direction of the elevator. However, it was also at this time, only to see the elevator door slowly open, and Ling Yichen walked out from inside. No need, I already know. Congratulations, senior. With that said, Ling Yichen walked up to the trio, then said to Tian Yingying, congratulations, you've gained such great research results just after coming here. Tian Yingying's little face flushed with excitement, especially after receiving Ling Yichen's affirmation. She had always wanted to put on a good show in front of Ling Yichen, and now she had finally done it. Ling Yichen skipped them and walked closer to check out the frog, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. It's kinda like the mythical frog seed. Frogs with plants growing on their backs. Wouldn't that be mythical frog seeds? In the next second, he turned his head to Long Daoi and Tian Yingying and said, "This experiment is very successful, but I think this is not the end of the line for them. What they have now are the most basic means of physical attacks. I have a bold guess. Can we let them have means of magical attacks? Meaning, can they be given more powerful attribute attacks? Like thunder and lightning. If they possess the lightning attribute, it would greatly improve the ability to control and paralyze them, as well as directly electrocuting the target, greatly increasing the decapitation ability and attack ceiling." When these words came out, the remaining three people fell into a stupor in unison. Afterward, the old man looked at Ling Yichen with eyes full of scorching heat and said excitedly, "Totally. Poisonous insects are born with poison, but there are also some poisonous insects that have attributes in addition to toxins. For example, in poisonous snakes, water snakes come with a water attribute attack and rock snakes come with an earth attribute attack. And once they've completed their fusion, that's one more way to attack." "Boy, you're a genius," Ling Yichen smiled. In fact, he had gotten these ideas entirely from his own situation. The spirit insect had been tempered by Yi Qingzhu and turned into a thunderbolt spirit insect, and now that he saw the existence of the myriad frog seeds, the idea of fusing the three into one naturally came to him. "Well, it seems that my spirit bugs possess the same qualities. Once Tian Yingying has fused her own spirit insects with the seeds, then I can try to fuse the lightning spirit insects with the plant spirit insects and turn them into lightning plant spirit insects. At that time, it will be so powerful that it might even be more powerful than a single evolved wisdom worm. And I will also gain the ability to manipulate lightning and manipulate plants." Thinking of this, Ling Yichen was also secretly excited. Immediately afterward, something deeper suddenly occurred to him. Since the spirit bug can gain multiple abilities, can it just steal someone else's psychic ability? Or bloodline power? Thinking of this, Ling Yichen's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a bit. If spirit bugs could really steal the power of someone's bloodline, it would truly be heaven-defying. "No, I must find a chance to try it later." At this moment, Ling Yichen's heart was surging with excitement. Continuing to chat with them for a few moments, Ling Yichen turned his head towards the old master and opened his mouth to inquire. "Master, I have a query I would like to ask you." The old man sniffed and immediately returned. "What doubt? It's the 10,000 insects body casting technique. Is it considered a body refining secret art?" The old man slightly raised his eyebrows and immediately replied. The 10,000 insects body casting technique is actually considered to be a body refining secret art, only that it focuses on cultivating the inner orifices, and there is a clear distinction between it and general body refining secret arts. The general body refining secret arts cultivate the outer body, that is, the three categories of sinew, bone and skin. Why do you suddenly want to ask about this? Could it be that you want to cultivate the outer body? The old man was extremely intelligent and instantly guessed what Ling Yichen was thinking. Ling Yichen didn't hide anything and directly nodded in response. "Well, I want to take a little time to cultivate my physical body as well. Just cultivating spiritual power and inner orifices, turning back to my body has in turn become a shortcoming. I don't want to be strong in the future with great difficulty, only to have my physical body blown up by someone's punch. That would be too much of a loss." The old man frowned. He had wanted to stop Ling Yichen from doing this, because he felt that people had limited time and energy, and that by wanting everything, there was a chance that they would end up getting nothing. But on second thought, he felt that Ling Yichen was right. Comprehensive development is the good way to grow. Strong in a single aspect may be dazzling, but the short boards are just as obvious, and if he really meets a comparable opponent, he will also easily explode to death. So he gently sighed, then said, "People's energy is limited. Wanting everything may end up getting nothing. Greed chews more than it can chew, this you should understand. However, there is some truth to your words. Since you want to cultivate the outer body, it's not impossible, but it depends on your own performance. If you can cultivate the first star within 2 months, then I will pass on a secret art to cultivate your outer body." When Ling Yichen heard this, he burst into tears. "Master what first star? Your disciple, I have 24 stars now. This is still because the 27 before blew up. Otherwise there would be 51 at this moment." However, he only muttered in his heart and didn't tell the old man about it. It was really because he was cultivating too fast. The old master's expectation of him was to cultivate the first star within 2 months. This is only a few days. If he tells the old man now that he has cultivated it, then the old man must not go crazy. The old man wasn't getting any younger, and he was afraid of scaring him. How can I delay telling him until closer to the 20-day mark or so? Ling Yichen thought silently and then asked, "Master, what is the strongest part of that body refining secret art?" The old man's eyes flickered as he began to ponder, only to reply a moment later, There are 8,000 body refining secret techniques in the entire Rainbow City without 10,000. But if we're talking about the strongest, then it should be the Lin families, capturing the Dragon 9 Desolations. And of course, I'm talking about the human race. In addition to the human race, the various races of evil demons and demonic beasts also have extremely powerful body refining secret arts, such as the heavenly demon strength of the demon human race, the stone ape transformation of the ape race, and so on. It's just that these secret arts of theirs are not compatible with our human race, and forcing them to cultivate them may bring about some irreversible effects. Ling Chen was shocked when he heard this. Then can I cultivate the dragon tackling 9 desolations? Ling Chen couldn't help but ask. The old man instantly rolled his eyes and looked at him with a look of a cutie. Look at Ling Chen. Do you think the dragon tackling 9 wastes is a cabbage on the street? You can have it just because you want it? That's the Lin family's unique secret technique. Non-Lin family members can't cultivate it. And even if they are Lin family members, it depends on their qualifications and merits to be able to cultivate it. Ling Chen immediately showed regret on his face. Since he borrowed Yi Qingzhu's lightning to quench himself last night, he truly felt the benefits of quenching his body, so he desperately wanted a secret method that could quench his outer body. If he wanted to cultivate, he naturally wanted to cultivate the best, and he couldn't look at the ordinary ones, but his eyes flickered and then he smiled. It doesn't matter. If the old man doesn't have it, he can find Lin Hao. Lin Hao should be qualified to practice the 9 wastes of the dragon escapement now that he had completed his second awakening, so he could just ask him for a copy when the time came. Just as he was thinking, the old man suddenly coughed, then said, "Of course, if you really want to cultivate the dragon tackling 9 wastes, it's not impossible. As long as you can compress the time to cultivate the first star to within 15 days, I'll get you a copy." Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's face instantly showed delight as he said aloud, "No problem. Then I'll go and grab my cultivation now." With that, he headed for the cultivation room. Although he could get it from Lin Hao, it would be best if the old master could get it, so that even if his master was famous, and in the future, if the Lin family found out that he had cultivated the dragon tackling 9 wastes, the Lin family wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Returning to the cultivation room, Ling Chen once again entered the cultivation state and began to condense the 25th star. Time flew by, and when Ling Chen finished cultivating the 30th star, it was time for class to end. Ling Chen immediately terminated his cultivation, walked out of the cultivation room, and returned to the surface, meeting up with Tian Yingying and going home together. Both of them were impatient to rush back home to visit Yi Qingzhu. Just as soon as the two of them stepped out of the school gates, they suddenly frowned and looked around. "Did you feel it too?" Ling Chen inquired. Tian Yingying immediately nodded her head and said with a face full of gravity, Such a thick killing aura. It feels like we are being watched by many people." The two didn't realize that the 6 great families had already begun to act since Irina had made that decision. Several clans had already mobilized their hidden forces, always ready to make a move against Ling Chen, depending on who would take Ling Chen down first, so that they could deliver their orders to Ileana. Ling Chen sneered and whispered, "Don't be afraid, stay close to me." With that said, Ling Chen reached out and put his hand on Tian Yingying's shoulder, wrapping his arm around her as he walked quickly in the direction of the sunken garden. Chapter 83, The Killing Star. "My lord, they've already walked out of the school. Shall we do it in the street?" In a corner 100 meters away from Ling Chen, a passerby-looking youth said into his communicator. Besides him, he is surrounded by many others like him. They were all from the assassination organization that the Lin family had secretly cultivated in order to deal with people or things that were inconvenient to resolve in the open. They also have an exclusive name, called Nightshade. Night Shadow was a huge organization with tens of thousands of members, specializing in docking some assassination missions, and was one of the many forces of the Lin family. Immediately after receiving that oath given by Ileana, the Lin family decided to send the Night Shadow to attack and kill Ling Chen. This time they had a total of 20 Night Shadows, of which 10 were D-ranked, 5 were C-ranked lower, 3 were C-ranked medium, and 2 were C-ranked upper. With such a powerful lineup, not to mention killing a single Ling Chen, even if it was to kill an upper class C or lower class B person, it would be enough. So at the moment, they were very confident in this operation. "Don't be in a hurry. Let's look at the other clans first." A voice came from this youth's communicator. The youth frowned slightly. In his opinion, now was the best chance. What he didn't know was that killing Ling Chen was very simple. The hard part was how to solve Ling Chen in front of the eyes of the other clans. That was the key. Ling Chen was now the prey that all 6 families were grabbing, and it was most crucial who grabbed it first. It was conceivable that once one clan made a move, people from other clans would also make a move in the first place, and might even stop other clans from making a move. Therefore, the timing of the strike is very important. For all of this, Ling Yichen didn't know, nor did he want to know. At this moment, he was full of anticipation for the enemy's attack. The last few days I've been busy cultivating. I haven't even hunted properly. It's about time to get a tonic. It just so happens that I'm in dire need of spirit insects to cast my body. Yes, the best way to obtain spirit worms was to hunt awakened people and devour their flesh and blood as a way to evolve the worms into spirit worms. It was only that in the last few days, Ling Yichen had been busy with their respective matters and had not taken the initiative to hunt others. And now, since someone had taken the initiative to bring it to his door, he naturally wouldn't be polite. He is not afraid of how many come. He has a big appetite. Come 1 to kill 1. Come 10 to kill 5 pairs. Come 100. Then he does not mind blood staining the sky. Thinking so, he and Tian Yingying had already walked out of the school for quite a while, but the feeling increased rather than decreased, and it was clear that more people had murderous intentions towards him. In response, Ling Yichen smiled. He laughed while saying to Tian Yingying, later on, if there is a real fight, you can also try to kill 1 or 2 of them and then let the spirit worms devour their flesh and blood. Spirit worms will reproduce and evolve after devouring the flesh and blood. At that time you will have more worms and spirit worms, and your own strength will become stronger. This is one of the simplest and most direct ways to enhance your strength. Ling Yichen disguised himself as a mentor and personally taught Tian Yingying how to hunt awakened ones and improve her strength. At this moment, Tian Yingying's eyes were full of vigilance, and there was gravity, nervousness, and a little bit of excitement in her eyes. She hasn't killed anyone yet. I wonder what it's like to kill someone. Just as I was thinking about it, a hip-looking ant on the side of the road leaned over silently, and she didn't feel bad at all. That is, until Ling Yichen lightly shouted, "Seek death." In the next second, we only saw the fashionable ant let out a cry of shock. Then she fell straight down, bleeding from all her 7 orifices. She kept clawing at her face with her hands, and as soon as she clawed at it, large chunks of blood and flesh fell off her face, and her body as well. But immediately, the flesh and blood turned into a mass of worms, and the worms quickly converged to form a flesh and mud monster with no fixed form, directly pouncing towards the surrounding pedestrians. In an instant, the scene was chaotic, with shrieks, screams, and wails constantly resounding. At this point in the day, it's after school time, and there are still a lot of regular cadets as well as social animals on the road. Of course, Ling Yichen wouldn't strike out at the likes of them, and the ones he killed were the ones that had the intention of actively attacking. As early as the moment he stepped out of the school gate, he had spread out a large net of worms, and he already had a precise position in his mind as to who was an enemy and who was a passerby within 100 meters of him. As long as the other guy is up for killing, it's bound to be himself who dies, just like that hipster ant. She had actually been parasitized by Ling Yichen a long time ago. It was just that Ling Yichen hadn't killed her. It was only when she was intent on attacking Tian Yingying on the side that he chose to activate the worms in her body and devour her. As the first person fell, the surroundings were as if someone had thrown a stone into a lake, creating a ripple as countless people were stimulated at this moment and began to rapidly close in on Ling Yichen, their killing intent not hidden at all. When Ling Yichen saw this, the corners of his lips rose slightly and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Right on time, he snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the 7 or 8 people closest to him exploded in unison. That's right, just exploded. The flesh and blood transformed into a sky full of blood and mud exploded in an instant, but then shrunk back in an instant. All the flesh and blood turned into a single worm, and these worms detached themselves directly from the bones, forming a second, a third flesh and mud monster, and pouncing towards the enemies in the distance. In this instant, 8 more flesh mud monsters were in Ling Yichen's vicinity, pouncing on the enemies in the distance. If people who didn't know the real situation only thought that they had been invaded by demons, after all, those flesh slime monsters didn't look like they could be manipulated by humans. The 8 flesh slime monsters' movements were swift and their attacks were bizarre, so as long as they were pounced upon, there was almost no chance of breaking free. It wasn't even necessary to be pounced upon by the flesh mud monster, and those people were all bound to die, because all of them were parasitized. As long as Ling Yichen was willing, these people would die violently in a matter of moments, turning into worm nutrients. Only then it would seem extremely appalling, even a little shocking. He didn't want to display such a terrifying ability now for fear of causing panic. If the 6 great families or the people of the Transcendent Management Association knew that he could parasitize thousands of people and decide their lives and deaths with a single thought, I'm afraid that even the heads of the 6 great families as well as the top leaders of the Transcendent Management Association would be shocked. Of course, This would result in having the 6 great families and the Transcendent Management Association round him up. With his current ability, it would be group seconds against those below B rank, but against B rank and above, there was little chance of victory, so he still needs to hibernate and improve his strength. In a few minutes, the chaos tended to end. The 8 meat slime monsters quickly took care of all the nearby enemies and devoured the flesh and blood of those enemies before disappearing. All that was left at the scene were dozens of ghastly white bones. Ling Yichen and Tian Yingying, on the other hand, quickly left the scene like any other passerby, without stopping for much longer, as if everything had nothing to do with them. In fact, from the looks of it, it really has nothing to do with them either. Throughout the entire hunt, Ling Yichen only snapped his fingers and did nothing else. Even if the Transcendent Management Association's people came to investigate, it wouldn't have much to do with him. It's all made by those slime monsters. What does it have to do with me? Ling Yichen? He can skim all over it. The two of them hurried back to the sunken garden. Ling Yichen's expression was calm, but Tian Yingying's face was chagrined. Ah, such a great opportunity and I didn't take out a single person. She couldn't wait to slap herself twice. Today was a rare day when she met an enemy with Ling Yichen, and she was aware of Ling Yichen's power. With him on the sidelines escorting her, she could be 100% confident of her safety. It's just that she also wants to join the fight and develop her fighting skills. Unfortunately, there was no chance for her to make a move at all. Those enemies died so fast that it was over before she could react. Ling Yichen seemed to sense her thoughts, raised his eyes to look at her, and said with a doting smile, "It's okay, there may be many more of these chances in the future. I hope you won't be afraid when the time comes." When Tian Yingying heard this, she immediately lifted up her chest and said with a straight face, "I will definitely not be afraid, and I will become an existence as powerful as your excellency." Ling Yichen smiled. Tian Yingying was, after all, a bit younger than her and hadn't experienced as much as he had, and overall was still somewhat childlike. He did sense her resilience, though, and was convinced that she could grow. Well, good luck. The two then began to walk towards their home. On the other side, where the battle took place, the people from the Transcendent Management Association sent someone over immediately after receiving the notification, and at the head of them were clearly the middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses and Lumei. After he saw the white bone corpses, his expression became very grave. At this time, a person from the Transcendent Management Association came over and reported, "My lord, there are a total of 42 white bone corpses. Their identities are unknown." The person who reported it also had a complicated expression. There was only a pile of white bones left, not even a bit of flesh and blood left. How were they supposed to check the identity? Hearing this report, the middle-aged man looked at Lumei, who at the moment was holding a tablet which was showing the surveillance of this area. "Anything?" the middle-aged man inquired. Lumei immediately shook her head. "From the video of the scene, there are no obvious suspects." The middle-aged man's brows furrowed slightly as he whispered, "Could it really be an invasion of foreign races? Just what kind of race can strip out the flesh and blood in an instant?" Saying that, he raised his eyes to look at the video in Lumei's hand, only to see that in the video, there were 8 flesh and mud monsters that were attacking others, but anyone who was pounced on by them was turned into a white bone in almost an instant, while the flesh and blood disappeared without a trace. After watching the video in its entirety, he once again said, "If it's really an alien invasion, then it's time to report it to the military to see if there was a mistake somewhere that allowed the alien race to enter the human domain." Lumei sniffed and just nodded her head gently without saying much, while her eyes were fixed on the 2 figures at the bottom left of the screen. The 2 figures were not very clear, but she could tell at a glance that one of the 2 was clearly Ling Yichen. Only the corners of her lips rose slightly as she thought to herself, "Little one, you've been found out by your sister." Chapter 84 Awakening, Bug Bloodline. She didn't move and watched the video several times over, her eyes locked on Ling Yichen, though it wasn't clear from the video that Ling Yichen had made any obvious moves either. But there is one area that still deserves to be questioned. It's when the hipster ant rushes at them and suddenly just falls to the ground and scratches herself in the face, and that's when the first flesh slime monster forms. Lumei couldn't help but zoom in on the video to see what Ling Yichen did in that moment. Soon, she caught Ling Yichen's mouth speaking at that moment. "Ha, sure enough, it's coming for you." Lumei revealed a satisfied smile. At this moment, she could conclude that these people's deaths had nothing to do with Ling Yichen. She didn't say anything to the man on the side, though, but secretly turned off the video and put away her tablet. The middle-aged man with black-framed glasses was silent for a few seconds, then said to several subordinates, "Take these bones back and examine them carefully to see if we can find their identities, and at the same time, we have to strengthen the alert of the whole city in case those things come out to harm people again." Yes. The people led the order in unison. and then began to pack up those bones and bring them back. Only then did he look at Lu Mei and said, "Let's go back. Your grandfather is still waiting for us." With that he was about to reach out and take Liu Mei's hand, but Lu Mei retracted it. Only Lu Mei slightly stepped back and said in a serious tone, "Deacon Tiger, please respect yourself. Although my grandfather has said that he wants me to betroth you, I haven't agreed to it yet, so please don't cross the line." The middle-aged man named Deacon Tiger remained expressionless, calmly looking at Lu Mei before saying, "I'm sorry, it was me who took the liberty." With that, he turned and walked away, ignoring Lu Mei. Lu Mei looked at his departing back and couldn't help but curse lowly. What a nerd! How did Grandpa find a successor? Willow Mei sighed softly. Her grandfather was none other than Uncle Lu, whom Yi Qingzhu had met before, and was one of the 12 elders of the Noble Transcendent Management Association, codenamed Elder Tiger. And this middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses was his grandfather's future successor, codenamed Deacon Tiger. She didn't know what her grandfather was thinking when he suddenly said he wanted to betroth himself to him. The fixed a hairline kiss. They have not seen him a total of 2 times. Also do not know what kind of person he is. Only know that he is mute. Very dull. It's not as interesting as that little guy Ling-Chen. Of course, she was also very clear that Ling-Chen was just a little kid, a dozen years younger than herself, and at this stage, she only perceived that Ling-Chen was harboring some secrets, and she liked this kind of boy with secrets the most. That's why she had a great interest in Ling-Chen. Ugh, I wish I could go play with that little guy and question him about those mushy monsters in the meantime. But immediately, she abandoned the idea. This kid is extremely murderous now. If I go to confront him now, will he kill me and turn me into a meat slime monster? Thinking of that slimy mass of mush, Lu Mei immediately shivered. She didn't want to turn into a mush monster. Forget it. It's more fun to go to the dungeon and find a few demons and practice them as puppets. With this thought, she took an enchanting step and followed the direction where Deacon Tiger had left. At the same time, Ling-Chen, who was climbing the stairs, was frowning. She's actually the granddaughter of the Transcendent Management Association's patriarch? It's not recorded in the information. At this moment, Ling-Chen already knew part of Lu Mei's situation, because he had just been paying attention to the situation over there. He naturally noticed Lu Mei and the man with the black-framed glasses. Knowing about Liu Mei's situation and the origin of the man with the black-framed glasses, in turn, put him at ease. Although they had an extraordinary background, it had no effect on him, as long as they don't come after them. While pondering, the two of them had already arrived at the 8th floor, and looking at the door of their home that was close at hand, Ling-Chen couldn't help but sigh. I don't know when the elevator will be fixed. It's a pain to climb the stairs like this every day. Tian Yingying also chimed in. It should be soon. As they spoke, the two came straight to Yi Qingzhu's door and softly knocked on the door. Soon, Tang Wan opened the door, and after seeing that it was Ling-Chen and Tian Yingying, she instantly revealed a smile. I'll go get Azora. Not long after, Yi Qingzhu came out of the room. As soon as she saw Tian Yingying, Yi Qingzhu immediately opened her arms, and Tian Yingying jumped into her arms obediently. Hokage, don't worry, it'll work out. The fact that Yi Qingzhu had awakened the immortal bloodline. Yi Qingzhu had already told them through the communicator, so she also knew Yi Qingzhu's current situation. Yi Qingzhu immediately nodded at his words, but his gaze couldn't help but turn towards Ling-Chen. She had now recognized her heart and knew that she liked Ling-Chen. She just wasn't sure if she wanted to confess. Seeing Ling-Chen at the moment, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What do you think I should do? Yi Qingzhu asked Ling-Chen. She wanted to get a little feedback from Ling-Chen to see what he thought. Most of all, she wanted to see how Ling-Chen would react. After all, she was going to marry someone else in 3 months, so if he was also interested in her, then he definitely wouldn't be unresponsive. Unfortunately, Ling-Chen looked back at her with a calm face and said blandly, there's no rush to make a final decision. Isn't there still 3 months? 3 months isn't a short period of time. There's a lot that can happen. Indeed, 3 months would give him some good development. Maybe after 3 months, he would be able to easily obliterate B-ranked powerhouses and be able to break bread with the ranked powerhouses. When the time comes, no problem will be a problem. It was just that it was impossible for him to tell Yi Qingzhu these things explicitly. And when Yi Qingzhu heard this answer, he was a little disappointed inside, but on the surface, he pretended as if nothing had happened and said, well, a lot can indeed happen in 3 months. She lowered her eyelids and didn't look at Ling-Chen again, but instead took out 2 rings from her storage ring and slipped them into Yi Qingzhu's and Tian Yingying's hands respectively. This is some of the cultivation materials given by the 8 powers. You guys take some of them as well. W took a share as well. Tian Yingying wanted to refuse, but when she heard that W had taken it as well, She didn't refuse anymore and instead gripped the storage ring tightly, because she knew that any of the things in here was something she might not be able to afford in her lifetime, so she treasured it extraordinarily. Thank you, sister. One day I'll give everything I have to repay you, Tian Ying silently thought in her heart. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, was not the least bit polite and directly picked up that ring and sensed it carefully. After sensing it, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression, because the things in here, more than a little beyond his expectations, were all cultivation consumables, including the 7-leaf lotus heart, which he was currently using very often, more than 100 boxes. In addition to this, he surprisingly found 10 boxes of 9-leaf lotus hearts and 1 box of 12-leaf lotus hearts. Those alone are worth tens of thousands of points combined. At this moment, even he had to marvel at the affluence of the 6 great families. Casually giving away tens of thousands of points is something most people don't earn in their lifetime. Of course, what he didn't know was that this storage ring of his, but Yi Qingzhu had specially organized it for him. Yi Qingzhu knew that he was cultivating his spiritual power, so he purposely gave him these herbs that could restore his spiritual power. The things in this storage ring of his added up to a total of over 300,000 points, and excluding the things given to W and Tian Ying, she had almost given him more than half of them. Ling Yichen knew nothing about this. He had thought that each of the 8 camps had given so much. Receiving the ring, he rushed at Yi Qingzhu and said thank you. Yi Qingzhu smiled faintly, but inwardly, he was bitter. She was more than a little upset at not getting the expected response, so she didn't have the heart to talk about anything else. I've got to grab some time to go and practice. You guys too. So practice hard. The two of them sniffed, and not being in a position to stay, they got up at the same time and headed for their own homes. After Ling Yichen returned home, he slowly sat down on the sofa, the corners of his lips slightly raised. He was of course aware of Yi Qingzhu's inner little emotions, and knew that she was expecting a response from him, but he didn't give it because he didn't want to make useless promises. Instead of saying nice things, it's better to practice well and wait until you're strong enough to prove everything with your actions. It just so happened that he needed to digest what he had just gained right now. Having devoured 42 awakened, there were 18 C ranks among them, and 5 of the upper class. The number of worms cast out of such a huge portion of flesh and blood is extremely terrifying. He had to absorb and refine as much as he could while he was working. At that moment, he snapped his fingers. At that instant, he only saw a stream of worms pouring out from all the corners around his house, eventually converging in front of Ling Yichen, forming a very huge orb of flesh and blood. This orb of flesh and blood was a composite of 8 flesh and mud monsters. Without delay, Ling Yichen directly sat down on his knees and began to refine and absorb it, only to see him probe his hand into the orb of flesh and blood, absorbing and refining the worms. A few moments later, strands of red silk threads surged from his arm to his body. Those were the spirit worms that had advanced out after refining. It was just half an hour's work, and this huge and incomparable orb of flesh and blood was completely refined, with a total of more than 200 spirit insects advancing out. Ling Yichen didn't stop there either, but began practicing the 10,000 insects body casting technique, injecting 200 of these spirit insects into each of the 4 organs of the liver, kidneys, spleen and lungs. As the spirit insects were injected, Ling Yichen's body began to undergo changes that were visible to the naked eye. Only a faint 5-colored divine light flickered beneath his skin, and his aura was climbing upward. In the next second, Ling Yichen let out a furious cry. With him as the center, all the light and shadows around him quickly faded, and in just an instant, the entire house turned black as ink. At this moment, Ling Yichen transformed into the source of darkness, devouring all the light around him and quickly spreading out towards the surroundings. Whereas, if he looked down from a high place, he was able to see that behind Ling Yichen, the silhouette of a giant insect race was slowly revealing itself. Chapter 85, A Vision. 10,000 insects swallowing stars. Am I awakening? Ling Yichen also noticed his abnormality, and his heart was shaken beyond measure. He never thought he could even be awakened. After all, his physical body was different from the average person's. The entity he presented was not fixed and could be transformed at will. Ever since his body had been remodeled, he had felt like a rootless floater who couldn't find a point of focus. But after practicing the 10,000 insects casting body technique, he gradually gained a bit of a sense of groundedness, especially when one cultivated the 5 viscera realm of the 10,000 insects casting body technique to its great completion. This feeling was the most real. Even, for a moment, he felt a sense of having gone back in time, and right now, it was unbelievable that he had started to awaken. At this moment he could clearly feel that some kind of mysterious power was awakening within his body. and an aura from the distant past was opening up. As this aura gradually strengthened, he was surprised to find that his body was undergoing tremendous changes. The most obvious is the evolution of worms. As the awakening began, it was as if the worms in his body had been greatly nourished, and countless worms were metamorphosing and evolving. Soon there were worms that evolved into spirit worms, the number of which ranged from 1 or 2 to dozens. A batch of spirit worms frantically emerging. Hundreds of spirit worms evolved in just a few breaths, and it continued to grow. At the same time, Yi Qingzhu and W, who were cultivating at home, immediately felt this intentionality, and both of them turned pale in unison. Soon, they walked out of their homes and arrived at Ling Yichen's door. What's going on? Why is there such a powerful sense of oppression? Yi Qingzhu inquired uncertainly. W, on the other hand, had a shifting expression and raised his eyes to look around, only to see that the light around him was rapidly fading and spreading out a little towards the distance. He might be awakening. After W finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and immediately shouted to the crowd, "Get out of here first, I'm afraid of any accidents." Although Yi Qingzhu didn't understand why W said that, she chose to believe her. Immediately, she folded back into her house and took Tang Wan and Ling Yishuan out. W also informed Tian Yingying's family. When everyone converged on the corridor, the entire corridor had gone completely dark, not a single ray of light, and it was as if the crowd had fallen into a huge black hole. An inexplicable sense of fear struck them. At this moment, only Yi Qingzhu raised her hand, only to hear a strange sound of zzz. A thunderball immediately appeared in her hand, which flashed with light, barely able to illuminate a little bit of the surroundings. "Hurry up, it's not safe here," W urged. Yi Qingzhu immediately frowned at her and asked, "What do you mean? You're not coming with us?" W immediately shook his head and returned. "I'm going to stay behind to protect him, preventing anyone from disturbing his awakening." Hearing this, Tian Yingying and Yi Qingzhu said almost in unison, "I can stay too." W, however, said with a serious expression, "No, you all still have families to take care of. You can't have any accidents." When Yi Qingzhu heard this, her expression became even more odd as she stared at W and said, "It's just an awakening. Why are you talking about it as if you're going through a life and death battle?" W smiled bitterly and muttered, "It's hard to say. There is a possibility that we really have to go through a life and death battle. My intuition tells me that this time is very dangerous." What W didn't actually say was that she wasn't saying that because of her intuition, but that she truly felt the danger. There was a taboo in her body that was the source of her power, and only when she had fully mastered the taboo would she be able to officially become a member of the 26-character army and become the city lord's escort. And just now, just as Ling Yichen had just awakened, the taboo in her body triggered an early warning, just as it did the last time she encountered Ling Yichen in the elevator, and even more drastically than the last time. That's why she reacted the way she did. When the crowd heard this, they all had complex expressions. There was concern for Ling Yichen, and there was also concern for W. "Alright, stop dawdling and get going. Don't worry guys, I'll be fine and so will he. I promise." Saying that, W directly went up to push Yi Qingzhu and the others. Several people saw this and without further delay, they quickly headed downstairs with their families. W watched everyone leave, before letting out a sigh and then quickly running back to Ling Yichen's doorstep. Enter the code and push the door. However, the moment she opened the door to the room, a strong resistance surged in, and she had to increase her strength before she could barely push the door open and enter it. Once inside, the resistance grew stronger, even as she felt a stickiness, as if she were deep in a deep pool of slime at the moment. However, as she entered the house, she also finally saw Ling Yichen. One could only see that Ling Yichen was sitting cross-legged in the center of the living room, and a powerful aura was constantly erupting from his body. She took a step and tried to get closer, but just as she managed to take a step towards Ling Yichen, a sudden change occurred, only to see Ling Yichen's surroundings. In that endless darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened, looking towards W in unison. W was also physically shaken by this scene. His sweaty hairs exploded around his body, and cold sweat was pouring down his back. At this moment, she felt like she was being stared at by thousands of poisonous snakes, and these snakes might pounce on her at any time and tear her to pieces. Off. W couldn't help but let out a low gulp, and in the next second, the clothes on her body exploded, and underneath her butterfly bones, a pair of golden feathered wings stretched out. The golden feathers bloomed with a brilliant golden light, warding off the darkness. However, the aura on Ling Yichen's body was too huge, and the more she resisted, the greater the intensity of the darkness intrusion became, so great that she couldn't bear it anymore. And at this moment, Ling Yichen did not perceive all of this. His attention, all of it, was drawn to the spirit insects within his body. That's a lot of spirit worms. As the awakening continued, the number of spirit insects in his body skyrocketed, growing from hundreds to thousands in a matter of moments, and he was happy to do so, and without hesitation, he immediately split these spirit worms into 4 strands and injected them into the 4 organs of the liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, enhancing the condensation of the 5 organ realms, 3,600, 3,960, 4,290, 7,200. When the condensation of the 5 viscera reached 7,200 spirit insects, Ling-Chen sensed a hint of abnormality, only to see that the wisdom insect in the heart seemed to be a bit overwhelmed, and began to become impatient, restless, and constantly trembling. However, the awakening had likewise brought it no small amount of benefits. Only its body, which had transformed towards a light golden color, was becoming more and more dense. Ling-Chen knew that it was evolving towards a king insect, only that it hadn't fully evolved into a king insect yet because it didn't have enough power, and it was now acting impatiently precisely because it hadn't completed its evolution yet, and its strength was already somewhat insufficient to suppress the spirit worms in its 4 viscera. Understanding this, Ling-Chen stopped his move to continue condensing spirit worms into the 4 viscera. If he continued to condense, the power of those 4 organs would be stronger than the heart, and then he would be in danger. If it is light, it will go off the deep end, or if it is heavy, it will explode and die. After stopping the condensation, Ling-Chen's attention withdrew from his body. At this moment, he finally realized what was going on in the outside world. He sensed W was struggling not far from him. At the same time, he sensed how far his awakening had progressed. In his perception, there was an incomparably large black shadow outside of his body, which had reached tens of meters high, almost covering the entire building, and even sprouting ahead, and at this moment is still more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. All around is the skylight. Only the side of the sunken garden is a dark cloud cover, as if the extinction of the world is coming. The black hole is shocking, just as he was also surprised by the sights. The change regenerated. Only an extremely ear-piercing hissing sound of a foreign beast erupted from the mouth of that gigantic shadow, and in the next second, that gigantic shadow unexpectedly rose up in the air, directly rushing high into the sky, and behind it, trailing a long black tail, and in the middle of the tail, a single scarlet eye was blinking in a very appalling manner, and in the sky above the sunken garden, the original dark cloud cover had instantly turned into a boundless starry sky, and underneath the starry sky, there were a few large stars that were quietly hovering. One could only see the shadow rushing into the starry sky, carrying countless scarlet and bloody eyes as it lunged towards a huge star. In a matter of moments, that star was wrapped by that gigantic silhouette as well as countless tiny blood eyes, as if it was a meatball surrounded by ants. In the blink of an eye, the star burst into pieces, turning into a fragment, which was then divided and eaten by those scarlet blood eyes. A vision. 10,000 insects swallowing stars. Ling-Chen looked at this scene and was completely shocked. W standing not far away is also the same. The difference is that her feelings are deeper than Ling-Chen, only to hear her murmur, "Is this a vision or a time flashback? Why do I have the feeling of being caught in the turbulence of time and seeing the past and future?" W's eyes were a little misty as she wasn't sure if what she had just seen was a false vision or a sight that had happened in the past. In this moment, she just felt like her head was swelling so badly that it seemed like it was going to crack at any moment. She vaguely felt that the taboo in her body was getting a little out of control. No, no, she suddenly cried out in shock before looking at Ling-Chen, and at that moment, Ling-Chen also looked at her, and at that look, he was stunned, only to see W, who was not far away. Her whole body was glowing, as if an endless source of light was about to rush out from the shell of hers, and under the illumination of these sources of light, a mark similar to a dragonfly was being rapidly sketched in the center of W's brow. By the time the seal was outlined, an even more terrifying source of light emerged, vying to burst from W's brow, and this created a phenomenon as if these sources of light were trying to tear W apart. "Quickly, run!" W painfully shouted out these 2 words to Ling-Chen before she was completely submerged by the light source, transforming into a radiant and dazzling light person. In the next second, a huge light wheel with a diameter of 10 meters appeared at W's feet. Rumble! The light wheel erupted into a sky-high pillar of golden light that rose up while destroying everything the pillar touched. Chapter 86, Release from Prohibition. The pillar of light instantly washed away Ling-Chen's vision, and whether it was the infinite void, the gigantic silhouette devouring the stars in the middle of the void, or the countless scarlet bloodshot eyes, all of them were reduced to nothingness under the impact of the pillar of light. Ling-Chen, on the other hand, was rushed out a long way by a wave of air, and only stopped when he hit the wall straight on. The B1 building, at this point, had been completely destroyed, leaving only a little bit of debris and shaking. Ling Chen looked at the pillar of light right under a broken wall, his eyes filled with consternation. Obviously, it was his own awakening, so how come it was W who lost control instead? But he wasn't too worried at the moment, because he sensed W's state through the spirit bug inside of W. W did lose control, but it wasn't life-threatening. The power she was releasing now originated from the forbidden zone he had sensed earlier. The power in that forbidden zone was very strong, but it wouldn't jeopardize W. Not even the spirit worms inside her were affected. Thinking of the spirit worms, Ling Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. W's forbidden zone is now open. I wonder if my spirit bugs can take the opportunity to go over there and absorb a little bit of the power in the forbidden zone. In case they are also able to obtain the power in the forbidden zone and transform into other types of spirit bugs just like the thunder and lightning spirit bugs? Thinking of this, he immediately gave a command to the spirit worms inside W, telling them all to go and skulk around the entrance of W's forbidden zone. The command was given, and the spirit worms in W's body immediately acted, only to see hundreds of them surge towards W's brain in unison, arriving at the entrance of the forbidden zone in a matter of moments. Through the vision of the spirit bug, Ling Chen clearly perceived that in W's brain area, a place similar to the rift of a valley was spewing out a steady stream of golden light. Those hundreds of spirit worms were hovering nearby at the moment, ready to absorb the power. Ling Chen felt that the timing was good, and he didn't hesitate as he directly gave the spirit insects the order to start absorbing the power erupting from the forbidden zone. At that moment, hundreds of spirit insects rushed towards the openings in unison. Results: as soon as the spirit bugs came into contact with the golden light of the opening, they instantly dissolved. Not even ashes remained. Ling Chen instantly froze. My spirit worms, he expressed his heartache, but there was nothing he could do about it. Experimentation always involves some sacrifice. Fortunately, the Emperor's heaven did not disappoint the painstaking insects. After tens of spirit insects died one after another, there was finally a spirit insect that managed to withstand the impact of the golden light and not only survived, but also returned to the edge of the opening and began to hibernate. This made Ling Chen quite happy. After being baptized by the golden light and not dying, it will surely metamorphose later. With this success story, it gave Ling Chen some confidence. Even though the amount of attrition was a bit large, it still made him excited. A few minutes later, all of the hundreds of spirit worms passed through the golden light, and in the end, only 3 of them survived, while the rest all hung up. In response, Ling Chen had mixed feelings. Happily 3 survived and will surely be able to metamorphose subsequently. The worry is that the mortality rate is too high, which is a bit of a heavy price for him at this stage. Without this awakening, the spirit insects in his body would only be a few hundred. He must have been heartbroken when hundreds of them died this time, but heartbroken as he was, it was all he could do at the moment. Quickly collecting his thoughts and focusing on W. At this moment, W was still releasing a powerful golden light, but as time passed, this golden light was gradually weakening. After roughly 10 minutes or so, the golden light rapidly shrunk and eventually disappeared completely, along with the huge 10-meter diameter light wheel. W also instantly turned into a kite with broken strings, falling from a high altitude. Seeing this, Ling Chen immediately leapt up and held her in his arms. In the next second, a whirlwind rushed in, and then Ling Chen felt his body being lifted. Turning his eyes, he immediately saw Yi Qingzhu fluttering his 2 pairs of feathered wings, holding him from behind him before falling towards the surface. Are you guys alright? Yi Qingzhu asked worriedly. Ling Chen's awakening went smoothly without much interference, so it was fine. W, on the other hand, had a shriveled breath and was a bit pale, but did not fall into a coma like last time, and at this point, there were some changes in her appearance. The hair had gotten longer, the features were softer, and there was an additional mark on his brow, which before looked to be similar to a dragonfly, but now that he looked closer, it turned out to be the mark of a small person with wings. In addition to this, there was an additional aura of holiness about her. I am fine. One could only hear her say in a hoarse voice before looking at Ling Chen with an odd look in her eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Ling Chen inquired curiously. W seeing this, she shook her head gently and didn't say anything, just leaned tiredly into his arms and closed her eyes. After returning to the surface, Tang Wan and the others greeted them in unison. In addition to them, there were also many residents over here, who were casting strange looks at this side, but that was all. After all, this was the Central District, a gathering place for the awakened, and things happened from time to time, and people got used to it. Soon, The people from the Transcendent Management Association arrived. They quickly maintained order at the scene and organized the people concerned, sending those who were injured to seek medical treatment and arranging a new place for those who were not injured to settle down. In its current condition, the sunken garden is clearly uninhabitable and needs to be at least refurbished. Not long after, a staff member of the Transcendent Management Association arrived in front of them and said, "Trouble you guys to temporarily stay at the Dynasty Hotel over there, and then there will be my colleagues to conduct a simple investigation on you. Please cooperate more." Yi Qingzhu's few people naturally wouldn't say anything more. This incident was supposed to be because of them, and it's good that others didn't hold it against them. It didn't take long before they were guided by the staff of the Transcendent Management Association to stay at the Dynasty Hotel. Even because of Yi Qingzhu and W's special status, the association had arranged a huge suite for them, a suite that was big enough for all of them. Temporarily settling down, everyone's also breathed a long sigh of relief. This time, the matter was a bit of a big deal. Even the entire building was destroyed, not in any way less than the commotion of Yi Qingzhu's awakening. The good news is that everyone is safe and sound. Wait, if someone comes to investigate, all of you keep your mouths shut and let me do the talking. W, who was originally in the process of closing his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes and said, then looked at Ling Yichen. The crowd nodded softly, though they were unsure. As the words fell, the door to the suite was opened, and a young man in a burgundy suit walked in slowly, followed by 6 awakened ones, each with an aura that wasn't weak. This young man had sword brows and starry eyes, handsome features, aged around 25 or 26, and wore a dragon brooch on his burgundy suit. As soon as he arrived, he immediately made a gentleman's salute at all the ladies present, and then said with a smiling face, "Honorable ladies, I'm sorry to have surprised you." Immediately afterward, he glanced at Ling Yichen and Tian Xingliang and nodded gently as a greeting. Don't be too obvious with this differentiation. What was even more exaggerated was that he suddenly walked up to Yi Qingzhu and said attentively, "Miss Yi, are you alright? Are there any injuries anywhere? Have you been frightened?" Yi Qingzhu furrowed her brows furiously and took a step back, looking at him warily. "Who are you? Stay away from me." When the youth heard this, he immediately revealed what he thought was a handsome smile before returning. "I'm sorry, I was so excited to see the rumored Miss Yi that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Long Ao Tian. I come from a hidden family, and I am currently Deacon Long, one of the 12 deacons of the Transcendent Management Association." While saying that, he didn't forget to puff out his chest, displaying the dragon brooch on his chest. As the words fell, Ling Yichen couldn't help but snort with laughter. "Put, Dragon Ao Tian. Your parents didn't go on the internet when they gave you that name, did they?" Ling Yichen was literally dying of laughter. There's really no one else who dares to take the name Long Ao Tian. Long Ao Tian's expression immediately became ugly when he was ridiculed like that, but he was quite patient and restrained. He just had an ugly expression and didn't look for Ling Yichen's trouble. He just looked at him a few times with some unkindness in his eyes. Of course, Long Ao Tian knew that this name had a lot of stems, but what could he do? He was the Ao character generation, and his parents didn't think much about it at the time, and directly took this name. Of course, he didn't want to change it because he felt that the name Long Ao Tian was still quite domineering. As for the others, they really hadn't heard of any hermit family, much less any Long Ao Tian. Only W, after hearing Long Ao Tian's self-reporting, said with a serious expression, "Deacon Long, may I ask if you're here to investigate the matter or are you here to get close to Yi Qingzhu?" When Long Ao Tian heard this, he immediately straightened his body and replied, "Naturally, I'm here to investigate things." W nodded and took a step in between him and Yi Qingzhu, saying, "Good. Then I'll tell you that this incident was caused because I unintentionally unlocked the forbidden power. So if you guys want to pursue the responsibility, then look for me." Hearing this, Long Ao Tian's complexion changed greatly and immediately looked W the center of his eyebrows. When he saw the mark on W's brow, he instantly became respectful and immediately politely replied, "Alright, I will report the situation to the patriarchs. The specifics still have to wait for the patriarchs to decide, so I won't bother you all anymore." After he finished speaking, he didn't forget to glance at Yi Qingzhu and softly said, "Miss Yi, then I'll come back to visit you next time." Then he didn't stay too long and left the suite with the guys. Only then did everyone look at W in unison and inquired, "What is this Deacon Long?" W slumped his butt onto the couch and said tiredly, "The core power tier of the Transcendent Management Association is controlled by 12 patriarchs, and under the patriarchs, there are 12 deacons, all named after the 12 zodiac signs. The corresponding deacon is the future patriarch. That is to say, after the current patriarch Long abdicates, he will be topped by this Long Ao Tian, whose status and strength cannot be underestimated. This Long Aotian is obviously not an ordinary person, because he comes from a hidden family. The so-called hidden family, that's some ancient family that is deeper than the 6 great families. It's just that they've rarely been active in people's vision, but it's not weaker than not the 6 great families at all. Chapter 87, Advancement. Hearing W's explanation, Ling Yichen also realized the powerful background of this Long Aotian. Still, he didn't care too much, regardless of how much background you have. As long as your own strength is sufficient, regardless of whether you are one of the 6 great families or a hidden family, they will all be suppressed. He also clearly sensed this Long Aotian's intentions towards Yi Qingzhu, although he did not establish an explicit relationship with Yi Qingzhu. If he dared to come to his garden to pick vegetables, it would be lighting a lamp in the toilet. Anyone who dared to get his hands on his people, then he would have no choice but to thwart him. At this time, W also directly picked it out and said, obviously, he has the intention to be close to you. Once you choose the Transcendent Management Association, then your future partner should be picked from the 12 deacons, and this Long Aotian could be a strong contender. As soon as the words fell, he only heard Yi Qingzhu firmly say, then he can die. I won't choose the Transcendent Management Association. After saying that, Yi Qingzhu's gaze faintly swept over Ling Yichen's body for a moment before retracting. Mom, I'm hungry. Make some food. Yi Qingzhu looked at Tang Wan and changed the topic. By this time, the crowd was also feeling hungry in droves. It was after 7 p.m., and no one had eaten yet. The 3 adults hurriedly said, then you guys take a rest. We'll go buy some food and come back. I'll accompany you. Tian Yingying hurriedly followed. She was a little uneasy about a couple of the adults, since they were ordinary people. This was the central district, and there were awakened people all over the place, and everyone was a little restless after all the changes they had just experienced. Be careful, Ling Yichen urged. Tian Yingying nodded, then followed her parents out the door. As soon as the crowd left, Ling Yichen immediately looked at W and said, thank you. He was really thankful W. If there was no W, the person the Transcendent Management Association was looking for at this moment was him. Originally, it was his awakening that drew the vision of 10,000 insects swallowing the stars, but in the nick of time, it was W's unblocking that destroyed the vision and covered his traces, which is why the Transcendent Management Association's people didn't check on him. Of course, there must have been someone who noticed the vision of the 10,000 insects swallowing the star. After all, the vision had already manifested itself, but that vision would be nothing compared to the lifting of the ban on W, because W was from the 26-word army, and she completed her unbanning. That meant her status would skyrocket, rising to a level that would make the entire human realm take her seriously. Joking aside, the birth of a private para-human guard of the empty city, who would dare not take it seriously? W sniffed and just laughed bitterly without making much of a response, as she was a bit distracted at the moment, and even wanted to curse a bit. Damn it, why is it you who awakens and me who suffers? What the hell talent have you awakened? Why did it make my forbidden power feel so threatened, causing it to unblock itself? W is now in a real bind. At this moment, on the other hand, Ling Yichen, who was in stark contrast to W's state of mind, was exceptionally happy. Because of this awakening, not only did he get a large number of spirit worms, but even just now, he sensed that the 3 spirit worms in W body came through, and just now, they survived this difficult time and began to come to life, not only recovering from their injuries, but also all evolving into intelligent insects. Most importantly, their bodies were also filled with golden light at the moment, and each of the wise worms had grown a pair of golden feathers, which were very divine and filled with a sacred aura. Ling Yichen concluded that as long as he retrieved these 3 wise worms into his body and refined them, then his strength would be on another level. Of course, he wouldn't do that. These 3 wise worms had obviously become the same as the thunder and lightning spirit insects inside Yi Qingzhu's body, and had become instinctive spirit insects. Once it draws itself away, it will cause irreversible damage to the W. If he wanted to obtain this kind of spirit insect, he would have to re-inject the spirit insect into W body for transformation. Just the thought of that horrible death rate made his teeth hurt a little. That's close to a 99% mortality rate. However, when he thought of the possibility of evolving the spirit worm into a wisdom worm, he was insanely heartbroken again. After a little bit of thinking, he still decided to transform once. Anyway, there were still close to 1,000 spirit insects in his body right now, all of which had evolved from this awakening. Most of all, he sensed that the wisp in his heart was somewhat unable to carry the pressure. Come to think of it, there was only one wisdom worm in the main formation, but it had to suppress the 7,600 spirit worms that were about to evolve to wisdom worms in the auxiliary formation. The pressure was indeed great. Once there was the birth of a wisdom worm in the auxiliary formation, then the main formation side would be completely unbalanced. That's why he needed to transform once, as a way to get more wise worms to use to guard the main formation. At that moment, he sat down next to W and moved a little closer to W. W didn't react too much to this. She was currently resting her eyes and recovering her expended strength, and didn't notice in the slightest that Lingy-Chen was injecting spirit insects into her body. As the thousands of spirit worms entered W's body and crawled towards the forbidden area in W's body, W's eyes snapped open and stared at Lingy-Chen somewhat warily. Lingy-Chen was startled and thought in his heart, ********, did she find out? I shouldn't have. I didn't even notice it before. Could it be because her strength changed after she lifted the ban? So she sensed the presence of the spirit worms? At this moment, Lingy-Chen's thoughts raced, pondering over all the possibilities. In the next second, he only heard W glaring at him and saying, *You stepped on my foot.* Lingy-Chen froze and looked at his feet, realizing that he had indeed stepped on her. *Ah, sorry.* Lingy-Chen hurriedly moved to the side, and at the same time let out a sigh of relief. At this time, he also sensed that the spirit worms that had just been injected into W's body had converged at the entrance of the forbidden zone. Although the entrance wasn't spewing golden light at the moment, there was still a strong divine aura emanating from there. Once close, a spirit bug quickly obliterated. Thousands of spirit insects were left with only 9 in a matter of moments. The 9 that survived also have only the last bit of life left in them, hibernating and metamorphosing away. In response, Lingy-Chen also took a long breath. Not bad. Survived 9. If all 9 spirit worms can metamorphose and evolve into wisdom worms. At this moment, Lingy-Chen's heart had an uncontrollable joy. Not long after, Tianying and Tangwan's few people returned. The crowd came together and wordlessly ate the dinner they had packed back. After eating, W took the lead and went to his room to rest. Yi Qingju didn't say much and silently entered the room. Tianying and her parents also returned to their rooms to rest. Lingy-Chen watched as the crowd went to rest, but his eyes instantly went cold as he snorted softly. Shady souls, because he had sensed that the periphery of this hotel had once again converged with many killers, and these killers are targeting him. He was surprised and at the same time puzzled as to why he was suddenly being targeted by an assassin. At that moment, he also got up and went back to his room, taking out his communicator and preparing to send a message to Lin Hao. But on second thought, it doesn't feel right. Chatting with a communicator is traceable, and if the Lin family finds out that they are connected to Lin Hao, then Lin Hao's line will be ruined. Thinking of this, he withdrew his communicator and, with a thought, began to sense Lin Hao's location through the worm. After realizing that Lin Hao was alone in the house, he then said quietly, "Have the 6 great families made any movements in the past few days?" In Lin Hao's private villa. At the moment, Lin Hao was silently practicing when suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind, which caused Lin Hao to jump in shock and nearly fall off the bed. "Don't be afraid. It's me, Lingy-Chen." Hearing this reply, Lin Hao calmed down. His eyes filled with shock, but immediately, this shock turned into fervor. Last time, Lingy-Chen had displayed the divine ability of incarnation outside the body, and this time, he had displayed the divine ability of sound transmission of thoughts, which caused him to be overwhelmed with admiration, and he couldn't help but think, when will I be able to possess this divine ability of His Excellencies? My lord, I was just about to inform you that the 6 great families have officially issued an order to capture you and gouge out your left eye. This is an instruction from the goddess Irina. Hearing Lin Hao's reply, Lingy-Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Irina? Tackling me and gouging out my left eye? Ha! This woman is afraid she's crazy. Is she going to be immortal with me just because I've seen her body? What about the fact that she still looks at me? Who do I call? Lingy-Chen slandered in his heart. Okay, I got it. Lingy-Chen cut off the connection with Lin Hao and raised his eyes to look out the window. It was already nightfall. The lights were on, and the bright moon had only just risen. Lingy-Chen muttered to himself, I hope you guys come with more people. My army of worms has long been hungry and thirsty. With that, he sat down on his knees and began to cultivate, absorbing and refining the power of the moon and the purple ring. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the early hours of the morning, and suddenly, Lingy-Chen's eyes snapped open, his eyes filled with excitement. I only heard him say excitedly, ha ha, it really advanced into a wisdom worm. Just now, he sensed that the 9 spirit worms in W body had survived the toughest moment, and had successfully advanced to wisdom worms. With a thought, Lingy-Chen immediately gave the command to recall them. Soon, a thin shadow appeared below the doorway of the room. and a few wisdom worms slipped back into Ling Yichen's room in a line, crawling onto his body and merging into it. Without delay, Ling Yichen directly integrated these 9 wise worms into his heart, allowing them to join the team guarding the main formation. A few moments later, Ling Yichen's body was seen to emit crackling sounds as one strong heartbeat after another erupted from his body, like a giant drum being pounded. As the heartbeat passes out, only to hear Ling Yichen's room outside, came the sound of rustling. A few moments later, not only outside the room, even on the windowsill, in the closet, under the bed, there were strange noises from almost every corner, and if there were outsiders present at this moment, they would only faint from fear, because at this moment, countless cockroaches, ants, and all sorts of bugs had gathered in Ling Yichen's room, in such a large number that it made one's scalp numb. 88. Special Envoy for Security. Ling Yichen, who had slowly opened his eyes after the end of his cultivation, was also stunned to see so many bugs gathered in the room, yet he wasn't scared. Instead he felt close, even. He could faintly hear some strange voices in his ears, only that there was no way for them to form a meaning that he could understand, so he had no idea what the voices were saying. Ever since his awakening, these sounds had been echoing in his ears. At first he thought he was hallucinating, but as he studied it in detail, he immediately understood that these sounds were fluctuations in consciousness emitted by the bugs near him. It was only because the individual bugs were too small and incomplete to form a full conscious form that he was unable to capture what they were articulating. Only after a higher level of existence has evolved among these bugs will it be possible to form a complete form of consciousness. He will be able to communicate when the time comes. Of course, maybe when he was a little more powerful himself. The overall point was that both he and these bugs were too weak to reach a level of communication on the same frequency. Ling Yichen looked at them, guffawed, and whispered, "Hurry up and disperse, or else if the others see them, they'll be scared to death." With that, he continued to start cultivating. However, just as he was about to cultivate, his eyes snapped open and a cold light flashed underneath them. In the next second, he only heard the window crack and a flying knife stabbed towards him. Immediately afterward, several figures came in over the window in unison and pounced on Ling Yichen. Ling Yichen, however, was indifferent, calm and collected as he watched them approach. By the time they were about to touch him, a sudden change occurred, only to see Ling Yichen's bed underneath. 5 cats suddenly sprang out. The 5 cats instantly transformed into flesh and mud monsters, wrapping up those few people, and then scampered towards the window, forcing their way towards the rest of the killers. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, leisurely got up and walked over to the window, observing the situation outside, only to see that on the outer wall of the hotel, 5 cat-incarnated flesh and mud monsters kept jumping and flickering, pouncing on one killer after another, but anyone who was pounced on by them would be instantly wrapped up in it. The wrapped man managed to struggle twice at first, but after a few seconds, the struggling stopped. The meat and mud monster, on the other hand, grew a few sizes larger and continued to lunge towards the rest of the group. The cycle went on, and after the 5 flesh mud monsters pounced 5 or 6 times in a row, the battle was over. At this time, the other people in the house have been woken up, converged to the living room. Ling Yichen also rushed out. "Are you all alright?" Yi Qingzhu worriedly scanned the crowd. The crowd nodded in unison. "What are those things?" Tian Xingliang asked, a little alarmed. As an ordinary person, he was indeed terrified at the moment. Sleeping well, he suddenly heard a loud noise coming from outside, and when he got up, he immediately saw several clumps of flesh and mud monsters killing people. The scene was too shocking for him. "We don't know. It looks like some kind of monster." Yi Qingzhu was also full of doubts. Of those present, only W and Tian Yingying raised their eyes to look at Ling Yichen. W was because he knew about Ling Yichen's background, while Tian Yingying had seen the flesh mud monster in the afternoon after school and knew that those things were created by Ling Yichen. "Ugh, I suddenly miss being in the old town a little bit. At least it's peaceful and I can get a good night's sleep." Lu Yu sighed. She was a normal person too, and ever since they had entered the old city, they were constantly experiencing things that they wouldn't ordinarily encounter. Every now and then, Tian Yingying couldn't help but look apologetic when she heard this. It was all because of her sudden awakening that her parents were forced to follow him to the central district and go through all these unwarranted disasters. "Why? What are you talking about? Isn't it fine now? No need to work. The days are free, although we will experience some strange things. But aren't we fine?" Tian Xingliang glared at his wife Lu Yu. Lu Yu also realized that her words were wrong, especially after seeing her daughter's expression. She immediately went forward to embrace Tian Yingying. "Yingying, Mama's just not awake and whining. Don't feel bad. We are really fine now. Just a little rowdy." Tian Yingying smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. At this moment, Only a knocking sound came from outside the main door, and then that Long Aotion's voice rang out. "Ms. Yi, are you okay?" While speaking, the door had been opened, and Long Aotion in a burgundy suit led a team of people into the room. "There has been an attack by an unknown monster outside. In order to ensure Miss Ye's safety, from this moment onwards, I will stay by Miss Ye's side at all times to escort her." With that, he gave a look at those he brought with him, who immediately dispersed and stood in all corners of the house. Yi Qingju instantly frowned and stepped forward. "Your protection is not needed here." However, Long Aotion said, "I'm sorry, Miss Yi, this is not something that you and I can decide. Just now, the chiefs of the 8 camps had a meeting, and it was decided that from today onwards, each of the 8 camps will send out a security envoy to take turns protecting Missy on a daily basis until Missy makes a decision." When Yi Qingju heard this, he immediately changed his face, and there was a hint of anger in the bottom of his eyes. Although the 8 camps were acting in the name of protection, they were performing acts of surveillance, which made her very unhappy. At this time, W walked to her side and looked at Long Aotion. "You can stay. The others withdraw and are not allowed to enter the house." Long Aotion hesitated for a moment, but finally complied W the order and waved at those people. The men immediately exited the room and guarded the outside of the suite. "I'm sorry for the disturbance. I can live out there alone if I need to." Yi Qingju was full of apologies. "It's fine. It's quite good to have someone to protect you. At least you can sleep soundly." Tian Xingliang and Lu Yu laughingly said, "Don't think too much about it. It's pretty chaotic everywhere right now, and having their protection might not be a bad thing. At least a few of their adults will be relatively safe." W also comforted. Ling Yichen also nodded in agreement. "Don't think too much. Cultivating at ease is most important." Yi Qingju glanced at everyone gratefully before nodding silently. Looking at her like this, Ling Yichen let out a sigh. Ever since she hadn't gotten a response from herself, her whole state of being had been a little off and negative. Thinking briefly, he suddenly walked up to Yi Qingju, opened his hands and gently swept her into his arms, and said softly in her ear, "Don't think blindly, no one can take you away from me." At this moment, Yi Qingju had long since frozen. Ling Yichen's sudden embrace had already made her completely dumbfounded, and now that she heard this again, her entire brain went down. "What do you mean? Is he confessing to me? Ah, I'm going to run out of oxygen. My heart is beating so fast." At this moment, Yi Qingju felt as if there were 10 rabbits jumping around inside, excited and nervous, and for a moment he didn't know how to react. Ling Yichen didn't stay too long, and after he finished, he let go of her and said softly, "Rest well." He winked at her when he finished. This time, Yi Qingju became even more excited. Her little face flushed and her eyes filled with joy. When the rest of the people present saw this scene, they all revealed expressions of eating watermelon. Even Tang Wan was the same. She didn't object to Yi Qingju falling in love. After all, she wasn't too young. Not to mention the object was Ling Yichen, who lived across the street. However, there was one person on the scene whose eyes were red, without a doubt. That was Long Aotion. Long Aotion had a bright future as the 12th deacon of the Transcendent Management Association, and would become a patriarch in the future. He was also a relatively young one within the 12 deacons, and was also designated as a candidate for immortal vainspouse by the patriarchs. Once Yi Qingju chose the Transcendent Management Association, then he would become Yi Qingju's fiancé. But now, Ling Yichen openly went to hug Yi Qingju and acted excessively intimate. "You seek death." Long Aotion was instantly furious. His aura erupted around him and he raised his hand and slapped it towards Ling Yichen. In his opinion, Ling Yichen was nothing more than a mediocre school student, and he would be looking down on him if he wanted to kill him. However, just as his hand was about to land on Ling Yichen's face, an extremely terrifying omen of danger rose. In the next second, a red shield appeared on him, but in just an instant, his shield made a crunching sound of glass breaking, and then the entire shield turned into pieces, and in that one blink of an eye, he quickly backed away, completely moving away from Ling Yichen. Everyone at the scene didn't see what happened, including W. They only saw Long Aotion strike at Ling Yichen, then the shield appeared and then shattered, and Ling Yichen hadn't moved from start to finish, not even lifting his hand. "What the hell are you?" Long Aotion's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Ling Yichen. He nearly died just now. Yes, he really would have died if the defense shield hadn't fended for him. After saying that, he was seen fumbling out a jade pendant the size of a copper coin from the underwear pocket of his suit. Only this jade pendant already had many cracks, and with a gentle pinch from him, the entire jade pendant crumbled and turned into powdery slag. Seeing this scene, the expression on his face became even more wonderful. This is a B-grade lower grade defense shield that can withstand a B-grade powerhouse's strike. And it just shattered? Could he be a B-class powerhouse? Long Aotian only felt cold sweat running down his back. And at this moment, Ling Yichen was also secretly surprised. Surprised that this Long Aotian had such a powerful defense item on him. Even more surprised that his strength had increased so much. Just now, when Long Aotian intended to make a move against him, he also immediately activated all the wise worms in his body, preparing to give the other party a head-on blow. However, as soon as the wise worms came into contact with Long Aotian, the defense shield on Long Aotian's body immediately activated and withstood the full force of the 10 wise worms. Although the defense shield shattered, Long Aotian was able to escape because of it. Ling Yichen secretly said that it was a pity. At this moment, he also truly felt the power of the wise worm. The attack of 10 wise worms could intend a B-class defense shield. So what if there were 100, 1,000, 10,000 of them? The A ranks are going to get themselves blown up too, right? Chapter 89, The Second Personality. At this moment, Ling Yichen's strength was verified and his confidence was greatly boosted. He looked at Long Aotian with cold eyes and said in a deep voice, "You and I have no grievances or hatred, but you met and took a shot at me. What a big bully. I don't know if all of your hermit clans are the same as you. If they are, then I think that you so-called hermit clans don't need to be hermit. It is better to die directly." As soon as Ling Yichen's words came out, Long Aotian's face changed drastically. Hidden clans originally didn't like to be active on Earth. And even more so, they didn't like to randomly invite strong enemies, and what he just did was indeed against the will of the clan. More importantly, the strength that Ling Yichen had shown was too strong, so if he had something to rely on behind him, he would really be in trouble. Ling Yichen's words were also outrageous, going so far as to defy their hidden world family. The hidden family doesn't cause trouble, but it's also definitely not afraid of trouble. It was wrong of me to strike out at you, but if you dare to insult my clan, then I really will have to be immortal with you. Long Aotian huffed. Even if he wasn't as strong as Ling Yichen, he couldn't weaken his aura. Ling Yichen heard this, but he snorted. "Oh, humiliating your family? I just verbally talked about you even if I insulted your family. So what am I supposed to do when you guys with no skin in the game are openly trying to forcefully steal my girlfriend, and also immortalize with you? Or, eliminate all 8 of your forces?" As the words fell, Ling Yichen's aura around him changed, and an extremely violent and evil aura swept out in all directions, enveloping the entire house. And Ling Yichen also suddenly grinned, his mouth full of white teeth particularly eye-catching, his eyes filled with madness and blood. Everyone in the room shivered in unison, looking at Ling Yichen with eyes filled with fear. At this moment, Ling Yichen seemed to have changed into a different person. His aura was powerful but extraordinarily crazy. Immediately, however, Ling Yichen returned to normal, reverting back to the appearance of the big boy next door. There was only a hint of fatigue between his brows, and his eyes swept the crowd. Noticing that everyone in the room looked as if they were in danger, they stayed away from him, especially W. The mark on his brow shimmered with light, and the feathers behind him had filled with divine light, ready to strike at him at any moment. In response, Ling Yichen just smiled and didn't say anything. Turning his eyes towards Long Aotian, he said quietly, "Go away. If you don't want to die, you'd better stay away from me." After saying that, he looked at Yi Qingju and softly said, "Go back and rest. Don't worry or be afraid. I'm here." Then he went back to his house, ignoring everyone's surprised looks. In the living room, everyone was a little confused as they looked at Ling Yichen's closed room door. What did he just do? Tian Yingying inquired in a small voice. Yi Qingju shook his head back. "I don't know." She said she didn't know, but in reality, she was confused in many ways, because when Ling Yichen revealed his weird smile, he really seemed like a different person, unfamiliar and powerful, causing her to feel palpitations. W's reaction, on the other hand, seemed to know something, because when Ling Yichen's aura changed, she also displayed a superb aura, seemingly forming some sort of confrontation with Ling Yichen at that moment. At this moment, she clearly realized a problem. Ling Yichen had secrets, and so did W. Understanding this, but she suddenly revealed a smile, turned her head to look at Long Aotian and said, "Hear that? I'm the one who has a boyfriend, so you'd better stay away from me, or else my boyfriend will kill you if he starts to get angry." After saying that, she pulled Tang Wan towards her room. Seeing this, W and Tian Yingying also went back to their own rooms. Only Long Aotian was left standing there with a depressed face. He couldn't say the tough words and couldn't win the fight. He was really going to be pissed off. "Alas, I thought that I was already talented enough. 25 years old, C grade upper class, at any time may be promoted to B grade. The result, only out of the family not a month to be beaten face. Oh, Long Ao Tian aggrievedly found a chair and sat down. Although he was aggrieved and depressed, but his duty could not be forgotten. He was representing the Transcendent Management Association to guard Yi Qingzhu. *******. No one has told me that Yi Qingzhu has a boyfriend either. If I had known that she had a boyfriend, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this. He actually didn't like Yi Qingzhu much. It was only because he had heard that Yi Qingzhu had awakened the immortal bloodline and that he had been nominated by the association to become the marriage representative of the Transcendent Management Association. He had thought that he would be able to obtain a mate that contained the immortal bloodline and give birth to a cute baby that could possibly awaken the immortal bloodline. I never thought that people have someone and they don't want to marry someone else. He, Long Ao Tian, was certainly proud of himself, but he also had no interest in taking someone's love. Ugh. Talk to the elders later and see if we can get someone else to be the marriage contract representative. I'm not the only one of the 12 deacons who is unmarried anyway. Thinking so, he slowly calmed the anger in his heart. At the same moment, after Yi Qingzhu and Tang Wan returned to their room, Yi Qingzhu immediately inquired, "Mom, did you notice the change in Ling Yichen just now?" Tang Wan immediately nodded and replied, "Well, it looks like a different person." "Sure enough, even you noticed it, so I wasn't wrong." "Mom, do you think he could be sick?" Tang Wan immediately frowned and asked, "What kind of disease?" Yi Qingzhu thought for a moment and returned, "Schizophrenia, second personality, or something like that." "No way, he looks pretty healthy." Tang Wan looked surprised. Yi Qingzhu, however, gently shook his head and said heavily, "Not necessarily, some people look healthy on the surface, but they may have a lot of trauma inside. Didn't he say that he got separated from his parents a long time ago? Maybe he has been living a hard life all these years? Or maybe he was abused in some way growing up and then developed a stress reaction that gave birth to a second personality to protect himself. Normally, it's the calm personality that dominates, and the second personality is only triggered when facing a strong enemy that can't be faced. You also heard it." At that moment, he was saying that he wanted to level the 8 powers. How could a normal person say such maniacal words? Yi Qingzhu carefully analyzed. Tang Wan sniffed, revealing an expression of seeming understanding, and sighed in a low voice. "It doesn't matter who he is, as long as he treats you well, that's enough. Even if he really is sick, he always didn't think of harming you. Instead, he wanted to protect you, even going so far as to make an enemy of the 8 powers, just based on the fact that he dared to call out the 8 powers. I'm very relieved to hand you over to him." Hearing this, Yi Qingzhu's small face suddenly flushed, poutingly burrowing into Tang Wan's embrace as she nodded her head repeatedly. "Well, that's true. I'm still quite surprised that he could come forward at this time." Yi Qingzhu's voice became petulant, then smiled dementedly. Obviously, Ling Yichen openly said that she was his girlfriend, and this point ruthlessly poked her heart, making her very happy and satisfied. On the other side, in W's room, W, who had returned to his room, lay straight down on the bed, his eyes staring at the ceiling with a heavy gaze, seemingly hesitating about something. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly sat up, then took out a diamond-shaped crystal from her storage ring, only to see her gently press on the diamond-shaped crystal, then said, "He appeared." After saying that, she took the diamond-shaped crystal back into her storage ring and then closed her eyes to rest. In Ling Yichen's room, immediately after returning to his room, Ling Yichen sat paralyzed on the sofa stool, his eyes tired. He gently pinched the center of his eyebrows, and after cursing a low damn, he began to cultivate once again, as if what had happened before hadn't affected him in any way. A few moments later, 5 cats appeared outside the window, letting out a clear purr. Only then did Ling Yichen open his eyes and look at them, only to see that the bodies of all 5 cats had fattened up a bit, and their aura had become much more powerful. Ling Yichen beckoned towards them, and the 5 cats immediately jumped off the windowsill and leapt onto the bed. Coming to Ling Yichen's side, Ling Yichen, on the other hand, reached out and touched them one by one, and the moment he did so, he only saw black and red threads constantly surging from the cat's body towards his hand. The black ones were worms, and the red ones were spirit worms. The 5 cat-incarnated flesh and mud monsters had devoured dozens of slayers, and all of them were now transferred into Ling Yichen's body. The worms were too numerous to bother with. There was no point in caring. He only cared about the spirit worms. This devouring gave him more than 200 spirit insects, far less than last time, which was related to the slayer's rank. The higher the level, the higher the flesh and blood energy, and the greater the number of spirit bugs that evolved. Conversely, the lower the level of the awakened person, the more worms they get, with very few spirit worms. In this regard, Ling Yichen didn't care. It was all free of money anyway, and besides, the extra worms could be condensed to allow them to evolve. Immediately, he began to condense these worms. The condensation was over in about half an hour. These worms had condensed a total of more than 300 spirit worms, and together with the 200 or so, it was exactly 600, which was a great boost. Humph, the 6 great families sending over killers once let me get hundreds or even thousands of spirit insects. If this were to happen a few more times, evolving a king insect would be just around the corner. 600 more spirit insects, so we can condense the 5 organs some more. According to Ling Yichen's groping, the ratio of the main formation to the auxiliary formation was 1 to 10,000. That is to say, when one wisdom insect sits in the main formation, it can suppress up to 10,000 spirit insects. But of course, it's only ordinary spirit insects, and not spirit insects that are about to evolve. For example, before he did, the auxiliary array was somewhat unable to suppress only 7,200 spirit worms, as many of these 7,200 spirit worms were about to advance to wisdom worms. But now, he had a full 10 wisdom worms in his heart, and the auxiliary formation could condense up to 100,000 spirit worms, and he only had 7,200 spirit insects in his current auxiliary formation, and tens of thousands more could be suppressed. Immediately, Ling Yichen condensed all of these 600 spirit insects into his 4 viscera, bringing the number of spirit insects in his 4 viscera to 7,800, a small boost to his power. I wonder what the maximum limit of the 5 viscera realm is. Ling Yichen suddenly thought of this question. The old man said that this secret method is capable of achieving eternal life. Since this was the case, it was only natural for him to build a good foundation from the start and cultivate each realm to the extreme. Chapter 90, Wife Protector. This night, Ling Yichen spent it all in cultivation, and the harvest was very rich. In his spiritual ocean, the streak of divine consciousness liquid had increased in size by another point, and his divine consciousness had also grown stronger by 1 point, having expanded from a 5-meter divine consciousness radiation range to 10 meters. Of course, the left eye absorbed a lot of the white mist, but there was no significant change. He didn't care about that. It was a power he absorbed in passing anyway. Cultivation over. He got up and out of bed, stretching his limbs. Cultivating all night long didn't make him feel tired. And anyway, there were enough 7-leaf lotus hearts to recover from the loss of spiritual energy. Now every single night, Lin Hao would offer him 10 boxes of 7-leaf lotus hearts, and with the addition of the ones that Yi Qingzhu had given him, his 7-leaf lotus hearts were already completely capable of supplying him with consumption. And even if his spiritual power was growing increasingly, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough of it in a short period of time. After getting up, he briefly washed up, changed his clothes and walked out of the room. When he came to the living room, he saw that everyone was already there, and the 3 adults were setting out the breakfast they had bought, and when they saw him come out, they immediately greeted him and came over to eat. Ling Yichen smiled and walked over, coming straight to Yi Qingzhu's side. Yi Qingzhu also greeted him with a smile, only there was still some shyness on her face as she smiled while placing her breakfast in front of Ling Yichen. Last night's little episode, to some extent, kind of publicized their relationship with each other, and everyone acquiesced, but it's just still hard to hide the look on their faces, especially W. After seeing Ling Yichen come over to Yi Qingzhu's side, he immediately started to sour. Shorty, I don't even think I need to eat breakfast, I'll be full on dog food. Yi Qingzhu's face instantly turned even redder, only to see her poutingly glaring at W before reaching for the breakfast in front of her. Don't eat when you're full, leave it for someone else. W hurriedly reached out to protect it and begged. Don, I was wrong. Wrong, really wrong. The crowd also laughed, and the atmosphere was very harmonious, not affected by last night's events. After a simple breakfast, Ling Yichen and Yi Qingzhu's 4 were preparing to go out to school, and Long Ao Tian immediately followed with his team. In response, the 4 of them just swept him lightly and did not say anything more. The 4 of them walked to the school as usual, except that today there was Long Ao Tian following them, causing the 4 of them to become the center of attention all the way. We might as well get used to this state of affairs early, because it's probably going to be like this for the rest of the day. W looked at the group behind him and sighed softly. Yi Qingzhu just wanted to apologize, but was immediately interrupted by Ling Yichen. It's okay, this is fine, at least everyone's safe. There's never going to be any ungrateful guys looking for trouble, right? The words fell, but all that could be heard was the sound of a violent engine coming from far away and then quickly stopping at the side of the 4, only to see the door of a red supercar open. The car came down with a teenager close to their age, with a head of purple hair that was particularly eye-catching, while on the co-pilot came down with a pretty girl with delicate features, also with a head of purple hair. Moreover, the two had extremely similar features, so they should be twins. The gazes of the two men quickly swept around the bodies of the four men and finally landed on Yi Qingzhu's body. "You're the Yi Qingzhu who has awakened the immortal bloodline," the purple-haired girl said in an unpleasant tone. In the next second, that purple-haired teenager immediately picked up. Sister, it's impossible to be so unreasonable to the little fairy. Maybe she's our future sister-in-law." "Che, sister-in-law? How can she be worthy? She's nothing more than a birthing machine. And all the great clans want her so badly just because they want her to marry over and have more heirs to see if they can awaken more immortal bloodlines." The two of them chimed in, sneering at Yi Qingzhu. Yi Qingzhu's face had long been unsightly. Even if what they were saying was true, it was still a little hard for her to accept being told that. "Ouch, the fairy is angry," the purple-haired girl snickered. However, in the next second, a slap reached over silently and slapped her directly in the face. "Pa!" A crisp and incomparable slapping sound rang out, and the purple-haired girl's entire body flew diagonally backward, falling straight onto the road. This scene directly stunned the entire audience. Everyone's gazes turned towards Ling Yichen in unison, for it was he who struck. At this moment, Ling Yichen stood in front of Yi Qingzhu and looked at his palms before smiling lightly. "TSK, how come it's so unbreakable? I didn't use much force." After he finished speaking, he looked towards the purple-haired boy and generally stepped forward, raising his hand to grab the purple-haired teenager's neck. The purple-haired teenager's face changed drastically as he retreated rapidly, trying to get away from Ling Yichen's tackle, but he immediately realized with horror that just as he was about to step back, Ling Yi's hand was already on his neck. A strong choking sensation came over his throat, and there was a feeling that his neck was going to be snapped. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented fear, the fear of death. The rest of the people saw this scene and changed their faces in unison. It was because they all felt a strong killing aura from Ling Yichen's body. "Can't kill. They are." Long Aotian rushed over and opened his mouth to shout. However, before he could finish his sentence, he only heard a crisp and unmistakable clicking sound. The teenager in Ling Yichen's hands had already had his neck pinched and his entire head was tilted to the side. The purple-haired girl who fell to the ground let out a scream, her face unsightly. "Brother is dead." She looked at the dead teenager in Ling Yichen's hands, her eyes filled with panic. They just wanted to come and see that so-called little fairy, and taunt her in the meantime. Who would have thought that someone would kill someone in the street just because of a few words, and the person they killed was still a member of their lay family? "You're dead. You dared to kill my brother. You're dead." The purple-haired girl pointed at Ling Yichen and said in a spiteful tone. However, just as her words fell, Ling Yichen snapped his fingers. In a flash, several giant Dobermans appeared out of nowhere. Those giant Dobermans instantly lunged towards the purple-haired girl and began to tear at her body. Almost instantly, several pieces of bloody flesh were torn off the purple-haired girl's body in a miserable manner, and she had long since let out an extremely miserable wail. Let me go. I was wrong. I apologize." The purple-haired girl wailed and prayed at the same time, but Ling Yichen didn't move at all, and just stared at her with a fierce look on his face. Seeing this, Long Ao Tian on the side raised his steps to save him, but he only saw Ling Yichen turn his eyes to him and said in a cold voice, "If you dare to take a step forward, I'll chop off both your legs." When these words came out, Long Ao Tian was also subdued, because the Ling Yichen at this moment was really scary. His body was surging with fury, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a killing star. Everyone didn't expect things to turn out this way. Soon, the wailing of the purple-haired girl became smaller until it was completely silent. Not long after, the original purple-haired girl had turned into a miserable bloody corpse lying in front of the sports car. "Let's go," Ling Yichen said to a few people. At this time, Long Ao Tian, who was on the side, suddenly said, "You guys are leaving just like that?" Ling Yichen glanced at him with slanted eyes and replied, "What else? They are people of the Lei family. If you kill them just like that, how do you plan to explain to the Lei family?" Long Ao Tian frowned. Killing two direct descendants of the Lei family in the street is not a trivial matter. However, when Ling Yichen heard this, he had a cold smile on his face. "Accounting? Why should we give an account? Moreover, I didn't know that they were from the Lei family, and since you knew their background, why didn't you stop them? Let them bully us? If you want to give an account, it's also for you people from the Transcendent Management Association to do so. What does it have to do with us?" Long Ao Tian was speechless and looked at Ling Yichen somewhat huffily. It was because Ling Yichen's words were clearly a dumping ground. The purple-haired teenager was originally going to report himself, but he was interrupted by Ling Yichen and killed directly. He was deliberately not letting the purple-haired teenager report where he came from, because once the purple-haired teenager revealed that he was from the Lei family of the 6 great families, then if Ling Yichen killed him again, it would be a blatant confrontation with the Lei family. But if the purple-haired teenager hadn't said anything, then it would only mean that Ling Yichen was settling a conflict with an ordinary person. There is still a big difference between the two. If it was the former, the Lei clan could simply send someone to take Ling Yichen back and kill him alive. But if it was the latter, the Lei family could only resolve it through the people from the Transcendent Management Association. And the deacon of the Transcendent Management Association was on the scene, witnessing this kind of thing and failing to stop it. That could only mean that it was just the incompetence of the people of the Transcendent Management Association. Therefore, Ling Yichen's intentions were actually quite sinister, intentionally not allowing the other party to report their origins and killing them instantly, not giving the other party the slightest chance of survival at all. It's too hard to hit. At this moment, Long Aotian also saw the seemingly ordinary teenager once again. Even the people of the 6 great families dared to easily abuse and kill them. It was really bold. Even they, the Transcendent Management Association, did not dare to tough it out with the Lei family of the 6 great families. Let's go. We're going to be late. Ling Yichen waved at a few people, signaling them to walk faster. Several people looked at him with complicated expressions before silently following. Today's Ling Yichen showed a ruthlessness and determination that he hadn't seen in the past, something they had never seen before. No, they actually knew that Ling Yichen acted decisively and ruthlessly. They just didn't have the chance to see him perform. And today, Ling Yichen was considered to have ruthlessly taught them a lesson. Looking at the several people's absent-mindedness, Ling Yichen revealed a smile and comforted. Don't worry, even if it's the 6 great families, they may not be able to do anything to me. Right now, you guys just have to cultivate well and improve your strength as soon as possible, and I'll take care of all the other worries. A powerful sense of security arose as several people listened, especially Yi Qingzhu. She took a deep breath, then took the initiative to raise her hand and take Ling Yichen's hand, interlocking her fingers with his. Ling Yichen smiled, then also backhanded her and grabbed her tightly. Chapter 91, Genius Cadet Class. Blasting 2 direct descendants of the Lei family to death in the street. Ling Yichen's heart didn't actually fluctuate much. What happened to the 6 families? The 2 directors of the Preceptors' Hall had killed them, let alone such 2 milquetoast brats. They were the ones who provoked him in the first place. And even if the 6 great families were unreasonable and insisted on making a move against him, he would not be afraid. He's strong enough now to deal with it, and that's the bottom line. What's more, the 6 great clans had already made the first move against him. That oath of the goddess Irina had triggered a series of consequences, and 3 of the 6 great clans had already made a move against him. The ones who made a move yesterday afternoon were the Lin family and the Su family. The ones who made a move last night were the Lei families, and now there were only the Yin family. The Qin family and the Gu family left without making a move. But he was sure it was coming soon, too, because the goddess Irina was important to them. If they could get the right to belong to Irina, it would be a huge benefit to their family. And what was he? Ling Yichen? Nothing. Just an ordinary person with no power or background in average strength. If it wasn't for Irina's need to take him alive, they would have only resorted to more ruthless means to kill him. In this regard, Ling Yichen was not the least bit afraid. As soldiers come to block, water comes to cover. All he had to do was grab every second to cultivate and improve himself. The 4 rushed to the school at a quick pace and entered at the last minute. Yi Qingzhu had already received the news that she had also been assigned to the talented trainee class. In response, Yi Qingzhu rarely expressed happiness, because the gifted cadet class was a chance to enter the battlefield, so she would have a chance to see her dad. Ling Yichen and Tian Yingying had both applied for no cultural classes now, so they hardly went to the classroom. So the 2 of them sent W and Yi Qingzhu to the gifted trainee class together. The classes where the gifted and talented cadet class is located are in a separate building and are much better than the regular cadets, both in terms of facilities and environment. Even the gifted trainee classes basically have one-on-one tutoring. This means that if you can get into the gifted and talented cadet class, you can get a teacher to tutor you personally. When the group of 4 arrived at the teaching building where the talented cadet class was located, they were immediately stunned by the facilities and environment in front of them. Grade B Cultivation Protection Array. Grade B Cultivation Reinforcement Formation. Grade B Spiritual Reinforcement Formation. Ling Yichen also let out a soft cry. At this moment, the school building that was presented in front of him was wrapped in circle after circle of energy shields, streaming with color. Very eye-catching. This is a good place. Stay here and cultivate. The speed of cultivation is at least more than twice as fast as outside. Ling Yichen complimented. At this moment, he was also a little heartbroken. If he could cultivate in this place, the speed of his cultivation of the Star Yuan guidance technique would be doubled. What originally took 30 minutes for one would only take 15 minutes for one here, greatly increasing the speed of cultivation. If only there was a private cultivation spell that I could carry around with me, Ling Yichen secretly pondered. However, he was just casually thinking about it because cultivation spell formations were very expensive. Much more expensive than defense spell formations. A small protective array of around C rank cost 5,000 points, and a cultivation spell array cost at least 20,000, or a fixed amount, not to mention a grade B. A grade B cultivation spell formation like this one would require 100,000 points at least. As for the movable B grade cultivation spell formation, that was at least 200,000 to start with. Forget it, for the time being, let's just cultivate in the underground basis cultivation formation. Ling Yichen sighed. The underground basis cultivation spells were probably just up and down C rank, and could also maintain a certain degree of acceleration, barely making ends meet. W seemed to have read Ling Yichen's mind and came over to say, "Are you moved? This is only a B-class cultivation spell formation. There are also A-class cultivation spell formations. As long as you join the Genius Cadet class, you will have the opportunity to enter an A-class cultivation spell formation once a month. Do you want to consider coming to the Genius Cadet class as well?" Ling Yichen raised an eyebrow. A-class cultivation spell formation? That was an advanced cultivation spell formation, capable of increasing the speed of cultivation by 2 times. Ling Yichen was insanely heartbroken. If he was able to enter an A-ranked cultivation spell formation to cultivate, then his Astral Yuan guidance technique would be compressed to 7 or 8 minutes apiece. This is amazing. But entering the talented cadet class wasn't something he could do just because he wanted to. It required displaying a strong talent potential to do so. He hadn't yet figured out what abilities he had that were handy to show off. Yes, ability he has, and lots of it, but it's all inconvenient to show, so that became his problem. After a little thought, he had something in mind. It seems that it's necessary to have the old man take me out on a trip to contract a high-level foreign beast as a pet, to show my potential as a beast master before I can do so. His file was a record of being a beast master talent, and that was the only place to start. As for the insect bloodline, forget it. He himself had yet to figure out what kind of abilities this bloodline could bring to him. At least for now, there was no clear enhancement. Oh, except for the ability to attract tons of bugs. Wait until I'm strong enough, Ling Yichen replied indifferently. W was speechless and rolled her eyes, looking like she didn't want to care about him. His strength was there for all to see, he just didn't want to show it. However, she didn't say any more, but led Ji Qingzhu towards the class. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the class of talented trainees. The classroom was large, looking more like an administrative hall, with rows of long tables at the top and hundreds of desks with integrated tables and chairs below. To Ling Yichen's surprise, the hundreds of desks were close to being full. This also meant that there were quite a few geniuses in the 4th Advanced Alien School. He sensed it carefully and instantly realized that the trainees inside this classroom were indeed different. One by one, their breadth was huge. The worst of them were medium C grade, and most of them were upper C grade, with the possibility of breaking through to B grade at any time. And Ling Yichen also noticed that within the classroom, there were several extremely powerful auras. These breaths were not weaker than Su Tiansheng in the slightest. That surprised him hard. Boy, there's even a B-ranked big shot in the talented cadet class, a B-class powerhouse. Even he recognized it. Although he could slaughter C-rank awakened people at will, when he reached B rank, it was a watershed. After these days of contact, he had already figured out that although there was only a small realm difference between upper C rank and B rank, the difference in strength was more than a few times. He could parasitize or devour C rank upper at will, but at B rank, the parasites would immediately be alerted as soon as they got close. That's why he still had a lot of respect for B-class powerhouses, worthy of being a class of talented cadets. Not only is there a B-ranked powerhouse, but there's not just one, but 8 of them. What are they all about? Ling Yichen couldn't help but look towards the 8 guys with strong breaths. The first one he saw was a boy wearing a mask. Ling Yichen's position was just to the side of him. He was able to see the side of his face. His eyebrows were quite clean. However, in the next second, the boy suddenly turned his head and looked directly towards his side, and in an instant, a powerful sense of oppression struck him, startling Ling Yichen's heart. Is so alert? I just looked at him and he immediately knew? Ling Yichen felt a bit incredulous. Even Su Tiansheng hadn't given him this feeling. Divine sense. The other party also possesses divine sense, and it's even stronger than mine. Ling Yichen judged it in an instant. He didn't avoid the other man's eyes, but continued to look at him. The boy saw Ling Yichen staring straight at him, but he didn't show any emotion. He just gently nodded to him as a greeting. This made Ling Yichen quite surprised. It was one of the few people he'd met who seemed emotionally stable and possessed great strength without arrogance, so he immediately tapped W, inquiring, "Who is he?" W followed his eyes and immediately saw the boy wearing a mask. A flash of amazement flashed across his eyes as he replied, "You have a poisonous eye. He's from the Yen family. His name is Yen Ruhai. He's one of the strongest in the class of gifted trainees. He's already reached level B. Exactly which stage of level B? No one knows." The words? Ling Yichen raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, he didn't have a good feeling about the 6 great families. He was a bit surprised to hear that the other party was from the Yen family, but immediately, he thought of what Lu Mei had said earlier. At that time, when Yi Qingzhu had just completed his second awakening and had yet to be detected as an immortal bloodline, Lu Mei had said that if Yi Qingzhu had to choose one of the 6 great families to join, it would be best to choose the Yen family. Obviously, she had a certain amount of goodwill towards the Yen family, and as of now, the Yen family was also one of the 3 families that hadn't made a move against him. The words family, more observation, Ling Yichen secretly pondered. Immediately afterward, he turned his head to look at a purple-haired girl in the other corner. The girl's had striking, waist-length purple hair. No need to ask, this must be from the Ray family. The Ray family's hair color seems to be purple. He didn't have any good feelings towards the people of the Lei family, especially after what happened with the twins. He had almost put the Lei family on the list of those who must be destroyed. As he gazed, the purple-haired girl also immediately sensed it, and she also turned her head towards him just like Yen Rohai. The two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes, far away from each other, and a murderous aura was revealed. Yes, that purple-haired girl had shown absolute killing intent towards Ling Yichen, undisguised killing intent, and Ling Yichen met the other party's stern killing intent in a flash. Apparently, she already knew who she was. Then he didn't need to hide anything. In an instant, 2 powerful killing intent collided up in the genius cadet class, directly startling the other 6 B-rank cadets as well as some cadets with strong perception. The crowd looked towards Ling Yichen's side. Some were surprised, some were puzzled, but more than anything else, they had the expressions of watching and eating. Chapter 92, Little Fairy, will you be my wife? Who is that? And why does Lei Qianling have such strong killing intent towards him? I don't know, but it doesn't matter who it is. Someone who can make Lei Qianzi have such strong killing intent definitely won't live long. It's hard to say. Didn't you see it? That guy is standing with W. He seems to be W's friend. If W wants to protect him, even Lei Qianzi can't do anything to him, right? That's true, but it's not good to tear your face off in the open. But it's not necessarily true in the dark. Many discussions rang out, and everyone couldn't understand why the killing intent of the two was so strong. Only those who were part of the 6 great clans understood. Only to see that 4 of the 6 remaining B-ranked powerhouses also erupted with killing intent at the same time. Obviously, those 4 people were also from the 6 great clans. The remaining 2, on the other hand, wore expressions of curiosity and doubt. Those 4 are Lin Xing of the Lin family, Qin Lang of the Qin family, Gu Ziding of the Gu family, and Su Huiran of the Su family. As for those 2 guys watching the show, they're both from the hidden family, called White Vine and Returning Yuan. W introduced the identities for Ling Yichen one by one, so that Ling Yichen would have a clear perception. Ling Yichen swept through the several people one by one without the slightest hint of timidity, which made the 2 hidden families, Bai Tang and Gue Yuan, quite surprised. This kid has not even the slightest bit of cowardice or fallen into a disadvantage in the face of the 6 great clans' joint coercion. So I've underestimated him, the teenager named Shirato said. In the next second, the teenager named Guei suddenly saw Long Aotian behind Ling Yichen, and immediately showed surprise, then exchanged glances. That's Long Aotian, why is he following them? You're lagging behind in information, right? I heard that someone has awakened the immortal bloodline, and Long Aotian was sent by the Transcendent Management Association as a representative to protect the immortal bloodline, so it should be that girl. Saying that, the teenager named Gueyuan pointed at Yi Qingzhu. Hiss, what about the immortal bloodline? Rare indeed. This is the only immortal bloodline in the last 100 years, right? If we can marry into one of our 4 clans, we might be able to help us activate the ancient divine veins, right? At this moment, the eyes of Bai Tang and Gue Yuan also turned hot, and their eyes immediately attracted Ling Yichen's attention, only to see that he withdrew his stare with Lei Qianzi and turned his eyes to look at them. Then under everyone's gaze, he raised his hand that was interlocked with Yi Qingzhu's 10 fingers, and said aloud, "Everyone, this is my girlfriend, Yi Qingzhu, who came to the Genius Cadet class for the first time today. so I hope everyone can take care of her. Oh, right. I believe you should have more or less received the news that someone has recently awakened the immortal bloodline. Yes, it's her. Although the realm of man has relevant regulations, once someone awakens the immortal bloodline, they have to pick one of the 8 camps to join. But this ordinance was laid down a long time ago, wasn't it? I'll be honest. This kind of rule, it's so outdated and inhumane. Why should you guys, with a word, decide the fate of a person and make her marry and have children with someone she doesn't like? Reproduction of offspring is not a human responsibility, but a natural law. Those who want to have children can have more. Those who don't want to have children cannot have children. Why should a person be forced to procreate? This kind of rule, which has no humanity in it, I think can be deleted, don't you? These words filled the room with astonishment. Some were surprised, some agreed, but more thought that Ling-Chen was treasonous. For many years, who dared to question the highest ordinance of the human realm? It's so anticlimactic. However, there were some people who felt that what Ling-Chen said was very reasonable, especially some women, but they didn't dare to show solidarity for fear that they would be targeted. They just looked at Ling-Chen with admiration. It's great that he has the audacity to assert his sovereignty and express his displeasure here. It's very boy-friendly. It was also at this moment that a cold hum filled with disdain rang out. Che, who do you think you are? How dare you question the human realm's highest regulations with one mouth? How many demonic beasts have you killed for the human race? And how many of your fellow humans have you guarded? How dare you blabber on about nothing? I don't think you have much strength. I'm afraid you haven't even been to the battlefield, right? Perhaps. You don't even have the ability to deal with an adult elite demonic beast. How ridiculous. The person who spoke was none other than Lei Qianzi from the Lei family. Only to see her slowly stand up and gaze at Ling-Chen, her body erupted with an endless aura that instantly pressed towards Ling-Chen. She intended to use her powerful B-rank strength to oppress Ling-Chen and make him make a fool of himself on the spot. However, there was no need for Ling-Chen to make a move, as W was the first to respond, only to see her take a step forward, her body blossoming with divine aura, instantly resisting Lei Qianzi's aura back. She coldly glanced at Lei Qianzi and said with the same cold snort, "Then what kind of thing are you that you have the qualifications to stand out and teach others a lesson? Even if your Lei family head is standing here, he may not dare to be so reckless." These words were also very ruthless, directly causing Lei Qianzi to lose face, and incidentally stepping on the Lei family. Lei Qianzi instantly changed her face when she heard this, looking at W with eyes full of resentment, but immediately shifted this resentment to Ling-Chen's body. W was a person from the City of Emptiness with a special status. Even if she had more grievances, she couldn't do anything to W. But Ling-Chen was different. Ling-Chen was just a civilian with no background. It's also all because of Ling-Chen that she would be subjected to W's verbal abuse. Persimmons always had to pick the soft ones to pinch, so her killing intent towards Ling-Chen instantly skyrocketed a lot at this moment. While Ling-Chen faced Lei Qianzi's reproach and killing intent, he only smiled flatly. "Gee, you're in a hurry? I didn't say anything about you. What's your hurry? Though I also know that the human realm's highest ordinance itself was established by your 8 camps, in order to maximize the benefits for your 8 camps as well. But I didn't expect that you, a small descendant of the Lei family, could be so arrogant. Maybe you're just used to being arrogant on a regular basis? Think no one dares to do anything to you, do you?" Saying that, Ling-Chen's cold eyes gazed at Lei Qianzi, and in the next second, 12 giant Doberman pinchers appeared behind Ling-Chen in unison, with a pair of vertical pupils similarly gazing at Lei Qianzi. All the people present were still just trainees. Most of them had never been to the battlefield and had never felt any large demonic beasts. And at this moment, when they abruptly saw these 12 giant Dobermans, they were immediately startled, because these Dobermans were just too big and had a very strong aura about them. These Doberman pinchers were originally trained by the discipline hall to deter those cadets who had violated major regulations. Their own strength was not bad, and since being parasitized by Ling-Chen, their strength had also increased to a certain extent, and at the moment, they had already reached the peak of the lower C grade, infinitely approaching the cadets in the talented cadet class. In other words, most of the people in the talented cadet class might not be a match for these giant Dobermans if they really had to fight. At this moment, these 12 giant Dobermans appeared in unison, gazing at Lei Qianzi in unison, giving her a considerable amount of pressure in an instant. Although their strength was much different from their own, they were still quite intimidating if they acted as auxiliary combatants and collaborated with Ling-Chen to strike together. TSK, 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 so lively? If you have any conflicts, you can go to the martial arts arena to fight. What kind of talk is this? How boring. A clear voice suddenly joined in, and the crowd looked towards the voice in unison. immediately seeing a green-colored figure appearing on the podium at an unknown time. It was a young girl with extremely striking, colorful short hair. The features were very three-dimensional, like a sculpted model figure, and a pair of eyes were extremely soulful, but the eyes were a bit runny. She first swept back and forth between Ling Chen and Lei Qianzi before finally locking her gaze on Yi Qingzhu. TSK, what a standard beauty. I almost left our little fairy out in the cold after all your yakking. As the words fell, Ling Chen only felt a flash in front of his eyes, a warm current quietly coming from the front, and in the next second, the girl with colorful hair arrived at Yi Qingzhu's side, half of her body leaning on Yi Qingzhu's shoulder. Fairy, will you be my wife? When these words came out, Ling Chen was shocked and looked at her in surprise. Female, lace edge? But immediately, Long Ao Tian on the side immediately shouted, Xing Yi, stop it, be careful of being killed. Long Ao Tian glanced at Ling Chen. He knew how ruthless Ling Chen was. The Lei family's twins were killed when he said so. The girl named Xing Yi took a look at Ling Chen, and then at his and Yi Qingzhu's 10-fingered hand, and couldn't help but curse. Che, what's the big deal? As long as the hoe digs in the ground well, where is the wall that can't be dug down? After saying that, he didn't forget to squeeze his eyes provocatively at Ling Chen. Ling Chen burst into tears. He thought about robbing Yi Qingzhu with other men, but how he didn't think that he would have to rob with a woman. He was really drunk. However, at this time, Long Ao Tian also immediately explained, you don't have to care, she is just a flowery mouth, not really like girls, just a little naughty nature. After saying that, he glared at Xing Yi and chided, if you continue to be naughty, I'll tell your brother and when your brother comes back from beyond the borders, let's see if he'll smack your ass. When Xing Yi heard the word, brother, it was instantly like she had triggered some kind of prohibition. The whole person was honest, and immediately let go of Yi Qingzhu, and said in a cute clip sound, hello little fairy sister, my name is Xing Yi. From now on, we will be classmates, and you can look for me if there's anything you need to do. Yo! After saying that, her person had already transformed into a warm wind and disappeared in the same place. When she reappeared, she was in her own seat. When Ling Chen saw this, he shook his head and laughed bitterly, but he didn't let his guard down because of this. Although this girl named Xing Yi did not show any hostility towards him, the ability she displayed and the aura he felt indicated that she was extremely powerful, even more powerful than everyone present. This mischievous-looking girl seemed to be the most powerful one in the entire class of talented students. Is she from a hidden family too? Ling Chen looked towards Long Ao Tian. Long Ao Tian immediately nodded his head. There are quite a few hidden families, but the most powerful ones are actually just a few. The family where Xing Yi is from is one of them. Their lineage, however, has the bloodline of the divine beast Xingluan, and the power of their bloodline is extremely powerful. Happy 4th of July, babies! Chapter 93, The Secret World. Green Luan? A divine beast bloodline? Ling Chen was also slightly surprised. He couldn't help but look at the girl named Xing Yi one more time. With an outstanding personality, a strong background, and even more strength, it's really hard for people not to care. Worthy of being a class of talented cadets. There's a lot of talent, he praised from the bottom of his heart. Here, he truly felt the pressure from cultivation. These could all be teenagers within 20 years of age, basically similar to him, but the strongest was already at B rank. It's strong, very strong. It also gave him a little bit of goodwill. I have to go back and intensify my cultivation as well. As he was thinking, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. What are you all gathering here for? Can't you hear the bell has already rung? Hearing this voice, Ling Chen inexplicably felt some familiarity. Looking back, good lord, isn't this his homeroom teacher Yuan Qing? No wonder the voice was so familiar. Seeing Yuan Cheng again, Ling Chen surprisingly felt a little awkward. Since the last time they met, he had intentionally avoided the female teacher. It wasn't that she was afraid of her, it was just that she felt a little uncomfortable, being a student in her class, yet she had only met her once, then lied that she had to use the restroom and slipped away, and then never went back to the class. Can he not be embarrassed when he meets here in the cold? Yuan Qing obviously saw Ling Chen as well, only to see a flash of surprise on her still pretty face, but it immediately returned to calmness, and she only swept a faint glance at him. Why are you here? As the words fell out of her mouth, she suddenly saw Ling Chen and Yi Qingzhu's hands interlocked with their fingers and seemed to understand something. It's class time. You don't want to study. Don't hold others back. With that, she walked straight towards Ling Chen and Yi Qingzhu, or towards the center of the two. Having no choice but to let go of Yi Qingzhu, Ling Chen could only make way. As Yuan Chang walked past them and towards the podium, Ling Yichen also looked at Yi Qingzhu and said, "Alright then, you go to class first, and we'll meet you outside the school after class." Yi Qingzhu nodded obediently. Immediately, W led Yi Qingzhu towards the 2 empty seats not far away. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, led Tian Yingying towards the outside of the classroom. Before he could leave the classroom, he only heard Yuan Qing's voice ring out again. "Today is the day that the academy opens the advanced cultivation spell formation, so all of you get ready and I'll take you to the cultivation tower later." Ling Yichen's eyes lit up, filled with envy within. The two of them walked out of the teaching building of the gifted trainee class and arrived at the institute. As soon as he arrived, but he only saw Long Daoyi excitedly rushed over and said, "Senior brother, today is the day when the academy opens the advanced cultivation spell formation. Master asked me to take you there to cultivate. Cultivating there can be much faster than cultivating in the underground base." Hearing this, Ling Yichen was both surprised and delighted. "I can go to an advanced cultivation spell?" Long Daoyi nodded. "Of course, Master is at least an honorary elder. His disciples are naturally qualified to enter. However, only one can go at a time. Previously it was me who went. It's just that I don't really have much of a role to play when I go there. And now that there's you, naturally, I'm going to let you go." Ling Yichen's heart was extremely happy. He'd been thinking about this on the way here, and hadn't realized how nice it was to be given a pillow when he was sleepy. "You should hurry up and get ready, and try to stay in there longer and condense the first star earlier," Long Daoyi urged. Ling Yichen immediately inquired, "Then what do I need to prepare?" "Something to restore your mental power. In the cultivation tower, the speed of condensing stars will be about 2 times faster than outside. Naturally, the consumption of mental power will also be faster. You need to prepare more things to restore your mental power. Otherwise you might not last until the cultivation tower closes and you have to come out." Hearing this, Ling Yichen was instantly relieved. The thing that restores mental power, isn't that the 7-leaf lotus heart? He had more than enough of them. He had dozens of boxes stored in his storage ring. "Here are some 5-leaf lotus hearts. Make do with what you have." Long Daoyi suddenly handed over 4 jade boxes. Ling Yichen was stunned. 5-leaf lotus heart isn't cheap either. It's 1,000 points a box. That's 4,000 points for 4 boxes. "Senior brother, where did you get this? It takes quite a few points here." Long Daoyi laughed nervously and replied, "I went out early in the morning and sold some of the herbs that I had hoarded in my hands for some points to prepare these boxes of 5-leaf lotus hearts for you." Ling Yichen was incomparably warm inside. For 1,000 points, this was definitely going to empty Long Daoyi's family's bottom. Looking at this slightly naive middle-aged man, Ling Yichen was really touched. He didn't want to take it, but he was afraid of hurting his senior brother's feelings, so he immediately took these 5-leaf lotus hearts and softly said, "Thank you, senior brother." There was no need to say anything else. Come what may, he would definitely not treat the senior brother poorly. "Alright, is there anything else you need to prepare? If not we can leave now." Ling Yichen nodded back. "I have nothing more to prepare. Let's go now." Long Daoyi immediately led him deeper into the academy. It soon came to a square with a giant light screen erected in the center of the square. Water patterns flowed above the light curtain, seemingly surging with magic. It was the first time Ling Yichen had seen such a thing, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. Long Daoyi immediately explained, "This is the entrance to the secret realm. Only this is an artificially created secret realm, and the cultivation tower is inside. The secret realms within the human realm are almost all man-made, and the natural secret realms are only found outside the borders, and that's where the major schools go from time to time. There are a lot of treasures inside the secret realm, such as cultivation secret arts, divine secret arts, and various heavenly materials." Saying that, Long Daoyi took a step into the huge light curtain. Ling Yichen immediately followed, taking a step into the light curtain, and immediately felt a slight sense of dizziness hit him as space and time flowed and space overlapped. But the next second, he found himself in the middle of a stunning garden of red flowers and green grass. At the end of the garden there was an ancient tower, and in front of the tower there was an old man sitting there like a stone statue. Long Daoyi led Ling Yichen to the old man and bowed. "Greetings, 10th Master." Ling Yichen didn't know who he was. He just followed Long Daoyi's lead and bowed slightly. "Senior, this is my master's new disciple. Let him come to the tower to train today." The old man hadn't opened his eyes or opened his mouth since the beginning, but as Long Daoyi's words fell, the space in front of the tower suddenly distorted and a small light curtain appeared. Seeing this, Long Daoyi immediately turned his head to Ling Yichen and said, "Go on, there's the entrance to the tower." Ling Yichen immediately raised his steps and took one step into the small light screen. Before entering the light curtain, his ears rang Long Daoyi's voice. "The tower has a total of 10 floors. Each floor is a space of its own. The acceleration of each floor is slightly different. The higher the acceleration, the faster the acceleration. The general acceleration of the first floor and the second floor is twice as much. Look at the choices for yourself. As the words fell, Ling-Chen had also entered the tower. He found himself in a mist, barely visible within 5 meters, but beyond 5 meters it was hard to tell man from beast. However, he could see a faintly glowing curtain of light in the distance. Apparently, that was the entrance to the second level. He didn't even think about it and went straight to the light screen. The acceleration of the first layer he really felt. Not strong, just a little bit stronger than the acceleration of the underground base. It was a rare visit, and he didn't want to waste time on the first one. Soon he arrived in front of the light curtain, and without saying a word, he directly entered the light curtain. In an instant he arrived at the second level. The second level was the same as the first. Still a misty time, the accelerating effect was much stronger than the first level. There was already a speed of about 2 times. However, Ling-Chen did not cultivate on the spot, but continued to walk towards the light curtain. He wanted to see how well the higher levels accelerated. Soon, he walked through the 3rd and 4th floors. The acceleration was great, but he didn't even stop. Instead he walked towards the higher floors. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the 5th floor. The acceleration effect of the 5th layer becomes very obvious, and has reached the limit of twice the speed. Further up, it's probably triple speed. He could clearly feel that being in this space was depleting his mental energy at a frightening rate. After thinking about it, he didn't continue to go up, but walked towards the distance, sat down on his knees, and began to cultivate. He first took out a box of 7-leaf lotus hearts from his storage ring and directly took out 2 of them and threw them into his mouth, refining them and restoring his spiritual energy while he began to cultivate the Star Yuan guidance art. Inside the Sea of Spiritual Consciousness, as Ling-Chen invoked the power of the Sea of Spiritual Consciousness and absorbed the stars of the heavens and earth into the Sea of Consciousness, almost in an instant, Star Xian was formed and reached its limit. Ling-Chen immediately began to condense. 15 minutes later, a star that shimmered with a bright light was condensed. It's indeed much faster. With the effect of twice the acceleration, it only takes 15 minutes to condense a star. At this rate, for stars an hour, 10 hours would be 40, and if we could stay a full day, that would be 96. Thinking of this, Ling-Chen's heart was also a bit excited. Condensing 96 stars in one day. If the old man knew about it, he was afraid that he would go crazy. But, instead, he got up ghostly. He had just wanted to feel the cultivation speed of the 5th layer as well as the level of consumption of his own spiritual energy. Fortunately, the speed of cultivation here was indeed possible, but it still wasn't fast enough. Mostly, his mental power was strong enough to be spent, so he decided to try higher up the hierarchy. Immediately, he arrived at the 6th floor. Sure enough, the accelerating effect of the 6th level directly surpassed 2x and entered 3x, and the rate of mental energy consumption was instantly strengthened. But Ling-Chen still didn't stop, but continued on to the 7th and 8th floors. When he came to the 8th level, the acceleration effect came to a staggering 4 times, and the rate of mental energy consumption was extremely alarming. He could even see his spiritual sea bubbling with white gas at a speed visible to the naked eye, rapidly vaporizing. However, after he swallowed 2 7-leaf lotus hearts, the speed at which the spiritual sea vaporized immediately slowed down a lot. This made him quite satisfied, and at that moment, his eyes flickered as he once again walked towards the higher levels. Chapter 94 Immortal Techniques. Ling-Chen came directly to the 10th floor, the top floor of the tower. After entering the 10th floor, Ling-Chen felt like he was breathing a little too hard, because the space here was in a twisted state. His body was about to hemorrhage at one point under this twisted squeeze. However, just in an instant, his 5 viscera steeply blossomed with 5-colored divine light, and the 5-colored divine light blocked his body, which was able to withstand the damage caused by this spatial distortion, and that made Ling-Chen quite surprised. I can't imagine that the 10,000 insects casting body technique can actually withstand the damage caused by spatial distortion. So strong. At this moment he truly felt the power of this 10,000 insect casting body technique. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to hold out in this place, but the 10,000 insects casting body technique helped him solve this problem, and the acceleration effect of the 10th level reached a staggering 5 times. In response, Ling-Chen finally revealed a satisfied smile. He quickly found a corner and began to cultivate. With the 5-fold acceleration effect, it only took him 6 minutes to condense 1 star, and he could reach a staggering 10 in an hour. In other words, he didn't even need an hour to get a complete Star Yuan guidance formation out. This is horrible. If the old man and Long Daoyi knew about it, they would only arrest him and slice him up for study. Ling Yichen didn't delay and hurriedly began to cultivate. In a place like this, it's a sin to delay a minute longer. Thus, he began to condense stars in the 10th floor of the tower at an extremely terrifying speed. At the same time when he was seriously cultivating, the 10th elder, who was located outside the tower, opened his eyes in a rare moment. As the guardian of the tower, he was naturally able to know that Ling Yichen had entered the 10th floor to cultivate. Only a rare surprise appeared in his calm eyes, but immediately he slowly closed them again, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Not long after, Yuan Cheng led a group of people into the secret realm in a line, only to see her bow respectfully to the old man outside the tower. She said, "Master, I've brought someone to cultivate." The old man opened his eyes slyly and glanced at Yuan Cheng. There was a touch of favor in his cloudy eyes. He gently nodded his head and then said in an extremely old voice, "Except for the 10th floor, the rest of the floors are free for them to enter." When these words came out, everyone present was shocked, especially Yuan Cheng, only to see her softly exclaim, "Someone went in on the 10th floor?" However, she immediately gathered her emotions and gave the old man a serious look before turning to the group of trainees behind her and saying, "You all heard it. Except for the 10th floor, you can enter the other floors as you please." Although the words were said, the 10th floor was not something they could have entered in the first place. The space in there is so warped that going in there is extermination. Several of the most powerful people in the entire class of talented cadets were unable to enter, and the most they could reach was the 8th floor. "Teacher, who went in on the 10th floor? How come I didn't know that our school has such a heaven-defying character?" Xing Yi inquired like a curious baby. "Don't ask me. I don't know. If you want to know, go up and see for yourself." Xing Yi suddenly deflated. If she could go up to the 10th floor, then what's the point? She'd just go up and watch. However, she didn't delay and directly took a step into the light screen and entered the tower. The rest of the group entered in droves. Soon came W and Yi Qingju and the girls. When the two of them were about to step into the light curtain, Yuan Cheng suddenly called out to Yi Qingju, "Yi Qingju, stay for a moment." Yi Qingju glanced at Yuan Cheng in surprise, then stood by Yuan Cheng's side in a well-behaved manner. W also didn't go in and accompanied Yi Qingju as he waited. Only Yuan Cheng pulled Yi Qingju in front of the old man and respectfully said, "Master, I want to take her as my disciple." The old man sniffed and opened his eyes once again. Only this time, his gaze seemed to be two pillars of light, directly looking Yi Qingju through and through. The old man frowned slightly and whispered, "Immortal bloodline?" Yuan Cheng's expression was grave as he nodded heavily. "Yes, she has awakened the immortal bloodline." The old man sighed and whispered, "As you wish." Then he closed his eyes again and didn't say anything else. Yuan Cheng, on the other hand, let out a long breath as if he was relieved, turned his head to Yi Qingju and inquired, "Yi Qingju, are you willing to be my disciple?" Yi Qingju had already froze long ago. Is there such a thing as a good thing? However, she was still a bit puzzled as to why Yuan Cheng wanted to accept herself as his disciple. They just met for the first time today. Yuan Cheng seemed to know Yi Qingju's doubts, only to hear her say quietly, "Don't worry, I don't have any designs on you. On the contrary, I just want to help you get rid of your shackles, so that you can take control of your own life." As she said that, her eyes were hidden with tears, permeated with endless sadness. "Mr. Yuan, are you okay?" Yi Qingju softly comforted. Yuan Cheng quickly wiped her eyes, then smiled bashfully and shook her head. "I'm fine. I just thought of something from the past." And then, as if she was trying to make Yi Qingju make up his mind to worship her as his master, she quietly came to Yi Qingju's ear and whispered, "If you are willing to worship me as your master, I can pass on an immortal art to you." Yi Qingju snapped his eyes wide open and looked at her in surprise. Secret techniques, divine powers, and immortal techniques are all secret cultivation techniques. It's just that secret arts are more common and most people can learn them. Divine powers, on the other hand, were a bit more advanced than secret arts, and would have certain bloodline restrictions that those who couldn't meet the requirements wouldn't be able to learn. As for immortal arts, they were more powerful than divine arts because of the rarity. But again, there are fewer people who know the art of geomancy, and right now, Yuan Cheng actually said that he wanted to pass on her immortal arts, which was too surprising. The preciousness of immortal arts was self-evident, and the main thing was that something of this level was definitely not something that could be mastered by an ordinary person. Those who knew immortal techniques that could only be those who possessed the immortal bloodline. Did you? Yi Qingju looked Yuan Cheng up and down. Yuan Cheng seemed to know what was going on in Yi Qingju's head, only to see her immediately shaking her head. "I'm not, but my mother is. Specifically, I'll tell you after you're willing to worship the master." When Yi Qingju heard this, his expression was stifled. Then he immediately bowed respectfully and said, "I am willing." Only then did Yuan Qing reveal a satisfied smile, gently lifting her up and whispering, "Then go and cultivate first. We'll talk after you come out of the cultivation tower." Yi Qingzhu nodded heavily before entering the tower with Yuan Cheng did not leave, but sat on the old man's side, sat down silently, closed his eyes to meditate, and began to cultivate. As she entered her cultivation state, a milky white light slowly bloomed within her body, light surging, lingering around, only to see her body began to appear some changes. The original middle-aged woman slowly turned into a spirited young girl, the appearance of extremely beautiful. A dusty temperament came out, as if it was from the picture scrolls out of the fairy. That's her real face. The middle-aged woman is just her disguise, a convenient way to teach at school. As she slowly revealed her true face, the old man at the side then opened his eyes once again and looked at her favorably, many past events seeming to surface in his cloudy eyes. He vaguely saw that many years ago, an ordinary girl awakened a rare bloodline and was coaxed by the 8 camps, even going so far as to fight. In the end, it caused a farce that was difficult to end, and in that farce, all 8 camps were severely traumatized. While the girl was taken away by the people of the empty city, only no one knew that the girl had left a child behind before she was taken away. That child had trouble surviving because of a congenital lack of qi in blood. It was he who slaughtered an immortal beast and nourished it with its blood for 100 years before he replenished his qi in blood and survived. The Yuan Qing in front of me is that child. Yuan Qing had survived for 120 years, and for 100 of those years, she had been contained in her immortal blood as a baby, and it was only in the last 20 years that she had begun to grow and develop like an ordinary person. Alas! The old man sighed softly before closing his eyes once more. Time passed slowly, and 4 hours passed in an instant. Yuan Cheng had already ended his cultivation long ago and silently stood outside waiting. At this moment, she once again took on the appearance of a middle-aged woman, majestic and indifferent. Soon, someone came out of the tower. A dozen pale-faced teenagers stumbled out holding each other. This was due to the fatigue that appeared when their spiritual energy was exhausted due to cultivation. Seeing this, Yuan Cheng immediately stepped forward and helped them to the side, distributing some medicines to replenish their spiritual energy. Not long after, another batch of people came out, and like those earlier, they were too tired to stand due to the excessive consumption of their spiritual energy. One by one, Yuan Qing guided them to the side to recover some of their spiritual power before letting them leave. As time went on, group after group came out of the tower. By about 8 hours, 90% of the talented trainee class had come out. The ones who hadn't come out yet were the strong ones who were about to break through to B rank, as well as those few guys who had already reached B rank. Their spiritual power was stronger than the average person's, and they had enough resources in their hands to be able to maintain the consumption of their spiritual power and cultivate inside as much as possible. 10 hours later, those guys who were about to break through to rank B also came out. So by now, there were only those 8 trainees who had reached rank B left in the entire tower. It was also at this time that Long Daoui came. Yuan Cheng saw Long Daoui and immediately frowned in surprise, while Long Daoui was very happy to see Yuan Cheng. "Yeah, Xinger, I haven't seen you for days, and you don't come to the institute to play with me." Yuan Cheng, on the other hand, asked curiously, "Senior brother, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, she thought of the people on the 10th floor of the tower, and then inexplicably thought of Lingy Chen. The person who entered the 10th floor wouldn't be Lingy Chen, would it? She exclaimed softly, and at that moment, Long Daoui was also stunned. What 10th floor? Who went to the 10th floor? Senior brother went to the 10th floor? He can go to the 10th floor? At this moment, Long Daoui was also stunned. Chapter 95. Exposed. He looked dully at Yuan Cheng, who also looked at him dully, and the two of them were speechless for a long time. Apparently, they have realized something. Senior brother, this Lingy Chen, what exactly is his origin? Yuan Cheng opened his mouth to inquire. Long Daoui blinked his eyes and revealed an innocent expression. He's my senior brother. Yuan Cheng nearly rolled her eyes as she glanced at Long Daoui once more, giving up the desire to find him and ask. She still had some understanding of Long Daoui, who always gave off a naive and silly feeling on weekdays, but in reality, she felt that he wasn't as naive as he appeared to be, and was only doing it so that he wouldn't be the object of anyone's attention. This was probably somehow related to the shattering of his Dantian Qi Si. As a matter of fact, she had been consulting relevant books over the years to see if she could repair the shattered Dantian Qi Si. Unfortunately, there has been little progress. As one of the most important secret realms of the human body, the Dantian Qi Si was very difficult to repair once it was broken, and even some of the ancient secret methods she had mastered did not have any relevant records. Senior brother, how has senior uncle been doing lately? I haven't seen him for days. Yuan Qing also stopped looking for him to ask about Lingyichen and turned to be concerned about the old man. Long Daoyi immediately replied back, "It's quite good. He's been in the precepts hall lately, with Su Tianshang." Yuan Qing frowned when he heard this. With Su Tianshang? Aren't they not dealing with each other? How did they get together? It was well known that the preceptor hall and the institute were at odds because the preceptor hall acted in an overbearing manner, and the old man very much disliked their behavior. But now, they've come together, which is a rarity. Well, Master was invited over by Su Tianshang. It seems that the precept hall has discovered something. It's the tentacle that Lin family kid awakened last time. Master seems to have extracted a parasite from his tentacle. Master is now so interested in that thing that he can't wait to stay in the precept hall 24 hours a day. Yuan Qing's frown tightened. It was also at this time that a curtain of light flashed in front of the tower, and several figures stumbled into existence. It was Lei Qianzi and Yen Rohai, those 7 people. Besides Qing Yi, several B-rank powerhouses from the genius student class also came out. A few people were not in the same state as those before them, but they were not in the same state as those before them, and at least they could still stand and did not need to replenish their spiritual energy immediately. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That lunatic Qing Yi tried to rush into the 10th floor, causing us all to be affected and come out early. Lei Qianzi cursed with displeasure. Usually they were able to practice until about 12 hours before they came out. Turns out they're out now only 10 hours out, almost 2 hours ahead of schedule. Ugh, forget it, that crazy guy wanted to check out that guy on the 10th floor, so he didn't care and went on a rampage. Bai Tang comforted him, then looked at Yuan Qing. Teacher Yuan, who is the monster on this 10th floor? Going in before us and ending up coming out after us. That's the 10th floor. It's just horrible. Why when did the school get someone that powerful? Yuan Qing's face was calm and did not reply, but said, "You know that there are people beyond the mountains, right? Save yourselves from thinking that you're geniuses all day long, with no one in sight." Shirato instantly lost his temper. He had to be convinced. 2. The cultivation speed of the 10th level was 5 times as fast. In other words, the rate of consumption of spiritual energy was also 5 times as fast. Even if there was a large amount of things that could restore spiritual power, it would still have to be a spiritual seed that was big and strong enough. Otherwise, it simply couldn't keep functioning. After all, things that restored spiritual power also needed time to be refined. Just thinking about that filled him with curiosity and admiration for that 10th layer. What kind of mental power it must be to stay in there for so long. A few people were sighing when they saw the light screen in front of the tower's door flicker. Qing Yi fell out of the light screen and fell straight to the ground. Asterisk 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 monster. What a monster. It's really a monster. It can be unaffected by Lao Zi, peacefully practicing inside for so long. It's too fierce. Qing Yi climbed up from the ground with a look of displeasure on his face. Likewise, the 7 who came out first had a look of displeasure on their faces at her. People are monster perverts and you're a crazy person. Letting the opportunity pass without cultivating properly. Only thinking of going to the 10th floor to see others. You definitely have a problem. Returning to the source said with an exasperated huff. He was really pissed off, because he was cultivating near the entrance at that time, while Qing Yi rushed towards the 10th floor as soon as he came in, and as a result, he couldn't rush in and was subdued out by the powerful force inside. But she wouldn't die, and insisted on breaking in. As a result, for the entire 10 hours, she was there rushing, and this directly affected the cultivation of the others. It caused them to come out after only 10 hours of practicing. Qing Yi didn't mind at all in the face of the crowd scolding, but just laughed before inquiring, "Aren't you guys curious about who the monster on the 10th floor is?" The remaining 7 people were silent as they heard the words. It would be a lie to say I'm not curious. With their strength, they could only cultivate at the 8th floor at most, and this time, they were able to enter the 9th floor because everyone had improved, but they still couldn't do it if they wanted to enter the 10th floor. But not only was the person able to go in, but they were also able to cultivate inside for so long, and they were curious as to who that person belonged to. Alright, don't spend time here. Hurry back to recover your spiritual power. Yuan Qing urged the crowd to leave. The crowd didn't say anything and silently got up to leave. Only Qing Yi found a place to sit down and began to meditate and cultivate. What are you doing? Yuan Qing asked with a frown. Qing Yi was stubborn. I'm going to wait here for that guy to come out. I'd like to see who he really is. Yuan Qing immediately reached out and rewarded her with a chestnut on her head. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb my master here. Beware, his old man will slap you into a meat pie. When Qing Yi sniffed, he immediately remembered that there was still a patriarch here who didn't know how long he had been alive. Not to mention the geometry of his strength, and only then, like a frightened rabbit. Did he quickly climb up from the ground and run away in a grayish manner? Even if she was bold, she wouldn't dare to mess with the school's patriarch. Seeing Qing Yi leaving, Yuan Qing then breathed a long sigh of relief before turning to Long Daoyi and saying, "Senior brother, I'll leave first then. He's already been in for so long, he should be coming out soon." Long Daoyi nodded his head and said with a smile on his face, "Well, it should be soon, bye." Then he watched Yuan Qing leave the secret realm. As soon as Yuan Qing left, Long Daoyi immediately collected his smiling face, and the whole person looked as if he had seen a ghost, shouting as he jumped up and down, asterisk 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 asterisk. Senior brother entered the 10th floor and stayed inside for 10 hours. Is this serious? He was actually extremely shocked by this matter, only that he hadn't shown it because Yuan Qing was there. He knew that Ling Yichen was a genius, but he didn't know that Ling Yichen was a genius to this extent. That's the 10th floor, where even the master can't get in. It wasn't just a matter of being mentally strong enough to get in. It was also necessary to resist the spatial distortion of the 10th floor. That's 10th Master's specialty. Master has used the secret art of spatial distortion to decapitate adult immortal beasts. Adult immortal beasts, or S-class. The body of a senior brother is more powerful than an adult immortal beast? The thought of it made his scalp tingle in horror. Should we tell Master? In this moment, he was thinking about a lot of things. Clearly, Ling Yichen was far more powerful than he and the old man could have imagined. Just as he was ruminating, a wisp of change interrupted Ling Yichen's cultivation in the 10th floor of the tower. Ling Yichen, who was still trying to cultivate the star elemental guidance technique, suddenly felt a strange energy fluctuation appear throughout the 10th floor. He didn't care at first, but soon, he realized that the energy fluctuation was getting stronger and stronger, so strong that it had interfered with his cultivation. He had to stop his cultivation and opened his eyes to see that deep in the mists, a hidden narrow portal was flickering with light and light. A realm within a realm? Ling Yichen was very surprised, and he realized that his left and right eyes presented a different view when looking into the portal. He closed his right eye and used only his left eye to see, realizing that the portal was always there, and that there was a very soft power vaguely surging towards him inside the portal. He closed his left eye and used only his right eye to see, realizing that the portal didn't exist, and that the 10th floor was just a spatially distorted place of cultivation. This was new to him, and he immediately got up and headed for the portal. As he approached the portal, the aura inside it grew stronger. By the time he reached the edge of the portal, he was able to see some of the sights inside through the narrow portal. It seemed to be a forest, a silver-white forest, and a light was shimmering in the depths of the forest. He hesitated for a moment, then bowed and crawled toward the portal. Yes, the portal was so small and narrow that he had to crawl in. As he entered the portal, he seemed to enter a narrow tunnel, and after dozens of seconds, he finally climbed out of it and into that forest. As soon as he entered the forest, Ling Yichen instantly felt his entire body warm and melting, as if he had entered a warm room. In addition to this, he also felt a powerful energy wrapping around him that seemed to be drilling into his body, and his body unexpectedly began to uncontrollably turn into a gelatinous state under this force, with countless worms writhing on the surface of his body. No good! Ling Yichen was instantly horrified. This was because he realized that as his body changed back into worm form, countless worms were rapidly dying under the influence of this energy. Hundreds of thousands of worms died almost instantly, and the dead worms were peeling off his body at a rate visible to the naked eye. The dead worms were like mud and ashes hanging off him, rustling down, and his body was disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Ling Yichen was horrified, and without even thinking, he retreated towards the tunnel, wanting to exit this bizarre space. But when he looked back, where were the canopies and portals? There was only a silver-white sky-high ancient tree behind him, and even when he used his left eye to look at it, the ancient tree was just that, an ancient tree, and did not transform into a portal. At the same time, the old man outside the tower also opened his eyes violently, his breath surging around him in an instant, and his person had already disappeared in place. On the other hand, Long Daoyi, who was waiting at the side, was startled and looked blankly at the position where the old man had just stayed. What happened? How could Senior be so alarmed? Chapter 96, Immortal Spirit Cub. At this moment, the old man had already appeared behind Ling Yichen, and he was about to reach out and grab Ling Yichen, taking him away from this area. But the next second, he stopped. He looked at Ling Yichen's body and revealed a look of astonishment. At this moment, Ling Yichen's body had already disintegrated in a large circle, and the flesh and blood made by the worms had already disappeared, leaving only the worm skeleton as well as the 5 viscera that were glistening. And it was when the old man saw Ling Yichen's 5 viscera that he stopped helping him. At this moment, he was extremely surprised. This was because it was the five-colored divine light emanating from the five viscera within Ling Yichen's body that resisted the immortal spirit chi in this small space. Yes, that's right, the energy contained in this small space was none other than pure immortal spirit chi. This place was where he stored the corpse of an adult immortal beast. The reason why this place had become like this was entirely because the power of the immortal beasts was too strong. Even if it was just a corpse, the centuries-long power of the immortal spirit escaping from it had turned this small space into such a situation. Every blade of grass and tree here is a treasure that contains the power of the immortal spirit. Of course, it was also because it had been transformed by the power of the immortal spirit into such a way that even he couldn't control this place anymore. This place had truly become an independent immortal spirit space. The fact that Ling Yichen was able to enter this place already surprised him extremely. And what surprised him even more was the fact that it was the five-colored divine light emanating from his five viscera that kept his body indestructible. That seems to be the 10,000 insects casting body technique that Little 11 picked up. I didn't expect it to have such a powerful ability. I underestimated it back then. After confirming that Ling Yichen's life wouldn't be in danger in a short period of time, he wasn't in a hurry, but quietly followed behind Ling Yichen, watching how he dealt with the power of the immortal spirits here. And at this moment, Ling Yichen was unable to discover the old man, as he was resisting the erosion of the immortal spirit's power with all his might. At the same time, he was shocked that his five viscera were able to remain intact under the erosion of the power of the immortal spirit, and were even barely able to shelter his body from extinction. I didn't realize that it was the 10,000 insects casting body technique that saved my life. He was also very emotional, not realizing that this 10,000 insects casting body technique was so powerful that it was able to resist the erosion of this mysterious power. At this moment, he raised the strength of the 10,000 insect casting body technique to an extremely high level, and secretly resolved that after surviving this time, he would definitely increase the cultivation of the 10,000 insect casting body technique. Having barely managed to keep his body from being destroyed, Ling Yichen was slightly more at ease as he began to scan everything around him. He realized that this space was actually not that big, only about 100 or 200 square feet, filled with sky-high trees and exotic flowers and plants, and each of them contained a powerful force. They were all like white jade, emitting a soft glow that made the entire space as translucent as jade. After briefly confirming that there were no other dangers around him, he began to lift his steps towards the central location of the forest. There was the very source of everything and the end that drew him here. A few moments later, he saw what the source was. It was a modest pool, and in the center of the pool was a corpse, which had not decayed, and the race of the corpse could be clearly identified. It was a deer, silver white and emitting a soft glow, its body about 3 times bigger than a normal deer, and a bit stronger than an adult yak. The antlers take on the shape of a tree branch and are very nice to look at. The wool water in the pool was also silvery white, but it was very viscous, like mercury, and when looked at closely one could see light spots of light gold interspersed with it. The periphery of the pool had spider web-like pipes, and Ling Yichen had long since discovered the existence of these pipes as they were spread throughout the space. It seemed that it was because after the wee water in the pool leaked out that the entire space became such a sight. What the hell is this thing? Could it be its blood? Ling Yichen muttered softly. Silver white with gold blood. What race's blood is silver white with gold? At this moment, Ling Yichen suddenly had some regrets about not going to the basic culture class. These things are taught in basic culture classes. He immediately generated a connection with the wisdom worm inside Yi Qingzhu's body. Yi Qingzhu was the one who took the most culture classes. She should know. Immediately, however, he was surprised to find that his sensation with Yi Qingzhu was very weak, seemingly because of the blockage of this small boundary. But even so, he got the information he wanted. In the next second, he could only hear him exclaim out in shock, ******** immortal beasts? According to the cultural knowledge that Yi Qingzhu had learned, only the blood of the immortal beast clan was silver white with a golden color. Immortal blood is silver white with gold. Demon blood is dark purple with gold. Divine blood is gold with silver. At this moment, Ling Yichen was stunned. A beast. Immortal beasts that were A-ranked in their juvenile years and S-ranked in their adult years had unexpectedly died in this space. To be precise, it was put here after being killed, and this space is stored on the 10th floor of the tower. That is to say, Ling Yichen instantly deduced the old man at the entrance of the tower. Hiss, hidden dragon and crouching tiger. It's true that sweepers or old grandpas guarding various attics are invincible. Metaphysical fiction is honest. At this moment, Ling Yichen was truly shocked. How powerful should an old man who could kill an immortal beast be? It's at least A-rated, or S-rated. It's horrible. There is such a strong person in one school, and it is likely that there is more than one. Not to mention the 6 great families as well as the major hidden families. thanks to the fact that I was thinking of destroying the 6 great families before. It's really a bit of an unknown. Ling Yichen also didn't expect the smack in the face to come so suddenly. At this moment, he profoundly realized how small he was, let alone an adult immortal beast. Even if he was given a juvenile immortal beast right now, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Just as he was thinking, he saw a dazzling white light suddenly blossom from the body of that immortal deer. But immediately, the white light went dormant again. In the next second, a tiny deer head drilled out from the belly of the immortal deer, a pair of big light blue eyes dropping and looking at Ling Yichen, eyes full of curiosity. But immediately, it saw the old man standing behind Ling Yichen, and instantly, like a frightened rabbit, it directly hid into its belly and disappeared. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, was stunned. This is an immortal spirit body? There's an immortal spirit hatchling inside this deer corpse? The so-called immortal spirit body was the divine consciousness of an immortal beast. The immortal beast clan were natural magicians, born with powerful divine sense. Even if it was still in the belly, it possessed the ability to transform its divine sense into a form. Just now, it was that immortal spirit young beast divine consciousness that came out in form to spy on himself, but was surprised by something. Ling Yichen couldn't help but look back, but he didn't find anything. But immediately, his body stiffened and his pupils shrunk slightly. It was because he noticed a slight abnormality. To be precise, it was his left eye that caught a hint of abnormality. At this moment, 5 paces behind him, there was a vague shadow standing. Even his left eye could only see a wisp of an outline, and this shadow and the surrounding scenery that was all silver and white against each other. If not for the special ability of his left eye, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to discover it. At this moment, Ling Yichen had a creepy feeling. Anyone who suddenly turned around and found a shadowy figure standing behind them would be scared half to death. Oh, it's amazing that you could spot me. As he discovered the old man's presence, the old man didn't hide anymore. Only his body was slowly revealed. Then hunched over, he slowly walked over to Ling Yichen's side and surveyed him. When he saw Ling Yichen's left eye, his cloudy eyes couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. The heavenly eyes avatar? Rather underestimated you, the old man muttered to himself, then said to Ling Yichen, "Kid, you're from the empty city, aren't you?" The old man revealed Ling Yichen's secret with a single word, and Ling Yichen's heart immediately trembled. Facing such a strong person, he really didn't have any self-confidence left. Yes, and he no longer hides it. Well, some time ago, I had sensed someone falling from the city of air, and I thought it was you. I thought I was bound to die, but I didn't realize you were still alive. It's amazing. Ling Yichen was once again alarmed. He himself escaped from the heavenly god's laboratory, jumped directly from the city of emptiness, fell into a meat pie, and if it weren't for the peculiarities of his worm body, he definitely wouldn't have survived either. I thought that I would hide it from the world and no one would know about it, but I didn't think that the old grandpa in front of me would know everything. It's scary as hell. Elder Master's strength is unfathomable. The kid admires it. Ling Yichen slapped a horse's ass. The old man lightly swept him a glance, then said, "You can enter this space. It is also considered your chance. You are both the new disciple of Little 11. Then I as a master cannot be in vain. That immortal deer is my 120 years ago decapitated. Originally just wanted to take some immortal blood. Did not think that it was pregnant. The heavens have the virtue of kindness. Although I killed the immortal deer, I couldn't lay my hands on its young. So I used its flesh and blood immortal yuan to stabilize the immortal fetus, and have been harboring it until now. Looking at it, I'm afraid it has already matured in conception and is about to come out. That little thing seems to be quite fond of you, so go up and try and see if you can make a contract with it and make him your favored beast." When Ling Yichen heard this, he was ecstatic. To be able to take in an immortal spirit hatchling as a pet, it would definitely be a huge profit. But, Ling Yichen immediately became bitter. Although he was an outwardly proclaimed beast master, he wasn't really a beast master. He hadn't awakened any supernatural abilities in this area. Do I have to parasitize this immortal spirit hatchling? Will this work? Despite all the uncertainty in his mind, he walked up stiffly. Whether it works or not, you have to try. Thinking so, he quickly walked to the edge of the pool and flung a few red spirit worms towards the deer corpse. As soon as the spirit bugs came into contact with the deer carcass, they instantly turned into green smoke and died violently. Ling Yichen was secretly shocked in his heart. It was worthy of being S-ranked. Even a corpse could cause his spirit insects to instantly die a violent death. Spirit worms obviously can't do parasitism anymore, so it's just a matter of replacing them with wisdom worms. Ling Yichen gritted his teeth and flung a white wisdom worm towards the deer corpse. Alas, the bookstore does not give the volume. The guys do not love to throw free small gifts. Almost cannot hold out. I have to prepare for a new book, and see and cherish. Chapter 97, The Immortal Fetus Emerges. The white wisdom worm landed on the body of the deer corpse, and its tiny body immediately twitched. The power of the immortal spirit similarly eroded it to no small degree, and all of its limbs appeared to be ablated to varying degrees. Worthy of being an immortal beast, this immortal spirit's power appears to be soft, but it is actually overbearing, and when faced with beings weaker than it, they will only end up being dissolved and decomposed. Ling-Chen was secretly shocked. Even the wisdom bugs were somewhat unable to withstand the erosion of this immortal spirit's power. Luckily, the wise worms were also strong enough to show some degree of erosion and dissolution, but did not cause fatal damage. After adapting to the erosion of the power of the immortal spirit, it quickly burrowed inside the deer corpse and headed towards the immortal spirit hatchling. A few seconds later, Ling-Chen's face revealed ecstasy as he cheered. It worked! Yes, it worked! The immortal beast hadn't been able to erode the wisdom worm, so naturally, the immortal fetus, which was a young beast, couldn't help the wisdom worm, but it was thanks to the fact that the immortal beast was dead. If it was alive, I'm afraid that the wise worm would have to drink it on the spot. Successfully completing the parasitism, Ling-Chen immediately said to the old man, "10th Master, I've already taken in the young beast, but I perceive that the immortal beast's spirit body is not dispersed, and it has a good deal of hostility towards you." When the old man heard this, a light smile immediately appeared on his pale face as he replied, "No matter, it's good that you've succeeded. When the young beasts come out, I'll take you away." He knows that the immortal beast spirit body has not dispersed. Because of the existence of the young beast, it became an obsession after its death, and has been guarding the young beast's side, vaguely showing signs of transforming into a demon. However, as long as it didn't look for trouble, he didn't care. It could only be in this space anyway, and couldn't get out to wreak havoc on others. Just as he was thinking about it, he only heard a weird cry ringing out from the deer corpse's body, and then he saw a huge deer shadow disembodied and standing high in the sky. It was the immortal spirit body of that deer corpse. To be precise, it could no longer be considered an immortal spirit body, as it already showed signs of demonization. The immortal spiritual body should have been a translucent blue-white color, but it wasn't. There was already a dense black aura on top of its spiritual body, and its eyes had even turned blood red, and it was staring at the old man and Ling-Chen with a deadly stare. Howl! It opened its deer mouth and let out an eerie cry, a cry Ling-Chen had never heard before. I felt my brain swelling and a warm stream overflowing from my nostrils. When I reached out to touch it, there were 2 streams of blood, but immediately, the blood transformed into countless worms and reintegrated into Ling-Chen's body. However, the old man was looking at Ling-Chen with some surprise. Praisingly, he said, "Good boy. His spiritual power is so strong that he can resist the divine sense attack of the immortal spirit body." The immortal spirit body's cry contained a divine sense attack. If someone with weak spiritual power or divine sense heard this cry, the spiritual sea of consciousness would not be able to withstand it. But Ling-Chen only had a small nosebleed, thus showing the power of his mental strength. At this moment, he had a more thorough understanding of Ling-Chen. The more he understood him, the more he loved him, and he could not help but exclaim, "Not bad, not bad. Little 11 is lucky to have accepted such a disciple as you, and you are expected to carry forward his ideals." After praising, the old man turned his eyes to look at the deer corpse's immortal spirit body. His expression became serious all of a sudden, only to hear him say quietly, "Back then, I had no intention of wanting to kill you. I was only looking for you to borrow some immortal blood. It was because you took the initiative to launch an attack on me that I had no choice but to kill you. At that time, I didn't know that you conceived an immortal fetus. Had I known that you conceived a fetus of immortality, I probably wouldn't have laid down a cruel hand on you. However, the end is already predetermined, and you don't need to hold on to it. Even though I killed you, you also wasted 100 years of my cultivation, and I also helped you conceive an immortal fetus, retained your bloodline, and entrusted you with a good man. If you are stubborn, then I will break you apart here today." Saying that, the old man's body steeply erupted with a stern aura, and the space in front of him steeply distorted before cracking open a small opening, in which a short knife slowly stretched out. The short blade hovered in front of the old man, pointing remotely at the deer corpse's immortal spirit body. The immortal spirit body immediately lowered its head, its front hooves gently planing, its intent to attack extremely obvious. It was also at this moment that Ling-Chen yelled, "The immortal spirit young beast is coming out." As his words fell, he only saw the deer corpse's abdomen suddenly dropsy, instantly turning into a large round ball, and the deer corpse's immortal spirit body also rushed towards the old man at the first opportunity. It was uneasy with the old man and wanted to take a shot at the old man. holding him back and preventing him from taking a shot at the immortal spirit young beast. This is normal because it is not a complete spirit body right now, more than 100 years after its death, and with signs of demonization. All it had left was its instinctive will to simply protect its cubs, and as the old man was the murderer who struck it down, it would naturally target him. Seeing this, the old man immediately greeted them and battled with the immortal spirit body. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, took advantage of this and slipped over to the immortal blood pool, quietly waiting for the immortal fetus to emerge. As the deer corpse's abdomen swelled up like a ball, a blue-white young immortal spirit body was the first to scurry out. It was as lively as an elf running through the void, scurrying back and forth. After running for a while, it suddenly descended in front of Ling Yichen, a pair of translucent jade-like eyes gazing at Ling Yichen, and Ling Yichen looked at it with a smile on his face, releasing as much kindness as he could. As expected, after the little immortal spirit body sensed Ling Yichen's goodwill, it immediately walked towards him, eventually facing him face to face, no more than 5 centimeters away from each other. Feeling the aura of the immortal spirit body so close, Ling Yichen only felt an extremely comfortable sense of coolness come over him, and the erosion of the immortal spirit's power on him was surprisingly reduced by a great deal. His body also slowly changed from worm form back to human form. In the next second, only the little fairy spirit body slowly lowered its head and pointed its brain at Ling Yichen. Ling Yichen subconsciously reached out to touch it, but was rejected by the little fairy spirit body with a shake of its head. At the same time, a thought reached his mental space. Ling Yichen instantly realized, only to see that he also slowly lowered his head and used his forehead to touch the forehead of the little fairy spirit body. This time, the little fairy spirit body did not refuse. The moment the two momentarily touched, changes suddenly occurred, only to see a taiji diagram blossom from where the two men's foreheads touched, instantly enveloping one man and one spirit. A few breaths later, the taiji diagram shrank and returned, transforming into a light seal that surfaced in the center of Ling Yichen's brow. The next second, only to see the little fairy spirit body slamming headfirst into Ling Yichen's head, a bizarre scene appeared, only to see the little fairy spirit body instantly disappear. Then, Ling Yichen's eyes widened with dismay. It was because the little fairy spirit body had actually entered his spiritual sea of consciousness. At the same time, the deer corpse's immortal spirit body once again let out an eerie cry. And this time, Ling Yichen didn't react at all. He turned his eyes to look at the old man and the deer corpse immortal spirit body, only to see one person and one spirit battling it out. The antlers of the deer corpse immortal spirit body continuously released shockwaves and attacked the old man. The old man, on the other hand, was maneuvering his short blade to return the attack. The short blade had the ability to cut through space, and naturally, it could also cut through spirit bodies. Every time it touched the deer corpse immortal spiritual body, it was able to cut off a large chunk of the immortal spiritual body, but it was immediately able to regroup again. It was only after a dozen or so times of such a cycle, the breath of the deer corpse immortal spirit body dropped significantly, and there were vague symptoms of exhaustion. A couple more times, I'm afraid it's going to collapse. At that moment, there was a new movement on the side of the deer carcass. Just behind the tail of the deer carcass, a silver-white fawn slowly slid out. The deer corpse immortal spirit body seemed to have a sense and turned its head to look at the deer, then let out an extremely high-pitched cry. It then stopped caring about the old man and charged straight towards the fawn. Seeing this, Ling Yichen hurriedly backed away. The deer corpse immortal spirit body instantly came to the fawn's side and licked the fawn's body. Although it is a spirit body, it is equally capable of licking the fetal coat filth off the outside of the fawn's body. Soon the fawn stood up, trembling and very weak. At this point, Ling Yichen also took a long breath. The fawn was considered a successful birth, and he could clearly sense the wisp hibernating inside the fawn. And at that moment, the old man also quickly came to Ling Yichen's side and said softly, "Call little deer over. We have to go." When Ling Yichen heard this, he looked at the old man with some difficulty. "It's too weak now. If I take it away now, there's no immortal spirit chi outside. Will it not be able to hold up, or should I leave it here to grow for a while?" The old man sniffed and seemed to be thinking, then gently nodded and replied, "It's also possible. This immortal fetus is not contained in a living body. It's indeed weak, or good. Let's just leave it here to recuperate for a while." With that, the old man grabbed Ling Yichen's shoulder and with a thought, the short knife that was hanging in the air immediately made a stroke in the void, and that tiny portal appeared at once. The old man took Ling Yichen and rushed towards the portal. However, it was also at this moment that a sudden change occurred, only to hear that little deer suddenly open its mouth and let out a cry, and in the next second, the entire small space shook, and countless cracks instantly appeared in the originally still very solid small space. The old man was instantly shocked and shouted in a low voice, "Not good! This small space is going to shatter." With that, he looked at the fawn with some regret, then quickly disappeared outside. Once the small space shattered, then the deer corpse and the fawn would never survive. The might brought about by the shattering of space could not be withstood even by him. However, it was also at this time that Ling Yichen's brow steeply blossomed with radiant light. The Taiji diagram reappeared, the yin and yang fish rotated, and a small deer immortal spirit body stood in the center of the Taiji diagram, similarly letting out a delicate cry. In the next second, he only saw the trembling small space instantly vanish towards Ling Yichen. Just as Ling Yichen returned to the 10th floor, that small space also immediately transformed into a white light, drilling into the Taiji diagram and disappearing. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, immediately stared at him with wide eyes and a look of disbelief, because he incomparably clearly perceived that the full 200 square meters of immortal spirit space was already in his spiritual sea of consciousness at this moment, and it was solid and unrivaled, not broken in the slightest, and the portal is wide open, so you can come and go as you please. Ah, this. Ling Yichen looked at the old man in dismay, and while the old man wasn't able to probe the situation of his sea of consciousness, he knew that the small space had been collected by Ling Yichen. I only heard him sigh, then said, "It seems that you have more immortal destiny than me. Good, then I'll give it to you." Upon hearing this, Ling Yichen hurriedly bowed 90 degrees and said with gratitude from the bottom of his heart, "Thank you, 10th Master." Chapter 98, The Tower of Heaven. Even if he got an immortal spirit cub, he also got a small space full of immortal trees and immortal grasses made of immortal spirit power, and there was even an immortal beast's corpse and a powerful immortal spirit body. This time, Ling Yichen had made a fortune, so this thank you is absolutely from the heart. The old man didn't care. He just looked at him lightly and asked, "Do you want to go out now or continue cultivating?" Ling Yichen busily asked, "How long have I been in here?" The old man estimated and returned, 11 hours. "Then I'll cultivate for a little while longer. It's not easy to come here once. Don't waste it," Ling Yichen replied. The old man nodded gently, then said nothing and instantly disappeared in place. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, found a spot and continued to start practicing the Star Yuan guidance technique. There were still 13 hours left, and he could still cultivate a lot of stars, so he couldn't afford to waste them. Outside the tower, Long Daoyi had already become anxious. The fact that the 10th master had left without a word made him terrified, fearing that something had happened to Ling Yichen on the 10th floor. Just when he was so anxious to find his master, a figure slowly appeared beside him, then sat down on his knees and closed his eyes. Long Daoyi was first startled, and when he saw clearly that it was the 10th senior uncle, he immediately inquired, "Senior uncle, how is my senior brother?" "He's fine. Go back. Don't wait for him, he probably won't come out today. You can come back in the morning," the old man said faintly. Long Daoyi sniffed, but his eyes widened. "Come back in the morning? Then wouldn't senior brother have been practicing all day? 10th floor, all day?" At this moment, he was completely confused. There weren't many people who could cultivate in the tower for a full day, and even if it was the lower floors, it was still the 10th highest floor. This was a human being? He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything, and just left the small world with a weird face. Soon he was back at the institute. The old man had returned at some point, and he was reclining in that eunuch chair quietly smoking a cigarette. Watching Long Daoyi return, he couldn't help but inquire, "Has your senior brother gone back already?" Long Daoyi raised his eyes and glanced at him, then shook his head. "Nope, still cultivating." The old man was slightly surprised, then his face showed satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This kid is indeed very talented to be able to train for 12 hours in Lu Yuan's tower." Lu Yuan, the very name of that old man in the tower, was also the elder's senior. "Master, aren't you going to ask senior brother what floor he is cultivating at?" Long Daoyi had an expression of watching a good show. The old man, however, didn't think much about it and replied, "To be able to cultivate for so long, he should be on the 2nd floor, and he wouldn't be able to last 12 hours higher." Long Daoyi smiled and laughed, then walked over to the old man, squatted down to look at him good-naturedly, and replied, "The 10th floor." The moment these words came out, the old man who was smoking froze there, and in the next second, he could only see that he lifted his pipe and lightly knocked Long Daoyi's skull. "You kid, you're getting bolder and bolder, daring to snub me." Long Daoyi drew in a breath of cold air. His heart was that stuffy, but he still said seriously and earnestly, "I didn't. Senior brother really did cultivate for almost 12 hours at the 10th floor, and the 10th master even said that he would let me pick him up again in the morning." At this, The old man miserably sat up straight from the eunuch's chair and asked seriously, "You didn't lie to me?" Long Dowie touched his brain and said, "I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, go and take a look yourself." As the words fell, the old man had already popped out of the eunuch's chair and walked out of the institute with quick steps. It wasn't long before the old man arrived outside the tower. "Lu Yuan, that kid from my family really made it to the 10th floor?" Lu Yuan, who was guarding the tower, slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the old man before revealing a smile. "After so many years, you're finally willing to come to me." The old man, however, gave him a blank look and said with some resentment, "I'm not here to look for you. I'm here to look for my disciple." Lu Yuan sniffed and sighed too. Little 11, still angry about what happened back then? The old man grunted and didn't reply, instead going to look towards the 10th floor of the tower, his eyes filled with eagerness and worry. Seeing this, Lu Yuan didn't hide it and replied, "That kid is indeed on the 10th floor. You're lucky to have accepted a good disciple." After he finished speaking, he pondered for a moment and continued, "However, his path is a bit peculiar, and when he grows up, I'm afraid that he'll only lead to great chaos in the human realm." After hearing this, the old man was non-committal and said with some excitement, "Chaos is the only good thing. This damned human realm. It's time to be completely chaotic for once." Lu Yuan glanced at him with deep eyes and sighed once again. "The great chaos in the realm of man. I'm afraid that there is a crisis of annihilation. The crisis we caused back then has already put the realm of man in a precarious position, and it's only been 100 years since we barely managed to maintain the status quo, and if we mess up once more, I'm afraid that we really don't have any foothold anymore." The old man, however, smiled disdainfully and pointed to the firmament, saying, "Why not? Isn't it there? Those bastards, who enslaved our ancestors and enslaved us again, letting us fight and die down there while they reign supreme, enjoying the peace and happiness we fought for. On what grounds? I just want the human realm to be in chaos. I just want to breed someone who can punch through that broken tower. Either we go up to the Sky City or the Sky City comes crashing down." At this moment, the old man was very emotional, and his eyes were vaguely red. Thinking about the events of that year, his eyes were filled with anger. He then looked at Lu Yuan with dissatisfaction. "Humph, if I were as strong as you, I would have already gone to the heavens and avenged my little sister." Lu Yuan sniffed, and a rare hint of sadness passed through his cloudy eyes. "I haven't forgotten my little sister's revenge. I have my own hardships." The old man became even more agitated, pointing at Lu Yuan's nose and cursing. "Bitterness? You just can't let go of your senior sister. But is she willing to care about you? She would rather stay in the underground world and guard the underground passage than be with you. If I were you, I would have already gone to look for my senior sister. At least she is still alive." After saying this, both the old man and Lu Yuan fell into silence. Both seemed to be thinking about something long ago. After a few moments, the old man's emotions gradually calmed down. He let out a sigh and said to Lu Yuan, "I'm sorry, I got a little excited." Lu Yuan heard this, but he dotingly patted his shoulder and softly said, "There is no harm in it. No matter what happens, you are my little senior brother. The dead are dead, but you are still alive and senior sister is still alive. As long as you and senior sister are still alive, I will not leave the human realm." When the old master heard this, he was suddenly a little aggravated, and his eyes vaguely misted with flowers, thinking back to the days when they were 12 brothers and sisters. What a free-for-all they had. But now, there were only 3 of them left. He lived at a snail's pace in a research institute studying parasites. Lu Yuan stayed in this small world dying. Sister is guarding the passage in the underground world. The 3 should have been close, dear friends, but it's been decades since they've seen each other. And the one thing that led to all of this was the city of air. That's why he hated the empty city extremely much and was always thinking of bringing it down. Nay, his strength was low. After a moment of silence, the old man suddenly asked Lu Yuan in a grave manner, "Senior brother, the city of emptiness, is there really a god?" After Lu Yuan heard this, he raised his eyes to look at the void high up in the sky, only to see a city looming high up in the sky. I only heard him sigh heavily and say, "Yes, the stronger you are, the more you can feel that oppression. Someone who can even lock up the sun and moon should be considered a god. There is no shortage of strong men in the human realm. There are all stronger than me, but no one dares to go against the heavens. They all silently abide by the rules handed down from the heavens. How difficult it is to break the rules and break the Tower of Heaven." The Tower of Heaven, naturally, referred to the trial tower that could reach directly to the empty city. That's also the only passageway that leads straight to the heavens. Empty city comes down to the surface easily. It is extremely difficult for the surface to get to the sky. Aside from the limited 6-clan election, That's the only way to get to the top, by climbing the tower. But over the years, very few people have been able to climb the tower successfully. Little 11, do you know that this little disciple of yours is also from the empty city, but it seems that he escaped down from it? Lu Yuan told him some of Ling Yichen's secrets. The old man was dismayed at his words. He wasn't as strong as Lu Yuan, and there were many things he didn't notice. At this moment, when he heard that Ling Yichen had come down from the empty city, his expression changed. In the next second, Lu Yuan continued. Moreover, his body has been transformed by someone, resembling a human and a bug. Not a human and not a bug. However, the 10,000 bugs casting method that you taught him again seems to show signs of reversing him into a human. This 10,000 insects casting body technique seems to be as divine as if it was customized for him. Hearing this, the old man was once again shocked. He was trying to digest the information he had gotten. Only after a long time did he curse lowly. This brat, how could he hide so much from me? However, his expression didn't have any anger. On the contrary, he was happy and even vaguely excited. So, the recent series of events with the parasite was all this kid's doing? He asked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded gently. The old man laughed at once, then cursed lowly. Grass. The old man studied this and that just to find out the source of this parasite. I didn't expect it to be right in front of my own eyes. I'm really blind. This asshole kid. Let's see how I'll clean him up when he comes out, causing me to waste so much time in the precept hall for nothing. When he finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Yuan, and there didn't seem to be as much resentment in his eyes. In the future, I'll trouble senior brother to help me monitor this brat more, and let me know anytime there's any movement. His strength was only the upper C class, although his mental power was not bad, but he had not cultivated divine sense, far less than Lu Yuan, a pervert who was already infinitely approaching the S class, and was unable to learn the secrets of Ling Yichen's body, much less gain insight into his actions, and everything still relied on him, his senior brother. Lu Yuan sniffed and nodded once again, a smirk in his cloudy eyes. It was because junior brother had just called him senior brother, which meant that there was a détente between them. It made him so happy that he couldn't help but reach out and try to stroke the old man's head, but was immediately blocked by the old man's pipe. I'm over 100 years old. Do you still think I'm a teenage brat? When Lu Yuan heard this, the smile in his eyes intensified, and he said lightly, no matter how old you are still my junior brother. Chapter 99, Tackling the Dragon 9 Wastes. After the two continued to chat for a while, Elder Zhen Yiming left the tower and returned to the institute. Master, I'm not lying to you, right? Senior brother is really a genius. No, a super genius. Long Daoyi's eyes were filled with joy. He was rejoicing from the bottom of his heart, truly happy for Ling Yichen. However, the old master gave him a complicated look in his eyes, and then asked, Dao Yi, over these years, have you let go of the hatred within you? Long Daoyi sniffed, but he froze and looked at the old man with some confusion. Alas, blame me. It's my uselessness. My strength is too weak to avenge you, causing you to become like this. Thinking back then, you were also a genius of 1 in 100, one that was expected to become a top-tier powerhouse. The old man mentioned the past, doubly saddened, his eyes full of sadness. In the world of the weak and the strong, low strength is the greatest original sin. Long Daoyi should have had a brighter future, but because of a small matter, he had incurred the judgment of the 6 great clans and wasted his bile field in Qi Si. Master, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly talking about these things today? It's all in the past. It doesn't matter whether you put it down or not anymore. Long Daoyi lowered his head, somewhat disheveled. Past it? No, there was no past. That feud, that love, had been hidden in his heart and had grown stronger with the fermentation of time. There was no time when he didn't want to take revenge and kill those bastards back then with his own hands. But he can't do it. 20 years had passed, and the asshole from back then had now become the head of each of the major families, a dominant force on one side. He, on the other hand, was nothing more than a nameless institute researcher, a teacher at an academy, and his strength had been stuck at C rank for years. How can such a self take revenge? And he knew deep down that he wouldn't necessarily have the chance to go out and kill his enemies in this life. So he endured and held it in. He wasn't sure how long he could hold it in. Underneath his calm exterior was a heart so repressed that it was nearly insane. If one day he can't help it, can't hold it in, he'll rush out and burn himself. It's just that he really misses her, would love to see her again. And this has become his greatest thought today, and the spiritual pillar that sustains him. So he studied it desperately. If she could give him even a hint of a response, then he would die without regret. Zhen Yiming looked at Long Daoyi, whose breath was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. and already knew what was going on inside him. I only heard him sigh. Then he got up, walked to Long Daoyi's front, and softly said, "Wait a little longer. Maybe your chance will come soon." Long Daoyi sniffed and instantly raised his head, asking with eyes full of puzzlement, "What chance?" "The chance for chaos in the world, the chance for chaos in the 6 families, and the chance to change your status quo." Long Dao instantly became agitated and looked at the old man eagerly. "Master, what can I do then? What should I do?" The old master smiled faintly and rarely reached out to stroke the top of Long Daoyi's head, like a loving father comforting his son, and softly said, "Take care of your senior brother, so that he can become stronger quickly." Long Dao gave a start for a moment, then seemed to have realized something, and a naive smile slowly appeared on his round face, only to see him nodding heavily, smilingly saying, "Will do, will do. I love senior brother. Seeing him is like seeing once I was." The old man instantly changed his face and spat, "Pull back. You're not as handsome as him." Long Daoyi also instantly changed his face, a bitter look. "I didn't say looks. I said, well, I'm really not as good as my senior brother. My senior brother is more talented than me, more handsome than me, more capable than me." After saying that, the master and disciple laughed out loud. At this moment, Ling Yichen didn't know everything that was happening outside, and he immediately entered a state of cultivation after coming out of that small space. With a 5x cultivation speed bonus, the speed at which he was condensing stars at the moment was astonishingly fast, and within his spiritual sea of consciousness, there were already more than 100 stars at this moment. They hung in the sky, shining brightly and illuminating many places within the sea of spiritual consciousness. In addition to that, the small space where the deer corpse had been stored had also taken root peacefully within his spiritual sea of consciousness at this moment. That small space rested at the edge of the spiritual sea of consciousness, as if it was a small cave. The portal was always open, and a constant stream of immortal spirit power was constantly coming from inside. And after those immortal spirit forces escaped into Ling Yichen's spiritual sea of consciousness, not only did they not erode his spiritual sea of consciousness, but instead, they were expanding the sea of consciousness barriers, allowing the already boundless spiritual sea of consciousness to continue expanding. Aside from that, Ling Yichen also realized that his spiritual ocean had been cleansed. The spiritual power intertwined and fused with the escaping immortal spirit power, becoming stronger and tougher. And the benefit of this was that the consumption of spiritual energy became less. To be precise, his spiritual power had become more durable. An analogy would be that practicing the astral yuan guidance technique was like burning a fire to cook a meal, while spiritual energy was the fuel for cooking. Originally, 5 pieces of wood were needed to cultivate 1-star yuan guiding art, but now, because of the change in the fusion of the immortal spirit's power, it made it so that he only needed a piece of wood to cultivate an astral yuan guidance art. Although the wood becomes less, the heat that burns out is the same. This is a qualitative improvement. Of course, it wasn't just spiritual power and the sea of consciousness barrier that were affected, but also divine sense. His divine sense was not much. Only a small piece of divine sense liquid was deposited at the bottom of the spiritual ocean. However, after the power of the immortal spirit fused with his spiritual power, Ling Yichen was surprised to find that a portion of his spiritual power was undergoing a metamorphosis. It directly changed from spiritual energy to divine sense, causing his divine sense to slowly increase as well. It made him very happy. The role of divine sense was actually greater than spiritual power. When divine sense was accumulated to a certain level, he could use it to build divine sense weapons, which was extremely important. After possessing the divine sense weapon, his means of combat would not just rely on worms. At the whim of the mind, divine sense can be transformed into a weapon to attack the target, truly killing people invisibly. Therefore, the changes in the entire spiritual sea of consciousness made Ling Yichen doubly happy. He quickly cultivated the Star Yuan guidance technique while observing the little immortal deer in the small space. At the moment, the little fairy deer had only been born a short while ago and was weak, basically curling up on the side of the deer carcass to rest. However, its spirit body was constantly running out of its body, constantly running like an elf within Ling Yichen's spiritual sea of consciousness, exploring everywhere like a curious baby. Luckily, he hadn't found anything else within his spiritual sea of consciousness at the moment, and it was also vast enough, so Ling Yichen let it run wild. Time passed slowly, and 24 hours passed. Ling Yichen finished his cultivation with great interest, then walked out of the tower. When he arrived outside the tower, he immediately saw the simple-faced Long Daoyi. "Elder brother, what brings you here?" He did not expect that Long Dao would be waiting for him here. Long Daoyi, on the other hand, looked at him with eyes full of astonishment. His eyes scrutinized him carefully up and down, and then heavily pounded on his shoulder, somewhat complaining. "You brat, you even managed to enter the 10th floor, when really, you hid it from me and the master so bitterly. You're not a genius anymore, but a demon. Throughout the entire school, at present, you're the only one who can enter the 10th floor." Hearing this, Ling-Chen was instantly frozen. "Ah, is that so? So I'm not exposing my strength?" He was a little dumbfounded that he hadn't really thought about that. He just wanted to cultivate in a greater accelerated environment, without the slightest thought that this would expose his strength. He looked at Long Daoyi with some embarrassment and said, "Senior brother, However, before he could explain, Long Daoyi directly pressed his mouth and shook his head. "There is no need to explain, Master, and I understand. Master said you did a good job. If you're just an average genius, then you should speak up and let everyone know, as a way to obtain more cultivation resources. But if you are a super genius or demon, then you should not say it. The less people know the better, because super geniuses and demons are subject to jealousy. You have no power and no background. Once exposed you are a super day or demon, then you will be noticed by the crowd. Scrambling, grabbing the ground to grabbing the one that can't be grabbed that would be scornful of you to become a sharp weapon in the hands of others. In the end, the vast majority of people will be jealous of you, envious of you, and jealous of you, thus generating a murderous heart towards you. And in such an environment, even if you are a super genius or a demon, you may not be able to grow to the point where you can take on the group all by yourself. So, it's quite good now to practice and grow yourself in silence. And Master also said that now is the right time. All the major powers are competing for the immortal bloodline, so naturally they won't focus on you. You must seize the time to cultivate. Oh yeah, and Master told me to give you this." Saying that, Long Daoyi handed over a booklet. The booklet was small, and the words, "Tackle Dragon 9 Deserts," were written on it. Ling-Chen was instantly surprised. "Isn't this the Lin family's best skill? Non-core disciples can't learn it. Master said that you should not worry about learning it. He asked for it from the Lin family, and even if you learn it, no one will trouble you. This is what his old man promised you last time." The old master did say that when he cultivated his first star within 2 months, he would get him this Lin family's body refining secret art, tackling Dragon 9 Desolations. Tackling the Dragon 9 Deserts is known as the strongest body refining secret art of the human race, and is of extraordinary value. Although he hadn't yet told the old man about his true situation, the old man had already gotten the Tackle Dragon 9 Deserts, which made him quite touched. "Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, master." Without being polite, Ling-Chen directly took the dragon tackling 9 wastes and put it into his storage ring. "You've been practicing for a day and a night. Master told you to go back and rest today. You cannot go to the institute," Long Daoyi said naively. After he finished speaking, he looked at Ling-Chen and realized that Ling-Chen didn't even have the tired look of depleting his spiritual energy due to cultivation. It shocked him again. "You've been cultivating at the 10th floor for a whole day and night, and you don't even look the slightest bit tired. Are you a human or a god?" Hearing this, Ling-Chen instantly showed consternation, then staggered a bit and lunged towards Long Daoyi. "Ah, senior, I'm dizzy." Long Daoyi saw this, but immediately dodged away. Not going to help him at all. "Pretend, let you pretend. You're pretending." Seeing that his senior brother was not helping him, Ling-Chen immediately stood up and said with an awkward smile, "Senior brother, you've changed. You're not the cute and naive senior brother I knew." Long Daoyi, on the other hand, showed a rare look of contempt. Not only do they love to pretend, they love to act. Chapter 100, The Demon People. Just as the master brothers were frolicking here, Lu Yuan, who was outside the tower, also slowly raised his eyes to look at Ling-Chen. There was actually no small amount of shock in his eyes. Being able to cultivate on the 10th floor of the tower for a day and a night without exhausting himself, and looking at his state, his mental energy seemed to be full. "Demon!" Lu Yuan also had to marvel at Ling-Chen's talent. I only heard him suddenly say quietly, "In the future, whenever you want to come here to cultivate, you can always come and find me." Hearing this, Ling-Chen was ecstatic and immediately bowed respectfully to Lu Yuan. "Thank you, senior." Long Daoyi followed suit and saluted. "Thank you, senior." Lu Yuan just smiled, didn't say anything else, and reclosed his eyes. Seeing this, the two of them didn't bother much and turned around to head outside. Out of the small world, Long Daoyi immediately said to Ling-Chen, "Although your spiritual power still seems to have a surplus, you should not be in a hurry to cultivate the dragon tackling 9 wastes after you return. The acceleration of the tower will allow you to improve your cultivation progress very quickly, but the more this happens, the more you should not be greedy and take chances. You should give yourself enough time to polish the foundation and consolidate the realm, and only when you tamp down your realm can you go further. Farther. Yes. Ling Yichen thanked him and then separated from Long Daoyi. Just a short distance away, a figure suddenly came out from its position at the corner and blocked Ling Yichen's path. Ling Yichen, however, did not feel any surprise, because he then realized, Mr. Yuan, what do you want to see me about? Ling Yichen knew that she was specifically waiting for herself here, which was why she asked. Yuan Qing raised her eyes to look at Ling Yichen, her eyes filled with curiosity. You knew I was waiting for you? Ling Yichen smiled faintly and did not respond. How did you get it sent on you? Yuan Qing frowned slightly. It was because he sensed the aura of an immortal deer from Ling Yichen's body. It couldn't be helped, but she had been soaking in the immortal deer blood pool for 100 years, and she was most familiar with the deer corpse's scent, and even though it had already been stowed away in her spiritual sea of consciousness, she could still feel a trace of it. Ling Yichen raised his eyebrows. He already knew from Long Daoyi that Yuan Chang was Lu Yuan's disciple. In other words, they were actually considered to be senior sister and senior brother. Because of this, he was now a lot less embarrassed about Yuan Chang. Without waiting for Ling Yichen to speak, Yuan Chang spoke again. Forget it, it should be Master who has taken you to the blood pool. I've come just to remind you that you're not capable of protecting Qingzhou at the moment, so I'd advise you to keep a distance between you and her, lest the 6 great families turn against you when the time comes and cause unnecessary harm. Green bamboo? Ling Yichen looked at Yuan Qing in surprise. Yuan Qing seemed to sense Ling Yichen's thoughts and said in a whirlwind, Qingzhou has already worshipped me as a teacher. She is now my disciple. I have the responsibility to protect her, and she likes you, so I don't want you to get hurt either. What's more, you're still the disciple of your senior uncle, considered my senior brother, and I'd prefer not to have you retrace senior brother Daoyi's old path. Ling Yichen was instantly interested. He knew that there was a story on Long Daoyi, but he was not sure of the specifics. Listening to Yuan Qing's words, she seemed clear. He couldn't help but ask, what old path? Whatever happened to senior? Yuan Qing frowned. He was a little surprised that Ling Yichen didn't know. She pondered for a moment, then said, this is senior brother Daoyi's past, and I shouldn't be the one to tell you about it, but I don't want you to repeat your mistakes, so I'll tell you. When senior brother Daoyi was a teenager, he was also spirited. His talent was not weak, his strength was not weak, and his background was not weak. It was only later on that he fell in love with a young girl from the Demon People clan and fell deeper into it than he could pull himself out of. The existence of the demon race is tantamount to heresy for Rainbow City, and to discover it is to be executed. Suddenly one day, that young girl's identity was recognized and she was beaten to death alive. Daoyi's senior brother immediately went crazy and sought those people to take revenge, and as a result, he was blown up in the Dantianxi Sea, and then he sank to the present day. Hearing these words, Ling Yichen's brows furrowed into a Chuan character. Although it was only a few words, Ling Yichen felt an extremely strong emotion. The beloved woman was killed alive, wanting to take revenge but was beaten up the Dantianxi Sea, reduced to a cripple. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he would have gone crazy long ago. He couldn't help but clench his fists and inquire, are those people still alive? Yuan Chang nodded. Of course, not only are they alive, they are also living well, and a few of them have now become the heads of the 6 great families. Ling Yichen's pupils shrunk. The heads of the 6 families? Ling Yichen suddenly thought of the 2 directors of the Preceptor Hall. A wisp of fury surged wildly, but immediately, he collected his breath and inquired, Senior sister, you also said just now that senior brother's background is not familiar. What is his background and why didn't the people of the family stand up for him? Yuan Qing sighed and replied, Senior Daoyi is from the Long family, a hidden family, and is from the same family as Long Aotian who was with you yesterday, and according to seniority, Long Aotian still has to call Senior Daoyi his uncle. Unfortunately, Senior Daoyi is not a direct lineage, and since the Dragon family is a reclusive family, how could they go and fight with the 6 great families for a side lineage? Of course, elder brother Daoyi went to beg the Dragon family after the death of that demon maiden, praying that the Dragon family would help him out and ask for the demon race maiden's body back. The Dragon family did step in and asked for the body of the demon human girl back. Nowadays, the corpse of that demon human race maiden is still treasured by elder brother Daoyi and has been transformed into a demon grass. Elder brother Daoyi has been studying plants intensely day and night for decades, exploring whether or not plants have souls, in order to want to see the demon race maiden once more. Ling Yichen was greatly shocked upon hearing this. A demonic human girl who died and turned into a demonic grass? He didn't know much about the demon people, so he found it very new. Yuan Qing gently nodded and replied, yes, The demon race is very peculiar. There are those who are half human and half beast, there are those who are half human and half herb, and there are also those who are exactly the same as human beings. The demon race has a long history, and has an extremely large number of branches and a huge number of people, and I have checked the ancient books, and I vaguely feel that the demon race seems to be the ancestor of human beings, or that we were originally the demon race who evolved from the demon race. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Qingzhou has a special identity and is destined for a bumpy future. If you get involved, it's bound to develop into a complicated and bloody story. I don't want to see a day in the future when you and Qingzhou have your hands covered in blood in order to be together. Ling Yichen smiled heartily and replied, "Thank you, senior sister, for hanging on to me, but Qingzhou and I already love each other, and separation is impossible. If anyone wants to stop the two of us from being together, then I don't mind having my hands covered in blood, even if it means bloodshed of the 6 great families. In my eyes, anyone who tries to stop me is an enemy, and the only means I have to face my enemies is to kill. I'll kill everyone who tries to get in my way as best I can until I can't kill anymore. So unless I die, no one can stop me." Ling Yichen spoke easily, but the ice coldness in his eyes caused Yuan Qing's heart to tremble slightly. What merciless and insane eyes these were. She sighed and said in a low voice, "Alas, I knew you would be like this. So I will do all I can to help you, and do all I can to smooth your path." After saying that, she stopped stopping Ling Yichen and turned around to head towards the genius cadet class. Ling Yichen looked at her back, his eyes flickering. At this moment, in his left eye, Yuan Qing's figure began to flicker, and then it changed from a middle-aged woman to a stunningly beautiful immortal girl, who walked slowly with light steps. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something and slowly turned back to look at Ling Yichen. Immediately, Ling Yichen's left eye was seen flickering with a faint light, as if it was an unknown monster standing in the darkness. She frowned slightly and said nothing, turning back and continuing on her way. And at this moment, Ling Yichen also got a good look at her true face because she looked back. His heart was shaken. How could he be surprised that women turned into young girls and teenagers who were filled with the aura of immortal spirit? It was only until Yuan Qing completely disappeared from his field of vision that he slowly withdrew his eyes and shook his head with a light smile somewhat unfulfilled. He didn't linger too long, either, turning around and heading out of the school. It wasn't long before he was back at the hotel. At this moment, the hotel still had guards escorting it, but it wasn't the same class that Long Ao Tian had brought, but a different group of people. In response, Ling Yichen just frowned and swept them away, then entered the hotel. The 3 adults in the house were surprised to see him return. "You're finally back? Exhausted, aren't you?" Tang Wan said. Tian Yingying was aware that Ling Yichen had gone to the tower to cultivate, so everyone knew that Ling Yichen hadn't returned for the night. "It's okay, Auntie. I'm a little hungry. Can you make me some breakfast? I'm going to take a shower." Tang Wan naturally agreed with joy, putting down her teaching of Ling Yishuan and turning towards the kitchen. Ling Yichen also went back to his room to wash up. Inside the kitchen, Tang Wan took out the cucumber and ham, intending to make 2 sandwiches for Ling Yichen. When she picked up the knife to cut the cucumber, she accidentally cut her finger, and the tip of the knife was unusually sharp, instantly spilling beads of blood that dripped down onto the cucumber. She sucked in a breath of air and quickly put her fingers in her mouth and sucked on them. In the next second, only the drop of blood left on the cucumber turned blue at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Tang Wan arrived at this scene, she was instantly horrified and immediately raised her eyes to the living room. Realizing that Tian Xingliang and Lu Yu were playing the game with Ling Yishuan and did not notice her, she hurriedly picked up the slice of cucumber with blue blood, stuffed it into her mouth, chewed and swallowed it. As this act of hers appeared, only a layer of greenish-black scales slowly appeared shimmering underneath her skin, but it immediately tightened up. At the same time, the spirit worms that Ling Yichen had placed inside her also reacted. They were seen floating uneasily to the top of the skin and wandering around. However, Tang Wan reached out and gently stroked them, whispering, "Hush, be good, don't tell Ya Chen." As she stroked, a ray of blue light continued to spread from her hand onto the spirit bug. Those spirit insects instantly quieted down and obediently lurked. Chapter 101, Her Majesty the Queen. After the spirit worms were quiet, Tang Wan then continued to make sandwiches, and at this moment, Ling Yichen, who was washing up at home, had a thought and raised his eyebrows slightly. Just now, he sensed a trace of abnormality that was like someone blowing a breath of cool air on your neck. But when you turned around, there was nothing behind you, and he clearly knew that this trace of abnormality was transmitted back from the spirit bug that had split out. "Did something happen to anyone?" he murmured, then began to finally sense those closest to him. As the number of spirit insects he had split out increased, The number of parasites he now possessed was extremely large. Don't think he's been parasitizing anyone much lately, but he doesn't need to parasitize himself anymore. Those who are parasitized automatically spread the worms. Of course, most of them were not on his mind, and only a few were of particular concern to him. For example, Yi Qingzhu's family, Tian Yingying's family, and W. Long Dao Ian them. At the moment, he was going through them one by one, checking if they had encountered any unusual events. He was the first to line up Yi Qingzhu's family, but the first person he checked was not Tang Wan, but Yi Songtao. Don Juan was with him every day and met in the first 2 minutes. Nothing unusual, so he hardly suspected Tang Wan, but subconsciously assumed it was Yi Songtao. After all, Yi Songtao was on the battlefield at the moment, and the probability of encountering an abnormality was extremely high. Therefore, he closed his eyes tightly and began to shift all his attention to Yi Songtao's side. Soon, he had a clear perception. He entered into Yi Songtao's perspective and saw that he was in a huge lapis lazuli camp, and the area he was in was the kitchen at the back of the camp. At this moment Yi Songtao was busy in the kitchen, and in front of him was a huge iron pot, big enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people to lie down in it and take a bath. He was cooking. The spatula in his hand was bigger than the others and he was using it with ease to toss the food in the pan. It was hard work to watch, but it didn't hurt. Not him? Ling Yichen did not sense any abnormality from Yi Songtao. Thinking for a few seconds, Ling Yichen disconnected from Yi Songtao as he ghostly opened his eyes and began to line up the others. But, after lining it up, he couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. The spirit worms in most people's bodies were in a dormant state, including Tang Wan's. It's still his arrangement. He had made this arrangement since the last time he sensed that the environment Yi Songtao was in wasn't very good. He had originally planned to have Tang Wan as well as Tian Xingliang and Lu Yu all complete their awakenings, but the decision was deferred later. The situation on the battlefield was not good, and many people died on Yi Songtao's way to the barracks. He was a little uneasy about letting Tang Wan and Tian Yingying's parents go to the barracks at this time. Even if they were to go, they would have to wait until a few of them were also in the battlefield. After lining up a circle and not finding anything unusual, Ling Yichen stopped thinking about it. He thought it was because he was tired after practicing all day and night in the tower. After a quick wash, he changed his clothes and walked out of the room. And at that moment, Don Juan happened to have the sandwiches ready and set on the table. "Thank you, Auntie." Ling Yichen thanked him and then sat down to eat. "You eat, I'll go out and get some ingredients and come back." The crowd didn't think much of it and nodded their heads in the affirmative. Tang Wan, on the other hand, went out as usual with a big smile on her face. The guards outside the door saw her go out and had no intention of following her. This was normal. Their main task was actually to protect Yi Qingzhu. As for the others, they were just looking after them in passing. They wouldn't follow all the time. So Tang Wan just left the hotel in a dignified manner and headed for the food market area. Not long after, she walked into the food market, and after buying some unusual fruits and vegetables from the major food stalls, she walked towards a small alley as if nothing had happened. When she arrived at an old alley that looked extremely outdated, she looked around to make sure there was no one around her, only to see her take a step towards one of the alley's walls. Something bizarre then happened. The wall instantly twisted and rippled, and then he saw Tang Wan disappear into the alley. As Tang Wan stepped over the wall, she instantly entered a vast space. It was an incomparably huge town, and there was an endless stream of people coming and going in the town. The people here, however, were not normal humans, or at least most of them had forms that belonged exclusively to the demon race. For example, there are demons with human bodies and flower heads, and there are demons with humanoid bodies, with only their feet in plant form. There are also demons who have the head of a fish and the body of a man, or the body of a man and the tail of a fish underneath. Only a very small number of people were in possession of a full human form, such as Tang Wan at this moment. As soon as Tang Wan entered this space, a blue light immediately shone above her body, and under the shroud of light, her body automatically changed form. She had become younger, her physique was lighter. Where was the previous middle-aged woman's appearance? Clearly a beautiful sister of about 30. She was wearing an extremely gorgeous black starry sky dress, with a butterfly mask on her face, her body shining with a brilliant blue light, indescribably noble and elegant. Her appearance, however, did not attract the attention of anyone around her. To be precise, they did not seem to see her. One step out of her way was dozens and hundreds of meters, and in moments, she was out of the street and walking towards a gorgeous palace at the very back of the town. In just a few moments, she arrived at the entrance of the palace. The entrance to the palace was guarded by 2 giant crocodile men that were 3 meters tall. Their bodies were human, but their heads were those of crocodiles, with long crocodile tails trailing behind them. and in their hands they held a battle axe that was even more massive and imposing than their bodies. The two crocodile guards also seemed to not be able to see Tangwan's presence, while Tangwan took a step towards the extremely thick-looking lapis lazuli palace door. The gate still shifted illusorily, sending up ripples and just letting her through easily. As she stepped through the palace gates, she immediately entered a majestic and incomparable hall. The great hall was filled with guards. All of them were tall and incomparable demons, and the aura of these demons was more than several times more powerful than the two guards at the entrance. Each of them had reached a B-class existence. The moment Tangwan walked into the great hall, all the devils knelt down in unison, their mouths emitting cries that shook the four directions. "See Her Majesty the Queen!" And Tangwan's body, too, changed again under this cry, only to see two pairs of greenish-purple feathered wings blossom steeply behind her, which were incomparably huge, with powerful arcs of electricity shining on them, each arc of electricity flashing, capable of splitting open a small opening in space. At the same time, under her long skirt, an arm-thick iron tail stretched out, and at the end of the tail, a huge electric arc shone, which emitted a nuisance light, directly distorting and devouring the surrounding space, forming a black hole. At this moment, Tangwan's aura turned extremely terrifying. A huge pressure was instantly released, suppressing all the surrounding demonic guards to the point where they didn't dare to breathe a single breath. She took one step, and a thunderous aperture immediately blossomed under her feet, swinging out. With every step, and with every step, she made her way to a magically jeweled throne at the top of the great hall. Only after she had gracefully seated herself on the throne did she speak quietly, "Get up!" At that moment, all the guards below dared to get up, and at the same time, within the great hall, the void began to distort, and dozens of figures disappeared out of the distorted space one by one. "Greetings, Your Majesty." These people similarly saluted Tangwan. Tangwan, on the other hand, raised her hand slightly and said, "Be excused," and then, she inquired, "How are the preparations for the teleportation array going?" Soon, among the dozens of people, a middle-aged woman with two teams of butterfly feathers stepped out and returned, reporting back to Her Majesty. "The ancient teleportation formation has already reached the final stage, and it will take at most 3 more months to complete it. We will definitely be able to complete it within 3 months, and we will definitely be able to succeed in welcoming the return of the imperial daughter." Tangwan nodded gently, expressing her satisfaction, and then said, "Recently, the sun and moon have been moving frequently, and it's obvious that the seal of the City of Emptiness is about to be unable to support it, and even though my clan is the ancestor of all clans, we are forced to abandon this realm of man territory and head to the starry realm to avoid the trouble. And once the sun and moon fall, it's going to cause the 10,000s of clans to riot, and the realm of man is going to fall. So I hope that you'll all make early arrangements for your respective clans to leave as early as possible from the realm of man territory." In the next second, dozens of people below bowed in unison to receive orders and returned. "Yes." Afterward, Tangwan said again, "By the way, the ancient bug tires that I had picked up outside of the country in the past years were claimed by which clan?" Soon, a middle-aged strong man walked out. He had an extremely sturdy human body, only that he had a huge scorpion tail behind him, only to see him bow and return back to Her Majesty the Queen. "It was led by my giant scorpion clan." "Oh, what's happened to the bug baby?" The burly man sweated a bit and said, "Back to Her Majesty. The insect fetus remains as it is and has not hatched out." "No harm done. Present it," Tangwan said lazily. The burly man immediately took out a stone box emanating an ancient aura from his storage device and held it with both hands, raising it above his head. Tangwan gently hooked her hand at the stone box, which immediately soared away and quietly landed in her hand. As she looked at the stone box, the corners of her lips rose slightly, and with a movement of her mind, she saw that a red spirit insect immediately appeared on top of her palm. This spirit insect, it was clearly the one that Lingichen had placed inside her. The spirit bug and the stone box were in the same place in her palm, and both surprisingly shared the same aura. It was only that the stone box's aura was hundreds of times more powerful, while the spirit bugs were simply too weak. After that spirit bug felt the aura of the stone box, it also immediately shivered and didn't dare to get close to the stone box, and its tiny body swam back and forth around the stone box, which was very interesting. The curtain of the story is finally going to lift a corner. The prediction is to write a 3 or 5 million words, but the platform does not give the amount. Can only expect to like the brothers more support? Spend a little time to see the ads. The free gift Brush a Brush. Chapter 102 Spirit of Speech Technique. Looking at the stone box and the spirit worms, Tangwan's eyes were deep and complex. Lingichen's appearance was out of her expectation. Ling Yichen's ability was also beyond her expectations. The first time Ling Yichen appeared in front of her, she gained insight into how unusual he was. At that time, Ling Yichen was still disguised as the white cat in the house. She had wanted to slap him to death, but after she sensed how extraordinary he was, she abandoned that idea and instead allowed him to be active around her. Slowly, she also felt Ling Yichen's heart to take care of their family. Her opinion of Ling Yichen had also slowly changed, especially since she had studied these little bugs many times, but had never been able to tell what was going on, which made her more and more curious. As Her Majesty, the Queen of the Demon People race, she had thousands of clans under her command, if not 10,000, but none of them were the same as this bug. It is as if they were not creatures of this world, and it made her extremely curious to find out. And recently, she suddenly remembered that she had picked up a bug tire by chance when she was traveling through the Starfield ruins in the past, which was why she thought of bringing it back to take a look. Now that this comparison was made, she unexpectedly realized that this insect fetus was of the same lineage as the spirit insect that Ling Yichen had placed on her, which couldn't help but make her think deeply about so many issues. It seems that the people of the empty city do hold a lot of secrets that we have never known. She took a deep breath and put the spirit insect inside her body, as well as the stone box, then waved her hand at the crowd below and said aloud, "Stand down." The crowd did not have any objections and returned in unison from the original path, disappearing into the great hall, and she got up in a ghostly manner, vanished into the passageway, and disappeared into this mysterious town. When she reappeared in Rainbow City, she was no longer in that old alleyway, but in a different one. She also reverted to Tang Wan's plain and unadorned middle-aged woman appearance, holding the fruits and vegetables she had just bought in her hands as she walked towards the hotel's direction. It wasn't long before she re-entered the hotel. At this time, Ling Yichen, who had already finished his sandwich, was playing with Ling Yixuan. At this moment, Ling Yixuan was already no different from a normal 6 or 7-year-old child, and was even smarter and more knowledgeable than the average child. She is very quick to accept new things and is an excellent learner. Ling Yichen had already quietly passed the 10,000 insects casting body technique to her, so that she could start practicing it as well. Seeing Tang Wan return, he immediately got up and said, "Auntie, you're back?" He immediately got up and greeted Tang Wan. "Thank you for helping me take care of Xianxian these days," Ling Yichen said from the bottom of his heart. Tang Wan smiled lovingly and returned, "Then shouldn't I thank you for taking care of Qingju for me as well?" The two men looked at each other and smiled. Afterwards, Ling Yichen asked, "Auntie, have you contacted Uncle Yi?" "Well, got in touch. He's in the barracks on the cooking shift now, not needing to be on the front lines. It's still kind of safe." Ling Yichen nodded silently. It was the same as what he had seen. "That's good." Ling Yichen didn't say much. He was mainly worried that Tang Wan would be worried about Yi Songtao. Now that they've connected, he'll stay out of it. "Okay, I'll go rest then. You're busy." Ling Yichen got up and headed for his room. Returning to his room, Ling Yichen immediately raised his eyebrows lightly as he cocked his head, his face puzzled as he muttered to himself, "Strange, why does Auntie's body have an aura that is very familiar to me?" Yes, ever since Tang Wan came home, Ling Yichen had sensed an extremely familiar aura from Tang Wan, and this aura attracted him, but he checked Tang Wan with his divine sense, but he didn't find anything abnormal. Similarly, Tang Wan in the living room also raised her eyebrows slightly, a touch of surprise in her eyes. Amazing, he was able to detect the existence of the bug tires. What strength Tang Wan was, she was naturally able to capture the tug between Ling Yichen and the bug tire. By the looks of it, this bug tire does have some affinity with him. Thinking of this, Tang Wan smiled, a plan already forming in her mind, only to see her return to her room. Blue light blossomed in her hand, and with a flick to the void, a narrow portal appeared. She took out the stone box and stuffed it into the portal, then whispered to the portal, "Underworld butterfly, find a way to hand this over to Ling Yichen." As the words fell, the portal immediately dissipated, as if nothing had happened. The time for practicing always passes quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already time for the afternoon dismissal. When Yi Qingju and the others returned home, Ling Yichen also ended his cultivation. He was just about to go out when the door to his room was knocked on ahead of him. Opening it, Ling Yichen immediately saw that all three girls were there. "Something wrong?" Ling Yichen inquired. The three of them sniffed and nodded gently, and Yi Qingju was the first to speak. "We're planning to go to the black market in the evening for a stroll, and I wanted to ask if you want to come along?" Ling Yichen immediately frowned and asked in surprise, "Black market?" He was aware of the black market, and Chu Chi had mentioned it before. It was just that he was a little surprised that they would even think of going to the black market to shop. Chu Chi had told him that the black market did have a lot of good stuff, but there were also a lot of fakes, and the mix of people and fish was extremely unstable. If one wanted to purchase something of extremely high value, then it would be best to go through the official channels, that is, the stores operated by the major powers. Ling Yichen thought about it and finally nodded. He didn't have any needs for the time being, but he thought of the little fairy deer. The little fairy deer had just been born now and was very weak, and Elder Lu Yuan told him that it would take quite a bit of time for the little fairy deer to return to a healthy state, as short as 30 years or as long as 100 years, but this process could be shortened. It was only necessary to find something that could help it accelerate the absorption of the power of the immortal spirit, or finding some rare spirit herbs for it to take would be fine, so he wanted to take his chances. So, a few people said that they would go around the black market together after dinner. After talking about going to the black market, Ling Yichen's eyes flicked around, and he instantly saw the guards standing by the door. Long Ao Tian had already rested on his shift, and this was one he hadn't seen before today. It was a teenager in a tracksuit, with a clean-cut look, looking about their size, but with an aura that wasn't weak. However, what really attracted Ling Yichen was not these, but his mouth, because the teenager's mouth was sealed shut. To be precise, the teenager was biting a bell the size of a plum in his mouth, which had a piece of white silk ribbon on it, which was tied up from the sides of his cheeks across. It looks like it's gagged. Feeling Ling Yichen's gaze, several people also glanced back at the teenager. I only heard W say, "That's from the Yen family. His name is Yen Russian. He's the younger brother of that Yen Rohai in our class." Ling Yichen raised his eyebrows slightly. The girl who stayed by Ileana's side was called Yen Ruyu. The masked teenager that she had seen earlier in the talented cadet class was called Yen Rohai, and the one in front of her was called Yen Russian. Speech Ruyu and Speech Rohai were both wearing masks, and before, they thought that they were ordinary masks and didn't think much about it. Now that he saw this Yen Shan, he realized that there seemed to be something under the masks of Yen Ruyu and Yen Rohai as well. Could it be that they have bells in their mouths as well? For some reason, what surfaced in his mind at this moment was actually an animated character, Dai Bean. Only, Dai Bean's mouth was sealed to prevent her from biting. What is the reason for the sayer's gagging? A strong curiosity arose within him. As his gaze stared intently, the teenager named Yen Shan also slowly turned his head and looked at Ling Yichen. The moment he saw Ling Yichen, Yen Shan was rushing towards him with a slight smile and a nod of his head, looking very easygoing. Do all the people in the Words family bite bells in their mouths? Why? Ling Yichen asked to W, who in turn looked at Ling Yichen with some surprise and returned. Don't you know that what the speech family specializes in the most is the speech spirit technique? Speechcraft? This was really the first time Ling Yichen had heard of it. It wasn't that he was poorly informed. It was simply because he'd been imprisoned in a lab for the 6 years he'd been in this world, and only in recent times had he begun to really understand it. Well, the speech spirit technique, a divine ability that can be unleashed through sound, is very powerful. Their clan, the spirit manipulators of the heavenly sage, can release their spiritual power or divine sense through simple syllables as a way to manipulate everything. Their most commonly used means is confinement, not simply confinement of each other's body, but also confinement of each other's 5 senses. Once controlled, extremely difficult to break free, is considered to be more difficult to deal with in the 6 great families. However, perhaps it is because this talent of theirs is too overbearing, leading to the fact that this clan of theirs is not as prosperous as the other 5 clans. There are only a few sporadic people in the generation who possess this ability, but as long as one appears, they are all very powerful, guaranteed to reach a B-class existence, W patiently explained. Ling Yichen was also shocked when he heard this. Not only could it imprison the body, it could also imprison the 5 senses, which was indeed a very powerful divine ability. If he's manipulated, he'll be able to do whatever he wants. Thinking about that, he couldn't help but look at the teenager more. At the same time, he also inquired once again, so, the 6 great families all have their own exclusive divine abilities? He suddenly thought of Su Tianshang's and Su Hui's ability to shrink the ground. One step was several meters or even dozens of meters and hundreds of meters, similar to instantaneous movement. When W heard this, he immediately nodded his head and replied, pretty much. The Lin family specializes in body refining, and their power is very strong. The Su clan specializes in spatial shifting and shrinking, and their speed is frightening. The Speech family, on the other hand, is a speech spirit art, specializing in confining and depriving the 5 senses. The Qin family specializes in pupil arts. The Lei family specializes in listening to the wind to control thunder. The Gu clan is the only clan among the 6 clans that isn't good at fighting, but they have mastered a secret deduction technique that allows them to know many secret things, and they are good at tending to good fortune and avoiding bad luck, and exploring the secret realm. So instead, they are the strongest of the 6 clans. It's said that the Gu family has gotten hold of several secret realms with mysterious treasures, with inexhaustible wealth inside. The entire Rainbow City can't be separated from the Gu family's financial support. At the same time, the Gu family is also the wealthiest family in the entire Rainbow City, and the black market we're about to visit at night is rumored to be secretly run by the Gu family. Chapter 103, The Black Market. Hearing W's detailed description, Ling Yichen had a general understanding of the 6 great families. As of now, the Lin, Su, and Lei families had all sent assassins against him, while the other 3 families had yet to make a move. However, he did not hold any expectations for these remaining 3 great families. Ileana was extremely important to them, and in order to get her and help her fulfill her wish, it would only be a matter of time before these remaining 3 great clans took a shot at him. Therefore, he once again swept a glance at Yen Russian, and coldness flooded the bottom of his eyes. If they really dared to come, then he wouldn't mind taking it all in, just so he could take the opportunity to raise his strength again. Thinking so, he was instead looking forward to what was to come. After a few moments of small talk, the 3 parents had already prepared dinner, and the 8 of them sat around in unison, enjoying it. With the many things that had happened in the past few days, they had gradually gotten used to this atmosphere of eating big pots of rice, and even found it quite nice. I think we can keep it that way from now on. Eating with a large crowd is extra flavorful. Tian Yingying rarely took the initiative to bring up the topic. After saying that, she couldn't help but look at her parents as well as Tang Wan. After Tian Xingliang and Lu Yu sensed their daughter's wishes, they looked at Tang Wan in unison. Tang Wan immediately smiled. It's okay as long as you guys are happy, we are fine with it. When Tian Yingying heard this, she was overjoyed, and Yi Qingzhu and W did the same. Ling Yichen was happy to do so as well, and he quite liked this big family atmosphere. Then I'll contact the Transcendent Management Association and see if we can get a single villa or something, Ling Yichen said silently. Their houses in the Sunken Garden were assigned by the Transcendent Management Association, and with their talents today, even if they raised some special requests, the Transcendent Management Association should have agreed. Thinking so, he immediately sent a message to Lu Mei, conveying everyone's wishes. Soon after, Lu Mei replied. She said she would get back to the top and let them decide. After dinner, the 4 of them explained the situation to their parents and teamed up together to go out, preparing to go to the black market. In order to go to the black market, all 4 of them had purposely changed into a set of clothes that didn't easily show their age, while also wearing the worm masks that Ling Yichen had given them earlier. This change of clothing really made a considerable difference in the state of the 4. It's really not easy to recognize it if you're not particularly familiar with it. However, the beauty of it was that Yen Russian, who was in charge of the guards, also had to follow. Under the strong request of the 4, Yen Shan had no choice but to remove the rest of the guards and follow by himself alone. At the same time, he had also changed his clothes at the strong request of Yi Qingzhu's several people. Only then did the 5 of them hit the road and head for the black market. The location of the black market was not exactly hidden. It was in a small underground realm in the central district, a semi-secret area of sorts. It's open from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. on odd-numbered nights of the week, which means it's open on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays and Sundays. The 5 of them arrived at the entrance to the black market at a pinch. The black entrance was located in a cul-de-sac. The entrance was guarded. The guards were also wearing masks. Their identities could not be discerned, and their strength was not weak, at least C-rank upper class. There is an entrance fee to enter the black market, 1 point per person. After paying the points, the 5 crossed the portal into the black market. 1 step in, and the scene around him instantly changed. They arrived at a not-so-small underground town with a dozen streets, each with vendors and guards. There were even more guards than vendors, almost as if they were 3 steps to a post and 5 steps to a guard, and most of them were not weak. Ling Yichen used his divine sense to sense them, and surprisingly, all of them were above C-rank medium strength, and there were even 8 B-rank lower strength. With these 8 B-rank lower-level powerhouses around, anyone who wanted to cause trouble would have to weigh their own weight. Seeing how tightly guarded they were, a few of the girls instantly became austere. It's okay, they're just guards. As long as they don't make trouble, they won't come after us. Relax, Ling Yichen comforted, then led a few people to start wandering around. It was also his first time here. Looking at the wide array of stores, he also stared left and right like a curious baby until he suddenly felt a strong aura appear. He couldn't help but look towards the entrance of the black market, and immediately saw that at the entrance location, a slender, black-clothed female wearing a black butterfly mask appeared. As soon as she appeared, Ling Yichen sensed an extremely strong aura of homology from her body, And this kind of aura, he had once sensed in Tangwan. It made him very curious. Strange, I sensed this kind of aura on anti-Tangwan before, and now I've sensed it on this woman. Could she be anti-Tangwan? As soon as the idea appeared, he immediately denied it. This woman was clearly not Tangwan, but the aura on them was identical. It puzzled him. As a result, he never took his eyes off her, and the woman, who seemed to be very alert, at once followed his seeming gaze and locked eyes with him. The woman had a pair of very good-looking eyes, surprisingly rare heavy pupils. The overlapping of black and blue pupils presented a mesmerizing pupil color. Ling-Chen was a little lost in thought as he watched, and it wasn't until a gust of coolness came from his mind that this abnormal feeling dissipated. Good lord, have I been hit by a psychedelic secret technique? At this moment, he became intensely wary of this woman. It was because the psychedelic secret technique didn't seem to be released by her intentionally, but rather instinctively. Just like Irina back then, whenever someone looked into her eyes, they would be mesmerized by her divine sense and be spied on by her. Back then, he hadn't cultivated divine sense yet, and it was only by virtue of the strength of his spiritual sea of consciousness that he had resisted Ileana's divine sense confusion. And right now, he had cultivated an uncommon divine sense, and the effect that this psychedelic secret art had on him was almost minimal. The clarity was restored in an instant, and his state of being similarly alienated the heart of the medfly who had just entered the black market. Worthy of being a man who was favored by the imperial daughter, to have such a powerful divine sense at such a young age, Hades' butterfly thought secretly. Thinking so, she couldn't help but rub the storage ring on her hand. She had come over today precisely to fulfill Her Majesty's account and hand over the mysterious stone box to Ling-Chen. Knew they were going to the black market tonight, so she followed them. At this moment, she sensed that Ling-Chen was paying attention to her, which made her quite happy, and she immediately walked towards the street next to Ling-Chen's. Get the guards to pay, rent a booth and start setting up. And at this time Ling-Chen sensed that the mysterious woman in the stall did not rush over, but accompanied a few girls all the way to walk around and look, until by the way to stroll to her stall when stopped to check. There weren't many things on the mysterious woman's stall, only about 10, and Ling-Chen locked his eyes on the stone box with a single glance. The stone box looked extremely ordinary, and the box itself was made of common green rocks that were durable and could withstand the erosion of time. What mattered was what was inside, and it was what was inside that brought Ling-Chen an extremely strong feeling. How much is this? Ling-Chen inquired as he picked up the stone box without hesitation. When the stone box entered his hand, Ling-Chen shuddered slightly. This was a reaction from the body's instincts, and the moment the stone box arrived, he felt as if the millions of worms around his body had been stimulated, and his body vaguely felt an impulsive sense of disintegration. It was an experience he had never had before. At this moment, he became intensely curious about this stone box. At the same time, he also had a must-have thought about this stone box. However, without waiting for the mysterious woman to reply, an arrogant voice suddenly inserted itself. I'll take the stone box, and I'll give him 10 times whatever he paid for it. As soon as these words came out, Ling-Chen's heart sank, and he immediately followed the sound of the voice, and immediately saw an extraordinary-looking youth strutting towards his side. Lin Song. Ling-Chen's eyes narrowed instantly. That's right, the person who suddenly interjected was none other than the direct genius of the Lin family among the 6 great families. When he came to the black market, he didn't even need to hide his identity, he just came in a big way. He walked straight to Ling-Chen's side and looked at the stone box in Ling-Chen's hand. Boss, I'll take the stone box, I'll pay 10 times what he's offering. Lin Sung's handsome face was filled with sarcasm. There was no doubt that he already knew Ling-Chen's identity, as there were people from the 6 great clans in their group. And he didn't really want this stone box, he purely wanted to disgust Ling-Chen. At this moment, Ling-Chen was truly enraged. He first glanced back at Yen Rushan, who was standing at the very back of the group, before looking at Lin Song with a fierce aura. This stone box was extremely important to him, and it absolutely could not be taken by Lin Song. So he tightened the stone box in his hand and suddenly revealed a mysterious smile as he asked rhetorically, "Are you sure? No matter what price I offer, you're willing to give it 10 times? Lin Song said with a proud face. Naturally, I, Lin Song, would like to be true to my word. No matter what price you offer, I can offer 10 times that. I think my huge Lin family is still out of the ground for this amount of money. When Ling-Chen heard this, the coldness deep in his eyes became even more intense, but he instead smiled even more volubly, only to see him raise the stone box high in the air, and then shouted, "Gentlemen, you all heard it. As long as I am willing to bid, this young master from the Lin family will bid 10 times as much, so I'm sorry to ask you all to be witnesses to it, so that no one can play tricks on me." At the same time, Ling Yichen looked towards a guard leader not far away from them that was a B-ranked powerhouse. "This lord, I beg you to move and come and be a witness for us." Ling Yichen wasn't afraid that he was a strong member of the 6 great families. If he were to favor Lin Song in such a public forum, then there was no need for him to open this black market. That B-rank powerhouse was a middle-aged man, also wearing a mask, and he was naturally concerned about the situation over here. Therefore, as soon as Ling Yichen opened his mouth, he immediately walked over. Chapter 104, Immortal Spirit Grass. The surrounding buyers also heard Ling Yichen shout and walked over to see what was going on. All of a sudden, the outside of this little booth was packed, and that was what Ling Yichen wanted. He looked over at Lin Song, his eyes under the mask flashing with a strange aura. "Duke Lin, let me confirm one last time, do you really want to do this?" Lin Song sniffed, his face was filled with disdain, and said without hesitation, "What kind of home base do you have? Just take it out and see. Don't worry, Lin Song, will do what I say." He knew that Ling Yichen was trying to pull something, but he didn't care. His self-confidence came from the huge Lin family, which granted him enough backbone. He really didn't believe that Ling Yichen would be able to come up with anything of value, which was why he dared to be so reckless. Even if Ling Yichen had some wealth, could it be compared to the Lin family that had accumulated it for thousands of years? Ling Yichen smiled lightly. "Oh, what about in case you can't afford it?" This time, Lin Song's face showed displeasure. "Humph, I can't afford it? Then I'd really like to see what you can come up with." "Don't worry, although the Lin family isn't the richest family in this Rainbow City, it's still more than enough compared to you." However, Ling Yichen did not eat his words. "No, I mean what if you can't afford to pay 10 times what I cost?" he inquired firmly. Lin Song's eyes narrowed as he pondered for a moment and replied back, "Humph, if you can really come up with a price I can't afford, then I, Lin Song, will apologize to you in person today." However, in the next second, Ling Yichen immediately replied, "I don't accept your apology, nor do I need you to apologize." The people around them instantly laughed. Lin Song instantly stared at his eyebrows and coldly swept towards the crowd. Some of the onlookers immediately curbed their laughter, but others laughed even more. This was an underground black market. Everyone was hiding their identities. The Lin family was certainly strong, but it wasn't so strong that they could find out more than one person's details here and find them in trouble. What's more, there were also quite a few people here who weren't afraid of the Lin family at all. Seeing that the crowd was not subject to his Lin family's might, Lin Song also realized this, and then he gazed coldly at Ling Yichen and said in a deep voice, "Then what do you want?" Ling Yichen smiled lightly once again. "Simple. If you can't come up with something 10 times more expensive than me, then how about you pay for this stone box for me, based on the value of what I've come up with?" As soon as those words came out, everyone knew what Ling Yichen was playing at. He wants to whore out this stone box. If Lin Song couldn't come up with a value that was 10 times more expensive than him, then Lin Song would have to pay for this stone box on behalf of Ling Yichen, and the price benchmark would be based on the supplies that Ling Yichen came up with. When these words came out, everyone felt that it was reasonable, including the head guard who nodded gently. At the same time, he became curious about Ling Yichen. What kind of talent dared to compete with the Lin family's direct line geniuses in terms of wealth? Did they also come from a big family? He wasn't the only one who had that thought. There were others present. They knew the Lin family. Although it wasn't as rich as the Gu family, it definitely wasn't bad either. Daring to fight with the Lin family's direct descendants for wealth. Ordinary people didn't really have the guts to do so, but judging from Ling Yichen's attitude, he seemed very sure of himself. So at this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Song to see if this Lin family's direct genius dared to take this challenge. Good. Lin Song agreed readily. At this moment, he had already been set up by Ling Yichen, and there was no way for him not to agree. If he backed out at this time, then the Lin family would really lose face. Of course, he had enough confidence in himself and the Lin family. Ling Yichen got the answer he wanted, and immediately laughed extremely happily. In the next second, only a flash of light was seen on his hand, and a jade box appeared. One box of 7-leaf lotus heart, worth 2,000 points. Ling Yichen placed the box of 7-leaf lotus hearts on the mysterious woman's stall. When Lin Song saw this, he immediately showed disdain. The Lin family has plenty of 7-leaf lotus hearts. Even if it is 10 times as many, it is only 10 boxes of 7-leaf lotus hearts. He doesn't care. Just this? Lin Song laughed disdainfully. However, as soon as he spoke, Ling Yichen took out another box of 7-leaf lotus hearts. 2 boxes. 4,000 points. 10 times that would be 40,000 points. Lin Song still didn't care. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, smiled waggishly as he once again pulled out the 7-leaf lotus hearts from his storage ring, and in the blink of an eye, he took out 10 boxes of 7-leaf lotus hearts. The total value of 10 boxes of 7-leaf lotus hearts amounted to 20,000 points, and 10 times that would cost 200,000 points. This time, Lin Song began to feel a bit of flesh pain. Was it really necessary to spend 200,000 points on a stone box that he didn't even want? Honestly, it's very much not worth it. But at this moment, he was already riding a tiger, and even if it wasn't worth it, he had to grit his teeth and eat it. He was just about to mock Ling Yichen for a few moments, but he didn't want Ling Yichen to smile mysteriously and once again pull out something from his storage ring. It was something sealed in a jade box, and Ling Yichen handed the jade box to that B-rank guard leader and said, "Please help me estimate the value of this herb." "My lord." That B-ranked guard sniffed and immediately took the jade box before gently opening it. As the jade box opened, a ray of pure immortal spirit chi instantly escaped, only to see that B-ranked powerhouse's eyes just glazed over, his entire body trembled, and his mouth even exclaimed, "Immortal spirit grass." Then he shouted additionally, "Or 100-year portion of immortal spirit grass." At this moment, there was no hiding his shock. That was the immortal spirit grass. Ah, precious and priceless existence. The so-called immortal spirit grass was actually an unusual blade of grass that grew on the side of an immortal beast, only because it had been nourished by the immortal spirit power all year round, and thus contained the immortal spirit power. Immortal spirit grass has many effects. It can be taken to refine pills, taking with the effect of healing and life-sustaining. It can also be used to refine the immortal spirit of the gas, used to increase the longevity of those who have exhausted their lifespan, and it can also be taken to the forging of weapons, so that it has the characteristics of the immortal spirit. Either way, it is extremely important. Many pill refining masters or weapon refining masters dreamed of wanting an immortal spirit grass, but it was extremely difficult to obtain. After all, it was growing on the side of an immortal beast, and juvenile immortal beasts all had A-rank strength, while adult immortal beasts had terrifying S-rank, or even beyond S-rank strength. Who dares to pick? Therefore, the immortal spirit grass was extremely expensive. A 10-year portion of immortal spirit grass was worth 100,000 points. As for the 100-year portion of immortal spirit grass, that would definitely require hundreds of thousands or even millions of points. At this moment, not only was this B-class powerhouse stunned, everyone in the room was stunned. Greed surfaced in the eyes of many of them, including that B-class powerhouse. It was also at this time that W took a step forward and directly retrieved the jade box from the hands of that B-rank guard leader, quickly closing it up before looking at Ling Yichen with a look of an idiot. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, was a bit bewildered at this moment. He was actually not very clear about the exact value of this immortal spirit grass, but he knew that the price was definitely not low, and the reason why he took it out was purely because he wanted to discuss Lin Song, and by the way, make it difficult for Lin Song to get off the ground, so that it would be convenient for him to whore out the stone box for nothing. And at this moment, Lin Song really couldn't get off the stage. After he saw the immortal spirit grass in Ling Yichen's hand, he knew that he was going to roll over today. However, he was more concerned about the immortal spirit grass in Ling Yichen's hand than the overturned car. Only his eyes were filled with greed and madness. Ha ha, immortal spirit grass. If I can obtain this immortal spirit grass and offer it to old ancestor, then old ancestor, whose lifespan is approaching, will be able to prolong his life, and then no one will be able to snatch the position of the next family head. His eyes gradually reddened, and he no longer bothered with the stone box. Directly, he said, "I admit defeat. The value of the immortal spirit grass is extremely expensive. I really can't afford 10 times the price. I'll buy this stone box for you. Here is 100,000 points. Even if it's the money I bought the stone box for, at this price, it definitely far exceeds the value of this stone box, right?" With that, he paid the mysterious woman a full 100,000 points before looking at Ling Yichen with a scorching gaze. "This immortal spirit grass of yours, how about selling it to me? I'm willing to pay 500,000 points for it." Lin Song reached out to grab the immortal spirit grass from W's hand, but he was stopped by W. Lin Song instantly changed his face. His voice was a bit huffy. "You guys don't know what's good for you. I'm willing to spend 500,000 points to buy it. That's because you're from the city of empty. If I don't want to sell you this face, today even if I kill you guys here, and forcefully snatch this immortal spirit grass, you guys can't do anything about me." With that, Lin Song's body abruptly erupted with a terrifying aura. As strong as he was also already B-ranked and extremely terrifying. In the face of his blunt threat, everyone present except Ling Yichen turned pale. "Damn it, you idiot, Why did you take out such a precious thing? What a pain in the ass. W looked at Ling Yichen with some grumbling. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, smiled somewhat awkwardly. It was he who had misjudged the value of this immortal spirit grass. Of course, it's not his fault. It's really because it's something he has too much of. In that small space where the deer corpse was stored, this kind of immortal spirit grass was all over the place. There were tens of thousands of them, if not 100,000. And other than that, there was even a heavenly immortal tree. If a single immortal grass is worth this much, how much would an immortal tree be worth? At this time, Ling Yichen was unexpectedly very uncharacteristically distracted. Angrily W lifted his foot and stomped hard on the back of his foot, but she didn't have the time to pay him any attention. She just turned her cold face towards Lin Song, raised a contact in her hand and said, "Oh, kill us, then you can try? Don't say kill me, even if you injure me in the slightest, as long as I cry out. My brothers and sisters in the 26-character Army Reserve Battalion will come down to the realm and break you into pieces, and wipe out the entirety of your Lin family." When these words came out, Lin Song also instantly changed color, and the madness and greed in his eyes became much less. He was, however, still staring intently at the jade box in her hand, his fists crunching. Immediately afterward, he looked around. As the ruckus on their side grew louder and louder, all 8 B-rank powerhouses from the entire black market leaned over and were staring at him with burning eyes. If he really dared to make a move, perhaps these 8 B-rank powerhouses would also make a move to suppress him. After all, this was an establishment run by the Gu family, who was also a member of the 6 great families and was not afraid of his Lin family in the slightest. Chapter 105, Ambush. In this instant, Lin Song thought a lot. This immortal spirit grass was something he had to get, but it couldn't be robbed by force here, at least not until after they left the black market. With that in mind, his mind was made up, only to hear him grunt, sweeping a glance at Ling Yichen's few people, a touch of mockery flashing under his eyes. Then without saying anything more, he pushed straight through the crowd and walked away. Once Lin Song left, the people watching the scene dispersed. Of course, there were quite a few people who were still paying attention to that immortal spirit grass, and the ones who paid the most attention were conversely the 8 B-ranked powerhouses guarding this place. However, they were only concerned and did not show any intention to snatch it. After all, this was their own territory, and even if they wanted to in their hearts, they wouldn't do it on their own turf. So after sweeping a few glances at that immortal spirit grass, they each went back to their posts. As the crowd dispersed, W also breathed a long sigh of relief. What she just said was actually a bluff. She wasn't able to call in her brothers and sisters from the 26th Word Army Reserve Battalion. And, well, she didn't have any so-called brothers and sisters. Prep camps are all about rivalry, and most of the time they can't wait for the other to die. That was why she extraordinarily cherished the relationship with Yi Qingju and the girls. Taking a deep breath and collecting her thoughts, she shoved the jade box in her hand back into Ling Yichen's hand and admonished, "You fool, don't you know that you can't show your wealth? To take out something so precious, aren't you afraid of being surrounded and killed? Don't look at this. Lin Song has already left. Maybe he went to call for help to surround us. Maybe the moment we step out of the black market is the moment we're rounded up." W gasped into a blowfish for a moment, his little face bulging. The faces of the remaining few were also covered in worry. Ling Yichen scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Sorry." Several people saw that he sincerely apologized, so they couldn't say anything else. They just turned back to look at Yen Russian behind them in unison. "You go. We don't need the protection of a spy who will reveal our whereabouts at any moment. It's our safety that's the biggest concern with you around," Yi Qingju said to Yen Russian with a cold expression. Inshan blinked his eyes and shook his head and hand at the same time, signaling that it was not him who had leaked his whereabouts. Yi Qingju frowned, and the rest of the few people also looked at him suspiciously. It's possible that it really wasn't him, but that we didn't pay enough attention to the details ourselves and got caught, W explained. After hearing this, Yi Qingju pursed her lips and still said, "Even so, we don't want you to follow us anymore. Just wait at the entrance of the black market and let us stroll around on our own." A helpless look flashed across Yen Shan's face before he finally nodded his head gently and turned around to walk towards the entrance of the black market. As soon as Yen Shan left, Yi Qingju also let out a long sigh. She still wasn't used to having people watching her at all times. Seeing this, Ling Yichen immediately reached out and held her, softly saying, "It's okay, it will pass." Yi Qingju instantly blushed slightly and nodded shyly, clasping Ling Yichen's fingers and interlocking them with his. As the storm temporarily receded, Ling Yichen turned his head to look at the mysterious woman in the stall. With the stone box in his hands, he also did not sense any other aura from the stall owner's body, and immediately nodded and smiled at her before taking back the treasures he had just taken out one by one into his storage ring, including the stone box. Although he wanted to open the stone box at the moment to see what was inside, after what had just happened, he no longer dared to try it easily, for fear of attracting further unnecessary trouble. It's better to wait until I get home. After packing everything up, the four of them didn't linger any longer and began to walk towards the other stalls. 2 hours later, the four of them had completely swept the black market. All four were rewarded. Ling-Chen bought some spiritual liquid that could help the little fairy deer recover its body as he wished. Although it was expensive, it was worth it. Seeing that it was getting late, the few people conferred and decided to end this trip to the black market. When the four of them walked out of the black market and returned to the entrance of the black market, they immediately saw that Yen Shan was waiting there with what appeared to be a grave expression on his face. When he saw the four come out, he immediately greeted them and reached out to gesture. The four of them instantly understood what he meant, and looked around in all directions. Ling-Chen, on the other hand, released his divine sense and sensed his surroundings. This sensation instantly caused his face to condense. Be careful. There are quite a few people lurking everywhere. There are 12 that I have spotted. All of them are at least upper C rank. There are at least 4 B rank powerhouses. The rest of the people changed their faces when these words came out. For B rank powerhouses, this was too powerful for them. Among the 5 of them, only Yen Russian was a true B rank. W and Yi Qingju were only medium C ranked combatants nowadays, and barely just upper C ranked if they used their crushing skills. As for Tian Yingying, her battle power was negligible. There was only Ling-Chen, whose battle power was incalculable, but it was still extremely difficult to face 4 B classes at once. Everyone be careful. Split up if you can't. You 3 go first. I'll stay behind. Their target should be me or the immortal spirit grass in my hand, Ling-Chen said in a deep voice. No, we'll go together if we have to. Yi Qingju was the first to refuse. W also said immediately, we won't leave you alone. Although Tian Yingying hadn't said anything, it was already clear from her eyes that she was ready to put up a fight. Faced with the reactions of a few people, Ling-Chen smiled warmly and then said, don't worry, I won't die. If you want to pin me down with just this many people, then you're underestimating me. With that, he twisted his head to look behind him at Yen Russian and asked, can I trust you? Yen Shan immediately nodded his head, and Ling-Chen smiled heartily. Good, then you take the 3 of them and go first. I'll break off. Saying that, he directly took out the jade box containing the immortal spirit grass from his storage ring and placed it in his hand in a grand manner. He did this so that those lurking would focus their goals on himself. When Yi Qingju's few people saw this, their faces turned very ugly, knowing that Ling-Chen was trying to use himself as a target to give them a chance to leave. Let's go first. Go back and call for help, W said while sizing up Ling-Chen. Yi Qingju's eyes flickered, as if she had 1,000 words to say, but in the end, she held back. She was seen clenching her fists and sweeping around with a fierce aura, deciding in her mind that she no longer wanted to be the one to be protected. Let's go. W pulled her and Tian Yingying and quickly walked in the other direction. Yen Shan glanced at Ling-Chen with a twinkle in his eyes, and then he followed the 3 girls. His mission was to protect Yi Qingju, so he definitely had to follow Yi Qingju. Once the 4 of them left, Ling-Chen in turn breathed a long sigh of relief. Only the corners of his lips were slightly raised, and a touch of cruelty and rapacity surfaced in his eyes. Come on, let me see what level I've reached with my hard training these days, and if I can fight a B-rank powerhouse. With this in mind, he took a big step forward and kept throwing the jade box in his hand up and down. With that, he moved forward a bit, away from the entrance to the black market. Even, to avoid residential areas, he made a point of heading towards the park's location, and it seemed to fit the lurkers' intentions. They hadn't made a move until the moment Ling-Chen appeared in the park. Those lurkers finally came out. Only 12 silhouettes appeared from all around Ling-Chen, and the one at the head was none other than Lin Song. At this moment, Lin Song's face was full of complacency. Tonight, not only was he going to take down that immortal spirit grass, he was also going to take down Ling-Chen. Leave your immortal spirit herb and left eye behind, and I can spare your life, Lin Song said coldly and humorously. Ling-Chen, however, snorted a smile as if he was looking at a little cutie, as if looking at Lin Song. Immediately afterward, a thin sound of footsteps resounded around them, only to see 12 giant Dobermans appearing behind Lin Song and the others at an unknown time. Lin Song's face was filled with disdain when he saw the 12 giant Dobermans appear. He wouldn't think that these 12 Dobermans would be able to change anything. Even though the aura on these 12 Dobermans wasn't weak, it still wasn't anything to him. At this moment, both Ling-Chen and Lin Song had enough confidence in themselves. The great battle, too, was imminent. On. Only hearing Lin Song let out a low shout, the remaining 11 people immediately swarmed up, and 3 of them even rushed towards Ling Yichen with an unrivaled aura. As they swung their fists in unison and smashed at Ling Yichen, obviously, they were the other 3 B-class powerhouses besides Lin Song. However, it was also at this time, only to see the 12 Dubans let out a low roar in unison, and a single tentacle of flesh and blood abruptly shot out from their bodies. These tentacles swept towards each of the 11 people at extremely terrifying speeds. It touched them almost instantly. Those 8 C-ranked powerhouses were not weak, and in the eyes of the average person, they were considered strong, but in Ling Yichen's case, they were scum. The moment their bodies were touched by the flesh and blood tentacles, they were immediately wrapped in flesh and blood, and after struggling for a few moments, they stopped moving. By the time it reappeared, it had already turned into a set of white bones, with not a single remnant of meat left behind. Only those 3 B-class powerhouses avoided the tentacles the moment they came at them, not letting the flesh and blood tentacles touch them in the slightest. In a short exchange of blows, Ling Yichen instantly strangled 8 of Lin Song's men, and what was originally a 12-man siege turned into only the 4 of them remaining in a matter of moments. They were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers alone. The worst part was that it was the first time they had seen such a bizarre attack. What the hell are you? Lin Song's eyes flickered, his insides filled with vigilance. His heart was still quite shocked when he killed 8 of his powerful men in a single glance. The eyes that looked at the 12 Dobermans changed, and Ling Yichen also had a mental change because of this encounter. They don't seem to be very strong. At least there is a big gap with Su Tianshang. Before, he had felt great pressure because he was facing Su Tianshang, so it was assumed that all B-class powerhouses were similar to Su Tianshang, and now once they crossed paths, he realized that wasn't the case. Su Tianshang was far more powerful than these people in front of him, and he even suspected that Su Tianshang could easily obliterate these few B-class powerhouses. So at this moment, he suddenly realized that he might just be able to handle all of them. Humph, if that's all you're capable of, then you can all go to hell tonight. Ling Yichen scoffed mercilessly. Chapter 106, Toys. As the words fell, the 12 Dobermans steeply began to change, only to see the flesh and blood tentacles on those 12 Dobermans' bodies begin to entwine and intermingle towards each other. In a matter of moments, the 12 giant Dobermans melted into a giant 3-headed dog with a body size of over 3 meters tall. Hundreds of flesh and blood tentacles surged from the body of this giant 3-headed dog, with 3 huge heads revealing ghastly fangs, and 6 eyes as red as blood, fiercely awe-inspiring. This kind of monster, anyone who looked at it would have to have chills in their heart, and the aura on its body had long since surpassed C rank and reached B rank, far surpassing even the 3 B rank powerhouses in front of it, and those 3 had already turned pale, looking at Lin Song in unison and shouting, "Young master, this monster's strength far exceeds ours. We have to call for more help." Lin Song's face was also unsightly at the moment. He had thought that he had brought with him 3 B-ranked powerhouses and 8 C-ranked middle and upper powerhouses, which would be enough to dry out Ling Yichen. Even, fearing that he would be seized by others to take the credit, he purposely hid it from everyone and quietly came here to ambush them. Unexpectedly, just one glance turned into this situation. Had he known that this Ling Yichen was so difficult to deal with, he should have told his father to send a few of his personal guards. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret, but there was no use regretting it. He looked back at the 3 with cold eyes and said in a low voice, "You 3 hold it back for a moment. I will take him down as soon as possible." With that, he gazed at Ling Yichen with a murderous intent. The 3-headed dog was certainly powerful, but Ling Yichen was average. At least he didn't feel any powerful aura from Ling Yichen's body, so he thought that as long as he took down Ling Yichen, then even if this 3-headed dog was as powerful as he was, it wouldn't help. Moreover, his current purpose was for Ling Yichen. If they could take down Ling Yichen, then all the sacrifices would be worth it. Therefore, it was only seen that the bones around his body crackled, and the aura on his body gradually climbed up, and the clothes on his body all automatically rose without wind. In the next second, he directly slammed his fist towards Ling Yichen. In an instant, the sound of wind and thunder exploded, and the space around the fist was vaguely distorted in some way. The Lin family was known for their strong physical strength, and the Lin family's body refining secret art, the dragon tackling 9 desolations, was even known as the #1 body refining secret art in the human realm. Lin Song from a young age with excellent natural talent. Cultivation is also extremely hard. 6 years old began to refine the body. Now 18 years old, the 9 deserts of the dragon escapement has been cultivated to the 5th desert. In fact, already have the power of the dragon escapement. The 9 wastelands of dragon tackling. The first wasteland can slaughter a bull with its bare hands. The second wasteland can tear a tiger with its bare hands. The third wasteland can lift an elephant with its bare hands. The fourth wasteland can strangle a python with its bare hands. The fifth wasteland can capture a dragon with its bare hands. The sixth wasteland can cleave a mountain. The 7 wastelands can part the sea. The 8 wastelands can shatter the air. And the 9 wastelands can cut down stars. So at this moment, Lin Song was actually very powerful. Based on physical strength alone, even Su Tianshang might not dare to receive it. Ling Yichen naturally felt the power of Lin Song's punch, but he wasn't the least bit afraid as he similarly extended his fist, intending to harden his fist against Lin Song's punch. In a flash, the two fists connected with only a crunching sound. Ling Yichen's fist instantly crumbled, like a hammer smashing on top of a tomato, which instantly burst. And Ling Yichen's fist is that tomato. Even, along with Ling Yichen's entire right arm, it crumbled. However, Ling Yichen didn't seem to care at all. On the contrary, he looked extremely happily at his burst right arm and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, not bad. Is this the power of the dragon tackling 9 desolations?" He had originally wanted to verify just how strong the dragon tackling 9 wastes was, as he had already obtained the dragon tackling 9 wastes secret art. If the dragon tackling 9 wastes wasn't powerful enough, then there was no need for him to waste time cultivating. Right now, he was very satisfied with the strength of the dragon tackling 9 wastes. Humph, out of your depth. Seeing that he had shattered Ling Yichen's right hand with a single punch, Lin Song's confidence instantly skyrocketed, thinking that he was going to take Ling Yichen down easily. Unexpectedly, Ling Yichen was smiling evilly, and in the next second, he only saw Ling Yichen's right hand grow again at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, he also realized that all those blood and broken flesh stained on his fists looked like they had come to life, instantly transforming into countless worms that began to burrow into his body. What is this thing? Lin Song was startled and instinctively shook his hand. At the same time, the divine power of the Dantian Qi Si erupted, only to see the fist instantly filled with red qi flames, which instantly burned most of the worms clean. But there were still a small number of red worms that didn't die, and he even saw white worms instantly burrowing into his skin and vanishing towards the inside of his body. This caused fear to grow in his eyes, as he had seen how those 8 C-ranked henchmen had died. However, fear was useless. Ling Yichen had deliberately used a wisdom worm in order to parasitize him. The power of the wisdom worms was undoubtedly strong. Even a B-ranked powerhouse could break through the defenses and successfully parasitize them. After completing the parasitism, Ling Yichen's eyes became playful when he saw Lin Song. Once parasitized, then Lin Song was his toy. Live and let live. It's entirely up to his mood. Therefore, he purposely waited for a few moments until the wisdom worms had completely occupied Lin Song's body, and only then did Ling Yichen grin. All that was heard was a flippant "kneel." In the next second, Lin Song's legs trembled uncontrollably. Then with a plop, he knelt straight down towards Ling Yichen, and this caused Lin Song to be terrified, with endless fear in his eyes, because he had no idea what was going on. His legs were completely out of his control. "What did you do to me?" Lin Song growled lowly. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, walked up to him and raised his hand to gently stroke the top of his head, as if he were a master stroking a beloved dog. He only raised his hand in a silencing gesture and then whispered, "Shu, let's get a good look at how your men handle my dogs." His gaze then locked onto the 3-headed giant dog fused by 12 Dobermans. At this moment, the 3 giant dogs were fighting 3 B-class powerhouses. When I say wrestling, I'm actually saying it's almost sadistic. The 3 giant dogs were stronger than any of the 3. Even if the 3 of them combined their efforts, they were still on par with the 3 giant dogs, but that's just scratching the surface. In fact, the blood and flesh of the 3 giant heads had already been stained on the bodies of the 3. In other words, the 3 had already been parasitized. The 3-headed giant was merely playing along with them. As expected, Ling Yichen felt tasteless after looking at it for a while. I only heard him snap his fingers, then said, "Alright, it's getting late. Don't waste time. Kill them all." As Ling Yichen's words fell, the bodies of those 3 B-ranked powerhouses instantly looked as if they had been struck by a fixation spell, and were directly unable to move. The next second their bodies began to festering from the inside out. Large chunks of flesh and blood fell from the body, transforming into countless worms and spirit worms. "Ah, young master, save me. Young master, help." The 3 of them let out miserable wails and looked towards Lin Song. However, he found that Lin Song had also lost his mind and was kneeling beside Ling Yichen with a dull gaze, and the result was self-evident. At this moment, the eyes of the 3 were filled with despair and fear. Without waiting for them to show too much emotion, their bodies had completely festered and turned into worms and spirit worms. The worms and spirit worms, on the other hand, automatically crawl towards the three-headed giant dog's body, and in an instant, they became one with the three-headed giant dog, and on their side of the battlefield, there were only 3 white bones left. In the face of this ending, Ling Yichen was very satisfied, only to see that he grabbed Lin Song's hair and lifted him up from the ground alive, then inquired, "Well, are you still satisfied with this result? When you came to round me up, did you ever think this would be your end?" Lin Song sniffed, and a flash of will to survive rose in his eyes. "You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I'm a direct descendant of the Lin family. I'm the next family head candidate of the Lin family. If you kill me, the Lin family won't let you go. The Lin family is far more powerful than you can imagine." Lin Song attempted to use the might of the Lin family to coerce Ling Yichen into releasing him. However, he had misjudged Ling Yichen's character. How could Ling Yichen be afraid of the Lin family? If he would be afraid of the Lin family, then he wouldn't have beheaded the 2 directors at the Preceptor Hall. If he was afraid of the 6 great families, he wouldn't have killed the people of the 6 great families. If he was afraid to fight with people, then he would have lurked and grown quietly a long time ago. In fact, he was warlike and murderous at heart. 6 years of captivity had long ago possessed an element of regicide in his character. He's going to kill anyone who tries to kill him. He wanted to vent his resentment at being imprisoned and abused. Only then could he find a shred of peace and he could sleep comfortably at night. So at this moment, facing Lin Song's coercion, he slowly revealed an oozing smile. "Can't kill you, ha ha ha." He laughed out loud, the madness in his eyes gradually revealing itself. "An ordinary person may fear the power of your Lin family, but I'm not an ordinary person. Not to mention your Lin family, even if the whole world were to make an enemy of me, I wouldn't be afraid, because I hate the world and the people in it. The people of your world are a bunch of trash." With that said, Ling Yichen fiercely exerted his force and directly tore off a piece of Lin Song's scalp, and this caused Lin Song to wail in pain until he let out a heartbreaking wail, and this hissing caused the madness in Ling Yichen's eyes to instantly dissipate a lot. He took a deep breath and pinched his brow before muttering to himself, "Almost done. I promise to let you out for a few minutes a day, but don't you go too far." After saying that, all of the swashbuckling and madness in his body dissipated as much as possible. He returned to his usual serenity and calmness. Even the 3-headed giant dogs disintegrated and reformed into 12 Dobermans, coming to his side, well behaved, and at this moment, Ling Yichen raised his eyes to look at Lin Song. His eyes were deep and profound, not seeing the slightest emotion. Even Lin Song at this moment felt that Ling Yichen seemed like a different person. Despite the fact that he had been tortured in extreme pain, he still opened his mouth and said, "If you let me go, I can exchange treasures with you. Whatever you want, I can give it to you, as long as you can spare me." At this moment, Lin Song's eyes were filled with pleading. He's scared and fearful. All his life, he has lived in extremely comfortable circumstances. Even after growing up to be rank, he had never really faced life and death. So at this moment, when he encountered someone like Ling Yichen, he was truly afraid. But Ling Yichen, however, gently shook his head and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, I can't keep you because you never showed any kindness to me from the very beginning. For people like you, I don't have any value in staying. Not to mention, if you're still alive, how can I allow Lin Hao to take the throne?" Hearing these words, Lin Song's eyes widened abruptly, filled with disbelief. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Lin Hao's second awakening and the tentacle on Lin Hao's chest. He was enlightened for a moment. He exclaimed, "It's you!" However, as soon as he opened his mouth, his entire face fell. Yes, his entire face as well as his scalp looked like a boiled goat's head that had slipped right off his skull. In an instant, the flesh and blood of his entire body turned into worms and spirit worms, and even a few white wise worms. Chapter 107, My Way. Lin Song died, and along with the 11 people he brought with him, they all died violently, all of them turning into worm nutrients. And this time, the harvest made even Ling Yichen ecstatic, because he harvested wise worms. The strength of the flesh and blood of a B-class powerhouse far exceeded that of a C-class, and directly gave birth to a wisdom worm. 4 were born from Lin Song's flesh and blood, and the other 3 B-ranked powerhouses each had 2, for a total of 6, which added up to 10 wisdom worms, 10 wise worms. How could this not make him happy? In addition to the wise worms, tens of thousands of spirit worms were also born, which was also a huge harvest. At this moment, he couldn't wait to go back to cultivate and condense these spirit insects and wisdom insects into his 5 viscera. He didn't make much of a stop, greeted the 12 dogs, and immediately left the park. He also had quite a lot of feelings in his heart about this battle. He had always thought that B-ranked powerhouses were an insurmountable chasm, but now it seemed that B-ranked powerhouses were nothing more than that. and he had easily decimated 4 of them. However, he also understood that this was unrelated to the fact that he had been practicing hard day and night these days. Also, because of the growth of a couple of the girls, he has gained a lot of money. As a matter of fact, he wasn't cultivating alone, but everyone was helping him to improve his strength. All the parasites were his helpers, and with each additional spirit bug, his strength rose by 1 point. That's why he was able to reach this level in such a short period of time. After this battle, he also has a clearer idea of his future path. That is to kill strong people and use their flesh and blood to cultivate spirit worms for faster results. Thinking so, he soon arrived near the hotel and was about to go back when he met Yi Qingzhu as well as W. Accompanying him were Yen Shan, Yuan Chang, and Yen Rohai, who he had previously met in the Genius Cadet class, and on the side of Yen Rohai, there was also a girl with a cool appearance and a novel in her hand. It was Yen Ruyu. Several people met Ling Yichen head-on and were stunned, then looked at him in puzzlement. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be tangling with those ambushes? This was a common sentiment among several people. After Yi Qingzhu returned, he quickly notified Yuan Qing to come to his aid. Yen Shan also sent a message to the family and then received support from Yen Ruhai and Yen Ruyu, because it was still their Yen family's guarding time. If Yi Qingzhu had any accidents during this time period, then he couldn't afford it. However, it seems to be unnecessary now. Are you alright? Yi Qingzhu looked at Ling Yichen with some doubt, but in her heart, she was extremely happy. Ling Yichen smiled and replied, nothing, what can I do? As he took Yi Qingzhu by the hand, he calmed her slightly agitated heart. Didn't you get ambushed? Where are those people who ambushed you? Yuan Qing inquired, though she had a vague answer in mind. However, Ling Yichen said with a bashful face, dead. At this moment, everyone looked at him in surprise, including that young girl, Yen Ruyu, who seemed indifferent. Dead? Yuan Chang, however, frowned furiously. Who's all there? Is Lin Tsung dead too? Yuan Chang's expression was horribly cold. Ling Yichen swept him a glance, then nodded his head and returned. Dead. In the next second, Yuan Chang immediately rebuked angrily. Are you crazy? How could you kill Lin Tsung? Do you know who he is? He's a direct descendant of the Lin family's head, his own son. Yuan Chang was truly enraged. But more than that, there was the fear that the Lin family would riot as a result. Kidding aside, decapitating the family's own son. This was definitely an incomparably significant matter when placed in any family. However, compared to Yuan Chang's shocked anger, the rest of the people were surprised, especially those from the Yen family. Lin Tsung and them were acquaintances, and they naturally knew Lin Tsung's strength, which was a solid B-class inferior. A strong person who could hold the position of a family head, killed just like that? They actually have some disbelief, yet there was some belief in it, as Ling Yichen had no need to lie about this. After all, killing the son of the Lin family's head was not something to brag about. However, after hearing Yuan Qing's rebuke, Ling Yichen suddenly laughed, an extremely cold and chilling laugh, only to hear him say quietly, then what does Teacher Yuan think I should do? Lin Tsung brought 3 B-ranked powerhouses and 8 mid to upper C-ranked powerhouses to surround and kill me. Am I supposed to reason with them? Ask them not to kill me? Or should I just fold my arms and let them beat and kill me? When these words came out, Yuan Chang also choked. She hurriedly returned. I don't mean that. I am trying to say that it is fine for other people to kill. But Lin Tsung, what's wrong with Lin Tsung? Is it just because he's a direct disciple of the Lin family that I should be afraid of him? And in the face of his several beatings and several chases, I should still greet him with a smile on my face and tell him not to come and kill me in the future? Yes? Ling Yichen's face had a fierce aura, and his body was surging with endless killing intent, and Yuan Chang was a bit shocked by the sight. I, Ling Yichen, ask myself if I'm not a good person, but I'm definitely not some 10 evil and extremely vicious person either. I'm not going to give anyone else a hard time if they don't mess with me, but if they're going to come after me, then they have to be prepared to be exterminated by me. Even if I don't have the ability to exterminate him at the moment, then I will find my way back later. Whoever wants to kill me, then I will. I don't care if you are one of the 6 great clans or the 8 camps. I have no fear. The big deal is death. But if I am allowed to live, then you all have to be ready to be pestered by me for the rest of your lives. This is my Tao. My killing Tao. At this moment, everyone present was silent. They could all feel the unstable aura on Ling Yichen's body. The killing nature was extremely strong, as if a ferocious beast that had been suffocating for countless years had suddenly broken out of its cage. Alas, you killed Lin Tsung. Then I'm afraid you won't survive. Yuan Qing sighed. As the words fell, a terrifying aura suddenly descended, blocking off the entire area in an instant. The faces of everyone present changed. Even Yuan Cheng's complexion changed drastically as he instantly rushed in front of Ling Yichen, shielding him behind him. Damn it, it's Lin Song's Dao protector. As the first son of the Lin family's head, and also the future successor of the family head, Lin Song naturally had a Taoist protector. On normal days, this Dao protector would always protect Lin Song from life and death threats. Only tonight, Lin Song was too arrogant and smart. In order to grab the credit, he even hid it from the Taoist protector, and quietly brought people to surround and kill Ling Yichen, which gave Ling Yichen the opportunity to decapitate him. If they were placed in normal times, even if Ling Yichen's skills were great, he was afraid that it would be difficult to kill Lin Song. Elder Lin Hong, let's have a talk. This is all a misunderstanding, Yuan Cheng said aloud. His voice carried out as if it was the sound of Brahma in the heavens. However, in the next second, an angry voice rang out. Misunderstanding? Humph, Lin Song is dead. Then there is no misunderstanding. Today there must die to quell the anger of the Lin family. As the words fell, a huge palm steeply appeared in the void, and that palm slashed directly towards Ling Yichen. It was a palm condensed from the externalization of divine power, and its strength was extremely terrifying. Even when Yuan Cheng saw this palm, he instantly shouted, "Retreat, you guys!" When the crowd heard this, they all retreated out backwards, but only Ling Yichen did not retreat. The man was coming for him in the first place, so what reason did he have to back out? However, when Yuan Cheng saw that he didn't retreat, he backhanded him with a palm strike on his chest, knocking him back a few steps. In the next second, the huge palm condensed by divine power fell. Yuan Cheng, on the other hand, made quick seals with her hands, and in an instant, a huge Taiji diagram appeared under her feet. Immortal Dao's secret technique, Immortal Tripod. The Taiji diagram quickly surged upwards, and a huge immortal cauldron appeared from the Taiji diagram to meet that huge palm. This was likewise an immortal cauldron condensed out of divine power, only that it was much weaker than that palm, as could be seen from its aura and form. Sure enough, the moment the tripod collided with the hand, the immortal tripod instantly burst, shattering even the Taiji diagram. Pust! Yuan Cheng instantly spat out blood furiously and staggered back several steps. However, the shattering of the immortal cauldron and the Taiji diagram barely withstood this attack. It was Yuan Cheng who had suffered a heavy blow all of a sudden, and his entire aura turned extremely shriveled. Teacher! Yi Qingju instantly rushed over, his eyes full of worry. Seeing Yi Qingju rushing towards him, Yen Ruoshan Yen Ruohai Yen Ruyu also instantly rushed up, protecting Yi Qingju inside. Boys of the Yen family, are you guys involved in this as well? Or are you going to go against the Six Family Alliance and make enemies of my Lin family? When these words came out, all three of them changed their faces. The three of them glanced at each other and immediately bowed respectfully to the void. But they did not speak. They only grabbed Yi Qingju with their backhand and directly dragged Yi Qingju along with Yuan Cheng to the back. Let go of me. Let me go help Yichen. Yi Qingju struggled. Don't move. You're just sending yourself to death if you go. Lin Hong is already a peak B-class existence, and he's just a foot away from A-class. 100 of you going out there is just sending yourself to death. Quick, you guys go to the school and call my teacher. Only my teacher can suppress him. After Yuan Cheng finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The three members of the Yen family looked at each other, and in the end, it was Yen Ruohai who nodded his head before running directly towards the school. On the other side, as a few people retreated, there was only Ling Yichen and W on the field. W's expression was very grave, and the mark in the center of his brow had long since flickered with light. On the contrary, Ling Yichen's face was also grave, but his eyes were filled with excitement and madness. With him killing the four Lin Song people, he now had a certain knowledge of his own strength, and against the lower B rank, he could abuse them. As for the rest, it remains to be verified, and right now, it's the perfect time to verify it. Back off, let me try this old boy's skills. Saying that, he took a step forward and snapped his fingers. The 12 Dobermans immediately arrived at his side. Countless worms began to pour into him from the bodies of the 12 Dobermans. He was going to incorporate all of the spirit worms and wisdom worms that he had just gotten from devouring Lin Song's few people into his body to enhance his strength. Chapter 108, Crushing. With tens of thousands of spirit insects as well as 10 spirit insects in his body, the aura of Ling Yichen's body instantly skyrocketed, and a powerful aura surged out. However, without waiting for him to condense these spirit insects and wisdom insects into his 5 viscera, a huge palm of divine power once again appeared in the void. The palm directly smashed towards Ling Yichen, while Ling Yichen directly gave up resisting, intending to use his physical body to harden himself. W saw this, but she let out a low curse, and in the next second, she was seen violently spreading her wings and angrily shouting, "Unblock!" In the next second, a huge golden wheel of light blossomed from beneath her feet, and her brow instantly released endless sacred power. Sacred power rushed up to the sky, forming a pillar of rushing gold. The golden pillar charged straight into that divine palm, piercing through it, but it failed to stop the palm from falling. It was also at this moment, within the golden pillar of light, a pair of golden armor, a crown, and two golden straight swords slowly floated out from W's brow, and then surged against the wind. When these things skyrocketed to the size of an adult, the armor instantly covered over W's body, and the crown was quietly perched on top of W's head, and the two golden straight swords even automatically went above W's hands. This moment's W was like a goddess descending to the world, divine light enveloping her body, her breath soaring, and in an instant, she had reached an intensity with Su Tianshang. Kill! Only hearing her burst out, she raised her twin swords and chopped towards that divine power hand. The gigantic divine power hand was instantly twisted into pieces by her twin swords, eventually crumbling into channels of divine power that collapsed. At that moment, Lin Hong's voice once again came from the void, worthy of being a god's guard. Unfortunately, you're still just a reserve. If it's a real god's guard, then even I would have to back off, and now you're too weak. As the words fell, only to see the palm of divine power appear in the void once again. Only this time it wasn't one, but two. Moreover, it was no longer just a palm slapping down, but rather, it was transformed into a fist, with two huge fists of divine power smashing against W from both sides. W's face was filled with gravity. She was clear about her own strength. Being able to unblock the divine artifact was already not easy. The consumption of maintaining the divine artifact was close to emptying her, and didn't have any extra divine power to perform divine techniques. So, she was also gritting her teeth and going hard. Rumble. Two fists slammed down, and her body instantly smashed into the ground like a cannonball launched out of a cannon, smashing the ground into a huge crater. Pust. She also spat out blood one after another. At the same time, the divine armor, divine crown and divine sword on her body instantly turned into golden light and dissipated. She did her best. She raised her eyes to look at Lingyichen, but she could only see a back. She immediately cursed angrily. "Little bastard, I can only help you here." When she finished, she lay down helplessly at the bottom of the pit and let out a long sigh. At this moment, she also realized how weak she was, defenseless against a peak B rank. At that moment, Yan Ruyu jumped into the deep pit, bringing her to Yiqingzhu's side and leaving the battlefield to Lingyichen and Lin Hong. At this moment, Lingyichen was already condensing his 5 viscera. He didn't actually need W to go up and fight for his life. He had intended to use Lin Hong to verify the strength of his physical body. The last time he faced Ileana's divine attack, his body directly collapsed, and now that his body had been strengthened by several notches, he wanted to see if his physical strength was able to harden Lin Hong's blow. However, W's outburst was also useful. At least it helped him buy a bit of time to condense these tens of thousands of spirit worms and 10 wisdom worms into his 5 viscera. When the condensation was completely over, only Lingyichen's body steeply blossomed with 5-colored divine light. The number of Homo sapiens in the main formation reached 20. The number of spirit worms in the auxiliary formation reached a terrifying 17,200. Strength skyrocketed several times. He raised his eyes to look into the void, and under the vision of his left eye, a middle-aged or old man with slightly mottled hair was standing still high up in the sky, with a pair of divine power feathers gently swaying behind him, and the divine power on the surface of his body flowing around him like a coiled dragon. This was Lin Song's protector, Lin Hong. The two of them stared at each other across the air, and Ling Yichen's eyes were filled with excitement and madness. He didn't fear Lin Hong, the so-called Tao protector, in the slightest, because he was confident that Lin Hong couldn't kill himself. Today he was long gone from the time he had just escaped the lab. He now had tens of thousands of parasites, if not 100,000. And even more so, he had Ling Yishuan as his doppelganger. Even if this body was destroyed, he could be reborn instantly. So he nonchalantly hooked his finger at Lin Hong and said, "You're the old dog guarding Lin Song, aren't you? Come on, if you're capable you can kill me today. Let's see if you've got the skills." When these words came out, Lin Hong was instantly furious. How can he say that he is also a peak B grade, but also the elder of the Lin family, higher than the Lin family's head of a generation? Even the Lin family's head of the family had to bow and call him Uncle Hong when he saw him. Right now, but he was humiliated by Ling Yichen. He instantly became furious. His divine power surged out and infused into his right fist, directly smashing at Ling Yichen. His dragon tackling 9 wastes had already been cultivated to 6 wastes perfection, and he could split a mountain with his bare hands. not to mention a milquetoast teenager in front of him. With one punch, space erupted with a rumbling sound, like a meteorite falling, directly towards Ling Yichen. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, was all smiles and eyes full of madness as he greeted the unrivaled punch with great generosity. Boom! The earth shook and dust rose to the sky. The earth chapped out countless cracks where Ling Yichen had been. A huge deep pit appeared, and Ling Yichen was nowhere to be seen. No! Yi Qingju was instantly excited to the point of tears and wanted to rush over, but was tightly held by Yan Ruyu. In the next second, only a silhouette slowly coalesced in the bottom of the pit, and in an instant, it turned into a brand new Ling Yichen. Ling Yichen, who had regained his human form, moved his limbs, and the madness on his face had dissipated, replaced by elation. Taking a hard punch from Lin Hong, the body was indeed burst, but not completely. The burst was only the surface body part, just like the last time in the small space where the deer corpse was stored. The power of the immortal spirit could only erode away the surface, and when it was about to approach the five viscera, the five-colored divine light resisted everything, and this time, it was even easier than the last time. Lin Hong's punch only broke his skin and a little bit of muscle, and the broken part was all made up of worms. There were quite a few dead worms in a flash as well, but it didn't matter. Instead, as he blasted with this punch, some of the worms devoured Lin Hong's divine power and evolved instead. With this punch, at least hundreds of worms evolved into spirit worms. Ha ha, comfortable, very comfortable. Come on, come on, come on again. Ling Yichen laughed and hooked his finger at Lin Hong. Since taking a beating could evolve a spirit bug, he didn't mind using Lin Hong as a whetstone. As for Lin Hong at this moment, he was frowning slightly. As he was high up in the sky, he was able to clearly see the changing condition of Ling Yichen's body. He saw that Ling Yichen's body was blown up, but it immediately recovered, and that five-colored divine light on him. Why did it look so familiar? In the next second, he thought of Zhen Yiming and what that guy had done back then, and a cold aura steeply surfaced in his pupils. So it's because you've learned that brat's secret technique. Since that's the case, it's all the more reason why I can't keep you. Thinking so, a large sword suddenly appeared in Lin Hong's hand, and with the infusion of divine power, the large sword instantly blossomed with divine aura. Lin Hong held a large sword, his eyes gazing at Ling Yichen, and Ling Yichen instantly felt a great oppression. The space around him seemed to turn sticky, affecting his movements. Die! Lin Hong bellowed, his hands raised the greatsword in his hands high, and with a slash, a huge blade shadow enlarged dozens of times fell out of thin air, and in an instant, it arrived in front of Ling Yichen. Ling Yichen also reacted instantly, only to see his body immediately turn into a gelatinous state before disintegrating into several meatballs of varying sizes. Rumble! As the shadow of the blade fell, the earth was chopped out into a terrifying gully, and the surrounding buildings were overthrown in an instant. But Ling Yichen was unharmed. Several meatballs of varying sizes quickly condensed and reshaped themselves into Ling Yichen's appearance. Only his expression didn't look too good, even though he had no fear of Lin Hong's attacks and wouldn't be killed by him. But he lacks a strong comeback. All along, he had relied on parasites to exterminate his opponents, but that only works for the average person. Facing an opponent of Lin Hong's level, it was very difficult to parasitize him, which led to the fact that there was no way for him to inflict effective damage on Lin Hong right now, and he could only let him attack. After this is over, I'll have to cultivate some powerful attacks before I can do so, Ling Yichen secretly pondered, while Lin Hong failed to land a blow and swung his sword again. It was also at this time that a cold hum rang out. Lin Hong, how dare you have the audacity to strike at my disciple? In the next second, Zhen Yiming and Lu Yuan instantly appeared in front of Ling Yichen. Only Lu Yuan raised his hand, and without seeing any extra movements, he just flexed his fingers and flicked. In an instant, space distorted and that blade shadow instantly collapsed. Not only that, Lin Hong himself was also trembling violently, a wisp of blood slowly spilling out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Lin Hong looked down at Lu Yuan with a face full of horror, and his previous arrogance was long gone. Zhen Yiming, Lu Yuan, you still dare to come out? Are you not afraid of being? Before he finished speaking, he only saw Lu Yuan raise his hand and shake it against the void. The space around Lin Hong was instantly twisted and turbulent, and then with a bang, Lin Hong's body exploded, transforming into a handful of blood mist that dispersed in a gorgeous and incomparable manner. It was at this point that Lu Yuan said in a mute voice, I'll leave you alive today, if you still dare to make a move against someone from my lineage. Even if Lin Jin comes in person, I'll still let his godly form be destroyed. As the words fell, the dispersed blood mist quickly coalesced and turned back into Lin Hong. It was just that at this moment, Lin Hong's breath had withered to the extreme. His face was as white as paper, and the look in his eyes towards Lu Yuan was no longer one of panic, but of fear. It's too strong, so powerful that even he was defenseless. I'm afraid that only Lin Jin, the oldest ancestor of the Lin family, is capable of fighting him. Lin Hong glanced at them and didn't dare to say anything else, instantly disappearing far away. 300,000 words. Drum roll. Thanks for the company, and I hope I can keep writing to the end. Chapter 109, Stonebox Bug Tire. Shocking. Intense shock. At this moment, everyone was looking at Lu Yuan with incomparable shock. It's just too powerful. Lin Hong would have been powerful enough, but Lin Hong was like a lost dog in front of Lu Yuan, easily having his body blown up and then fleeing in disgrace. Master, you're here. Yuan Chang walked up to Lu Yuan with a vegetable face, somewhat ashamed. Lu Yuan just lightly swept a glance at her and didn't say anything. At this time, Ling Yichen also walked over and shouted respectfully at Lu Yuan. 10th Master. Lu Yuan nodded gently as a response, then swept a glance at him, a flash of surprise in his eyes. This was because the Ling Yichen at this moment, his aura was much more powerful than it had been in the morning. How could he not be surprised that Ling Yichen had grown so much in just a few hours? Sorry for the trouble, Ling Yichen apologized. Because of him, it caused both Yuan Cheng and W to be injured, and even almost appeared to be life-threatening. I heard that your brat killed Lin Yaotian's son? The old master suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. Lin Yaotian, naturally, was the current head of the Lin family? Ling Yichen was a bit embarrassed and nodded gently. However, in the next second, the old man heavily slapped Ling Yichen on the shoulder and said happily, "Good kill." This time, Ling Yichen was shocked. Not only Ling Yichen, the rest of the few people also looked at the old man in surprise. The old man, on the other hand, was excited and said, "Long ago someone should come out and clean up these bastard families. You kid did a great job. When you meet those arrogant contraptions, you should slaughter a few to boost your morale. It's just a bit of a pity that I didn't manage to slaughter that Lin Hong as well. I've been looking at him with displeasure for a long time. In the end, you're still weak and a bit stupid. You're a beast master. You're a beast master yet you're competing with someone for physical strength and strength of power? You should use poisonous insects to bite him. And don't you have some dogs? Use the dogs to bite him." Ling Yichen instantly smiled bitterly and replied, "Master, it's useless. At Lin Hong's level, ordinary pets can't do any effective damage to him, unless I can contract a Lord-level demonic beast. A Lord-level demonic beast is a B level in its juvenile stage and can reach a level when it reaches adulthood. With a pet of this strength, not to mention Lin Hong, even a stronger one would be able to fight." Hearing this, the old man immediately looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan immediately said in a mute voice, "In a while, I'll take you out for a trip." Ling Yichen was instantly overjoyed, with senior uncle leading the way, not to mention the lord level, even divine beasts, magical beasts or immortal beasts would have hope. After all, he knew that Lu Yuan possessed the strength to kill an adult immortal beast. "Thank you master." Ling Yichen respectfully expressed his gratitude. "Alright, it's getting late. Let's all go back and rest early," the old master greeted, and then he whirled around and walked over to Ling Yichen, handing over 2 secret spells. When Ling Yichen scanned it, he instantly saw that the 2 secret techniques were written on them, the speech spirit technique, and the divine walking technique. "It is?" The old master, on the other hand, mysteriously came over and said, "The speech spirit technique of the speech family and the divine walking technique of the Su family. One is the main attacker and the other is the main escapee. So in the future when you encounter a strong enemy, if you can fight, you fight. If you can't, you run." Ling Yichen smiled bitterly once again. How did this old man get something so important? This was a secret method that belonged exclusively to the Yen and Su families and would not be leaked easily, and ordinary people would not dare to cultivate it. The old master seemed to be aware of Ling Yichen's thoughts, and said indifferently, "Feel free to cultivate. They won't dare to do anything to you, because this was originally something that belonged to us, only to be snatched by these bandits of theirs for their own." Ling Yichen was flabbergasted. Looks like there's quite a story there. Immediately, he was not polite and directly put away the 2 secret laws. It just so happened that he lacked powerful attack secret techniques right now. The old master then explained one more time, "You don't need to worry about the Lin and Lei family's side. I'll go negotiate with them on your behalf with my senior brother to help you solve these problems. You just need to cultivate well." After that, he and Lu Yuan left with Yuan Chang. Ling Yichen also immediately led Yi Qingzhu and W towards the hotel. When they returned to the hotel, Tian Yingying's family as well as Tang Wan were all in a hurry, and seeing that Yi Qingzhu and W were both badly injured, a few of them had even more ugly expressions. "Mom, I'm fine. I'll be fine after resting for a night," Yi Qingzhu soothed. W, on the other hand, Fei Li swept a glance at Ling Yichen before revealing a haughty look at him and said, I was injured for your sake, so from today onwards, you'll have to serve this young lady well. Ling Yichen smiled lightly, then performed a knight salute and said, as you wish, my great lady. Their fussing, in turn, eased everyone's mood, and after a few adults gave their routine greetings, they went to their respective rooms, leaving only the 4 young men gathered in the living room. Not long after, the 3 members of the Yen family also left individually, as it was time for the shift change. The shift change was made by a young man from the military, whose appearance caught the eye of several young men, because this person had a height of almost 2 meters, with deep contours of his features, and like W, he was a mixed race, with brown hair and blue eyes, quite handsome and upright. The 3 girls all belonged to the age of love, and at first glance, when they saw him, they immediately moved their eyes a little, including Yi Qingzhu. This caused Ling Yichen to inexplicably feel a crisis. However, he soon relieved the crisis, because he found a chance to shake hands with him once, and directly parasitized a wisdom worm into his body. This person's strength also had reached B rank, but it was the same as Lin Song's, just the lower B rank, and in order to be able to complete the parasitization without being detected by him, he had decided to use the wisdom worm parasitism. After successfully parasitizing him, Ling Yichen didn't put him in his eyes. If this kid really dared to dig at him, he didn't mind turning him into a white bone, and anyway, killing a B-ranked powerhouse brought in enough revenue to make his heart skip a beat. After completing the parasitism, Ling Yichen chatted with a few more girls for a while before returning to his room. After returning to his room, Ling Yichen immediately summarized tonight's battle. My strength should be around B-rank medium right now, and if I put my life on the line, B-rank upper class can fight. For those of lower B rank, Homo sapiens can parasitize without a trace. Su Tiansheng's strength should be upper class B, W with unblocked. It can also reach the upper B class, but it lasts for a very short period of time, probably just about 2 minutes. Lin Hong, pinnacle of class B, only 1 step away from class A. The difference between a peak B rank and an upper B rank is at least 5 to 10 times greater. The same goes for the gap between the lower B class and the middle and upper class. It's really true that the difference of a small realm is a world of difference. The later one reaches, every step is extremely important. Thinking so, he immediately took out the dragon tackling 9 desolations, the speech spirit technique, the divine walking technique, and that stone box from his storage ring. Tonight, he had already seen the power of the dragon tackling 9 wastes. With such a powerful destructive force based on the strength of his flesh alone, this dragon tackling 9 wastes was worthy of being the #1 body refining secret art in the human realm. Ling Yichen had already decided to properly cultivate this dragon tackling 9 wastes. As for the speech spirit technique and divine walking technique, Ling Yichen didn't underestimate them either. Since they were the secret arts of the Yen and Su families, they naturally had their extraordinary features, so he wasn't going to set it aside and learn it altogether. Finally, he locked his eyes on the stone box. That's what he's most concerned about. This stone box gave him a very peculiar feeling. It was a call from the depths of his soul. He picked up the stone box and scrutinized it. The stone box was not big, the same size as a glasses case, and there was no energy fluctuation in his hand, but he could sense that there was an extremely weak lifeform inside the stone box. He carefully broke the lid of the stone box, which did not loosen, but instead stirred up a wave of energy. Only a shallow pattern of light shimmered on top of the stone box, and the pattern of light flowed. This should be a kind of prohibition to prevent others from opening the stone box at will. However, Ling Yichen had a feeling of being blessed to the core, and with a thought, all of a single wisdom worm appeared in his hand, then climbed on top of the stone box and began to devour the light pattern. Sure enough, light patterns could be devoured. Moreover, after the wisdom worm devoured this light pattern, its body began to emit a soft light, and its breath increased to a certain extent, vaguely tending to evolve towards the kingworm. Nay, there was only one light pattern, and it was so old that too much energy had escaped. If it was a complete light pattern that hadn't escaped, odds were that it would be able to evolve this wisdom bug into a king bug. As the light patterns were swallowed up and the stone box was devoid of restrictions, Ling Yichen once again reached out and broke the stone box. In an instant, the lid of the stone box loosened, revealing a slit. Ling Yichen only felt an extremely ancient aura coming over him. However, in the next second, Ling Yichen suddenly sensed an unprecedented danger. He instinctively stepped back and dodged out of the way. Sure enough, only to see a golden light flashing from within the cracks of the stone box, directly shooting onto the wall behind him, which instantly cracked open countless gaps. Ling Yichen raised his eyes and immediately saw an insect cocoon as big as the knuckle of his index finger appear on top of the wall. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Just a worm cocoon had that much power? He was also shocked beyond words. He hurriedly opened the stone box and immediately saw a worm the size of an index finger joint lying within it. The bug was golden, as if cast from gold, with 6 legs on its abdomen and long tentacles on its head. Other than that, the whole was no different from a caterpillar. This little guy, did he just hatch? Ling-Yi-Chen was a bit surprised. Ling-Yi-Chen didn't dare to move it rashly, as it could sense the power of this little caterpillar. Even if it had only just hatched, the feeling it gave Ling-Yi-Chen was quite dangerous. But there was a homogeneous attraction in the midst of the danger, as if it and he were supposed to be one. Chapter 110, Divine Evolution. However, just as Ling-Yi-Chen was planning to take a good look at it, a sudden change occurred, only to see this caterpillar's body steeply trembling twice before it began to violently twist and roll, and its originally weak life breath was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on? Ling-Yi-Chen was taken aback. At this moment, he no longer cared if it was dangerous or not. Reaching out directly, he took it out of the stone box, then cut his fingertip and dripped blood onto it to nourish it with his blood. And it was also sure of the fact that he and the caterpillar were of the same family and origin, and decided that his blood would be effective against it. And it was true. His blood was immediately absorbed by the caterpillar after he infused it with his blood. The rate at which the caterpillar's life breath was escaping eased, but it still didn't solve the problem. The breath of life escaped far faster than the blood could relieve it, and it was still dying at a rate visible to the naked eye. Ling-Yi-Chen was anxious in his heart and immediately took out a strain of immortal spirit grass and directly crushed it, causing it to turn into pure immortal spirit power and pour it into the body of the caterpillar. At this point, the escape of the caterpillar's life breath was terminated. Ling-Yi-Chen also took a long breath. Just when he thought it was over, the caterpillar's body began to age rapidly. Yes, a layer of insect molt quickly condensed on the surface of its physical body, then flaked off, then regenerated the molt, then flaked off again. In the blink of an eye, several insect molts appeared on Ling-Yi-Chen's hands, and Harry Bean's body rapidly aged in a constant worm molt until it was stiff and silent. Ling-Yi-Chen was completely dumbfounded. He didn't even have a chance to save it. Of course, he didn't know how to save it. He had used everything he could. Looking at the already dead caterpillar, Ling-Yi-Chen sighed softly. He reached out and tried to put the caterpillar back into the stone box. Then just as he moved, the caterpillar directly turned into pieces, and so did those insect molts. Strangely enough, these broken pieces of powder, however, suddenly formed a fog roll and drilled into Ling-Yi-Chen's mouth and nose. In the next second, Ling-Yi-Chen only felt that his entire body was on fire, and every cell in his entire body felt like it had been greatly stimulated and hyperactive, and he disintegrated from human form to worm form in a flash. Every cell in his circumference turned into a worm. Millions of worms and more than 10,000 spirit worms and 19 wisdom worms were stacked on top of each other. Ling-Yi-Chen wanted to return to his human form, intending to, but found that he couldn't do it, because all the worms, the spirit worms, the wise worms, were high as if they were high on drugs, high as if they were out of control. A few seconds later, something that shocked Ling-Yi-Chen happened, only to see that among those millions of worms, a large number of them quickly evolved into spirit worms. 10, 000, 50, 000, 100, 000, 200, 000, 300, 000. Almost instantly a full million worms evolved into spirit worms. This caused Ling-Yi-Chen to be so shocked that he lost his train of thought. A million spirit worms, and it continues to evolve. What was even more terrifying was that the intelligent worms also evolved quickly among these spirit worms. 5, 10, 20. A few moments later, hundreds of wise worms appeared. Ling-Yi-Chen was completely unaware of what was happening. At this moment, it was like his spiritual will was detached from his body, and he could only watch silently like a bystander as his body underwent a bizarre evolution. It took half an hour for this evolution to end completely, and he had finally gained control of his body. He quickly condensed out of his human form and returned to his original appearance. Then he began to scrutinize the changes in his body, and with this examination, he was directly shocked to the point that he could stuff a large duck egg in his mouth. Jesus! 4 million spirit worms, 400 wise worms, 19 king worms. Ling-Yi-Chen's scalp tingled with some disbelief. He checked again, twice, 3 times. Every time he checked, he was shocked. Indeed, it was 4 million spirit worms, 400 wise worms and 19 king worms. What exactly is that caterpillar? Why is it that the mere corpse of a caterpillar can cause my body to undergo such a terrifying evolution? Ling-Yi-Chen couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it, because it simply wasn't a power he could access right now. But it stepped down to the point where he took the big one and absorbed it, and that's how this evolution happened. Once again, he felt the power in his body, and there was a touch of madness in his eyes. My current physical strength has increased by at least 100 times. 100 times. I was able to abuse the lower B rank ones before. So what level have I reached now? Class A? Or S class? Can I slap Master Lu over now? The first thing that came to his mind was his senior uncle Lu Yuan, because this was the most powerful person he had met so far. But he quickly calmed down, because he was no longer the same wight who had just escaped from the heavenly god's laboratory. After experiencing tonight's great battle, he realized that the level of strength was not only based on the strength of the physical body, but also on the divine secret techniques and combat experience. His current body strength was indeed extremely terrifying to the point of being heaven-defying. But that only means he has high physical strength. It doesn't mean he can crush anyone. His biggest drawback was his lack of means of attack and combat experience. He could make sure he didn't die, but that was about it. When encountering the kind of people who possessed powerful divine secret techniques, it was possible that they would still fall in the gutter. And what he had to do now was to transform his physical might into substantial strength. For example, practicing the 10,000 insects casting body method. Before, it was because of the lack of spirit worms and wisdom worms, but now, he had enough spirit worms, enough wisdom worms, and even had a king worm. He could cultivate the 10,000 insects casting body technique to his heart's content to touch the limit of the 5 viscera realm. As soon as he thought of it, he immediately sat down on his knees and began to cultivate the 10,000 insects casting body technique. He cultivated the main formation first, because the number of wise worms in the main formation determined the number of spirit worms in the auxiliary formation. He then began to condense a single wisdom worm into his heart. As one by one the wise worms were condensed into the heart, Ling Yichen's heartbeat became louder and louder. And when the number of wise worms reached 360, the heartbeat sounded like thunder. And at this stage, Ling Yichen also realized that the main formation was completely saturated, and it was no longer difficult to condense it. It looks like the limit of the main formation is 360, so accordingly, the limit of the auxiliary formation is 6 million, and I now have 4 million spirit insects, just enough to cultivate to the limit. Ling Yichen immediately began to condense the spirit worms into the remaining 4 organs. Little by little, the time passed and it was dawn. When the first glimmer of morning light lit up outside the window, Ling Yichen's body also steeply blossomed with a strong and incomparable 5-colored divine light. At this moment, Ling Yichen's body was like a treasured body. The 5 organs within his body emitted 5-colored divine light that surrounded his entire body. And Ling Yichen was like a god king, bathing in the 5-colored divine light. Ling Yichen slowly opened his eyes, only to see that within the pupils at the center of his eyes, 2 golden king worms emitted golden auras before quickly fading away. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, looked at his own body, and a look of delight appeared on his face. The 5 viscera realm, completely accomplished. He got up violently, with an unconcealable look of joy on his face. The 5 viscera realm was completely accomplished, and he would be opening the next realm of cultivation. Moreover, with the complete achievement of the 5 viscera realm, he felt more and more a sense of being reborn as a human being. With a thought, the 5-colored divine light converged, and he reshaped into his usual appearance. However, he was no longer the same Ling Yichen from last night. At this moment, he had absolute confidence that he was strong enough to tough it out with Lin Hong just based on the strength of his physical body. Collecting all his thoughts, he went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, he planned to go out and buy some breakfast back while everyone was still up, saving Tang Wan from having to do it. However, when he walked out of the room, he realized that Tang Wan also happened to come out of the room. The 2 men touched and looked at each other at once. "Good morning, Auntie," Ling Yichen said with a smile on his face. Tang Wan, on the other hand, quietly looked at him for a few seconds, a flash of color flashing in the depths of her eyes before she returned. "You look like you're different." Ling Yichen raised his eyebrows and returned. "Oh, how is it different?" Ling Yichen was actually a bit surprised. He was indeed different, but if even Tang Wan, an ordinary person, could tell that it was different, it was still a bit shocking. "It's really quite amazing though. Well, you've become handsome, like you've grown up a lot overnight," Tang Wan said with a smiling face. Then without waiting for Ling Yichen to reply, she directly walked towards the sweet's own kitchen. "Auntie, don't do it today. Go back to sleep while it's still early. I'll just go get some." Tang Wan sniffed and immediately nodded her head, then watched Ling Yichen walk out of the hotel. Tang Wan looked at Ling Yichen's back as he left, and suddenly smiled mysteriously, then said shallowly, "This bug fetus really has something to do with him, but it's a lot less effective than I expected. That's a demigod-level bug fetus after all. If it can survive and grow up in cultivation, it's something that can have a battle with me. absorbing a demigod-level bug fetus, and as a result, it didn't even reach S rank. It's a pity. After Tangwan finished speaking, she turned around and went back to her room, and at this moment, Ling-Yi-Chen did not know what the insect corpse he had absorbed last night actually was, and was only silently thinking about the next path to take. The surgeon's strength also made it necessary to make changes to his plans, such as speeding up the parasitization of the 6 great families or something. With his current strength, even the core layer of the 6 great families could easily be parasitized. Just as he was thinking about this, he unintentionally raised his eyes to look into the middle of the night sky. Though the east was already white, the pale shadow of the moon had not completely set, and half of the moon was still showing on the horizon. It was with this glance that he discovered to his horror that in the vision of his left eye, the 2 purple halos slowly receded their original colors, and the moon, which was only half of its body, slowly faded the luminescence of its epidermis, revealing its true appearance. It was half a cold and violent eye full of endless unwillingness and indignation. Chapter 111, Let's Kill Him Together. At this moment, Ling-Yi-Chen was chilled all over, and his entire body froze. He hurriedly wiped his eyes, wondering if he had misread the situation. However, it was the same time he wiped his eyes, the moon was still the moon. It wasn't any eyes at all, and everything he had just seen seemed to be an illusion. No, it wasn't an illusion. I really saw the moon turn into an eye. Tonight, when the moon appears again, I'm going to find out. Ling-Yi-Chen pondered in his heart, then took a deep breath and walked towards the breakfast place not far away. By the time he brought breakfast back to the hotel, everyone was up. The people gathered together in a quiet and peaceful circle for breakfast, and halfway through the meal, Lu Mei arrived. She handed a set of keys to Ling-Yi-Chen and said, I've already gotten you the big villa you want. You can move in today. The address is in the Green Fox Mountain. It's a little bit out of the way, but you'll love it there. But, men, it's still sexier to have a little mystery. Saying that, she reached out without a trace to touch Ling-Yi-Chen's full pectoral muscles, but Ling-Yi-Chen moved a step to the side, avoiding her movements. Lu Mei didn't care, just stared at him with a smirk, as if she was about to pounce on him and put him in his place at any moment. Ahem, he's already got a name, so Sister Lu Mei would be wise to show some self-respect. Yi Qingju took a step across and stopped in the middle of Ling-Yi-Chen and Lu Mei, looking at Lu Mei with warlike intent. As her strength grew, her personality slowly transformed, becoming more proactive and stronger. In the past, when she encountered Lu Mei mooching, she would usually stand silently and watch, but lately, she's been taking more and more initiative and knows how to assert her sovereignty. After saying that, she even reached out and stroked Ling-Yi-Chen's full chest a few times in front of Lu Mei before nodding her head in praise. Well, it does feel good. No wonder you can't forget it. When Lu Mei saw this, the luster in her eyes grew stronger, only to see her open the folding fan in her hand with a clattering sound, then cover her mouth with a light smile, and then whispered a few words in secret to Yi Qingju. After Yi Qingju heard this, she instantly reddened her face and looked at Lu Mei with some shock. Her entire body was shamed. The others didn't know what Lu Mei had said to Yi Qingju, but Ling-Yi-Chen did. He was also in a complicated mood at the moment, and the way he looked at Lu Mei was a bit awkward, because what she said was, Sister Qingju, I know your heart, and you know my heart. In that case, should we do him together? What kind of woman could be so unashamed to say such dreamy things? You can't. Yi Qingju really didn't know what to say, and could only verbally reject her tiger and wolf words. Lu Mei listened, but laughed as if she were an adult who had successfully teased a child. Little girl, look how nervous you are. It's funny. With that, Lu Mei twisted her small waist and left the hotel with a swaying wind. Just as both Yi Qingju and Ling-Yi-Chen were secretly breathing a sigh of relief, W suddenly came over and inquired, what did she say, and why is she smiling so silver dang? Well, another fierce woman. Ling-Yi-Chen no longer wanted to join their conversation, and straight away took the key and handed it to Tangwan. Auntie, you guys move in today and we'll come back after class. Donwan nodded and didn't say anything. After breakfast, the four went to school as usual. Just after entering the school, countless people instantly looked towards Ling-Yi-Chen's side, and after all of them saw him, they all showed a look of fear, and then quickly ran away, as if he was some kind of flooding beast. When they were a bit further away from the ground, those people immediately began to talk. Is he the one who killed Lin Song? How dare you? How dare you kill a direct descendant of the Lin family? Then he should be dead as well. That's for sure. Who is Lin Song? That's the youngest son of the Lin family's current head, and a strong contender for the Lin family's next head. To be killed by him just like that, the Lin family won't rest until they kill him. It's hard to say. I heard that the Lin family sent super strong experts to extinguish him last night. but they returned in defeat, and I heard that they're going to convene an assembly of the 6 clans to judge him. Although he was far away from the ground, Ling-Chen still listened to what they were discussing. He didn't care much about that, because the old man had said that they would take care of this matter. Even if the old man and the others couldn't manage it, Ling-Chen wouldn't have the slightest worry. Nowadays, even if he were to face an expert like Lin Hong again, he wouldn't be in as much trouble as he was last night, and he might even be able to kill him back. Just as he was thinking about this, a small group came up to him. A stunningly beautiful woman was surrounded by the stars in the center of the crowd, and without a doubt, it was none other than the goddess Irina and her lickspittles. In the past, Ileana wouldn't come to Ling-Chen head-on. At most she would just rub her shoulders. And today, the goddess Irina was coming straight towards him. When goddess Ileana walked up to Ling-Chen, only an arrogant voice could be heard chiding at him. To see a goddess and still not kneel. What a big dog's guts. Ling-Chen raised his eyes to look, and the person who spoke was none other than Lei Qiandao, who possessed a head of purple hair. Strength and Lin Song are on the same level, but older than Lin Song by a year or two. It seems that he is also Lei Qianzi's older brother. He is not a cadet of the school, but always accompanied by Irina's side. Proper licking dog. Ling-Chen didn't get angry in the face of his barking. He just coldly said, I don't have any dog guts, but I do have a pair of bear heart and leopard guts. If you don't want to submit, I can show you. Lei Qiandao instantly became furious, a pair of eyes glaring like copper bells. His body's aura instantly exploded, and his head of purple hair even exploded like pine needles, as if he was a super saiyan. Ling-Chen had wanted to give him a little lesson and make him eat some dumb losses, but unexpectedly, before he could do anything, a tall and straight figure had already come to his side, and a long spear stabbed towards Lei Qiandao without any warning. Lei Qiandao's face suddenly changed, and his body instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, backing up for a dozen seconds, narrowly avoiding the shot. Luo Hong, what are you doing? Lei Qiandao stared at Luo Hong with an ugly face, and Ling-Chen did the same. This big handsome pussy from the military made a sudden move, which surprised him quite a bit. Luo Hong laughed lightly, retrieved his spear, looked down at Lei Qiandao and said lightly, the day you come to the battlefield, I will behead you. The crowd was startled and stared at Luo Hong with some surprise, not understanding why he would suddenly say such words. The military and the 6 great families belonged to the same 8 camps, and were both the administrators of Rainbow City. Normally, even if there were conflicts, they would be resolved privately, and wouldn't be so blatant as to say that they were going to behead anyone. But this Luo Hong said that he wanted to behead Lei Qiandao in front of everyone, which was undoubtedly telling the others that there was also a not-so-small problem between the 8 camps. Lei Qiandao's expression changed and changed. Then he angrily shouted, you crazy person, you have a conflict with my uncle. Go find my uncle. What are you looking for me for? Luo Hong ignored him and just walked back to his position, gazing indifferently ahead as if Lei Qiandao didn't exist at all, not listening to what he said at all. At this time, someone in the crowd not far away said the reason. I heard that a while ago. Lei Wanli of the Lei family pitched a regiment in the battlefield, causing over half of the soldiers in this regiment to be killed or injured, and even that regimental commander was implicated, and it seems that this regimental commander is called Luo Hong. When the crowd heard this, they looked at Luo Hong in surprise. Luo Hong wasn't too old, just in his early 20s, but he was already the head of a group, and his strength was even more powerful, able to forcefully suppress the B-rank lower Lei Qiandao. Even Ling-Chen couldn't help but look at him twice more. Having him out to teach Lei Qiandao a lesson would save him the trouble, and he didn't put Lei Qiandao in his eyes. He just looked at Irina lightly. Her sudden visit to herself would never be without a reason. Ling-Chen, come with me. I can solve all your problems for you. This statement caused another commotion, and even the few people around her looked at her in surprise and shock, not understanding why she would say this. At the same time, there were countless people casting curious gazes towards Ling-Chen, not understanding how the goddess Ileana could have such high expectations for him, including Ling-Chen, who was also confused, because that sounded so ambiguous to Irina. Those who didn't know better thought she was taking herself off to elope. Only Ling-Chen knew that between him and Ileana, one of them had to fall, previously bursting his body for no reason not to mention. Just the fact that he had recently instructed the 6 great clans to round him up was enough for him to exterminate her. What's more, the revenge of exploding the body was something that had to be avenged. He's a man who holds a grudge. However, all of this is known only to him. He cast a sidelong glance at Irina and inquired with a leathery smile, where to? Elena thought that Ling-Chen couldn't handle the crisis of killing Lin Song and was moved by her offer. A flash of joy flashed in her eyes as she replied, the city of empty. I can take you to Hollow City if you'll come with me. I promise. No one will dare do anything to you. Ileana was frantically heartbroken at this moment, desperately wanting to get an answer from Lingi-chen. As long as Lingi-chen agreed to go with her, then her calamity would be over. As for what would happen to Lingi-chen, she didn't care. However, after Lingi-chen heard her words, he suddenly snorted coldly. You seem to be living in a dream. You want to take me away. Are you worthy? As soon as those words came out, Irina's expression instantly froze, and in the next second, a tyrannical aura burst out from her, and her eyes instantly turned pure black, as if she was possessed by an evil demon, and the change in her surprised everyone in the room. Why does the so-called goddess look nothing like a goddess, but rather like a demon? Chapter 112, The Witch. Irina. At this moment, Irina, surging around the violent atmosphere, rolling black gas lingering around the body. The eyes have also long been turned into pure black. Above the forehead there are two small bumps, a section of thumb-length black horns at the beginning of the first reveal. This was no goddess. It was clearly a demoness. It didn't match at all with the way a goddess should look. Everyone was shocked beyond belief, including her lickspittles. Among the scene, there was only one person who didn't look surprised, and that was W. W looked at what Irina had become and said blandly, "Finally can't pretend anymore? Hee. It's obvious that she's from the Heaven's Eyes demon race, and she has to hang up a title of goddess. It's really laughable." When Lingi-chen heard this, he immediately looked at W. The Heaven's Eye demon race? W looked at Lingi-chen's eyes full of curiosity, and immediately explained, the Heaven's Eye demon race, also known as the Three-Eyed demon race, has the bloodline of the three-eyed demon crow flowing in its body. The Heaven's Eye demon clan is not considered a big clan in the empty city, and even had to select humans from the surface to fill out their genealogy due to a lack of population. How powerful do you think a family that needs to pick people from the surface to fill out its genealogy will be? Hearing these explanations, Lingi-chen smiled, feeling like a crow pretending to be a phoenix. Look at how good she is. I'm going to waste you and bring you back as a human swine. At this moment, Ileana let out an inhuman hiss and directly lunged towards Lingi-chen. When Lingi-chen saw this, his eyes were filled with disdain. Don't look at the way she messed up her chi and looked strong, but in Lingi-chen's eyes, she was nothing. This was because the strength she had erupted at the moment was just one rank stronger than Linson, reaching B rank medium. If it had been before last night, he might have needed to be scrupulous for a moment or two, but now, he was jealous of a hair. The 5 organs in his body chimed in unison, and the 5-colored divine light infused into his fist as he punched out, instantly distorting space and blasting out with unmatched punching power. Before the fist arrived, the strength came out first. The huge fist strength squeezed the space and pressed towards Irina, who instantly changed her face, but she was too late to back up and was directly hit by the power of the punch. Rumble! Her body flew out tens of meters like a cannonball and smashed into the ground, blood spilling from the corner of her lips. Damn you! Irina was completely frantic, only to see her body steeply take off into the air, a pair of black as ink feathers stretching out from behind her, and the vertical eye in the center of her eyebrow emerging with a monstrous black aura. Heavenly Eye Avatar, Blood Eyes Devouring Soul. In an instant, the entire 4th Advanced Alien School was shrouded in a black fog, forming a boundary. A single blood-red vertical eye appeared within the black fog, and as the bloody eye appeared, countless trainees clutched their heads and let out hissing roars of pain. Some people with fragile mental powers bled from their 7 orifices and died violently on the spot. Those with average mental strength didn't die violently, but they also fell into a bizarre state of madness, and one by one, their eyes were bloodshot as they pounced on those around them. Only a small number of people with strong mental power were able to remain unharmed in the face of this Heaven's Eye Avatar. For example, those lickspittles of Ileana's, as well as Lingi-chen and the others. Among Lingi-chen and the rest of them, Tian Yingying's mental power was the most fragile, and it was also disturbed, and her eyes became bloodshot in an instant. But W's body surface instantly released a golden shield, which enveloped Tian Yingying in, and her symptoms immediately disappeared. Yi Qingzhu, on the other hand, didn't have much of a reaction. Having awakened her immortal bloodline, she didn't have too much of a feeling for this level of divine ability, especially after becoming Yuan Qing's disciple, who had purposely allowed her to cultivate her spiritual power. As for Lingi-chen, he didn't react at all. His spiritual power was extremely powerful, far surpassing Ileana's, not to mention the fact that he had divine sense, which was simply not something she could shake. Is this a divine ability? It does have notable power. The attack range is so large and the killing power is also very strong. It was the first time Lingi-chen had seen someone else perform a complete divine ability, so he was very curious. W continued to explain, her divine ability has only just been cultivated. it can only be considered a minor accomplishment, not yet a major accomplishment. The Heaven's Eye demon race only has a little power left in this divine secret art, and it can slaughter a small realm after it becomes a great success. At this moment, W seemed to be transformed into an encyclopedia, explaining the many insights for Ling-Chen, and Ling-Chen worked hard to absorb and digest it. After seeing the Deer Corp's small world on the 10th floor of the tower, he was no longer so new to the existence of small worlds. After reaching a certain level of strength, it was possible to break through space and open up small worlds. Someone at the level of Master Lu could open up a small world, let alone others. There's no need to be envious. It won't be long before I can become a powerhouse of that level as well. Ling-Chen secretly pondered. After the encounter with Irina just now, he had a clearer idea of his own strength. Even if he didn't have divine secret techniques or killing methods right now, he would still be able to be among the strongest with just his physical body that had practiced the 10,000 insects body casting method. However, just as he was thinking that, a sudden change occurred. Only a cold snort rang out, and an old voice fell along with it. Within the academy, don't be wild. As the words fell, an incomparably huge palm suddenly appeared, and that palm instantly crushed the avatar boundary and grabbed straight towards Ileana. Ileana immediately let out a roar. I am a descendant of the Heaven's Eye clan. If you dare to touch me, the Divine Clan will surely condemn you. However, her words did not produce any deterrent effect. The huge palm instantly took hold of her, and with a gentle pressure, Ileana instantly let out a miserable howl. A large mouthful of blood spurting out of her mouth, and the monstrous black aura on her body instantly collapsed, returning to her previous appearance. At this time, only to hear that old voice once again resounded. Humph, you less want to bluff me. It's not like I haven't fought with the Heaven's Eyes demon race before. By virtue of you guys can't help me. What's more, people have human boundaries, heaven has heavenly rules. Heaven and earth demarcate boundaries for survival. Those bird people dare to transgress the boundaries, I'll pluck their bird feathers. After saying that, the large hand directly threw Irina down and smashed her to the ground. At this point, the mysterious secret technique boundary disappeared, and so did the large hand. The entire academy was also back to normal, with only a small number of people having lost their lives as a result of the accident. But it's not a big deal. Throughout Rainbow City, people were dying at any given time, and it wasn't something that should be uncommon. So strong, there's such a powerful existence on the surface. W marveled out. Her eyes were full of wonder. All along, he had thought that the strongest people on the surface were just A rank, but now it seemed that she had a misunderstanding as well. There were strong people on the surface. At least the one who had just struck out had already surpassed A rank. How strong? Ling-Chen at this moment was also filled with awe. He had just been complacent and felt that he was now very powerful as well. In the next second, a massive palm appeared and easily blew up Irina. Although he also thought that he could break Irina, he really didn't have any effective means against Irina who had opened her divine secret arts. But the person didn't even show his face. He just came out with a palm made of divine power and easily dissolved it. This kind of mightiness was definitely not something he could reach right now. Great S. W gave a precise positioning, but I don't know exactly which minor realm it is, because I've never seen an S-ranked person either. Ling-Chen instantly dispersed his thoughts and inquired. Meaning, you've seen an A-ranked one? W nodded his head and returned. That Master Lu of yours is A-ranked, and may even have reached S-rank, as I feel that his realm has shown signs of having fallen. Ling-Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, secretly comparing himself to Master Lu, realizing that he was still a long way off from Master Lu. This depressed him slightly. I had thought that I had increased my strength by hundreds of times and that I would be able to shoot over Master Lu, but now it seemed that I had overthought it. But he still didn't have a clear perception of his own strength, because he hadn't found a suitable opponent to compete in a match. That's what he's struggling with the most. However, he didn't think too much about it at this moment. Turning his eyes to look at Irina, who was not far away, he laughed softly. Yo, why is our Divine Highness lying on the ground? Is it because the ground is comfortable to lie on? And those licking dogs of yours, why don't they have any eyesight at all? Can't you see that your family's Divine Highness has fallen into a eating mess and doesn't know to go and hold it up a little bit? Just like that, do you still want your Divine Highness to fall in love with you and marry into your family? Ling-Chen started killing people at this time. Her mouth was like quenched with poison, and her frantic output caused Ileana to spit out 2 more mouthfuls of blood in anger, while a few of the male escorts from the 6 clans' faces shifted uncertainly, and their eyes were filled with resentment as they looked at Ling-Chen. As for the 2 females, Yan Ruyu and Su Hui, they both had calm faces. There was even a hint of joy hidden in Su Hui's eyes. Humph, Goddess Ileana's aura was sort of shattered by Ling-Chen today. Qin Han shouldn't like her anymore, right? As such, the way she looked at Ling Yichen was a little different. As for Yen Ruyu, she had maintained a posture since the beginning, and that was standing and reading. She was reading a book when Ileana clashed with Ling Yichen. She was reading a book when Ileana exploded with her divine secret techniques, and she was still reading a book when Ileana was blown up by the mysterious power. It was as if everything that happened here had nothing to do with her. This made Ling Yichen very curious. What kind of book was she reading? Was it that good? Besides, are all the Yen family members like this? How one of them is so sexually frigid that lightning can't break a fart? Don't underestimate the people of the Yen family. The Yen family is actually the clan with the strongest killing methods among the 6 great clans. Even if this clan is placed in the empty city, it can still be among the status of a strong clan. W seemed to see Ling Yichen paying attention to Yen Ruyu, and immediately opened his mouth to remind him. Ling Yichen didn't underestimate the people of the Yen family, he just felt a little curious. Lu Mei had a high opinion of this clan, and so did W. However, they rarely made a move, and even, he had never seen the Yen family make a move. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be extremely interested in that speech spirit technique. Well, we'll fix it later. Chapter 113, Flower Demon. Spurred on by Ling Yichen's words, Xin Han, Gu Ziang and Lei Qiandao quickly ran to Ileana's side and helped her up. Only, the caution they had shown Irina was gone. What happened today could be said to be Ileana's own doing. If she could restrain her emotions and not strike out at Ling Yichen, then she would still be able to maintain her noble appearance as a goddess and continue to be courted by several people. But now, goddess aura shattered. Everyone has seen her transform into her witch form. Like it? That was non-existent. It was good that they didn't loathe her. A few people came over to help her, all for the sake of her special status. After successfully assisting her back, a few people didn't say much and quickly took her and left. Ling Yichen also left immediately. He first sent Yi Qingzhu and W to the genius trainee class, and the moment he arrived at the genius trainee class, the whole class was looking at him. Most people looked at him with a wary eye, and a few looked at him with admiration. For example, a couple of the hidden families. Of course, there were a few extremely intense hostile looks, such as Lei Qianzi. However, interestingly enough, today's Lei Qianzi seemed to be a bit more scrupulous than usual, although her eyes were filled with hatred. When Ling Yichen went to look at her, she would again avoid Ling Yichen's eyes in time to avoid meeting his gaze. In response, Ling Yichen smiled without saying anything. I think he killed Lin Song to give her some deterrence. Ling Yichen didn't have the heart to waste time on these people and turned his head to kiss Yi Qingzhu on the forehead before leading Tian Yingying towards the institute. Arriving at the institute, Ling Yichen was surprised to see no one. The old man was not there, and neither was Long Daoyi. Master is probably in the underground chamber, Tian Yingying said. Ling Yichen froze. A secret room? The underground cultivation room he knew, but where else would there be a secret room? Seeing this, Tian Yingying pursed her lips and said, Master has a separate secret room where Master spends a lot of time alone. Hearing this, Ling Yichen seemed to have thought of something. Yuan Cheng had once told him that after the death of the demonic human girl that Long Daoyi had loved so much, she had turned into a demonic grass that he had preserved. Could it be the place where the corpses of the demon maidens are kept? Thinking of this, he immediately said to Tian Yingying, Take me to see. Tian Yingying nodded her head and took the elevator down to the underground cultivation room with Ling Yichen before finding a secret door in one of the cultivation rooms. This cultivation room was also Ruduichi's exclusive cultivation room, as there were relatively few people in the institute, but 4 people had 5 cultivation rooms, and there was even a vacant one. Tian Yingying went back to the surface after sending Ling Yichen here. Ling Yichen pondered for a moment before he gently knocked on the dark door. In less than 5 seconds, the secret door opened. Long Daoyi stood behind the door with a forlorn expression, and after seeing that it was Ling Yichen, he was a little surprised, a little alarmed, and a little rushed. At this moment, the kind of naive stupidity on his face disappeared, and there was only a strong air of sadness. Senior, Ling Yichen shouted. Long Daoyi tried to squeeze out a smile, then opened the secret door completely. As the dark door opened, a small room of less than 10 square meters was suddenly presented to Ling Yichen. The room was small but cozy, with pink wallpaper on the walls and all sorts of cute colored lights and decorations hanging from the top. The room has some cute elements all over the place, and you can tell it's a girl's room at first glance. And in the very center of the room, there was a stone table with a flower pot made of jade, in which a withered green plant was planted. The plant was half a meter tall, with no leaves and only a single green flower the size of a man's head drooping over the side of the stem. This should be the magic grass that demonic human girl turned into after her death. It was said to be a magic grass, but it should actually be a magic flower. Sensing Ling Yichen's gaze focusing on the demonic flower, Long Dawi immediately gave a naive smile and said, "This is a plant I raised, but unfortunately it has already withered and died, so I didn't have the heart to throw it away." Long Dawi tried to put on a calm appearance, but the sadness in the depths of his eyes was already so thick that it was about to drip out. Ling Yichen stepped forward and gently patted his arm, softly saying, "Senior brother, I actually already know from senior sister Yuan Cheng that you cannot have to disguise yourself in front of me. At least, you don't have to work so hard. You can be yourself." As soon as these words came out, bean-sized teardrops instantly welled up in Long Daoyi's eyes. He had never seen a man who could shed tears in such a short time. One moment he seemed calm, and the next he was in tears like pearls. "Shitty. Me." Long Daoyi tried hard to make himself laugh, but the more he tried to laugh, the faster the teardrops in his eyes rolled down, and the expression on his face switched back and forth between crying and laughing, making his expression a bit strange at the moment. With a long sigh, Ling Yichen stepped forward and embraced the sad man. "It's okay, you can cry if you want to. It's okay." Ling Yichen comforted Long Daoyi like a child. Long Daoyi could no longer restrain his inner grief and whimpered, truly crying like a child in pain. Ling Yichen didn't feel any discomfort either, so he just quietly calmed him down. It was only after about half an hour that Long Daoyi's emotions gradually calmed down. After calming down, he looked at Ling Yichen with red eyes, somewhat embarrassed. "I actually rarely cry," Long Daoyi explained, wanting to save a bit of face as a senior brother. However, Ling Yichen nodded his head gently in understanding. Then he went up to check out the condition of this magic flower. He was actually quite curious. He hadn't seen the demon people yet. "Senior brother, to ask a presumptuous question, what do the demon people generally look like?" Ling Yichen inquired. When Long Daoyi heard this, he gave him a surprised look, then took down a book from one of the bookshelves by the table and handed it over. Ling Yichen took a look at the books. The books were hand-drawn versions, and on the cover of the books, it was written, "Complete Explanation of the Demon Race." He opened it, and the first page was a hand-drawn illustration of a young girl sitting on a rock with a fishtail on her person, drawn with great skill and skillfulness, and below it was a textual note. "Mermaids, most of them are fish-tailed, and a few of them are fish-headed, like to live in groups, androgynous, and they can decide their own gender after they have a favorite, and it is extremely difficult to change their gender once they are determined." Ling Yichen's eyes immediately lit up. "Good lord, it's kind of cool that mermaids are hermaphrodites and can decide their own gender." He turned another page. 2/3 of the page is hand-drawn, depicting an extremely large and lean slugger, except that the slugger has a crocodile head on his neck and a thick tail trailing behind him as well. Below the picture remains a textual note. "Crocodile people, most of the human body crocodile head. A few human head crocodile body for the deformed variant. Deformed variant war power is low. Most of the birth was killed. Crocodile people were born with divine power. Primitive and good at war. Is the top of the war race." Ling Yichen flipped through several pages one after another, and on each page, a race was recorded, all of which were very peculiar groups that Ling Yichen hadn't seen much of. After looking at it for a while, he also finally had a general understanding of the demon people. Then, Long Daoyi flipped the book to the middle and back part and pointed to the page. "This is the Flower People clan, the clan of the lesser demons." Ling Yichen immediately saw that the hand-drawn picture depicted an extremely beautiful race, a race with a slender human body. 90% of the whole was human, and only at the neck position, there was a circle of petals that stretched outwards, and in the center of the petals was a young girl with a delicate face. The text note is Flower People clan, alias Flower Fairy. This clan is all female. Most of them are human body and human head. Only the neck and feet retain plant characteristics. A small number of rare bloodline can be fully evolved into human form after reaching adulthood, and then return to the plant form completely after death. Ling Yichen had previously thought that Long Daoyi had some kind of special XP and liked the demon-human race, until he saw the diagram and the notes. What he liked would have been a flower fairy who fully evolved into a human and could only change back to plant form after death. Ling Yichen couldn't help but look towards the large green-colored flower with regret in his eyes. He didn't advise Long Daoyi to think or look away, because he knew that if it was him in this kind of thing, he would be the same. There are some wounds that can't be healed, and it will become more painful as time stretches on until you die. Turn your grief and hatred into strength, and be thankful that your enemies are alive and well, and that you still have the chance to seek revenge on them with your own hands, Ling Yichen said as he looked at Long Daoyi seriously. Long Daoyi, however, laughed bitterly and didn't take it seriously. Revenge with his own hands, he wanted to, but unfortunately he didn't have that strength, and he wouldn't necessarily have it in this lifetime. Ling Yichen also knew what he was thinking and smiled lightly, reaching out to pat his shoulder. Immediately, A wise worm appeared from Ling Yichen's hand and climbed onto Long Daoi's body before entering his body. Previously, what was placed on him was a spirit insect. Now that his strength had increased so much, even the wisdom insects were left over. So he simply placed a wisdom insect on Long Daoi's body to raise Long Daoi's starting point, so that he could go higher and farther in the years to come. Don't be discouraged. Your good fortune, it will come soon, Ling Yichen encouraged. Then without continuing to stay, he said hello and walked out of the secret room, entering the cultivation room. As he entered the cultivation room, Long Daoi reclosed the door of the secret room and quietly sat back down in front of the stone table, taking a paper towel and carefully wiping the magic flower. However, as he wiped, he suddenly felt that his whole body was hot and dry, and bean-sized beads of sweat began to emerge from his body, and then the beads of sweat began to be laced with filth, accompanied by a gust of fishy odor. At this moment, Long Daoi also realized his abnormality. He was about to get up, but he suddenly let out a low growl before his entire body fell to the ground and began to tremble violently. He is beginning to awaken. Chapter 114, Dragon Transformation. In fact, Long Daoi's body had long been purified and his bloodline had been purified for a long time. It was only because Ling Yichen was afraid that his secret would be discovered that he kept it suppressed and didn't let Long Daoi awaken. And now, Ling Yichen felt that the time was ripe and there was no need to hide it anymore. So he opened the awakening of Long Daoi. Long Daoi also realized that he was undergoing a second awakening, and he felt an extremely powerful force surging from his body. He was elated by this, but also terrified by it. He struggled up from the floor, glanced at the magic flower on the table, then stumbled out of the chamber, sprinted up the elevator, and made his way back to the surface. He couldn't awaken in the secret room, or else he risked destroying the flower little demon's essence. After he came to the surface of the earth, he was finally relieved and once again let out an incomparably booming roar. A roar that carried with it all the humiliation and sadness that he had felt for the past 20 years or so. And in the midst of this roar, his body completely began to awaken, only to see him continuously rolling and hissing on the ground. Countless black sticky things were expelled, and under the cover of the black sticky things, the skin of his body's surface grew one piece of pitch black scales after another. After the scales covered his entire body, his features also began to distort and his limbs changed. At the same time, a thunderbolt suddenly descended from the sky and struck Long Daoi's body. Lightning instantly swept through his body, burning dry the sticky substance on his body's surface and forming a black cocoon. Another thunderbolt fell and struck the cocoon, but the cocoon didn't shatter. It just channeled the power of the thunderbolt into it, allowing one to vaguely see that the person in the cocoon was curled up and was metamorphosing towards some kind of mysterious creature. Rumble, rumble, thunder after thunder fell and struck the cocoon. And this has long since attracted countless spectators. Most didn't know what was going on at the institute, and only a few, after seeing the thunder, knew that someone was awakening, and it was a deep awakening. The first thing that happened was that someone notified their respective families. A second awakening that could reach the level of a returning ancestor was definitely something to be taken seriously. Soon, the number of people converging grew, and the entire outside of the institute had been filled with people. Anyone who doesn't want to die, back off. The preceptor has appeared to maintain order. Su Tianshang, who was in the lead, looked at the dark clouds and lightning on this side of the institute, and his expression was also very grave, but he dispersed the onlookers at the first opportunity, and by this time, a full 9 thunderbolts had already struck down. The black cocoon remained unbroken, standing still. Rumble, as the 10th thunderbolt fell, a crack appeared in the black cocoon, and a divine light faintly appeared inside. Rumble, the 11th thunder fell, and there were many more cracks on the black cocoon, and it was already possible to see some of the interior through the cracks, only to see that there was a scaly, black creature inside that was gently trembling. Rumble, the most terrifying and powerful 12th thunderbolt fell, which was as thick as a round table and directly engulfed the entire black cocoon. A monstrous pressure also descended, yet it was also at this time that a shocking dragon roar resounded, fighting against that thunderous boom. At this moment, the crowd only felt their souls tremble. Whether it was that terrifying thunder or this dragon's roar filled with extreme pressure, it was all too much to bear. Pust, a sound of spitting blood rang out. The ones spitting blood were no other than the academy's trainees. This was because the pressure was simply too terrifying, so terrifying that it was difficult for them to bear it at all. Even, many ordinary trainees directly fainted, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. The cadets who were a bit stronger quickly fled the academy and ran towards the distance. At this moment the school is no longer a school, but a looting field. Who knows what will appear later? It is better to run away as soon as possible. However, it was also at this time, only to see that two old men slowly appeared on top of that attic at the back of the school. Both of them were dressed in attire completely different from modern people, with white and plain robes, and long hair at the waist. They looked like ancient monks. As soon as the two appeared, they immediately looked over to the overside of the institute, their cloudy eyes having a touch of surprise in them, only to see one of them stretch out his hand. A wave of cyan-colored divine power instantly bulged out and fell towards the institute, forming a cyan-colored boundary around the institute in a matter of moments. The moment the boundary appeared, the massive pressure instantly subsided by more than half. The academy's trainees then breathed a long sigh of relief, each one of them sweating like a pig and panting like a cow. However, they didn't wait for them to relax, only to hear the terrifying sound of a dragon's roar rise again. Inside the research institute, the black cocoon instantly burst, and a scaly creature as black as ink rose up against the thunder, rocketing upwards, and in an instant, it broke through the green boundary and soared to a height of 1,000 meters. As it continued to take off into the air, its body continued to expand, and in a matter of moments, it turned into a giant creature that was more than 30 meters long. Ah, dragons! I see divine dragons! Among the crowd below, someone let out a gasp, and then, countless people let out the same cry, Divine dragon! Divine dragon! Many began to kneel and worship. After all, the dragon was a symbol, a belief, for most people, but then again very few people have ever seen one. Even in this world full of supernatural powers and fantasy, dragons are extremely rare creatures. So at this moment, when they saw a black dragon taking to the air, people's reactions were extremely real. The black dragon is taking off, and it's about time for those hidden clans to come out. So it seems that the great age is truly upon us. Above the school's attic, the two old men looked at each other and smiled, then re-entered the attic, and at this moment, the black dragon, swimming freely in the void, fought against the enormous thunder, until it returned to the surface after the thunder dissipated. The moment it returned to the surface, it directly transformed into its human form, and it was clearly Long Daoyi. Only, at this moment, Long Daoyi had completely changed his appearance. The middle-aged, slightly chubby man was gone, replaced by a head of black hair at waist level, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, with a slender, well-muscled body, just like a stunningly beautiful man. However, judging by the frown, he was Ruduichi, only a slimmer version of Ruduichi, or rather, the Ruduichi that was once a Ruduichi, because once upon a time, Rudoiki was like this, only because after the death of the person he loved so much, he also became disheveled, lost his figure management, and slowly became chubby. Ling-Yichen had already come out of the cultivation room long ago, when Long Daoyi transformed into a dragon. He had come out. He had been sheltering Tian Yingying from the shock of the pressure, and at this moment he was also secretly surprised after seeing Long Daoyi's appearance, but he reacted immediately and rushed over with a blanket to cover his body. Thank you, senior brother. Long Daoyi received the blanket and wrapped it around his body, then smiled awkwardly at Tian Yingying who was not far away, and Ling-Yichen sized him up with a sigh of relief. At this moment, Long Daoyi's breath was powerful, and his strength had already broken through C grade and jumped into B grade, and it was not inferior, but medium. A B grade medium strength was already considered very powerful, or at least not the least bit weaker than the family heads of the great families. Congratulations, senior brother, your strength has risen greatly, Ling-Yichen said sincerely. He actually didn't expect Long Daoyi's bloodline talent to be so powerful that he was able to return to his ancestor and transform into a dragon, which was even higher than Yi Qingzhu's awakening level. Long Daoyi, however, let out a light sigh before suddenly kneeling down towards Ling-Yichen, which caused Ling-Yichen to be startled. Senior brother, what are you doing? Ling-Yichen hurriedly helped him up. Long Daoyi, on the other hand, was filled with gratitude as he returned. Actually, I know that all I can have this now is because senior brother is helping me. Ever since Lin Hao's awakening, I've known that senior brother has the ability to help others complete their second awakening, but I've never had a false heart towards senior brother. Whether senior brother helps me or not, I've actually admitted it. I hope senior brother won't mind. Ling-Yichen heard this, but he smiled in relief. No, it's yourself you should be thanking. If you hadn't stood up for me in front of the school in the first place, I wouldn't have become your mentor, let alone have the relationship I have today. So you don't need to thank anyone. Yesterday's cause, today's effect, the cycle of karma, it's all earned. Ling-Yichen also singled it out, and up to this point, the masters and brothers had become even closer to each other. Congratulations to Master for completing his second awakening and his strength has risen greatly. Tian Yingying also walked over, heartily happy for Long Daoyi. Long Daoyi would smile and cast a doting look. After all, Tian Yingying was his only disciple. Just as the three were exchanging words, Su Tianshang suddenly appeared 10 meters away from them. At this moment, he looked at Long Daoyi with complicated eyes, his mind deep in thought, not knowing what he was thinking. As soon as Long Dao saw him, he immediately became alert, and a dragon's roar faintly sounded within his body. Don't panic, I don't intend to make a move with you today. I'm just here to caution you. Although you're now returning to your ancestor and transforming into a dragon, your strength has risen tremendously. You're still no match for the 6 great clans, so I advise you not to act impulsively and cause harm to others and yourself. Su Tianshang spoke calmly, but his tone was very unkind. This caused Long Daoyi's sword brows to knit up, and his battle intent to return. What I want to do, that's all my business. It has nothing to do with you. Moreover, as one of the accomplices back then, there will be a battle between us sooner or later. It's either you live or I die. Happy to accompany. Su Tianshang replied blandly before turning his eyes to Ling Yichen. There was undisguised killing intent in his eyes. At this, Ling Yichen was inexplicably disgusted. This guy, from the first time we met, was acting like this, as if he had killed his parents and slept with his wife. Ling Yichen really wanted to step in and teach him a lesson right now, but bear with it, because he knew he couldn't kill him now. He didn't want to waste time. Moreover, 3 months was not long to say, not short to say. After 3 months he was going to be an enemy of the 8 camps. Right now he had to seize every second to cultivate. If he didn't have the strength to sweep the 8 camps, how would he preserve Yi Qingzhu? Chapter 115, Words follow the law. So he didn't dwell too much with Su Tianshang. He just coldly returned a look to him before folding back to the institute with Long Daoyi and Tian Yingying. Long Daoyi had only just completed his second awakening, and his realm needed to be consolidated. Fortunately, Long Daoyi himself understood the pharmacology of the earth, so he concocted a medicinal pool for himself and entered it to start consolidating his realm. Tian Yingying, on the other hand, continued to go about her business. Seeing that this second awakening had come to an end, he didn't delay and continued to return to the cultivation room to cultivate. Inside the cultivation room, Ling Yichen didn't continue to cultivate the star elemental guidance art, but instead took out the speech spirit art of the speech family. The speech spirit art brought him even more curiosity than the dragon tackling 9 wastes, so he decided to cultivate the speech spirit art first. The speech spirit technique was only a thin volume of roughly 10 pages. Opening the first page of the speech spirit technique, Ling Yichen instantly became taut. I only saw that the first page of the speech spirit technique read, "The speech spirit technique is an ancient divine art, and cannot be practiced by those who do not have great chi, or else it will summon the wrath of the heavens." Nice guy. So powerful? Ling Yichen became even more interested and couldn't wait to turn the next page. As it turned out, there was only a picture of an idol on it, and then nothing. Ling Yichen froze, then flipped back. The second page of the result is also a picture of an idol. Then page 3, page 4, page 5, until the last page. Ling Yichen did not find any record of it. The entire secret art consisted of 10 pages, and apart from the few words on the first page, there were only 9 images of the 9 dignitaries, and no more words. This left Ling Yichen confused. Could it be that is to watch the divine statue for enlightenment? This is too outrageous. How is this going to be enlightened? He tried to comprehend the divine image on the first page, only to sit down on his knees, quieting his breath and silently comprehending. An hour passes, 2 hours pass, 3 hours pass. A full 3 hours passed without him gaining a single thing, but he didn't give up because of this and continued to enlighten himself. Since it was said to be an ancient divine art, it was definitely not that easy to comprehend. 4 hours passed, 5 hours passed, and when the 5th hour passed, Ling Yichen's brow frowned gently before revealing a flash of ecstasy. In the next second, he only saw a sudden thunderstorm in his spiritual sea of consciousness, and the entire spiritual ocean was choppy and windy. And in the midst of this churning spiritual ocean, a clay sculpture condensed into a god statue slowly rose from the bottom of the spiritual knowledge sea until half of its body was exposed to the surface of the sea. The moment the clay statue settled, 10,000 rays of thunder fell from within the sea of spiritual consciousness and struck the clay statue. And this clay sculpture is not only not shattered by the thunder, but more and more solid. The wet clay instantly dried up. The road of divine charm from the sculpture erupted, vaguely in the heavens to form some kind of strange connection. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, opened his eyes violently at this moment, his insides filled with ecstasy. It's done! He managed to enlighten the first divine statue and found a way to cultivate, although he didn't know why this idol appeared within his spiritual consciousness. With this idol suppressing his spiritual consciousness became even more solid, and he was even vaguely able to communicate with the heavens and the earth. as if this idol had become a bridge, bridging his communication with the heavens and the earth. At this moment, he also had a realization and subconsciously shouted out, "Ding!" At the same moment, his spiritual sea of consciousness shook violently. A powerful spiritual force was absorbed by the idol. The idol erupted with a divine aura, and his voice, "Ding," erupted from within the idol, as if it was a god issuing a horn, and the entire space trembled. Ling-Yi-Chen instantly felt a brief stagnation in the space around him, and it was probably only about 0.5 seconds before this stagnation dissipated. The spiritual sea of consciousness had also regained its calmness, and the divine image had returned to tranquility, without the slightest sign of being active. But at this moment, Ling-Yi-Chen was horrified and exclaimed, "My God, did I just fix space?" Of course, by space, he meant this one cultivation room of less than 10 square meters. That 0.5 seconds of spatial stagnation was something he truly felt. It was less than 10 square meters of space in only 0.5 seconds, but it was enough to appall him. After all, he had only been cultivating for a few hours, and with such an achievement, he was still extremely happy. It seems that what this pamphlet says is not a lie. This speech spirit technique is indeed very miraculous. That idol has the power to communicate with heaven and earth. Once the words that one utters cause a reaction from the idol immediately absorbs the spiritual energy and then utters the same words, which go straight to heaven, with a remarkable effect. If this is cultivated to the extreme, it should be able to directly utilize the rules of heaven and earth, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Thinking of this, Ling-Yi-Chen couldn't help but be appalled. The eyes that looked at the pamphlet changed. No wonder it said that there aren't many people in the Yin family who can cultivate the speech spirit technique, but as long as one comes out, it's a supreme powerhouse. Ling-Yi-Chen's mind instantly thought of the brothers, Yen Rushan and Yen Rohai, as well as the little girl named Yen Ruyu. The three of them should be the best of this generation. At a young age, they had reached rank B. I just don't know how many idols they had enlisted. Knowing the power of the speech spirit technique, Ling-Yi-Chen also paid extra attention to this pamphlet, carefully putting it into his storage ring, and following that, he took out the Dragon Tackling 9 Wastes. The Dragon Tackling 9 Wastes was the Lin family's body refining secret art, and it was also known as the #1 body refining secret art in the human realm, which had a very powerful attraction for him, especially after seeing Lin Hong's abilities. He couldn't wait to start cultivating. Flipping open the booklet of the 9 Deserts of the Escapement Dragon, Ling-Yi-Chen read it carefully. As expected, compared to the speech spirit technique, the Dragon Tackling 9 Wastes was much better understood. The secret art of tackling the Dragon 9 Wastes is explained in graphic detail, and it is easy to understand. The atlas recorded in detail the human body's peripheral joints and orifices, and recorded the route of divine power operation. As long as one had completed the awakening and cultivated divine power, one could follow this divine power operation route, constantly scrubbing one's flesh with divine power, constantly removing impurities and purifying power. And this process can be aided in cultivation with a medicine pool, which is twice as effective. After reading the explanation of the secret art, Ling-Yi-Chen, however, suddenly fell into deep thought. He had awakened the insect bloodline for some days, but the so-called divine power never appeared. The Dantian Chi Si was sensed, but the space was very small and there was not the slightest bit of divine power. That put him in a bit of a bind. This divine power, how should I cultivate it? Without divine power, how should I cleanse my flesh and strengthen my body? Ling-Yi-Chen pursed his lips in deep thought. It seems that the bloodline I awakened is still different from a normal person's. After a normal person awakens, even if they don't cultivate, there will be some divine power slowly simmering in their body, and although it's little, it's definitely not a little bit of nothing. But this Dantian Chi Si of mine, that is really clean to the point where it seems as if it has been patronized by a thief. What in the world is the reason for this? And where am I supposed to get divine power from? Ling-Yi-Chen fell into deep thought, and it wasn't until a few moments later that his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. The insect race itself is weak. It doesn't fight with individual power but wins with numbers. It should be difficult for a single insect race to cultivate divine power, but the insect race's characteristic is devouring. It doesn't produce divine power itself, but it can devour other people's divine power. So, can I also devour other people's divine power and use it for myself? Thinking of this, Ling-Yi-Chen immediately got up and walked out of the cultivation room, returning to the surface and finding Tian Yingying. Stand still and let me do a little experiment. Tian Yingying was unsure, but she stood there obediently, at the mercy of Ling-Yi-Chen. Ling-Yi-Chen, on the other hand, was very dry and placed a spirit insect into Tian Yingying's body, letting the spirit insect enter her Dantian Chi Si and slip around for a while before returning. After returning, Ling Yichen was instantly delighted. Ha ha, it worked! That returning spirit bug had indeed carried a strand of divine power back with it, and although it was very little, it was already the limit of what it could afford. I see. I don't need to cultivate divine power, I just need to draw it back from the body of the parasite and use it for myself. This is the correct way to cultivate the insect bloodline. Understanding this, Ling Yichen was like opening the door to a new world and began to think out of the box, pondering on a more convenient way. If I have a large enough number of parasites, then won't I be able to cultivate the dragon tackling 9 deserts at the highest level in a very short period of time? After all, I don't need to cultivate divine power on my own. I just need to move divine power from others. Yes, it's all about moving. We're all nature's movers. We don't produce, we just move wholesale. Thinking of this, Ling Yichen refolded back to the cultivation room. With a thought, the massive spiritual power radiated out, instantly forming a link with the parasites throughout Rainbow City. Ooh, 100,000 parasites already? It's developing quite fast. Ling Yichen was also quite surprised after sensing the number of parasites he had, because he didn't take the initiative to develop the parasites. It was all about letting nature take its course and letting the parasites develop on their own. In this short period of time, the number of parasites in the entire city had already surpassed the 100,000 mark. That's already considered pretty quick. Of course, if he had deliberately spread the worms, not to mention 100,000, millions and millions or even an entire Rainbow City would have almost fallen. Except for some powerful and strong people, no one would notice the extra tiny worm on their body. As long as these worms entered their bodies and they were given a little more time, then their lives and deaths would no longer be under their control, but rather under the control of Ling Yichen. However, Ling Yichen wouldn't be idle enough to manipulate each and every one of them. The reason for parasitizing them was nothing more than to stay alive. As long as there's a worm alive, then he's still alive. After he had all parasitized the entire Rainbow City, he was the world and the world was him, and no one could truly kill him. Of course, that was not his purpose in sensing these people at the moment. He sensed them, he was giving those worms instructions to move some divine power back. He had to cultivate the tackling dragon 9 wastes. How could he do it without divine power? Chapter 116 Green Fox Mountain. At his command, a trace of divine power escaped from each of the parasites' bodies, so weak that they didn't even notice it. However, when all of this trace of divine power converged at the institute, a terrifying storm of divine power instantly formed. After Long Dowie, who was consolidating his realm in the pill pool, felt this refuted divine power, his face changed drastically. However, without waiting for him to react more, this divine power instantly surged into the cultivation room where Ling Yichen was, and the entire cultivation room instantly turned into an ocean of divine power. Ling Yichen, wrapped in this ocean of divine power, immediately let out a soothing laugh. Ha ha, that's right, that's the correct way to cultivate the insect bloodline. Ling Yichen laughed out loud while absorbing this divine power into his Dantian Qi Si. Although these divine energies were very refuted, they weren't a big deal to Ling Yichen, as he only needed them to widen his Dantian Qi Si and quench his body, and all he wanted was the quantity, not the quality. Thus, he frantically sucked in divine energy and quickly widened his Dantian Qi Si. His original Dantian Qi Si was only as big as a storage box, but under the baptism of such a huge amount of divine power, it was instantly widened to the size of a house and continued to widen. An hour later, Ling Yichen's Dantian Qi Si had widened by thousands of times, and had reached a very astonishing point, initially reaching the standard of a small world. At this, Ling Yichen was barely satisfied. After all, compared to his spiritual sea of consciousness, the area of the Dantian Qi Si was still too pedestrian, but he also knew that it wouldn't be hard to catch up with the sea of spiritual consciousness. As long as he wants, he can always devour, carry other people's divine power over to open the land. And the immediate thing to do was to cultivate the Tackle Dragon 9 wastes. Opening up the Dantian Qi Si had cost a large portion of divine energy, and the remaining divine energy in the cultivation room had thinned out a lot, but it was still a very large stream for an unusual person. Ling Yichen didn't hesitate to absorb this divine power into his Dantian Qi Si, filling up the empty Dantian Qi Si. As this refuted divine power was absorbed into his body, Ling Yichen instantly felt a slight heat and swelling in the location of his belly, which was quite comfortable. As the divine power entered his body, Ling Yichen didn't delay, quickly mobilizing the divine power to follow the escapement Dragon 9 Desolate's route of operation, and began to scrub his body. Like other body refining secret arts, the dragon tackling 9 deserts also had the ability to cut down the hair and wash the marrow, and it also started from the very beginning of removing impurities. Therefore, When Ling Yichen followed the escapement Dragon 9 Desolate's route of operation for a week, a mutation also appeared on the surface of his body. A stream of black stains flowed out of his pores, stinking fishy and abnormal. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, opened his eyes violently, his insides filled with joy. It's just as I expected. The secret art of body refinement helps me enhance the quality of the worms and accelerate their evolution. At this moment, the stains coming out of Ling Yichen's body surface weren't actually impurities, but some dead worms. His body was made of worms, and there were strong and weak worms. The strong ones had already evolved into spirit worms, while the poor ones were still worms, waiting for the next round of evolution. And the role of the body refining secret art was to help him further sift through those remaining worms, eliminating the best and the worst. The strong ones would be strengthened and evolve into spirit insects as the secret body refining technique ran, while the weak ones would be washed to death by this force and turned into impurities to be expelled from the body. This was the idea he had when he first obtained the Thunderbolt spirit insect from Yi Qingzhu's body, and now after being verified, it was indeed feasible. When one round of circumference ended, he immediately opened the second round, using his divine power to quench his body and quench the worms. After just a few moments, hundreds of worms had evolved into spirit worms, but equally, tens of thousands of worms had been eliminated and turned into impurity outflows. In this regard, Ling Yichen didn't care. Worms are just worms, just consume them as you please. If it's not enough, just kill a few awakened people and use their flesh and blood to regrow a batch and you'll have it. By this point, worms are the least valuable consumable. As long as he could be strong, he didn't care about any of this. Time passed little by little, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. He had already run several rounds of circumference, and the number of spirit worms that had advanced had amounted to thousands, and of course, the number of spirit worms that had been eliminated had amounted to hundreds of thousands. Seeing that the divine power was about to run out, Ling Yichen stopped. He took a deep breath and completed the last round of circumference, then slowly ended the tackling Dragon 9 Wastes cultivation. Instead, he took out the divine walking technique. The divine walking technique was the Su family's divine secret technique, capable of shrinking the earth into an inch, and the great accomplishment could even move instantly in space. That's why he couldn't wait to open the divine walking technique. After a quick look, Ling Yichen was slightly surprised. This divine walking technique was indeed a step weaker compared to the dragon tackling 9 wastes, and it was even more incomparable to the speech spirit technique. This was because this divine walking art only required the cultivation of the legs' orifices and the infusion of divine energy into the legs as a way to move at high speeds. The reason why it looked like a step of dozens or hundreds of meters was just that the other party's speed was fast enough, so fast that your eyes couldn't react to it. So this divine walking technique really wasn't very good, or at least it wasn't considered a divine technique. However, after Ling Yichen read the cultivation method of this divine walking technique, he immediately thought of the 10,000 insects casting body technique. His 10,000 insects casting body technique was now at the grand completion of the 5 viscera realm, and he could begin to cultivate the limbs realm. This limb realm cultivated precisely both hands and feet, which was a touch similar to this divine walking art. Immediately, Ling Yichen began to look for the commonalities between the two. Sure enough, he found it in some connected place. For example, the divine walking technique required the opening of the bipedal orifices, while the orifices realm of the 10,000 insect casting technique also required the opening of orifices. And there are a couple of tricks in there that are the same. In other words, as long as he cultivated this divine walking art, it would be beneficial to his cultivation of both the limbs realm and the orifices realm. In that case, he had raised his evaluation of this divine walking technique a little. After all, it was a secret art that was able to cover the 2 major realms of the 10,000 insect casting body technique, and although it only covered a little bit of it, it was still quite extraordinary. Immediately, he began to cultivate both arts together, first cultivating the limb realm of the 10,000 insects casting body technique. After all, the limb realm was a bit simpler, as long as the number of spirit insects was enough. When he cultivated the 5 viscera realm before, he still had more than 400,000 spirit worms left, enough for him to cultivate the 4 limbs realm to greatness. So, he began to fill both hands and feet with a huge number of spirit worms, replacing all the worms in both hands and feet with spirit worms. When both hands and feet were all condensed with spirit worms, he could only see the same 5-colored divine light blossoming above his hands and feet, which were all as precious as if they were carved out of jade. Even though the 4-limb realm was greatly accomplished, it was not yet peaked and perfected. If he wanted peak perfection, he still needed to condense his body successfully as well. But unfortunately, he had already used up his spirit worms. The spirit insects were used up, the divine power was used up, and he glanced at the time with satisfaction. Just in time. It wasn't long before the end of the class, so he got up, walked out of the cultivation room, went back to the surface to find Tianying, and went ahead to wait for Yi Qingzhu and W with her at the school entrance. They are going to their new home today. During the daytime, Tang Wan and Tianying's parents had already moved there and sent them the address as well. Soon, school was out. The two didn't have to wait long before they met Yi Qingzhu and W. As soon as the two saw Ling Yichen, they immediately said with serious expressions, "I heard that the 6th grade clans have convened a trial meeting to judge you, but Elder Zen and Elder Lu have already gone to receive the trial on your behalf, and the exact results of the trial will probably not come out until tomorrow." Hearing this, Ling Yichen raised his eyebrows slightly. "A trial?" He then smiled disdainfully and replied, "It doesn't matter. I'm sure Master and Uncle Lu will take care of it. I just need to wait for the results without fear. A trial that doesn't require his presence. He doesn't care." Moreover, he also absolutely believed that the 6th grade families couldn't do anything to the old man and the master teacher. After all, the master teacher's strength was there, and he really didn't believe that the 6th grade families would dare to come hard on the master teacher. So, the four of them walked out of the school gate, and in a rare move, they took a cab and headed for Green Fox Mountain. Green Fox Mountain, located in the northern part of the central district. The location was slightly remote from the central city, but as Lu Mei said, the environment there was extremely good, suitable for living and also suitable for cultivation, because there was really a big mountain there. Soon the cab stopped at the foot of Green Fox Mountain. The four of them got out of the car and immediately saw an incomparably huge giant mountain standing there, with lush forests and white clouds on the mountain. Quite a bit of a fairyland mood. At the foot of the mountain was a meandering river, which was misty and connected to the clouds on the mountain, making it all look quite mysterious. The riverbanks are lined with scattered dozens of villas and superstores and entertainment venues. The location where the four got off the bus was the villa area. Just as soon as he got off the bus, Ling Yichen couldn't help but look towards the Green Fox Mountain behind him, because he always felt that this big mountain really looked a little bit like a huge fox's head. Seeing Ling Yichen frequently turning back to look at the large mountain, Yi Qingzhu immediately came over and asked, "What's wrong? Did you ever think that this big mountain looks a lot like a fox's head?" When Yi Qingzhu heard this, he immediately looked at Ling Yichen in surprise. "You don't know the origin of this Green Fox Mountain?" This Green Fox Mountain, it was originally a fox's head. This time, Ling Yichen really froze. Not only him, Tianying and W were also stunned beyond belief. Obviously, among the four, only Yi Qingzhu was a child who loved to study and had studied the cultural lessons properly. She said seriously, "This Green Fox Mountain was transformed from an immortal fox head that fell from the empty city hundreds of years ago, and rumor has it that there are still fox spirits that exist in this great mountain to this day, and those who reside over here will be able to hear the sound of foxes wailing on the night of the 15th full moon." Seriously? Why does it sound a bit like a folk tale? Ling Yichen wanted to say chatty, but he dismissed it. Chatelaine is a mythological story of Earth, not necessarily of this world. Really, absolutely true, because my master even said before that he would bring me here to walk around and try my luck, to see if I could meet a fox spirit to help me shape my immortal roots. My master said that my immortal roots are very poor, and that the speed of my cultivation of immortal arts is very slow. Yi Qingzhu was a bit aggravated. When Ling Yichen heard this, he rushed forward to comfort him. "It's fine, turn around and I'll take you to the mountains to sneak around. Maybe you'll come across it." "Well, I hope so." With that, the four of them stopped lingering and headed towards the location of their new home. Chapter 117. Their home was Villa 18, and when they followed the door sign to the house, they immediately lit up. The villa is huge. The main house alone is over 300 square feet, with a large swimming pool, outdoor fitness area and a flower room in front of the door. The house is built in a European style, very much in line with the aesthetics of the three girls, so when they saw what the house actually looked like, they let out a soft whimper. "Wow, it's so beautiful. Is this where we're going to live from now on?" Tianying's eyes were full of stars. She came from the old city and had seen the most dilapidated old buildings in her life. Even the living conditions over at the sunken garden made her feel wowed. Now that she was changing to this kind of place again, she had a dreamlike feeling. Yi Qingzhu was actually in a similar state of mind as her. Only at the moment there was a 3-month deadline pressing down on her, making her unable to fully release her inner joy, and she just laughed along with Tianying. As for W, she was from the city of air, and she had seen more luxurious buildings. The reason why she was happy was because she got to spend time with her little sister, and that's what she wanted. Among the four, only Ling Yichen had a flat reaction. He is really not picky about the living conditions. He can live as long as he has his own private space. "Ha, the boys are back. hurry in, dinner is ready. The three adults led Ling Yixuan out the door to greet her, and their faces were filled with smiles. The 8 men entered the house together, and after washing their hands they sat down around a long table made of red heather, on which a dozen or so fine dishes were placed. Just as they were about to start, a lazy, sexy voice came from outside the main door. Looks like you guys are all done already. I was planning to come over and help out. As the voice fell, he saw Lu Mei walk in with a plate in each of her right and left hands. She was followed by 2 other men, a middle-aged man and an old man. The middle-aged man was clearly Deacon Tiger of the 12 deacons, while the old man was the Transcendent Management Association's elder Tiger and Lu Mei's grandfather, Uncle Lu, coming here uninvited. I hope I'm not disturbing you all, Uncle Lu said with a smiling face. The crowd rose in unison accordingly, and although Tian Xingliang was a bit flustered, he still said politely, No, it's our honor to have you here. They had actually met during the day when they first moved in, and knew who Uncle Willow was. They were all shocked beyond measure. After all, they were just ordinary people, not even awakened, and it was inevitable that they would be a bit uncomfortable to see someone of such a high level all of a sudden. But after a short time getting to know them, they realized that Uncle Lu was a very easygoing old man, and seemed to be quite lonely in his daily life, and especially liked to be lively. One day together and they were instantly much closer to each other. Have you eaten yet? Why don't you join us if you haven't? Tian Xingliang got up and gave his place to Lu Bo. Lu Bo was all smiles and said, Then I'll be polite. Saying that, he sat down very naturally, and likewise, that Deacon Tiger sat down very naturally beside him. The rest of the people also took their seats in turn. Only Lu Mei made a point of walking over to Ling Yichen's side with her plate, and sat down next to him after putting down the plate, then didn't forget to leap over Ling Yichen and look at Qi Qingzhu on the other side. Sister Qingzhu, hello again, from now on we'll be neighbors. We can see each other every day. As she said that, her gaze turned back to Ling Yichen, sweeping back and forth across Ling Yichen's body. Her eyes really weren't considered innocent. Ling Yichen had a feeling of being mentally raped by her, sighed and waited until the old man made a move to start eating, then he also buried his head to eat immediately. However, after just a few mouthfuls of grubbing, only Lu Bo's voice came out, saying, You're that young man, aren't you? Ling Yichen instantly felt everyone's gazes focused on him. He hurriedly put down his chopsticks and rushed to look at Lu Bo's position. It only looked like Liu Bo was sizing himself up with such interest that it would normally appear that he was just scrutinizing himself. But here in Ling Yichen's place, it felt as if he was being irradiated by 2 spotlights, a powerful sense of oppression coming on, and at the same time, there was also a feeling that the spiritual defense was going to be broken open. This made him very uncomfortable. His sword brows flared, and he immediately mobilized his spiritual power to resist. As his spiritual sea of consciousness vibrated, a vast and majestic spiritual power surged out and counterattacked Lu Bo, easily shattering Lu Bo's mental oppression. He even gave a small counterattack. Only Lu Bo's body trembled slightly. Then his face showed surprise as he stared at Ling Yichen with shock in his eyes. It was only after a few seconds that he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. The latter is fearful. The latter is fearful. The young people nowadays are really getting more and more talented. It seems that a great era is really coming. Uncle Lu sighed and turned to look at Deacon Tiger beside him. As if Deacon Tiger had gotten a hint of something, he immediately looked towards Ling Yichen. His eyes filled with wariness. Ling Yichen was unsure, and only frowned slightly. He was a little confused about the current situation. Well, at this time, I only heard Lu Mei at the side say, My grandfather wanted me to marry that simpleton, and I wasn't happy about it. So I told my grandfather that I've fallen in love with you, and that I'm not marrying you. So my grandfather is coming to see you, and as for that simpleton, well, now you've been treated as a love rival. Ling Yichen immediately glared back at her. If eyes could curse, then he should be considered cursing dirty now. Asterisk. What's this about? Why are you bringing me into this if you don't want to marry him? Ling Yichen has a real pain in the ass. Nothing good comes from meeting this woman. He also didn't know since when this Lu Mei haunted him. He obviously hadn't released any signals to her. Suffering, taking someone else's bullet. You're too unkind, Yi Qingzhu said with some slight anger. However, Lu Mei tilted her head and laughed. Our elder brother doesn't laugh at our second brother. Don't you do the same? As she said that, her gaze swept over Luo Hong, who was not far from the dining table. Yi Qingzhu was instantly speechless. She wanted to retort something, but on second thought, she was again at a disadvantage. Indeed, wasn't she also taking Ling Yichen to fend off the genius elites of the 8 camps at this very moment? Though, it wasn't something she asked for, but rather something Ling Yichen volunteered for. but the result was the same, and she couldn't really argue with anything yet, so it's only a little hard to hang your head down sullenly. Seeing this, Lingy-chan immediately reached out and held her small hand, whispering, "This is different. We are a true couple. Someone covets my wife. Of course I can't just sit back and do nothing. It's my nature as a man to clear the way." A wife, instantly making Yi Qingju's small face red as blood, shyly somewhat not daring to raise her head, but her heart had long been happy to the heavens. Ah ha ha ha, he called me his wife. I'm his wife now. Ha 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 ha, wife, husband, sounds good yo. He. At this moment, if someone could hear Yi Qingju's heart, they would only laugh upside down. The contrast between Yi Qingju's heart and surface was still very huge. At this time, the W on Yi Qingju's side suddenly interjected. Be more restrained. If you laugh again, the corners of your mouth will split behind your ears, turning you into a big-mouthed woman. When Yi Qingju heard W poking fun at herself, she really collected a little bit of joy that she couldn't hide, then ruthlessly pinched W's waist. I'll deal with you later in your room. The elders were well aware of the little gestures between the children, but they just smiled and didn't say anything else, and so began the dinner, with adults talking to adults and young people talking to young people. After eating for about half an hour, Lingy-chan was the first to leave the table, picking a room and going to wash and change. After simply washing up, Lingy-chan cultivated silently in his room for a while, waiting for the night to fall. 2 hours later, night was beginning to fall. As the night covered the mountain, the clouds and mists quietly drifted down from the mountain, lingering at the foot of the Green Fox Mountain, making the environment of the Green Fox Mountain become even more bizarre. Uncle Lu also took Lu Mei and Deacon Tiger back half an hour ago. Lingy-chan stood in front of the window, quietly waiting for the moon to appear. After another half hour of waiting, the moon finally rose slowly from the distant horizon. Lingy-chan used his own left eye vision to look, but he no longer saw the vision he saw in the morning. The moon is just the moon, not the pupil of the eye. But he did not develop self-doubt, for he was quite certain that the startling glimpse in the morning when he was buying breakfast was indeed a glimpse of the moon turning into the pupil of his eye. He mused for a moment, then whirled around and grabbed his jacket, heading straight for the house. On his way out, he happened to meet Yi Qingju. Where are you going? Yi Qingju inquired. Lingy-chan's eyes turned, and he immediately went over to take her hand and said back, going to the mountains to take a turn and dissipate. Do you want to come along? Yi Qingju nodded without hesitation and turned around to go back to his room to get his jacket, but when they came out, W and Tian Ying also followed, and they both put on their coats as well, looking like they were going to go together. We'd like to go around too. We won't disturb you, will we? W inquired. Lingy-chan smiled and replied softly, no. Then he led them downstairs with him. Downstairs, Tang Wan and Lu Yu were washing dishes and cleaning in the kitchen. Although the villa comes with 2 cleaners and a cook, both Tang Wan and Lu Yu like to do things themselves. Lingy-chan and Tian Xingliang greeted each other before heading out the door. As soon as they left the house, the 4 of them saw the misty clouds at the entrance, as if they had stepped into a fantasy world. Wow, it's beautiful. Tian Ying couldn't help but sigh. It's indeed beautiful. Yi Qingju and W echoed the exclamation. The Green Fox Mountain at this moment, under the shroud of night, with misty clouds and fog, coupled with the hazy light of the moon shining through, gave them a feeling that they had entered a fairyland. Lingy-chan didn't have the heart to sigh, as he picked up Yi Qingju and headed for the mountain path behind him, while Yi Qingju smoothly pulled W, and W held Tian Ying. The 4 of them immediately walked hand in hand quickly towards the Green Fox Mountain hill. Looking at the mountain from afar was small, but looking at the mountain from close up, especially after they actually stepped onto the mountain path, only then did they marvel at the fact that this Green Fox Mountain was so huge. The 4 of them weren't bad and their footwork wasn't slow, but even so, they had walked for a full half hour before they managed to reach the halfway point of the mountain, and after arriving at the halfway point of the mountain, they even have a feeling like entering a fairyland, and even some of them can't see the mountain and the foot of the mountain, and only feel that they are in a mist of nothingness. We won't get lost later, right? Tian Ying said with some concern. No, I can use my divine sense to scout the way. After Lingy-chan finished speaking, he immediately released his divine sense. As a result, when his divine sense was released, he was surprised to find that it seemed to be greatly suppressed here. With the strength of his current divine sense, he could already spread out over 100 meters, but here, it can only spread out 10 meters. It shook him to his core. There seems to be something unusual about this Green Fox Mountain. Is there really a fox immortal here? He originally didn't quite believe Yi Qingju's words about the fox spirit before, but at this moment it suddenly felt that this Green Fox Mountain was indeed somewhat unusual, and that fox spirits might really exist. My divine sense is restricted. I can't go upwards. So let's rest here. Ling Chen realized that the higher up the divine sense went, the greater the suppression became. He also had some trouble pinpointing what would happen if he continued up there. And his original intention of coming to the mountain was just to find an unoccupied place to open the Star Yuan Guide formation and explore the moon. So he immediately said to the three girls, "You guys can appropriately hang around for a bit, but don't stray too far from me. I need to cultivate here for a while." A few people sniffed and immediately nodded their heads before walking companionably to the side, and he then sat down on his knees and directly began to sink his mind into the sea of consciousness, activating the Star Yuan Guidance formation. Only within his spiritual sea of consciousness, a star shone in the void, hundreds of them. He had intentionally not formed these stars into a Star Yuan Guidance formation. This was because once the Astral Yuan Guidance formation was formed, the Astral Yuan Guidance formation would automatically absorb the spiritual energy that was free in the air. At that time, his body would become a terrifying black hole, crazily sucking in spiritual energy, which would scare the others. That was why he usually let these stars be scattered within his spiritual sea of consciousness, and only when there was a need would he form a Star Yuan Guide formation, such as at this moment. With a thought, hundreds of stars were instantly tugged, only to see 9 stars instantly aligned into a circle, and a Star Yuan Guidance formation immediately took shape. In an instant, a not-so-weak suction force erupted from within Ling Yichen's body and began to absorb the stray spiritual energy. But that was just the beginning, only to see the 18 stars instantly form a second Star Yuan Guidance formation, attaching themselves to the periphery of the first Star Yuan Guidance formation. Rumble! The power of the Star Yuan Guidance formation's outburst was instantly strengthened by several times, and an even more powerful suction force erupted from Ling Yichen's body, directly forming a whirlwind that swept up all the fallen leaves and clouds around Ling Yichen. At this moment, with Ling Yichen at the center, an eye of the wind directly formed, and everything around him began to rotate around him in a bizarre manner. Yet that's not the end of it. With a thought, the 36 stars instantly gathered together to form a third Star Elemental Guidance formation, which was similarly attached to the periphery of the second Star Elemental Guidance formation. With a flourish, Ling Yichen once again jumped 72 stars, instantly condensing them into a fourth Star Elemental Guidance formation, attaching it to the periphery of the third Star Elemental Guidance formation. Then there was the gathering of 144 stars, which instantly coalesced into a fifth Star Elemental Guidance formation, nearby on the outskirts of the fourth Star Elemental Guidance formation. At this point, the 5-star Yuan Guidance arrays went from small to large, forming a 5-ring star ring. Chapter 118 The Moon. Uncle, rumble. Ling Yichen's spiritual sea of consciousness was boiling, only to see that the entire spiritual ocean looked like it was boiling. The seawater congealed from spiritual energy bubbled, and then one drop of spiritual energy droplets were seen rising up against the sky, surging towards the 5-ring star ring high in the sky, injecting themselves into the ring and becoming the energy of the star ring. With the injection of spiritual energy, the innermost star ring instantly shone brightly and directly bloomed with a brilliant light before it began to rotate clockwise. Then came the second ring of stars, which was similarly lit and then also rotated clockwise, and then the third, and the fourth, and the fifth. When the fifth astral ring was also completely lit up and then selected clockwise, the entire Green Fox Mountain had a vision. With him as the center, the clouds of the entire Green Fox Mountain began to gather this way. At this moment, not to mention Yi Qingzhu's trio, even the residents at the foot of the mountain could see with their naked eyes that the entire Green Fox Mountain's clouds were being wailed away by something. Yes, it's wailing. At this moment, Ling Yichen had already transformed into a black hole, and the clouds as huge as those on Green Fox Mountain were sucked up by his astral ring in an instant. And it was only at this point that Ling Yichen was surprised to realize that these clouds were not mere clouds, but were laced with the crumbs of divine sense. When all of the clouds were absorbed into his spiritual sea of consciousness, the huge astral ring instantly stripped the clouds of the crumbs of divine sense. These pieces of divine sense were like a firefly, fluttering and falling into the ocean of his spiritual energy, sinking into the divine sense liquid. However, Ling Yichen was surprised to find that his piece of divine sense liquid, which was still quite small, had rapidly dried up. However, he was also shocked to find that as his divine sense liquid was absorbed, the crumbs of divine sense quickly fused together, revealing an animal spirit, which was clearly a small fox with 9 tails. Demon spirit body? The little fox in front of her was different from the fawn she had met before. The fawn's body was filled with immortal spirit power, an immortal spirit body. Instead, the little fox in front of him was filled with demonic spirit power, clearly a demonic spirit body. Only the little fox's demonic spirit body was turquoise blue in color, and there were 3 groups of turquoise flames surrounding its body, which was very cute. She was obviously still unaware of what was going on since she had just remodeled her spiritual body and was acting a bit confused. However, when it came to its senses completely, it immediately let out a crisp yelp. At the same time, a petite and cute girl's voice rang out in Ling-Chen's sea of consciousness. Mommy, mommy, I want mommy. In the next second, Ling-Chen's spiritual energy manifested into shape and appeared in front of the little fox. Since the little fox had absorbed his divine sense before remodeling its spiritual body, Ling-Chen had a natural affinity for it. When the little fox saw him, it wasn't the least bit afraid of him, but quickly hopped over towards Ling-Chen. It was really cute, and with every step it took, the 9 fox tails behind it would flutter, making Ling-Chen rare. He crouched down and greeted the little fox with open arms, and the little fox quickly jumped into his arms, then said crisply, "Mommy, take me to mommy." Ling-Chen immediately inquired, "Where is your mom?" As soon as these words came out, the little fox suddenly paused, and then she suddenly buried her head into Ling-Chen's arms, whimpering and crying, "Mom is dead. Mommy was killed by a bad man." Woo woo. Ling-Chen sighed, then reached out and gently stroked the little fox's back, soothing it. At that moment, in the small fairy realm nestled at the edge of the ocean of spiritual energy, a cute little deer head burrowed out, and a pair of eyes gurgled. When it saw Ling-Chen and the little fox, it hesitated for a moment, but ran towards Ling-Chen with great joy. It ignored the terrain and ran directly into the void, and with every step it took a beautiful little plum blossom footprint would appear in the void. However, just as it was about to approach Ling-Chen, the little fox that was crying in his arms suddenly raised its head and glared at the deer with eyes full of caution. As if startled, the deer quickly backed up a dozen meters and re-dug back into the small fairy realm. Ling-Chen almost didn't laugh out loud. Why is this little fairy deer so timid? However, this was normal. It had only been born not long ago. The degree of solidity of the immortal spirit body was far less than that of the little fox. Even if the little fox's demonic spirit body had just been remodeled, it was still far stronger than the little immortal deer. From this, one could tell that the little demon fox was born many years before the little fairy deer. "How old are you, little one?" Ling-Chen asked the little fox. The little fox lifted its head and turned its eyes for a moment, as if estimating the time, before replying, "Over 300, almost 400 years old." Ling-Dian thought to himself, indeed, even if the little immortal deer counted from the immortal tire period, it was only a full 120 years old, while this little fox was already 300 to 400 years old. It was normal to be a little stronger. "Then you can't bully him, he's a lot smaller than you," Ling-Chen said as he raised his hand and pointed at the little immortal realm there. But the little fox said "Che" playfully, and then went back into his arms, whimpering and crying. Ling-Chen was stunned. This crying can still pick up and cry? How about filming a serial? Still, he patiently soothed him for a while until the little fox stopped crying before he hugged him and left the sea of spiritual consciousness. Outside, when Ling-Chen's spiritual will returned, he only saw a turquoise blue shadow of light drilling out from his brow, which instantly transformed into a cute little fox, which stood on top of Ling-Chen's head, gazing around, then to Green Fox Hill. "Mommy's head." Ling-Chen immediately stiffened. "This mountain, was it turned into your mom's head?" The little fox nodded with eyes full of sadness at once. Ling-Chen immediately realized. It seemed that the information Yi Qingzhu had said before was correct. This Green Fox Mountain is really made of a fox head, and it is also said that this fox head fell down from the City of Air. Ling-Chen couldn't help but inquire, "Do you know what happened to your mom?" The little fox nodded, then shook his head. After pondering for a few seconds, she said quietly, "I was just born at that time, so I don't remember it very well. I only saw a bad guy with a divine ring behind his head, forcing mom to ask for some kind of immortal treasure, and when she didn't give it to him, then he killed her and chopped off her head. Mom swallowed me in her mouth to protect me and crashed here, but that guy didn't let go of me and mom. He broke mom's spirit body as well, and I was also affected. My spirit body was broken and couldn't take shape, so I could only melt the crumbs of my divine consciousness into the fog, and the floating lasted for hundreds of years." Ling-Chen stared. Although the little fox wasn't speaking very clearly, he could probably guess that it was a thing. He heartbreakingly stroked the little fox's head and said, "It's okay, it's all in the past. You've remodeled your spirit body now. In the future, you can live in my spiritual sea of consciousness and feed on my divine sense, slowly getting bigger and stronger. When you're strong enough, you can still remodel your demon body." After hearing this, the little fox stared at Ling-Chen with a burning gaze, a hint of hesitation flashing through his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, the little fox suddenly came up to Ling-Chen's ear and whispered, "Little brother, Do you want to get the immortal hide? Ling Yichen froze and looked at it in surprise. Do you know where it is? The little fox immediately nodded in a small voice. I know. Before Mom's divine sense shattered, she told me the location of the immortal hide. That place seems to be called the Starfield, but that was the name hundreds of years ago. I don't know if it's still called that, but it's okay. Mom burned the exact location into my mind, so if you take me there, I can lead you to it. Ling Yichen frowned slightly and murmured, Starfield, it's outside the borders. Right, there shouldn't be such a place within the human borders. He looked at the little fox joyfully, stroked its little head once more, and said, your mother gave her life without telling anyone, and you told me, and you trust me that much? The little fox sniffed, but shook his little head, and returned somewhat adorably. I relied on your divine sense to remake my spiritual body. To a certain extent, you are my savior. Without you, I might still have to survive in this form for hundreds or even thousands of years, or directly the divine sense completely collapsed. Moreover, I sensed Uncle Luna's aura from your divine sense, and whoever Uncle Luna believes in, I naturally believe in as well. Ling Yichen froze. Uncle Moon. With that, he glanced up at the moon in the sky. At this moment, the star ring within his sea of consciousness was ready and able to open at full speed at any time, and if it wasn't for the appearance of the little fox, he would have been absorbing the power of the purple ring and forcibly peeking into the secrets of the moon by now. When you say Uncle Luna, do you mean it? Ling Yichen raised his finger to the moon. The little fox immediately nodded his head and replied back, well then, it's Uncle Luna. Uncle Luna is so pitiful, being sealed in the sky, no one even knows he exists. Ling Yichen's eyes flashed as he pursued, and how did you know? Because Uncle Moon will be a little bit stronger than usual on every 15th day, especially on the 15th day of August every year, which is the most powerful time of the year for him. I once met Uncle Moon by chance on the 15th day of August of a certain year, and Uncle Moon sensed me, so he would project a little bit of power to me on the 15th day of every month, so that I could coalesce and take shape for a short period of time, and that's why I was able to survive for hundreds of years, otherwise my consciousness would have collapsed long ago. The little fox looked to the moon with gratitude. Ling Yichen sniffed and pursed his lips in contemplation, and after a few seconds, he took a deep breath and said greasily, well, I've also seen him once by chance, I've just never been very sure. Now that I've heard your words, the doubts within me have been completely removed, so let me try and see if I can help him a little today. With that, he sat down with his knees crossed, then placed the little fox on his lap and began to close his eyes and concentrate. Open! With his explosive roar, the 5-star rings within his spiritual sea of consciousness simultaneously bloomed with terrifying light, and the entire spiritual sea of consciousness trembled. The ocean of his spiritual energy was even more shocking waves, and then appeared the dragon-sucking water phenomenon, only to see a dragon scroll coalesce above the raging ocean of spiritual energy, which quickly rolled towards the star ring above. The moment the dragon scroll made contact with the star ring, Ling Yichen's spiritual sea of consciousness flashed with lightning and thunder, and the winds were so fierce that it was as if the world had been destroyed. The star ring, on the other hand, instantly emitted a whimpering and trembling sound as a monstrous aura flourished and exploded. The star ring that had been infused with spiritual energy went completely crazy, releasing its strongest power. In the next second, the 5 great star rings unexpectedly scurried directly out of Ling Yichen's spiritual sea of consciousness and appeared in the outside world. Outside of his body, Ling Yichen's body instantly became illusory. 5 rotating star rings quietly manifested behind him, the bright light coalescing into a beam that instantly shot towards the void, easily arriving above the moon. The moon was hit by that beam of light, and it actually trembled for a moment, and then, it began to erupt with a brilliant light, and the original string moon all began to slowly fill up towards the full moon. But in the next second, the 2 purple rings on the periphery of the moon similarly erupted with brilliant light. Raging purple aura rippled out from the purple rings, and in an instant, it completely covered the moon, turning it into a purple moon. The world was shocked as the purple moon hung in the air, because this is the purple moon, which is exclusively for the Mid-Autumn Festival. How did it suddenly appear at this time of the year? Everyone also saw that brilliant beam of light and was even more shocked. Most of them didn't know what was going on, and only a few of them looked through the void with a single glance and saw everything that was going on Green Fox Mountain. But they didn't stop Ling Yichen, but silently observed the developments. The 4th Advanced Alien School. Above the ancient attic, 2 old men with long hair flowing like ancient monks once again stepped out of the attic, gazing at the purple moon in the void. There was a touch of excitement on top of their old faces. Will it work this time? One of the older men inquired. Let's hope so, or we may not wait for that day. The other old man returned. Oh, It doesn't matter. It's not like we're the only ones waiting. Those other old guys' lifespans are even shorter than ours. If they're not in a hurry, we're even less in a hurry. After saying that, the two old men laughed and laughed at the same time. At the foot of the Green Fox Mountain, Villa 18, Tangwan stood quietly on the balcony of the second floor, holding a cup of red wine in her hand, her eyes looking at the purple moon in a bland manner. She pursed a mouthful of red wine, then revealed a shallow smile and murmured, "Little one, you are really capable of making a mess. If you really unleash this eye, then the whole world will be in chaos. After all, it's been thousands of years since a new god was born, and countless demigods have waited eagerly for this opportunity. Besides, the one in the empty city isn't going to sit around and do nothing. Whatever, let's get ready to meet the battle first." When she finished speaking, she turned her eyes to gaze at the city that loomed high in the sky, and a flash of disdain flashed across her eyes. Then she touched a jade pendant from her storage ring, which had divine light flowing through it, only to see her throw the jade pendant into the air, and in an instant, 8 small flags were released from the jade pendant, rushing towards each of the 8 directions, instantly enveloping the entire Green Fox Mountain. Chapter 119, Invincible Demigod. Just half an hour before Ling-Yichen exploded the power of the Star Ring, a trial is underway in the trial hall of the Transcendental Management Association. At the front of the meeting, in front of the round table representing the 8 powers, there was a strong person sitting at each of them. The military representative was 5-star Army Chief Luo Feng. The representative of the Transcendent Management Association was an old man wearing a dragon robe. The 6 major families are the major current patriarchs, and below these 8 people, there stood 2 pale old men, who were clearly Lu Yuan as well as Zhen Yiming. Lu Yuan and Zhen Yiming were older than any of them, but even so, the 8 of them were sitting in a dignified manner, leaving Lu Yuan and Zhen Yiming standing. That in itself is disrespectful. Someone, seat the 2 seniors. In the end, it was that dragon elder of the Transcendent Management Association who couldn't look on and commanded. However, in the next second, Lin Zongming, the head of the Lin family, gave a cold snort and stopped. "Slow down. If the 2 of you appeared in front of us on weekdays, then naturally you would have to honor a senior. After all, it's a lineage that has made a significant contribution to my human realm. However, today the 2 of you are being judged in place of that boy of unknown origin, so it's better to follow the rules." When these words came out, 4 of the 6 great families nodded their heads, and these 4 were the Su family, the Lei family, and the Qin family. These 4 great families were also the ones who had clearly sent assassins to assassinate Ling-Yichen. As for the Yan and Gu families, they remained on the sidelines. Among them, the head of the Yan family was surprisingly a woman. It was only that she was dressed in black, with the lower half of her face completely covered, only revealing a pair of eyes on the outside. He quietly gazed at Lu Yuan and Zhen Yiming with a hint of joy in his eyes, but in the midst of the joy, there was a deep regret. Words can't be said like that. After all, the 2 of you are the lineage of meritorious officials of the realm of humanity. Without their lineage, how could the realm of humanity be as strong as it is today? Even if that child is really in the wrong, that can't be blamed on the 2 seniors. "Come on, take your seats," Luo Feng from the military said strongly. Lin Zongming sniffed, and although there was dissatisfaction on his face, he didn't say anything in the end. Among the 8 camps, the military was the most powerful, and it had a very important position in the entire human territory. Without them fending off the evil demonic beasts on the front lines, Rainbow City wouldn't have been able to exist at all, and there wouldn't have been any fires left in humanity. Therefore, the 6 great families could disobey anyone but the military. Even when the military demanded that their 6 great families send their family sons to the front lines every year, they followed it. So now, they're not going to mess with the military over a seat. Soon, a waiter brought 2 chairs and placed them behind Lu Yuan and Zhen Yiming, but the 2 didn't sit down, only to hear Lu Yuan cough gently and then said, "Cough cough, it's not a big deal if you sit down or not. I just want to hear how you guys plan to judge my little nephew." As soon as these words came out, Lin Zongming immediately spoke. "That little man dared to kill my son. Naturally he must take his life. He must be handed over to our Lin family to be dealt with." In the next second, Lei Wanqing, the head of the Lei family, immediately added, "There is also our Lei family. That little also killed 2 of my Lei family's direct descendants, or in front of the Transcendent Management Association's deacons. Arrogant beyond compare. The crime deserves death." The representative of the Transcendent Management Association sniffed and sighed softly, not answering, because those are the facts. Long Ao Tian was there when Ling-Yichen killed 2 of the Lei family's direct descendants, and had already reported the incident. As for Lin Tsong, they also had enough evidence to prove that the person was killed by Ling Yichen. There was never a lack of fighting and killing in Rainbow City, but everyone did it in secret. And there had never been anyone like Ling Yichen who had struck down the direct descendants of the 6 great families in the open. The 6 great clans as one of the Rainbow City's administrators were really humiliated. If it is not dealt with, then the prestige of the 6 families will be affected and how they can manage others in the future. Therefore, no one was in a position to say anything, just quietly listening to Lin Zongming and Lei Wanqing accusing. As the 2 men finished speaking, no one in the conference room made a sound for the time being. This also meant that the remaining few forces were also in favor of this trial, and were going to hand Ling Yichen over to the 6 great families. As for what would happen to Ling Yichen after he arrived at the 6 great clans, that was not something they could interfere with. After Lu Yuan heard their words, but a light smile suddenly appeared on his pale face, and then his eyes deeply swept everyone present. Only then did he say quietly, "Alas, people are useless when they get old, and they can't even keep the only few heirs." Thinking back to that year, my master ancestor Yuan Tiangang was once the only demigod of the human race, protecting the human race for 3,000 years, and for the sake of the future generations of the human race being able to be strong, he didn't hesitate to fight with the 12 heavenly deities to snatch that half of an immortal's body, and ultimately died in the end. At that time, who would dare to dishonor his old man? Who would dare to commit any blasphemy against his offspring? At that time, there were not yet your 6 great families, much less any 8 great powers. It was my master who followed his master ancestor's last wish and distributed the half of the immortal body he obtained to the ancestors of your great clans, which gave birth to many demigods. And then there were your 6 great clans and the 6 clans' secret arts. But you are so good that you have backhandedly become their traitors and are at their mercy. It was also because of your attitude that they became more and more arrogant, causing them to cross over and come down 1,000 years ago with the intention of seizing the immortal bodies that had been distributed to you. But it turned out that the demigods of your clans didn't dare to fight against them, and it was my master who, alone, like a god of war, killed them off and even killed them up there. And to this day, even his remains have not been recovered. My master has only one son, and that is my master. My master has never married in his life, has no children, and has only taken on 12 of us disciples, caring for us as if we were his own children. After the master left, I was supposed to take care of everyone, but it turned out, the senior brothers and sisters were capricious, intent on killing their way through the Tower of Heaven and rushing up to look for their master. And as a result of the landing, only the 3 of us, my sister and I, and my youngest brother survived. Nowadays, my young master has rarely taken in a decent disciple. Only because you 6 great families keep sending people to chase and oppress, you have no choice but to strike back. After killing a few useless wastes, you guys dared to clear the air with me. Who gave you the face? As the words fell, Lu Yuan's body steeply blossomed into a matchless aura. The chair behind him was instantly crumbled into pieces by this aura, and the entire conference room even shook violently, and the space distorted. The representatives of the 8 powers changed color in unison, and each of the bodies of several people blossomed with a strange color as they resisted this oppression with their divine power. Old Mr. Lu, calm down, calm down, Luo Feng shouted with a sigh. However, Lu Yuan's aura rose instead of falling. An even more massive aura erupted from within his body, directly raising from a rank to S rank, then SS rank, then SSS rank, and finally, a radiant golden aura steeply blossomed from Lu Yuan's body. At this moment, he was like a cracked clay statue, except that what was revealed was an invincible golden body. Until there was a rumbling sound, as if heaven and earth had first opened up, light and darkness formed a bipolar division, and a divine ring floated out from Lu Yuan's body and hovered behind him, while at the same time, a tiny golden man quietly drilled out from Lu Yuan's body and sat steadily in the center of the divine ring. Half demigods. At this moment, everyone was shocked beyond words, looking at Lu Yuan with shock in their eyes. They had never had a clear idea of Lu Yuan's strength, as his most recent strike had been over 100 years ago. They weren't even born then. They had always thought that Lu Yuan was A-ranked, or at most S-ranked. How could they have ever imagined that he had reached the legendary demigod Na? At this moment, no one dared to show him any disrespect. Demigods in this era, that belonged to an invincible existence, and one person could sweep away a power. No one dared to face him straight on except for a few demigods who were in a position to fight, and at the level of a demigod, the affairs of mortals would barely bother. The 6 great families also had demigods, but this level of existence, even if they were the head of the family, they didn't have the chance to meet one. So it was their chance to see Lu Yuan reveal his strength with their own eyes at this moment. My master's lineage. There aren't many descendants left, only a few, I'm bound to guard them well. If any of you dare to touch a hair on their head, I'm bound to wipe your entire clan clean. Even if the demigods of your 6 clans come together, I'm not afraid in the slightest. At this moment, no one dared to refute it, not to mention killing a few direct descendants. Even if they killed themselves, I'm afraid that the clan wouldn't intervene in anything. No clan would go out of their way to offend a demigod. Yes, sir. The 8 men prostrated themselves respectfully and obediently. And after Lu Yuan got the answer he wanted, he didn't stay any longer and instantly disappeared in the same place with Zhen Yiming. As soon as they left, the conference room instantly returned to its original state. However, in the next second, the space here suddenly distorted, like a stone thrown onto the surface of a lake. The entire space of the conference room rippled, and then everything began to sand. And several people's faces changed drastically as they quickly fled and drifted into the distance, looking away from the Transcendent Management Association's huge building, which turned into a pile of sand. Phew, I didn't realize that he had already reached demigod. It's too terrifying. I almost died just now. Lin Zongming thought with a palpitating heart. With the way he had treated Lu Yuan just now, it would be a blink of an eye for Lu Yuan to kill him in a fit of rage. That's why he's scared. He had thought that Lu Yuan was comparable to him in strength, which was why he dared to be arrogant. How did he know that people didn't even look at little peasants like him in the eye? It wasn't until this moment that he realized his back had been soaked through long ago, and his body was still shaking uncontrollably. Of course, he wasn't the only one in this situation, as were several of the rest. Among the 8 of them, the vast majority of their strength was around the peak of B rank to the middle to lower a rank, and they were 3 whole major realms away from being demigods. That is, if people want to kill themselves, they don't even need to do it, they just need a divine thought to come over, and their spiritual sea of consciousness will be shattered. Spiritual awareness is really hanging through when it's shattered. Just as the 8 people were having a heart-to-heart. In the 4th Advanced Alien School, Lu Yuan instantly brought Zhen Yiming back to his little realm. At this moment, Lu Yuan was not in a good state. His body was slightly trembling, and his breath around him was a bit disorganized, only to see him quickly sit down in front of the tower, tuning his luck and calming the agitation within his body. Zen Ikimoku, on the other hand, was sitting on his knees at the edge, looking at him worriedly. Elder brother, are you okay? With that, he looked at Lu Yuan's heart, only to see that a flesh and blood heart was beating rapidly at Lu Yuan's heart location, and behind that heart, there was another pure gold-colored heart that was gently trembling. At this moment, every beat of that golden heart communicated the laws of heaven and earth, and he was having difficulty with such laws, and at all times he had the feeling that he was going to explode and die. He didn't dare to answer Zhen Yiming's words, and could only concentrate on calming the fluttering of that little golden heart. Zhen Yiming also didn't dare to leave, but just silently stood guard at the edge, protecting the law for his senior brother. After about 20 minutes or so, Lu Yuan's breath gradually calmed down, and he reverted to that droopy old state. Lu Yuan took a long breath and opened his eyes to look at Zhen Yiming. It's finally calmed down, he also said with a heartfelt sigh of relief. The power of this heart, it's still too powerful. Even if I've arrived at the strength of a demigod now, I still can't have the slightest control over it. It's hard to imagine what kind of strength the owner of this heart has. Lu Yuan sighed. Zhen Yiming, on the other hand, gazed at Lu Yuan's chest with shining eyes. This heart was left behind by the Master Ancestor, part of that half-immortal body. Back then, Master Ancestor fought against the 12 heavenly gods, and although he died, half of his immortal body was successfully snatched back. The residual thoughts left behind by the Master Ancestor told the Master to part with the remnants of his body, leaving only this heart to enlightenment. The Master did as he was told and split the immortal body, leaving only this golden heart behind. For more than 1,000 years, this heart had never been discovered and had always been the greatest treasure of their lineage. The Master relied on it to become an invincible demigod, and before he went up against the heavens, he gave this heart to Lu Yuan for safekeeping. Over the years, Lu Yuan had hidden it within his body and silently envisioned it. That's what has skyrocketed all the way up to today's strength over the course of hundreds of years. However, while gaining strength, he also needs to take responsibility. This golden heart was simply too powerful, and every time it used its strength, it would also produce tremors with it, and every time it trembled, it communicated the laws of heaven and earth, and he couldn't withstand the power of that law, and every time he had the tendency to explode. It was also because of this that he had stayed in this side of the small realm for over 100 years, and definitely did not use his demigod-level power if he did not have to. Senior brother, wait a little longer. When that kid has cultivated the 10,000 insects body casting technique, we'll pass this heart on to him. and then we'll kill our way through the Tower of Heaven together with senior sister to find Master's remains." Lu Yuan instantly nodded his head favorably. Aha! However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw a golden pillar rise up into the sky, charging straight up into the clouds and slamming into the stringed moon high in the sky. After the golden pillar touched the stringed moon, a strange change occurred. The string moon instantly turned into a purple moon, and a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying aura erupted from above the moon. Lu Yuan instantly sensed that all of this was done by Ling Yichen, only to see his face change slightly as he exclaimed softly, "This stupid kid couldn't be trying to release that eye." Chapter 120, The Dark Star. When Zhen Yiming heard this, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Impossible, that kid has only been cultivating for how long? How could he have the strength to release it?" Regarding the secrets of the moon, only a very few people who knew the inner workings of the immortal body knew about it, followed by those who could tell after reaching demigod. In their world, there would have been no moon or sun. According to the information passed down from the master ancestor, this world was originally called Dark Star, a dark star with only endless dark beasts and demons, until thousands of years ago, an immortal body suddenly landed on this star. The location where the immortal body landed was named Starfield. Only a few years later, the first batch of demigods walked out from the starfield, and among this batch of demigods were black-haired, red-blooded men, purple-haired, blue-blooded demons, blonde-haired, golden-blooded gods, and white-haired, silver-blooded immortals. The demigods had each divided their territories in order to snatch the immortal bodies and began an endless war. In this battle, humans, devils, immortals, and gods each fell, with the human and immortal races being the most tragic. Immortal and human races nearly extinct. In order to protect the race of the flame is not extinguished, the immortal race and the human race to withdraw from the fight for the immortal body. The immortal race has been extinct in the world, while the human race has migrated to the edge of the world, the land for the prison. Do not ask the world, and flourish. This battle for the immortal body also eventually evolved into a battle between gods and demons. The war between the gods and demons was fought for nearly 1,000 years. In the end, the demons won the ultimate victory and took over the entire world. The gods, on the other hand, have been driven to the edge of the world by the demons and forced to fight with the humans for territory to survive. The battle between man and God has since begun. After millennia of reproduction, the human race had recovered to a sizable number of people, but the number of demigods was far inferior to the divine race. Although the divine race had lost the battle to the demon race, a thin camel was bigger than a horse. The 16 demigods of the human race faced the 72 demigods of the divine race. In the end, kill until the sky is filled with blood and rain. The 16 demigods of the human race fell at all, angrily beheading 60 demigods of the divine race, killing to the point that the divine race was terrified. On the occasion of the fall of the human demigods, he lamented that there was no successor to the human race and that there were no demigods to guard them. The 16 demigods exhausted their remaining divine power and used some of the broken pieces of their immortal bodies to fuse their divine power to create an immortal child, which was born with the power of a demigod, and when it reached adulthood, it would have the power to uniquely battle the 12 heavenly gods of the divine race. Since then, the two races of man and God have been able to make peace, eventually signing a peace pact to live together in a snail's pace and recuperate. The battle for the immortal body, which had lasted for more than 2,000 years, had come to an end. And the immortal body that was complete in the beginning was split into several parts because of this war. The battle of gods and demons was won by the demons though. However, the devil race was born with divine power and valor, and their intelligence was not as good as that of the god race, so they only got half of the immortal body. On the contrary, the god race not only took half of the immortal body, but also the head of the immortal body. However, in the battle of man and god, the human race heavily defeated the god race and snatched back half of the immortal body amidst the fight for their lives by the strongest demigods, and in turn became the winning party in the battle for the immortal body, as the half of the immortal body obtained by the human race also contained a heart. Thus, the division of the immortal body became half of the demon race, half of the human race. The gods took a head. Only the immortal race got nothing, but also beat themselves to extinction. And that strongest demigod was Lu Yuan's master ancestor, Yuan Tiangang. It could be said that their lineage was the purest human sages and knew the most secret secrets. It was a pity that because of the withering of the population, the splendor of the past years had long since disappeared, and had even fallen to the point of being bullied by all the great clans. But that's in line with the evolution of history. The brave men who bleed the most often spill their blood on the battlefield and have no return. The ones who enjoy glory and wealth are instead those who hide behind them. As for the so-called moon in the sky, it was the work of the gods. They seem to have taken the eyes of the head of that immortal body and refined them into two shining spheres called the moon and the sun respectively. It was also the first time mankind had heard of the moon and the sun. According to the master's description, what the master ancestor wanted at first was actually the immortal body head, because the immortal body head contained the sea of spiritual consciousness, which had a greater secret. Unfortunately, in the end, only half of the body was snatched, not the head. However, Shifu had told master that if he could, he would definitely snatch it back in the future as well. Nay, it is true that the people are stronger than before, but their hearts are scattered. Not only did he fail to fulfill his master ancestor's expectation of exterminating or driving the divine race out of the human race's territory, he instead became their traitor, lamentable and pathetic. Thinking of the secret stories passed down from his master's mouth, Lu Yuan also sighed, especially when he saw that golden pillar going straight up into the sky, reaching right above the moon. His feelings were even stronger. If all the human races could be as daring as Ling-Chen and have the courage of the human sages, why would they be afraid of those damn bird people? So he sighed softly and said, "You can't judge that kid by pure strength. I can always sense a different aura from that kid's body. Right now he suddenly launched an attack on the moon. There's always a reason for him. We have to go and take a look," Lu Yuan said as he was about to get up and head out. Zhen Yiming, on the other hand, was worried. "Can you? That heart has just been agitated. If you make another move, I'm afraid you won't be able to suppress it." Lu Yuan gently nodded his head and said back in his unique raspy voice, "It's okay. If you can't suppress it, then don't. If that stupid kid really wants to unleash the Li Moon, those guys up there on that day will inevitably not let him do so either, and by then you might still need to use its power." Saying that, he took a deep breath and grabbed Zhen Yiming at the side, only to see space distort, and in the next second, the two of them directly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already appeared at the foot of Green Fox Mountain. As soon as he appeared, sensing the aura released from Ling-Chen's body from a close distance, Zhen Yiming couldn't help but change his face drastically, and his mouth couldn't help but break out in curses. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't that old Mi's Star Yuan guide formation? At this moment, the shock within Zhen Yiming's heart was unrivaled. Previously, he was at school, a certain distance away from the Green Fox Mountain, and he hadn't been able to realize that Ling-Chen was using the Star Yuan guidance formation, but now that he took a look at it, how could he not be shocked? The 5-star rings, except for the first one, which was the original form of the Star Yuan guidance array, the remaining 4 were multiplied in increments. He was one of the creators of this Gong method. In the early stages of creating this feat, they had actually envisioned adding more stars to the Star Yuan guidance formation, but after experimentation, they abandoned this version, because no one's mental power could sustain such a huge consumption of astral rings. The number of stars increased and the consumption increased exponentially. The biggest thing they had envisioned at first was 3 rings, or 36 stars. This version alone they thought no one could do. But what happened? Not only did Ling-Chen do it, but it was also 2 rings bigger than their greatest conception. Don't look at it as 2 rings, but the increased mental energy consumption of these 2 rings was dozens of times that of the previous 3 rings. Scary as hell. Is this a human being? This isn't going to get sucked dry by the rings? Is he a man or a ghost? What kind of person could have such a huge amount of mental power to keep 5-star rings burning? Zhen Yiming had been dumbfounded. His mouth opened and closed several times, finally only saying, "Grass," before staring at the golden pillar in silence. Lu Yuan, who was on the side, however, smiled with great relief. "Let's just say we can't measure this kid by pure strength. He's definitely more powerful than just the part we can see. I just don't know how long he'll be able to hold it up. If you want to release the moon, you'll have to break at least one of the 2 purple rings." At this moment, halfway up Green Fox Mountain, Ling-Chen was on the verge of blowing up. The 5-star rings did give him great power, allowing the power of the star metaconductor array to affect the purple rings on the moon. But again, the consumption is just too great. Even if his spiritual energy was as big as an ocean, it couldn't withstand being consumed in the manner of a dragon scroll. In just a few moments, his ocean of spiritual power bottomed out. He could have added his divine sense as well, but naturally, his divine sense had been sucked away by the little fox to remodel his spirit body, causing him to be close to running out of gas now. "I'm not going to be able to hold out." Ling-Chen let out a roar. In the next second, he only saw his spiritual sea of consciousness emit a strange sound of clacking, which seemed to show signs of crumbling. At this moment, he was ready to give up. As much as he wanted to help Luna free herself, it couldn't be done on the basis that he was going to do it with his spiritual awareness crumbling. "I'm sorry, I'm still not strong enough. Come back when I'm stronger." Ling-Chen was already preparing to disperse the astral ring. It was also at this time that the entire Green Fox Mountain suddenly trembled. Then, only to see the top of the mountain, suddenly out of thin air lit up a turquoise blue flame, followed by a second, third. In an instant, tens of thousands of turquoise blue flames appeared, and the little fox called out joyfully, "Mommy!" As its words fell, tens of thousands of turquoise blue flames converged into a ball, forming a flame as huge as the Green Fox Mountain, and within the flames, a large fox had appeared, only to see it look at Ling-Chen and the little fox on Ling-Chen's shoulder with eyes that were bigger than a house. And then a voice came into Ling-Chen's mind. "Thank you for saving my child. Then I'll repay you with some of this remaining crumbs of divine sense." As the words fell, the huge fox head collapsed once again, splitting into tens of thousands of turquoise blue flames. Then they saw these tens of thousands of turquoise blue flames surging up towards the 5 star rings, turning them into fuel for the star rings, causing the pressure on Ling-Chen, who was originally going to be unable to support himself, to be greatly reduced. "Seniors, you." Ling-Chen was also shocked beyond belief in his heart, using the last crumbs of its divine sense to burn as fuel. When the crumbs of its divine sense burned clean, then it would truly be completely dead. Although it was actually no different from being dead now, with its divine sense broken into pieces, it would ultimately only continue to dissipate into the world. Not everyone is as lucky as the little fox, and it was by chance that the little fox was able to remake its spiritual body. One was that it was very weak and Ling-Chen's spiritual sea of consciousness was strong enough to withstand it. The second was that those divine senses weren't Ling-Chen's own, so even if they were consumed, it didn't matter. "Mom!" The little fox whimpered and cried, his mouth calling out over and over again, "Good girl, don't cry, you're extremely lucky to be alive. Live well." As the words fell, it was also the time when the 10,000 foxfires subsided, only to see all the crumbs of divine consciousness being absorbed into the star ring, acting as fuel. The 5 star rings also instantly blossomed with an unrivaled aura, causing the already dazzling golden pillars to once again release endless light. Above the void, that purple moon was already extremely unstable, constantly trembling, and the sudden strength of the golden pillar seemed to have become the final hammer to break the shackles. In the next second, only the 2 purple rings above the moon instantly vibrated, only to hear a muffled sound of acid, as if a god had struck a golden instrument in the void. Pust! Ling-Chen was instantly hit hard, and blood spurted from his mouth and nose. Not only him, the people around him and the entire Green Fox Mountain were affected. In the light case, blood churned and blood spilled from the ears and nose, and in the heavy case, blood was spat out from the mouth and he directly fell unconscious. But the change came at this time as well, only to see the power of the purple ring rapidly contract. All the purple mist retracted back into the purple ring, causing the original purple moon to instantly turn into a clear and bright round moon. But immediately, that round moon directly turned into a hideous and brutal huge eye pupil. The moon is finally manifesting its true form. At this moment, the entire human realm boiled over. How? How did the moon turn into an eye? Whose eyes are those? Ah, the devil's eye. What the hell is going on here? What kind of world are we living in? For so many years, most people have lived in lies and dreams made up by others. Many ordinary people don't know about the existence of the awakened, and the awakened don't know what the world really looks like. But at this moment, as the moon turned back into an eye, people's dreams seemed to be awakened. Whether they were ordinary people or awakened ones, they all realized at this moment that the world they lived in was not what they saw. The true nature of this world needs to be explored by them. Just as countless people were thinking in shock, the change regenerated, only to see that the eye filled with anger and brutality above the void violently erupted with a matchless power. That power instantly destroyed Ling-Chen's golden pillar, and with the destruction of the golden pillar, the 5 star rings behind Ling-Chen instantly vaporized and shrunk, and eventually disappeared into Ling-Chen's spiritual sea of consciousness. Only, as a result, Ling-Chen also flew out backwards and ruthlessly smashed into a distant mountain. Immediately, however, Ling-Chen ran out from the endless dust. Although he had taken a lot of damage, he was in a much better state without the output of the star ring. He raised his eyes to look at the huge pupil of the eye in the sky and murmured, "I've done my best, the rest is up to you." As his words fell, he surprisingly saw the huge pupil of the eye abruptly stop for a moment, slowly turning its eyes to look at him. It was also this glance that surprised Ling-Chen with a powerful sense of oppression that was about to disintegrate. Luckily, that eye only looked at him, then turned away and once again erupted with unrivaled power. With this explosion of its power, the 2 purple rings that had been binding it, suddenly one of them couldn't withstand it anymore, and cracks appeared that could be seen even on the surface of the ground. The next second, buzz, That purple ring was finally overwhelmed and instantly disintegrated into billions of purple light, falling towards the surface of the earth. And at this moment, countless powerful people shook, both in the sky and on the ground. Countless exclamations of demigods sounded almost simultaneously. Really? Broken? Chapter 121, The Heart of the Immortals. The movements on Ling Yichen's side had long been noticed by anyone who had reached the demigod level. Only no one believed he could do it. Because over the centuries, he wasn't the only one who had had this thought. There were quite a few people who had tried, but unfortunately all failed. This time, everyone was determined it would fail as usual. Unexpectedly, the moon had actually broken free of the first binding, which moved countless people. Surprisingly, the first seal was really broken, so it's likely that the second seal will be broken next. There was a hint of excitement in Lu Yuan's hoarse voice. Even he had coveted this moon for a long time, and once he was able to obtain it, he might be able to fulfill his master ancestor's account and explore some of that immortal's secrets. In fact, for thousands of years, the human race, the demon race as well as the divine race had been silently exploring the deeds of this immortal. Where did he come from? And why was he dead and stranded on the dark star? Most of all, everyone wanted to get a glimpse of the realm of the immortals. So far, the strongest known strength was Yuan Tiangang, the god of war amongst the demigods, able to single-handedly take on the 12 heavenly gods of the divine race with the strength of a single person. But that's about it. The so-called demigods were still unable to break free from the boundaries of heaven and earth, and could only stay within the realm of the dark star. And that immortal was different. He was able to transcend the boundaries of heaven and earth and arrive in the other world. And with just a defeated body, he birthed the entire world of dark star, nourishing countless demigods and hatching countless powerful races. Therefore, everyone wanted to know the secrets of that immortal, and even more so, they wanted to break through to that realm of his. However, the three strongest clans all had the remains of their immortal bodies and had also been comprehending them for many years, but they were never able to do so. The three clans, however, agreed that only by piecing together the remnants of the body into a whole would they have a chance to comprehend it. But again, people don't want to give up the part of the remnants they have, and want to take others. Now that all the clans had been cultivating for thousands of years, their power had been built up to a certain extent, and they were all rubbing their fists and jumping into action. So all these years down the line, there have been no major wars, but minor disputes have been erupting, all testing the reactions of the clans. And right now, this moon, it seems, will be the trigger that sets off a dispute between the races. Elder brother, let's go over there. I want to take a look at that kid, Zhen Yiming said to Lu Yuan who was beside him. He was vaguely worried when he saw that Ling Yichen had detached himself from the moon's unsealing. At the same time, he looked towards the purple light that filled the sky with eagerness. Seal the moon's purple ring but the 12 heavenly gods of the divine consciousness of the 12. Each purple light is a fragment of the divine consciousness, get to be refined and absorbed, will be able to strengthen their own divine consciousness. That is an unparalleled treasure. The collapse of the purple ring was also a chance, and he wanted Ling Yichen to absorb it and improve his strength. Lu Yuan sniffed and nodded gently as he grabbed Zhen Yiming and leaped, instantly disappearing at the foot of the mountain and appearing directly beside Ling Yichen. At this moment, Ling Yichen was still feeling shocked by the moon's glance, when he suddenly felt a tremor in space, and then he saw his master and uncle appear out of thin air at the edge, and he couldn't help but feel his eyelids jump. Master, Senior, why are you here? He inquired in astonishment. However, in the next second, Zhen Yiming immediately rushed over and slapped him on the back of the head, angrily rebuking, "You bastard, you're hiding something from me." When Ling Yichen heard this, he instantly smiled bitterly, slightly vain. Indeed, the old man had thought that he was condensing the first star before, but in reality, he had already refined more than 300 stars. It was really because of the time constraints, otherwise he would have even been able to condense the 6th star ring. Of course, he wouldn't dare to say this out loud. If the old man knew that he still wanted to condense the 6th astral ring, he would only be afraid that he would beat him to death. 5-star ring is already extremely horrible. The consumption is even more shocking. That is, his spiritual sea of consciousness is strong enough, has the spiritual power is also far more than ordinary people, or else simply cannot afford the consumption of 5-star ring. Master, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have kept it from you. Ling Yichen revealed a harmless smile. The old man suddenly let out a long sigh. The anger on his face was already a bit strained, and the smile between his eyebrows was about to jump out at any moment. In fact, he's actually happy about it. How could he not be happy to have such a talented disciple? Well, did you hurt anywhere? He asked with concern, his eyes surveying Ling Yichen's body. His expression then turned odd as he realized that Ling Yichen didn't have any injuries on his body. Although there was still residual blood on his mouth, there were no visible injuries and his breath was steady. "I'm fine. Basically fine," Ling Yichen replied calmly. ******* monster. It's fine to be subjected to the recoil force of the sealed immortal Telson. What a ing monster. The old man couldn't help but spit out funfang and cursed lowly. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, frowned slightly as he looked at his master and asked, "Immortal Teal? Master, is that eye an immortal Telson? Is it the eye of the immortal race?" Zhen Yiming immediately shook his head. "Not the eyes of the immortal race, but the eyes of an immortal." Ling Yichen frowned once again. "Immortal race? Immortal? There's a difference?" When Zhen Yiming saw the puzzled look on his face, he immediately explained, "Immortal race is a race, and immortal, a realm. Any creature that carries a trace of immortal bloodline can be called an immortal. For example, that little girl, who has awakened her immortal bloodline, is actually already considered an immortal. Immortals, on the other hand, are a supreme realm. With the strength you exploded just now, you should already be considered a quasi-A rank as well. And above the A ranks, there are the S ranks, the SS ranks and the SSS ranks. And above the SSS rank is the existence of demigods. Reaching the level of a demigod can be considered the top fighting force in this world. But demigods are not the end. Above demigods, there should be higher levels, such as the immortal realm. It's just that we've never known how many more spans there are in between, from demigod to immortal. As you can see, that immortal Telson in the air is from the pupil of an immortal's eye. Even though it's just an eye, the power it erupts out is capable of shaking several demigods. Isn't that shocking? One eye can rival several demigods. What kind of powerful existence is this? What's more, those are the eyes left behind by a dead immortal body. It's hard to imagine how powerful he must have been when he was alive." In one breath, the old man recounted many secrets, all of which Ling Yichen had never heard of before. Not only him, Yi Qingzhu and the rest of the locals had never heard of it either. Only W's expression changed again and again after listening to the old man's narration, as if he had thought of something. It was just a shame that everyone was so focused on listening to the old man that they didn't notice her. "Master, where did this fairy teal come from?" Ling Yichen asked the key question. When Zhen Yiming heard this, he immediately raised his eyes to look at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded gently, and only then did Zhen Yiming look at Ling Yichen and said, "Thousands of years ago, a human immortal body suddenly drifted into our world and crashed into the starfield. Soon afterward, the star realm gave birth to many demigods, and these demigods were the original ancestors of the human demon immortal gods. The ancestors of the various races started a melee that lasted thousands of years in order to seize the immortal bodies, and in the end, it ended with a great victory for the demon race, the silence of the immortal race, and the defeat of the two races, the human and the divine. And it's no secret that the immortal bodies belong to the human and demon races, each of which shared half of the bodies, while the god race took the heads. That eye, that's what the gods took out of the immortal's head. The other, on the other hand, is the sun you see." Hearing this, Ling Yichen was completely stunned. Ever since he stumbled upon a glimpse of the moon's secrets, he had made countless guesses, not realizing that it was such an answer. He suddenly looked with some heartfelt pity at the immortal Tear who was struggling to break free from the second seal, and murmured, "This immortal is really miserable. He can't have peace even after he died." His body was divided into pieces, and his eyes were refined into the sun and the moon, so it's no wonder that his eyes are filled with indignation and tyranny. At this moment, he finally read where all that anger and tyranny in the immortal Tear originated from. If it were him, he would probably be even more tyrannical than that Xiantiel. He had been imprisoned for 6 years and already hated to destroy the world, let alone the thousands of years he had been imprisoned. It was an unimaginable pain. However, the crowd was stunned in unison after hearing his words. Everyone was shocked by the immortal's power, but he was the only one who actually started from the immortal's feelings and felt injustice for the immortal. Lu Yuan looked at Ling Yichen with deep eyes, then patted his shoulder and said, "Perhaps, that's what makes you different from the others. You can always put yourself in other people's shoes and feel their pain. And we've just never thought about how immortals feel. Everyone craves power and only seeks greater power from the immortal body, never thinking of the immortal body's own emotions." After he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up brightly as he earnestly inquired, "Child, you're completely different from the others. Perhaps only you can fulfill the master ancestor's dying wish of collecting all the remains of the immortals, and exploring all the past sorts of the immortals. Would you like to?" Lu Yuan looked at him with immense eagerness. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, was a bit confused, but he immediately nodded his head firmly and replied, "If I have that kind of strength in the future, Naturally, I would be willing to help him put together a complete body and find him a quiet place to put him in the ground. When these words came out, Lu Yuan steeply trembled. Then his face changed greatly, the old face steeply red as blood. The next second, only to see his chest violently undulate. A sound like heaven and earth hammer struck a huge drum of dull heartbeat sound sub his body out. In the next second, countless golden auras burst out from his chest, only to see a fist-sized golden heart begin to tremble violently, seemingly trying to break free from Lu Yuan's chest. Senior brother, Zhen Yiming shouted in horror. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, forced himself to endure the discomfort, gave Zhen Yiming a look, and said shakily, "Don't panic, I'm fine." It was his words that triggered the heart of the immortal, and it will now break away from me and go to him. When Zhen Yiming heard this, he was even more horrified, and then he also turned back to look at Ling Yichen, somewhat worried. The heart of the immortal is powerful and unparalleled. Non-demigods can't carry it. Can he do it? After he finished speaking, he suddenly asked eagerly, "Asshole boy, what level have you cultivated your 10,000 insects casting body technique to?" Ling Yichen was stunned. Although he was also very shocked by what was happening in front of him, he still immediately replied back, "The 5 viscera realm is complete, and the 4-limb realm is a great success. Only the torso part is missing from being condensed." Hearing this, Zhen Yiming's eyes widened once again, and his mouth subconsciously exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You a ing human being? He had thought that Ling Yichen's 10,000 insects casting body technique had only just been cultivated, and that it was at most the early stage of the 5 viscera realm, but he hadn't expected that this kid would not only have consummated the 5 viscera realm, but that he would also have reached a great success in the 4-limb realm. So how could he not be surprised? He had been cultivating for a full decades, but he was only at the 5 viscera realm perfection. How much time has it taken to catch up with you? However, he still subconsciously asked, "How many poisonous insects have you condensed in the 5 viscera realm?" Ling Yichen didn't think much about it and calmly replied, 3,600,000 of them. How much more? Zhen Yiming's voice rose 8 degrees steeply, his eyes rounded. For a moment he thought he had misheard, until he heard Ling Yichen say again, 3,600,000 asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhen Yiming was no longer able to retort. The whole person was bad, feeling uncomfortable everywhere, especially the heart, feeling like he was going to faint at any time. Old me has been laboring for decades, and I've already arrived at the limit after condensing only 3,600 at most. You're telling me you condense 3.6 million? But it's also true that since his spiritual power is able to sustain the 5 major star rings, naturally, it's also able to support you in condensing 3.6 million poisonous insects. Of course, these 3.6 million aren't his limit, but the limit of this secret art. At this moment, Zhen Yiming was suddenly so jealous. With a long sigh, he turned his head to Lu Yuan and said, "Senior brother, since the immortal's heart itself has this willingness to go to that kid, then take this opportunity to pass it on to him. Don't worry that the kid won't be able to withstand it. I'll make sure that he won't die." Lu Yuan sniffed and smiled somewhat favorably. He heard the conversation between Zhen Yiming and Ling Yichen clearly, and he was also clear about the power of the 10,000 insects casting body technique, as it was originally picked up by those of them who were traveling outside together. Since Ling Yichen had already cultivated the 10,000 insects casting body technique to the grand completion of the 4-limb realm, he was naturally able to withstand this immortal's heart, because back then, Zhen Yiming had also once carried the immortal's heart, and the Zhen Yiming of that time wasn't as powerful as the current Ling Yichen. Okay, the time is right, everything fits, so pass it on. Lu Yuan also made up his mind. "Protect me," Lu Yuan said to Zhen Yiming. Then trembling, he pulled Ling Yichen and sat face to face with him. Buzz, only to see Lu Yuan's body, the golden aura steeply reached its maximum, and in the next second, only to see Lu Yuan's chest, the golden heart slowly floated out, heading towards Ling Yichen's chest. But at this very moment, a voice like heavenly thunder rang out from above the firmament. "Humph, the immortal's heart is indeed in the hands of your human race." Chapter 122, Parting. When these words came out, the heavens and earth shook, and the sky steeply blossomed with endless divine light, just like a miracle. In the next second, one could only see a throne slowly appear in the midst of the endless divine light, and after the throne, there were 26 divine rings. While everyone present had yet to react, W was trembling and inexplicably horrified, and his entire body directly knelt down, shouting, "See His Majesty the God King, see 26 God Lord." When these words came out, Yi Qingzhu and Tian Yingying both looked at W in horror, and both had puzzled faces. On the other hand, Zhen Yiming's face suddenly changed, tensing up to the extreme in an instant as he exclaimed, "The Lord of the Divine City? 26-character army?" Although he had never been to the Empty City, he knew that only the city lord of the Empty City dared to be crowned with the title of God King. As he exclaimed, he only saw a tall figure slowly coalesce above the huge golden throne. This figure was like a gigantic god statue, wearing golden divine armor, wearing a divine crown on his head, with 8 pairs of pure white feathered wings spread out horizontally behind his back. Each pair of feathered wings was several meters long, and a gigantic divine ring automatically rotated behind his head, emitting 10,000 paths of haze, and behind him, 26 divine rings were like the stars of the heavens, and each of them was guarded by a human figure, each of them possessed by golden armor and holding a burning divine sword, their divine power surging unceasingly, giving off an extremely strong pressure. Even from such a distance, Yi Qingzhu and Tian Engying below felt the terrifying pressure. "Offer me the immortal's heart and I can grant you a request." "Any request?" The voice that was thick and full of endless pressure resounded once again, shaking the 4 directions and oppressing the hearts of the people. Asterisk 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 Q. "If you want the immortal's heart, come down and grab it yourself if you can." The old man broke into a straight line. Even if the other party's divine city lord, he was not afraid in the slightest. In their lineage, they were born to be at odds with the divine race. Historically they have been deadly rivals. Yuan Tiangang guarding the human race for 3,000 years, but also with the gods fought for 3,000 years, no less than 10,000 times, and ultimately fell in the immortal body of the war. His master was the same, and in order to guard the peace of the human race, he did not hesitate to kill the divine city, and his whereabouts are still unknown. The immortal's heart was something his master ancestor had fought back with his life, and he would rather die than hand it over. Bold! As the old man angrily scolded the lord of divine city, the 26-character army lords behind the city lord responded in unison in anger. In the next second, one could only see billions of divine soldiers and godly generals steeply emerge behind the 26-character army's army lord, each of them wearing golden yellow battle armor and holding burning giant swords, erupting with infinite battle intent. The entire sky seemed to be occupied by them, and the vast army of gods surrounded the heavens, as if they would come down at any time and bloodily wash the earth. At this moment, the people of the entire Rainbow City capital were terrified. That's the gods. A lot of people have never seen that in their lives. Now that he saw it, it was a large army of the divine race pressing in with an unrivaled aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, which was too terrifying. Countless mortals let out wails and embraced their families, their eyes filled with despair as if the end was near. It was also at this time that a full 36 brilliant divine lights blossomed out of the human realm, each of which shot straight up into the sky. In the next second, a human silhouette appeared in each of the 36 divine lights. "Lord of Divine City, are you going to start a war with the human race?" In the midst of the 36 radiant divine lights, an inch-haired old man in a military uniform gazed into the void with cold eyes, and in the next second, he was seen to blossom with a rolling black deathly aura, pouncing on the sky and wailing to the heavens. All the dead chi eventually condensed into a giant black skeleton that was 100 meters tall, and the inch-haired uniformed old man stood on top of the skeleton with a cold smile. "If you want to fight, then fight. The human race is fearless." The endless pressure released by the 36 demigods was something that even the lord of the divine city would not dare to underestimate, only to see the huge figure above the throne laugh out softly, then said blandly, "Luo Yen, don't be nervous, I just want to make a deal with you guys. Give me the immortal's heart, and I can grant your human race one request." "Any request?" The inch-haired old man named Luo Yen snorted and returned. "Any request is it? Even if I let you behead the 12 heavenly gods and slaughter the demon race?" Luo Yen originally intended to flirt with the city lord, but he didn't expect to see that the huge figure above the throne suddenly stood up, and then returned quietly. "If this is your condition, then I promise you." This time, Luo Yen also changed his face. His cold eyes swept the city lord, then looked over to the Green Fox mountainside, his eyes shifting. He didn't expect that the city lord would agree to the ridiculous conditions he had casually made. This could only mean one thing, and that was the immortal's heart, which was extremely important. The prerequisite was that this lord of the city of God would actually honor the agreement. Seeing Luo Yan's silence, the city lord immediately asked after him, "Luo Yan, can you make the call on this?" Luo Yan immediately shook his head and returned, "I can't." The city lord immediately sighed with regret. "I guess so." Afterward, he turned his head toward Green Fox Mountain and said once again, "Descendant of Yuan Tiangang, offer the immortal's heart, and I'll return the favor." With that said, a projection of a person slowly surfaced high above the sky. It was a downtrodden old man who was imprisoned in all four limbs, and the old man looked extremely miserable, drenched in blood and cloaked in hair, with his peepa bone and collarbone pierced through and hung with iron hooks. As this old man's silhouette appeared, all 36 demigods of the human race moved. Yuan Qitian. Someone exclaimed his name. He's really alive. On Green Fox Mountain. When Zhen Yiming saw the projection in the void, his eyes instantly turned blood red and he roared, "Master!" Lu Yuan, who was in the process of transmitting the immortal's heart to Ling Yichen, was also shaken in his mind and spirit, and angrily roared out "Master!" followed by a violent cough. In the next second, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, which instantly turned into a bloody arrow towards Ling Yichen's face. A demigod's blood arrow, even if it was unintentionally cast, was enough to cause Ling Yichen to suffer a serious injury, and Ling Yichen was still in such a critical situation that the slightest mistake would kill him. It was also at this critical juncture that a section of blood-red ribbon suddenly appeared, straight across in front of Ling Yichen, blocking all of the blood arrows. The crowd followed the source of the blood-red ribbon and saw a stunningly beautiful woman standing proudly in the void. This woman is a blood-red gauze skirt, body enchanting, a head of hair like a crazy willow hanging, red satin-wrapped eyes, extremely eye-catching. Senior Sister Red Cherry, Zhen Yiming called out in surprise, and Lu Yuan also looked sideways. His pale eyes were filled with complex colors. There was joy, there was excitement, and there was adoration that had been precipitated for countless years, only to hear him also shout out in a hoarse voice, "Senior Sister!" Red Sakura sniffed, but did not reply, only standing quietly and proudly in the void, slightly raising her head, seemingly gazing at the projection in the void. Only after a long time did she speak quietly. "Work in peace." Her tone was devoid of sadness and joy, as if she were an emotionless puppet. When Lu Yuan and Zhen Yiming heard this, they instantly gathered their emotions, one concentrating on protecting the Dharma and the other on transmuting the heart. At this moment, it was as if time had frozen. In heaven and on earth, no one spoke again. The city lord seemed to know the answer as well, only to hear him sigh once more before sitting back on top of his throne. Afterwards, his figure slowly vaporized and eventually dissipated and disappeared, along with the throne. As soon as he left, the 26 divine rings behind him also disappeared, and the billions of divine soldiers and generals followed, high above the sky, as if nothing had ever appeared. Everything was like a phantom dream. The only thing that was full of anger and unwillingness and tyranny was the immortal teal that was fighting against the purple ring, and seemed to have gained the upper hand. At this time, the 36 divine lights also slowly faded away, eventually dissipating into thin air. Everything has gone back to normal. It wasn't until Ling Yichen let out a low roar that the crowd focused their eyes on him. At this moment, he only saw that the golden heart had been attached to the top of his chest and was drilling into his chest little by little, inch by inch. About a minute or so later, the golden heart finally entered his chest completely. Ling Yichen's entire body trembled as if he was a lantern. His body was illuminated by golden light. At this moment, everyone could see inside his body. The 5 major organs were like 5 pieces of jade, emitting multicolored divine light, which echoed with each other, living and breathing, forming a spell formation. It was as if that golden heart had been pulled by some kind of tug, heading towards that spell formation on its own. Just when the crowd thought everything was going well and all was well, a sudden change occurred, only to see that the golden heart suddenly seemed to be stimulated by something and began to tremble violently, and moved outward a little bit, as if it was trying to escape from this spell. However, a bizarre scene appeared, only to see Ling Yichen's 5 viscera instantly transforming into millions of spirit worms, led by the king worm of the main formation, which took the initiative to pounce towards the heart. Everyone's face changed when this scene appeared. Even Ling Yichen himself was stunned. He could clearly perceive that these spirit worms were acting like they were crazy, developing an extreme desire for that heart, longing to devour it. What shocked him even more was that he actually felt a fluctuation of intent from this golden heart. It seemed to be very afraid of these spirit worms. No, it's not fear, it's dread. It had a deep fear of these spirit insects, so it instantly escaped Ling Yichen's body and floated in front of him, like a small being with no way to escape. It was also at this time that a fist-sized Taiji diagram blossomed steeply in the center of Ling Yichen's brow. The Taiji diagram slowly rotated, and the slightest hint of immortal spirit chi overflowed from the Taiji diagram. That golden heart instantly looked like it had found a way out, directly rushing towards the Taiji diagram. When the golden heart touched the Taijutsu, both the Taijutsu and the golden heart disappeared. Ling Yichen only felt a heat in his brain, instantly sensing that there was one more item in the sea of spiritual awareness, and it was that golden heart. As soon as the golden heart entered the spiritual sea of consciousness, it immediately headed towards that small immortal realm, then entered it without any hindrance, and landed with unparalleled precision in that immortal blood pool, completely quieting down. Feeling all this, Ling Yichen also took a long breath and raised his eyes to Lu Yuan, saying, "Phew, it's not what was expected, but it has stabilized in my spiritual sea of consciousness." Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows lightly and asked in surprise, "Spiritual sea of consciousness? It's in your spiritual sea of consciousness? Your spiritual sea of consciousness can withstand it?" Then Lu Yuan himself felt that his question was so silly. The answer was obvious. They had watched that immortal's heart enter Ling Yichen's brow, and Ling Yichen was intact at the moment. This already explained everything. You're really a monster. What kind of spiritual sea of consciousness can withstand an immortal's heart? Lu Yuan had also started calling Ling Yichen a monster. Then he continued, "However, I actually should have thought of it a long time ago, when that little immortal realm also entered your spiritual sea of consciousness on its own. At that time I should have thought that your spiritual sea of consciousness was different from normal people, being able to withstand a small world full of immortal spiritual power. It is only natural that it can also withstand an immortal's heart. Perhaps you really are the chosen one." Ling Yichen hemmed and hawed. Although he felt that Lu Yuan was speaking in a very mysterious way, he was happy to accept this outcome. The immortal's heart entered his spiritual sea of consciousness and did not burden him in any way, which was the best result so that he would be able to carry out his enlightenment anytime, anywhere. He could tell that Lu Yuan needed to pay a small price in carrying this immortal's heart. On the contrary, he himself was in no discomfort at all, and that was for the best. "Senior, are you alright?" Ling Yichen asked with concern. Lu Yuan nodded gently, then revealed a cheerful smile. "As of today, I'll finally be relieved of this burden and can go about my business." Then, he raised his eyes to look at Red Sakura in the distance. With strong emotions surging deep within his eyes, he quietly got up, then took a step out and directly stepped into the air, walking in front of Red Sakura. "Elder sister, I'm sorry for coming a little late this day." Red Sakura turned her head slyly, gazing at him through the red satin, then said blandly, "No matter, better late than never." Saying that, she took the initiative to extend her hand to hold Lu Yuan's hand. Lu Yuan's eyes flushed red, tears surfaced, and he tightly grasped Red Cherry's hand. As the two of them clasped their hands together, Lu Yuan's body steeply blossomed with a strange color, only to see his pale figure instantly transform into a proud and handsome middle-aged man, extremely pairing with Red Cherry. "Senior brother, senior sister." Zhen Yiming on Green Fox Mountain was also teary-eyed, as if he was seeing a pair of people from long ago, and then, a strange color bloomed on his body, instantly transforming him into a handsome and extraordinary young man. "Senior brother, senior sister, you can't leave me behind." Zhen Yiming spoke in a pleading tone, directly turning into a little crybaby. Lu Yuan and Red Sakura turned back in unison at the words, and although they were both hanging on to clear tears, their faces were beaming with sweet smiles. "Junior brother, how could we leave you behind? No matter where we go, we'll take you with us." Saying that, only to see Red Sakura flick her wrist, a section of red ribbon flew out from her wrist, transforming into a bridge of cloth, linking in front of Zhen Yiming. When Zhen Yiming saw this, he was filled with joy and rejoiced to step onto the cloth bridge, but the moment he lifted his foot, he quietly turned back and glanced at Ling Yichen before saying, "Silly boy, even though I've only been your master for a while, and what I've taught you is limited, I'm very happy to be your master. So in the future, you should cultivate well, and take care of your senior brother a little bit if you can." Ling Yichen could hear that he was saying goodbye, and understand what he's about to do. "Well, master, just go without worry. Don't worry about me and elder brother." Ling Yichen had intended to comfort the old master. Oh no, he wasn't an old master anymore, but a handsome uncle. Unexpectedly, the words came out, but there seemed to be a slight ambiguity, only to hear Zhen Yiming's eyes glaring, his familiar expression on his face. He cursed lowly, "Brat, how come it feels like you're cursing me to death?" With that, he ignored Ling Yichen and ran towards Lu Yuan and Red Cherry in big strides. While running, he shouted, "If you encounter a life and death crisis, you can go to the two seniors in the attic. They are my master's close friends from the past. They will help you." After saying that, he had also arrived at Lu Yuan and Red Sakura's side, only to see the three of them shouting low in unison, "Master, we've come to find you." After speaking, the three of them turned into a red light and rushed towards the tall tower in the very center of Rainbow City that connected the sky to the earth. Swish! The moment he entered the tower, the red light was like a fired salute, leaping directly from the first floor to the very top, and finally disappearing. Chapter 123, Friends from the Homeland. As he watched the three leave, A faint sadness and reluctance finally surfaced on Ling Yichen's face. Although the time he spent with Zhen Yiming wasn't that long, he could truly feel how good Zhen Yiming was to him over these days, and also felt the love of an elder from him, making up for the part of him that had been missing these 6 years. It was just that he also understood that Zhen Yiming was carrying just as much responsibility and emotion on his body. There was no excuse for him to leave, and he couldn't say anything, much less stand in the way. It's just vaguely worrying. The power displayed by Sky City just now was extremely terrifying. Although the Divine City Lord was the only one who was a demigod, he had personally said that he could kill the 12 heavenly gods. Even though he hadn't arrived at the level of a demigod, he knew that demigods also had strengths and weaknesses, just like other levels of powerhouses with the same B rank. The gap between small realms was like a chasm that was insurmountable. Even numerical superiority is not enough to fill the gap. Senior Lu and that Senior Red Cherry seem to be demigods, and even if they're only the weakest demigods, they should have the ability to defend themselves. I'll have to work harder to raise my strength and arrive at the demigods earlier, when I'll be able to kill the Sky City as well. Ling Yichen secretly pondered, and then looked towards the purple points of light floating in the void. Those could be pure divine sense fragments. After absorbing and refining them, they could be turned into pure divine sense. At that moment, he said to the 3 people on his side, "Those are good things. You guys try to absorb and refine some as well." After saying that, he sat down on his knees and released the Star Yuan guidance formation once again. Only this time, he didn't fully activate the power of the 5 star rings, but only activated the power of 2 rings. Even so, a huge suction force still erupted from his body. In an instant, countless purple points of light like a cluster of cherry blossoms converged towards the Green Fox Mountain, of which, most of them were absorbed by Ling Yichen, and he didn't eat the soul food, but also left some for Yi Qingzhu and the 3 of them to absorb. What a pure divine sense! After Ling Yichen had initially refined some divine sense fragments and obtained some divine sense liquid, he couldn't help but lament. In the past, what he had absorbed was merely some purple mist, but now he was absorbing purple fragments, which contained divine sense of purity that far exceeded that of the past, and concentration that far exceeded that of the past, and after just a few moments of absorption, a large spread of divine sense liquid appeared at the bottom of his spiritual ocean. If he continued at this rate, he might be able to accumulate a lake of divine sense today. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but increase his power by 1, opening the 3rd astral ring, and in an instant, the suction force surged once again, and more fragments of divine sense were gathered. As Ling Yichen absorbed frantically, Yi Qingzhu and the others also felt the strength of these divine sense fragments for the first time, and they all exerted their strongest power to accelerate their absorption. Just as they were struggling to absorb these fragments of divine sense, high in the sky, the huge immortal Telson was also putting up a strong resistance, as it continued to erupt with power, impacting the seal. Only a crack quietly appeared on top of that purple ring as well. Although Ling Yichen was doing his best to absorb the divine sense fragments, he didn't drop his attention to the immortal tear. He was also sincerely happy to see it about to get out of the trap. The mind silently shouts, "Come on, it's almost done." He couldn't help but think of the excitement and joy he felt when he was about to escape the heavenly god's laboratory. It was also at this time that a weak voice abruptly appeared in his spiritual sea of consciousness. "Help me." This caused Ling Yichen to hit a jolt, nearly interrupting the operation of the Star Yuan guidance formation. "Who is it?" he responded with his mind, inquiring about the voice. However, after waiting for a long time, the voice did not appear. Just when he thought it was over, he only saw a powerful impact erupt once again from the immortal tier high above. At the same time, Ling Yichen's mind once again resounded with that weak voice, "Friend from the homeland, help me, help me." In this instant, the sweat of Ling Yichen's entire body exploded as he directly interrupted the operation of the Star Yuan guidance formation and stood up mischievously, gazing at the immortal tier high in the sky. "Are you the one talking to me?" Ling Yichen's brows were completely furrowed together, his eyes staring at that immortal tier with incomparable fervor. At this moment, his concentration was incomparable, always paying attention to the changes in Xiantiel, waiting for that voice to appear again. Sure enough, as the immortal Telson launched itself against the purple ring once more, the weak voice resounded once more. "It's me." When Ling Yichen heard this, his pupils instantly contracted, and at the same time, there was unprecedented excitement on his face, only to hear him respond eagerly, "You said friends from your hometown? What does that mean?" He actually already had a bold guess in his mind, only before it was confirmed. He didn't dare to have too much imagination, for fear that he would fall into a spell as a result, because it was extremely significant to him. This time, he waited a good 5 minutes. By the time the immortal teal made another impact on the purple ring, The feeble voice resounded once more. Only, the voice was weaker and smaller than the previous times, so small that it seemed like the whisper of a dying person. The two words that voice replied with also caused Ling Yichen's body to tremble and his breath to catch. Earth. Ball. Only Ling Yichen clenched his hands into fists as he excitedly looked towards that immortal tea. Earth. Goodness. Is this immortal an earthling? A cultivator of earth? At this moment, numerous guesses flashed through Ling Yichen's brain. Was it a native earth cultivator who died and wandered onto this planet? Or did an earthling cross over to the other world and start cultivating immortality? Fall and wander onto this planet? Ling Yichen couldn't wait to talk to him all night long. It's already rare to meet a friend from another country, let alone them meeting an old friend from another star. What kind of fate could have brought them together in the other world? Ling Yichen's mood at the moment was even more excited than when he had escaped the Heavenly God Laboratory. At this moment, he decided to strike again. After a short rest, his spiritual power had recovered a bit, and he had a bit more divine sense liquid, which could barely support him to make another strike, but it would only last for a minute at most. If this minute could help him out, it would be worth it. Thinking so, he glanced at the three people beside him and immediately rushed towards the top of Green Fox Mountain. After quickly arriving at the top of the mountain, he once again activated the Star Yuan Guidance Formation, and when the 5-star rings once again erupted with terrifying energy, forming golden pillars that rushed straight at the purple rings, a furious bellowing voice suddenly rang out from the void. Seek death. In the next second, Ling Yichen immediately saw a silhouette manifest in the void. The silhouette couldn't be seen, only a blurred outline could be seen. Its body size was immense. It also had 8 pairs of feathered wings behind it, and behind it, there was a huge divine ring, releasing 10,000 channels of haze light. That silhouette manifested on the side of the immortal tea, and seemed to have been there all along trying to reseal the immortal tea. So in the face of Ling Yichen's disruption, endless anger erupted, only to see 2 masses of divine light appear steeply at the location of his eyes, and in the next second, those 2 masses of divine light rushed directly towards Ling Yichen. When those 2 masses of divine light broke through the air, Ling Yichen clearly saw a layer of colorful boundary appear in mid-air, which instantly resisted those 2 masses of divine light in a stalemate. It was the first time Ling Yichen had seen this boundary, so he thought that it was the boundary that blocked heaven and earth. However, he hadn't triggered this boundary when he had leapt down from the celestial god's laboratory in the first place, and he hadn't triggered the boundary when he had explored the moon several times. A moment's thought made him realize, this boundary should be triggered by reaching certain levels of strength, such as a demigod. It was understandable why Master Lu Yuan and the 3 of them didn't fly directly to the upper sky city and chose to rush the tower instead. Phew, it's a good thing there's this boundary, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to block that blow. Ling Yichen secretly pondered, to be able to seal the immortal tear, it was definitely a demigod without a doubt. However, without waiting for Ling Yichen to breathe a sigh of relief, he only saw that the colorful boundary was instantly pierced through, tearing open 2 holes and rushing directly towards Green Fox Mountain. Ling Yichen's face instantly changed drastically as he angrily cursed. Grass, so useless? This can even be pierced through. However, although he cursed angrily on his mouth, his hand movements did not stop. He had already planned to spell out this body to help Xian Teal get out of the trap. After all, he was an old Earth hometown. He can be reborn anyway, fearlessly. Thus, he released his full power, and the golden pillar impacted over the purple ring in a flash. Rumble. The immortal Telson trembled and once again erupted with unprecedented power, and it was at this moment that several more cracks once again appeared on top of that purple ring, ready to crumble at any moment. However, it was also at this time that those 2 divine lights also arrived in the sky above the Green Fox Mountain, about to stab Ling Yichen. Buzz. Suddenly, a boundary appeared over the entire Green Fox Mountain, and 8 small flags manifested from all around Green Fox Mountain. Another knot. This boundary wasn't as powerful as the one in the sky, but it barely resisted those 2 divine lights for a bit, blocking its attack. Soon enough, however, this boundary was also torn apart by 2 slits, blinking to the top of Ling Yichen's head. Ling Yichen had already resigned himself to his fate and was ready to test how strong a demigod's attack was when he saw a black starburst appear steeply above his head, and within the starburst a huge palm with black scales and armor suddenly appeared, grasping at the 2 divine lights. The divine light touched the black hand, instantly erupting with shocking might. In the next second, the black hand was shattered and turned into a roiling black light that dissipated into thin air, while the 2 divine lights skewed to the side, bypassing Ling Yichen and zipping into the Green Fox Mountain. Rumble. The entire Green Fox Mountain instantly erupted in violent tremors, only to see the large Green Fox Mountain instantly collapsing in half, leaving only the half that Ling Yichen was standing on still intact. Yi Qingzhu's few people were scared half to death and quickly hid far away. It's true that when the gods fight, the fish in the pond suffer, and they almost got caught up in it. We can't stay here for long, we have to find another place to absorb it. After W finished speaking, he grabbed Yi Qingzhu and Tian Yingying and ran down the mountain. Yi Qingzhu, on the other hand, looked worriedly at Ling Yichen at the top of the mountain. At this time, Ling Yichen was still maintaining the output of the star ring to help Xiantiel get out of the trap. He clenched his teeth and was also making a last stand. As he mentally counted the time he still had left to hold on. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. At the end of the countdown, he had to retract his astral ring, and his entire body collapsed to the ground, panting like a cow. This moment really drained him. There was nothing left. The ocean of spiritual energy dried up, and some of that divine sense liquid that he had just absorbed and refined had also hitched a ride. My head also hurt like hell, and I had symptoms of fainting at any time, and everything I looked at was a double vision. Dude, we're doing the best we can. Go for it. Ling Yichen lay directly on the ground, quietly watching Xiantiel make his final struggle, and the immortal teal did not let him down, only to see it explode with another impact. The already shaky purple ring finally could not withstand it, only to hear a muffled sound of acid. This last purple ring blew up as well. A terrifying shock erupted from the firmament, spreading out in all directions and forming a huge purple aura. The purple aura instantly swept towards the city that loomed in the void, and Ling Yichen immediately saw that the city had also been affected. The huge city seemed to shake violently, and it seemed that a building had collapsed, countless pieces of debris falling towards the surface. And even he could faintly see someone interspersed amongst these pieces of debris. Of course, at the moment, he didn't have much of a mind for these things. His gaze locked onto the immortal T at first. The completely unsealed immortal teal finally revealed its true form. It was an immense and incomparable eyeball, one with blood and flesh, with Daoxian Qi lingering around it. Immediately afterward, Ling Yichen saw a scene that he would never forget. Only the huge eyeball turned to the empty city, its gaze fixed on it. Then it closes and opens again. When this immortal tear opened, a gigantic immortal blade that was 1,000 meters long erupted from its pupil, wrapped in invincible momentum and chopped horizontally towards the empty city, as if it wanted to cut the empty city off at the waist. Ling Yichen's mouth fell open in shock, his eyes filled with marvel and envy. Boy, when am I going to get this kind of powerful attack? In just a blink of an eye, one could erupt with a power stronger than that of a demigod. Rumble. The giant immortal blade chopped into the outer perimeter of the empty city, inspiring a boundary. But immediately, the boundary burst open, like a ruptured crystal ball. Completely, the huge immortal blade directly chopped at the empty city, rawly flattening the high-rise buildings of the empty city with a single slash, as if it was a scythe cutting wheat. Whoa! Countless crumbling buildings crashed down towards the surface, as if the sky was falling. Not only that, but Ling Yichen also saw that the empty city, which was like a sacred place, had been somewhat skewed to one side after being chopped by the huge immortal blade, failing to recover for a long time, as if it had been permanently traumatized. In response, Ling Yichen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Good chopping, but he almost didn't laugh himself out of the room with that laugh, only to feel his mind fogging up terribly. He hurriedly gathered his emotions and looked at the huge immortal Telson. Coincidentally, that huge immortal Telson just happened to turn its eyes towards Ling Yichen as well. Still a weak voice echoed in Ling Yichen's mind, with only two simple words. Thank you. A smile immediately lifted up on Ling Yichen's face as he returned. You're welcome. At this moment, he really had so many questions he wanted to ask, but without waiting for him to open his mouth, he only saw that Xian Tieri closed his eyes once again and then opened them again. Swish! A light white beam of light erupted from within its pupils, falling towards the surface of the ground at an astonishing speed. The colorful boundary reappeared, but it couldn't even stop it for a second, and was quickly pierced through, coming straight towards Green Fox Mountain. Similarly, those 8 small flags reappeared, and the boundary was generated. Unfortunately, under the impact of that light white beam of light, the boundary instantly burst apart, and the 8 small flags collapsed on the spot, eventually transforming into a jade pendant, which then also sanded away and dissipated into thin air. Seeing that the light white beam of light was about to land on Ling Yichen's body, the black starburst appeared once again. This time not only did a large black hand appear, but an entire black silhouette stood on top of the starburst, seemingly ready to receive that beam of light white light for Ling Yichen. However, a bizarre scene appeared, only to see that the light white beam of light was actually like a spiritual snake. It would even turn, directly bypassing the black silhouette and swiftly coming towards Ling Yichen. Chapter 124, They are traitors. Shu, the light white beam of light pinpointed Ling Yichen and directly fled into Ling Yichen's left eye. Ah! Ling Yichen let out a heartbreaking and miserable howl. The whole man curled up into a ball, shaking violently and covering his left eye. At this moment, he felt like his entire head was going to explode. The light white beam of light seemed like a nuclear bomb that was exploding with terrifying energy, and he simply couldn't handle that kind of energy. It was also at this time that the golden heart lying dormant in the lesser immortal realm seemed to be sensed and suddenly became active. It only twitched slightly and made a not-so-subtle heartbeat. With the sound of this heartbeat, that powerful force also suddenly turned quiet and stopped releasing powerful energy. Only then did Ling Yichen feel much better. He covered his eyes and struggled to sit up from the floor, raising his eyes into the air. That immortal Telson was similarly gazing at him, and the one person and the Telson stared at each other for nearly 30 seconds. Ling Yichen then heard the weak man's voice echoing in his mind. Kill them, make sure you kill them. They are traitors. Focus circle, take the test. Ling Yichen froze, not understanding at all what it meant by this statement. However, without waiting for him to ask more questions, he only saw that immortal Telson suddenly turn around before turning into a stream of light and rushing directly towards the end of the sky, completely disappearing from Ling Yichen's field of vision. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ling Yichen let out a low curse, somewhat confused. Why do you talk in half? Who do you want me to kill? Who is the traitor? Tell me clearly. What's the point of playing dumb riddles? Ling Yichen was truly speechless, but at this moment, there was nothing he could do. Sighing, he slowly released the hand covering his left eye. At this moment, if Ling Yichen could see his left eye, then he would be shocked, because there was nothing in his left eye. There was only a void of white, as if it were a pure world of ice and snow. Asterisk 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 my eyes. Ling Yichen only realized that he couldn't see anything in his left eye. He tried to blink twice, but he still couldn't see anything. He's blind. Asterisk 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 I worked so hard to help you get unstuck, and you ended up blinding me? At this moment, Ling Yichen was truly going to explode with anger. He then reaches out and attempts to gouge out his left eye and regenerate one. It turned out that it didn't work at all. This left eye seemed to have completely mutated and was no longer made of worms. Even he couldn't control it. It struck him as bizarrely inexplicable. Then he tried other methods, such as pouring divine power into his left eye or trying to get spirit worms into it, and they all failed. After the divine power went in, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, without the slightest reaction at all. The spirit bugs went in and did the same thing, directly disappearing, completely out of sight. At this point, Ling Yichen could only helplessly give up exploring the mysteries of this left eye. So much for being blind. You still have one eye that can see anyway. If he was blind in even his other eye, then he would really have to consider a different body. Of course, this is only to think about. If not to the situation of necessity, he will not give up this body. After all, spent so much thought and effort to fight, which has nowadays achievements. Sighing softly, he stood up from the ground and patted the dust from his body before looking around with what was left of his right eye before bowing and saluting. Thank you, Senior, for your help many times. Although I don't know which one you are, but if you have use for the kid in the future, just command. Ling Yichen was thanking that black figure. The fact that people had helped him block the demigod's attack twice in a row was a great favor, especially the first time. Without his help, it wouldn't have been Green Fox Mountain that would have exploded. It would have been him. He bowed very seriously 3 times before lifting his steps and heading down the hill. When he returned to Villa 18, everyone gathered around, and when they saw Ling Yichen's left eye, each of them gasped in shock. Yi Qingzhu was even more distressed with tears in her eyes. Ling Yichen hurriedly pacified, "It's fine, it's just one eye." The rest of the people also expressed their concern, and they all took care of each other for a few moments before grasping for time to cultivate in unison. Tonight is destined to be a night of unrest and opportunity. The 2 purple rings exploded, dropping countless fragments of divine sense that were bound to forge many strong people out. Meanwhile, the city of air took a hit. The city was chopped flat for a section, and many more people and buildings fell, equally full of many variables. The 8 camps at this moment were only too busy to go crazy. It was also a matter of calming the people of the city, maintaining order, and blocking the falling objects from the city of air. Those things are also a havoc once they land on the surface, and someone must be responsible for blocking and cleaning them up. Of course, none of these things had anything to do with Ling Yichen. At this moment, he had already returned to his room, and not bothering to clean himself up, he grabbed a handful of 7-leaf lotus hearts and stuffed them into his mouth in one gulp, refining them to restore his spiritual power while opening his star ring to absorb the fragments of divine consciousness that filled the sky and refine them. Time passes slowly. The night passed quietly. At this moment, Ling Yichen was still in a state of cultivation. After a night of recovery, his spiritual energy had recovered a lot, and there was a lot of divine sense liquid that he had refined. It was already as big as a pond. Only after he finished refining the last bit of divine sense fragments did he slowly open his eyes before he got up and went into the bathroom to wash up. By the time he shuffled out of the bathroom, he was just in time to hear the three girls' cheers ringing out from the living room. I have as much divine sense as a bathtub. This was Tian Yingying's voice. My divine sense is as much as a small swimming pool. This was Yi Qingzhu's voice. I also have as much divine sense as a small swimming pool. This was W's voice. Ling Yichen smiled in satisfaction at his words. With the talents of the three of them, to be able to obtain so much divine sense was actually already very good, especially Tian Yingying. Tian Yingying was the most ordinary amongst the three girls. Don't look at the fact that she had only refined as much divine sense as a bathtub. It was true that she was less conspicuous when compared to geniuses like Yi Qingzhu and W, but if she was compared to the average person, then she was amongst the best. Many people cultivate for a lifetime, and at most, they only have that much divine sense. And it was already extremely rare for her to obtain that much divine sense in one night without the addition of a powerful talent. One can only imagine how much more effort she must have put in than others. After briefly thinking about it, he immediately walked out of the room and into the living room. It seems that everyone has had an impressive harvest. Turn around and you can all go to your teachers and ask for some secret techniques for cultivating divine sense weapons, so you can start cultivating divine sense weapons. When the three of them heard this, they looked at Ling Yichen in unison. How are you? Is it okay? Yi Qingzhu was most concerned. Ling Yichen nodded and returned. Other than not being able to see out of his left eye, there's basically nothing wrong with it. After hearing this, several people looked at Ling Yichen's left eye in unison. Only his left eye was still white and he could not see anything. The weird thing was that they didn't dare to look at it much either. And after looking at it for a long time they always felt like their souls were going to be sucked out of them, deep into them. Considering this, Ling Yichen turned around and went back to his room. And when he came out a few moments later, there was already an extra ribbon on his face. He directly blindfolded both eyes altogether. The crowd wondered. Ling Yichen smiled and returned. With only my left eye blindfolded, I look like a bandit. It would be better to have all of them blindfolded. Even if I don't have to use my eyes to see, I can still be able to gain insight into everything around me. And at the same time, I can also exercise my divine sense. Yes, once one cultivates divine sense, the eyes are no longer the only field of vision. Even using divine sense to gain insight into everything around him was clearer than what the eyes could see. All three sniffed and laughed out in unison. At this time, only Tang Wan's voice rang out. Breakfast is ready. You can come over and eat. A few people sniffed and immediately terminated the conversation and headed for the table. As everyone sat down to eat their breakfast, Tian Xingliang couldn't help but ask, with all that has happened outside, the school hasn't even said anything about a vacation? Yi Qingzhu immediately shook his head. I didn't receive the notice, but it shouldn't be a big problem, although it seems like there is a lot of turmoil. The impact is actually very small and doesn't affect daily life. As soon as the words left his mouth, a news broadcast suddenly came out from the TV set in the living room. After last night's purple light baptism, a large number of awakened ones appeared outside of the central district, and according to incomplete statistics, the number of awakened ones that appeared overnight last night was as high as 100,000. At this very moment, the Transcendent Management Association is working furiously to enter information for these newly awakened individuals and assign them to arrive at the appropriate location to complete the novice transition. Upon hearing this news, everyone's eating movements lurched in unison, and everyone saw surprise on each other's faces. 100,000 awakened people appearing in one night? Wouldn't that be a bit of an exaggeration? Tian Yingying asked in surprise. Yi Qingzhu, on the other hand, immediately shook his head and replied, it's not exaggerated at all. Those are demigods' divine sense. An ordinary person who receives just a tiny bit of it is enough to trigger a huge reaction. Awakening is just the most basic. I'm sure the Ministry of Information still has some information that it hasn't reported, such as the number of people who have burst into oblivion and died as a result of the incorporation of fragments of divine consciousness. The divine sense of a demigod was extremely powerful, and naturally, it was not something that ordinary people could stand. Only the awakened can digest this power. Therefore, behind the emergence of 100,000 awakened people in one night, there could be 200,000 or even 300,000 people who burst into death because they couldn't withstand this power. Of course, that's not what they're going to care about. Immediately afterward, the news broadcast voice came again from the news. Meanwhile, many buildings in the empty city have crashed to the surface, and among them, there is no lack of some divine race. According to an incomplete count, the Transcendent Management Association has already discovered the remains of nearly 1,000 divine race, and at the same time, there are nearly 200 survivors who are still alive. These survivors have been taken under military control and moved to a secret location for management. Everyone was once again amazed to hear this news. Hiss, what a life! Falling from that high and not dying, Tian Yingying sighed. Instead, Ling Yichen furrowed his brows furiously and explained, it's not a big life, but a strong strength. The height of the empty city from the surface of the earth is at least a few thousand meters, and those who can fall down at this height without dying are definitely all strong people with powerful strength. It's fine if it's one that fell from the impact, it's not good if it's one that was arranged by a demigod to come in here. The moment these words came out, everyone looked at Ling Yichen, because they all understood that the reason why the demigods arranged for people to come down was naturally for the remains of the immortal body, and Ling Yichen had the remains of an immortal body inside him. If there really was someone arranged by the demigods among those people, wouldn't the most dangerous one be Ling Yichen? The other immortal bodies were all collected by the major powers, and were not accessible to ordinary people at all. The only one who was a loose cannon was Ling Yichen, who didn't have any strong forces behind him. Of course, if Lu Yuan and Red Sakura hadn't left, then he would still be considered to have a backer. At least there were two demigods sitting around, and no one would dare to do anything to him. But now that Lu Yuan and Red Sakura had both gone up to the sky, he really didn't have anyone to rely on. Even, thinking a little deeper, not to mention the divine race, even the major forces of the human race were afraid that they had already set their sights on him, and at any time, they might make a move to snatch the remains of his immortal body. After all, that was the remains of an immortal body. Something that even the Lord of the Divine City aspired to obtain. Thinking of this, the hearts of the crowd inexplicably sank. How about you don't go to school? Find a place to hide and cultivate? Your master is no longer in school anyway, so it doesn't make any difference if you go or not, W suggested. The crowd heard the words and agreed in unison. Only Ling Yichen heard this and immediately shook his head. I still have to go. I can't choke on it. What's coming will come sooner or later. Even if I don't go to the school, they will be able to find me as long as they want to, and compared to other places, I feel that the school is rather safer. After all, before my master left, he had instructed me that in case I encountered something life-threatening, I could go to those two in the school's attic, who were my master's close friends from the past, and would help me. Hearing this, the crowd breathed another long sigh of relief. At the same time, they were immediately curious as to how many of those two old gentlemen in the attic. According to the time projection, Ling Yichen's master ancestor, that is, Yuan Qitian, was more than 1,000 years old at any rate. That meant that the two old gentlemen in the attic were also at least 1,000 years old. Thinking about this, several people let out a breath of cold air in unison, then spat out in unison. Monster! Just as everyone was violently discussing, a delicate figure suddenly walked outside the main door, and without a doubt, it was none other than Lu Mei. Only to see Lu Mei enter uninvited with a sexy stride and walk into everyone's field of vision before staring straight at Ling Yichen. When she saw Ling Yichen's costume, she was slightly stunned, and then her eyes blossomed with intense emotions. It was as if the ribbon-blindfolded Ling Yichen had stimulated her with some special XP. After staring for a while, she spoke quietly, "Little Dusty, my grandfather asked me to come and remind you that you've been targeted by a lot of people, and there's no lack of demigods among them. Among the 36 demigods that manifested last night, at least half of them have already locked onto you, and at any moment, they may snatch the immortal's heart from your body. If you don't have any backers, you can choose to join the Transcendent Management Association, and the Transcendent Management Association will grant you shelter." Chapter 125, Going Their Own Way. Hearing this, everyone in the room drew in a breath of cold air. Half of the 36 demigods had locked onto Ling Yichen. Didn't that mean that a full 18 demigods would step in to snatch the immortal's heart? Kidding, that was a demigod, an existence that stood at the top of the pyramid. If they made a move, would there be a way for Ling Yichen to live? At this moment, everyone's worry reached its peak, and they all looked at Ling Yichen in unison. Ling Yichen, on the other hand, also had a grave expression on his face, as if he was thinking about something. A few moments later, but only to see him display a smile and easily return. "Thank you Grandpa Lu for your concern and care, but there's no need for that. I believe that those demigods who have locked me down shouldn't be able to take a shot at me personally either, right? At least you're a demigod. If you're going to take a shot at a little person like me, I'm afraid you'll only be disrespected, right? And there will also be other demigods blocking them as well. So, although my current situation is dangerous, it shouldn't be to the point where I can't go out. As long as it's not a demigod making a move on me, then it's not a big problem. And if the rest of the powerhouses make a move on me, then I'm still begging for it. Ling Yichen suddenly revealed an evil smile. He actually left the second half of his sentence unsaid. If it was another strong person who struck out at him, then he didn't mind using the Sea of Men tactic, calling in 100,000 parasites to surround and kill them. He's not fighting alone. He had a full 100,000 parasites under his command, and he could even expand that number by 3 or 5 times within the day if he wanted to. At that time, 300,000 to 500,000 parasites were under his control, and more ants could still bite an elephant, let alone hundreds of thousands of awakened ones. He wasn't really afraid of someone coming to attack and kill him, except, of course, for demigods. At a level like a demigod, human warfare was useless. As for the others, big deal. He would expose his bottom card and whoever came would die. When the crowd heard him say this, they showed their amazement. Very much admire his courage. Lu Mei even sked and clapped her hands and applauded. Worthy of being the man that I, Lu Mei, have my eye on, just more courageous than other men. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately covered her mouth and smiled somewhat delicately. Oops, accidentally said what was in my heart. Don't mind Sister Qingzhu ha, good tea. The key is that she teared up not to be annoying, because she never pretended to be some white lotus, but was openly and honestly robbing Yi Qingzhu. Even words like, do him together, had been said to Yi Qingzhu. What else did she not dare to do? Then I'll leave you to enjoy your meal. After saying that, Lu Mei walked out of Villa 18 with sexy steps and went back to her own home, waiting for Lu Mei to leave. Yi Qingzhu sighed. I suddenly have some regrets about coming to live here. This woman, she's argumentative and grabby. It seems like I'm no match for her. Only after she finished speaking did she realize that Ling Yichen was sitting right next to her, and her little face couldn't help but swish red. Ling Yichen, however, laughed out loud and reached out to flick her on the forehead, dotingly saying, what are you grabbing with her for? You're the main palace, and she can't even be considered a palace maid. Everyone in the audience was amused by this statement. It had to be said that Ling Yichen's move was still quite effective. Everyone's emotions that were still worried about Ling Yichen were also washed away in a flash. Breakfast was eaten gracefully and then walked out of the house together under the gaze of the 3 adults. Only when they passed by Lu Mei's villa, they only saw a supercar parked on the side of the road suddenly emit a low rumble, and then they saw Lu Mei in the driver's seat poking her head out, and smiling delicately at Ling Yichen. Little Dusty, sister is giving you a ride. Ling Yichen, however, waved his hand in a dashing manner and walked straight through with Yi Qingzhu and the girls, walking to the main road in front of him. There was already a cab waiting there, and the 4 of them got into it together and then ran toward the school. It wasn't long before the 4 arrived at the school. Only today at school, everyone was distracted, and most of them were focused on their communicators, constantly chatting away with them, exchanging information whenever they could. Apparently there was so much going on last night that it left everyone with an endless supply of melons. And, of course, they didn't notice that the dominant person who triggered all of this was close by. Everything last night could be said to have been caused by Ling Yichen. If he hadn't stepped in, Xian Tiel wouldn't have broken the seal, and naturally, he wouldn't have induced everything that followed. But that's pretty good too. Ling Yichen also didn't want to draw too much attention to himself, and silently sent Yi Qingzhu and W to the classroom before taking Tian Ying straight towards the institute. However, when they arrived at the institute, Ling Yichen realized that Yuan Qing was actually there. She was discussing something with Long Dawi when she saw Ling Yichen and Tian Ying arrive, and the 2 of them interrupted their discussion in unison. When they saw Ling Yichen's appearance, they couldn't help but frown in unison. Senior brother, are you injured? Long Dawi came over worriedly, reaching out to check Ling Yichen's eyes. Ling Yichen immediately smiled and said, it's fine, it's just a blind eye. Then he didn't stop him, letting Rudoichi undo the ribbons from his eyes and check them. It's just that he didn't see a clue even after looking at it. Instead Yuan Qing frowned slightly after looking at his left eye and said, this left eye of yours, it seems to have been completely assimilated by a mysterious force, which is a bit like immortal spiritual power, but it's not the same as the immortal spiritual power. It's much stronger and purer than the immortal spiritual power. Even is 1 level more powerful than all the forces of our world. If I guessed correctly, this should be a power that belongs exclusively to that immortal. Maybe it's immortal power. Listening to Yuan Qing's words, Ling Yichen was abruptly startled and seemed to be enlightened. Yeah, that dude is an immortal cultivator. His power is naturally immortal power. Immortal power and immortal spiritual power are not one and the same. Just like immortals and immortal races, they sound the same but are actually completely different. Immortal power is immortal power. Immortal spiritual power is immortal spiritual power. Things that come out of different systems. No wonder everything has no effect on this left eye. The grade of immortal power is too powerful, far from being comparable to any power in this world. Except, then how am I supposed to control that power? Ling-Chen was caught up in thought. Immediately, though, he gathered his emotions. This is something that can't be rushed and can only be studied slowly. Right now there is something more urgent than that. He only saw that he put the ribbon back over his eyes, and then said to Yuan Chang and Long Daoi, "Senior brothers and sisters, I believe that you have already seen last night that Master and his uncles have already gone to the City of Emptiness to look for Master Ancestor, and we are the only ones who are dependent on each other for the rest. But this morning, I received guidance from Elder Long and was told that there are at least 18 demigods who have their sights set on me, and it's possible that they'll make a move against me to snatch the immortal's heart within me. I don't think it's actually safe for me right now, so for safety reasons, you guys should keep your distance from me." After hearing his words, Yuan Chang and Long Daoi frowned in unison. Not that they knew there was such a thing. Yuan Chang was the first to express his opinion and said, "It's useless. Our lineage has always been the target of others. In the past, they were deterred from making a move against us due to their strength with Master and Senior Red Cherry. But now, with both Master and Senior Uncle gone, we have no backer to rely on, and every step is extremely dangerous. That's why I advised Senior Brother Long to return to the Hidden Dragon family just now. As long as he's willing to return to the Dragon family, then his safety can at least be guaranteed, and I can go to the military, and as long as I'm willing to go to war, no one will dare do anything to me." After saying that, she looked towards Ling-Chen. She hadn't really thought about where Ling-Chen could go and what kind of backer she could find. However, Ling-Chen was smiling faintly. "Senior sister, don't need to worry about me. Master had me go to the two seniors in the attic. If anything really happens, I can go to them for shelter." Yuan Chang sniffed but sighed softly and shook his head. "The two seniors can indeed provide us with some shelter, but we can't completely rely on them. The two seniors have survived for too many years, and to speak a word of treason, the two seniors may already be on the verge of sitting on the brink of demise. So if we go and disturb them again, I'm afraid that we'll only bring unnecessary trouble to them." Ling-Chen hastily nodded. He didn't really want to seek refuge with them, he just wanted to reassure them before saying it. He was originally not afraid of others striking out against him, or that phrase, he was not afraid of the barefooted ones who wore shoes. If he was really pushed, he would expose his bottom card and use all of his parasites to explode and kill everything. Of course, there was no way he was going to spread that out now, so he hurriedly changed the topic and said to Long Daoi, "Senior brother, your clan has come to look for you?" Long Daoi had completed his second awakening, and could return to his ancestral dragon true body, and now he already had B rank strength, and it would be a matter of time before he arrived at a rank in the future, and it was even possible to get to S rank. This is an extremely good thing for his family, not to mention the S rank. Even the appearance of an A rank was extremely important to a clan, so it was predictable that the Long family would come to him at this moment of inevitability. Just according to Long Daoyi's character, he might not necessarily want to go back. After all, he had prayed for the dragon family to bless Little Demon Flower in the first place. Nay, the dragon family didn't stand up for him, and only helped him get back Fox Little Demon's remains afterward. Everything is cause and effect, elder brother. In fact, the past is in the past, and I also think you should go back to the clan. Your family is deep and has a long history. Perhaps they have something that can revive the flower demon? Hearing this, Long Daoi was indeed shaken. Everything he was doing now was for Flower Demon. If there really was any way to revive Flower Little Demon, then he would definitely leave no stone unturned to do it, even if it meant returning to the clan. Seeing that Long Daoi was moved, Ling-Chen immediately added more fuel to the fire and said, "Moreover, only after you return to your family can you better obtain cultivation resources and enhance your strength, and then go and seek revenge on the 6 great families' family heads. I've already tested the Lin family's strength for you before. That Lin Hong of the Lin family is very powerful. If you really want to take revenge, you definitely won't be able to do it with your current strength. You have to at least reach the S rank to be sure. Do you think you can reach S rank just by yourself?" After hearing these words, Long Daoi completely fell into silence. Yuan Chang, on the other hand, immediately cast an appreciative glance at Ling-Chen. She had taken the trouble to persuade her half a day to no avail, and as soon as Ling-Chen said it he was moved. "Alright then, take your time to think about it, and I'll go back to get ready. I might have to head to the battlefield tomorrow. Consider today as coming to say goodbye to you all." When Ling-Chen heard this, he was startled and quickly said, "Senior sister, wait a moment." After saying that, he quickly took out a storage ring from his storage ring and handed it to Yuan Chang. Yuan Chang was just about to refuse, but he only heard Ling Yichen say, "Inside here are some immortal spirit grasses and immortal beast blood. These things will greatly benefit your cultivation, and you can also use them to heal your wounds if you get injured on the battlefield." Hearing that it was immortal spirit grass and immortal beast blood, Yuan Chang was also insanely heartbroken. "Then thank you, senior brother." Yuan Chang wasn't refusing and reached out to take it. "If senior sister goes to the battlefield and encounters Father Qingzhu, please take care of her," Ling Yichen added. Yuan Chang immediately nodded her head. Then she suddenly stepped forward and gave Long Dawi and Ling Yichen a hug respectively before saying, Senior brother, take care." "Well, take care." After saying that, Yuan Ching quickly left the institute, and at this moment, Long Dawi seemed to have made up his mind, only to see him suddenly show a smile and stare dotingly at Ling Yichen. "Senior brother, you have a point. Then I'll listen to senior brother, but if I return to the clan, then you'll be the only one left here." After saying that, he looked at Tian Yingying. His meaning was very obvious. He was going to take Tian Yingying with him. When Ling Yichen heard this, he immediately gave a sprightly smile and replied, "It's fine, I'm fine on my own. Am I concentrating on my cultivation here anyway?" After saying that, he turned his head to look at Tian Yingying, who at the moment was a bit bewildered and at a loss for words. "Yingying, it's also quite good for you to follow your senior brother back. The Long family as a hidden family has deep roots. It will definitely give you a lot of resources to cultivate. It's definitely better than being at the institute, and you don't need to worry about your parents. I'll help take care of them. After you have stabilized in the dragon family, then you can take them over." After hearing this, Tian Yingying instantly reddened her eyes. She raised her eyes to look at Long Dawi and then at Ling Yichen, her mouth opening several times without being able to say anything. She's just like that, introverted and doesn't know how to express her feelings, especially when it comes to important moments. Sensing her mood swings, Ling Yichen immediately stepped forward and swept her into his arms, comforting her with a warm voice. "It's okay, I can sense your condition at all times, so it's not like we're separated. It's just that we've switched to a different place to cultivate." Tian Yingying, on the other hand, nodded her head as she sobbed softly in his arms. "So far, everything is accounted for." Ling Yichen inexplicably felt relaxed, but immediately, there was an inexplicable feeling of emptiness. Man does not feel anything if he is alone all the time, but once you have a friend and then lose it, it's harder than ever. It's as if those who have never seen the light can keep enduring the darkness, but once you've seen the light, how can you stand the darkness? Chapter 126, The Bloody Road Opens. In the next few moments, Long Dawi and Tian Yingying immediately began to pack up their things. Since they had decided to return to the clan, they would not delay any longer. Within a short time, Long Dawi had packed everything he was taking with him. Of course, he didn't really have much. He couldn't take the herbs he planted or anything else with him, and the only thing he could take with him was the demonic flower transformed from the remains of the flower little demon. As for those stockpiled herbs as well as those planted, Long Dawi did not intend to take them away, but left them all to Ling Yichen. After packing up, he immediately said to Tian Yingying, "I'll go back to the clan to make some arrangements first, and I'll come back tomorrow to pick up you and your family." Tian Yingying nodded. It just so happened that she also needed time to communicate with her parents as well as make some preparations. After all, they had just arrived at the Green Fox Mountain Villa yesterday, and it turned out that they had to move again. They'd been moving too often for a while, and she was feeling a little guilty about it. She had thought that her parents would lead a better life after her awakening, but she had never imagined that she would be running around and worrying all day long. As soon as Long Dawi left, Ling Yichen immediately entered the underground cultivation room and began to cultivate. After last night's turmoil, he had more clarity within him, and cultivating at this time was greatly beneficial, so he quickly entered a deep state, and his spiritual power began to rise at an astonishing rate. Unconsciously, his ocean of spiritual energy had expanded by more than half, and the already wide ocean was even more vast at the moment, except that the ocean looked very silent, as if it was a dead sea of silence. Ling Yichen didn't know what other people's spiritual power oceans were like, but he knew that this must not be normal. But what exactly is wrong with it he can't say because he doesn't have one to refer to. His cultivation, from start to finish, was unique, with nothing worth referring to or borrowing from. For no one's spiritual sea of consciousness was as vast as his, and no one's body was made of worms like his. This made Ling Yichen sigh with emotion. The road ahead is long, and everything needs to be figured out by oneself. Just as he was secretly lamenting, the entire underground cultivation base suddenly shook, and a crack appeared on the wall inside the cultivation room. This caused him to instantly change his face, and his spiritual energy was released, and instantly the baleful energy surged out like a vast ocean. Seek death. In the next second, he directly exited the cultivation state, walked out of the secret room, and headed towards the elevator. Outside the institute, about 20 people were gathering at this very moment. At the head of the group was clearly a petite woman. If Yi Qingzhu was here, then she would have been shocked to realize that this petite woman was clearly the Chang Huanhuan who hadn't been seen for many days. Ever since that day when they met by chance at the school gate and were nearly killed by Ling Yichen but were saved by Su Hui, she had never shown her face. It turned out to be outside the institute today. Elementary school sister, the shield has been broken. Let's see where else you can hide, Chang Huanhuan said with a smiling face. At this moment, Chang Huanhuan's arrogant demeanor was as if she was a towering powerhouse looking down on Tian Yingying inside the institute. And she is in this state all because of these people around her. These people were the sons of the 6 great families, and most of their strengths were not bad, especially these 2 sons of the Su family beside her, who had even reached the upper C-class existence, just one step away from crossing over into the ranks of B-class powerhouses. Such strength was also among the top existences when looking at the entire school, not to mention that there were 20 lower middle C-ranked powerhouses behind her. Together, these people would be able to deal with even an incipient B-class powerhouse. That was precisely why they were able to break through the defense shield inside the institute. And at this moment, Tian Yingying's face was hard to see as she watched the defense shield rupture. She was supposed to be tending to the herbs at the institute. After all, this could possibly be the last time she would weed and water them. Unexpectedly, Chang Huanhuan suddenly came running with a group of people in a murderous mood, and was about to capture her without saying a word. She had had the experience of being abused by Lin Hao, so she was very afraid and opened the institute's defense shield at the first opportunity. As a result, there were so many of them and they were so powerful that they easily broke through the defense shield. This horrified her greatly, and she glanced at the institute behind her, wanting to call out to Ling Yichen for help, but on second thought, she gave up. These days, she had gotten used to relying on Ling Yichen for almost everything. Although she loved having such a powerful being to rely on, she didn't understand that she couldn't rely on Ling Yichen all the time, and Ling Yichen wouldn't stay by her side all the time. So she took a deep breath, gathered her courage to face Chang Huanhuan as well as these strong men around her directly, and angrily shouted, "What are you going to do? This is a private venue. If you dare to trespass one step, don't blame me for killing you." Tian Yingying's rare tone was morose, and her body erupted with a raging murderous aura. However, Chang Huanhuan laughed out loud when he saw this. "Kill us? Do you have the skill to do that? It's also true that you used to have a backer so you could be so tough, but don't forget that your backer is gone. I watched Long Dawi leave the school with my own eyes. I heard that Elder Zen has also left. Ha, you no longer have anything to fall back on. Today, I'm going to clean up this shameless little of yours for Ms. Su, so that you don't have to flaunt yourself all day long." Saying that, Chang Huanhuan waved her hand at the 2 Su family children by her side, and those 2 immediately stepped into the institute and pounced towards Tian Yingying. Seeing this, Tian Yingying's eyes erupted with a murderous aura, and with her backhand, she grabbed a handful of seeds from her storage ring and scattered them directly at the 2 men. These seeds were soaked in blood, and under Tian Yingying's urging, they had already begun to sprout and grow rapidly while still in the air, instantly turning into a thorny vine with long thorns. These thorny vines wound their way towards the 2 Su clan children, which startled them. After all, they had never seen such a bizarre attack before. However, they relied on their strength. Rolling divine power surged out of their dantian to wrap their legs, and the 2 Su surname children instantly transformed into residual shadows, taking a step of several meters, dodging the thorns and vines like ghosts, and swiftly arriving at Tian Yingying's side. The 2 Su clan children grabbed Tian Yingying's 2 arms respectively and laughed fiercely. "Got you!" Tian Yingying's face suddenly changed, and despair surfaced in her eyes. The difference in strength crushes any skill. She was simply too weak, and so far, full stop, she was barely a D rank, not a match for a C rank powerhouse at all. Her eyes instantly reddened, not from being tackled, but from shame. "I'm such a loser. I've followed everyone for so long, and I've gotten so much care from everyone, but I'm still such a loser." She wanted to cry a little, but held it back, gazing with determination at Chang Huanhuan, who was walking towards her. "Pa!" A crisp slap rang out. Chang Huanhuan directly slapped her in the face, and 5 bright red blood marks instantly gushed out on Tian Yingying's delicate face. "Humph, little, no one can save you today." But in the next second, Tian Yingying directly spat a mouthful of phlegm into Chang Huanhuan's face. "Ah, beat her to death. Beat her to death hard for me." Chang Huanhuan instantly roared, his entire body exploding with anger. However, As soon as the words fell, an angry voice instantly erupted from within the institute. Immediately after that, Chang Huan only saw a residual shadow flashing out from the institute, and in the next second, he saw a handsome and incomparable figure appear in front of him. But when she didn't wait for her to get a good look at the incredibly handsome face, the other party directly slapped her with a slap. Pa! The same crisp slap rang out. The difference was that Chang Huan was directly slapped out by more than 10 meters, just falling outside the institute. The two Su family children who had tackled Tian Yingying immediately changed their faces, because they could already tell that the other party was using their Su family's divine walking technique, and the level seemed to be even higher than theirs. Without waiting for them to react, they only saw the figure turn around violently and look at them. It was only then that they could see that what stood before them was an extremely handsome teenager, especially since his eyes were wrapped in ribbons. There was a different kind of mystery. However, without waiting for them to react more, they only heard the teenager angrily rebuke, "Seek death." Then they saw the teenager strike again, but they couldn't see how the other party struck. All they knew was that their bodies flew through the air uncontrollably until they fell hard to the ground, right on the periphery of the institute. There was no doubt that this teenager was Ling Yichen. Ling Yichen looked at Tian Yingying, who was being bullied, and his heart raged with anger. But he suppressed the urge to kill them all and turn them into sustenance, and gently inquired, "Are you okay?" Tian Yingying gently nodded her head and lowered her head, her tears falling like broken pearls. "I'm sorry, I'm too useless to help with anything." Ling Yichen's heart ached as he heard this, only to see him reach out and gently hold Tian Yingying's chin, lifting her head up so that she could look squarely at himself. "No, you've actually been really good. You are now at rank D. It has only been a short time since your awakening, and you have jumped from rank F to rank D. Such an achievement is something to be praised and proud of. Don't compare yourself to Qingzhu and W. They have special bloodlines and special backgrounds, while you're just an ordinary person. In the world of ordinary people, you're already a genius. Of course, you can be even more talented, as long as you use the right methods. You can even be on par with Qingzhu and W." Hearing these words, Tian Yingying's red eyes floated with a divine light, and she busily asked, "What method?" Ling Yichen instantly smiled dotingly, reached out and flicked her forehead, saying, "Fool, have you planted herbs these days and grown silly? Forgotten what I've given you?" When Tian Yingying heard this, she instantly understood what Ling Yichen was talking about. Only her eyes lit up and she raised her hand to her palm. In the center of her palm, a red spirit insect slowly appeared. She looked at the red spirit bug in her hand, and then at the people outside the institute, with a light touch of hesitation in her eyes. "Am I going to kill them?" Tian Yingying's voice trembled a little. It's not because she's scared, it's because she's kind. Even though these people had bullied her to such an extent, she hadn't thought of killing them. It wasn't cowardice, either, but because that's what she was from the bottom of her bones. There are some in this world who are born bad seeds and are able to do devilish things at a young age and be at peace with it. Of course, there is likewise a small portion of people who are inherently kind, like Tian Yingying, who is kind to the bone, and even though they hate each other to death, they don't dare to really lay a deadly hand on anyone. Ling Yichen was naturally able to feel this kindness and emotion from her. That was why he hadn't beheaded such trash as Chang Huan on the spot, because he's saving it for Tian Yingying to use as a textbook. Today, he's going to use these people to give Tian Yingying a meat feast. I only heard him say softly, "In this world, there is not a single strong person whose path is not paved with blood and bones. If you want to be strong, you must step on other people's corpses and climb up. Even if you don't kill other people will come to kill you. Maybe you can refrain from killing for a while, but you definitely can't keep refraining from killing. And once others know your bottom line, then you and your loved ones will become extremely dangerous. In my world, there's this movie called Spider-Man, who has powers beyond the ordinary, but he's as kind-hearted as you are, and can't bear to lay a hand on the bad guys, until one day he spares a thief, who then kills his beloved loved ones. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself as well as to those around you. Do you wish to wait until your enemies have killed your loved ones before awakening the path of blood? Or do you wish to take care of them all when they pose no threat to your loved ones? Tian Yingying returned almost without thinking. Of course it's to kill them all in advance. Her whole being instantly cleared up after the answer. Her eyes instantly focused, oriented, and glowing. Ling Yichen smiled faintly. He didn't need to say anything more anymore because Tian Yingying had already found the path she was going to take. Go, and with the flesh and blood of these men, lay the first cornerstone on your path to growth. Ling Yichen took a step to move out of position so that Tian Yingying could face those people from Chang Huan directly. Tian Yingying gazed at those people with a gleaming gaze, and there seemed to be flames dancing in her eyes, a never-before-seen scorching heat raging out. At this time, Ling Yichen picked up an extremely ordinary seed from the ground and handed it to Tian Yingying's hand, saying, "You are an ordinary seed, and when you grow up, you might be a mediocre little plant. But the strength of the grass lies in the fact that it is found everywhere, unnoticed. It is in the fact that it is born, undaunted by the wind and snow and all suffering." At sunrise, subsequently, Ling Yichen placed the seed into Tian Yingying's palm, allowing the red worm to transform into a drop of blood that wrapped around the seed and reintegrated under Tian Yingying's palm. In the next second, one could only see a small plant grow steeply out of Tian Yingying's palm, which was flat and waved against the wind. But in the next moment, it began to evolve. From a flat and uninteresting plant, it evolved into a red vine, with countless spikes sprouting out. Tian Yingying, on the other hand, looked fiercely at those people from Changhuanhuan, a viciousness she had never seen before erupting from her eyes. Die, only to hear her let out a low gulp. She threw out the red vines in her hand. In an instant, the red vines surged against the wind, growing to a length of dozens of meters in a matter of moments, directly strangling towards Chang Huanhuan. Chang Huanhuan was immediately entangled and curled into the air by that red vine, only to hear her let out a sharp shriek and wail. "Let me go. I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Schoolmate, I'm really wrong. I'm also just acting on Su Hui's words." Chang Huanhuan couldn't stop begging for mercy. Yet, Tian Yingying was afrown and gently shook the red vine in her hand. In the next second, the red vines drilled through Chang Huanhuan's mouth, and a few seconds later, only a clattering sound was heard. Chang Huanhuan's body was pierced through the intestines and hardened into several broken pieces. Blood spilled like a red misty flower, extremely dazzling. From this beginning, not only belongs to Tian Yingying's bloody road began, Ling Yichen's bloody road also began. But unfortunately, cannot hold on. Chapter 127, Killing the Heart. Vomit, which had never seen such a bloody way of killing, and vomited in place in unison. And at this moment, Tian Yingying had also changed tremendously. The first time she killed someone, a flash of dismay, a flash of panic flashed in her eyes, but it was a fleeting emotion. As she adjusted to the emotion, her expression gradually fell to a flat one. Her cold eyes gazed at the men as if they were looking at a herd of livestock. In the next second, the ends of the red vine steeply bred many mouthparts, which quickly devoured Chang Huanhuan's remains cleanly, directly with flesh and bones. As the red vines devoured the bone blood, the red vines evolved again, originally only finger-thick vines to the naked eye visible speed in the thicker and longer. In a moment from dozens of meters into hundreds of meters, countless branches branched out from the vine like an open demonic hand. As the red vines evolved, Tian Yingying's face revealed a look of delight. At this moment, she finally felt the benefits of killing, and the little bit of discomfort she felt before completely disappeared. Her eyes swept towards the rest of the people, and with a flick of her wrist, the red vines were instantly like moving spirit snakes, winding towards each of those 20-odd people. The 10 or so lower middle C-class people couldn't react as well and were immediately entangled by the vines before they were drilled into their bodies by the red vines. Those people instantly widened their eyes and tensed their bodies, their faces showing pain. After a few seconds, their bodies quickly dried up and were devoured cleanly by the red vines right from the inside. And finally, when they were rolled by the red vines, their bones and skin were also directly twisted into powder and absorbed cleanly. The remaining ones saw this. They had already been scared out of their wits and their bodies were shaking like chaff. How had they ever seen such a bizarre way of killing people? The thought that they were about to face such an agonizing death as well scared the piss out of them. One by one, they fled in haste, wishing they had 2 more feet out. However, how could Tian Yingying let them escape? With a flick of his wrist, the red vines in his palm instantly transformed into a sky full of red shadows, like an open red giant net, respectively entangling towards those who fled. Almost instantly, all the remaining people were entangled in the red vines, including the 2 C-rank upper ones, even if they were from the Su clan, cultivating the divine walking technique and known for their speed. But here, Tian Yingying was the main field. After 2 explosive kills and absorbing a dozen or so lower and middle C-ranked awakened, her red vines had skyrocketed to hundreds of meters, and by itself was no longer inferior to the 2 upper C-ranked ones. Tian Yingying didn't have a soft heart and didn't target the 2 people extraordinarily because they had tackled her, but instead treated them equally. All of them were strangled into flesh and blood and turned into nutrients for the red vines. From the time Tian Yingying came to his senses and made a move to counterkill to the time when it was all swept clean, the entire process was no more than 5 minutes. After the red vines completely engulfed everyone and returned to Tian Yingying's hands, Tian Yingying's entire state changed. Her eyes turned bright and her whole body was filled with confidence. It was at this moment that a sudden warmth appeared in Ling Yichen's left eye. and then he was surprised to realize that he could vaguely see a little bit of Tian Yingying's figure through the ribbon. However, he was soon surprised to realize that the Tian Yingying in his eyes was transforming at an astonishing speed. Not only was Tian Yingying changing, but the surroundings were also changing. It was as if he was in an unreal scene where all the people and things around him moved. Soon, Tian Yingying turned from a small girl with a skinny figure into a beautiful woman who stood tall. At the moment, she was wearing a grass ring on her head and a verdant haze dress, walking barefoot in a jungle, and with every step she took, the ground around her would sprout many small flowers and grasses, and the plants around her would grow rapidly, as if they had been nourished in some way, only to see her smiling and waving at herself. Ling Yichen was all a bit mesmerized by her sweet smile. However, without waiting for him to respond in any way, everything around him began to collapse, and the gorgeous woman in front of him returned to simplicity a little bit, eventually turning into the Tian Yingying in front of him. And at that moment, Ling Yichen's left eye returned to a state where he couldn't see. Ling Yichen stayed where he was, silently contemplating the vision he had just witnessed. Did I just see a scene from the future? It seemed that this explanation was the only one that made the most sense, because that woman was clearly the Tian Yingying after she had grown up. Even though her dress was different, her temperament was different, and her strength was different, but that was clearly Tian Yingying, and he was even able to feel a trace of blood connection from that gorgeous woman, a tight connection brought about by the spirit worms. Thinking about it for a few seconds, he was sure of the idea. The vision he had just seen was a scene from the future. This left eye, which can see the future, is really amazing. At this time, Tian Yingying's delicate voice suddenly sounded. "What's wrong with you? Did I scare you?" Tian Yingying inquired with some concern. Ling Yichen hurriedly came out of his dazed state, smiled faintly, and comforted with a warm voice. "How can that be? It's not like you haven't seen me kill before. Some sustenance is just not enough." When Tian Yingying heard this, she nodded her head in delight. "Well, what about it? It's all just sustenance. If it's dead, it's dead." With that, she looked to the small grass in her palm, a foreign plant to be exact. The original grass had evolved into a red and barbed weird plant due to continuous killing and devouring. It looks rather more like a cactus. Little Red is so powerful. It's even evolved to upper C class. So much more powerful than even I am as a master. Tian Yingying seemed to have named the plant, her eyes full of love. Ling Yichen still smiled and returned. "This is just the beginning. It will only get stronger and stronger in the future. You can condense it into your innate treasure, and from then on you will be closely connected, and the flesh and blood that it devours will be turned into nutrients for you, providing you with a constant stream of divine power and other abilities, and you'll get stronger and stronger as well, and you'll definitely be no worse than the Qingzhou girls." "Aha!" Tian Yingying nodded seriously. It wasn't that she was jealous of Yi Qingzhou and W's power, she was just worried that she would drag her feet as well as not be able to help them. At this moment, she was naturally happy to hear that she could be as strong as them. "Thank you, Master." Tian Yingying once again knelt down towards Ling Yichen. Ling Yichen smiled bitterly and hurriedly helped her up. "In the future, you can ponder over more means of attack on your own, and if you meet someone you want to help, you can also give appropriate assistance by giving him her a seed fused with a spirit bug." Tian Yingying nodded again. "Humph, how dare you kill multiple people in the school? You really think you can't be helped?" Suddenly, a voice filled with anger rang out from behind Ling Yichen. Ling Yichen didn't need to turn around. He had already sensed who was coming. Precept Hall, Su Tianshang. At this moment, Su Tianshang was staring at Ling Yichen with a sulky face, and he was followed by a squad of team members, each with extremely angry faces as well. After all, the 20 or so people that Tian Yingying had just killed were all from their 6th grade families, and many of them were somewhat related to all of them. Ling Yichen patted Tian Yingying, and then he turned around to face Su Tianshang, a light smile on his face as he said nonchalantly, "Che, it's not bad for you, Su Tianshang. When your family Su Hui instructed people to come to my place to cause trouble, you didn't step forward as if you were deaf and stupid, and as a result, now that you've been wiped out by me yet you immediately jumped out. This Preceptor Hall shouldn't have the name of any school either. Just write directly about your Su family's beater core. We did kill them. What are you going to do? Are you going to take us to the Hall of Discipline to be tortured? Or are you going to kill them on the spot?" Ling Yichen responded coldly, then snapped his fingers. Those 12 Dobermans immediately ran back from all directions of the school and gathered at Ling Yichen's side. At the same time, all of the poisonous insects that were kept in captivity underneath the Institute's flower garden came out. The blackness gathered into a pagoda of poisonous insects that stood beside Ling Yichen. When he was cultivating just now, Ling Yichen had incidentally refined all of these poisonous insects as well, and they had all become his pets at the moment. Seeing so many poisonous insects gathered together, the members of the Preceptor Hall squad each turned pale. They were very scared of these poisonous insects, but only Su Tianshang acted as if he didn't see them, only narrowing his eyes at Ling Yichen, seemingly estimating something. Ling Yichen naturally knew what he was calculating, only to hear him sneer and say, "You don't need to calculate what strength I am now there. I can clearly tell you that under A class, whoever comes will die. However, since you dared to come here to find me trouble, naturally you are not afraid of me, right?" With that said, Ling Yichen heatedly smiled and his fingers gently clattered in the air. Those poisonous insects instantly looked like they had received some instructions and crawled towards the 12 Dobermans, all of them covering the 12 giant Dobermans in a matter of moments. To the naked eye, one could see as if the 12 giant Dobermans were wearing a suit of poisonous insect armor. The most disgusting thing is that these poisonous insects are alive and constantly wriggling. Whoever looks at them must have goosebumps all over their body and feel fear in their heart. Ling Yichen didn't say anything and snapped his fingers once again. In an instant, the 12 giant Dobermans surrounded Su Tianshang and the crowd behind him in 2 directions. At this moment Ling Yichen has no fear, and no longer care about what morality and etiquette. People have hit the door, but also tell a line of reasoning: kill first. I'll listen to your reasoning when you've beaten me. If you can't beat him, then be his sustenance. Su Tianshang's face also changed slightly when he saw that Ling Yichen had actually struck out directly without the slightest concern. "You guys back off," he yelled lowly to the crowd behind him. Then his figure turned into a stump, bypassing the 12 giant Dobermans and grabbing towards Ling Yichen. Capture the thief first. As long as he subdued Ling Yichen, there would be no need to tangle with those poisonous insects. However, he had just executed the divine walking technique to arrive in front of Ling Yichen and reached out to grab Ling Yichen when Ling Yichen suddenly gave a mysterious smile and slightly shifted his body sideways, dodging his hand, only to see that at this moment, Ling Yichen's feet were surging with divine power, and he had actually executed the divine walking art as well, and it was 1 point stronger than Su Tianshang. At this moment, Su Tianshang was truly shocked. His face changed, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "How is it possible? How could your divine walking technique be stronger than mine?" He wasn't surprised that Ling Yichen was able to learn the divine walking technique because he understood the history of the 6 great families and knew that there was a direct reason for the origin of the 6 great families in Zhen Yiming's lineage, and that Zhen Yiming also had the 6 great families' secret techniques in his hands. He wasn't the least bit shocked by this. What he was truly shocked by was how Ling Yichen's divine walking technique was even stronger than his. How long has Ling Yichen been at school? How long have you known Zhen Yiming? How long has he been in contact with the divine walking technique? It's been less than a month, okay? He, on the other hand, has been studying since he was a child, and it's been decades, but not as good as this Ling Yichen kid? He was completely overwhelmed, and at that moment, Ling Yichen seemed to know what Su Tianshang was thinking, only to see him show his teeth and smile, revealing a contemptuous expression as he said, "Divine walking art is indeed not weak, but it's also not as strong as imagined. Such a simple secret art still needs to be cultivated for so long. I don't know what kind of waste things your Su family are. Cultivating for decades is still inferior to me, an amateur player who has only been cultivating for a few days. If I were you, I wouldn't even need someone else to do it. I would have already taken a knife and wiped out my neck myself. It's a murder and a heart attack." Su Tianshang had originally fallen into self-doubt because Ling Yichen's divine walking technique was even stronger than his own. Now that he was being spoken to by Ling Yichen, his Dao heart was about to shatter, only to hear his face look extremely ugly as he stared at Ling Yichen's feet. "What kind of strange and bizarre technique did you use?" Ling Yichen laughed and joked. "What? You want to know? That's fine, as long as you kneel down and call me Grandpa 3 times. It's not like I can't teach you." He began to give Su Tianshang a psychological blow, destroying his beliefs, and this move of his did have an obvious effect, only to see Su Tianshang's face clouded over, his expression changing very rapidly. It wasn't his fault. Anyone who encountered such a situation would have a huge psychological shock. What was the point of his years of hard work when he had cultivated for decades but not as much as someone else who had cultivated for a few days? And Ling Yichen took advantage of the gap between the collapse of his beliefs to quietly release a king bug over. However, just as the king bug was about to touch Su Tianshang, a barrier abruptly appeared on Su Tianshang's body surface, which immediately blocked the king bug's touch. This caused Ling Yichen to raise his eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect this Su Tianshang to be so cautious and prepare his defense early. The barrier was a carry-on defense spell formation, and its grade was not low. But, just when Ling Yichen thought that he was going to fail in parasitizing, he only saw a golden aura blossom steeply from that king bug. That golden aura transformed into a golden spike and directly poked at that barrier. A miraculous scene appeared. The defense shield that was supposed to be very hard to break unexpectedly burst open as easily as a bubble. In the next second, the king bug jumped directly onto Su Tianshang's body and drilled into his body. As the king bug entered Su Tianshang's body, Su Tianshang immediately had an epiphany, only to see his face violently change in shock, and for the first time, a look of fear surfaced. For some reason, Ling Yichen's heart was inexplicably refreshed as he watched fear surface on Su Tianshang's face. Chapter 128, The Immortal Way's Secret Method. These days, Su Tianshang was like an insurmountable high wall that resisted him, causing a perception to arise in his heart a little bit, as if he would never be able to beat him. He even suspected that if this feeling lasted for a longer period of time, Su Tianshang could possibly become his heart's demon. Fortunately, he had gotten a great boost during this time, and had crossed this big mountain before his heart's demon even arose. At this moment, a surge of pleasure rose within him. Kill! He almost subconsciously burst out with a roar. Then his entire body transformed into a stream of light, directly rushing to Su Tianshang's face and punching him in the head. At this moment, Su Tianshang had already been parasitized by the kingworm and barely had much means of resistance left. In the face of Ling Yichen's strong attack, he could only stare at Ling Yichen's fist with wide eyes, watching it zoom in a little bit in front of his eyes, and finally, pust! Su Tianshang's head was directly exploded by Ling Yichen's punch, like a ripe watermelon, with juice splashing everywhere. And as Ling Yichen faced up to the demons of his heart that had been there for many days, his entire being had the feeling of being bathed in warmth. A feeling like no other rose from the heart and went straight to the head. In the next second, he faintly heard what seemed like a breeze blowing in his ears, 100 birds chirping low, and he even smelled a faint fragrance of earth. He realized something abruptly, and his will immediately sank into the sea of spiritual awareness. Sure enough, at this very moment, his spiritual sea of consciousness was undergoing a heavenly change. The originally barren spiritual world was metamorphosing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lush grass and flowers grew on the ground, and a small sapling rose up against the wind. Amidst the ocean of mental energy, algae sprang up and a tiny life form presented itself. The bottom of the ocean of spiritual energy also suddenly had a not-so-weak spring that was gurgling out pure spiritual energy. Seeing these changes, Ling Yichen was completely stunned. He had absolutely no idea why his spiritual sea of consciousness had changed like this. However, at this very moment, the nine-tailed little fox ran out of the little immortal realm, jumped onto Ling Yichen's shoulder, and cheered. Congratulations on crossing the heart barrier. Your thoughts have passed through, and your sea of spiritual consciousness has been sublimated. Afterwards, the little fairy deer also ran out, and it came to Ling Yichen's other shoulder, gazing at the little fox in a docile manner. Apparently, the two had become acquainted and good friends. Ling Yichen looked at the little fox in surprise and inquired, "Can the spiritual sea of consciousness be sublimated when the thoughts are through?" The little fox immediately nodded her head and said, "Well then, the most important thing for a cultivator is his or her own essence. If the thoughts are not smooth, they will create a mind demon. On the contrary, if the thoughts are clear, they will gain sublimation." Ling Yichen raised his eyebrows slightly, sensitively noticing the term, cultivator, in the little fox's words. He was pretty sure that there was no such word as acolyte in this world. Everyone was called awakened. "Where did you hear the term cultivator from?" Ling Yichen asked the doubt in his heart. Without thinking, the little fox immediately replied back, "Yay Mom, Mom told me in my inherited memories." Sure enough, Ling Yichen revealed an expression of realization. "Still," he pressed, "what else did your mom tell you?" The little fox blinked its eyes for a moment, seemingly thinking, and only said after a few seconds, "Mom said a lot, but I can't remember much. It needs to be automatically branded in my mind after my strength reaches a certain realm, and all I can remember are some simple ones. For example, when Mom says that a cultivator should cultivate qi, soul and body together. Qi refers to the Dantian qi sea, soul refers to the spiritual sea of consciousness, and body refers to the physical body. A strong qi is needed to become a Dan, a strong soul is needed to resist a calamity, and a strong body is needed to cross the void. Anything less won't work." Hearing this, Ling Yichen's entire body froze. Become a Dan? Transitioning through the tribulation? Crossing the void? Isn't this an exclusive term in immortal cultivation novels? For some reason, the first thing that came to Ling Yichen's mind was that immortal body. Could it be that the fox mother was once instructed by the immortal body? Learned some immortal cultivation techniques? But it shouldn't be. The fox isn't a human, and the human immortal cultivation Tao isn't suitable for it, so it's useless for it to learn this. So he asked again, "Do you know who told your mother all these things? Did it learn fairy magic with a fairy?" However, the little fox immediately shook her head and denied, No. Mommy didn't learn fairy magic. She read it in the fairy scriptures. Hiss. Ling-Chen drew in a breath of cool air. Immortal scriptures. He immediately and eagerly asked. Where did the immortal scripture come from? Where is it now? The little fox immediately lamented. The immortal scriptures were hidden by Mommy in the starfield. The immortal scriptures are the immortal treasure that the bad guy was looking for. Ling-Chen instantly woke up. Earlier, the little fox had said that her mother had been beheaded because she was forced to ask about the whereabouts of Senso. I didn't realize that it was the immortal scriptures. He could be certain that that immortal scripture must be an immortal law left behind by the immortal body. At this moment, Ling-Chen really wanted to go to the starfield and find that immortal scripture. If he could cultivate immortal techniques, then he might be able to cross the stars in the future like that immortal. The thought of it excited him inexplicably. Is the starfield dangerous? Ling-Chen asked. The little fox immediately shook her head. Then I don't know. I've never been there. As the words fell, the little fairy deer who had not been speaking suddenly opened his mouth in a rare manner, only to hear him stutter. It's dangerous. Half demigods go up also, will also die. When these words came out, Ling-Chen instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. Demigods die even if they go? Aren't demigods the strongest in this world? Little fairy deer, on the other hand, earnestly opened his mouth again. Half gods are also strong and weak, and immortal beasts gods can easily kill human demigods. Hearing this, Ling-Chen seemed to understand. Immortals, demons, and demonic beasts were born stronger than humans. They were nature's favorites, and after long years of baptism, they also possessed a lifespan that was incomparable to that of humans. There was almost no comparison between an adult human and an adult demonic beast. Also being demigods, immortal demon beasts were indeed a bit more powerful than human ones. Understanding this, Ling-Chen couldn't help but sigh. It's an advantage that's genetically predetermined and no one can change anything. However, even if the starfield was dangerous, he would still have to take a trip in the future. For no other reason than this immortal scripture was worth the risk. Ling-Chen collected his mind and continued to feel the changes in the sea of spiritual consciousness. After a while, the changes in the spiritual sea of consciousness finally stopped. At this moment, the spiritual sea of consciousness was not as barren as before. There were hundreds of stars shining in the air, as if they were real stars, and on top of the earth, the grass and flowers were in full bloom, and even in the ocean of spiritual energy, there were many life forms active, as if this was a real world. If there were a few more sublimations like this, it might even be more perfect. Ling-Chen thought darkly, then left the sea of spiritual consciousness, his mind returning to look at the battle not far away. While he was fighting against Su Tianshang, the 12 giant Dobermans were also mixing it up with the members of the Preceptor Hall. I say melee only because the scene does seem a bit chaotic, carnage to be exact. The 12 giant Dublin were even more ferocious with the addition of thousands of poisonous insects, pouncing on several people in a single glance and directly turning them into sustenance. The rest of them didn't last much longer before they were strangled clean, and when Ling-Chen looked over, there were already 12 giant Dobermans sweeping up. Watching them not only eliminate their opponents but also clear the battlefield, Ling-Chen couldn't help but say, good performance, keep the flesh and blood of these people for yourselves to digest. As the words fell, the 12 giant Dobermans immediately let out excited cries. It was also at this moment that Ling-Chen noticed several cats purring on the windowsill of the institute, with undisguised envy in their vertical pupils. Ling-Chen instantly laughed and said soothingly, it's okay, sooner or later there will be something for you guys too. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw hundreds of trainees pouring over from all directions, surrounding the institute in an instant. The people leading these hundreds of trainees were none other than Lei Qianzi and the other 6 great families from the talented trainee class. As he watched these people converge here in an aggressive manner, Ling-Chen's eyes instantly narrowed as he looked behind these people. Behind these trainees, Ileana and Su Hui, several people were gazing at his side with a stance of watching a good show. Obviously, these hundreds of trainees would come here and must have been instructed by them. He swept towards the cadets with a murderous aura in his eyes. Normally, he doesn't kill people at random, but if they came looking for death, then he wouldn't show any mercy. What, innocent or not, he didn't care at all. These people could be so stupid as to be instructed to run to besiege the institute, then they deserved to die. At this moment, he was ready to go on a killing spree. However, it was also at this moment that a voice suddenly came out from above that attic of the academy. Disperse. Although there was only one word that came out, it was of supreme majesty, causing everyone's hearts to vibrate, including the several people who were Ileana and Su Hui as well. What's going on? The principal and vice principal, who have always stayed out of the world's business, are actually going to stand up for this kid? Could it be that this kid has something to do with them? Suhui said with a face full of surprise. When Shin Han and the others heard this, they immediately shook their heads and said, I'm not sure. Perhaps Old Man Zen had asked them to take care of this brat when he left. What bad luck! That's what they said, but they didn't dare to disobey the attic there, and could only leave the scene unhappily. The rest of the people also quickly left the institute, instantly turning the lively institute back into a cold place. While Ling Yichen looked at the departing crowd, there was a slight regret in his eyes. It's a pity. If we turn all these people into nutrients, we should be able to cultivate quite a few spirit insects, and maybe I can even condense my body and cultivate the limbs realm to perfection. If anyone else knew he was thinking this way, they'd just be scared to death. At that moment, the voice resounded once more. Only this time it resounded directly in Ling Yichen's mind. Little one, are you interested in coming to accompany us two old guys for a chat? Ling Yichen was startled, then looked towards the pavilion and returned, an honor. In the next second, a divine power ladder spread down from above the attic, stretching directly in front of Ling Yichen. With this hand alone, Ling Yichen's heart was truly shocked. The attic didn't seem to be far away, but it was really hundreds of meters, and using divine power to turn it into a ladder, which itself required extremely strong divine power manipulation, not to mention having to spread out such a far stretch. This was definitely demigod strength, and it was still a very powerful demigod. It was at least a demigod that was even more powerful than Master Red Sakura, because of the red satin used as a bridge when Master Red Cherry greeted Master directly. The highs and lows were immediately apparent. Ling Yichen took a light breath, then stepped onto the ladder and walked towards the attic step by step. And this scene shook the entire 4th Advanced Alien Energy Academy. Jesus, is he going to see the principal? The principal hasn't let anyone go to that loft in how many years? No one has set foot in that attic for at least 300 years. 300 years, except the two principals themselves. At this moment, everyone's eyes were shocked and envious. Regardless of the benefits of meeting the principal, this honor alone was enough to make them envious beyond measure. At this moment, Elena also saw Ling Yichen's behavior, only to see her eyes turn cloudy. Between her and Ling Yichen, there was no longer any possibility of peace talks at all. Since her transformation started that day, her position had also been shaken a bit, and although the elders of the 6 great clans hadn't changed much, those of the younger generation already didn't take her as seriously. This made her very upset, and what made her even more upset was that Ling Yichen was growing too fast now. To think that when I first met him, he was weak enough to be taken at will. How long had it been? And he was already strong to this extent. If she gave him some more time, she was afraid that he would really be out of her control. But she was still thinking of capturing him and bringing him back to the empty city. Thinking about this, her expression became more and more ugly. She then looked at the few teenagers at her side, a flash of disgust in her eyes. What a bunch of losers. With such a huge family behind them, they can't even take down a tiny teenager. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got at them. Suddenly, a flash of ruthlessness flashed through her eyes, as if she had made some decision, only to see her suddenly turn from cloudy to sunny, a bright smile suddenly appearing on her stiff face. She then smiled at Shin Han by her side, and then her mouth gently wriggled as she conducted a divine sense transmission to him. Shin Han immediately revealed a surprised expression, and in the next second, a touch of joy surfaced in his eyes, and the expression he looked at Ileana changed to something different. All of this, however, was seen by Su Hui, only to see her expression become extremely ugly all of a sudden, so ugly that she could no longer maintain her surface image. But she didn't snap out of it on the spot. She just clenched her lower lip and squeezed her little pink fists tightly. On the other side, Ling Yichen had already ascended the divine power ladder and arrived in front of the attic, looking at the closed wooden door, but he was inexplicably a little nervous. After all, there were 2 super demigods living in here, and although they were friends and not enemies in terms of their relationship, no one could say anything about this kind of thing, because he was now keeping an immortal's heart in his body. But he knew the truth of the pitbull. Aside from the few people he absolutely trusted, he needed to be a bit cautious with anyone right now, especially those demigods. Chapter 129, The Will of the Bugs. Standing in the doorway for a moment of hesitation, Ling Yichen finally pushed open the wooden door. As the wooden door opened, a magical world was immediately presented to him. After the wooden door is an extremely open world. The first thing he saw was a waterfall hanging in the air, misty clouds, strange mountains and rocks floating in the air, cranes and spirit animals flying back and forth, making a crisp sound, just like a picture of the beauty of the immortal world. Ling Yichen was attracted at the first moment. Ruthlessly, This was because it was generally the same as the fairyland described in the immortal cultivation novels he had read, and it was built exactly according to that kind of scene. At this moment, the imagery about the immortal world had a materialization. He couldn't help but take a step and enter the wooden door into this immortal realm. As he entered, the wooden door behind him automatically closed, and by now, he was completely integrated into this fairyland, as he took one step forward and walked through a section of verdant path to a cliff. However, there were floating steps in front of the cliff, and at the end of the floating steps was a golden hall, which emanated glittering exposure, as if it was an immortal city. Ling Yichen took a deep breath and instantly felt that the air here was completely different from the outside world. With each inhale, he felt his heart and lungs were extraordinarily comfortable, and not only that, he felt that warmth seemed to grow in his empty dantian, and there was a sense of divine clarity in his spiritual sea of consciousness. His eyes sparkled, and a term aura couldn't help but come to mind. One extremely important element that is essential in immortal cultivation novels is aura, breathing and exhaling, drawing spiritual qi into the body, quenching the body, opening up the sea of qi, and opening the mud pill palace. All the wonders speak for themselves. Is this an aura? Ling Yichen couldn't wait to get an answer. At this moment, he couldn't wait to meet the two demigods and ask something, because from this place, it could be seen that these two demigods had also received some opportunities just like the fox mother. He took a step onto the floating staircase and walked quickly towards the golden hall. Soon, he arrived before the main hall. The doors to the great hall were closed, and without much pause, he walked over and reached out to gently push them open. As the door opened, an even denser scent came over him, causing many of the worms in his body to stir, and a portion of the worms actually evolved on the spot, turning into spirit worms. A small portion of the spirit insects also quietly evolved into wisdom insects, and it was clear that the spiritual qi in this great hall was much more dense, which was extremely beneficial to the body. As the door to the main hall opened, Ling Yichen immediately saw two immortal old men sitting right above the main hall. They were sitting and standing on opposite sides of a chessboard, playing chess in silence, and they seemed to be playing to a very critical moment, so much so that when Ling Yichen pushed his way in, they didn't have the time to pay attention to him. Ling Yichen was not timid and walked straight towards the two men, eventually coming to the side of the chessboard and silently looking at the situation in the chessboard. Unfortunately, he didn't really understand the art of chess, so he really couldn't see the way, so he simply sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. As he sank his mind and felt the changes in his body, he couldn't help but be surprised once again. This was because from the moment he entered this immortal world, he had been absorbing the aura from this small world. In just this moment's effort, thousands of worms in the body had evolved into spirit worms, and hundreds of spirit worms had evolved into wisdom worms, which was really amazing. Immediately, he began to activate the Star Yuan Guide formation, frantically absorbing the aura here. In an instant, an immense and incomparable suction force erupted from within his body, drawing countless auras to pour into him like a dragon scroll, and it disturbed two old men who were playing chess, only to see the two of them looking towards Ling Yichen in unison, with a little surprise in their eyes, because at this moment, under the nourishment of the huge spiritual qi, Ling Yichen's body had already separated from its normal human form, and had turned into a worm form. Only his state at this time is somewhat bizarre. Hands and feet are human, but the torso and head are countless wriggling worms, vaguely able to see inside the abdominal cavity with 5 shining light organs. Looking at Ling Yichen like this, the two old men's eyes flickered as if they were thinking about something, until one of them said, "It looks like he's the pawn that was used to end the human race." The other old man listened and nodded approvingly. "Let's talk to him then." "Well, it's time to talk." With that, I only saw the two old men get up at the same time and come to Ling Yichen's face, saying blandly, "Show yourself. I know you've woken up and can hear our conversation." However, as the words fell, Ling Yichen remained in his cultivation state and did not react. The two old men didn't mind when they saw this, their pale faces filled with calmness as they waited patiently. It wasn't until several minutes had passed that a worm as black as ink suddenly emerged from Ling Yichen's torso. Its appearance was the same as an ordinary worm, but it was fundamentally different from a worm because it had a pair of eyes that flashed red. Its eyes were obviously very small, but they gave off a feeling of endless madness. As it appeared, Ling Yichen's body immediately shook gently. Immediately after that it shrunk back, and then Ling Yichen's body was seen to instantly return to its full human form. Only, at this moment, there was a clear madness and tyranny in Ling Yichen's eyes, which was fundamentally different from his usual self. "Old thing, what are you calling me out for? This kid doesn't like me controlling his body." At this moment, Ling Yichen's voice was hoarse, and the sounds he uttered seemed to overlap, as if several people were speaking at the same time. The two old men didn't get angry at Ling Yichen's rudeness. They just looked at him calmly before returning. What should we call you? Should we call you Insect Will? Or Second Personality? Ling Yichen slanted his eyes and glared at the two old men for a moment, saying with some irritation, is there a difference? I am both his second personality and the great insectoid Will. Of course there's a difference. If you're just the second personality of this child, then you still represent the humans, and conversely, you represent the bugs, which distinguishes your position and helps us with the rest of the conversation. One of the older men, who looked a little paler, said, and he was also the founder of the 4th Advanced School of Alien Abilities, Zhan Tang. To his side was his closest friend and the vice principal of the 4th Advanced Alien School, Yuan Hai. When Ling Yichen heard this, he immediately laughed sarcastically and said with a look that did not fit Ling Yichen, then what if I say that I, namely, am his second personality, and also the will of the insect race? How will you define my existence? Zhan Tang heard this, but he suddenly let out a laugh and returned. That's simple. I can help you understand your ingredients more clearly. After saying that, he only saw his hands clasped together, then quickly pinched a magic seal. With the formation of the Dharma seal, one could only see a taijutsu immediately appear under his feet, and as soon as the taijutsu appeared, the entire dome of the Great Hall silently disappeared, and was replaced by countless pairs of scarlet eyes that covered the entire dome of the sky. And then they saw that the owner of these scarlet eyes was clearly a starry worm of enormous size. These worms were somewhat similar to the worms in Ling Yichen's body, the difference being that they were extremely large and had hard shells all over their bodies. Each star worm was like a battleship, full of powerful combat power, and the number of such star worms was simply incalculable, hundreds of millions at a glance. They were like fierce beasts squatting in the cave of their prey, quietly creeping in the void, gazing at the hole of their prey, ready to tackle the prey that came out of the hole at any time. Such a horrifying scene, anyone who saw it had to panic in their hearts. Even powerful as Zhan Tang and Yun Hai were frowning with worry when they saw these starworms, for the vision was not a false one, but a situation that was being encountered by the entire Dark Star. The scene he was now presenting was the very scene beyond the Dark Star. Beyond the universe, there were hundreds of millions of starworms crouching and surrounding, and any creature that came out would be hunted down by them in an instant. At this moment, Ling Yichen looked at these worms, but he was suddenly ferocious, his eyes vaguely blossoming red, his face filled with excitement. Oh, great fellow bugs, they really haven't abandoned me, they're still waiting for my return. Immediately afterward, he was suddenly about to kneel down at a certain place in the starry sky, and his mouth even cried out, Great Mother Emperor of the insect race, Your Majesty. However, just as he was about to kneel down, Ling Yichen's expression twisted violently as a cold teenager's voice sounded, Get the hell out of here. And then, Ling Yi's body began to tremble violently, struggling back and forth between kneeling and not kneeling. The expression also switched back and forth between calm and brutality. It was obvious that it was two wills fighting for control of the body, but it was at this time that Zhan Tang struck. With a wave of his big hand, the vision of the dome disappeared and the golden hall returned, while at the same time, a huge aura steeply poured into Ling Yichen's body. Ling Yichen immediately stabilized, his expression changing back to his crazy tyrannical state. Phew, what a disobedient brat. It's also getting harder and harder to control. Ling Yichen, who represented the will of the insect race, said in a depressed manner, with much helplessness in his tone. Zhan Tang also smiled knowingly, seemingly satisfied with the result, only to see him rescanning Ling Yichen. He leisurely said, It's all right, I've sealed his will and made him fall into a short slumber. He won't be able to hear our next conversation. Then I can determine that you represent the will of the bugs. Can we make a deal? Ling Yichen, who represented the will of the insect race, looked at him in surprise and asked, Oh, what kind of deal? We are willing to use ourselves as a price for you to devour, in exchange for leaving a little bit of fire for the human race when you slaughter them. Hearing this, Ling Yichen, who represented the will of the insect race, suddenly let out a loud laugh that was filled with wild recklessness. That's not for me to decide. You'll have to ask this kid if he's willing to let you guys go, and as far as I know, he hates you guys even more than I do. Especially, if he learns the truth, he will hate you all even more, and may hate destroying the whole planet as well. Ling Yichen, who represented the will of the insect race, had a tone filled with mockery and taunting. Zhan Tang sighed softly as he listened. In that matter, our human race did not intervene. It was the god and demon races that joined forces to do it, and it actually has nothing to do with us. However, upon hearing this, Ling Yichen, who represented the will of the insect race, laughed even more wildly and disdainfully. Really? But, this seems to be different from what I know. Oh, as far as I know, The person who first came up with this plan seems to be your human race's Yuan Qitian. When these words came out, both Zhan Tang and Yuan Hai's faces were extremely ugly, because they know that it's true. Oh, if he knows that he could have lived happily and blissfully in his own world, but because of a word from your human race, it made the gods and devils use their great powers to inhale him from his own world to the Dark Star, and then carried out inhumane 6 years of imprisonment and torture, and even more so was transformed into a man who was not like a man and a ghost who was not like a ghost. Do you guess how he will retaliate against you? Moreover, he was only 12 years old that year, and if it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't withstand that kind of grueling torture, the tyrannical second personality wouldn't have been born, and I wouldn't have had the chance to merge with it. Hearing those words, Zhan Tang and Yuan Hai's expressions had become extremely ugly, because it was also the first time they knew that Ling Yichen had actually been imprisoned for 6 years, or at such a young age. At this moment, heartache, shame, and many emotions surfaced on their aged faces, although these things were not directly related to them. As a member of the human race, they were also the object of Ling Yichen's hatred, and likewise, they were guilty. As the wormhole had said, if the human race hadn't proposed that plan, the gods and demons wouldn't have thought in that direction, much less actually taken action to actually capture humans from the immortal body's homeland. Alas, that's why I want to make a deal with you, in the hope that you can leave a little bit of fire for the human race. Once he loses control of his body, you will definitely be the one to take control of the body's dominance, and at that time, I hope that you can leave a little bit of fire for my human race. Zhan Tang sighed and said. At this moment, he seemed to have aged a lot all of a sudden, like a flickering candle flame that would go out when the wind blew. After hearing this, Ling Yichen, who represents the will of the insect race, surveyed them with interest and then smiled. Well, this is a good deal. If we can devour these 2 top demigods of yours, perhaps we can let this kid's body evolve directly to a level close to that of a demigod, in which case he will initially possess the strength to go to the star realm, and then he will be able to. Ling Yichen, who represented the will of the insect race, suddenly turned his eyes and stared at Zhan Tang and Yuan Hai with a smile on his face before agreeing with alacrity. Okay, I promise you that once this kid goes berserk and loses control of his body and lets me take control of it to slaughter the human race, I'll help leave a little bit of the bloodline of your human race to be passed down to you. Hearing this, Zhan Tang and Yuan Hai finally revealed a smile and said, then please make an oath to the Dark Star's heaven and earth rules. Once you break the oath, you will be erased by the power of the heaven and earth rules. When Ling Yichen, who represented the will of the insect race, heard this, his expression immediately changed, and he indifferently looked at the 2 men, saying in a chilling tone, old thing, you don't think you want to sacrifice your body to the heavens, and take your own life to erase me on behalf of this kid, do you? Chapter 130, Devouring Demigods. This possibility is fully present. After all, according to Ling Yichen's current state, he was becoming more and more vested in the human race of this world, and he also had a certain amount of affection for the people around him. Without this second personality that had fused with the will of the insect race, Ling Yichen's character would be very stable. Even if they found out the truth in the future and were filled with resentment towards the human race, it would not be so bad that they would kill the entire human race. At least it's possible to save some of the fire. So, all they had to do was just erase the second personality in Ling Yichen's body. The existence of the second personality was like a bomb that could cause Ling Yichen to completely black out and fall into disorder at any time. However, Ling Yichen, who represented the will of the insect race, smiled confidently and replied, it doesn't matter. Even if you guys really want to sacrifice your bodies to the heavens and try to erase me, I don't care, because I can't die at all. I still have this confidence. After saying that, he directly swore to the heavens, I swear, if I don't leave a bit of fire for the human race when I destroy them in the future, I will be obliterated by the rules of heaven and earth. As the words fell, the entire golden hall trembled, and then the void was seen to distort as an inexplicable force was attached to Ling Yichen, who represented the will of the insect race, and then the pure black worm was seen quietly emerging from Ling Yichen's body, as if it had been squeezed by some force. Immediately afterward, a golden pattern appeared on its pitch-black, ink-like body, and once the golden pattern was complete, all the visions dissipated. Since then, Zhan Tang and Yuan Hai revealed smiles in unison before looking at Ling Yichen, who represented the will of the insect race. Very well, a deal is struck and we can sit down instantly. Saying that, the 2 of them actually walked back on top of the chessboard, then sat facing each other and smiled at each other. Zhan Tang said, old friend, we have been friends for 1,000 years. If there is an afterlife, may you and I remain close friends. When Yuan Hai heard this, he also immediately replied, if there is an afterlife, may you and I remain close friends. After saying that, the two gazed at each other. And then they saw a white flame appear above their bodies. They slowly closed their eyes right in the middle of this white flame. And the flames grew more and more intense until an incomparably pure aura was incinerated before the white flames completely dissipated. And the aura in the entire golden hall instantly became several times thicker. Seeing this, Ling Yichen, who represented the will of the insect race, immediately revealed a touch of joy before walking behind Zhangtang and slowly sitting down, only to see that above his body, many worms immediately sprung up, covering towards Zhangtang's body, and some of them also surged towards Yuan Hai's body. When the worms completely covered the two old men's bodies, Ling Yichen's brows steeply furrowed, and then his body began to tremble once again. Only this time, it only trembled for a few moments before returning to normal. Ling Yichen returned to his usual appearance, calm and serene, very calm about everything. Only, when he saw that he was devouring the bodies of the two old men, he was like a frightened rabbit. What's happening? What the hell is going on here? How did the two seniors sit down? His voice was full of shock and disbelief. But more than anything, it was questioning. He was aware of the second personality vying for control of his body, and very early on, he realized that there was a second consciousness in his body. At that time he was still in a cage, and from time to time he would faint because he couldn't take the abuse. However, whenever he woke up after fainting, time would always somehow pass by for days, and he would have thought that he was in a fainting spell. But slowly, he realized the end, because after one fainting spell, there would always be staff members who were injured. And those staff members looked at themselves with a wary eye. At that point, he vaguely realized that something was wrong with him. In the following days, this situation became more and more serious, until after his body had been completely transformed into an insect race, he witnessed himself splitting into two in his body, and the other one clearly turned vicious and brutal, directly pouncing on the staff of the Celestial God Laboratory. At this point, he had truly confirmed that he had a second personality. And the second personality can also split right out of his own body. Only the survival time after splitting is very limited, only about 3 minutes. Once it exceeds 3 minutes, that split-off body will die completely. The people in the Celestial God Laboratory had also done a lot of targeted research on this, and the results of the research showed that splitting out the body would consume the worm's origin power in a very short period of time, and in a maximum of 3 minutes, the origin power would be depleted and it would die completely. In other words, the second personality that split from his body could not exist on its own. It must be parasitized within the body. Since then, he had made a peace with the second personality. He could let him out to sneak around once in a while, but not to interfere with his normal life or to be easily displayed in front of others, because that's one of his cards. Imagine if you were fighting someone and all of a sudden split into an alternate self, only for 3 minutes but with the same strength as the main body. Fighting like this definitely works wonders. So from there, the second personality settled down. Although he pops up a bit from time to time, those who don't know him don't even know that the second personality has appeared. Yet today, this guy actually broke this agreement and directly grabbed the body dominance with himself. The most outrageous thing was that these two seniors seemed to know about the existence of the second personality, and even helped the second personality seal him off and put him into a deep sleep when he and the second personality grabbed control of his body. When I woke up, this was the scene now. As his questioning ended, the next second, he changed to a different face. It's nothing. These two old things have lived too long and called you here before they die, just to let you devour their bodies and strengthen yourself. Of course, they also made the request that after you devour them, you will have to protect the human fire from extinction. In the next second, Ling Yichen returned to his normal appearance. He didn't say another word, just silently analyzing the situation in front of him. He certainly didn't take the second personality's word for it entirely. If it was just that simple, then why did they block themselves, not allowing themselves to listen to their conversations? Besides, if it was just a deal of this magnitude, they could have talked to themselves, so why did they have to talk to the second personality? In this regard, Ling Yichen had his own conjecture. These two old masters may be laying out a plan and need to use my dark and bloody side, not excluding the second personality's words as half-truths. Then the two old masters do want to keep themselves from extinguishing the human race's fire. But why go to talk to my dark side? Did they determine that I would lose control in any particular situation? So what is this particular case of? Did the people do something terrible to me that made me extremely disgusted with the people? So disgusted that I lost control of my body and was taken over by the second personality? So, under what circumstances would the human race be extremely distasteful to me? Ling Yichen's pupils snapped, and a bull thought quietly emerged. Could it be that the human race of the Heavenly God Laboratory? Or perhaps the human race had a hand in the heavenly god lab's imprisonment and abuse of me. Thinking of this, Ling Yichen's entire breath was off. The rolling fury surged, and the second personality was even more foolish. Immediately, however, Ling Yichen took a deep breath and stabilized his emotions. No, it shouldn't be like this. With the current situation of the human race and the divine race, it should be impossible to join forces. So, what should the human race have done with the divine race? Ling Yichen clenched his silver teeth and pondered silently. He had not been given enough information at the moment and was limited in what he could deduce. But it was basically certain that the human race owed a huge debt to themselves. Otherwise it was unlikely that the two old masters would be willing to dedicate their physical bodies to themselves. And the only thing one cares about is the 6 years of captivity and abuse that Skyscanner Labs has inflicted on them. Then it can be concluded that the human race has perhaps had a hand in this matter. Thinking of this, Ling Yichen's eyes flashed ferociously. Truly, he could forgive a lot of mistakes, but this was the only thing that he couldn't get past for the rest of his life. 6 years of captivity and abuse, hovering between life and death on several occasions. A painful memory that will never be erased. All men or gods involved in this thing must die. When he was strong enough, he would definitely retaliate back. 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Thinking of this, he raised his eyes to the two demigod bodies, although he had no way of knowing what agreement the two demigods had made with the second personality. Since it was their bodies that they had voluntarily dedicated, he would accept their dedication with peace of mind. Besides, these were the bodies of two demigods. Once they were devoured, to what extent would one's body metamorphose? Any conspiracy will pale in the face of great strength. Any hatred will also be barely repaid in great strength. Therefore, improving strength is the most important thing. The thought of it made him all a little hard to contain his ecstasy. At this moment, there was nothing more important than improving strength. Immediately, he stopped thinking about it and began to devour the bodies of the two demigods with all his might. It was just that he soon realized that this demigod's body was so hard to devour. After reaching the demigod level, their body strength reached an extremely astonishing level. Whether it was their skin or muscles or bones, they were frighteningly strong. In the past, when he devoured others, it was done quickly. And now, he was met with great resistance to even breaking through the demigod's skin. It's like a toothless baby trying to gnaw on a piece of bacon. Quite a chore. But this was also predictable. After all, it was a demigod. If it was also as simple to devour as any other hyena, then it couldn't be called a demigod. He wasn't in a hurry either, but went a little bit to grind, to consume, to gnaw, until the epidermis softened and was completely broken open by him. As the epidermis broke open, Ling Yichen finally tasted the demigod's flesh and blood, and although it was only a very small amount, it caused him to let out an extremely excited cry. Ah, worthy of being a demigod's flesh and blood, so powerful. He merely devoured a little bit of demigod flesh and blood, and immediately let the worms in his body evolve on a large scale, with at least thousands of worms evolving into spirit worms, an evolutionary amplitude that was extremely terrifying. It was hard to imagine to what level his worms would evolve once he completely devoured these two demigod bodies. With this incentive, he also worked harder and harder, devouring it with all his might. A little bit of time passes. As he devoured the demigod body with all his might, he was somewhat unable to feel the passage of time, obsessed with the power and beauty of the demigod body. So when he completely devoured one of the demigod bodies, he was shocked to realize that he had spent a full month and a half. However, he was relieved when he thought about what he had gained. Although it took a month and a half to complete the devouring of a demigod body, at this moment, he had already undergone a heavenly change. The blood and flesh of the demigod body caused all the worms in his body to all evolve into spirit worms, a qualitative leap. Until this moment, he had accurately measured how many bugs his body was made up of. A full 36 million of them. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but this number happens to be a weekly number of days. By now, he possessed more than 20 million spirit insects, 10 million wisdom insects, several million king insects, and several tens of thousands of sacred insects within his body. Yes, the holy worm was finally born in his body. That was his biggest surprise. According to the memories of the inheritance of the worm race that he had obtained, going one step further would be the evolutionary limit of worms, god worms. Once he evolved into a god bug, then his body should be no different from a demigod. Thinking about this, he was also quite exhilarated and couldn't help but turn his gaze towards the remaining demigod body. Then without hesitation, the second round of devouring began, because he desperately wanted to evolve the god bug. Once the god bug appeared, that demigod was not invincible. The devouring process was still very slow, but it was considerably faster than when he had devoured the first one. as he devoured this demigod body little by little. Time also faded rapidly as if it was on an accelerating clockwork. By the time he had completely devoured the second demigod body, another month had passed. The demigod's flesh and blood nourished the worms inside, causing them to evolve and grow. At this moment, Ling-Yichen was in the midst of a rapid transformation. One could only see the multicolored divine light shining within his body, and red worms were constantly wriggling on his body surface. Soon, these red worms transformed in unison towards the white wise worms. The demigod body of the second one allowed the more than 20 million spirit worms in his body to evolve towards wisdom worms. Finally, after spending a few more days of effort, all of the spirit insects in the body had completed their evolution, and all of them had turned into wisdom insects. As for Ling-Yichen's body, it was as if it had turned into a piece of white jade, its body glistening white and warm. Even his internal organs could be clearly seen. At this moment, the 5 viscera, too, had undergone a drastic change. All of them had turned a light golden color. Because the spirit worms condensed in the 5 viscera had long since evolved to a higher level of existence, the lowest level ones were king worms, so they presented a golden color. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to evolve the god bug. Devouring the second demigod body was just a matter of all the spirit worms evolving into wisdom worms, and more king worms and sacred worms evolving as well, but never evolving into god worms. That is to say, only the lower limit has been raised, but not the upper limit. Up to this point, the lowest level worms in his body were wise worms, and the highest level were holy worms. Chapter 131, the 3-month period has arrived. Although he hadn't evolved into a god bug, the strength of his body at this moment had also reached an unprecedented level of power. Although it hasn't reached the demigod level, the difference shouldn't be too big. I wonder what the physical strength of SS rank and SSS rank powerhouses is like. Ling-Yichen thought to himself secretly. His physical strength nowadays far exceeded that of an S rank, so his gaze was only locked on SS ranks and SSS ranks. Of course, he hadn't met anyone from these 2 tiers below the demigods, and he couldn't verify his physical strength. Considering that his body had yet to complete its condensation, he also immediately collected his mind and began to launch himself against the great perfection of the limbs realm. He began to condense a single wisdom worm into his torso. After a few hours, the condensation was complete. At this point, the 10,000 insect casting body techniques limb realm had also reached its grand completion, allowing for the cultivation of the orifice realm. According to the 10,000 insects body casting method, the cultivation of the orifices realm would be fundamentally different from the 5 viscera realm and the limbs realm. The 5 viscera realm and the limbs realm were laying the foundation, while the cultivation of the orifices realm would be related to source chi, the human race's bloodline divine power, the demon race's demonic spirit power, the devil race's demonic spirit power, the god race's divine spirit power, and the immortal race's immortal spirit power all belong to the source chi of all things. All of them could be absorbed into the body by the 10,000 insects body casting method, condensing the orifices until the 360 orifices around the body were as complete as the stars. There were a total of 10 levels in the orifices realm, and for every 36 orifices condensed, the body would receive a qualitative change. Of course, he wasn't very clear about the specifics because no one had practiced it, and even the old master had only cultivated the 10,000 insect casting method to the 5 viscera realm. It could be said that he was the only person in the entire Dark Star who had cultivated the 10,000 insect casting body technique to this level. There is no one to guide him on the road ahead. Everything is up to him to figure it out, and he is the first one to eat the crab. He raised his eyes and glanced at this great hall, this world, and felt the rich aura of this place, and his heart was a bit torn. The 2 demigods who were in charge of this world had already died, and he didn't know if he would be able to come in next time if he left. So he was eager to cultivate on the spot and absorb the aura here to condense his orifices. But he also knew that he had spent more than 2 months devouring 2 demigod bodies this time, and there were no more days left before Yi Qingzhu made his decision. So he's weighing left and right. After a few moments of thought, he made his final decision. There are still 5 days left before the March deadline, so I'll absorb as much aura as possible to quench my orifices within these 5 days. With this in mind, he didn't delay any longer and began to sink his mind into the sea of consciousness, activating the Star Yuan Guide art to absorb the aura in this world. As the Star Yuan Guidance formation opened, an extremely large suction force was immediately released from his body, and in an instant, he only saw the aura in this world pouring into him like a vortex, and he immediately guided these auras to pour into his body's orifices and began to condense and polish the orifices. At this moment, all 360 orifices around his body were visible. Each one of them was like a black hole as black as ink, and when the aura entered his body, they all absorbed the aura autonomously, and there were signs of robbing the aura. They are like a group of little birds waiting to feed suddenly saw the mother bird with food in front of them. One by one, all opened their mouths, waiting to be fed, and Ling-Chen made a quick decision. He planned to condense the orifices on his feet first, because he had already penetrated some of the orifices when he cultivated the divine walking art before. He was also most familiar with the orifices of his feet, and was more skillful in condensing them. Therefore, when this huge amount of spiritual chi was injected into both legs' orifices, only one of the orifices instantly became like a cone filled with cream, instantly blooming with a brilliant light. With such a pure and large amount of aura, he managed to condense an orifice with little effort. The condensed orifices also shone like stars, with wisps of divine power constantly pouring out of the orifices. This made Ling-Chen very surprised, because he thought that the insect bloodline could not produce divine power, and could only use it by borrowing the divine power of others. I didn't realize that it had to be generated after beating up the body and condensing the orifices. From this, it could be seen that this insect bloodline seemed to be much worse than the other bloodlines. This was because the other bloodlines only needed to be supplemented with body refining secret techniques to beat up the body to produce bloodline divine power. And the insect bloodline not only had to beat up the body, but also had to condense the orifices. It was much more troublesome just from the steps. Not to mention, this world didn't seem to have the secret art of condensing orifices. In other words, if he hadn't practiced this 10,000 insects body casting method, then he wouldn't have been able to independently condense his orifices for the rest of his life, and he wouldn't have been able to generate his own divine power. For some reason, Ling-Chen at this moment suddenly had a strange realization, as if everything was all natural. A path called destiny presented itself to him. He came into this world by fate. It was fate that he was transformed into an insectoid body. It was also fate that he was able to cultivate the 10,000 insects casting body technique. And there are more paths of destiny waiting for him to tread. Behind him, there seemed to be a big invisible hand pushing everything. And like a puppet on strings, he is accomplishing his goal one step at a time. This feeling, it didn't make him feel very comfortable. Did you arrange all this, old-timer? Ling-Chen silently inquired in his mind. He thought that it was all arranged by that old earth fellow. It seems that he is the only one capable of doing so. He also had this conjecture because of the 10,000 insects casting body technique. This 10,000 insects casting body technique was clearly not a secret cultivation method that should be found in this world. After he made some comparisons with secret arts such as the divine walking technique, the dragon tackling 9 desolations, and the speech spirit technique, he realized that the secret arts of this world were all very crude and couldn't be compared to the 10,000 insects casting body technique at all. Whether it was the divine walking technique or the dragon tackling 9 deserts or the speech spirit technique, they could only achieve a certain field of cultivation, and the 10,000 insects casting body technique had a complete system, from the internal organs to the body, and then from the orifices to the sea of consciousness. This book of cultivation secrets almost covered the cultivation of the entire body. It was not known how much more advanced it was than a secret art like the divine walking technique, but thought for thought, it remains to be verified whether or not it is specifically this immortal elder brother from Earth who is driving everything behind the scenes. Right now, the 10,000 insects casting body technique had indeed given him a huge surprise. He had a premonition that when he condensed all of his orifices, he would cross into a magical realm, a realm that everyone aspired to reach. As such, he concentrated even more on absorbing the aura of this world, pouring it into the orifices one by one, filling them up and lighting them up. And he was obsessed with the sense of satisfaction and power that came from having his orifices filled. He was immersing himself into the cultivation little by little, gradually forgetting the passage of time. The auras here were very abundant. They were like an inexhaustible source that he absorbed frantically and poured into his orifices. And his orifices were being filled and lit up at an alarming rate. Soon, the 36th orifices were completely filled and lit up, and he reached the first level of the orifices realm. The moment the 36th orifice was lit up, all of the orifices shuddered at the same time, and the speed of generating divine power unexpectedly increased by a full double. Wisps of bloodline divine power surged out from his orifices and poured themselves into his Dantian Chi Si, and without the need for Ling-Chen to deliberately cultivate them, they completed the opening up of his Dantian Chi Si on their own. His Dantian Chi Si was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in an instant it reached a very astonishing level. Ling-Chen was extremely satisfied with this effect, and he went about absorbing the aura and condensing the orifices more seriously. He couldn't wait to find out the effects of reaching the second level of the orifice realm. There was also more anticipation of what it would be like for the orifice realm to reach the great success. Thus, he became even more immersed in this cultivation. At this moment, he had no perception of the passage of time at all. completely unaware that the outside world has begun to be chaotic. Green Fox Hill, Villa 18. The representatives of the 8 camps gathered and sat at the square dining table with Yi Qingzhu. Miss Yi Qingzhu, the 3-month period has come and gone. Do you have a choice? Lin Zongming smiled and inquired. At this moment, Yi Qingzhu's expression was grave, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes, so he couldn't help but hold Tang Wan's hand tightly and remain silent. The 8 camps saw that Yi Qingzhu did not reply, but smiles surged on their faces in unison. In fact, they would prefer to see this scene. Once Yi Qingzhu was unable to make a choice, they would be able to draw their own lots to decide, which would be fairer to them instead. Since Miss Yi is unable to make a choice, then in accordance with the human realm's highest management regulations, our 8 camps will draw their own lots to decide. With that, Lin Zongming looked towards the representatives of the remaining 7 powers. The rest of them all nodded in unison, and in the next second, a strand of divine power appeared in each of their hands. 8 strands of divine power floated out from the hands of the representatives, converging and entwining in midair, condensing into a ball. Then, this mass of divine power floated in front of Yi Qingzhu, and a strand of silver-white divine power immediately floated out from Yi Qingzhu's body. This strand of divine power joined into this divine power mass, quickly twining and condensing before it began to spin rapidly. After spinning for a while, only to see this cluster of divine energy violently disperse. All of the divine power each returned to their masters. Only Yi Qingzhu's strand of divine power was nowhere to be seen. In the next second, only Lin Zongming violently jumped up from his chair, his face showing ecstasy. Ha ha, my Lin family has won the election. As he said that, he raised his palm, only to see that within his palm, Yi Qingzhu's strand of silver-white divine power was entangled with his strand of divine power. When the rest of the 7 powers saw this, they all showed regret before they turned to Lin Zongming and said, "Congratulations." Lin Zongming, on the other hand, coughed lightly and tried his best to suppress his inner ecstasy as he nodded his head frequently at the crowd and said back, "Thank you, lucky." After the crowd had exchanged pleasantries, the representatives of the 7 powers retired, with only Lin Zongming remaining. He glanced at Yi Qingzhu, then said to Tang Wan, 3 days later my Lin family will come to marry Miss Yi. During these 3 days, any requests you have can be made to us, and we will make sure you are satisfied." With that, he didn't wait for Yi Qingzhu's reply and directly got up and left. Throughout the entire process, Yi Qingzhu did not say a word, desperately trying to hold back his inner anger and aggression. Only after everyone had left did Yi Qingzhu silently shed 2 lines of tears. Seeing this, Tang Wan immediately gathered her into her arms and said gently, "My silly child, why are you crying? If you don't want to go, no one can take you away. Mommy promises." Hearing such familiar words, Yi Qingzhu but instead cried even harder, because she clearly remembered that Ling Yichen had said something similar. It was just that it had been more than 2 months since he had entered that attic. No one knows if he's alive or dead now. She had once tried to enter that attic, but she simply couldn't open it, not even by using brute force. It was as if that attic possessed some kind of magical power, and with her current strength, she couldn't even open it. Not only her, but even W tried and couldn't open it. Compared to her own fate, she was actually more worried about Ling Yichen, fearing that he would do something bad. Watching her daughter in such distress, Tang Wan was also heartbroken. She was also very clear that her daughter didn't really care much about whether or not she wanted to marry into the Lin family. What she cared more about was actually the life and death of Ling Yichen. Ever since Ling Yichen entered that attic, her entire being was like she had lost her soul, because no one knew what happened to Ling Yichen inside, which she didn't even know. She had also been to that attic because she was worried about Ling Yichen's safety. Unfortunately, there was no way for her to get inside that attic either. She could sense that the inside of that attic was a world of its own, inaccessible to unusual forces, so one can only return with regret. Right now looking at Yi Qingzhu so sad, she sighed softly and spoke again, "Silly girl, don't cry. I'll take you to the attic again in the evening to try it out. Just in time. There are also some things that I should let you know as well." When Yi Qingzhu heard this, he raised his head and looked at his mother with eyes covered in red blood, uncertain, and inquired, "What is it?" Tang Wan smiled mysteriously and replied, "You'll find out tonight." That night, in the wee hours of the morning, after the entire city had fallen into silence, Tang Wan, however, got ready to go out with Yi Qingzhu. At this moment, Yi Qingzhu's expression was a bit forlorn, but amidst the forlornness, there was some anticipation. She looked at her mom fixedly, always feeling that she wasn't quite the same mom tonight as she usually was. But what exactly was different? She couldn't say. Tang Wan looked at her daughter's expression and guffawed, then held her hand and headed straight for the door. While walking, he said. Actually, your arrival is an extremely precious gift for Mom, because I never thought I'd have an heir of my own. I just ran off and wandered here back then because I was curious about how people lived. Then I accidentally met your dad, who was a special kind of guy and a good cook, and I don't know what happened to me, but I was attracted to your dad and ghostly agreed to his proposal. Although Yi Qingju didn't know why her mother was suddenly telling her this, she still listened very intently. Even if Dad had told her countless times about meeting and falling in love with Mom, and inexplicably, listening to her mom talk about it made her troubled heart unexpectedly calm. Chapter 132, The Fairy Dragon. Not only had her mind smoothed out, but she was shocked to realize that she had made it from the Green Fox Mountain Villa to the 4th Advanced School of Alien Abilities in the span of a few words from her mother. You know, Green Fox Mountain is a 20-minute drive from the school, and it takes at least 40 minutes to walk over. But now, just in the time it took their mom to say a few words, they were already in front of the school, which was incredible. Yi Qingju looked at her mom in surprise, her eyes gradually changing. Mom, you. Tang Wan would smile and continue to hold her, walking directly towards the school gate. However, the school gates were locked at the moment. Just as Yi Qingju's eyes widened, thinking that she would hit the iron gate, she was shocked to find that her body became illusory, and she actually leaped directly over the iron gate and entered inside the school. The weirdest thing was that the guards at the gatehouse acted as if they were invisible to them. At this moment, Yi Qingju could basically determine that his mom was unusual, and that was a point she had never thought about. She had always assumed that her mom and dad were just ordinary people and had never thought of anything else. She did have expectations that her mom would one day be awakened as well, and even considered whether or not to give her mom a genetic potion. But now it seems that Mom is the most unusual one in their family. And at this moment, Tang Wan looked at Yi Qingju, her eyes gradually changed, and her body began to change with it. In a matter of moments, she had transformed from an ordinary middle-aged woman into a stunningly beautiful young beauty. Although he didn't manifest his true body, he already had a divine charm that ordinary people didn't have. Yi Qingju had been stunned long ago. She looked at Tang Wan with incredulous eyes, already completely speechless. Tang Wan didn't care, still holding her without haste toward the school's attic. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the wooden door of the attic. Only Tang Wan raised her hand and pressed on the wooden door, then opened her mouth and shouted, "Yi Chen!" As she softly called out, a divine pattern immediately blossomed above her palm, impacting the wooden door. But in the next second, one could only see divine lines blooming steeply above the wooden door as well, and a protective boundary appeared. The divine lines in Tang Wan's hands impacted the boundary, causing it to constantly tremble, but that was all. The boundary was very powerful, and even she was unable to break it. It's worthy of being a boundary laid by two supreme demigods of the human race. I'm afraid that I can't break this boundary without using my full strength, but once I use my full strength, I'm only afraid that this school is going to be gone. Tang Wan looked at Yi Qingju. The meaning was very obvious, to see if Yi Qingju could accept the destruction of the school. When Yi Qingju heard this, he instantly changed his face. Even though it's midnight, there are still quite a few people at the school. She wasn't sure how strong her mother was, but being able to break through the demigod boundary, that strength must not be weak. Moreover, once the demigod's boundary was destroyed, it would also trigger a not-so-weak aftershock, and at that time, the people in the school would definitely not be able to survive. She couldn't let her selfishness get so many innocent people killed. Without any hesitation, she simply shook her head. Forget it. Although her heart was not willing to do so, she still took Tang Wan's hand and took a step back, and Tang Wan softly said with a satisfied smile because of her actions, "Your kindness is always something to be proud of." Saying that, she suddenly took Yi Qingju up into the air, instantly arriving at a height of 1,000 meters, overlooking the city below. Take a good look at the city. In 2 days, we should leave here, Tang Wan said. Yi Qingju froze, staring at her in a daze. Mom, what the hell are you? Tang Wan smiled faintly and replied in a whirlwind. I'm not human. Ha? How could Yi Qingju not expect his mom to say this answer? Several absurd thoughts flashed through her mind at this moment. Tang Wan seemed to know that she would be imagining things, and immediately returned. If you count by race, I should belong to the dragon race, the fairy dragon. Saying that, 2 pairs of greenish-purple feathered wings blossomed steeply behind Tang Wan's back, and dark-colored scale armor immediately surfaced on her body, and a long iron tail emerged behind her, with lightning balls flashing at the end of it. When Yi Qingju saw her mother's appearance, she immediately thought of her own appearance when she awakened to the return of her ancestor change, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Normal fairy dragons aren't really like us, with pink wings and white scales, whereas I'm a variant of a fairy dragon. So my wings are greenish-purple and my scales are greenish-black. Saying that, she raised her hand and held Yiqingzhu's wrist. In the next second, Yiqingzhu's body surface also immediately surfaced with greenish-black scale armor, and 2 pairs of feathered wings also emerged behind him. Only her feathers were different again from Don Juan's. Both pairs of Tang Wan's feathers were greenish-purple, while Yiqingzhu's feathers only had 1 pair that was greenish-purple, while the other pair was black and white. But it was still possible to tell that Yiqingzhu and Tang Wan were still very similar. That alone shows that the bloodlines are the same. Child, you are a rare treasure that is unparalleled in this world, for your body contains not only the immortal bloodline, but also the divine and demonic bloodlines at the same time. Saying that, she raised her hand and stroked Yiqingzhu's pair of black feathered wings. In the next second, 2 different kinds of power blossomed steeply above the pair of black and white feathers. It was clearly the power of the immortal spirit as well as the power of the devil spirit, and at the same time, above Yiqingzhu's forehead, a 3-headed petal slowly manifested itself, which were black, white and green, only it is still very shallow, not fully formed, and only manifests itself under special circumstances. For example, like now, having been empowered by Tang Wan's divine power, Yiqingzhu had been stunned long ago. However, Tang Wan opened her mouth again and spoke words that shocked her even more, only to hear Tang Wan dotingly pull up the broken hair under her earlobe for her, softly saying, "Your mission is far more important than falling in love with someone, because you are the imperial daughter of the demon people race, and in the future, you are going to become the queen of the demon people race, and behind you are billions of demon people race living beings, who are all waiting for your return." With that, Tang Wan waved her hand. Only a multicolored haze escaped from behind her, and in the next second, dozens of multicolored haze lights, large and small, gave a response from the city below. "See, these are your people. They are lurking in corners unseen by humans to languish, and need your leadership to return to the star realm, to the homeland that belongs to our demon people. Only there can we be happy and at peace." Yiqingzhu at this moment had already been shocked and didn't know what to say. There was so much information that she had some trouble digesting it all at once, but she understood one thing, and that was that she wasn't an ordinary human. She was the royal daughter of the demon people. She looked fixedly at Tang Wan, her voice trembling a little, and asked, "Mom, what do you mean when you say we're leaving in 2 days? When Tang Wan heard this, she seemed to have thought of something bad. A flash of worry as well as gravity flashed through her eyes as she replied, "The human race territory is about to usher in a huge upheaval. The gods and devils have plotted a great event, intending to use the hundreds of millions of living beings of the human race to make blood sacrifices, casting a platform for ascension, wanting to travel to the immortals' homeland. Within 100 years, the human race will be destroyed. That's why our demon people clan also had to migrate, leaving the human clan's territory and heading to the star realm to escape the disaster." Yiqingzhu steeply stared at Tang Wan in shock. "Humans will be exterminated?" Her voice trembled even more. The first thing that came to her mind was Lingyichen, Tian Yingying. Well, they're all human beings. At this time, she didn't know Lingyichen's true situation, so she was very worried. Tang Wan also understood her concern, only to hear her say, "Don't worry, there's still time. By the time the human race is really ushered into extinction, you should already be strong enough to personally come and welcome them back to live in our territory." Hearing this, Yiqingzhu's worries decreased a lot, but he still had a frown on his face. She looked down at the human city below, her eyes filled with complexity. There was a time when she really hated humans, especially those in the central district, cold and selfish, but when she heard that the humans were going to be exterminated, she felt shocked, incredulous, and more than a little uncomfortable. She didn't want the human race to go extinct because she identified herself as a human from the bottom of her bones, even if she only had half or even less human blood. So she looked at her mom with some difficulty and asked, "Must we be exterminated? Isn't there anything that can be done to save it?" Hearing this, Tang Wan's expression snapped a bit darker before she said, "Yes, unless you can break the existing shackles and break through to above demigod." Yiqingzhu choked and his breathing became embarrassed, not to mention above demigods. Even demigods were already rare in the world. However, she still returned, "But there are many demigods of the human race. Even if they can't completely defend themselves against the divine and demonic races, there should be no problem retaining the fire seed, right?" When Tang Wan heard this, a flash of sarcasm flashed across her face as she replied, "It's true that there are quite a few demigods of the human race, but most of them are selfish and self-interested people who only think about whether or not they can become immortal, and don't really care all that much about the lives and deaths of the ordinary people. Even, in order to be able to reach that level, they had long ago betrayed humanity and acquiesced in the enslavement and manipulation of the divine race against them." Hearing this, Yi Qingju's expression changed slightly. Is becoming an immortal really that important? She murmured softly. When Tang Wan heard this, she immediately raised her eyes to look into the void, a wisp of fascination in her eyes, and replied despondently, important and unimportant. When you become an immortal, you have the ability to break free from the rules of the world, the ability to travel across the void and explore other worlds. Likewise, it will help the beings of the dark planet to be free from the siege of the bugs. If we can't make it this far, it's only a matter of time before the dark star is destroyed. So, to a certain extent, the human race is again the most selfless. They have a big picture perspective that other races don't have, and in order to become immortal, in order to break the mold, they can even give up their clansmen. Humans are a race with complex emotions, and they are crazy about infighting and machinations when they don't have enemies, but when there is a foreign enemy, they are bizarrely united against it. It is because they have such complex and diverse emotions that I wanted to come to the human world, to feel human emotions, to experience human life, and that's why I got you. Tang Wan looked at Yi Qingju with eyes full of favor. Yi Qingju didn't say anything else, just silently digesting the news he got tonight. After a long time, she looked up at her mother and said, Mom, is our planet in danger right now? Tang Wan nodded, then raised her hand and swept at the void, only to see that above their dome, the endless starry sky disappeared, and in its place, a single starry skyworm, extremely large in number. They were entrenched on the outskirts of the dark star, encircling the entire dark star, like farmers waiting for rabbits, waiting for the people in the dark star to come out, or for them to find a way to enter the dark star. It was the first time Yi Qingju had seen such a sight, and he could not help but draw a breath of cold air. It was too much, so much that it creeped her out and made her scalp numb. It was also the first time she realized what kind of disaster their world was enduring. Compared to the demons and devils outside of the human realm, these insects were the real threat. At least the demons and devils outside of the human borders were still native creatures, whereas these starworms, all of which were outside creatures, were invaders. When did they appear? Yi Qingju asked the key question. After hearing this, Tang Wan's complexion rose and she gently shook her head. This we actually don't know, because before the immortal body came to the dark star, there were no demigods in the dark star, and without reaching the demigods, the divine sense simply couldn't peek beyond the planet, so no one even knows when these starworms were coiled beyond the dark star. When the first demigod appeared, he had already realized the dark star was surrounded by starworms. There were once ancient demigods who guessed that these starworms might have been attracted by that immortal, or even that the immortal's death was related to these starworms. It's just that all of this is conjecture, and so far no one has been able to confirm what the real situation is like. That's why the various clans are so obsessed with collecting immortal remnants. Everyone wants to explore the many mysteries from above the immortal remnants. In fact, our devil race is the oldest native race of this planet. The divine demon immortal race all derived from our devil race. It's just a pity that the divine demon immortals don't recognize this at all, and even keep suppressing and wiping it out, which has led to our devil race's situation being extremely bad. As the emperor of the demon people race, the only thing I can do is just to bring them to avoid the calamity and continue to survive. Yi Qingju gently bit her lip, her eyes a little melancholy. Having studied a lot of cultural knowledge, she naturally knew that there were many branches of the demon people race, and although they were extremely large in number, most of them didn't like war and just wanted to live a peaceful life. But as a result, the demon people clan became the most miserable one, constantly being suppressed and bullied by the other four clans, and even driven out of the homeland that should have belonged to them. Tang Wan seemed to know what Yi Qingju was thinking, only to see her gently stroke the top of Yi Qingju's head and softly said, "This time, when we traveled to the star realm, it was with the intention of establishing an empire that belongs to our demon people race, a strong fifth race that is not at all weaker than the other four races." Yi Qingju froze, somewhat surprised. Why this sudden decision? She didn't understand. The demon people clan had been bullied for so many years. If they wanted to rise, they would have risen long ago. So why would they suddenly make this kind of decision now? But Tang Wan smiled mysteriously and whispered, "That's because we were in the starfield and found an immortal relic." A immortal weapon. Chapter 133, Battle of the Demigods. Yi Qingju was shocked. An immortal weapon? This was the first time she had ever heard of such a thing as an immortal weapon. Awakened people also use weapons and armor, but mostly for some specific powers. For example, armor that can withstand elemental attacks such as wind, fire, lightning, or weapons that can add elemental damage and so on. There are also some more niche armor and weapons, such as anti-poison ones. There were only 3 grades of these weapons and armor. That is, lower grade, middle grade, and upper grade. although each grade had 9 small grades, which were still rated by the reinforcement level of the weapons and armor, and required some specific materials and crystals, but the word immortal weapon never appeared in the weapons and armor commonly used by awakened people. What level of weapon or armor is an immortal weapon? Is it much stronger than the weapons and armor used by awakened people? Yi Qingju inquired. Tang Wan, however, smiled disdainfully and replied, comparing an awakened's weapon to armor, that's simply an insult to immortal weapons. Immortal weapon, that's a weapon that fuses part of the rules of heaven and earth. It can't be used by non-demigods, and once it's activated, it's a power that destroys the heavens and destroys the earth. I can clearly tell you that once we completely master this immortal artifact, with it alone, it will be enough to fight any of the 4 races of gods, demons, humans, and immortals head-on in a hard battle without losing. It's also because of this immortal artifact that our demon-human race is planning to settle in the star region. Originally, I was planning to master this immortal artifact myself, but now I've decided that I'll let you take control of it. 2 days later we'll leave the human race and head to the star realm, so that you can get in touch with the immortal weapon and make it your own weapon. Once you've mastered it, then you'll be able to do what you want to do, including sheltering the human race. Hearing this, Yi Qingju's eyes lit up. For a moment there was actually a hint of anticipation, but at the same time a hint of hesitation was revealed. She longed to gain great power, but didn't want to leave the realm of man, or to be precise, she didn't want to leave Lingyichen. Tang Wan naturally knew what was on her mind, only to hear her sigh. Don't worry, he'll be fine. With his abilities, as long as he's not surrounded by several demigods at the same time, he won't be able to die. On the contrary, it's you, who is still weak. If you don't hurry up and raise your strength, you might become his weakness instead. They may not be able to hurt Yixian, but they can hurt you, and at that point, what do you think he'll do? Perhaps, didn't need anyone else to overthrow the human race? He exterminated it first. Hearing this, Yi Qingju was incomparably moved. There was a long silence. After a while, she firmly returned. Okay, I'll go to the starfield with you. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Tang Wan's face. She dotingly stroked the top of Yi Qingju's head and softly said, It's okay, you're only separated for a short time. When you're strong enough for each other, there won't be anyone to threaten you. You can be together anytime, anywhere. Yi Qingju gently nodded his head and let out a hum. After returning to Villa 18, Yi Qingju went back to the house to rest. It was just that this night, she had been unable to sleep, her mind constantly digesting the news she had gotten tonight, and slowly adapting to her new identity as the royal daughter of the demon people. But more than that, it was reminiscing about the days before. At that time, this house was still very lively, not as cold as it is now. Lingyichen went to the attic and never came out. Tianying took her parents to the hidden dragon family and never saw them again after that. W also left suddenly about a month ago and didn't even say what he was going to do. So all of a sudden this huge house became just her and her mom. The weird thing is that the feral cats that used to come to the house all the time before have disappeared, and even Bean has to come back once every few days. She really felt so alone. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes at the thought, wetting her pillow. She didn't know when she was going to see everyone again when she left. The heart has a strong sense of reluctance and longing. She longed to go back to the hot and heavy life she had before. She cried as she thought about it, and eventually fell asleep without knowing how. It was late afternoon the next day when I woke up. After getting up and washing up in a muddle, I realized that my mom wasn't home anymore either, until she saw a note left by her mom on the dining room table. Qingju, Mom needs to leave for a while to take care of some issues. She'll pick you up tomorrow night at 12 o'clock, so be ready. Looking at the note, Yi Qingju pursed her lips for a second before walking straight towards the outside. As soon as she left the house, she realized she was being followed by a dozen people, but these people didn't hide it on purpose. Instead they nodded at her every now and then. There was no doubt that these people were from the Lin family, euphemistically called protection, but in reality they were just spying, afraid that she would run away. After all, 2 days later, the Lin family would come to pick her up, and from then on she would be the Lin family's tool person. Thinking about this, Yi Qingju's eyes flashed with a touch of disgust, directly hit a cab and arrived at the 4th Advanced Alien School. Although the school gates were closed, with her strength nowadays, it was still easy for her to avoid the guards and go over a wall. After entering the school, she went straight to the door of the attic and tried to push the wooden door. The wooden door immediately blossomed with divine lines and could not be pushed at all. She doesn't come hard either, but sits down quietly and whispers, "I'm leaving tomorrow, and I really want to see you again before I leave." With that, she couldn't help but redden her eyes again. However, at this moment, Lingyichen didn't even know about all of this. Normally, He had left a spirit insect in Yi Qingzhu's body, so as long as Yi Qingzhu silently called out to him in his heart, he would be able to sense it. But as he entered the wooden door, the sensation between him and the spirit bugs weakened a lot. Now that he had entered the marvelous realm of cultivation again, he seemed to be cut off from everything in the outside world. This resulted in Yi Qingzhu coming several times without sensing the slightest bit of it. At this time, he had already cultivated the orifice realm to an extremely important level. As he continued to condense his orifices, after lighting up the orifices around his body one by one, he found that his orifices were constantly generating bloodline divine power, and these bloodline divine powers converged on their own into the sea of qi in his dantian, rapidly turning from gaseous to liquid, and compressing continuously, seemingly with a tendency to form a solid state. He even suspected that when all the orifices around his body were condensed, the mass of divine power in his dantian would condense into a dan. It was also because of this reason that he was also more immersed in his cultivation, unable to sense all the information from the outside world at all. Time passes like water and never returns. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In Villa 18, the entire house was dark and not a single light was on. Yi Qingzhu sat alone in the living room like a ghost. At this time, she had a cold face and a wooden expression. It was less than 10 minutes to midnight, and she had no other thoughts than waiting quietly for her mom to come back for her. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the moment midnight came, only a dark light suddenly appeared in the center of the living room, and in the next second, the dark light blossomed into a huge hexagram. Then Tang Wan, wearing a crown on her head and a gorgeous dress, was seen appearing in the hexagram. It was also the first time Yi Qingzhu had seen his mom dressed up like this, and he couldn't help but stare with wide eyes, filled with curiosity. However, in the next second, the sharp-eyed one immediately noticed that there were obvious blue bloodstains on top of her mother's gorgeous long dress, and she discovered that her mother wasn't in a very good state, and her breath was a bit disturbed. "Mom, are you hurt?" Yi Qingzhu shouted in shock. "It's not a problem. It was just intercepted and sniped by a few human demigods. Let's go." With a calm face, Tang Wan grabbed Yi Qingzhu and stepped into the hexagram. In the next second, the hexagram immediately bloomed with divine aura, enveloping the two of them and disappearing directly into the spell formation. Yi Qingzhu only felt a blur before his eyes and instantly appeared in an unfamiliar scene. It seemed to be a huge kitchen, and as they appeared, a figure immediately sprang out of the darkness. Yi Qingzhu fixed his eyes and instantly reddened his eyes, and his throat choked as he shouted out with difficulty, "Dad!" The silhouette in the darkness also quickly greeted Yi Qingzhu and Tang Wan with a hug. It was Yi Songtao. At this time, Yi Songtao was much stronger than a few months ago, and the aura on his body was much stronger. The divine power surged, and he had already reached the peak of the C grade, and was only one step away from the B grade. "Well, this isn't the place to talk. We'll talk more when we get to a safe place." Tang Wan finished speaking in a warm voice and was planning to leave the place with her husband and daughter. In the next second, she could only see her complexion change and immediately hugged Yi Songtao and Yi Qingzhu and stormed out. Rumble! The Norse mobile kitchen instantly burst into flames and crumbled into powder. Tang Wan also immediately released her powerful divine energy, sheltering Yi Songtao and Yi Qingzhu on her side. Otherwise, this strike alone would have been enough to wipe out both of them. Tang Wan took the two of them up into the air and arrived in midair. However, when she looked at the situation in front of her, her expression became extremely ugly, only to see that high above the sky, a full 9 demigods surrounded the perimeter, surrounding the three of them in a circle. Below, tens of thousands of soldiers were in square formation, standing by, ready to start the hunt. At the front of the group, the blackened dragon-slaying crossbow arrows flickered with divine patterns. This kind of dragon-slaying crossbow arrows can really slay dragons. It is specially used to deal with powerful dragons. The flight range is as high as thousands of meters. Even if it doesn't hit the other party, once it bursts open, many crossbow nails will be sprayed out from the crossbow arrows. Once it is hit, even the dragons will be beaten into a sieve. This is one of the most powerful weapons of war for the human race. Seeing this kind of battle, Yi Songtao's face was also instantly covered with despair. He had been in the military for months, so he naturally knew how powerful this Dragonslayer crossbow bolt was, and although he was shocked at his wife's identity and strength, he didn't think that Tang Wan would be able to dodge this Dragonslayer crossbow bolt while being surrounded by so many demigods. He couldn't help but look at the side of his wife's face, and a mist came to his eyes. "Wife, I love you so much. Qingzhu, Daddy loves you too, but Daddy can't drag you guys down. You guys go. I'm a human. They won't hurt me. Take one less and you'll still have a chance to escape. Take me and you'll die." As a man who was powerless to protect his wife and children, but could only let them escape alone, This was also an extremely painful thing for him, but he also understands that the situation at hand, the slightest carelessness will really kill people. He didn't want to see either of his wife and children die. It would be worse than killing him. If he could, he would rather choose to die himself. However, Tangwan also looked at him with tenderness, only to hear her softly say, "It's fine, we can't die. As long as we hold on for a moment, the demon people's army will come to rescue us." After saying that, she looked at Yi Qingju on the side and said dotingly, "Child, I'm sorry to have to put you through this kind of scene, but right now, I'm going to need you to fly with your father for a while." At this moment, Yi Qingju also understood how bad the situation was now, and she could no longer care about crying. She only raised her eyes to wipe away the tears in her eyes, and all of a sudden she became resolute. She nodded heavily. "Well, don't worry mommy, I'll protect daddy." After saying that, 2 pairs of feathered wings blossomed steeply behind her and floated in the air on their own, smoothly taking Yi Songtao from Tangwan's hand. Seeing this, Tangwan reached out and took out an egg-sized bead from her storage ring and handed it to Yi Qingju's hand. "This is a fairy dragon Dragon Ball, a relic of the ancestors. It will shelter you for a few moments." After she finished speaking, she resolutely turned her head and looked around at the 9 demigods, finally locking her gaze on the inch-haired old man among them. This was clearly Luo Yan, who had once confronted the Lord of the Divine City back at Green Fox Mountain, and was the strongest of the 9 demigods. "Luo Yan, my demon-human race has no intention of making enemies with the human race, and today I just want to pick up my husband and child to leave the human race. So why are you intercepting me several times? Do you really want to start a war with my demon-human race?" Luo Yan sniffed and sighed. "I also have no intention to make enemies with you. Just..." With that, he looked at Yi Qingju behind Tangwan and said again, "It's just that the immortal bloodline is extremely precious. It's the only key that can open the immortal race's secret stash. I won't stop you if you want to leave, but that child has to stay in the human race. This is the key to preserving the fire seed of my human race." Luo Yan really didn't want to go to war with Tangwan, but as he had said, the destruction of the human race was imminent, and the immortal bloodline was the key for them to preserve the human race's flame. He had to ensure that Yi Qingju stayed in the human race. Years ago, the Gu clan demigods of the 6 clans had spared no expense in losing a great deal of their lifespan to deduce the future for the human race. What I got is that the human race will be destroyed, and the only way to keep the human race's fire is to open the immortal clan's secret stash. It was because of this that he stood up and blocked it today. What he stopped was not Tangwan, but the opportunity for the human race's fire to not be extinguished. When Tangwan heard this, her expression also changed slightly, but she immediately returned. "The destruction of the human race is your own fault. If you hadn't come up with the Ascension platform plan, how could the gods and demons have taken your blood sacrifices? And even though my daughter has half of the human race's bloodline, she shouldn't have to pay for your misdeeds." After Luo Yan heard this, he sighed once again. Different positions, different opinions only. The human race proposed the Ascension Terrace plan, not for the human race either, but for the billions of living beings in the entire Dark Star, including your demon race as well. If we can really leave the Dark Planet and migrate to Earth en masse, why wouldn't that be a good thing for your demon race? That is, after all, the Immortals' hometown, a fairyland.